are very scarce and most expensive among herbs. Do you perhaps want to buy them? If you want to, all you have to do is send a request to me, and I would sell it to you if they are available. But do remember that even the cheapest Saint-grade herbs cost at least 1,000 blue spirit stones. 1,000? What the fuck, they are so damn expensive. Damien roared inwardly, being shocked at hearing the price. He barely had over 10,000 blue spirit stones. However, thinking how they were used to concoct rank 7 pills and above, he felt that it made sense. Damien didn't need any Saint-grade herbs for now, but he asked just in case he needed it. He was not surprised that ordinary people could not buy Saint-grade herbs as they can only purchase them from the guildmaster himself. Such extremely precious herbs obviously would be in the safekeeping of the guildmaster. After talking for a while, Damien took his leave but decided to tour the building with Valentina. The two maids showed him around, and he even bought himself a good earth ethereal grade sword nicknamed Nightfall. He asked Valentina if she wanted any weapons, to which she surprisingly said there was no need. And that she would show him the reason why later. Damien was curious to see what surprise she had in store for him. However, he saw her inspecting many weapons closely and studying them. The two soon exited the building and proceeded towards the Ocean Haven Villa, which was located in a quiet and luxurious area without any other buildings or villas around. It seemed as if the villa was located on an oversized private estate that spanned at least a few kilometers. However, when the Ocean Haven Villa came into his sight after passing through the gateway ethereal formation, he was awestruck at such ingenious and stunning architecture. It was like he had entered a different world, a world in which only he and Valentina was present. The whole villa seemed to be a sort of glass house, but one couldn't see what was inside. There was even a beautiful waterfall behind the villa and several elegant courtyards spread around the estate. The villa itself was half as huge as the Rome Imperial Palace. The garden had a luscious plot of grass, which was flanked by neatly trimmed bushes. A greenhouse stood in the center of the garden, housing all sorts of fruits, vegetables, and more exotic flowers. The rows of flowers were forming a miniature world of their own, full of mysteries and wonder. He even spotted a few peak-level sky-grade herbs. This seems like they haven't spared any expenses to make my stay comfortable. Damien had to give it to them for arranging such a paradise-like home for him. Even Valentina liked the surroundings and felt comfortable being surrounded by such greenery and beautiful scenery. She liked that she and Damien would be staying alone in this huge place for quite a while. Damien had told her why he was here, especially the fact that he was doing all this for Lily, that he had only 2 years to help her. Valentina didn't care at all what would happen to Lily, but thinking that it was her big brother's wish, she had to force herself to not think about unnecessary things. At least for now, she was glad that she had Damien all to herself. She was determined to become way closer to him soon enough. She was already eyeing Damien with an intense gaze like a predator. Damien turned around, feeling her gaze, and asked with a smile, "Valentina, do you like it?" Chapter 133. Valentina smiled, "Yes. It looks really big, and there is even a training ground to spar. Big brother and I can practice a lot while being surrounded by such refreshing scenery." Damien nodded as he also felt that it was also a nice place to cultivate in peace, and the air was way more pure and clean than the outside. He also saw that the training ground seemed to have been built using sturdy and resilient materials such that even Earth Ethereal Realm cultivators would find it hard to put a scratch on. The two went inside the villa, and they were greeted by a cool and cozy air that made them feel as if they were in the middle of an enlivening forest. There were quite many rooms and one big main room with many facilities and furniture available. There was even a library room with various books and other reading facilities. He then thought about what Leon Zeton said and asked Valentina, "Do you want to go to school?" "School?" Valentina asked as she tilted her head. "Yes. The Zeton Ethereal Foundation. You heard whatever the person called Leon mentioned, right?" Valentina didn't hesitate and said, "I don't want to go anywhere without Big Brother. I can learn everything I need to know from you. You can learn things from me. But it would be more good if you see for yourself how people interact and how you should interact with people. I want you to gain experience and learn how to deal with people without my help. Not everything can be learned from books. Besides, who said I wouldn't be joining there as well?" Damien chuckled. Valentina's eyes lit up as she asked, "Big Brother is going to join as well? Then I will join too." "Yes. But I would be entering as Damien and not Alchemist Azrael. So you might have to be alone for some time as you would be going there with the status of being the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael. I would have to take the assessment just like every other ordinary aspirant out there while you could enter directly without going through any assessment." Valentina pursed her lips and said, "Then I will also take the assessment. I don't want to join directly. I am sure I can pass along with you." Damien softly laughed, "Ha ha. Okay. Why don't we have a small spar to see how prepared you are? Besides, I don't know which weapon you are comfortable with. I am sure you saw the different kinds of weapons in many merchant guilds, right? What's your favorite one?" Damien personally felt that a pair of daggers would suit her, but only if she was sneaking up on her enemies. For direct combat, he thought that she could master any one of them she likes. Valentina giggled, "Tehihi, let me show you, Big Brother." Valentina took Damien's hand and took him towards the training arena built on the villa's east side. It was a square arena with each dimension spanning at least a kilometer. One could also enjoy the beautiful waterfall from the training arena if they looked behind. Wow, really spacious for even serious combat. Damien thought in awe as he looked around the training arena. "So, show me your weapon," Damien asked with his eyebrows raised. Valentina smiled and motioned her hand as blood came out from her skin pores. Within a moment, it transmuted into a hand scythe. It had a decorated blood-red sickle and a barbed circle-shaped weight, connected with a chain. The sickle looked so sharp that it could send shivers down one's spine upon seeing them. "You can manifest weapons as well using your blood?" Damien asked with an astonished expression. He knew that she could use her blood to transmute it into basic stuff, but he didn't expect her to manifest weapons as well. He kind of guessed it when she said that she didn't need him to buy a weapon for her. Valentina said with a proud smile, "Yes. Isn't this amazing? After comprehending some of my ethereal arts, I learned to use my blood to manifest weapons as well." No wonder she spent a lot of time inspecting those weapons. Damien realized why Valentina was so interested in spending some time on the weapons in the Rising Sun Trading Guild while he was searching for a good sword to buy. Nice. Let me see that. Damien asked as Valentina gave him the hand scythe. Damien inspected the weapon and was surprised that it was even better than top-notch earth ethereal grade weapons one would find in the Rising Sun Trading Guild. He thought that a hand scythe actually suited her really well as it was best used to make one's enemies bleed to death. It worked best for long-range attacks and to prevent the enemy from getting closer to oneself. He gripped the chain as he twirled the scythe and checked it out by executing some basic movements. Although Damien's true expertise lay in sword mastery, he knew how to handle almost all kinds of weapons at a fundamental level. Is my choice good? Valentina asked enthusiastically, hoping Damien liked her hand scythe. Yes, it's suitable for you. I will teach you how to use it. This weapon is very good for extremely long-range attacks. It can be used to land multiple attacks on the enemy in short succession if you can use it skillfully. But the drawback is that it has low mobility and slow speed. However, once you get good at this, your enemies would beg you for a quick death unless they want to bleed to death. Damien said with a devilish grin. Valentina's eyes sparkled as she became even more satisfied with the weapon she had chosen. She said eagerly, that's great. I will learn to use it well from your teachings, Big Brother. But I feel comfortable with swords, just like Big Brother and even some other weapons. Why is it so? Damien chuckled, that's nothing to worry about. It seems like you are an all-rounder, and that's great. For now, I will teach you how to use this weapon, and later I will teach you how to use swords, daggers, or whatever you want. Since you can manifest any weapons, it shouldn't be a problem to use different kinds of weapons as each weapon has its own purpose in different situations. Damien gave her the hand scythe and went behind her as he guided her hands to teach her how to grip a hand scythe properly. This is how you hold it. With one of your hands holding the chain and using the other to swing the scythe at your enemies. Damien whispered in her ear as her back stuck close to him. Valentina felt her blood becoming hotter, feeling his touch as she stuck close to his chest. She didn't know why she was having such reactions and thought that it must be because it's him. She hadn't had the chance to sleep together with him for the past 2 weeks as he was sitting up late at night to comprehend his ethereal arts while she also was busy cultivating. After her transformation, she felt a strange kind of pulling attraction towards him, which would make her face flush just from an intense gaze from him. She felt as if she could keep staring into his shimmering black eyes and never get tired of it. Damien was still fascinated by how good her skin felt, but he focused on teaching her and even showed her a few attack moves. Damien didn't spar with her. Instead, he decided to make sure she could use the weapon to execute a few attacks perfectly, at least before the assessment at the Zeton Ethereal Foundation starts. It was night already as Damien was lying on the bed with his eyes open, thinking about various things. Valentina finished her bath and put on a thin cloth that clung tightly to her wet torso while exposing her shoulders and thighs. A smile hung on her lips as she opened the bathroom door, knowing that Damien was lying on the bed. Chapter 134. Hearing the bathroom door open, Damien looked towards the bathroom door and saw Valentina staring at him intensely. Damien sat up with his mouth agape as the tantalizing beauty ensnared his eyes in front of him. Fresh wet drops of water glistened as the moon lighted her skin. He also saw one of the drops slipping into her cleavage, and the thin cloth around her body could barely hide her pink buds that were sticking out erotically. Damien let out a dry chuckle as he asked, Valentina, what's this? This can't be possibly your only clothes. Big brother Damien, you forgot your promise already? Valentina asked with a pout. Promise? What promise? You don't mean? Damien suddenly remembered what he had told her a few weeks ago when she suddenly asked to sleep with him without any clothes. He continued with a shaky smile, Valentina, that day I said I would think about it, okay. Valentina said as she clenched her cloth, but you said that you would wait till I have grown up. And now I have. Damien sighed, it's true that you have grown up, but there are some things you have yet to know. Things I thought I could tell you once you had grown up. What things? Valentina asked as her gaze narrowed. Like, sleeping naked with someone is something that lifelong partners or lovers do. Life partners are someone whom you will marry, have kids and spend the rest of your life with. They would be a part of your heart, and their love for you would be boundless. Valentina asked as her chin trembled, I want to marry Big Brother and spend the rest of my life with you. Then am I not your life partner? Am I not a part of your heart? Oh, shit. Damien got tense seeing her like this. He knew that if Valentina pushed him more, he might give in to his heart's temptations. But when he thought about Lily, he didn't want to hurt her more. He never expected that Valentina would grow up so fast. And he thought Valentina didn't truly understand what marriage was. Damien said softly, of course, you are. But Valentina's eyes became moist, Big Brother does not like me. Valentina sniffled as she crouched with her head buried under her arms. Oh no. Damien quickly got down and tried to pull her up, but she refused to move. No matter how much he pulled, he couldn't even make Valentina budge. Phew, she's as strong as a bull. Damien knew that using only his measly nascent ethereal realm body, there was no way he could make a powerful earth ethereal realm cultivator like Valentina move. Damien let out a helpless sigh as he crouched down and patted her arms. Hey, you best know how much I like you, right? Damien said in a gentle tone. Valentina regretted saying those words aloud before, as she knew in this world, no one could like her more than Damien. But at the same time, she didn't want to budge unless she got what she wanted. She felt that her chance to be more intimate with him would be truly lost forever if she backed out now. Damien sighed inwardly, hearing no answer from her. He said in a mild tone, okay. I will let you sleep with me without your clothes. But remember, you should only sleep as you usually do and nothing else, okay? Damien finally decided to compromise as he did not want to see her be upset anymore. He thought that he could hold in his temptations as long as nothing happens. Valentina stopped sniveling and looked at Damien with a gleeful expression. She hugged Damien's neck and said, I am sorry. I didn't mean what I said before. Damien chuckled, of course, I know that. I know how much we like each other. But you are really that happy, huh? Damien asked as he slowly pulled her up as he got up. Valentina didn't resist any longer and let Damien bring her up. Damien wiped her tears and looked at her impeccably beautiful face as he said, "You are a tough girl, yet you cry so easily." But as his eyes inadvertently saw her luminous red and succulent lips up close and her fervid gaze, he quickly distracted himself from getting any unnecessary thoughts. Valentina saw how Damien shifted his eyes and inwardly felt happy that she was having some effect on him. She pulled Damien towards the bed and said with a smile, "Come, big brother." "Ah, Valentina, you can't be helped." Damien chuckled. Valentina flung aside the only piece of cloth around her body as her stunning naked body was completely displayed before Damien. Damien gulped, seeing her alluring body. Her boobs weren't big nor too small but seemed as if they could perfectly fit in his grasp. Her pink buds were standing out proudly, and her honeypot looked so pure and tender that Damien was trying his best not to get aroused. "Don't you feel shy at all?" Damien wondered whether it was because she was also half ethereal beast or because of not being brought up in society. "Shy? Why? Before you, I can show you everything, and you can also do anything you want. Come on, big brother, you should get undressed too." Valentina didn't seem shy at all, displaying her pure naked body before Damien. Instead, it seemed like she wanted Damien to do something. Damien smiled helplessly as he removed his shirt and pants, except his underwear. As soon as he got half naked, Valentina jumped on Damien and hugged him as she felt his manly chest all over with her hands and her body. "Valentina." Damien felt aroused as her unbelievably smooth and soft naked body clung to him. It seemed to him as if he was her prey who was trapped in her clutches. Valentina put her head near his heart and asked in a quizzical tone, "Big brother, why are you feeling scared? Your heart is beating so fast, and I can sense your blood rushing towards your lower regions." "Why?" "What the, sigh." Damien never thought he would be in such a helpless situation with Valentina. He quickly said with a dry chuckle, "Aha, it's nothing. I am not feeling scared. It's because you are hugging me, my heart is beating fast. People's hearts can beat faster because of various reasons and not only fear. And the blood rushes are because I am feeling happy. Damn, I can't even come up with a good excuse." Valentina's eyes sparkled, and she said with a beaming smile, "Big brother is feeling happy? Then I will make you feel even happier." "No." Damien inwardly screamed as Valentina hugged him tighter and even coiled her legs around his. His dragon was this close to pressing against her honeypot, and he could feel her soft pink buds pressing onto his chest. "Okay, time to sleep." Damien quickly lifted her and jumped onto the bed before his dragon got out of control. "Ah. Big brother." Valentina was surprised but liked it when Damien suddenly lifted her. As they got comfortable on the bed, Valentina snuggled up with Damien as she felt his warmth all over her body. "Big brother, your body feels so warm." Valentina mumbled as she cozied herself in his arms while clinging onto his body. Damien tried to think of distracting thoughts to calm down his aroused dragon, but didn't find it much useful as her honeypot was resting close to his dragon. "Big brother, why not remove your underwear?" Valentina asked curiously why he only kept his underwear on. Damien awkwardly chuckled, "It's because big brother feels cold in that area. So it's better to have my underwear on. Anyway, don't think too much about it." "But big brother, something hot is pressing against my lower parts," Valentina said in a puzzled tone. "Oh, crap." Damien swiftly suppressed his dragon with his hand and instead brought up his leg, so that his dragon won't dare to sneak towards her pure cave again. But he couldn't forget how soft it felt when his dragon pressed against her honeypot. It's nothing. It was probably because of the blood rush, as you said. Don't worry about it and go to sleep. HMPH, your evil claws can't even stay off an innocent girl like her. As expected from you." Luna's sudden jab sounded in his mind. She continued in a mocking tone, "Don't pretend to be so decent and let out your inner devil." He wryly smiled as he said to Luna, "Hey, you are not helping. I am trying my best to sleep here." He then sighed inwardly, "Today I won't be sleeping, I guess." Chapter 135. 2 days passed and Damien was getting familiarized with the Zeton Imperial City. He had already made the green tablet recognize Valentina as an owner so that she could also enter the villa even without him. He was surprised at how perfect and organized the whole city seemed. It was as if one wouldn't feel like going back home once they set foot inside the city and instead buy a home and settle here. However, today was the day the entrance assessment was being held by the Zeton Ethereal Foundation to take in a fresh batch of disciples. He told Valentina to go separately to take the assessment as he would be going as Damien and not as alchemist as Rail. He gave Valentina the Azure token, which would guarantee her entry to almost everywhere. People also wouldn't dare to mess with her. The Azure token works on the same principle as the green tablet of the villa. He let the token recognize Valentina as its owner so that it will always emit bright azure light in her presence. He also told her to pretend that they don't know each other if they met up, which made Valentina frown as she didn't want to do that. But she didn't say anything as there was no other choice. If someone was carrying around a dull Azure token, it would instantly be recognized as a stolen one. Even then, not even the deranged ones would try to steal an Azure token as it would obviously only belong to the big shots. Valentina didn't like the idea of going separately, but she compromised, thinking that she shouldn't make things harder for Damien and at the same time impress him by showing that she could also do things by herself. Damien knew that Valentina was strong enough to take care of herself from deranged people, and the powerhouses wouldn't obviously dare to do anything to her no matter what. The duo set off for the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, going their separate ways. Valentina felt uncomfortable as she walked the streets alone without feeling the presence of Damien. She felt as if there was a void beside her. She also couldn't sense the familiar and comforting scent of his intoxicating blood, making her expression look dull as she continued walking with an unfocused gaze, not even bothering about the innumerous people who were drawn to her beauty. Lust brewed in many young masters of various families. Still, they controlled themselves from doing anything stupid as they saw the shimmering Azure token hanging around her neck. They could only bite their nails and relish her beauty with their eyes from afar to not provoke someone whose backing could destroy their families. But they secretly sent their informants to find out more about this exotic and mysterious beauty who was so beautiful to the point they could barely believe their eyes. Her exquisite rosy pink hair stood out as it elegantly rested on her blood-red dress. The people wondered which family she was belonging to and noticed the azure blue token on her neck. They knew just like her looks, she wasn't simple. Meanwhile, Damien had reached the central plaza near the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, where the assessment was being held. He was amazed at the thick crowd of people and how huge the central plaza was to accommodate all these people. But he was not surprised, as today was the last day they were recruiting students. Most of them were young ethereal practitioners who were here to take the assessment, while some of them seemed to be disciples of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation who were here to watch the commotion and look out for promising geniuses, or check out young beauties. Damien had already given his name and joined the assessment just like any other ordinary practitioner. The candidates were split into more than 100 groups to take the assessment, and an instructor would supervise each group. Damien was placed in the 101st group, and he tried to look for Valentina but didn't find her, and thought that she might have come early and joined a different group. The assessment only had two parts. The first one was just a simple ethereal energy assessment, while the second one was the main and final assessment, team combat assessment. But the second assessment was not direct team combat, but according to rumors Damien heard, it was a capture the flag sort of thing. Damien's group moved to a different area, and it seemed that they were being proctored by an elderly man with a dignified demeanor. The man stood in front of an ethereal assessment stone, swept his eyes through the crowd in a glance, and spoke in a solemn tone. The first part of the assessment will be the assessment of your ethereal energy, in other words, your ethereal cultivation. I will instruct you on the passing criteria, as some of you might not be aware of them. For those aged 15, the minimum criteria to be eligible for the second part of the assessment is Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 10. Whew, I am saved. Damien didn't expect that they would set such a high bar for 15-year-old practitioners. A normally talented 15-year-old practitioner would usually break through to the Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 10 only when they are at least 18 years old, unless they are a genius or got adequate resources. The elderly man continued, for those aged 16 and 17, they should at least be at the Spirit Ethereal Realm Level 1 or above. Those not fulfilling the criteria or not in the age group of 15 to 17 can please leave. Don't stay back thinking that the ethereal assessment stone would make mistakes. For centuries, we have been using the same stone and never had it made a single mistake. Not even using a treasure or any other artifact can change the results. So to not waste our or your own time, those not eligible can pull out. He had been invigilating the yearly assessment for dozens of years. He knew that even though he repeated the same instructions every year, many people from each group would get eliminated after the first part of the assessment itself, as there were many unwilling and unresigned young practitioners who didn't want to back out just because they didn't fit the criteria. Joining the Zeton Ethereal Foundation was every young practitioner's dream and goal in the continent. Even just being a disciple in name would bring them immense reputation and fame. Even if their performance was barely satisfactory after graduating, they would at least be guaranteed a good position to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Even though the instructions were extremely clear and strict, some candidates would stay back thinking that the ethereal assessment stone would malfunction or fail, as they didn't want to feel like they came for nothing. Still, more than half of them would be eliminated from the first part of the assessment itself, and that was exactly why they kept such an assessment. But even after giving out the instructions, not even a single person had exited. The elderly man didn't mind it, as he knew other than just wasting some time, those who are supposed to be eliminated would get eliminated anyway. He walked towards the ethereal assessment stone and swung his hand as he said, "Now that everything is clear, we will start the first part of the assessment. As I call your name, you can come up and pass your ethereal energy to the ethereal assessment stone." Damien could hear excited whispers of the candidates near him. "Hey, it's starting. Thank God, I am above the required criteria. What about you, brother? Do you think you could make it?" "HMPH, of course, I can. I had worked my ass off for the past few years to break through to the Spirit Ethereal Realm Level 1. This assessment is going to be a breeze for me." The elderly man took out a list of names and spoke. First candidate, Hailey Lee. Chapter 136. Damien saw a young girl walk up towards the platform where the ethereal assessment stone was kept. She looked about 16 or 17 and had a tense expression as she slowly approached the stone. She stood in front of the stone and carefully pressed her hand on the stone. The ethereal assessment stone immediately flashed as 3 azure lines formed on the stone. Age, 16 ethereal cultivation, nascent ethereal realm level 10 eligibility. Unqualified. Damien was a bit surprised that the stone could even determine the bone age of someone. He knew that if that girl had tried to join the wrong ethereal court, she would have at least become an inner disciple in no time and be outstanding among other disciples. However, here she couldn't even match the lowest standard. He again realized how huge the difference between these two empires was, and that this Zeton Ethereal Foundation was a place only for elites among elites. "You have failed. Step down," the elderly man said with a stiff expression as he looked at the result. The girl's expression became panic-stricken and deeply bowed before the elderly man and cried in a begging manner, "Senior, this junior is not even a few days away from breaking through to the Spirit Ethereal Realm. I might even break through by tomorrow. I hope Senior can accommodate slightly, and please let this junior pass." This junior would be deeply grateful, and surely on some day, "No," the elderly man said in a stern tone as he fiercely swung his hand. He had seen too many dramas like these every single year during the assessment. The girl started tearing up as her voice became frail. "Please, Senior, I am begging you." She had almost fallen to her knees and bitterly pleaded, "Senior, this junior had dreamed of joining the Zeton Ethereal Foundation for her entire life. And my entire family has put all their expectations and hopes in me. I beg you, Senior, if you let me pass, I will do anything you say." His expression didn't even change slightly, and not even a tinge of pity was there in his eyes as he said, "What kind of a place do you think the Zeton Ethereal Foundation is? Do you think anyone could beg their way in and ruin the reputation this establishment had built with their hard work and the disciples' talent? There would absolutely be no compromise or accommodation. Step down, immediately." He continued in a stern tone, "Without reaching the minimum standard, even if you kneel here the whole day, no one is going to accommodate you. You are only 16 now and still got a last chance next year. If you don't leave now, I will ban you from taking the yearly assessment next year and make you lose the only chance you have at entering the Zeton Ethereal Foundation." The girl's face turned pale as she heard the last part of his sentence. She didn't dare to say another word and left the place with a crestfallen expression. Damien felt that the youngsters here were no different from his previous life, where students tried their best to get into Ivy League colleges because of their aspirations or peer pressure, or because they wanted to fulfill their parents' expectations. He saw that most of the candidates around him had determined and excited expressions written all over their faces, while some were nervous, some scared. Some even started sweating after seeing how the elderly man wasn't lenient in the least, no matter how much the young girl begged. Those who already knew that they wouldn't make it, dropped all ideas of begging. Damien suddenly felt a poke on his shoulder and saw a young boy with a nervous expression as he looked towards his side. Brother, you seem as young as me, and even your cultivation is the same as me. But why do you look so calm and confident? Damien chuckled, what's there to worry about? The boy replied, I mean, you don't have to worry about the first part of the assessment. But I heard that the next and final part of the assessment is tough to pass. Even though it is a team competition, I heard that they sometimes eliminate candidates from the winner's team and even select candidates from the loser's team based on their performance. Damien said nonchalantly, so what? Be it any kind of assessment, as long as we are confident in ourselves, we don't need to worry about anything. Huh? The boy was confused and wondered where Damien was getting such confidence from. For some reason, he didn't feel like he was talking to someone of his own age or with the same cultivation as his. Next, Lang Cromwell. The elderly man continued. Age 15, Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 9, Unqualified. Age 18, Spirit Ethereal Realm Level 1, Unqualified. Age 16, Spirit Ethereal Realm Level 6, Qualified. As soon as the lines appeared on the stone, many let out gasps seeing a youth got qualified and gazes of envy and admiration locked onto him. Even the elderly man who was proctoring the examination nodded with a hint of a smile and said, good. After the second assessment, you might have a good chance to get placed in the gold batch directly. Make sure you give it your best for the next part of the assessment. Hearing the words gold batch, almost all the candidates' faces revealed an expression of intense eagerness and yearning. Hey, what's the big deal about this gold batch? Damien curiously asked the same boy who talked to him before. You don't know? The boy asked with his brows raised. He continued, who wouldn't want to enter the gold batch? At least it's guaranteed that once you graduate as a part of the gold batch, you would receive an extremely high position in the Zeton Empire, maybe right here in the Imperial City itself. Imagine the honor we would get if we got into that batch. The boy said as excitement sparkled in his eyes. He looked at Damien and asked, don't you want that as well? Ah, I forgot my manners. My name is FYNN. What's yours? Name's Damien. Damien said casually and continued, by the way, how many batches are there? Oh, there are 3 batches. The lowest one is the bronze batch. The next higher and better one is the gold batch and finally elite batch, which one can only dream of entering and is reserved only for the elite among elites. And the ones who graduate from that batch would become powerhouses of the empire in the future and even lord over certain cities. Sigh, those kinds of things are too far away from me and can only be a distant dream for me. I will at least do my best in the bronze batch and get a good position in some city if I pass. FYNN said earnestly. He then asked Damien, I am sure you will do well in the next assessment and get into the bronze batch easily. Who said I would be getting into the bronze batch? Damien asked with a face-wide smile. Huh, what do you mean? FYNN asked with a puzzled expression. I only aim for the best, and obviously, I am getting into the elite batch, Damien said casually as if his place in the elite batch was already set in stone. FYNN awkwardly laughed, you can't be kidding. You don't have to joke like that with me. Damien patted his back, who said I am. You will soon hear my name resounding around the whole Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Well, you can also ignore whatever I just said, assuming that I am crazy, haha. FYNN, however, felt that his words were crazy and implausible. Still, somewhere he felt that those words carried deep confidence and firmness. FYNN gave a dry chuckle and said, well, I will look forward to your performance then. But I wonder where Brother Damien is from. I am from the Rogue Empire, what about you? FYNN said with an astonished expression, wow, you are coming from so far away. I heard that the Rogue Empire is very weak, but with your cultivation, I guess you must be a bright genius of your family. Well, I am from the Clayton family, but it is just a small-sized family, and they all think that I am some kind of genius. They have no idea that I just barely passed the criteria to even pass this assessment. Don't think too short of yourself. Sometimes it's the underdogs who outshine the lions. People expect nothing from underdogs like us. So isn't it fun to see their faces when we break their expectations? Damien asked with a meaningful smile. FYNN was awed and admired Damien's mentality. He said in an appreciative tone, Brother Damien is very strong-willed. I wish I could be like you. Damien softly chuckled, you don't have to force yourself to be like anybody. If you believe in yourself and have the dedication to achieve the things you want, you can be a winner no matter where you go. FYNN had an enlightened expression on his face and said in an appreciative tone, thanks a lot, Brother Damien. You really made me feel better. Many names were called, and 2 or 3 of them had high talent and were praised by the instructor. After a while, next, 93rd candidate, Damien Godwin. Damien walked towards the ethereal assessment stone and placed his hand on it. Age 15, Nascent Ethereal Realm Level 10, Qualified. Chapter 137. Meanwhile, on another side of the plaza, age 15, Earth Ethereal Realm Level 1, Qualified. A burst of astonishing exclamations sounded from the crowd, and lines of gazes of awe and envy landed on the rosy pink-haired exotic beauty in front of the ethereal assessment stone. The middle-aged lady instructor responsible for holding the assessment was shocked when she saw the 3 azure lines appearing on the stone. A pleased smile of approval was revealed on the instructor's face as she nodded at Valentina, impressed at her cultivation level. She already heard about Alchemist Azrael's personal disciple having exquisite pink hair and breathtaking beauty. She was happy that Valentina wanted to join their establishment. But she wondered why Valentina didn't enter as an elite disciple directly. Excellent, to be already a liquid stage cultivator at a ripe age of 15, you are truly a God-sent talent. As expected of Alchemist Azrael's personal disciple. You are the most outstanding candidate among the ones I have received today. There is no doubt that you will make it into the elite batch. Do continue to work hard, and you will turn out to be one of the iconic figures of this world in the future. the lady instructor said with a heartfelt smile. Valentina nodded with a calm demeanor, and there was no other expression of joy or satisfaction. She merely wanted to get this over with fast and rejoin Damien. The other candidates admired how Valentina didn't show any signs of smugness or haughtiness even after having such talent, and being held in high regard by the instructor. Whispers were sounding from the crowd as they all discussed how this super genius was the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael. But they wondered from where Alchemist Azrael picked her up as only a family with abundant heritage, and resources could nurture someone as strong as her unless it was all done by Alchemist Azrael himself. But their thoughts were time and time again distracted by her intoxicating beauty. All the boys started crushing on her, and some even forgot about their girlfriends as their eyes were melted by her beauty. However, one of the disciples who watched everything from the sidelines took out a messaging talisman. Pass a message to senior brother Roy that a hot and powerful beauty fit for his noble self has arrived. Meanwhile, more than half of the initial candidates in Damien's group had already been eliminated after the ethereal energy assessment. Now, only the second part remained, team combat assessment. If you don't want people to associate you with your alter ego identity, then cut off the connection between your lightning seed and your origin seed. Luna's advice sounded in his mind. I can do that as well. So, won't my prowess be reduced? Damien questioned. He never thought that he could isolate his lightning seed from his origin seed. Yes, your combat prowess would lessen by 2 or 3 levels, but you still have your anti-god arts, which is more than enough to pass off as a student here. Your consumption of ethereal energy will also reduce, allowing you to fight for a longer time. Besides, you inherently have an excellent talent in lightning laws, so your combat prowess would be higher compared to even other talented lightning element practitioners. Damien had thought of other plans in case people have some vague suspicions between him and his alter ego identity. Although he knew that no one thinks that his alter ego identity has a lightning seed, he thought it wouldn't hurt to be on the safer side just in case he had to use his lightning ethereal arts as Alchemist Azrael. When Luna said that he could conserve his ethereal energy more, it made sense as making use of his origin seed would drain more of his ethereal energy. The exhaustion that usually set in after using the first skill of his ethereal arts, Searing Strike Rendering Worlds, a few times was proof enough. The elderly man looked at the leftover group of candidates and saw how most of them left with a sad face. There were only 25 candidates left, which was barely 1/4 of the initial number. He wasn't surprised as they had strict standards on the type of disciples they want to admit. He spoke in a clear voice. Now that the first part of the assessment is over, we will move on to the next and final part, team combat assessment. All of you will be mixed with other groups and then divided into teams of 5. You all will be put on a field where there would be 3 flags. 2 teams will compete against each other to capture as many flags as they can within 15 minutes. The flags would be spread around the map, and you would also be given their location through the wristbands we would give you. One of the candidates asked, but will we know if the other team already captured one of the flags, and can we steal it from them? The elderly man nodded, yes. The wristband would transmit the movement of the flags directly to your mind, and even the cultivation level of the person holding the flag so that you would know whether to deal with that person alone or as a team. Your team member's location would also be made known to you. But know that you can't pass the flags you had captured to your teammates. Another candidate questioned, but what if we lose because the other group had powerful team members? In this assessment, not only me but all the invigilators would judge each and every action you make through a live screen where we can see what you all are doing. The criteria for passing this assessment do not completely depend on whether you win or lose the competition as a team, but also depends on your individual performance. Even the disciples would be watching your competition as some of them would scout out promising candidates in case they qualify. He continued, and no need to worry too much. We would only match teams against each other with the same average ethereal cultivation as a whole. A team might have a very powerful team member, but the rest of their team members might be relatively weak, or sometimes it might be a balanced team. You can't be sure unless you are in the field and compete. Oh no, I hope I get matched up with a genius, otherwise, I am done for if the other team got middle-level spirit ethereal realm people. One of the candidates whined. What a wimp. Don't expect your team to carry you. It doesn't matter even if your team wins if your performance is shit. Another candidate retorted to his comment. The elderly man took out some white wristbands which floated in the air and said, these are the wristbands you will put on your wrists and should not be removed for any reason till the assessment is over. And remember, purposefully injuring others without any reason will result in instant disqualification, and obviously, no killings or serious injuries would be tolerated. If you want to eliminate someone, you can simply remove, damage, or destroy their wristband, and they would be instantly teleported out of the field. Sounds fair enough. Damien wasn't worried as, at most, he would be facing high-level spirit ethereal realm guys, and even if the other team had an earth ethereal realm cultivator, he was confident of at least capturing at least one flag by himself. After all, the average cultivation level of both teams would be almost the same. Damien put the wristband on his wrist as the elderly man distributed them around. Just as he put it around him, he felt a faint connection to his soul plane. He understood that it was to transmit his location and cultivation level. Hey, we are in the same team. FYNN said as he peeked at Damien's wristband. Damien saw that the number 1 was displayed on the wristband, and the same number was displayed on FYNN's wristband as well. Well, I guess we would be sticking together for a while. Damien faintly smiled. Chapter 138. Damien found out that team members can send each other distress signals during the competition in case they need help. But he understood one fact that if one wanted to steal a flag from the rival team, they would have to steal their wristband but not destroy it. If it gets destroyed, no team will get the flag and will only eliminate the owner of the destroyed wristband. But obviously if one tries to destroy their own wristband, they will automatically surrender their flag to the other team if they had one. Through the wristband, Damien found his other team members. The other 3 members also approached Damien and FYNN. 2 of them were girls who looked 16, and the third one was a boy who looked 17. Damien recognized him as Cedric Clive, one of the candidates who received high praise from the Invigilator. His cultivation was at the Spirit Ethereal Realm level 10. Cedric had a disdainful look as soon as he laid his eyes on Damien and FYNN. He wrinkled his nose and said cynically, TCH, why do I have to get stuck with 2 trash like you two? Now I can only hope the other team also has weaklings like you. HMPH, don't think that you two can hug my thighs and get carried along. Better listen to my orders, or you two can stop dreaming about even getting past the gates of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Damien looked at him indifferently and didn't even respond, as it was not worth his time to argue with someone who was too arrogant and had less IQ than him. Previously, he at least admired him for his talent, but now he lost whatever respect he had for him. Damien reckoned that his ethereal cultivation might have been forcefully stacked up by using his family's resources. Based on his supercilious demeanor, Damien could guess that he must be coming from a reasonably wealthy family. Cedric then turned to the two girls and said with a saucy smile, "Pretty ladies, please stick close to me, and I can assure you we will have a smooth win. May I know your beautiful names?" The two girls seemed like friends and were at the Spirit Ethereal Realm level 5 and 6, respectively. They nodded with a fawning smile and said, "I am May, and this is Julia. We are pleased to be in your care, Sir Cedric." FYNN's face flared with anger as he muttered to Damien in an indignant tone, "He didn't have to be so rude like this. Even if he called me trash, Brother Damien does not deserve to be called like that. If Brother Damien had the same resources as him, I am sure you would have higher cultivation than him." Cedric's complexion became black as he said in a bitter tone, "What did you just say, you little mutt? Why don't you say it again for me?" Cedric was angered that a weakling dared to mock him in front of the girls. FYNN's expression turned pale as he unconsciously shrunk back. Even though FYNN had said in a low voice to Damien, Cedric was too near not to hear his words. "No, I didn't mean to." FYNN knew that Cedric was coming from the reputed Clive family, located on the eastern side of the Empire. He even heard that the members of that family were in prominent positions and had a say in decisions that affected the Empire. The last thing he wanted was to get on the bad side of people like Cedric, who could make things difficult for him if he managed to pass. His background was only a disadvantage for him in this place. He had come here alone as the only hope of his family and to pursue his dreams just like many other people. How could he dare to make enemies with influential people right before he even entered the Zeton Ethereal Foundation? The only way he could earn prestige for his family was by becoming someone of importance to the Empire. He was aware of his circumstances and regretted muttering those words on the spur of the moment. However, Cedric knew that the place he was currently in was not a place to stir up trouble blatantly. He said with a cold snort, "You better hope you don't pass with me. Otherwise." His lips curled up into a malicious smile. He then squinted his eyes as if he suddenly remembered something. "You are from the Clayton family, right? The Zirian dogs who threaten our Empire's peace. HMPH, be thankful that the Empire is still keeping you dogs alive and even giving you the chance to gain entry to this foundation. If it were me, I would slave and kill all Zirian dogs," Cedric spitefully said as he poked FYNN's chest. FYNN clenched his fist with his head downturned. His lips were shaking as he gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to retort but didn't dare to, as he knew that in the end, he was of the Zirian lineage and would be ostracized for it in the whole Empire. Damien noticed how even the two girls showed a nasty expression when Cedric said the word Zirian. He had read about the Zirians from the books in his villa's library. All he knew was that the Zirians were a race of humans who lived in the Zeton Empire for thousands of years, and they were also known as the Cursed Ones because of the strange grey mark on their forehead. The mark would only appear when they used their cultivation. He knew that they had once almost rebelled and overthrew the Zeton Empire to place themselves in power, but failed because of the Zeton Emperor, who was in power thousands of years ago. And the grey mark on their foreheads was proof of their rebellion and something to remind them of their mistakes. It was something the Zeton Emperor of that time did to make sure they never rebel again, as, if they ever held a single thought of rebelling and tried to act on it, then their cultivation would be immediately crippled. The grey mark would also pass to their descendants, and there was no escape from it. They also wouldn't be able to mix themselves with the Zetonians and have children. He had learned that many Zirians had died during the war. Still, those who were left were granted mercy by the Zeton Emperor and allowed to live among them as long as they don't commit the same mistakes again. But he didn't understand why they were still hated upon for something their ancestors did thousands of years ago. Damien stepped forward and calmly pushed away Cedric's hand. "That's enough. We are a team. How do you suppose we win when you are already harassing your teammate?" Although Damien was confident in himself, he had no idea what criteria the judges would judge their performance. Just to be on the safe side, he wanted his team to win. He also had no idea how the power levels would be distributed in the rival team. Cedric frowned and glared at Damien. He grabbed Damien's collar and said in a malign tone, "Are you a cursed one as him?" "Let go," Damien slowly said as he gave a death stare at him. Cedric felt a chill down his spine as he saw Damien's pitch-black eyes, which made him feel as if his surroundings were becoming gloomy and dark. FYNN grabbed Cedric's hands and pleaded, "Please let him go. He is not a cursed one. He is from the Rogue Empire." Cedric felt the elderly man's gaze and snorted as he took his hands off from Damien's collar. "HMPH, vermin surely keep each other company. But remember, I am not done with you two yet." He didn't look at them anymore and started flirting with the two girls. Flynn let out a sigh of relief, seeing that Cedric didn't cause any more trouble. He looked at Damien and said, "Brother Damien, you need not have defended me. Cedric might make things tough for you if you pass and get admitted. I am used to these sorts of things anyway. I don't want to offend him anymore lest I am unable to stay here. My family depends on me, and I can't let them down. Why should we be scared of him? His status can only bring him so far, and his performance in this institute would depend on only himself. We shouldn't let people like him bully us as if we bow before them once, then we would have to bow forever. If you don't want to be scared, work hard and surpass him. Don't let anyone tell you what you can't do. A stupid mark doesn't decide your worthiness. Only you can." Damien said with a smile. FYNN's face brightened up as he heard Damien's words. He now felt admiration and a bit of gratitude and said with a vigorous nod, "Brother Damien is right. I will prove to everyone that we Zirians can also be of importance to the Zeton Empire. I wouldn't let the mistakes of my ancestors bring me down." Damien nodded with a smile. He then asked curiously, "But why do these people still hate you all for something that happened thousands of years ago?" Chapter 139. FYNN raised his brows but relaxed as if he understood something and said, "Brother Damien, doesn't know? Well, I guess it's not a surprise as you are coming from the Rogue Empire. He looked around and checked to see if anyone was hearing in on their conversation and said in a cautious tone, actually, whatever I am going to say, it's best to not talk about it in public. There is an organization of insurgents known as the Forsaken, and it seems as if they exist for the sole purpose of destroying the Zeton Empire. Rumors say that they are made up of Zirian rebels who somehow found a workaround for the curse. These days they are not active, but more than just a decade ago, they attacked the Zeton Empire, and quite a lot of important officials and other people died that day. FYNN continued with a downward gaze, even though we are already ostracized. Because of that attack, everyone started looking at us as if we were traitors, and not a day went by where they didn't throw nasty remarks at us. I would get bullied and get beaten up, but unable to fight back. FYNN gritted his teeth. Why should we suffer just because a group of rebel Zirians seeks to destroy the only peace we have? Why can't they just be happy with the mercy the Zeton Empire had granted them? I came here not only because I want to elevate my family's status, but also to show that not all Zirians are like the insurgents. That we can also contribute to the Empire's welfare and not be seen as a threat to the Empire. His expression relaxed as he looked at Damien and said with an awkward chuckle, sorry for ranting, brother Damien. I hope you don't mind. Damien shook his head with a faint smile, it's fine. You must have gone through a lot, and it's perfectly okay to let out your frustrations. I just never thought such a powerful empire like the Zeton Empire still couldn't snuff out the rebels. FYNN said, the Forsaken is not a simple organization, and they are quite powerful. However, once they attack, they would lay silent for a few years. This pattern has been repeated all these years. And no one is allowed to talk about them or write anything about them. Because they don't want the people to give the Forsaken too much importance as it would only help their cause. Even such a strong empire has terrorists, seems like the Forsaken is truly not simple. Damien mused, but he didn't think further as it was of no concern to him. Asterisk blink asterisk suddenly Damien and FYNN's wristband lit up as it showed 3 lines, Team 1 vs Team 10. Seems like we are up against Team 10, FYNN said as he looked at his wristband. He continued with a nervous expression, phew, it's finally starting. I hope the other team has members with the same cultivation as ours. Else we would be forced to work with that Cedric. Damien chuckled, who needs that douchebag? You try to get hold of the farthest flag, and I would get the others. FYNN said with a perplexed expression, but how can we get those flags alone? Our cultivation is too weak unless we face off against someone with equal cultivation. Damien said in a thoughtful tone, they would most probably try to snatch the closest flags and might do it in a group just to be safe. If there is a loner, he or she would also go for the closest flag first. Remember, it doesn't matter if we win or lose, but make sure we give it all and not be scared to capture the flags even if we are up against someone stronger. You can send me a distress signal if there is an enemy, and I will rush to your location. FYNN was still puzzled and asked, but how can you still capture a flag on your own? At least I can wait for you to join me, but you would be going towards a flag where the enemy team might also be there. Damien smiled, trust me. If I say I will capture the flag, then I will do it. You only need to care about the farthest flag. You think you can do this? FYNN had no idea why Damien felt so confident when his cultivation was belonging to the weakest category. But he still nodded, all right. I guess it's better than sticking with Cedric. Soon, the 5 of them entered a teleportation formation, and they were suddenly transported to a vast open field with no one in sight except them. However, in Damien's mind, he got the location of all 3 flags, which were spread out across the field. The closest of them was at least 12 kilometers away, and the farthest one was 30 kilometers while the third one was 18 kilometers away. All 3 of them were in totally different directions, and both teams did not have any idea of the power distribution in the other team. Of course, the obvious and safest option in most of their minds was to group up and capture the flags. But they can never guarantee that some of the other team members would go alone and capture all 3 flags sooner. They could chase and steal from them, but the time limit was only 15 minutes. Asterisk ding asterisk Damien heard the sound and heard in his mind that the match had started. Cedric looked at Damien and FYNN and scoffed, HMPH, make sure you follow my, fuck off. Damien curtly said without even looking at him. He understood that cooperating with Cedric wouldn't get the team anywhere. He looked at FYNN and said, go. Let's do as we planned. FYNN nodded slowly and dashed off to the farthest flag located 30 kilometers away. Cedric bellowed, hey. You fucking pig. Cedric wanted to bash up Damien but knew that they were being monitored and watched by everyone on a big screen outside. His face became red with anger being insulted by a weakling from a lowly empire. With his elevated status, no one with inferior status had ever dared to cuss at him. He held his anger in and said in a cutting tone, fine. You want to play solo? Go ahead. But don't, yawn. Cedric was interrupted by Damien's loud and lazy yawn. Damien's eyes focused in a certain direction. The direction in which the second flag was located, 18 kilometers away. Damien cut off the origin seed connection to his lightning elemental seed. He saw that it turned bright purple, no longer giving off the jet black color. Asterisk was asterisk crackling purple lightning streaks danced on his body as he dashed off in a certain direction. Cedric and the girls had a dumbstruck expression just as soon as Damien left. Lightning seed. They screamed in their minds. Cedric now felt that it made sense why Damien seemed so unfazed. He knew even if Damien's cultivation was weaker, he would have more value than him in the long run, and the Zeton Ethereal Foundation might even pick him just for this reason alone. Jealousy and anger numbed his veins. He coldly harumphed and turned towards the girls, let's go. We don't have to care about what those idiots do. The audience on the outside and even the instructors all focused on one of the many screens. All of their eyes were glued on Damien's match, and they were surprised, just like Cedric. Many whispers were going around, and even the instructors seemed to discuss something with each other. Meanwhile, a few seconds before, in Team 10, 4 youngsters were standing meekly behind a rosy pink-haired girl who had a hand scythe wound around her arms. Chapter 140. Miss Valentina, what is the plan? Can we come with you? A girl asked in a low voice while the 2 boys beside her nodded, supporting her query. The 3rd boy didn't dare to make a single movement, and one side of his face was so swollen that he looked like a drowned pig with a red palm print imprinted on his cheek. Blood was leaking from his lips, but he was too shocked and scared to even let out a whimper. Valentina didn't even turn around, and her eyes were already locked on in a specific direction. She said brusquely, "No. I don't need anyone with me." But the girl wanted to say something but shut her mouth when she saw Valentina's stony glare and seeing the sharp hand scythe on her hand, she gulped. Despite how beautiful Valentina looked, she seemed like a demoness to these four youngsters. The three of them witnessed how the boy with the swollen face got slapped so hard that they thought thunder struck the ground, which even resounded across the whole area. Despite seeing the Azure token on her neck, the boy dared to make a move on her and ended up inviting Valentina's fury. The boy was at the Spirit Ethereal Realm level 10 while the other three were at the Nascent Ethereal Realm level 10. Despite such an astounding slap, no one dared to say anything, and even the instructor shrugged it off with a light warning. After that incident, those who had any plans of approaching Valentina immediately threw those plans down the drain. Asterisk ding asterisk just as the bell resounded, Valentina became invisible. What the hell, where is she? The four were confused about how she suddenly disappeared or where she went. Did she get teleported out? No way. Why would they do that? Probably because of the slap. One of the boys said as he looked at the swollen face of his teammate. Even 2 or 3 teeth were missing in his mouth. No, that's not it. They would have debarred her before, and they wouldn't do it anyway to such an important candidate. Or were you too blind enough to not see her flaunting off her Azure token? Guys. This is not the time to discuss these things. The match has already started. The audience was now wholly focusing on Team 1 and Team 10's match, especially when 2 interesting candidates popped out from both teams. One had a legendary lightning seed, while the other was very talented and had bizarre abilities like going invisible out of nowhere. Even the instructors assigned to proctor different matches couldn't help, but looked time and time again towards the screen on which Damien's match was being projected. Whew, first flag, done. Damien had captured the closest flag to his team's starting position. He had reached before Cedric and the girls because of his lightning speed, nor did he meet anyone from the rival team. He knew Cedric must have planned to take this flag first. He checked Cedric's location and found out that he had already changed his direction towards the second flag, as he had already captured the first one. I guess I should go for the farthest flag now. Damien thought that he would go and give backup to FYNN just in case. However, as he was going on his way, he got an alert from his wristband that the rival team had already taken the second flag. His team was too late. Only one person? Earth Ethereal Realm level 1? Damien hoped that the person wasn't who he thought it was and speeded off towards the person who captured the second flag. He noticed that Cedric and the girls were already following the one carrying the second flag. It seemed like they all were heading towards the third flag and about to clash with FYNN's path. FYNN's speed was slower, so the rest of his teammates were catching up with him. Asterisk ping asterisk damn, they even got the third flag? Damien saw that even the third flag was captured by the rival team and was trying to regroup with their lone teammate. Damien noticed 2 silhouettes rushing towards his position, and he instantly knew that those 2 were from the rival team who were planning to capture the first flag. However, he wasn't worried as the 2 boys coming towards him were only at the Nascent Ethereal Realm level 10. Damien didn't bother to stop, asterisk SWOOSH asterisk, huh? What just happened? The 2 boys were confused as they suddenly felt something touching their wrists and a sudden gust of wind brushing pasting their bodies. My wristband is gone. The boys were shocked as they looked at their wrists. However, before they could think about anything else, they disappeared as they got teleported out. Damien continued zooming towards the third flag, but he noticed that Cedric and FYNN already met up. Strangely, they seemed to have stopped moving and were still in the same position. He also saw that all 3 members of the rival team were already moving towards Cedric's location. Shit. What the hell are those 3 doing? Damien felt that something was going on, and he knew it wouldn't be long before they face off against the rival team. The rival team now had 2 flags, while Damien's had only 1. Soon enough, Damien reached FYNN's location, and his brows knit together when he saw that FYNN was lying on the ground bruised and battered with Cedric stepping on his face. You fucking Zyrian dog. We lost the second flag all because of you. Who told you to go for the third flag? Are you trying to bring me down as well? Cedric was maddened that he couldn't run off with the second flag before and hide till the time runs out. He knew that he wouldn't be able to face off against an Earth Ethereal Realm practitioner with his unstable cultivation base, nor was he skillful enough to even hold up against one. He also saw that the rival team had someone at the Spirit Ethereal Realm level 10. He wasn't brave enough to face those 2 from the rival team on his own. He speculated that they would lose now as the rival team will easily overpower Damien and snatch their only flag. FYNN cried out in pain, I am sorry, it wasn't my fault. They were too fast. Shut up you, but before Cedric could finish his sentence, he felt a suffocating gust of wind descending on him. Asterisk BAM, asterisk a loud sound of a punch resounded as if a meat bag got heavily hit. The skin on Cedric's face vibrated and rippled as Damien suddenly landed a speeding punch on his face. Cedric didn't even see it coming as Damien used his top speed to land a quick punch on him. Ah. Cedric flew a few dozen meters away with blood spurting from his mouth. The 2 girls were shocked when they saw Damien coming out of nowhere suddenly and thrashing Cedric. They didn't sense him in the slightest and wondered how he even caught up to them so fast with just his inferior cultivation. Are you okay, dude? Damien gave FYNN a hand, who was lying on the ground with a stunned look on his face. With an unfocused gaze, he stood up with Damien's support. Brother Damien, you just. FYNN rootlessly pointed towards Cedric, who was lying on the ground, groaning with pain. He felt like hitting himself on the head to make sure what he just saw wasn't his imagination. A nascent ethereal realm practitioner thrashing a peak-level spirit ethereal realm was not something he could imagine even in his dreams. It was true that Damien got Cedric off guard, but still, he was able to throw him off and stun him with such a punch. Asterisk thud asterisk however, before FYNN could think about anything else, he saw the 2 girls behind Damien suddenly falling on the ground and getting teleported. Damien frowned and turned around, they got eliminated? But he couldn't see anyone and wondered how 2 of his teammates suddenly got eliminated. Brother Damien. Damien turned around and saw that even FYNN got teleported away. Cedric was teleported as well. What the hell? Damien was perplexed at what was going on. All of a sudden, he was the last man standing. But suddenly, a bloody silhouette took form, and a rosy pink-haired girl came into Damien's sight. Damien's brows raised as the only thing he wished to not happen came true. Valentina? Chapter 141. When Valentina reached where Damien was, her body froze just as she recognized him. Before she reached his location, she had thought of eliminating everyone using her invisibility without having any need to fight and end the match quickly. She never thought it would be this easy, as so far she never even had to use her weapon to fight. But upon seeing Damien, she suddenly didn't know what to do. She remembered that she should pretend not to know him, but had no idea how she should exactly do that. Big brother, take my wristband. Valentina sent a mental transmission to Damien after she revealed herself before him. She had absolutely no plans on winning by defeating Damien, even if she was confident of defeating him. She would rather lose than see Damien lose and didn't want to fight him. Damien knew she would say something like this and spoke assertively. No way. You have to fight me, or it will mean you think that I am weak. Besides, people are watching us, and they will disqualify both of us if we do anything suspicious. Now fight and show me how powerful you are. Don't worry about anything and just take this whole thing as a game. Damien had no choice as he said those words because he knew Valentina wouldn't fight him seriously otherwise. Damien knew that even if he defeats Valentina, she would still get selected as they wouldn't let go of such a genius without even taking into account her status. Valentina bit her lips as her hand scythe manifested in her hands. She knew if she stalled any longer, the invigilators would get suspicious, just as Damien said, and didn't want Damien to get disqualified because of her. Just then, two of her remaining team members also reached the spot, and they saw Valentina facing off against Damien, who was only at the peak level nascent ethereal realm. Stand right there. This is my fight. Valentina said in a firm tone to her team members. Both of her team members were baffled how she could even call this a fight when she could simply swing her hand to defeat any number of nascent ethereal realm cultivators. They also knew that Valentina eliminated 4 members from Damien's team, and couldn't understand why she can't defeat Damien in the same fashion. They wondered why she even needed to have a face-off with Damien when she could eliminate him within just a blink of an eye. Damien didn't dare to underestimate Valentina and took out his sword, Nightfall. It was a long sword made of dark silver steel, and its razor-sharp tip would make people feel as if it could pierce and turn them into a sieve. The sword's crossguard had ornamental designs, and the hilt of the sword seemed to have a good grip. He knew Valentina's true combat prowess was not the same as her cultivation level, especially considering her talent in illusion laws. Her body was also too strong that it wasn't of a normal Earth Ethereal Realm level 1 cultivator's body. Damien knew that if she fought him in her terrifying ethereal beast form, his chances of winning would only reduce even further. This was the first time he was going to fight an ethereal practitioner using his sword. Valentina thought of purposefully losing to him but remembered Damien's words that if she does anything like that, then it was proof that she looked down on him, which was not something she wanted. Her expression became determined as she clutched her weapon tighter. Damien smiled and said aloud in a casual tone as if he was flirting, "Beautiful fairy, that's quite a weapon you go there. I hope I can defeat you without hurting an inch of your precious body." But inwardly, he chuckled, seeing her serious expression. He could guess the kind of thoughts going on in her mind and felt happy that he had someone like her in his life. Valentina strangely felt happy hearing his words as he had never talked like that to her, though she knew that he was simply pretending. The girl in Valentina's team wondered if Damien went mad to talk about defeating her and felt pity that he also was taken in by her beauty and trying to act manly before her. But the boy who got slapped earlier was looking forward to seeing Damien get thrashed just like him with an expression of schadenfreude on his face. But the audience, especially the proctors, speculated the reason why Valentina seemed cautious. They all were dumbstruck when they saw Damien send Cedric flying away with just a single punch. Damien's and Cedric's ethereal cultivation differed by a whole realm, but Damien somehow surmounted an entire realm and even caught Cedric off guard. They also were shocked by the speed at which Damien could move, a speed which even peak spirit ethereal realm cultivators can't achieve. They couldn't understand what was going on. Damien not only had the legendary lightning seed but can also surmount a whole realm. Even the proctors cross-checked many times if Damien was really at the nascent ethereal realm, but the fact was still the same. In order to make it more believable, they told themselves that it was just a once-in-a-million fluke, and probably Cedric was not feeling well. Meanwhile, far away in a simple pavilion, a sapphire-haired girl was looking at the huge screen before her. Her eyes were focused on Damien's figure on the screen. She waved her hands as she beckoned the maid near her. "You said he was coming from the Rogue Empire, right?" The maid bowed as she answered, "Yes, your highness." Damien Godwin, who exactly are you?" The girl muttered to herself as her brows knit together. "Big brother, here I come." Valentina mentally sent a transmission to Damien as she charged forward. Damien sighed with a smile, hearing her warning. He instantly zoomed forward, aiming for her wristband. Undying wrath. The ethereal energy aura on his body suddenly increased explosively at a frightening rate. His aura was still at the 10th level of the nascent ethereal realm, but the power being carried in his ethereal energy had already crossed the limits of nascent ethereal realm, and had neared the peak level of the spirit ethereal realm. But he knew that he would only be able to last around 15 minutes while using his anti-god arts, and that's without considering the usage of his ethereal arts. Valentina's teammates felt the change in his aura and were flabbergasted as they felt the thickness of Damien's ethereal energy rapidly skyrocketing. They sensed that it was not something that a nascent ethereal realm cultivator could emit. Valentina didn't falter as she already knew about Damien's explosive strength. She fell back and swung her hand scythe towards Damien to bind him with its chains. But just as her hand scythe bound around him, Damien's figure faded away as if he was never there in the first place. An afterimage. Valentina's brows raised when she realized that it was just an afterimage and instantly turned around. Cling. Valentina moved her hand instantly and protected her wristband from Damien's sword by locking his sword with her hand scythe. "Wow, your reaction time is improving." Damien smirked as he tried to apply more pressure with his sword on her sickle but was surprised that it didn't even budge. "Phew, she is too strong." Valentina smiled but reverted to her stiff expression as she knocked back Damien with her hand scythe. She gave a playful smile as she suddenly disappeared. Damien's brows raised as he shouted in his mind, illusion. Chapter 142. Damien instantly spread his soul perception the maximum he can. He knew Valentina's soul cultivation had already broken through to the late soul transformation stage. But he speculated that his soul should at least be comparable to hers even though his soul cultivation is only at the peak nascent soul stage. However, he couldn't still spot her. Did her soul prowess increase after comprehending her ethereal arts? Damien mused. He concentrated harder, and his brows pulled together when he sensed a sickle shooting towards him, aiming for his wristband. He swiftly blocked the sickle with his sword and deflected it, sending it back in a certain direction. Damn, this is too hard. Damien felt that it was too tiring to fight and spread his spiritual perception at the same time. Asterisk clang. 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 Clang, asterisk metal clanging sounds continuously resounded. The shockwave spread in the air as Valentina's hand side fiercely clashed with Damien's sword. Damien didn't try blocking her attacks directly as it would be too difficult. Instead, he deflected her attacks towards the empty air by skillfully using his sword. No matter which position she moved or the direction from which she attacked him, he was still able to deflect her hand side as if it was nothing. He realized that he could only sense Valentina or her weapon only when it was in a range near him, giving him only a short window to react. But outside, the audience was again startled seeing Valentina disappear. Another shocking fact was that Damien was still able to deflect her attacks without seeing her. All they saw was Damien swinging at the empty air and the sounds of metal clashing with each other, giving off bright sparks. The audience also increased as more and more disciples came to watch the show after being invited by their fellow disciples. After all, they had never seen such a bizarre fight between two super geniuses taking place, especially when one of them's cultivation was too inferior compared to the other. They already found out through rumors that Valentina was the personal disciple of alchemist Azrael and made sense how she had the Azure token, but they wondered from where a nobody like Damien was coming from and how no one knew about him despite having the remarkable lightning seed. It was only natural that news would spread out in the continent once someone with a lightning seed popped up. But they did not hear about anyone remotely named Damien nor any news about his prowess. But seeing him fight, they were sure that he must have been nurtured by at least a decent family, and news of his lightning seed should have spread throughout the continent. The only reason no one found out could be that whoever nurtured him kept his skills hidden. Still, they couldn't understand why, as everyone would let their doors open to take in Damien as their disciple. Who wouldn't want to nurture a young genius with a lightning seed? Valentina finally stopped striking at Damien as it wasn't much effective. Her eyes glinted as she vigorously swung her hand scythe not at Damien but simply in the air. 5 beams of blood in the shape of the sickle of her hand scythe shot out from her weapon as those beams stormed towards Damien. She had finally made use of her ethereal arts to attack and was confident that Damien would find it hard to handle them. But she was prepared to dissolve those blood beams the moment she thinks that Damien can't deflect them. Damien's brows pulled together, seeing those blood-curdling beams shooting towards him out of nowhere. Purple lightning crackled around his body as he swiftly moved his hand to deflect all 5 blood beams. Asterisk TCH. 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 Asterisk the ground behind Damien cleaved a few inches as all 5 blood beams struck the ground. So fast. Valentina was surprised how fast Damien's movements were as she knew best the speed at which her blood beams shot towards him. However, she didn't get discouraged and burned more of her ethereal energy as she condensed 20 blood beams using her weapon, and sent them shooting towards Damien. A droplet of sweat dripped down his forehead when he suddenly saw 20 sharp blood projectiles charging towards him at a terrifying speed, out of thin air. Lightning streaks crackled across his body again as he prepared to move towards a different direction to dodge her attacks. But he was surprised when half of the blood beams were still following him even after moving in a different direction, while the other half already curved through the air, surrounding him, making him unable to dodge them. Forced to face those blood beams, he prepared to deflect them. However, when he tried to deflect the closest blood beam, his eyes widened. An illusion? Damien's sword didn't deflect it but instead went through it, making him lose his balance. It was too late when he realized that the blood beam was not real. But he quickly recovered and drew a slash in a semicircular fashion with his sword well imbued in it. Asterisk rip asterisk the air and most of the blood beams got ripped apart as soon as Damien's slash ripped through them, while some of them were mere illusions. But asterisk slash asterisk arg. Damien was shocked when he felt 2 of the blood beams ruthlessly slashing his back, which sent him flying a few dozen meters. Even his defensive ethereal energy was completely dispersed, and his skin was lacerated by the blood beams. Big brother. Valentina screamed mentally to Damien as she rushed towards him, revealing herself. Tears already welled up her eyes, feeling remorse and regret what she did. She couldn't stop all of her attacks in time as she thought that Damien could cut through all her attacks. She could only barely disperse a handful of her blood beams in that short time. She hadn't fully gotten used to the control of her ethereal arts as it was only recently she comprehended them. The audience was at the edge of their seats watching this unbelievable match, and they didn't even care to look at the matches of the other teams. When they saw those blood beams, they wondered what kind of elemental seed could produce something like that. And when they saw Damien getting struck, they all thought it was over, and it was only a matter of time before Valentina removed his wristband. But they admired him and was still astonished that he could still hold off Valentina for this long considering his lowly cultivation. Damien seemed to be getting suppressed by Valentina as he couldn't even attack her without knowing her position. And being barraged by her attacks, which were coming out from thin air, he could only defend and deflect them in the meanwhile. I am fine, don't get too close. Don't do anything suspicious, remember we are being watched. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Damien mentally said to Valentina. Valentina bit her lip and stopped herself. But her heart quivered as she saw the bloody slashes on his back and saw him slowly getting up. She was this close to surrendering her wristband to him and end this match. But held back in consideration of his feelings. But nice one Valentina, I never thought you would hide invisible blood beams among the others. Good, you are truly powerful. Damien's eyes became firm as bright purple lightning streaks enveloped his sword and grew more intense by each second, letting out an intimidating aura. I guess it's time I fought you for real, Damien said as he smiled. Chapter 143. Valentina was surprised that Damien wasn't serious before. She quickly recovered herself and went invisible. Heh, you can't escape from me, Damien smirked as he fiercely swept his sword in the air. Star illuminating vortex. An intense and bright vortex of purple lightning escaped from his sword as it became larger and moved towards the ground. The ground ruptured and got shredded as the debris got sucked into the whirling tornado of lightning. A huge pressure descended on Valentina and found it hard to move in the opposite direction while slowly getting pulled towards the vortex. Even the air was not left alone and got ripped apart as if a sword was cutting through them. As Damien's sword will was imbued in his attack, it was more powerful than it should be. Damien had executed the third stage of his lightning ethereal arts, the one he had only comprehended recently. Her invisibility became unstable as her figure became erratically tangible while trying to become invisible again. Her feet dragged through the ground as she struggled to free herself from the strong pull emanating from the powerful vortex of lightning. Even her soul energy was burning faster as she was trying her best to assume her invisibility again. She already required immense concentration and soul energy to maintain her invisibility, but now things were harder than before. Damien spotted Valentina's teammates standing at a certain distance away with their mouths wide open in shock. He knew that there wasn't much time left before the match became over. He took in a deep breath and exerted more of his depleted ethereal energy as his sword got engulfed in purple lightning again. Star illuminating vortex. Valentina's teammates saw a 3-meter-tall intimidating vortex of lightning heading towards them, wreaking havoc on everything in its path. Their eyes bulged in shock, and they could feel a sharp and piercing aura emanating from it as it slowly got closer towards them. They tried to run, knowing that it was too powerful for them to resist, especially when one of them was just a mere nascent ethereal realm ethereal practitioner. Ah! Within a moment, the girl who was at the nascent ethereal realm got pulled towards the vortex as her feet left the ground. Her face paled in horror, losing control over her body as the intense vacuum force drew her towards the lightning vortex forcefully. She frantically removed her wristband and got teleported before she even got swept in by the terrifying vortex of lightning. How could someone as weak as her care about the match when Damien's oppressing vortex could easily shred her to bits? The only remaining one was the boy, who was already on the ground as his body dragged through the ground and towards the violent vortex of lightning. No! He screamed as he hysterically flailed his limbs, trying his best to escape. He even tried using his movement ethereal arts, but it was absolutely of no use. Despite his cultivation, which was at the 10th level of the spirit ethereal realm, he was literally helpless. Just like the girl, he also removed his wristband and got teleported before he could get sucked into the wild whirlpool of lightning. TCH, damn, I lost it. Damien clicked his tongue in frustration as he couldn't get the flag the boy had in his wristband. Since it got destroyed in the vortex, Damien wasn't able to get the flag. Now both Valentina and Damien had only one flag each and also for their team. Valentina rooted herself on the ground with her feet not to get pulled into the vortex. She managed not to get sucked into the raging lightning vortex and even slowly started moving away from it because of her powerful body. Damien was impressed that she was able to resist getting pulled into his vortex. He was sure that if it was any other Earth Ethereal Realm Level 1 cultivator, it would only be a matter of time before they got sucked into it. The only advantage his attack brought him was that it forced Valentina out of her invisibility. He was sure that it must be taxing for her to maintain her invisibility. He saw that Valentina was about to escape from the pull of his vortex, and the vortex was about to dissipate as it was running out of ethereal energy. Gah! With a loud bellow, Damien swung his sword again. He sent another lightning vortex behind Valentina so that she would be surrounded by 2 lightning vortexes, making it harder for her to escape. He also sent his ethereal energy towards the vortex that was about to dissipate so that it wouldn't disperse away. Ha, ha. Damien was thoroughly exhausted as he used too much of his ethereal arts coupled with the burden from his anti-god arts. He was sure that if he had used his origin seed to execute his ethereal arts, then he wouldn't have lasted this long, nor would he have been able to send 3-star illuminating vortex in such a short time. Valentina gritted her teeth as the suctioning force doubled and surrounded her from both sides. Sweat ran down her exquisite skin as her rosy pink hair flounced in the air which made her look like a raging goddess. She saw Damien slowly coming towards her with a smug smile. As the vortex was made from his ethereal energy, it wouldn't affect him unless he comes into direct contact with it. Although Valentina's expression looked as if she was pissed off, her ruby red eyes gleamed with awe and pride that Damien was so strong. Pretty fairy, I did my best not to hurt you. Now be a good girl and don't resist as I remove your wristband. Damien said aloud, but mentally he said to her, remember, in a fight, you never give up without giving your all. The audience was rendered speechless as all their mouths were wide open, seeing the sudden turn of events. Only a few moments ago, Damien was lying on the ground like a beaten dog. But as soon as he got up, it was like he was not the same person who kept being suppressed by Valentina. Now the one being suppressed was shockingly Valentina while being forced to listen to his frivolous words. An Earth Ethereal Realm practitioner struggling against a nascent Ethereal Realm? How absurd and illogical. Even all the proctors' eyes popped out seeing this dumbfounding match. In their countless years of following the ethereal way and teaching, they had never heard or seen such a thing. Exceptional geniuses, freaks, monsters, they had no words to describe these two with the abilities they have shown. They had no doubt no one with the same cultivation as theirs can even dream about defeating them. Valentina saw that she was only a few seconds away from getting struck by the ravaging lightning vortices. She looked at Damien's eyes and smiled. Her blood moved about vigorously as she revolved her remaining ethereal energy through her body. Valentina's bloody aura suddenly became more heavy and thick, making Damien feel as if he was in front of a bloodthirsty demoness. However, his eyes widened when he saw Valentina's body emitting vapors as if her whole body was burning hot. Her lips slowly moved as she muttered, bloody desolation of life. What the hell? Chapter 144. Valentina waved her hand side upwards and fiercely struck it towards the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk an ear-deafening explosion sounded out as an overwhelming blast of ethereal blood energy from her weapon and body channeled outwards, towards all sides, and even dissipated Damien's lightning vortices because of the pure force behind her blood blast. Craters formed on the ground as shockwaves passed through it, and he felt the ground shaking fiercely. Purple lightning streaks danced on Damien's body as he quickly moved hundreds of meters backward. But the enormous thrusting and explosive force rammed Damien flying. However, he somehow regained his balance while protecting himself from the shockwaves with his defensive ethereal energy. But he still felt as if his head was rammed and felt a bit dizzy as he couldn't completely avoid the shockwaves. Goddamn, what sheer power! Damien was astonished, experiencing the oppressive force behind Valentina's blood blast. He also saw that his lightning vortices, which he had sacrificed a lot of his ethereal energy for, had already been dispelled. Luna, just what kind of ethereal arts did you give her? Why don't I have something like that? Damien asked in a sulky tone, pretending to be hurt that his ethereal arts didn't have an area of effect type of attacks. Luna harumphed, HMPH, don't be too hasty. You have only comprehended 3 stages of your ethereal arts, and you don't know what the rest of them can do. Besides, don't forget the difference between your cultivation and hers. You both are able to suppress each other so far even though you wouldn't have stood much chance had she assumed her ethereal beast form. Wow, she is that powerful, huh? Damien was glad that Valentina was more powerful than he imagined. He saw how the ground was completely wasted from the blast, and he was sure that without his movement skill, he would have been knocked out, suffer internal injuries and have his ethereal energy scattered. But what surprised him was that the blood on the ground was sizzling as steam from it escaped into the air. She can make her ethereal blood energy hot. Damien didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he made contact with the blood directly. He knew that he wouldn't even be qualified to face off against her if it weren't for his ethereal arts, especially his ethereal skill, Mirage of Myriad Phantasms. Without his insane speed, he wouldn't have been able to dodge her dreadful blood beams nor deflect them fast enough. Valentina knew about Damien's shocking speed and wasn't worried that her blood blast would injure him. Her true purpose was to disperse Damien's lightning vortices and regain complete freedom of her body. However, Valentina already started feeling tired, and her chest was heavily heaving as she took deep breaths. She had used a significant amount of her ethereal energy to release that terrifying blood blast, and it was an ethereal skill that demanded heavy usage of her ethereal energy. Damien's condition was worse than hers, especially with the 2 bloody slashes on his back. He felt as if he could hardly keep up his undying wrath any longer and knew that using one more ethereal skill was out of the question. Valentina never thought that it would be so exciting and thrilling to face off against Damien. She thought that she had grown more powerful than before but was still surprised that Damien wasn't easy to face, despite the difference in their cultivation levels. Valentina and Damien looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces as they stood more than 100 meters apart. The audience was almost on their feet as the match was too nerve-wracking for them to sit relaxed in their seats. They had lost count of the times they had got shocked seeing Damien's and Valentina's astonishing abilities. They literally felt terror in their hearts when they saw that terrifying explosive attack and wondered if Damien would even survive. However, they were shocked at the staggering speed at which Damien escaped from the blast. They were 100% sure that if any of them were in Damien's position, they would be lucky to even have one of their bones left intact. The audience, including the proctors, wondered what kind of ethereal skills they were using and from which prestigious family they got them from. They speculated that Valentina got hers from Alchemist Azrael but wondered where Damien got them from, especially when lightning ethereal arts were so rare than even blue spirit stones. Damien and Valentina both nodded at each other in understanding. They charged towards each other, with Damien brandishing his sword and Valentina twirling her hand scythe fiercely. Valentina jumped and spun her body in the air as she hurled her long hand scythe towards Damien. Cling, but before her hand scythe could even travel further from her, Damien had already zoomed near her. He caught her hand scythe with his knifefall as the chains of her hand scythe wound around his sword. Valentina's brows raised as she didn't expect that Damien could be this fast. Damien smiled as he swiftly circled her, binding her with the chains of her hand scythe. Just as he bound her, he pulled her towards him as she fell back on his chest. Next time, always maintain a long distance when fighting speedsters like me with a long-ranged weapon, Damien smirked as he wound his arms around her neck with his sword held near her neck. Valentina felt her blood prancing around as she was held so close to him in such a situation. No matter how many times he embraced her, each time, she would feel a sense of happiness that made her feel as if she could lie forever in his embrace and not realize the time passing. However, she quickly cleared her thoughts as she knew this was not the time to get cozy in his embrace. The chains around her body dissolved into liquid blood suddenly. A blood-red katana manifested from the dissolved blood, which immediately came in between Damien's sword and her neck. She forced her way out of Damien's hold by using her katana to push away his sword. Damien wasn't surprised that she could use a katana as he had taught her how to use a close-ranged weapon in case she found herself in a tight situation. But his hand moved like lightning and swiftly wrested out her katana from her hand, using his knifefall. How could Valentina possibly contend against Damien using just her sword at close range? The tip of his sword pointed against her neck, but Valentina smugly smiled at him. Damien furrowed his brows as he felt a warm liquid wrapping around his body. Clang, damn. Damien's body got tightly bound by the blood that was lying on the ground. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by blood on the ground, making it a perfect playground for Valentina. His limbs were now tightly bound by thick strands of blood, and fortunately for Damien, Valentina cooled down the blood to not scald his skin. His wristband also got removed by one of the strings of blood, and he saw it getting carried over to Valentina as she caught it in her palm. I won. She smiled proudly as her eyes gleamed. Ding, the bell resounded in the field, but Damien playfully winked as he said, is that so? Indeed, I cannot bear to defeat a charming fairy like you, but that doesn't mean I would let you defeat me. I may not always win, but I never lose. Valentina frowned and looked at her wrist. Her eyes became round as she saw that her wristband was missing. When? She muttered and looked at Damien's left hand, and she saw her wristband being tightly held in his hand. You took it earlier, she said as she pointed at him with an incredulous expression. She couldn't believe how she didn't even sense her wristband being snatched away while Damien held her. She wondered if it was because Damien's moves were smooth enough not to let her notice or because she got distracted for a moment. Damien got free as Valentina retracted the strings of blood from his body, and he chuckled, I guess there is no winner or loser among us. Valentina smiled, feeling satisfied with how things ended up. Their bodies flashed as they got teleported outside. Most of the people in the audience who were standing fell back on their seats as the electrifying match finally came to an end, and their nerves were finally able to relax. but their faces had an incredulous expression as they found it mind-boggling that a face-off, which logically should have ended with Valentina easily beating Damien black and blue, ended in a draw. Chapter 145. Just as Damien appeared outside, he saw FYNN rushing towards him with an elated and awed expression. Brother Damien, you are so awesome. I didn't know you were so powerful despite having the same cultivation as mine. How is this possible? Damien chuckled. Didn't I tell you that I would at least get one flag? FYNN now had a bit of reverence towards Damien and already saw him as an extraordinary genius because of his lightning seed, and his ability to fight practitioners way stronger than him. He also felt immense gratitude that Damien didn't hesitate to hit Cedric, something he wouldn't even dare to try, even if a knife was held against his neck. How could someone without any backing dare to face the consequences of even causing a scratch on an influential person like Cedric? But Damien didn't care about all that. All he wanted was to teach Cedric a lesson, and that he did. He quickly popped in a star-soothing pill to heal his back. Instructor Neil, please obtain justice for this poor candidate who was sneak-attacked despicably by that Damien. Neil cried out aloud before the instructor, who proctored Damien's match. Half of his face was so swollen that no one would recognize him as the young master of the Clive family. Damien turned around and saw that his team and every team from all groups were here, including their proctors. He also realized that Cedric seemed to know the proctor of his group, Instructor Neil. He saw Instructor Neil looking towards him with a firm expression as he opened his mouth. Damien Godwin, what is your explanation for the heavy-handed deed you displayed during the match? Explanation? Damien maintained a straight gaze as he continued. I simply stopped him from attacking our teammate, and shouldn't you be asking him for what he did to FYNN? Wrong. I accidentally applied too much ethereal strength without taking into account his nascent ethereal realm cultivation. Instructor Neil, you can understand how hard it is to control my strength considering our cultivation difference. I merely wanted to admonish FYNN for not listening to my instructions and being reckless to act on his own. If he can't even listen to someone with more experience than him, how is he fit to become a disciple of this prestigious establishment? I, however, apologize for my unintentional actions. Cedric said in an apologetic tone as if he was truly sorry for what he did. Instructor Neil nodded with an approving smile and again turned towards Damien. Cedric has already apologized for his mistake. But the behavior you displayed is not something a potential disciple of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation should show. You don't even seem to reflect on what you did, and that is enough to disqualify you on the spot. Regardless, because of your extraordinary performance towards the end, I will officially admit you to the bronze batch. Cedric will be admitted to the gold batch, and FYNN Clayton will be disqualified for not working as a team. He said in a stringent tone, but Damien noticed a speck of disdain within his eyes. Instructor Neil didn't want to punish Cedric as his elder brother was someone from the elite batch and was a genius, unlike Cedric. Even though he was a bronze batch instructor, he was on good terms with Cedric's elder brother, Roy Clive. Roy Clive's father was one of the 50 supreme generals. He commanded thousands of soldiers under his wing. He also had a good influence over some important matters of the empire. He would receive expensive gifts and was especially told to take care of his younger brother and make sure he at least gets into the gold batch. He also knew how influential Cedric's family was, but at the same time, he couldn't disqualify Damien as it was not every day someone with an abnormal talent came. Besides, he was sure that the Zeton Ethereal Foundation wouldn't let go of someone like Damien. FYNN's expression became crestfallen, and his lips quivered, feeling all his hopes and dreams dashed. This is not right. Damien was more pissed off seeing the unscrupulous favoritism. He pulled the dejected FYNN near him and said in a loud voice, look at the bruises on his face and the injuries on his body. Is this something that happened by accident? I thought the Zeton Ethereal Foundation showed no bias or prejudice against anyone. Is this the example you want to set by disqualifying someone unfairly? If anyone has to be disqualified, we all know who it is. Damien pointed towards Cedric as he finished talking. He even held his own against an Earth Ethereal Realm practitioner, and the proctor wanted to put him in the bronze batch. How ridiculous! Damien roared inwardly and wasn't surprised that the proctor was probably bribed. But that doesn't mean he would let people walk over him without a fight. Insolent! Who do you think you are to lecture me on how to disqualify candidates? Which place do you think you are standing at now? This is the Zeton Ethereal Foundation's esteemed grounds, and whatever I say is the rule here. I decide who qualifies and who doesn't. If you continue your impudent behavior, I would be forced to disqualify you as well. Instructor Neil said with a glare. No. If you disqualify him, then I also don't want to join such an institution where people are unfairly disqualified. Valentina stepped out with a dark expression. Instructor Neil's expression became taut when he saw Valentina defending Damien. He knew Valentina was the personal disciple of the potentially most talented alchemist in the world, and the only one who could supreme tier pills. And if it turned out that he was the reason that Valentina didn't join their establishment, he was sure that losing only his job was not the worst that could happen. It would also be an insult to the Zeton Ethereal Foundation that a super genius like her didn't believe in their institute's values. Or worse, Alchemist Azrael got offended and thought that the Zeton Ethereal Foundation does not live up to its reputation. He was sure if that was the case, then the higher-ups would definitely get involved, and he would have to face their temper all alone. Alchemist Azrael's status obviously was more important than a supreme general, as someone like Azrael cannot be replaced. Even if he forgot about her backing, Valentina was a girl wonder whose potential was unimaginable. How could he let the Zeton Ethereal Foundation lose two of the most promising candidates? But at the same time, he didn't want to offend Cedric either, as he had received a lot from his family. He would have to face their fury as well if he couldn't even take care of an important member of their family. He was stuck in a dilemma as he tried to think of a solution quickly. But just like many others gathered there, he couldn't understand why Valentina wanted to defend Damien. They were both unrelated, and the difference in their statuses was like heaven and earth. One was the personal disciple of the exalted alchemist Azrael, while the other was a nobody from the weak Rome Empire. Did she fall for his strength and charisma? That was the question that popped up in their minds, thinking that Valentina was taken in by how Damien forced her to a draw, despite the difference in strength. Most men clenched their lips when they saw Valentina favoring Damien and going so far for him. They scratched their skin with their nails in jealousy, remembering how Damien made skin contact with her and hugged her even though it happened in the middle of their fight. They all thought that a beautiful maiden like her was smitten by Damien's flirting. Some were so desperate that they would gladly get whipped 50 times just to touch her feet. Damien wanted to send a mental transmission to her to not defend him as he can handle it. Still, he didn't want to risk sending one as there can be experts who can listen in on his transmissions. Cedric turned towards Valentina and said in a pitiful tone, "Fairy Valentina, Instructor Neil is only doing his duty. Look at what that rowdy Damien did to me. How can we let someone so crude like?" Valentina coldly glared at him and said in a cutting tone, "Don't open your filthy mouth, you imbecile." Damien had taught her some words she could use to cuss on people she doesn't like and the choice of words she should use depending on the kind of people she was dealing with. Valentina felt good cursing at someone who bothered Damien. What, Fairy Valentina, you don't have to be this rude," Cedric said in a disgruntled tone, and he could feel dozens of gazes filled with mockery and sneer landing on him. "Ha ha ha ha." Damien let out a loud roar of a laugh with his hand on his belly and said in a mocking tone, "Cedric, how can you be so thick-faced to still stand here even when Fairy Valentina holds the same opinion as us? You are not even man enough to own up to your wrongs. Are you even a man? You are not only as useless as your cultivation base but also the junk between your legs." Cedric heard even more sounds of snickers among the crowd, especially the giggles of some girls. He clenched his fists as he felt that he lost all his face, being insulted and shamed in front of the whole audience, not only by Valentina but someone of a lower status like Damien. But he didn't dare to retort as he was not a complete idiot not to realize that Valentina's status was higher than him. He knew she would interject and ridicule him more if he says something to Damien. Instructor Neil pressed his lips together and said in a scathing tone, "Damien, that's enough. How can you bitterly shame your fellow candidate in front of everyone? How are you fit to be a disciple of my Zeton Ethereal Foundation with this attitude?" Damien's expression didn't change, and he said casually, "Oh, I apologize for my bitter but truthful words. You qualified Cedric for the gold batch and stated that I was not fit to be a disciple of this institution. I then wonder if someone who unfairly and viciously bullied their teammate and literally didn't even contribute, or try to gain victory for us is fit to be a disciple? If the Zeton Ethereal Foundation only needs people like Cedric, then I would rather not join." Far away, the sapphire-haired girl's expression changed as she heard the unjust verdict from Instructor Neil. She took out a messaging talisman and said in a serene voice, "Senior Leon, you must be witnessing the charade going on. I request your help." An aged and calm voice sounded from the other side, "But your highness, are you sure he is the one?" "Yes, I am sure no one else can match the description," he had said. Chapter 146. Instructor Neil fumed in anger inwardly, seeing that Damien dared to talk back at him. Not even the disciples from the gold batch would behave brazenly with him. Although he was an instructor who taught bronze batch disciples, it doesn't mean that one wouldn't dare to give him face. He inwardly knew Cedric was the one who was in the wrong, and what Damien said was justified. But circumstances were not in his favor, and he felt tongue-tied as Damien forced him to a corner. If he let Damien leave then, that would also mean the Zeton Ethereal Foundation would lose two extremely genius practitioners as Valentina also would follow suit. The other proctors didn't but in as they also didn't want to get involved in a messy situation and already got orders to stay put. FYNN said anxiously, "Brother Damien, don't say like that. Getting into bronze batch is not bad, and you can later jump up to higher batches once you are in. Don't throw away this chance because of my dispute with Cedric. Don't worry. I know what I am doing," Damien said with a faint smile. "Instructor Neil, I will take it from here." A mild voice came from outside of the crowd. The voice was very calm and gentle but completely buried the crowd's jabber as each of his words resounded in the ears of everyone present there. The crowd split apart, and even all the proctors deeply bowed as they saw an old man in simple azure robes descending from the skies. His body carried a sage-like disposition and naturally exhibited an elegant demeanor. He looked kind with a faint smile on his face, and his gaze was steady as a calm ocean. Headmaster L. Leon. Just as they all saw the azure-robed old man descending on the platform, everyone got restless as they all knew that he was not only the headmaster of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, but also the guildmaster of the Rising Sun Trading Guild. Of course, the most awe-inspiring fact was that he was one of the very few supreme existences in the Zeton Empire. Guildmaster Leon? Damien was surprised that Leon Zeton was also the headmaster of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. He wondered how knowledgeable and skilled he must be to manage two of the most important establishments in the Empire. Instructor Neil didn't dare to make eye contact with Leon Zeton, and kept on bowing in reverence even though Leon Zeton had gestured everyone to rise. "Forgive me, headmaster." Aye, it's fine." Leon Zeton interjected calmly and continued, "Just remember to meet me later after this assessment." Fear and trepidation cloaked his soul, and beads of sweat flowed down his face as he saw Leon Zeton say those words without any change in his expression. He knew that things wouldn't end well for him today. He quietly moved back without letting out a single word. Cedric gulped, seeing that things were not going as he wanted. He wanted to say something but couldn't let a single sound from his throat as he felt Leon Zeton's gaze on him for a brief moment. He knew that the headmaster was not someone who would entertain his tricks and schemes. Leon Zeton looked at Valentina and greeted her with a gentle smile. Valentina also greeted him back with a faint smile. He then looked at Damien as he scrutinized him while stroking his long white beard. "Damien Godwin, is it?" he asked in an amiable voice. Damien gave a respectful bow as he said, "Yes, Headmaster Leon." Without anyone telling me, I already know what happened here exactly. Without further ado, I will personally decide who all qualified from Team 1. I assume everyone here doesn't have any objections. Leon Zeton said in an unmoving voice as he again glanced at Cedric. Cedric stumbled backward and didn't dare to raise his head. He still looked down with his eyes staring at the ground as his teeth chattered. No one from the crowd, including the proctors, let out any sound, and they felt as if they were trapped inside an ocean feeling his gaze flow over them. Why would they say anything when they knew that he simply asked for the sake of it? He had every right to make the final decisions if he wanted to. Damien also kept quiet to see how things were going to unfold. The whole plaza was now as silent as a grave as they waited in anticipation of how things were going to end up. Seeing that he had their complete attention, he continued, good. What Damien did was heavy-handed and is not something we encourage our disciples to do. But, helping your fellow teammate when they are down is a value we encourage and try to instill in our disciples. Despite having the most powerful cultivation in the team, Cedric Clive didn't display any qualities of a good leader. Instead, he tried to force your decisions on others in an ill-mannered way. An example of good teamwork is what we saw between Damien and FYNN. It was a good decision on Damien's part to send someone with the lowest cultivation towards the farthest flag. At least he would have been able to scout information for his team. And despite knowing that the flag was in the hands of an Earth Ethereal Realm cultivator, FYNN didn't retreat, showing how determined and courageous he was. Courage and determination are some of the most important values that even some geniuses lack and take for granted, preventing them from achieving great things. Even if your cultivation seems weak now doesn't mean you will forever stay at the bottom. At FYNN's age, I was even weaker than him in cultivation. It was not because I had heavenly talent nor the backing of a wealthy family, but my perseverance and dedication that carried me this far. If we don't have talent, we create our own through sheer hard work. No one has the right to decide the height of our growth, but ourselves. Damien was astounded hearing that Leon Zeton was weaker than FYNN when he was the same age as his. He didn't expect that Leon Zeton was coming from humble origins and speculated that he must have been bestowed with the surname Zeton by the Emperor for his exemplary achievements. However, he had faintly guessed that before seeing how Leon Zeton didn't have sky blue hair like the imperial family of the Zeton Empire. FYNN felt deeply motivated hearing Leon Zeton's words, and his reverence for him increased seeing how he reached such an exalted position from nothing. He couldn't imagine how hard Leon Zeton must have worked during his time as a youngster. Leon Zeton's gaze landed on Cedric as he continued, sheer arrogance and your family's resources can only carry you so far. To continue the rest of your journey, pursuing the ethereal way depends on your own hands. I won't waste any more time lecturing you all as what I said was something you all already know but forget time and time again. I hereby admit Damien Godwin into the elite batch for his stellar performance. FYNN Clayton won't be disqualified, but instead, he will join the bronze batch this year for the promising potential he had shown. As for Cedric Clive, he would have to undergo another assessment that would be conducted by an instructor privately post, which he would be admitted into the bronze batch if he passes. But he wouldn't step a foot inside the gates of my Zeton Ethereal Foundation without submitting a written apology to FYNN Clayton for viciously beating him up and providing suitable compensation to him. And if he does any transgressions after joining, he would be immediately expelled no matter what. Leon Zeton said in a blunt tone as his voice traveled to every corner of the plaza. Damien was impressed seeing how Leon Zeton handled the whole matter elegantly without leaving out any loose corners. Leon Zeton looked at the proctors standing in a reverential pose before him. He said with a smile, I believe I am done here. You all can carry on with the assessments. I apologize for the interruption. Not at all, headmaster. They cried out as if they were kids under the admonishing gaze of an adult. We are the ones who should apologize for making your esteemed self come all over here for such futile matters. We promise to make sure our incompetency is not repeated. Leon Zeton chuckled, good, good. Within just a moment, a gentle aura swept across the whole plaza as his figure disappeared into thin air. Cedric Clive slumped on his knees as his clothes were already drenched with sweat thinking about the shame he had brought upon his family, and how his father was going to bash him up. Unlike his elder brother, who was very fond of him, his father had only disdain for him. He viciously looked at Damien and then at Valentina as he mumbled to himself in a macabre tone, HMPH. My elder brother will make you both pay. Chapter 147. Damien admired that at least the headmaster didn't seem corrupt on the outside anyway, as he even didn't hesitate to offend the Clive family just to admit him into the elite batch. He wondered if his talent seemed very astonishing to the point that the headmaster wanted to take him in as a student, or whether it was because of Valentina. The assessment resumed just as Leon Zeton left and the proctors were reading out the results. Valentina obviously made it into the elite batch, but her eyes were darting towards Damien time and time again. She knew Damien had star-soothing pills in his hand and saw him taking one. But she still wanted to check up on him and make sure his injuries were not hurting. The assessment soon ended, and only a small fraction of the remaining candidates passed. The young ethereal practitioners who passed were naturally jumping with joy. Some even got emotional as they started wailing like kids while covering their faces. Damien chuckled seeing the scene around him, and he could feel some gazes of envy and admiration on him while some even started to revere him for getting into the elite batch. They knew now that he got into the elite batch, he would become a well-known figure or powerhouse in the future. Possibly he could even become one of the supreme existences of the Empire and can cause waves across the continent. Most of the girls' eyes twinkled as they gazed at Damien's lethally charming face, and even some of the disciples approached him while fending off the girls who had recently passed. As they got closer, they even pushed away FYNN, who had his mouth agape seeing the senior girls approaching Damien. A girl approached him while few girls followed behind her, stealing glances at Damien. Hello there, junior brother Damien. This senior sister's name is Susie. I am a second-year gold disciple. Even though you have got into the elite batch, you could face some difficulties as you are new to everything. So, if you ever need any help, you know where to look. Damien knew that all the batches had 4 years of study in total. Once they finished 4 years of studies, they would graduate from the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Susie, you dare to lay your eyes upon someone who our senior sister Denisa already has eyes on? A girl around 19 years old and with a haughty expression walked in from the side with few girls behind her. Rosie, what the hell are you doing here? He is mine. I got to him first. Susie said as she glared at Rosie. Sigh, some things never change. Damien didn't know whether to cry or laugh, wondering when he even became hers. Really? Even if you got a final year senior from the gold batch backing you, do you have the guts to go against our senior sister Denisa from the elite batch? Rosie grinned contemptuously. Susie gritted her teeth as if the name Denisa made her hesitant. But as she again looked at Damien's devilishly charming face and thinking about the halo of an elite disciple around him, she became more determined and shouted back at Rosie, fuck off, Rosie. I'm not backing down this time. You always snatch the ones I want. Damien stood there like a bystander seeing the catfight going on in front of him. HMPH, you don't really. Rose's mouth froze as she felt intense bloodlust targeting her, sending chills through her blood. Susie's expression also froze as she felt the same as Rosie. The two girls slowly turned their heads towards the side and saw a pair of blood-red ruby eyes murderously glaring at them. Miss Valentina. The girls were terror-stricken, wondering why the super genius was looking at them with killing intent. Get lost. Valentina slowly said in a dark tone. But Rosie tried to let out some words, but she felt as if her neck was clutched tight by illusory claws. Valentina moved her face closer to Rose's and whispered in Rose's ears, do you want to die? Rose's features trembled, and her face paled as she heard Valentina's threatening words. She didn't feel as if Valentina was joking but serious about her words. She shuddered back and stumbled on Susie, who already retreated the moment Valentina told them to scram. Damien sighed, realizing that he can't stop Valentina from displaying her possessiveness before everyone else. I don't want to see any one of you coming near him ever again. If you do, then. An eerie smile emerged for a brief moment on her hypnotic face before returning to her stone-cold expression. The girls gulped as their hearts quaked in fear and trepidation. They never expected that someone like Valentina would be so into Damien from just the first day. Damien was not even coming from a wealthy family nor an illustrious prince. So, how could someone like Valentina show such interest in him? The gang of girls quickly scuttered off despite the fact that Valentina was their junior. They felt as if their lives would be at risk if they lingered any longer. But when they thought about their senior sister, who was known to be quite vicious and cruel, they comforted themselves that Valentina was going to face the consequences for laying her hands on their senior sister's property. But they had no idea that in terms of brutality, compared to Valentina, their senior sister would seem like a Buddha. Damien was standing behind Valentina and Riley chuckled, seeing her scare off those girls. Fairy Valentina, you just scared away your senior sisters. Trouble might come and find you. Damien said softly. Valentina turned back and looked at Damien with a beautiful smile, I don't care. I suppose I should thank you for saving me from them. Damien came closer and looked at her shimmering ruby-red eyes and said with a devilish grin, but why the interest in a humble person like me? I am quite the trouble magnet. Are you willing to stick close to a dangerous man like me? Valentina's cheeks flushed red as his face got closer to hers. The smell of his blood wafted through her senses and made her body feel hot. She couldn't understand why she was having these kinds of reactions lately only when she was near Damien. FYNN stared at the two flirting in the open wide-eyed. He couldn't believe how Damien got the courage to talk like that with someone like Valentina. He wondered if it was because Damien also got into the elite batch along with Valentina. He admired that Damien was able to make Valentina get interested in him. He was 100% sure that if he was in Damien's shoes, he wouldn't even be able to make eye contact with her, let alone talk. Valentina also stepped closer as her eyes almost met his eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered as she said, no amount of trouble can keep me away from you. This girl. Damien was surprised that Valentina seemed to get even bolder. He simply wanted to irk the men around him and get amused seeing their reactions. But he didn't expect Valentina to take advantage of his intentions. FYNN was surprised that Valentina was being so direct and wondered if it was love at first sight. He wondered if a girl would fall for him as well if he fought against her and proved his strength. The men gnashed their teeth, seeing Damien so close with their goddess as it seemed as if the two were going to kiss any moment. They couldn't hear what they were talking about but seeing the expression on Damien and Valentina's faces, they could guess. Some lackeys felt frustrated that all the third and final year seniors were preoccupied with some assessment. Otherwise, they speculated that Damien wouldn't be so brazen with Valentina openly. The crowd soon dispersed as the proctors summoned the qualified candidates to collect their identity tokens and uniforms. The bronze and gold batch can wear copper and silver-colored robes, respectively, while the elite batch can wear an azure-colored robe. The uniforms were not mandatory, but they had to wear an armband having the same color as their uniforms. For Damien, he would have to wear an exquisite azure-colored armband on his arm. Everyone dispersed to their homes as the qualified candidates were instructed to come for the opening ceremony 2 days later, and other details about their studies would be discussed then. Damien and Valentina went separately but reached their villa almost at the same time. Valentina immediately hurried towards him and said with a guilt-ridden expression as her eyes became moist, Big brother, I am sorry for hurting you. Does it still hurt? Chapter 148. Damien gently smiled as he hugged her, relax, it's natural to get hurt during fights. Besides, it doesn't even sting the least bit now. Valentina touched his back softly and sensed that his wound had almost completely healed up. Feeling relieved, she then asked as they walked, Big brother, you didn't win on purpose, right? Damien faintly smiled but didn't say anything. Valentina understood from his face that her speculation was right. She realized that Damien had a few chances to take the wristband from her, but he did not take advantage of them to not hurt her. Valentina's speculation was correct as Damien didn't use any direct and deadly attacks on her. All he did was merely try to trap her. He said with an adoring gaze, just like I don't like to lose, I also don't want the ones I care about to lose either. Do you think that I am a hypocrite or dislike what I did? Valentina shook her head with a radiant smile, of course not. I also don't want Big brother Damien to lose. I am so happy that you are so powerful. But since you said it take it as a game, I didn't try to lose on purpose. Damien chuckled and kissed her forehead, you are really a tough opponent for me. If I had fought you in your ethereal beast form, even if I was truly serious, I doubt I would even have a chance to win. You are more powerful than you think. Damien meant every word he said as he felt that Valentina unconsciously lightened those blood beams just before they slashed him. He felt that if they were any stronger, he wouldn't have gotten up any time soon. Valentina felt elated and proud hearing his praise. As they walked, she rested her head on his chest and her mind relaxed, listening to his steady and rhythmic heartbeat. In the bathroom, Damien had just removed his shirt and pants to take a refreshing bath. But when he was about to remove his underwear, Valentina entered buck naked. Valentina, what are you doing? Damien asked with a stunned expression. Nothing much, big brother. I want to help you wash your body. You got injured because of me, and I want to make sure everything is all right. Valentina said while avoiding eye contact. Seriously, Valentina? You don't have a better excuse. Damien wryly chuckled as he focused his gaze on her. Damien guessed that Valentina's intentions were not purely only to check on his condition. It's not an excuse. I mean it. Valentina said as she pursed her lips. Looking at her pout cutely, Damien sighed and said, okay, fine. But only washing my upper body, rest I can take care of. Tee-hee-hee, okay. Valentina smiled jubilantly and made Damien sit down on a bath stool. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the image of her alluring naked body out of his mind. But as she looked at the 2 long scars on his back, her heart writhed in self-reproach. Although his injuries had almost healed and only the scars were remaining, the fact that she hurt him still tormented her mind. She knew that Damien did his best not to hurt an inch of her skin just as he said and wondered why she couldn't do the same. She realized again how much Damien cared about her and a dreamy smile appeared on her face as she thought about it. She silently washed his back as she traced her fingers over his scars. But feeling that it was not enough, she stroked over his scars with her tongue. Damien was startled, feeling a wet and warm feeling over his back. He twisted his neck and asked, Valentina, why are you licking my back? Valentina said with a timid expression, I feel that the scars must still sting for you. I want to relieve you from any discomfort you might be feeling. Damien sighed, wondering whether she only wanted to relive his discomfort and nothing else. But feeling the soothing and relaxing feeling, he didn't feel like refusing her. He simply turned forward with his eyes closed. Seeing that Damien didn't object to her, she happily continued licking his scars. Phew, it really feels good. Damien's expression became blissful as he basked himself in the gentle and comforting sensation on his back. Damien initially felt a bit of a stinging sensation on his back due to his injuries, but now he couldn't feel them at all. He wondered if even her saliva had healing properties. Valentina earnestly kept on licking his back and even covered the areas without any scars. His skin tastes so good and smooth. Valentina relished the sensation she was getting as she licked his bare back. She never expected that she would feel this good from simply licking his back. She could taste not only his skin but also smell his electrifying blood. Her nimble fingers slowly crossed over to his chest as she brushed over his toned chest. However, she didn't stop licking, and after a while, she asked, Big brother, did you feel good? Damien slowly opened his eyes, feeling the soothing sensation wane and disappear. He cleared his throat and said, it was good. Damien thought that if he told the truth, she might do something outrageous, feeling motivated. Really? I knew it, hee. Valentina giggled as she hugged him from behind, her boobs pressing onto his back. Valentina, come on. Damien's nerves pulsated as he felt her pink buds and soft bosom pressing onto his back. She twirled her body towards his front as his face came into her sight. Damien's eyes involuntarily moved towards her bare breasts and quickly averted his eyes as he gulped. Now that you have finished with my back, you can go, Damien said while trying his best not to look below her neck. He felt that seeing her naked body under bright light was way more dangerous than simply sleeping with her in the dark. Damien realized that the word shyness was completely absent in her dictionary. Of course, Valentina didn't mind proudly flaunting her assets before Damien. In fact, she wanted him to admire her as much as possible. Big brother, I never said I was only going to help you with your back. I said I would help you wash your body. Valentina said with an innocent expression. Seriously, where did this girl learn to be like this? Damien felt a sort of déjà vu hearing her words. You should at least put on some clothes. I am the one bathing after all. Damien said while sweating. Why? Big brother already saw me naked, so it shouldn't matter how many times you see my body. Besides, I will also take a bath with you, hee. Valentina said as she cutely put out her tongue at Damien. Damien sighed and felt that she was becoming too intelligent for his good. Valentina softly caressed his toned chest as she imprinted the feel of his body on her memory. Her hands moved down towards his abs and gently pressed her fingers over them, feeling the rippling muscles behind his skin. She washed his chest with water and quickly moved her head forward to lick his chest. Hey, I don't have any scars or injuries there, so there's no need to lick. Damien was surprised that Valentina even wanted to take advantage of his chest. But big brother, your body seems so tired. Let me re-energize your body with my tongue. You said you like the feeling of my tongue on your body. But that is, no, big brother already gave your word that I can wash your body, but you didn't say that I couldn't use my tongue to help wash your body. Or are you going to break your word? Valentina asked with a sulky face. Wait, what, fine, do it fast but nothing else. Damien realized that Valentina's mischievousness wasn't any lesser than his. Tee-hee-hee, okay. Valentina giggled as she greedily started licking his chest as if his chest was an irresistible dish to her. Oh, why is her tongue so soft and warm? Damien wondered whether it was a good idea to let lick his body as he felt that it was too gratifying. HMPH, taking advantage of an innocent girl's intentions. Don't you have any shame? Luna's sneer sounded in his mind. She's just a young girl curious about a man's body, that's all. It's of no harm at all. More like you want to enjoy yourself while she satisfies her curiosity. Luna snickered. Of course not. If it isn't me, who else can she go to? Damien said in an upright tone. Valentina was kneeling on the floor while she tasted Damien's skin vigorously. As her tongue went over one of his nipples, she quickly gave a gentle bite on it. Ow. Damien quickly pulled back Damien and flicked her forehead lightly with his finger. Bad girl, who told you to bite it? Damien wanted to admonish her, but seeing her puckish expression, he felt amused. Valentina meekly put her finger inside her mouth as she avoided his glance. She then asked timidly, then why don't big brother wash me now? Damien instantly got up and harumphed, HMPH, you wish. A big bad girl like you can bathe on your own. You said you have grown up, right? Damien quickly got rushed out of the bathroom before she asked any more outrageous things. Big brother, wait. Valentina tried to catch Damien but could only helplessly grasp the empty air as he rushed out too fast. Valentina pouted while mumbling to herself, I will get you one day, big brother. Chapter 149. No. Sophie, I will save you. I won't let you die, please come back. Damien shouted, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting on his bed, and the sky was dark with only the moon illuminating it. A nightmare again. Damien muttered as he wiped the sweat flowing down his forehead. He realized that his heart was still stuck in the past and wondered why he can't have happy dreams about Sophie. Unknowingly his eyes had become moist. Big brother. Are you all right? Valentina asked with a worried face as she sprang up hearing his shout. She started caressing his back as she had learned from him one should do that to relax the other person. I am fine, it was just a bad dream. Damien smiled at her as he cupped her face. Did you dream about Sophie again? Valentina asked as this was not the first time she had seen him have a nightmare. She also knew that Sophie was his long-dead wife. But knowing that she was dead, she didn't know what to feel. Whether she should be happy or sad that Damien was suffering from her loss. She wondered what kind of a girl Sophie was to make Damien miss her so much. She felt jealous of Sophie and wanted to fill the void Sophie left in his heart. Yes, don't worry, I will be all right, Damien said with an empty gaze. Big brother, don't worry, I will always be there for you. I will never leave you. Valentina wiped his eyes and kissed his cheek as she hugged him. Damien had a startled expression. For a moment, as he saw her mystical face brimmed with concern and worry for him, he felt some kind of attraction and emotions that he only felt for Sophie or Lily. But he quickly shook off those thoughts, telling himself that she was just a little girl. Even though Valentina had grown up physically, Damien still subconsciously saw her as a little girl because of how drastic her transformation was. He cleared his throat and said, I know. I will just go and get some fresh air. I will join you, Valentina said as she gripped his hand. A half-naked young boy was gazing at the waterfalls in the huge open balcony, which seemed mesmerizing under the moonlight while enjoying the cool and refreshing air. A naked girl was hugging him from behind, and the whole scene looked romantic that one would think they were passionate lovers. But Damien wasn't worried anybody would peek on them as he saw the various ethereal formations set up around the villa. He also verified with Luna whether anyone would be able to snoop in on them inside the villa. He was surprised when she said that the ethereal formation around this villa would set off an alarm if someone tried to spread their spiritual perception, even if it was a profound ethereal realm cultivator trying to snoop in on them. And even if they tried to force their spiritual perception past the ethereal formations, it would still take them some time to fully get past it, giving Damien time to prepare. So Damien knew that nobody would waste their time trying to sneak in or spy on him. He also learned that not even peak-level heaven ethereal realm cultivators would be able to break in through the defensive ethereal formations without taking some time. He felt that the whole villa was like a mini fortress, which was perfect for him. Valentina was enjoying the view and the warmth from his body. Her hands were all over his chest as she softly stroked over his chest and his abs. Valentina asked in a soft voice, can you tell me more about Sophie? She was curious what kind of a woman Sophie was to make him so wistful. Damien was a bit surprised hearing her question, but he answered with a soft smile, some years ago when I had lost everything, and everyone was my enemy, she was my world, my lifeline. She had been with me since I was a child and taught me how to care about others. There couldn't have been a more benevolent person than her. She only saw the good in people and didn't run away from me despite the things I did. She stood beside me to face the whole world even though she knew that she would also be hated upon by everyone and have a kill order on her head. Even though I tried to push her away, she didn't budge, and was the only time she refused to listen to me. Valentina didn't expect that Damien was with Sophie since childhood. She cursed fate for not letting her meet him first. She was sure that if she met him first, she could have protected him from getting hurt in the first place. She didn't exactly know what Damien experienced during all those years, but she could see that he didn't lead an easy life all these years. Damien had told her that his past wasn't worth talking about, but the true reason was that he didn't feel it was time yet to talk about his reincarnation. Was she powerful? Valentina asked curiously. No, she was as mortal as one could get without any powers or cultivation. In fact, for the most part of her life, she was blind and half-crippled. She couldn't walk and had to sit in a wheelchair. But her voice was so beautiful that it could stir my soul. Whenever she sings me a song. She used to sing songs for me whenever I was feeling down. Valentina was surprised that Damien's dead wife was a cripple. She thought that Sophie must have been a very powerful girl. Were you powerful during those times, big brother? I got my powers when I was in my preteens. Till then, I was as weak as one could possibly be. I didn't know how to fight and got bullied by other kids because of how quiet and withdrawn I was during those days. Sophie would save me by bringing an adult with her, or sometimes she would even come by herself and get beaten along with me while trying to stop the others from hurting me. Even though she was older than us by 2 years, the other kids wouldn't hesitate to beat up a helpless girl and even push her down from her wheelchair. They looked down on her for being disabled and called her names while ostracizing her. Damien said in a doleful tone. Valentina accidentally almost let her nails pierce Damien's skin as her fingers involuntarily tightened in anger when she heard how hard his life was. But if she had known what really happened during the last dozen years, she wouldn't rest until she bathed the whole earth with the blood of every single person who hurt him. Big brother, where are all those people who hurt you? Valentina asked in a grim tone. Damien turned around and saw her lips pressed together, trying to hold in her hatred. He could guess what she was thinking about and said with his lips pinched, they are all gone now. Otherwise, I would have killed every last person who destroyed my world. He caressed her head and continued with a dim smile, but you don't need to worry about what happened in my past as I won't let things like those happen to you nor me, nor to anyone I care about. I will also make sure not to let anyone hurt you, big brother, Valentina said with a determined expression as she hugged him. However, unbeknownst to both of them, there was a third party who was keenly listening to Damien's past. Despite looking down on mortals and their so-called troubles, for some reason, the most powerful goddess couldn't help herself from listening to Damien. Damien thought that a goddess like Luna wouldn't even bother to listen to his past, and assumed that she would be using that time to recuperate herself. But even Luna wondered why a supreme and transcendental being like her felt drawn to his past. Chapter 150. A few hours ago, in the main hall of the Clive family's grand mansion, a young boy was kneeling on the floor before a middle-aged man with a stocky build and a stern bearing. Another tall and brawny youngster around 20 years old stood on the side with a frown on his face. The young man kneeling on the floor was none other than Cedric Clive, and half of his face was so swollen that even his own mother couldn't recognize him for a few moments right after he came back home. Cedric's countenance was pale, and his chin was trembling, feeling the oppressive pressure from his father, Owain Clive, the senior supreme general of the Zeton Empire. Cedric Clive, do you understand how much of a disgrace you are to this family? Owain Clive said in a sardonic tone. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he opened his mouth with an unnerved expression. Why yes, father. I am a disgrace and disappointment to this family. I am sorry, please, forgive me. Cedric Clive willfully begged as he tried to touch his father's feet. Asterisk smack, asterisk, arth. A crisp sound of whipping and bones distinctively fracturing echoed in the hall as Owain Clive kicked Cedric Clive's face harshly. Asterisk bang, asterisk letting out a scream of agony, Cedric Clive crashed against the walls of the hall with a huge bang and fell on the cold floor. HMPH, you dare to call me father and beg before me like a dog? Who do you think you are to deserve my forgiveness? Especially after besmirching my reputation and this family's. Roy Clive quickly rushed towards his younger brother as he made sure he was all right. Roy Clive said with knitted brows, Father, this was unnecessary. He already apologized. It was not his fault. It was all that brat called Damien's fault. More the reason he deserved it. How could he let a weakling from the lowly Rome Empire let him thrash around like a pig? Who knows what people think after seeing one of the young masters from our family get humiliated in front of the public? How can I even show my face before my superiors? Is your brain made of mud to publicly beat up a disgusting Zyrian? If you at least had the basic common sense to do these kinds of things in the dark, I would have at least acknowledged that you were fit enough to be my son. Owain Clive said in a severe tone. Cedric Clive could barely hear his father's words as his jaw had been fractured and blood was leaking from his mouth and nose. Cedric, my son. A woman in her 30s rushed inside with a panic-struck expression upon seeing her son lying on the floor with his face bleeding profusely. She crouched near him and quickly took out a healing pill. Don't you dare feed him anything. Owain Clive fiercely bellowed as he pointed his finger at Ira Clive, mother of Cedric Clive. My lord, please let me heal him. He is just a young boy and made an innocent mistake. I will take responsibility for his actions and accept any punishment. Ira Clive wept as she prostrated before Owain Clive. Owain Clive's eyes remained apathetic. No one will take responsibility for his actions but himself. He will stay like that for this whole week and let the pain remind him of his stupidity. I wonder if I should do a blood test to see if he is truly my son. He said in a grim tone as his gaze pierced through her. Ira Clive's expression became aghast as she said frantically, My lord, I would never. I swear on my life that he is of your blood. TSK, get out, you stinking whore, and take your dumbass son with you. But if I know about you doing anything to heal him, then you too can forget having a peaceful life hereafter. Owain Clive flicked his hand as a strong current of wind threw the mother and son duo outside the doors. As the doors closed on their own, Roy Clive stepped forward and said, Father, please forgive Cedric for his foolish mistake. He does not have much world experience. Owain Clive's expression softened as he looked at his son. Roy, how long are you going to defend your half-brother? I know he's your favorite younger brother, and that's the reason that Hor and her son are still here. But there's a limit to my patience. I know about the deeds you discreetly do around the city and how no one talks about it. Can't you at least teach him how to be discreet like you during the time you spend with him? You are my only hope and the only one who has a chance to achieve something more than me. Anyway, who is this brat called Damien? How can a lowly dog from the Rome Empire dare to humiliate someone from our family? Owain Clive asked in a dark tone. Roy Clive said with a serious expression, Father, he is no ordinary dog. He possesses the lightning seed, and the rumors say that his combat prowess is way higher than his measly nascent ethereal realm cultivation. Owain Clive was so shocked by the first half of Roy Clive's sentence that he didn't even pay much attention to the rest. What? Does he have the extremely rare lightning seed? How can someone from such a backward empire have such monstrous talent? Roy Clive glowered as he said, and not only that, he somehow obtained the favor of Alchemist Azrael's personal disciple, Valentina. His eyes flashed as he continued, she is so extremely beautiful that people say that she should be at least as beautiful as our empire's mysterious princess, or even more than her. She is also extremely talented with strange abilities like going invisible and using blood in her attacks. She is a freak in all, an exceptionally beautiful one at that. HMPH, seems like you have found your woman. Owain Clive grinned meaningfully at him. Of course, father. I have only heard rumors of her beauty and ability, but they all must be true. Otherwise, people wouldn't have exaggerated like this. A woman like her is only fit to be my woman. Roy Clive said as he raised one of his brows. Owain Clive frowned as he said, but didn't you just say that the small fry known as Damien somehow caught her eye? What are you going to do about him? HMPH, don't worry, father. I heard that he used some underhanded ways to take advantage of her maiden heart. Once she meets me and sees the difference between a lion and a pig, she will understand whom to stick with. And as for him, father, you know me best. Roy Clive said with an evil grin. 2 days passed, and the names Damien and Valentina had already spread throughout the Zeton Empire and even some parts of the other empires. After all, it was the first time everyone heard of two extraordinary geniuses with shocking abilities and prowess. One could go invisible and use blood as attacks, while the other had the mythical lightning seed and the ability to even defeat cultivators a whole realm above him. Even though people found it hard to believe that a cultivator with a lightning seed had emerged, they found it even harder to believe that the same boy could defeat ethereal practitioners a whole realm above him. They thought that people were simply exaggerating the rumors and didn't bother to give it much thought. Valentina, do you know whose birthday it is today? Damien asked with a broad smile. Valentina tilted her head and asked as her eyes twinkled, it's your birthday? Damien chuckled, not only mine but yours as well. Today we both turned 16. Valentina had a blinking expression, then I was also born on the same day as big brother Damien. Yes, coincidentally, we were born on the same day. Your bone age seems to be the same as mine. Valentina became elated upon hearing that they were born on the same day. She felt that their birthday was special, as if they were meant to be together. She jumped onto Damien and gave him a cheery hug. Damien caught her and twirled her around as he gave a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you are that happy it's your birthday? Valentina looked up at his face with a cheerful smile. Not exactly. It's because we both were born on the same day. Then, let's celebrate our birthday after school. Damien had forgotten the last time he even cared to celebrate his birthday. But thinking about Valentina, he felt that it would be a good idea to let her have a good time. MN. Valentina nodded with a gleeful smile. Chapter 151. As Damien was walking alone towards the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, people's heads turned as soon as they noticed the azure armband on his arm, signifying his status as an elite disciple in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Looking at his young features, some wondered from which prestigious family's young master he was, while some recognized him as the monstrous genius with the lightning seed. They all knew that elite disciple status was so high that even regional lords would bow before them. Because they knew in the future, these elite disciples would graduate into world-shaking powerhouses, and it would be in their best interests to form connections with them as early as possible instead of playing the waiting game. You do realize that probably the god residing in this empire already knows about you, your origin seed, to be exact. Luna's voice sounded in his mind. Yes, I know, because my origin seed is basically something which is divine. But you said that it would be alright for me to come here as my origin seed serves no purpose to the god here. That as long as my intentions are not known, I am safe and that it is the best way to meet this god. Of course, only if he gets curious about me and my origin seed. Still, are you sure he will want to meet me? We don't even know anything about this god or his motives. Damien asked in a thoughtful tone. He knew that Luna purposefully revealed his origin seed's aura so that the god residing in the Zeton Empire could sense it. It was something that only gods could detect while mortals definitely cannot. He was at first hesitant and doubtful about her plan, but when she convinced him there was no other way, he also felt the same. Because, if the god is not at all interested in him in some way, he was sure he would never meet him. He didn't want to be in the dark by not having the chance to meet with the god and know more about what he was facing, and Luna had told him that all his divine power should be non-existent. Gods aren't too careful with mortals. If they want something done with them, they won't go about convoluted ways unless there are some other circumstances. At least I can confidently say that the god in this empire doesn't have any malicious intentions against you, seeing that you are still walking around calmly, nor do I see any benefit for him by harming you. He will definitely be curious about you, I am sure. Luna said casually. Hey, I trusted your words by coming to this empire. I hope things are as you say. Damien said with knitted brows. Luna said smugly, chillax. This goddess has never been wrong before. Besides, it's not like you have a choice. 2 years is a very short time for you, and you know that if you played it safe, you could forget about saving Lily from her fate. If you don't risk anything, then you risk everything. I am sure you know that best. Damien knew that time was short in his hands, and he was going on a limb by coming here. After a brief moment of silence, she asked in a low voice, by the way, in your past life, what did you do to make the whole world hate you or try to kill you? Damien's brows raised. Oh? You always people sneak onto my conversations, eh? Aren't you a naughty little goddess? Why the sudden interest about such mundane matters of a mortal? Luna scoffed, HMPH, as if. I just wanted to know how exactly the god manipulated you, and maybe I can even get a clue. I was manipulated into killing almost everyone in the world, Damien said without much fluctuation in his tone. Luna said in a confused tone, that's strange. What benefit would he get from doing that? Besides, the power one would need to do things like that is not something mortals can achieve. Unless the god who manipulated you transferred some of their powers, but then they would only be weakening themselves. Weird. Damien said in a door tone, that's what I plan to ask right before I kill that god. Lost in his thoughts as he walked, he soon enough reached the gates of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. However, the gates were none other than a revolving azure ethereal formation. He speculated that as long as one has their student token with them, they can enter. There weren't even any guards, and Damien speculated that these ethereal formations could also offensively work against intruders other than acting as a defensive ethereal formation. As soon as he entered the formation, a thin strand of ethereal energy passed through his body, and a flat voice sounded out in his mind. This strand of energy is merely an imprint on your body that grants you passage even without your disciple token and lasts for 1 year. After that, you will have to use your disciple token again to extend the expiry of the imprint. The voice disappeared, and Damien guessed that it must have been some kind of recorded voice that informed students about their gate pass basically. He also found that he could remove the imprint if he wanted to, but obviously, there was no need to. As he passed through the ethereal formation, a grand and colossal establishment came into his sight. The building was white with tinges of azure on its walls made up of silver stone and a huge dome-like structure in the middle. Many huge flying mounts were flying around in the sky and saw them descending with disciples riding on top of them. It seemed as if he had entered a fantasy school he had read about in his previous life. Elegant windows were scattered generously across the walls with decorated borders. Huge trees were surrounding the whole area in which the institute was located and riverbeds on each side of the whole area. The whole property on which the institute was located seemed to span dozens of kilometers, and was even bigger than the Rising Sun Trading Guild. He could see hundreds of disciples roaming about. Most of them were looking around wide-eyed with their mouths open, astonished at the building's structure and architecture. He instantly knew that these astonished students were the freshers who got admitted into the institute just like him. He saw that most of them had the bronze armband on their arms, while a very few had gold armbands, but couldn't even spot one with an azure armband. Only when he thoroughly scanned around the area did he spot one or two. Damien now understood how extremely low-numbered elite disciples were, but he thought that it was pretty natural. He thought that not every day would be this bustling, as today was the opening ceremony for the newly admitted disciples. He felt as if he was going back to college again. Sigh, I never thought I would be going to school again. As Damien walked past the disciples, some let out gasps seeing the azure armband on his arm, and whispered among themselves. They knew how extremely talented elite disciples were and the illustrious status they had even in the whole continent. Some smiled meekly at him, some avoided his gaze while most of them had fawning smiles on their faces. They thought that if they at least connected with an elite disciple on the first day itself, their life as a disciple would be easier. Damien saw the main entrance, which was really wide, and entered it along with the other disciples. Chapter 152. As he entered inside, a large hallway came into sight with many people going here and there. Damien saw many of the people present were gathered together at one place with their heads cocked upwards. Wondering what they were looking at, he looked closer. He saw that it was an ethereal projection showing the layout of the whole Zeton ethereal foundation. It had all the information regarding where each class, department, hall, and other facilities were located. He saw that the building had few floors, which were pretty wide enough that they spanned at least a few kilometers and looked aesthetically pleasing. He was surprised that a whole floor was dedicated to bronze, gold, and elite batches each. He saw that the hall where the induction ceremony was going to be conducted was located on the third floor, the same floor on which the elite batches have their classes. He etched the layout in his mind and set out towards the third floor. As he walked around, he could see some disciples helping the confused ones. Upon a closer look, he saw that their armbands had a double stripe, which showed that they were second-year disciples. Oh, senior disciples do volunteer to help out the freshers. Damien wasn't surprised seeing them volunteer. However, he noticed that most of the volunteers were all bronze batch students who were managed by a handful of gold batch students. Knowing there was still time before the induction ceremony started, he decided to walk and take a look around. He strolled towards the upper floors from the ground floor and didn't spend much time on each floor other than casually looking around. He saw that there were many training rooms for practitioners with different elemental seed as the environment had to be adjusted accordingly. There were alchemy, weapon forging, formation, ethereal, and soul cultivation departments in the 2 floors he had climbed so far. Damien wondered whether he would have to learn all these subjects or whether he can choose. It was not that he didn't know the advantages of being a jack of all trades, but his ingrained habit of being lazy about things makes him nonchalant about these things. Besides, he didn't like learning things he wasn't interested in. He noticed that there were huge libraries on each floor and other recreational facilities. In all, he felt as if this was a huge mall instead of an institute. He didn't even fully explore each floor and was still astounded by the various things he saw. There were even teleportation formations to take one from one place to another easily. But they would have to use spirit stones to make use of that facility. A second-year gold disciple girl volunteering on the second floor saw a drop-dead handsome young boy heading towards her direction. Her eyes were first lured by his looks. But seeing the azure armband on his arm, her eyes sparkled even more as she sauntered towards him after fixing her hair. "Hello there, junior brother. Do you want this senior sister's help to lead you towards the opening ceremony?" she asked with a coy smile. Damien was busy observing his surroundings and was a bit startled to see a senior disciple approach him out of nowhere. Damien smiled. Senior sister need not trouble herself. This junior is merely looking around and can find his own way. The girl puckered her lips. Oh, don't say that. It is this senior sister's duty to make sure her juniors do not get uncomfortable on the first day itself. She put her arm around his and said as she fluttered her eyelashes, "Come, no need to be shy. This senior sister is named Nina and will show you all the exciting places." "Nina, where the hell did you go? We have got a shift now." A girl came in from behind and caught Nina's arm. "Huh? What shift?" Shush. The girl interrupted Nina and looked at Damien. "I am sorry, junior brother Damien. She is too clumsy about these things." The girl awkwardly chuckled as he pulled out Nina's arm from Damien's. She pulled away Nina while Damien amusedly looked at those two go away. "Hey, where are you taking me?" "I was helping that new kid Anne." The girl clutched Nina's hand tighter and whispered, "Sure, don't go near him if you don't want to get hurt. Don't you know that Alchemist Azrael's personal disciple has dibs on him?" "Wait, you mean he is Damien?" Nina asked with her mouth agape as she looked back to see Damien leisurely walking away. "Phew, thank you. I knew a young and hot elite disciple like him couldn't be so simple. Sigh, why am I so unlucky?" Damien had an amused smile on his face thinking whether he had to thank Valentina for keeping ladybugs away from him in Luna's words. As he got on the third floor and roamed for a little while, his eyes were lured by a beautiful narrow corridor without even a single person in view. He noticed that there was only a single large door in the whole corridor, and this place wasn't even there in the layout he remembered. Being curious, he walked towards it, and a dazzling fountain surrounded by a lovely watered garden came into his sight. Whoa, this place is not where I am going to have classes. I wonder for whom they built such a scenic garden. Damien muttered to himself. He felt that this corridor was only built recently. Click Damien suddenly heard the doors behind him open, and as he turned around, a sapphire-haired girl with extremely captivating beauty entered his sights. Her skin was as beautiful as freshwater pearls, and her exquisite face seemed cold, unable to cover her nobility, which was bone deep. This cold nobility made her seem as if she had transcended the mundane world and make others feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Riva Zeton? Damien mentally shouted, wondering what she was doing here. He had only seen her once as he met her as Alchemist Azrael. Still, her breathtaking face that shimmered like the painted ocean was not a face he could forget so easily. He could still feel a pure and otherworldly aura from her engulfing his senses. Standing close to her, Damien had to admit that she was pretty tall, almost as tall as him. Even though his height increased by around 2 cm within the past 2 months, he felt that she was at least 175 centimeters tall. She was dressed in an elegant snow-white flora dress, and her bosom seemed bigger, making Damien wonder if it was because of the dress. However, her azure blue eyes were looking at Damien with a piercing gaze. Her expression was glassy and didn't change much as she asked in a dry tone, "Who are you? This is not a place for you to wander about." Damien gave a polite smile as he slightly bowed his head. "Aha, my bad senior sister. I got lost and didn't know that this area was only for seniors. I wonder which year a beautiful senior sister like you is in. Wait a sec. You don't have a student armband." Riva squinted her eyes and said, "That's none of your business. You should leave now and don't ever wander into off-limits areas like these." Slam, before Damien could say anything else, she went back inside and slammed the door shut. Oof, this is surprising. Damn, she is too cold. Damien sighed inwardly, speculating that he accidentally trespassed towards her quarters. He guessed that she couldn't be here for any simple reason and wondered if she was a disciple here. He wanted to strike up a conversation with her as she was the imperial princess of the Zeton Empire, but thought that it would be tough, seeing how unfriendly she was. He knew that so far, the only person who had some connection to the rumored god residing in the Zeton Empire was her. If he wanted answers, she was his best bet. But thinking how she didn't have an armband, he doubted whether she was here as a student, but thought that maybe she didn't need one with her status. However, he wondered if he would be in the same batch as her and how someone as powerful as her would fit into the current elite batch of students. He decided to think about those things later and made his way towards the hall where the induction ceremony was going to be held. Chapter 153. As Damien got inside a vast hall, he already saw that most of the disciples were seated with the elite disciples sitting in the front, gold disciples in the middle, and bronze in the back. The seats were arranged in an elevated style so that the one sitting in the back could clearly see the people standing on the platform. He saw that each seat was already pre-assigned to every disciple to avoid any confusion. He sat down on the seat allotted to him and looked around the hall. There were around 50 seats for elite disciples, 250 seats for gold disciples, and 800 seats for bronze disciples. Damien realized how immensely low the acceptance rate was and understood why most were so emotional when they qualified. He knew that there were also other prestigious institutes around the empire, but obviously, none could truly match up to the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, which was every young ethereal practitioner's dream. As his eyes searched around, he smiled as he saw a rosy pink-haired girl waving at him with a radiant smile. He softly smiled as he waved back while some of the people who saw the exchange between them couldn't believe that the rumors were true. Even though they saw what happened between Valentina and Damien on the assessment day, they didn't think that things would develop to this extent within a few days. Every man who had assembled in the hall couldn't take their eyes off Valentina, and the more they looked at her, the more intoxicating and beautiful she seemed. It was like a delighting and slow poison that swept through their minds, numbing their thoughts. Valentina wanted to rush up to him and sit down near him, but she knew that it was not possible right now. She could feel any gazes upon her but didn't pay mind to them, keeping herself occupied by thinking about Damien. Soon enough, a girl around 16 years old with a bubbly expression came and sat near Valentina. Her hair had a disheveled appearance, and her clothes seemed in a messed up fashion as if she couldn't bother to dress elegantly. Hey, fellow genius. Yora Haley at your service here. How do you feel about being an elite disciple here? Do you think it lives up to the hype cause I think? Can you keep quiet, please? Valentina said in a restrained tone with a stiff expression on her face and turned back to keep staring at Damien's figure. She was exasperated hearing her babble while she was looking at Damien. Even though Damien knew that Valentina doesn't like to interact with strangers, he had told her not to be hostile against others if they don't mean any harm as he didn't want her to ostracize herself. He didn't mind if she could talk with girls around her age and learn something from them if possible. After all, one learns a lot through interactions. Oh, I am sorry. My family, especially my father, tells me that I talk too much, but my mom says that people who talk more tend to be happier in life. But you know what, as Valentina gave her a glowering stare, she gave an awkward chuckle with her fingers on her mouth. Oops, sorry he. Valentina didn't say anything and went back to her business of gazing at Damien. Yora Haley noticed Valentina looking in a certain direction for quite a while. When she followed Valentina's gaze, she saw Damien, and instantly she made sense of things. Oh, I see. You are totally crushing on him, right? Yora Haley asked with an amused expression. Crushing? Valentina asked with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand how she even crushed on Damien. Yora Haley was surprised that Valentina was not used to these kinds of slang. She said in a chatty tone, well, you like him, right? I saw how you even defended him on the day you two just met. And the way he fought you to a draw while stealing a hug in between. Oh, I think you two will make a nice star couple in our batch. So tell me, was it love at first sight? Love? I do love him. Valentina said with a glazed expression as her lips curled into a faint smile. Yora Haley was surprised to see Valentina's love-struck expression. She also didn't expect Valentina to admit that she loved Damien. She didn't think Valentina had fallen so much in love with Damien so fast. She let out a sigh of perplexity as she shook her head. Girl, you are so hopelessly in love with him within just 2 days? Does he love you too? I am sure he must be head over heels for you. I don't think any man can resist obsessing over you, considering how your beauty even makes humble girls like us look ugly. I am just kidding, he. He said he loves me too, but... He already confessed his love, huh? Ha, didn't I tell you that he must also be into you? You can get any man you want, and I am sure that Damien is no exception. Valentina's brows creased as she said, but he said he loves me as a sister. Yora Haley's mouth drew into a big O, as she said in a bewildered tone, you can't be kidding. I mean, he can't be serious. He already sister-zoned you within 2 days? Is he blind or something? I think a donkey must have kicked his head before he told you that. Yes, there can't be any other reason. She then hatefully looked towards Damien's direction and mumbled, HMPH, I thought he was a good guy and a perfect match for you. But I never expected him to break a maiden's heart within 2 days. Don't worry, Sister Valentina, I am sure you will get way better guys or even those famous princes to be interested in you. Damien felt something and turned his head. But he was surprised to see that Valentina was conversing with a girl. He never thought that Valentina would talk with someone on the first day itself and felt that she would take some time to familiarize herself with people. Valentina shook her head and said ardently, no, he is everything to me, and in my life, the only one I will love is him. Yora Haley had a blinking expression as she said in a jesting tone, oh boy, you are so helpless. It seems like I underestimated your feelings for him. Tell me, does he already love someone else? Valentina's brows furrowed even more as she clenched her teeth, yes. He loves someone else as his life partner. Shit, that's bad. No wonder, I think he must love that girl so much that he sister-zoned you and to think that he even told you about his lover to keep you away. TCH. Don't worry, not all hope is lost. You just haven't made use of your irresistible charms. This sister can show you the way to his heart, and he will suck up to you in no time. Valentina's brows raised as her lips opened partially. How? You really know how to make him love me like a wife? A wife. Not even a boyfriend? Wow, you thought that ahead, eh? Well, it doesn't matter, it's all the same, and I can help you. Yora Haley said with a wink. Valentina and Yora Haley chatted away, and Valentina didn't realize that she was talkative in a way with someone whom she had just met a few minutes ago. Damien again looked back at Valentina and was surprised that she was still talking with that girl. He wondered when Valentina got so chatty and what the two were talking about so earnestly. He knew Valentina was a girl of few words. Seems like she made a friend. Damien was happy that Valentina got at least someone of her age to talk to. However, the light slightly dimmed as he saw some people entering the platform and taking their seats. He saw that almost all the disciples were already seated in the hall, and only a handful of seats were empty. A man in his 30s stepped forward and said, "Welcome disciples, and congratulations on getting into our esteemed Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Now, we will start the opening ceremony officially." Chapter 154. The man talked for a while. "Now, I humbly invite our esteemed headmaster to say a few words." The man bowed before an old man dressed in dignified azure robes, who got up and nodded with a smile. There was pin-drop silence across the hall as everyone stopped whispering, not to be rude when the Zeton Ethereal Foundation's respected headmaster was going to speak. Leon Zeton came forward and swept his gaze over the disciples assembled in the hall. He said in a gentle voice, "Welcome, my disciples. Looking at your excited faces reminds me of my younger days when I was nothing more than an aspiring ethereal practitioner like you all, looking to make a mark in the empire. I won't take much of your time and will simply tell you how your studies will progress in this establishment. We have instructors assigned to each batch. Bronze instructors for bronze batches, gold instructors for gold batches, and so on. As you might all know, we have various departments like the Department of Alchemy, Department of Formations, Department of Forging, and multiple others. Don't worry. You only need to pick the ones you are interested in. But ethereal and soul cultivation lessons would be mandatory for you all. In all, you all would have to learn 3 specializations at least. We would, of course, schedule exams and assessments which would be informed later to you all. Each batch would have separated divisions of disciples as a single teacher would find it hard to manage a whole batch single-handedly. So your friends might be in separate divisions, but don't worry as you all know how good it is to interact with fresh faces, and make new friends. For this year, the elite batches would have 2 divisions. The gold batch would have 4 divisions, and the bronze batch would have 8 divisions. Hearing how the batches have been divided, Damien felt that the elite batch would receive more attention and close guidance from instructors as a single instructor needed to manage only 25 students at a time. Whereas the gold instructors would have to manage at least 60 students at a time, and the bronze instructors would have to manage 100 students at a time. He felt that it was quite natural as the institute would focus more on nurturing the elite disciples. After all, they have the highest chance to become a powerhouse. After Leon Zeton talked for a while, another instructor explained the details of their curriculum and other things. Damien learned that one could also upgrade to a higher batch if they take a biannual assessment, not that he needed it. Azure ethereal cards were distributed among the elite disciples, which one could top up with spirit stones every month as per the quota allotted to them. Gold and bronze disciples also received gold and bronze ethereal cards. One could use these cards as a form of payment anywhere in the whole empire, and also as a sort of identity card as each card had a unique imprint for each disciple. Damien learned that as an elite disciple, he would receive 100,000 yellow spirit stones a month and few top-notch pills. Also, every year, he would get one free chance to choose a weapon, ethereal art, and cultivation manuals from the Institute's reserves. But the top-quality ones would be exclusive, and one would have to pay for them. Damien doubted if one would buy a cultivation manual as it's not easy to change one's way of cultivation in the middle. The same was with the ethereal arts, as one would have to train and get familiar with the usage of their ethereal arts to increase their expertise in them. But if one had the chance to get a superior ethereal art and cultivation manual, they would obviously discard their old ones and buy the new ones. However, Damien wasn't worried about these things as he would never have to change his ethereal arts or anything. After all, what he had was the most supreme of all given to him by gods. On his armrest, there was a small, ethereal formation through which he got the information of all departments and basically the syllabus of what they were offering. All the disciples were to select the department of their liking through the ethereal formation itself. All they had to do was mentally select the department, and through their soul, their choice would be transferred to the ethereal formation. One could also change their choice of department within a week if they feel like their interest lies elsewhere. But it would depend on the number of slots available for each department. If one of the departments, such as alchemy, gets filled, no one else can join. But for elite disciples, there was no such issue as the number of students was only 50, and they could choose any department leisurely without worrying about the first-come, first-served basis. However, the 2 divisions of the elite batch would have different instructors for every department. Damien didn't think much and chose the Department of Alchemy without any hesitation. He didn't choose anything else as he was only interested in alchemy for now. Valentina also chose the Department of Alchemy, knowing that Damien would choose it for sure. After asking which department Valentina had chosen, Yora Haley giggled, "I will join you as well, Sister Valentina. You know what, I will call you Valina, and you can call me Yora simply." "Fine, Yora." Valentina didn't mind talking with Yora Haley as she realized that she could use her help to get even closer to Damien. Meanwhile, Damien asked Luna, "Hey Luna, can I manifest a normal etheric fire? Because using my fallen flames would be quite obvious." As he had joined the Department of Alchemy, he would be concocting pills and even probably take practical assessments. But he didn't want to let people know that Alchemist Azrael is his alter ego identity, as people know that only Alchemist Azrael can manifest strange jet black etheric flames. Nope, unless you want to show the whole world how trashy you are in alchemy. You can manifest normal etheric fire by isolating most of the properties that make up your fallen flames. But as these flames originate from your soul, you would be taking away most of their power if you want to manifest a generic etheric fire. You would be lucky if you can concoct a rank 1 pill. Luna said casually. Damn, it's that bad, huh? Damien expected that he would lose most of his prowess in alchemy if he removed the pseudo-origin laws contained inside his etheric fire. But he didn't think it would be this bad. Luna said in an irreverent tone, "What do you expect? It's like you expect that you can run after cutting off your legs. If you restrict your talent, how do you hope to even concoct properly? Damien sighed, but then thought that at least he would do well in the theory part. He, however, had no idea whether he would pass if he failed all the practical exams. Of course, inwardly, he didn't care whether he passed or failed, as his true purpose was something else. Soon enough, all the disciples were assigned their divisions. Damien got assigned to Division 1. He wondered whether Valentina got assigned the same division as his or Division 2. The opening ceremony ended, and everyone got up and dispersed in different directions. Valentina scurried towards Damien with a smile as he also walked towards her. Chapter 155. Be Damien, which division are you in? Valentina asked with a radiant smile, hoping that he was in the same as hers. Yora Haley walked behind her, curious to see the person Valentina was in love with so badly closer. She was surprised to see the change in Valentina's expression when she talked with Damien. It was nowhere near the stone-cold face she had before. She was also in the same division as Valentina's. I am in Division 1. What about you? Damien said as he focused his gaze. Valentina's smile dimmed and disappeared as she heard his words. Damien saw her sullen expression and asked, You got Division 2? Yes, is there a way I can transfer into your division? Valentina asked with a hopeful expression. Damien also didn't like that Valentina was in another division where he can't see her always and see how she is doing. Maybe we can try asking the instructors when the class begins. But the instructor who gave the speech a while ago told us that transfers aren't possible. Don't worry, Valentina. There is plenty of time to meet outside of classes. Damien said with a smile. Hey, you. You are the underdog who punched Cedric Clive in the face, right? An excited voice came from behind Valentina. Damien looked behind Valentina and saw a scruffy girl and wondered whether she came straight here after waking up from the bed. If I am? Damien asked with an amused smile. He wanted to know what kind of person this Yora Haley was for Valentina to take an interest in talking with her. Yora Haley said plainly, It seems like you are truly fearless not to be afraid of the Clive family. Now I can see why an innocent girl like Valina is so close to you. I guess I should not be surprised that you already have a lover. After all, who doesn't fall for a bold, handsome and fearless guy? Damien asked Valentina with a surprised expression, You told her about my lover? He didn't mind if people knew that he had a lover, but obviously, he didn't want his lover's identity to be leaked. But he doubted if people would even believe the fact that his lover was the Celestial Princess. They would instead think he went crazy after being obsessed with the Celestial Princess. Valentina's brows knit together, and she said in an anxious tone, I am sorry, Damien. But don't worry, I didn't tell her who it is. I won't tell anyone else, I promise. Valentina realized she had inadvertently blurted out the fact that Damien had a lover in the midst of her conversation with Yora Haley. Her mind was so distracted thinking about Damien that she failed to realize that she shouldn't have said that. She decided to be more careful in the future. She then looked at Yora Haley and said in a stern voice, You can't tell anyone else what I said. Is that understood? If you do, hey, relax. What do you take me for? I may seem like a big mouth, but I know when to open it. Yora Haley said with a wink. She was surprised how Valentina seemed meek before Damien. She wondered what Damien did to her in these 2 days. Damien said calmly, It's fine, Valentina. I don't mind if people knew I had a lover. But you girl, what is your name? Yora Haley said in a spirited tone, This humble girl's name is Yora, surnamed Haley. You can call me Yora. Damien chuckled, humble? I have heard how Haley family is a big shot family. I didn't expect to meet the young mistress of the Haley family so soon. Well, I know girls like you, and you better not corrupt my Valentina. Ooh, my Valentina, huh? You are not as decent as you seem. It seems like you have eyes on Valina as well despite having a lover. Yora Haley said with a sly smile. She continued, Well, I won't blame you. Which man could possibly resist Valina's bewitching beauty? Isn't that so, Valina? I. Damien said with clear eyes, You got it all wrong, girl. I am simply looking after her as a close friend. Yora Haley said in a whimsical tone, Close, huh? Sure, I believe you. Come on, let's go, Valina. Our first class begins within a few minutes. We will meet your close friend later. Yora Haley pulled Valentina's arm as she dragged her away. Valentina turned her neck around and waved her hand, Damien, I will see you after class. Damien smiled as he waved back. He didn't have much idea about what kind of a person Yora Haley was, but all he knew from the brief conversation was that she was a nosy and talkative girl. He felt something was going on between them, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But he shook his head thinking that probably it was for the better that Valentina had someone to talk to in her division. But the exchange between Damien and Valentina didn't go unnoticed by the other disciples. Most men bit their nails in jealousy and discontentment, thinking that their pink-haired goddess seemed to be taken already. When Valentina entered the hall before, silence descended as not only the men but even the girls were stunned seeing her pitilessly artful beauty. They were sure they had never seen someone as beautiful as her and felt that even the stars and moon would pale in comparison to her beauty. They felt like she was not someone from this world but a goddess who deigned to live in their world. Even those middle-aged men and the elders, who had lived for more than a century, were awestruck and hypnotized by her beauty. Her exquisite rosy pink hair alone made people stare at her in stupefaction. Still, they didn't even dare to look at her ruby red eyes. Her beauty alone outshone all the beauties in the hall put together. Some of the elite disciples who thought they had gathered enough courage to woo her felt discouraged seeing her beauty. They felt unworthy to even be her servant, and the mystical halo around her body made them hesitant to even approach her. Damien already got the timetable of his classes through his azure armband as the information was directly passed to his soul plane. Alchemy class, huh? Damien didn't expect that he would have alchemy as the first class in the morning. I wonder who the teacher is. Hope he or she is not boring. Damien thought whether he would be sleeping through the whole class as there was not much he could learn. He simply chose it not because alchemy was his interest, but also because he was curious about what they were going to teach. From the institute's layout, Damien learned that although all the elite batch classes were on the 3rd floor, they were located in 4 different directions depending on which year the disciples were in. For Damien, as he was a first-year disciple, his classes were located on the 3rd floor's southern side. Soon enough, Damien entered his classroom and was surprised that the room was quite big for 25 students. The seats were all one-seaters, and he sat down in a seat close to the window so that at least he could enjoy the view if he was bored. He saw that at least over 20 students had already arrived. More were slowly coming in. He guessed that everyone would be excited to attend their first class as it was the first day. He noticed that the cultivation of the disciples in his class varied from the spirit ethereal realm level 9 to even earth ethereal realm, level 2. Some gazes fell upon Damien as he sat down. They still couldn't make sense how despite having the weakest cultivation, he surprisingly made it into the elite batch. However, some of them who saw his fight remembered his terrifying lightning vortices that even suppressed Valentina. But the rest who didn't see Damien's match didn't believe the absurd rumors going around and thought that it must have been a fluke, or that Valentina was too kind to let the match end in a draw. They felt that Damien didn't deserve to be seated among elites like them and only felt pure disdain for him. Damien saw that most of the elite batch students were aloof, not bothering to interact with others or even take a glance around. It seemed like they were in their own world. Not that he minded it. However, some of them were trying to make conversation with others, especially some boys who tried to strike a conversation with the girls. Hey, did you hear the rumor that the ethereal fairy is here in our Zeton Ethereal Foundation? You can't be joking. Why would the mysterious princess of our empire even come to study here? I heard she is too powerful for her age. Only after 14 years, she left her residence to go to the Roan Empire. No, I am serious. My father told me that he spotted her here. I don't think he would lie to me. But think about it. If we get to see her every day, don't you think our days here would be delightful? You have countless girlfriends, and yet you even dare to dream about the ethereal fairy. Forget it. No man is worthy enough for her. But even fairy Valentina. Hearing some disciples' conversation, Damien also wondered if Riva was here to join as a student. *ring, the class bell rang out, marking the beginning of the first class. Everyone settled into their seats, and all 25 disciples were present. Damien glanced at the door to see whether the teacher had entered. However, before he took his gaze away, his eyes froze as he saw a figure slowly entering through the door. Chapter 156. Damien was surprised to see a flawlessly beautiful girl around 19 years old wearing a snow-gauze long dress that covered her feet, entering the class with graceful steps. Her crystal and charming azure eyes were cold and frigid as a frozen abyss, with her face expressionless as an ice cube. Her long sapphire-colored hair that flowed down her back made her look like an avatar of the beautiful oceans. Boys and girls alike, their mouths went agape seeing the otherworldly beauty enter their class. No one let out a single sound, and their eyes were transfixed on her celestial figure as if their souls were involuntarily drawn towards her. There was absolute silence in the class as everyone even stopped breathing, and it was as if their hearts had stopped beating. In everyone's mind, a similar question echoed. Was she a goddess who arose from the oceans to lead a mortal's life? Even the young masters of prominent families who had enjoyed many beauties felt that those beauties were all ugly compared to her. The brilliance of her face obstructed every other color, and even the sunlight seemed to dim around her. Her tender lips, which were a lovely pink rose that seemed as if the gods had personally drawn it with the utmost care, were breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure revealed a trace of sacredness and nobleness that others didn't dare to look into her eyes. Just by looking at her from afar, everyone felt a clear wave of ethereal aura, cold as the seas slowly disperse in the room. Riva Zeton? What is she doing here? Is she my teacher? No, it can't be. Damien was puzzled seeing her here as all 25 students were already present in the class. So, how could there be one extra student? He wondered if they admitted her at the last minute as an exception. But to everyone's surprise, Riva walked towards the glass board in the center of the wall which faced the room. She hovered her gaze over the whole class and said in a succinct voice, "My name is Riva Zeton. Despite my identity as the princess of this empire within the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, I am only an instructor who will be teaching you all alchemy. You all can address me as Instructor Riva. I have already learned all your names, so there's no need to introduce yourselves. Anybody has any questions?" As she asked, everyone could feel her cold gaze penetrating their hearts, and no one dared to ask any questions. Most of all, everyone was dumbfounded by the turn of events. What they thought was a late entry student turned out to be their teacher. But the most shocking fact was that she was the princess of the Zeton Empire. No one in their dreams would have imagined such a scenario. Even Damien was dumbstruck that Riva was his teacher. A girl who was only 3 years older than him and at most 2 years older than even the oldest disciples in the class. But when he thought back to the day he offered her tea during her first visit, he remembered how she could recognize the herbs just by its fragrance. Don't tell me she is an expert in alchemy? Damien wondered if her etheric fire was so powerful that her talent and knowledge in alchemy was peerless enough to teach others. All the boys cried inwardly with joy that they were lucky to join this division as some other teacher would be assigned to the other division. Now, every day they would be able to behold the extremely beautiful princess of the Zeton Empire for an hour at least. They now felt that it was completely worth the effort they had put in to qualify the assessments. At the moment, they didn't even care about the fame, reputation, status, and resources. All they wanted now was to stay forever in the class while beholding her beauty like a piece of art. She seems too serious, Did she put up a business face when she met me the first time? Although Damien guessed that Riva was not someone who talked much, he didn't expect her to be so unsmiling. He thought that this was how she usually was as her eyes were always unfeeling as tranquil water. Seeing everyone's stupefied faces, Riva's expression was as unmoving as ever and said calmly, "Since nobody has any questions, we will begin." However, she suddenly saw a hand rising from the side. Her glimmering eyes moved as she looked at Damien. "Yes, Damien Godwin, what is your doubt?" "Nothing much, teacher. Since you are so young, I wonder if you are really experienced in alchemy, just as those elderly alchemists who toiled in this field for probably even centuries. Of course, I mean no offense and am simply asking out of curiosity. If you don't want to answer my question, feel free to ignore it." Damien said with a vague smile. Reva's eyes slightly creased when she heard his question. Some disciples let out gasps seeing Damien be so rude to the ethereal fairy. They wondered whether Damien ingested some pill that induced stupidity to ask the Zeton Empire's princess if she was even fit enough to be a teacher. Even if they had 100 times the guts, they would never ask such a question. And obviously, she wouldn't be here if she at least didn't have exemplary talent and knowledge in alchemy. If her knowledge was really poor, then she would not only lose face but also the reputation of Zeton Ethereal Foundation. There was no way she would take up teaching if she wasn't confident of herself. Besides, they all heard of her extraordinary talent. Most of the boys in the class wanted to beat up Damien for being so audacious with her. Their fists were tightly clenched, seeing that Damien dared to put their ethereal fairy in a difficult spot. Some even thought of admonishing Damien in front of her to earn some brownie points. Reva's expression didn't change much, and she replied in a cool tone, "You will find that out soon, won't you? And if you still think that my knowledge is subpar, feel free to submit a petition to the headmaster. If the majority feels the same, I would gladly let someone else take up my position. Any other questions?" Damn, she's so unfaltering for her age. Damien got a bit disappointed that he couldn't provoke her as he wanted to. He gave a slim smile as he said, "Of course not, teacher. You can continue." Reva turned back to the glass board and started writing on it using her ethereal energy. Bright azure lines appeared on the glass board as she wrote. Even her handwriting is as beautiful as her, Ryu. Damien saw her writing on the glass board as azure letters formed on the board. Pointing to the board, she said, "Today, we would be learning just the basics, and each one of you would decide whether you are comfortable with using your fire seed or etheric fire to concoct pills." Her beauty entranced the boys so much that their attention was not at all on her words. Reva furrowed her brows, seeing that most of them were drooling so blatantly. She snapped her fingers as a cold burst of ethereal aura immediately spread across the room, jolting everyone out of their daze. They all felt as if the sudden ripple of ice-cold air penetrated their chest cavities. She said coldly, "If you don't listen to my lecture, then don't expect to pass this class. If you fail this class, not only you would have to sit with juniors, but you will also get demoted to the gold batch. And if you fail there again, you would be demoted to the bronze batch, and if your track record is still unsatisfactory, then you will be expelled." Damien inwardly felt pity for the boys in his class that they were gaping at the wrong girl. The whole class became quiet as the snow as Reva began to take her lessons, and no one dared to stare at her anymore. They knew if they upset her, they could get demoted to gold batch or worse, as she could use her influence as the Zeton Empire's princess. Even though some of their parents were in high-ranking positions, they were still below Reva in status and didn't dare to risk anything. However, after a few minutes, Damien yawned and scratched his ear as he tilted his head towards the window. But just as he closed his eyes to sleep, "Damien Godwin, is this class too boring for you?" Reva's cool voice traveled to his ears and pervaded his mind. Chapter 157. Her voice sounded calm, but Damien could feel the disgruntlement hidden within it. He jolted his head forward and rubbed his eyes. Of course not. Your voice was so soothing that I accidentally dozed off," Damien said with a straight face. The part where he said that her voice was soothing was true, but that was not the reason he feigned his drowsiness. In fact, after listening to her for the first few minutes, he realized that her knowledge in alchemy was deep and not superficial. She had a clear understanding of concepts and was able to explain them clearly to everyone. He guessed that her interest in alchemy was unmatched, that she must have keenly studied them behind palace walls. Reva's brows creased as she said, "Does that mean you will sleep whenever I talk? If you are not serious about this class, you can leave." There was no hint of anger or annoyance in her tone, and she was calm as ever. But Damien felt that her words were piercing into his ears. "Teacher, please don't be angry. Believe me. There can't be anyone more serious than me in this class. Alchemy is like breathing to me," Damien said in a smug tone. Reva's fingers pinched together, seeing his annoying behavior while the other disciples in the class clutched their thighs in anger. How could they not be angry and disgruntled when Damien basically insulted them all in front of Reva? He implied that they all were less serious than him and that alchemy was a breeze for him. Seeing someone whose cultivation was at least a whole realm weaker than them arrogantly debasing them, and praising himself was not something they had ever experienced in their lives. Even if they all believed that his combat prowess was exceptional, how could the same be said for his soul? As his ethereal cultivation was only at the nascent ethereal realm, then his soul should also be at the nascent soul stage, which would only allow him to concoct rank 2 pills at most. Their soul cultivation was at least at the soul transformation stage and had the potential to concoct rank 3 pills. Even though the difference in rank was only 1, it was a huge one as there was a huge gap between them. So they couldn't understand where this weakling was getting the confidence to act so presumptuously. Reva's eyes focused as she walked closer. "Is that so? Why don't you tell me the most important thing one must focus on to manifest their etheric fire without restraining its potential? I don't need a general and vague answer like soul energy. I need a precise one. I am sure an alchemy savant like you who breathes and lives alchemy can answer it." The disciples grinned, seeing the basic yet difficult question put out by Reva to Damien. Even they didn't know the answer as they all thought soul energy explained enough. Of course, simple. It is a person's basic thoughts and emotions. They power our etheric fire in a way, and they are more powerful than an etheric fire manifested by simply focusing on one's soul energy. Damien answered with a smile. Instead of feeling displeased that he answered, Reva was astonished Damien knew about such things. What she didn't know was that unlike most who manifest their first etheric flame by concentrating on their soul energy for months, Damien went deeper and focused on what truly made up his soul energy. His thoughts and emotions, to be precise. Of course, experts knew that these two methods could be used to invoke one's etheric flame. But the second method was not encouraged as it was an unstable way of invoking one's etheric flames. Focusing on one's emotions and thoughts to manifest their etheric flame was a faster way. Still, one could end up injuring their soul as it would require immense concentration and control over their emotions and thoughts to stabilize their etheric flame. Thus, this practice was not taught to others. Most of them ended up killing themselves in the process as their souls were inflicted with irreparable injuries. How could the heads of prestigious families let their geniuses die just because they wanted to speed up the process? The safest way was to let their soul build up soul energy passively and use them to manifest an etheric flame. but the profundity of the etheric flames would be lesser compared to the second method. But Luna was confident that Damien wouldn't die following the second method, as not only was his soul strong, but he was someone who survived 2 lifetimes and had a better check on his intense emotions and thoughts. If Reva knew that Damien could even come up with his own medical formulas to concoct pills, she would realize that Damien had every right to be smug about his alchemy skills. Even though she would find it hard to believe, she wouldn't dare to believe that he can even formulate rank 4 pills. Someone who could formulate rank 4 pills at such a young age can't be simply termed as a prodigy but a monster or a freak. Only when one had a couple of decades or at least a century of experience in alchemy could they understand the pill's medical formulas, and how they affect the pill. And the higher the rank of the pill, the more complex it would be. But Damien was barely 16, and he could even come up with his own medical formulas. If Reva knew that Damien had already created the rank 4 blood-returning pill on his own, she would wonder why he is even sitting in her class. In fact, he could even start an alchemy school of his own if he wants to. Impressed with his knowledge, Reva complimented, "Good. It seems like you can live up to your words." Her expression turned solemn as she continued, "You are free to sleep, but if you fail to answer a single question I might ask in the future, the door will always be open for you. Don't worry, teacher. How can I leave this class when there's a beautiful and knowledgeable teacher like you?" Damien said casually with a whimsical smile. Seeing his cheeky and flippant attitude with her, Reva wanted to rebuke him. Not even the heads of the top 5 families in the Empire would dare to look her in the eyes, let alone her disciples. Even some profound ethereal realm practitioners would have to bow down to her. Her authority and status could only possibly be outshone by the Emperor of the Zeton Empire. But someone who was her student and younger than her by 3 years dared to show impertinent behavior before her. However, she couldn't find much reason to say anything, as Damien didn't say anything rude with his words. It was only the manner in which he said it seemed frivolous. She was sure if she said something, he would tell her that he was simply complimenting his teacher. She shook her head in exasperation and resumed her lecture. "Seems like she is not a silver spoon princess." Damien mused as he confirmed his guess. However, the disciples were slack-jawed that Reva didn't say anything despite Damien's attitude. Before, they all were inwardly grinning, thinking that Damien would get punished. But when Damien gave his answer swiftly and how even Reva complimented his answer as good, they wondered how he knew the answer. But the next thing Damien said made them feel hopeful again, as he dared to say words that could be considered borderline flirting. They were sure that he was in trouble this time and probably could even get his grades cut if Reva wanted to. Even the most arrogant amongst them wouldn't dare to say a single frivolous word to the princess of the Zeton Empire. They valued their heads very much, and the last thing they wanted is to drag down their families. Even though what Damien said was pretty harmless, it was still an impudent behavior considering the status difference between them in their eyes. They knew the Zeton Empire's princess was not simple or just a figurehead and was highly valued by the supreme existences of the empire. To see Damien got scot-free infuriated most of them, especially the men. Some thought whether Reva let go of it because of his correct answer or if she was planning to punish him later. Damien didn't bother about the murmurs around him and was relaxing in his seat when Luna's voice sounded in his mind. "Why are you trying to provoke her?" Chapter 158. Luna knew Damien wouldn't act like a prick for no reason. She continued in an amusing tone, "Don't tell me you are trying to get her attention." Damien chuckled, "What else? For girls like her, simply fawning before her won't invoke any actions from her other than getting slapped in the face. I need to get close to her to get some information out of her." "I knew it. You just wanted an excuse to add her to your harem. Typical of a perverted fiend like you. You just want every heavenly beauty out there," Luna said with a scoff. Damien said in an upright tone, "Harem? I only have Lily, and nor do I plan on pursuing anyone else." He continued in a fixed tone, "Besides, for all I know, she can be considered my enemy as she is part of the Zeton Empire. In the end, she will fall along with the Zeton Empire. I only need to use her till I get what I want. After that, who cares about her?" Damien's tone didn't waver in the slightest as he said his words. "Aha, this is the Damien I was looking forward to seeing. So you plan to seduce her first and break her?" Luna asked eagerly. "Something like that," Damien said nonchalantly while his eyes were still staring outside the window. "But it's a pity to waste her like that. Before throwing her away, if you take her virginity then," Damien said in an exasperated tone, "Hey, time out. Seriously, every time you only have this to say. My job is not to take women's virginity and power myself up. I am not a sex fiend as you think, HMPH. Besides, I won't do anything that can hurt Lily. I know my limits. TCH, you are no fun. Why care about what she feels when she won't even know? Anyway, before you get ahead of yourself, it will be fun to see if you can conquer her or get beaten black and blue hee. After all, she doesn't seem like an easy target," Luna said in an impish tone. Luna continued, "Think what happens if you provoke her and she puts you down for your annoying behavior. After all, do you think royals like her would entertain a country bumpkin like you? Nah, if she was someone like that, then her reaction would have been different now. She is not a petty person like most royals of her age and maybe considers it beneath her to deal with someone like me. And that exactly is why I have to provoke her ego. Besides, if things go wrong, I can use my status as alchemist Azrael to get myself out of any trouble. Valentina can also easily be my proxy just in case." He continued in a serious tone, "Besides, as you said, I have to take some risk. Right now, she is my best chance to learn more about the god residing in this empire." Even though Luna said that the god in the Zeton Empire would be curious about him, he didn't want to wait and risk it as time was quickly passing. He always felt comfortable having a backup plan. Minutes passed, and Reva asked Damien some questions on alchemy in between, and to everyone's surprise, he answered flawlessly without a second of delay. They all wondered whether he was truly talented in alchemy as well. Reva's impression of Damien's knowledge increased by a few notches. The questions she asked were not mainstream and not something one could simply learn by just bookish knowledge. She wondered if Damien had been doing alchemy since childhood, just like her. However, Damien had to admit that Reva's teaching was very easy to understand and profound at the same time as far as he listened. She taught in a way that made even the uninterested ones gain some interest and made them want to delve more into alchemy. The boys had to bite their tongue many times not to get dazed by her beauty while she was lecturing. They never thought it would feel so torturing. Most of the boys stared daggers at Damien from behind as they thought he was probably getting into Reva's good books by answering all her questions perfectly despite the attitude he had shown. All they saw was Damien simply sleeping and waking up only to answer her. That's all for today. Next class, the first practical session starts where you all show me whether you are talented in fire laws or have the ability to manifest your etheric fire, Reva said plainly and walked out of the class as it was break time already. Damien, is it? It looks like we have quite a show off here. A boy around 17 years old snickered loudly and approached Damien from behind as other boys also joined him. Those who were going to leave the class stayed behind to sit and watch the show that was going to happen and thought that things weren't going to end well for Damien. Slam, a couple of youngsters who looked almost 20 years of age rushed in with a lofty style while slamming the door. Where is this Damien Godwin? They asked in a rowdy manner to a nearby disciple sitting on the front bench. He is over there. The disciple feebly pointed out towards Damien as he saw those tall third-year senior elite disciples suddenly barge in and question him. Oh, here we go. Damien lazily stretched his arms as he got up to face the boys coming in his direction. The senior disciples who barged in and, along with some boys from Damien's class, surrounded him in a semicircle fashion as his back faced the wall, not giving him the space to go out. You think you are so smart that you even dared to flirt with Her Highness Reva Zeton. You not only hoodwinked Fairy Valentina by letting you not lose in the assessment, but you are also even targeting our instructor Reva. One of Damien's classmates said loudly in a dissatisfied tone, making sure that his seniors standing beside him heard him loud and clear. One of the senior disciples asked in a tone of disbelief, so the rumors of the princess being an instructor here were true? Damn, you all are lucky. Only if she taught my division. Senior brother Luke, aren't you forgetting about a certain someone here who had the balls to take liberties with Her Highness? Hearing his words, Luke focused his gaze on Damien. Is it true? You dared to flirt with Her Highness? Damien chuckled. Flirt? Well, if you kids who are wet behind the ears want to call that flirting, then go ahead and believe I did. Kids? Not only is your tongue twisted, but even your brain seems to be damaged. Oi, we are your seniors, and you are just a brat who got into this batch because of Fairy Valentina. Don't think that you are our equals just because you are an elite disciple. You should have stayed at that shithole of an empire you are coming from. Luke looked at Damien's classmate and said in a commanding tone, Norin, why are you standing still? Teach this nascent ethereal realm brat how to behave respectfully his superiors and not to flirt with our goddesses. Me? Norin, who was badmouthing Damien all this while, was startled when Luke suddenly told him to teach Damien a lesson. Yes, you, or should I call your mother? What are you so scared for? You are at the 9th level of the spirit ethereal realm, and you are hesitating to touch a lowly nascent ethereal realm brat. Do you expect me, your senior, to handle someone from your class? Luke said in an egotistical tone with his chin thrust out. Even though Luke and Norin were both from noble families, there were still differences in status between them. And apparently, Luke's family had a way higher status than Norin. Norin slowly turned his head and looked at Damien with a cautious expression. Although he hadn't seen Damien's fight because of being busy with his own match, he had heard rumors of how Damien even thrashed a young master of a high-ranked family whose cultivation was at the peak level of the spirit ethereal realm. Although he told himself the rumors were just nonsense, inwardly, he somehow didn't feel the same seeing the confident look on Damien's face. But feeling the presence of his senior brothers, courage welled up in his guts. A condescending smirk emerged on his face as he raised his hand towards Damien's collars. If you touch me, not even your own mother will recognize you once I am done with you, Damien said in a grim tone as his eyes became cold. Chapter 159. Norin gulped when he felt an ominous vibe as he looked into Damien's sharp eyes. All the courage that he had built up faded away. Unknowingly, even his hand became cold and trembled slightly. However, a hand gripped Norin's shoulder. You pussy. You are getting scared from a lowborn's threat? Or do you want me to raise my hand? You know it won't end well for you as well, making your senior waste his precious energy. Don't worry, the rumors are bullcrap, and we all are here anyway. Luke said confidently. Damien didn't say anything and was simply watching the show with his arms crossed. He didn't want to make the first move and waited for the other party to do something. Norin once again mustered his courage and gritted his teeth, thinking why he had to be afraid of a lowborn nascent ethereal realm boy just like his senior brother said. He was from a decent noble family, while Damien was coming from the decrepit Roan Empire. Deciding not to think any further, he fiercely moved his hand towards Damien's neck. However, everyone was surprised when Damien's aura spontaneously flared up. He quickly caught Norin's arm and sent an ear-deafening kick towards his face. Asterisk smack, asterisk arg. The sound of the kick and Norin's painful groan resounded across the whole classroom, as he was sent flying like a missile towards the other end of the classroom. Saliva and blood oozed out of his mouth as he was sent flying, as they fell on the floor like rain. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk crack asterisk Norin's back ruthlessly crashed onto the sturdy wall, and fell with his face down on the table of a disciple who was sitting nearby. A crisp bone-cracking sound was heard just as he crashed against the well-built wall of the classroom. The wall was undamaged as it was built with the most robust material not to get destroyed by anyone below the heaven ethereal realm. But because of that fact, Norin's spine fractured as he brutally crashed against it on his back. The disciple was startled seeing a body flying towards him and falling on his table. He quickly got up and fell back before he got into this messy situation. He was shocked by the plight of Norin as he saw how one side of his face was completely destroyed and a few teeth were missing. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his eyes seemed sluggish as if he could only barely maintain his consciousness. Luke and the others were stunned as their mouths went wide open. They were shocked by the state in which Norin ended up as they saw his body listlessly lying on the table. Now they felt that the rumors of him being able to fight ethereal practitioners a whole realm above him was probably true, no matter how absurd it seemed. Luke slowly turned towards Damien and bared his teeth as he said in a heinous tone, "You fucking brat. You dare to be so vicious to your own classmate? Come here, let me destroy your annoying face." With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Earth ethereal realm, he wasn't afraid of Damien. Even if he believed that Damien could defeat peak-level spirit ethereal realm practitioners doesn't mean that Damien could defeat him. He already knew how Damien wasn't able to defeat Valentina, who was at the first level of the earth ethereal realm. Damien saw Luke ferociously lunging at him like a wild animal. Purple lightning streaks danced across his body as he zoomed out through the only gap near him. Luke was stunned as he saw Damien suddenly disappearing while his fist banged the wall instead of Damien's face. Damien! Luke roared as he turned around and saw Damien with a mocking smile on his face. Damien taunted him by gesturing to Luke to come at him. Luke clenched his teeth and charged towards Damien while using his movement skill. The other disciples in the class scuttered towards the back to not get in between the stormy clash between Damien and a third-year elite disciple. Damien's expressions didn't change as he executed Mirage of Myriad Phantasms again. Everyone saw Damien whizzing around the classroom with speed as fast as lightning while Luke chased him behind like a fool. They could only see streaks of purple lightning and couldn't even spot Damien's figure. Despite the cultivation difference, Luke could only eat Damien's dust as he helplessly tried to chase him around. You coward! Don't run and face me if you are a man. Luke roared as he chased him, trying to go at Damien into a direct clash. Damien knew that he would end up in a sorry state if he went for a head-on clash. After all, Luke's cultivation was too high for him to clash with. But that doesn't mean Luke could catch up to Damien's insane speed. Damien smiled as he suddenly reversed his direction and rushed towards Luke, who was chasing him at a startling speed. Before Luke could notice it, Damien tripped Luke with his feet and moved away from him. Luke's eyes widened when he suddenly felt someone tripping him, and it was too late when he realized that it was Damien who tripped him. As Damien assumed his top speed, Luke wasn't able to notice Damien coming at him. All this while, he was only aimlessly chasing the purple lightning streaks, but other than that, he couldn't even lock onto Damien's aura as it was moving too fast. Crash, due to how fast he was moving, Luke tripped over Damien's feet, unable to control his momentum, and crashed as his body got planted against the wall. Foot. Damien let out a chortle seeing the comical way Luke got planted with his limbs spread on the wall. Plop. Luke slowly slipped down the wall and plopped on the floor like a meat bag. He was stunned for a few moments due to the speed he crashed against the wall as the impact sent his brain reeling. Damien walked towards Luke, lying on the floor with his face on the ground, and placed his foot on his head. Ah, good son, no need to kowtow before your daddy like this. What will your mother say after I promised her I would take care of you on our nuptial night? Damien snickered with a mocking smile. Damien's words were like sharp thorns that drilled their way into his mind. You! Luke quickly recovered his senses and roared as he tried to grab Damien's feet. Whoosh, but Damien noticed the change in Luke's aura and quickly moved back like lightning before Luke could grab his feet. Too slow, kid. Did you call me a coward? Then I wonder what I should call you for trying to bully someone whose cultivation is weaker than you by even more than a whole realm. Come at me after you grow some balls. I wonder whose influence you used to become an elite disciple. What a waste, sigh. Damien let out a sigh of pity as he shook his head. Luke slowly got up with his face twisted into an ugly expression. He felt a drop of blood flowing down his forehead and wiped it off. He did not even get to touch Damien, but Damien still made him bleed. He glared at Damien and bellowed, Damien. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, my name is not Luke. He then looked at his friends who had come along with him. What are you fools looking at? Restrain him. He is a cunning trickster who only knows how to run. Damien looked sideways and saw the group of senior disciples getting out of their daze. They were shocked by the sight happening in front of them where Damien was letting Luke chase around him in circles. Not only the senior disciples, everyone in the class was stupefied that an elite senior disciple at the 4th level of the earth ethereal realm couldn't even touch the corner of Damien's clothes, who was only at the nascent ethereal realm. Luke felt ashamed for asking his friends help to deal with someone whose cultivation was too inferior compared to his. But he knew if he dealt with Damien alone, Damien would make a fool out of him again. Unbeknownst to Damien and Luke, a small crowd was already forming outside the class as they came here after being told by their friends that an exciting fight was happening. Luke's friends weren't afraid of Damien as they were confident that they could easily restrain Damien with their combined abilities. Luke smiled scornfully, thinking that Damien was going to be done for once his friends restrain him. You are dead meat now, bastard. Luke snarled, seeing that his friends were ready to pounce upon Damien. However, before they could rush towards Damien, they stopped in their tracks as they saw an unbelievable scene in front of them. Chapter 160. Just a few moments ago, Luke was preparing to cut off Damien's only retreat by creating a barrier using his ethereal arts. You are dead meat now, bastard. Things weren't going according to how he had planned, but now his ego was at stake here, and he couldn't wait to beat Damien into a pulp. But suddenly, he felt something cold wrapping itself around his chest, which even bound his arms. As he looked at his chest, he was shocked to see that there was nothing but his arms seemed to be bound by something he couldn't see. But before he could realize what was happening, he felt his body lifting off the ground. Let me down. Luke's body magically lifted into the air and swiveled in the air for a few times before he found himself darting towards his friends. His friends were shocked, witnessing the bizarre scene in front of them. But they were startled as they saw Luke dashing towards them. Some of his friends on the farther side managed to get away, but those in the middle were sent flying backward as Luke rammed onto them. They felt as if a huge boulder struck them at a frightening speed. Two of his friends crashed on the wall as Luke lay in between them. But before he could slowly lift himself off the ground, he again felt the same cold metal wrapping around his body. No. He screamed in fright as he found himself being pulled by something invisible, and his body whirled in the air again. Stop. He screamed like a pig as his body swirled in the air while everyone else who saw this sight felt their bodies turning cold. All they saw was Luke simply spinning round and round at a horrific speed on his own. They couldn't even see a single soul near him and couldn't understand who was doing this to him. They wondered if there was a ghost in the room, and that thought sent a chill down their spines as they slowly moved backward. But it was Luke who was the most frightened as he was beyond horrified, not knowing what was going on. He tried his best by using his ethereal energy to break out of whatever was binding him. But all his efforts were in vain as no matter how desperately he tried to exert his strength using his arms, he couldn't get free. It seemed as if he was bound by something as strong as the toughest steel in the world. As his body was wildly swirling in the air, he couldn't find a balance nor use his ethereal arts as he was too shocked and frightened to focus his ethereal energy. His friends were too shocked by the sight that they quickly ran for the door to not get involved in the spooky and unnerving situation happening in the classroom. Most of the other disciples had already rushed out and timidly watched the scary scene from outside. Luke's eyes bulged when he found himself again heading towards his friends who were running for the exit. Asterisk thump, asterisk ah. A loud and dull sound of bodies hitting each other resounded in the whole classroom as Luke's body violently smashed onto his friends who were frantically running towards the door. Two of his friends were buried under Luke's body as they lay listlessly on the floor, with all three of them groaning in pain. But before Luke could catch his breath, his face twisted in shock as he felt the binding around his body pulling him up towards the air again. "No! Stop, please!" He helplessly cried out to whoever was doing this to him. But it was of no avail as he was again fiercely flung towards his other two friends, who were slowly getting up after being knocked down. "No!" Asterisk thump, asterisk yet another dull sound reverberated out, and Luke felt every single joint in his body rippling with pain. It didn't end there, and his body was again pulled up into the air and crashed onto his already knocked down friends. The whole process of being pulled into the air and ramming onto his friends repeated again and again. Luke's hoarse screams of agony resounded along with the dull sound of smashing over his friends. After a few times of ramming onto his friends, he was then rammed against the classroom walls again and again. Asterisk bam. Bam. BAM, asterisk booming sounds of his body violently striking the walls rumbled across the classroom. But not even a single crack on the wall was formed, except the walls were dyed with his blood each time his body was brutally hammered on the walls, along with the sounds of several of his bones cracking. By this time, every disciple who was witnessing this horrifying and alarming scene was frozen stiff on their spots as even they felt it terrorizing to see Luke undergo such tormenting agony. Luke could hardly keep himself aware of what's going on as his body had become numb with horrid and intolerable pain flaring across his body. He was inwardly praying to let this harrowing torture end. He didn't even bother to think any more about who was doing this to him. The whole time, Damien hadn't moved a single step and was in the epicenter of the classroom. He wasn't shocked or surprised to see such a sight as he knew the one who was behind this chilling torture. After the walls were painted with Luke's blood a few times, he finally felt the cold bind around his body releasing him as he slid down the wall in a languishing manner. His face and even his clothes were dyed with his blood, making him look like someone who had suffered 100 years of hellish torture. But while everyone was pitifully staring at his blooded figure, they were surprised when a rosy pink-haired girl with an extremely beauteous face manifested from thin air magically. In her hand was a blood-red hand scythe with blood dripping from its chains, which sent chills across everyone's blood as they looked at it. Her ruby-red eyes were staring at Luke's figure with intense bloodthirstiness as she approached him. Damien slowly walked towards her, but suddenly Valentina flashed forward and sent a merciless kick towards Luke's scrotum. Ah! Luke let out a blood-curdling scream as his spiritless face suddenly became flushed red with pain. His face puffed up as his facial expressions contorted to an extreme degree. Rigid cords of veins popped on his neck and forehead as he tried his best to hold in his pain. He looked at Valentina with a shocked and aggrieved expression. But his eyes had a frightened look as he saw her blood-red eyes glaring at him murderously. Before even thinking about how she thrashed him around, he wondered why she was doing this to him. Her artfully beautiful face didn't even invoke the slightest of any lustful thoughts in him, but only absolute fear. In his eyes, she looked like a bloodthirsty demoness who came from the depths of purgatory to hunt him down. Damien had taught her that a man's most vulnerable weak point was their crotch. He wanted her to handle any men who tried to harass her by herself and make sure they never approach her. She raised her powerful leg to smash his crotch again, but Damien suddenly rushed towards her and stopped her by placing his arm over her. He said mentally, "That's enough. He might die if you hurt him any further. He has already got what he deserved." Damien wasn't shocked by what Valentina did to Luke as he had done worse things in his past life. Things that could make one have nightmares indefinitely. In his previous life, after Sophie died, he wandered the earth while aimlessly killing anyone in his path like a killing machine. He exacted his revenge against the ones who took part in Sophie's death, and massacred their entire families without sparing anyone in gruesome ways one couldn't even imagine. He literally became a stone-cold killer who only carried hatred and resentment in his heart. There were absolutely no emotions or feelings in his heart when he killed anyone who bothered him in the slightest. His heart was dead, and his face seemed as if he was merely a living robot having the only goal of killing everyone who killed his loved ones. He also believed that he was taking revenge for the girls who died for him and that their souls would be at peace. However, after 2 years passed, he lost his sanity the more he killed. He even lost someone whom he only realized how precious she was after she died. Her last words before she died were, "You still have a beautiful heart." From that day onwards, Damien tried to control his emotions and thirst for vengeance and not let them destroy his mind. He was afraid whether he would lose his sanity again if he let his emotions and hatred take control of him. Damien quickly suppressed his bad memories, which he involuntarily thought of as he looked at Luke's bloody figure. But he was astonished by Valentina's physical strength and realized that Valentina did hold back more than he thought when she fought him. For a normal practitioner at the first level of the Earth ethereal realm, it was implausible for them to fling around someone 3 levels stronger than them, just like how Valentina did to Luke. And Valentina didn't even seem to be tired, as if she was only tossing around a light sack. But right now, he knew, if Valentina by chance killed Luke, then things can become a bit difficult, and there was only so much he could do by using his alter ego identity. He already saw that most of the bones in Luke's body were fractured, and his whole body was battered beyond recognition that even his sworn enemies would feel pity for him. He was also sure that his balls were smashed into a paste and that he would be impotent for the rest of his life. Valentina's face had a dissatisfied expression as she turned her head towards Damien, but he tried to hurt you. He even tried to gang up on you with his friends. I know. But I don't think he would be trying anything again. Look at him, he's beyond wasted, and you need not waste any more of your time with pathetic guys like him. Seeing the appalling plight of Luke's body made everyone's blood go cold. All the men involuntarily held their hands over their crotch when they saw Valentina ferociously smashing Luke's crotch. Some even started sweating, witnessing the whole scene, and felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't understand why Valentina was so furious that she ruthlessly beat the living daylights out of Luke and his friends. But when they saw Damien and Valentina talking through mental transmission, their jaws slacked in disbelief. Everyone knew that when a girl and boy talk through mental transmission, it means their relationship is close except in some situations. But seeing the concerned expression on Valentina's face, they knew their relationship was not simple, just as they had speculated. Almost all thought of the same thing. Fairy Valentina is his girlfriend? When the boys say the extent to which Valentina went for Damien, their faces went green with jealousy but also, at the same time, dread and fear. They couldn't imagine what would happen to them if they even tried to touch a corner of Damien's clothes. They all felt that she was a bloody fairy who would even kill those who slightly offended her man. They knew that if Damien didn't stop her, then only if the heavens took pity on him would Luke survive. Meanwhile, a tall and sturdy youngster around 20 years old slowly walked towards the classroom with a frown on his face. Some other youngsters were also following him closely. When the crowd noticed him, they quickly made way for him with astonished and fearful expressions on their face. Chapter 161. Everybody, relax. I will handle this. Roy Clive said with a smile on his face as he waved to the crowd. He quickly took a glance around and saw how even Luke's friends were in a sorry state. He was inwardly frustrated that things didn't go according to his plan. But he walked towards Damien and Valentina with a dim smile. However, when he saw Valentina's face clearly, he stopped in his tracks. So did the youngsters behind him. A heaven-defying beauty. They all thought the same thing, just as the others. Her impeccably exquisite rosy pink hair and her ruby red eyes made her look even more bewitching and charming. Each of her features was beyond perfection, as if they were painted. Roy Clive involuntarily gulped and even started dreaming of conquering her. He was now more determined than ever to make her his, even if he had to throw away all his other women. Even if he was offered all the beauties of the Zeton Empire, he would, without hesitation, refuse them for just Valentina. But of course, he didn't include Riva Zeton as she was also one of his dream women. However, he knew he could only dream about Riva Zeton and do nothing about her as she was the princess of the Zeton Empire whose status was incomparable, but Valentina's status wasn't as high as Riva Zeton's. He thought Valentina was still in his reach and wanted to conquer her before anyone laid their hands on her. However, when he rushed to Damien's classroom, hearing that Luke and his friends were ruthlessly getting beaten up, he was surprised who could or dare to beat them up. Luke and his friends were his men who would gladly carry out whatever he asked them to. He had even made them do many dirty jobs for him, but they had no qualms about it as he rewarded them handsomely with women or other things. He had already tasked some of his men beforehand to suppress the commotion going on in Damien's classroom so that the higher-ups wouldn't notice. He even knew some instructors personally who would gladly turn their heads away and pretend as if nothing was happening. He already expected a commotion to take place as he had planned everything. But he never thought it would be in this way. It was not the scenario he had imagined in his mind. And when he came here, he never expected even remotely that Valentina was the one who thrashed all his men. He didn't even bother about the fact that her cultivation was weaker than Luke and his friends, as even he was appalled by the gruesome sight of Luke's body, especially seeing that not even his manhood was spared. Considering the extensive damage to Luke's family jewels, he doubted if there was any miraculous medicine to heal him. Of course, unless Luke managed to enter the profound ethereal realm somehow, he would be able to regenerate his family jewels slowly. But not only Roy Clive, but even the dogs in the streets knew Luke would never reach that height. In the Zeton Ethereal Foundation history, only a very small fraction of elite graduates managed even to touch the profound ethereal realm in their life. And most of the other geniuses would at best be only in the heaven ethereal realm for the rest of their lives. This was precisely why the profound ethereal realm practitioners were considered as supreme and legendary figures who were feared and respected throughout the continent. To almost all the people, they were like gods whom they could only look up to and bow in reverence. Damien saw Roy Clive walking towards him, and when he saw the azure armband on his arm, he understood that Roy Clive was a third-year student. The crowd were also whispering to each other, "Hey, isn't that senior brother Roy from one of the most powerful families of our empire? Not only is his family one of the pillars of our empire, but he's also in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings." What is the Eternal Hall of Fame? Ah man, you don't know that. All the elite disciples have the chance to enter the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. But they would have to be the best among the best even to get one of the 50 spots available. Once they enter that list and maintain their ranking until they graduate, they would receive one of the most exalted positions in the empire. Their names would also be forever etched in the Eternal Hall of Fame. If you go and look there, you could even see the names of previous geniuses who graduated centuries ago. Especially our powerful headmaster. I see, then what's the rank of senior brother Roy in that ranking? Oh, even having the last rank on the list is something to die for. His ranking is at the 35th position. Of course, this ranking consists of all the elite disciples no matter which year they are. Even a first-year elite disciple can enter the rankings if he has an extraordinary talent. Still, of course, that's impossible, and no one ever had entered the rankings in their first year. Damn, no wonder I heard from my family how he's a well-known genius. Roy Clive got out of his daze, turned his head towards his followers, and ordered them, "Quick, get Luke and his friends towards the medical hall. And you, clean up this mess on the walls. I want this whole classroom back to how it was." He was no fool and knew that Valentina did all this for Damien. He tried his best not to let his face twitch with jealousy. He couldn't understand how someone so extremely beautiful and powerful would be into Damien so much. If they had known each other for many years, it would seem more plausible. But in his perspective, not even a week had passed after they met each other. In his eyes, women were only toys he would use for pleasure and to vent his darkest desires. But strangely, seeing Valentina, who was as beautiful as the devil and twice as dangerous, he couldn't think of such thoughts at all. This was more the reason he wanted her. He put on his best smile as he looked at Valentina, but she punctured his inflated ego by not even glancing at him and instead was looking at Damien, and examining whether he was hurt anywhere like a dutiful girlfriend. He clenched his fists behind him and quickly tried to think of a way he can solve this mess. Because if it was Damien, the one who beat them up, he would only be even happier, but unfortunately, the one who did it all was Valentina. His smile didn't fade as he approached Valentina without even glancing at Damien. "Fairy Valentina, I am Roy Clive of the Clive family who lords over the eastern region of the Zeton Empire. You don't need to worry about the repercussions. I have told my friends to clean up this place, and I am sure I can convince the instructors that this all happened because of a misunderstanding. Despite how he stressed the part where his family had power over the whole eastern region of the empire, Valentina still didn't look at his face and curtly replied, I don't care. His lips twitched, seeing her indifference. He was the elite genius of the Clive family, one of the top 5 families in the Zeton Empire. When did anyone not care to give him face? Not even the imperial family would ignore him rudely in public. Damien chuckled as he looked at Roy Clive with a mocking smile. He knew for what exactly Roy Clive was here, and considering the timing at which he had shown up, he speculated that Roy Clive was somehow behind all this. Dude, if you don't want to make a fool out of yourself, just get out of the way, Damien said casually. Hearing his scorn, he furiously stared at Damien, unable to maintain his gentlemanly bearings any longer. He had never in his life been talked to in such a way, especially someone too weaker than him. He never thought that Damien would have the guts to speak like that to him. He speculated that the only reason Damien thrashed his younger brother was because of ignorance of the power his family had in the Zeton Empire. He was sure Damien would have known by now how powerful his family was, especially after he said it himself before him. However, before he could say anything, he felt intense killing intent from Valentina, making his blood go cold. Damien smirked and put his hand over Valentina's shoulders. Come, Valentina. We don't need to waste our time in front of clowns. Chapter 162. Now that Valentina had already established the fact that she was close with him, Damien felt that it wouldn't be much of a difference if he acted unfamiliar with Valentina. Even if it might mean more trouble, he decided to act as he usually would with Valentina. He already got enough of trouble and didn't think that any more would make much of a difference. Seeing Damien walk away while holding Valentina close, Roy Clive's features shook as he clenched his teeth. Not only was he insulted in front of everyone, but Damien also took away the woman he never before desired so badly in his life. Most of the time, women would gladly throw themselves upon him, or at most, he would have to use coercion by using his influence. Never he had to face such blatant rejection. Hold it, Damien. Roy Clive shouted as his silhouette flashed in front of Damien, you think this is the Rome Empire where you can just spit on me and leave? Fairy Valentina, how can you not show me face? I did you the favor of cleaning up your mess and even make sure that Luke doesn't file a complaint against you. If I, for some reason, didn't want to stop Luke from reporting to the discipline committee, you might have to face a lot of consequences as Luke is coming from a noble family. Do you understand what I am saying? Roy Clive had enough after seeing how close these two were. He decided that if he cannot woo Valentina to his side, he will use coercion. As long as he gets to enjoy such a heavenly beauty, it didn't matter to him which method he had to use. He already sent a mental transmission to his men and ordered them to disperse the crowd away, not to let them hear things he didn't want them to. Damien thought inwardly how stupid Roy Clive was to use a backhanded threat. But he thought it was quite natural as youngsters like Roy Clive had become too arrogant because of not tasting defeat, or facing a rejection ever in their life. One would usually become more complacent and conceited when everything in their life goes as they wished. Valentina indifferently replied as she gave a death stare, why should I? I never asked for any favor, and you can do whatever you want. I am not coming with you nor anyone else. Besides, the real loser here is you. Now, get out of my sight. Roy Clive's expression blackened as he said in a hard tone, then what will happen to your precious Damien if I pin whatever you did onto him? Do you really want him to suffer the consequences of what you did? He is nothing but trash from the Rome Empire, whereas Luke is from the noble family. Who do you think the elders of the disciplinary committee are going to listen to? Especially when I also put in some words. As he finished, an evil grin emerged on his face. Roy Clive had used the same tactic to steal away numerous women from wealthy families who were girlfriends or wives of other men. Usually, their boyfriends would have a relatively lower status, and he used that weakness to blackmail their girlfriends. If he set sight on some girl and likes her, he would surely play with her for a night or as long as he wants and then throw them away. But now that he saw Valentina with his own eyes, he didn't feel like playing with any other women until he had Valentina first. He wondered how much he would enjoy breaking a cold girl like her. Didn't take long for him to reveal his true colors. Damien snickered inwardly. Valentina's brows furrowed for a moment, but when Damien tightened his grip around her shoulders, she relaxed, and her face had a confident and determined expression. She had absolute trust in Damien. If he assured her that it was of no issue to him, then she would completely believe him. Roy Clive inwardly grinned when he saw the change in Valentina's expression first. But when her expression again changed back to her usual confident self, he became disconcerted. He became infuriated as he realized that Damien must have said something to her. From the beginning itself, a weakling was standing in his way. Deciding not to be the fool anymore, he decided not to let Damien go scot-free, especially when Damien beat up his younger brother. A wave of ethereal energy exploded from Roy Clive's body, which startled Damien as he was astounded by the power behind his energy. He instantly sensed that Roy Clive was at the 6th level of the Earth ethereal realm and realized how powerful someone ranked in the Eternal Hall of Fame is. Roy Clive's hand formed a claw as he tried to grasp Damien's neck like a hawk. But before Damien and Valentina could react, a silver whip coiled around Roy Clive's arm and pulled it back. Roy Clive was startled as he felt an immense pull on his hand. He turned his head in vexation, but his mouth froze when he saw the silver whip. He turned back to see a seductive beauty with loads of makeup on her face. Not only she had a seductive charm, even her dress looked seductive to the point people would wonder if she was a prostitute, especially how her dress highlighted her half-naked bosom. The azure armband on her arm glimmered with 3 stripes, which implied that she was a third-year elite disciple just as Roy Clive. But those who knew her didn't dare to think of her as a prostitute. Even if they did, they would try their best not to show it on their face. However, the men who saw her couldn't help but drool over her figure for the first time. Great, another nut job. Damien didn't expect everyone to gang up on him today. He also sensed that she had the cultivation as Roy Clive, which meant that she was also in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. Roy Clive frowned and said in a piqued tone as he undid the whip around his arm, Denisa, what is the meaning of this? Why the hell are you butting into my business all of a sudden? Despite her looks, Roy Clive didn't want to be anywhere near her as he knew best that she was not a normal one. Foo, little Roy, just because your Clive and my Rivers family are having good ties now doesn't mean I can't cross paths with you if I wanted to. Especially when you were going to hurt my poor prince. Denisa Rivers said in a casual tone as she sashayed towards Damien with an alluring smile. When Roy Clive heard her call him as little Roy again, he winced, but when he heard the last part of her sentence, he wasn't surprised anymore why she was here. He laughed inwardly, thinking that probably this was the best situation as even he couldn't imagine what all things Denisa Rivers was going to do to Damien now that she had her sights on him. My prince, do you have any idea how long I have waited for you? She asked with an adoring gaze as she looked at Damien. Seeing his picture-perfect handsome face, she licked her lips as she slowly moved her hand towards his face to touch him. She had never felt her body become so hot from just seeing a face. The more she looked at him, the more she wanted to taste him. She wished that she had caught him sooner and decided to punish her toys later for not informing her about Damien sooner. Damien frowned, but before he could do anything. Don't you dare touch him! Valentina shrilled as she caught Denisa Rivers' hand. Denisa Rivers slowly moved her eyes towards Valentina, and when she saw her picturesque beauty, she felt so inferior that she felt threatened for the first time in her life. Seeing Valentina's face, she felt like scaring her flawlessly beautiful face permanently. She wrinkled her nose and tried to shake off Valentina's hand. Ha! But surprisingly, Valentina's hand was still firmly gripping her. Her face scowled as she yelled, "You bitch dare to touch me!" She used her maximum body strength as she forcibly shook off Valentina's hand. Just as she shook off from Valentina's grip, she raised her hand to slap her face. Chapter 163. Damien quickly came in front of Valentina and was ready to flash backward using his ethereal arts. That's enough, Denisa! A man's shout came from behind, which made Denisa freeze her hand. Head Prefect! Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers shouted in their mind seeing the young man approaching them. Damien saw a good-looking young man walking through the door with a scruffer-looking girl proudly walking behind him. You're a Haley? Damien wondered if she was here for Valentina. But when he saw the armband on the young man's arm, he was surprised that he was a final-year student. Glenn, you don't have any reason to be here. This is my business. Denisa said with a frown. You're a Haley scoffed, HMPH, my elder brother has every right to be here. You two have been bullying the first years, and it is the duty of the head prefect to discipline you too. Isn't that right, brother? Glenn Haley said as he looked at Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers, yes, it is. As the head prefect, it is my business to ensure order and discipline are maintained around here. I don't care what business you two are having here, but it is time both of you left. Otherwise, I would be forced to write up a report as I have caught you two red-handed. Even though the Clive and Rivers family were among the top 5 families, Glenn Haley wasn't scared of them as his Haley family was among the top 5 as well. HMPH, I am not going anywhere till I exact out justice for my younger brother and friends. Head Prefect, what punishment should this brat Damien get for viciously thrashing his seniors? Especially breaking almost all his bones and even his manhood. If you don't believe me, why don't you visit the medical ward? Roy Clive said with a sly grin. Wrong. Damien had nothing to do with it. I was the one who beat them all up for trying to attack Damien unfairly. Valentina cried out in an aggravated tone. Hearing her voice, Glenn Haley moved his eyes to see Valentina move from behind Damien to his front. His eyes froze as her extremely intoxicating beauty came into his sight. It was as if he had a love-struck expression more like love at first sight. Yora Haley sighed, seeing the foolish expression on her brother. She knew whatever her brother was thinking was pointless as Valentina's heart had already been taken by someone else. She pinched his waist to make him come back to reality. Glenn Haley awkwardly coughed, and when he thought about the words Valentina said, he glared at his sister as he was not aware of these things. Yora Haley glanced away while humming to herself as if this mess was now her brother's to handle. Before, when she saw Valentina fighting against Luke and others, she knew Roy Clive had to be behind this as she knew Luke was the right hand of Roy Clive. She quickly ran towards her brother for help as she knew she wouldn't be able to stop Roy Clive by herself in case he appeared before Valentina. The only thing she told her brother was that one of her friends was in a difficult situation and asked for his help to solve the situation. She didn't say anything about whom all are involved. Otherwise, she knew her brother might hesitate as it was a headache to go against the heirs of the big shot families even for him. Now that Valentina had admitted it herself, Glenn Haley didn't know what to do. As per rules, he would have to exact some disciplinary action against Valentina as it seems the other party was heavily injured to the point they had to be taken to the medical ward. Damien had enough already as he thought people were getting onto his heads just because he was staying silent. He didn't blame Valentina at all for what she did. He would have done the same thing if he was in Valentina's shoes. He was already fed up with these arrogant young masters and decided to shut them all up for once and for all. He had no enmity with these people, nor did he provoke them. But they, for trivial reasons, wanted to trouble him and Valentina. Roy Clive. Damien growled. If you have the guts, why don't you challenge me instead of chasing after women's skirts? And you, Denisa, before you call someone bitch, why don't you take a good look at the mirror and see who the real bitch is? No, even bitches can't be as ugly as you. You are not even worthy to touch my Valentina's feet. Valentina ardently looked at Damien as he said those words, and her heart throbbed to see him defend her so vehemently and how much importance she had in his heart. Damien's voice was so loud that it thundered across the room, and even some disciples who had gathered again heard his words loud and clear. Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers' eyes bulged as their veins pulsed in their necks. Their faces were utterly flushed red in anger, and even Glenn Haley and Yora Haley were shocked to hear Damien's words. They couldn't understand from where Damien was getting the courage to talk like that to the heirs of the most prestigious families in the Zeton Empire. Even if one doesn't consider their backing, they were elite geniuses whose status was in the top 1%. Who would dare to talk to them in such a humiliating and insulting way, especially when their cultivation was way superior to them? Yora Haley was impressed that Damien was so protective about Valentina that he didn't even flinch from insulting these two. She now understood why Valentina was so head over heels for Damien. She could see that Damien wouldn't hesitate to face anyone who tries to harm Valentina. Ha 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 ha. Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers' expressions changed into one of amusement and ridicule. They looked at Damien and laughed as if they had heard some funny joke. Despite the expression on her face, Denisa Rivers was so furious inwardly that she wanted to torture Valentina in front of Damien before making him her slave. But as Glenn Haley was standing here, she couldn't do anything blatantly. Not even once in her life did anyone dare to call her ugly. All her life, she had only received praises of how beautiful and charming she looked. But the man she never before wanted so badly in her life called her ugly. At first, she thought of treating him nicely after turning him into her slave. But now, she licked her lips as she thought of other plans. Roy Clive wrinkled his nose as he looked at Damien with contempt. A weakling like you want to challenge me? Ha 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 ha. Foo foo foo, little Roy, I think this doggy needs to be disciplined. He thinks he can say whatever he wants to his master. Denisa Rivers sneered as she gave a nasty stare at Damien. Kids, no need to laugh if you both are feeling scared. Give me 1 month, and I will replace your position in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. If I lose, I will do anything you both want. But if I win, you all should forget whatever happened today and not create any further problems with it. Do you dare to accept? Damien asked provocatively. Glenn Haley chimed in, Damien, don't say things on impulse. Roy is at the 6th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm, and you are only at the peak level of the nascent Ethereal Realm. I don't mean to look down on you, but even if you can truly fight someone a whole realm higher than you, it is not enough. Not even close. And within just 1 month, even if you cultivate it strenuously and with your extraordinary talent, you might break into the Spirit Ethereal Realm. But that's it. It still won't be enough to challenge someone listed in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. Glenn Haley didn't really care about Damien's well-being. But since Valentina seemed to care about him so much, he decided to earn her favor by showing his goodwill. He didn't want to give up just because Valentina seemed to be in love with Damien. He believed that as long as one sincerely pursues a maiden, they can steal away their heart. But he didn't realize that he had completely and totally underestimated Valentina's feelings for Damien. Roy Clive smiled derisively. That's enough, Glenn. Look at his confident face. He thinks that I am scared to accept his laughable challenge. Fine, your conditions, I accept. But after 1 month, if you run away. He gave a sinister smile as he continued, you know what happens. I challenge Valentina as well. Denisa Rivers chipped in as she looked at Valentina with a direful glare. Valentina's eyes didn't falter as she stared at Denisa menacingly. Why the hesitation? Are you scared, little kitty? Denisa Rivers mocked. Damien turned towards Valentina and asked, Valentina, do you want to accept her challenge? You don't have to if you don't want to. But I am sure after 1 month, you can easily defeat her. Valentina looked at Damien and nodded with a smile. She wasn't worried about fighting Denisa Rivers. She already decided to accept her challenge to not let Damien face them alone. Since she created this mess, she also wanted to take responsibility for it instead of letting Damien solve it for her by himself. But hearing Damien's words, she was now absolutely confident of defeating Denisa Rivers as she believed in Damien. I accept, Valentina said with a confident stare. Foo foo foo, good. Be prepared to taste my whip. I can't wait for it. But just like there are conditions for Damien's match, I want some conditions for the winners and losers as well. Valentina said assertively. Oh. Denisa Rivers raised one of her eyebrows, and what conditions does little kitty want? Whoever loses will have to wear a sign around their neck with the words, I am a bitch for the whole week. Do you dare to accept? Valentina asked coldly. Damien wanted to say something but didn't, as he knew that Valentina was confident in herself, just like him. And he also wanted to let her deal with Denisa Rivers by herself without needing his intervention. Denisa Rivers' lips twitched hearing Valentina's blatant provocation. But her eyes glinted as she said with a sneer, is that all? Obviously, I accept. I can't wait to see you walk around with that sign around your neck. It seems like next month is going to be pretty interesting foo-foo. Chapter 164. In the headmaster's room, an old man dressed in elegant azure robes was sitting behind a desk while reviewing some scrolls. Asterisk knock, knock asterisk, yes, you can come in. As the door opened, a sapphire-haired beauty entered elegantly as the doors closed behind her. Leon Zeton's eyes moved, and he got up with a warm expression on his face. Little Reva, what brings you here? How was your first class? Take a seat. Reva sighed as she sat down. Uncle Leon, the class went fine. But that boy called Damien is so. Leon Zeton narrowed his gaze as he took a seat. Is what? Reva shook her head. It's just that he was not at all as I imagined. He is so cocky, arrogant, impudent, and... Leon Zeton chuckled. Ha ha, seems like he made quite an impression on you for you to describe him so vividly. Boys his age tend to be arrogant, especially when their talent is extraordinary. Can you not expect him to show some arrogance when he was born with a lightning seed, and the ability to even defeat opponents a whole realm higher than him? Reva furrowed her brows, but he is also coming from the Roman Empire. I thought he would be a humble and modest boy as he should know the difference between our empires. If he shows too much arrogance, he would only get himself in trouble. I can't believe the one we are looking for is him. On the first day of the class itself, he questioned me whether I am fit to be his teacher. Reva had an aggrieved expression and poured out her complaints to Leon Zeton as if he was her father. Leon Zeton raised one of his brows. Oh? He seems interesting. To think that he would behave so impudently with you as you said. I am sure he knew of your status. Either he is a simpleton or someone with schemes. If he is not a fool, I am sure he is being arrogant because he is confident of himself or confident enough by having something to rely on. Such people don't do things without reason. I think he might have tried to probe you. Reva had a perplexed expression. Probe me? Leon Zeton nodded. Yes. It's just my speculation, but I think that he wanted to find out your nature or how you would respond to his provocation. Reva knitted her brows and asked, but why? What is he after? You did check his background, right? Reva knew that Leon Zeton was probably right as he had lived for centuries and has a good understanding of human interactions. After all, his main job was dealing with various kinds of people from different places and origins. Reva felt that Damien tried to probe her not because he was in love with her or had a crush on her, but because of some other reason. She had asked Leon Zeton about his background to verify whether he was someone with a hidden goal. Leon Zeton had an inscrutable smile as he said, "Of course I did. And do you know the interesting fact that I found out?" Reva had a blinking expression. "What is it?" "He was the personal servant of the celestial princess, Lily Roan." Reva's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, "That can't be, it doesn't make sense. From what I have heard, she is not the kind of person to take in a boy as her personal servant. If it were just as an ordinary servant, then it would have made more sense. And why would he even be her servant? He has such extraordinary talent that he could have easily got himself recruited into some reputed family and have a glorious life. I am sure in the Roan Empire, he would have been hailed as the #1 genius along with Lily Roan. Wait, you still haven't heard another shocking fact. While he was her servant, he was a cripple. My sources say that his ethereal core points were destroyed beyond repair, which not even the most genius doctor in the world could treat." Reva leaned forward with a confounded expression. Her forehead puckered as she said, "Uncle Leon, are you really sure he was a cripple?" "No. I guess that makes sense how no one knew about his lightning seed or his extraordinary prowess. But if that's the case, how was he able to cultivate again? And was he simply Lily Roan's personal servant or something more? I am sure she was not taken in by his pretty face. She must know something we don't know. It seems that there is more to him than what he shows. Is this why Heath told us that Damien is the one we are looking for?" Leon Zeton said with a thoughtful expression, "Maybe there is something he is hiding or maybe not. You should know that these are just merely rumors without any substantial proof. Maybe Damien wasn't a cripple or was pretending to be for his own reasons. Maybe Lily Roan took pity on him and took him in as her personal servant because she saw something in him. I will dig deeper and see which family he is coming from because I am quite sure that there is no family with the name Godwin on this continent. What if he is from the outside? Maybe that can also be one of the reasons he told us about him." Reva's eyes flashed as she said in a slightly expectant tone, "Probably. Because I think Godwin is not a name he simply made up. If everything goes well, then things would be looking good for us. I also forgot to mention that his lightning seed does not seem to be ordinary. According to the records of the last known lightning seed practitioner, a lightning seed will only produce dark blue lightning streaks. But Damien's was a bright purple, which makes me think that his lightning seed is special. Probably why his talent is so extraordinary, then I guess his parents must be extraordinary as well. More than we imagine and probably more powerful than even the Emperor." Reva raised her brows, hearing his words. She knew how powerful her father was and also the fact that he was the most powerful practitioner in the whole continent, someone who could cover the whole continent with his palm. "So, what are you going to do about him?" Reva's azure eyes narrowed as she said, "For now, I will just observe him. But I am also intrigued about the origins of the girl called Valentina. Heath told me that she possessed the blood seed and was a different form of my water seed. I have never heard of such a seed, nor did I expect anyone here to have one like those. I feel like she is also someone from the outside. Leon Zeton stroked his beard, probably. But we can't delve too much into her. She is, after all, the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael. For now, we will just do what we should do and focus on Damien." It was evening when Damien and Valentina were roaming the streets with her hugging his arm. Many heads turned, and by now, almost everyone knew who the exotic rosy pink-haired girl was even if she hadn't worn the azure token around her neck. Some even knew that the boy Valentina was hugging onto was the newly joined elite disciple, Damien, who possessed the mythical lightning seed. Looking from afar, people felt like they were a perfect couple made for each other and looked so good together. However, most youngsters, especially the men, didn't hold the same opinion as they started at Damien with green faces. "Big brother, was what I did wrong? I wish I had gotten earlier, but many of those disciples were pestering me, and it took me a while to put them all down." Valentina asked with a worried face as she wondered if Damien got into a problematic situation because of her. But she felt that even if she was faced with such a situation again, she would have probably done the same thing again. Damien smiled, "Of course not. In fact, I am glad you want to protect me so much because I would have done the same for you. Now I know why your ethereal arts were named in such a way. You are the protectress." "No, you are my protectress." Valentina gave a beautiful smile hearing his words, and she liked how Damien titled her as his protectress. Damien wondered whether Luna included the term protectress in her ethereal arts because of Valentina's nature or for some other reason. The duo had a nice time at a luxury inn where they peacefully celebrated their birthday. Damien heard from the conversations in the inn that an interesting play or stage drama was going to be held in the city square. He asked Valentina if she was interested in watching it, and she nodded. Damien was curious to find out how the stage shows in this world were. The two soon reached the center of the city square and saw many people had already taken their seats. There was a huge platform in the front where the play was going to be held. Damien and Valentina paid for the expensive front row seats and had to pay extra as those seats were exclusive for rich people who came late. A man came forward on the platform and spoke in a loud voice, "Welcome, everyone. Today we are going to stage a drama or a story about the history of our glorious Zeton Empire, and see for ourselves how it stood the test of time and protected itself against invaders or rebels. Now, let the show begin." Chapter 165. On the stage, an ethereal projection was running, which displayed various background scenes. Damien felt as if he was watching a movie and now understood why this interested the people so much. He also found out that this stage show was something that happened every week. Some people came upon the stage dressed in costumes, and Damien guessed that they must be the ones who would enact the play, and the narrator would be talking from behind the background projection. 10,000 years ago, the Zeton Empire was not as powerful and glorious as now. But at that time, it was still a very prosperous empire. The Zeton Emperor of that time was a very benevolent and kind person who took care of his subjects like his own children. As the narrator talked behind the curtains, a grandly dressed person on the stage played the Emperor's role as he acted according to the script. But of course, anything good always attracts evil and greed. A newly settled group of people known as the Zirians enjoyed the Emperor's benevolent treatment, including letting them own vast areas of land and giving them jobs. Although they were less in numbers, some of them were very powerful. They were also offered high positions in the Empire as the Emperor thought that they were a loyal and decent group of people. But no. They weren't happy enough with the grace they had been bestowed and wanted more. They eyed the throne of the Zeton Empire and the various resources that lay under our land. For years, they plotted and schemed to take over the empire slowly. They even bribed various high-ranked officers who were unknowingly playing a part in their schemes. The Zirians deviously sabotaged various parts of the empire and were slowly gaining control over the major workings of the empire. The kind emperor was oblivious to these things. Before he knew it, he had lost control over the empire and was forcibly dethroned by the Zirians. They killed him in front of the public and had his body hanged on the gates to let the people know that the Zirians will be the ones ruling over the native Zetonians. On the stage, the actor playing as the emperor had his neck hung by a rope as some other people on the stage playing as the Zirians cheered on. The audience had tears filling their eyes as they showed expressions of pity and resentment. Damien didn't feel anything but watched the show in a light-hearted way as if he was watching a movie. Valentina also watched the stage show with curiosity. She found it interesting and enjoyable to see a play like this. Many Zetonians died an unjust death as the Zirians took over the empire. Many families of the high-ranked officials were put to death. Not even the elderly, women, and children were spared. They wanted to completely root out any thoughts of revenge or vengeance and make sure none of them comes back to bite them. However, they missed a very important person. The Crown Prince went into hiding along with some other Zetonians who survived the onslaught of the Zirians. The Crown Prince was a heavenly genius who was said to be blessed by the seas. Many loyal Zetonians gladly laid down their lives so that their Crown Prince could escape and come back more powerful to take vengeance. On the stage, a young man with a cold and determined expression stood in front of many people who were acting as his loyal subjects. His eyes had tinges of grief as he looked at the bodies of his fallen men. Wow, great acting. Damien was impressed by the young man's acting who played the role of the Crown Prince. Many centuries passed, and the Zirians lavishly ruled while tormenting and torturing the remaining Zetonians in the empire. However, one day, an elderly man visited the imperial palace on his own. The Zirians received that elderly man with great respect. His ethereal aura was very profound and deep, like the oceans, and they felt suffocating pressure from him. All he requested was to let him meet the Zirian emperor, who was almost reaching the end of his lifespan. Each and every action of his was polite and without any arrogance. Despite the shocking strength of the elderly man, they decided to befriend him by letting him meet the emperor. But as soon as the elderly man met the emperor, his ethereal strength exploded and completely engulfed the imperial palace. Every single Zirian in the empire fell on their knees as the elderly man looked at them from above with centuries of hatred and resentment in his eyes. On the stage, many people dressed as Zirians were on their knees, and an aged person floated above them as if a god was looking down upon the mortals who had sinned. The audience had stirred expressions on their face as some cried, feeling emotional. After all, everyone could guess who that elderly man in the play was. This elderly man was none other than the son of the late Zetonian emperor and the rightful heir to the empire, Vasco Zeton, who had come back for revenge. Not even the Zirian emperor was able to raise a hand against him due to the immense pressure from just Vasco Zeton's aura. Damien now realized why Vasco Zeton was so respected and remembered by the people even in the Zeton Empire's annals and various books. Just before Vasco Zeton was preparing to drown every Zirians in the oceans, the Zirian emperor pitifully begged him to spare his people and to forgive his people's sins. He was ready to do anything as long as Vasco Zeton would let them live. Vasco Zeton was prepared to drown every last one of the Zirians, but probably because he inherited his father's benevolence, he decided to give them one last chance as he thought that he would be no different than the Zirian villains if he slaughters them all mercilessly. Using his godly powers, he came up with his own form of ethereal seal known as the Cursed Seal and placed it on every Zirian. Of course, those who participated actively in the dethronement were either imprisoned or executed and some of them had already died due to old age. Strange, how did he come up with such a powerful seal that even passed on to their descendants for thousands of years? Damien remembered FYNN and wondered if Vasco Zeton was truly that powerful for him to invent the Cursed Seal on his own. Of course, this seal didn't torture or kill the Zirians. They were allowed to live peacefully despite their heinous deeds and cruel torture of many Zetonians. However, once they act or do something which can be considered a betrayal to the Zeton Empire, then their cultivation would be immediately crippled along with their minds. The proof of this cursed seal is the grey mark that would appear on their foreheads when they use their cultivation, and it would be passed on to their descendants. This act ushered in a new era of peace and prosperity for the Zeton Empire, while the Zirians still to this day repay the benevolence that was bestowed upon them. On the stage, a group of people dressed as Zirians kneeled in fear and reverence before the elderly man playing as Vasco Zeton. However, Damien felt that something was off with the story. He didn't fully buy the story and wondered how someone who carried hatred and resentment for centuries easily forgave the Zirians. Unless the Crown Prince was a saint who let himself detach from worldly matters. But not all Zirians were satisfied with this peace. A certain group of ungrateful Zirians grouped together to form the rebel group known as the Forsaken. They carried out anarchist attacks and killed a lot of Zetonians over the centuries. Somehow, they were able to nullify the effects of the Cursed Seal. But fret not, our Zeton Empire didn't get cold feet and quickly get out. Luna suddenly shouted a warning in his head. Valentina's ears twitched just as she tightened her hand around Damien's arm. Not bothering to ask her why, Damien instantly executed his mirage of myriad phantasms, as he flashed back a few dozen meters pulling Valentina along with him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Damien's eyes went wide as an earth-shaking explosion erupted near the stage, and the intense shockwave swept him a few meters away, making him crash on a stall with Valentina in his arms. Chapter 166. Damn, what the hell just happened? Damien muttered as he tried to get up. Big brother, are you okay? Valentina worriedly asked as she got up and pulled him up. Yes, I am fine. What? But his eyes were startled by the amount of destruction that happened in front of him. There was not even a stage anymore, and the smell of burnt bodies permeated the air. The explosion killed those who were performing on the stage, not leaving behind even a single trace of their bodies. Most of the audience were either dead or severely injured. Only those with higher cultivation and sat farther away from the stage managed to survive with heavy injuries. The explosion was a self-contained explosion that only spread a couple of meters, but a deadly one, and killed everyone who got within its blast radius. But the ground within the blast radius was completely destroyed, and even those who were outside the blast radius felt muddled from the shockwaves. People were running helter-skelter as many ran back to their homes, while some were crying near the dead corpses while others wailed in pain. It was a totally chaotic scene, and the merchants even abandoned their shops after packing up their valuables. Some didn't even care about their things and ran away from the central square. After all, they didn't want to wait and see if another explosion would happen or not. Damien had a perplexed expression as he mumbled, "Who did this and why?" Damien couldn't understand who attacked this place out of nowhere. This place wasn't much of a significance, and there was nothing to steal too. Asterisk bling asterisk, a citywide alarm suddenly sounded out as some of the people froze on their spots. Their mouths trembled as they shouted, "It's the Forsaken! They are here! Run!" Damien looked up and saw some grey cloaked figures jumping towards the ground from the roof. They blended well with the night and their movements were fast and nimble. Damien also saw the Zeton patrol guards rushing towards the central square with their weapons out. Damien saw that the two groups were about to clash, and he didn't want to stick around and get himself involved in this trouble. He didn't care to think further about why the Forsaken were here or their agendas. "Come, let's go, Valentina. It isn't safe here." Damien held Valentina's hand and dashed towards his villa's direction, which was fortunately in the opposite direction. "Luna, what the hell was that explosion?" Damien mentally asked as he ran. It was from an ethereal formation that was already laid near the stage. "I only noticed it when it got activated." The activation was very subtle, and one wouldn't even notice it unless they knew about it. "Of course, these Forsaken people must have done it," Luna casually said. "Did I just witness a terrorist attack? Just my luck, phew." Damien wondered what would have happened had he not got Luna's warning. Even if he used his speed instantaneously after noticing the explosion, he would have at least lost a leg or two and would be lucky even to survive. He took to the alleys to not attract any attention towards him and increased his speed as much as he could. He also heard another explosion resounding from the direction in which the Imperial Palace was located. Damien wondered how big of an explosion it must have been for him to notice it from this far away. He then realized that the explosion in the center square must have been a distraction to distract the guards and everyone's attention. He was sure the Forsaken must have planned something big as people said they hadn't made a move for a couple of years. However, as he was speeding through one of the alleys, he noticed many grey cloaked figures with masks whizzing past him. He wasn't able to detect their cultivation levels at all and realized that their cultivations were all way above him. Oh, shit. Damien stopped running as many cloaked figures surrounded him from all sides, closing away all exit paths he could take. He tightly held Valentina as he quickly scanned his surroundings for a way out. Careful, they all are at least in the Sky Ethereal Realm, and there are also two in the peak levels of the Heaven Ethereal Realm. Luna warned. Why the fuck are they after me? Damien was surprised hearing their power levels. He wondered what these people wanted from him as he never even involved himself with them, nor did he have any enmity against them. After learning their powerful power levels, Damien speculated that he was an important target to them for some reason otherwise. Why would they go this far for him who was only at the nascent ethereal realm? He saw a cloaked figure with an azure mask slowly coming forward, and two tall figures with sky blue masks standing behind the one with the azure mask. All others had black masks, and they all stood still on their spots without making any movements. However, their demeanor seemed as if they were ready to pounce on Damien if he tried to escape. The figure wearing the azure mask spoke in a monotone voice which obviously seemed disguised. "Damien Godwin, I am sure you must have heard of us, the Forsaken. We apologize for introducing ourselves in such a situation. Circumstances are not in our favor, and some things had to be done quickly. My name is Triton, and I need you to come with me. Don't worry, we don't mean no harm, and we will also make sure the lady in your arms safely reached home." Damien asked as his brows furrowed, "And what if I refuse?" Triton sighed and said, "I hope you do not, as we would have to use force otherwise." "Damien." Valentina faintly muttered as she tightly clutched Damien's clothes, preparing herself to fight in case Damien gets in a fight. She had no idea of the cultivation levels of the people who surrounded them. Still, she could faintly sense that they all were more powerful than her or Damien. Even though he knew chances were pretty slim, Damien quickly thought of using Piggy as a distraction to escape. But an overbearing pressure descended on him, which restricted his movements completely. Now, even if he lets out Piggy or Misty, it would be completely useless as he won't be able to escape the aura from a peak-level Heaven Ethereal Realm practitioner. The same pressure descended on Valentina as well, making her unable to use her ethereal arts. The two stood still on the spot as if they were statues. "Don't resist. Let them take you away. They won't kill you," Luna said in an assuring tone. But she muttered to herself in an amusing tone, "Interesting." Damien was surprised that Luna wanted to let them kidnap him. However, he trusted her words and didn't do anything else. Triton suddenly flashed forward and touched Valentina's forehead, making her go unconscious before she could even react. "Don't you dare touch her!" Damien coldly shouted as he worried about what Triton did to Valentina. Triton caught Valentina and said in a calm voice, "Calm down. She's merely unconscious. We won't harm her just as we promised. We will leave her somewhere where her master could find her." Before Damien could say anything else, Triton touched Damien's forehead as well, making his mind go dark. "Master Triton, we must quickly leave. We have already wasted enough time going after this boy. And who knows, Alchemist Azrael might come after us if we hold on to his personal disciple for too long." "I know, Blake. But we already made use of a barrier to make sure she didn't send any distress signals, and it is not good to directly knock him out without talking to him." Triton beckoned at two of the black-masked figures. "Yes, Master Triton? Please give us your command." Two womanly voices sounded as they deeply bowed. Triton passed the unconscious Valentina to them and said, "Carry her to somewhere safe, possibly near where she stays. But don't get too close. Her master might be around." "Of course, Master Triton." The two women carried Valentina and swiftly disappeared into the shadows. One of the sky blue masked men picked up Damien as Triton said, "Tell others to regroup. It's time to leave." Chapter 167. Where the hell? No, Valentina. Damien quickly got up frantically, but he found himself sitting on a bed. As he looked around, he saw that he was in a simple but graceful room that didn't look too grand. He quickly got on his feet and inspected himself to see if his cultivation was sealed or something. Fortunately, he found that he could still use his cultivation. Luna, what all happened, and where am I? Did they do anything to Valentina? Damien asked mentally. Damien was worried whether Valentina was fine, as the last thing he remembered was her being knocked unconscious. Relax. Valentina is safe, and they took you pretty far away from the city to some low-key area. All they did was put you on the bed and leave. Luna said plainly. Damien then remembered something and quickly took out his messaging talisman. But just as he expected, there was some kind of barrier around that made him unable to send any messages to Valentina. His heart became tenser as he thought about how Valentina was left alone. He couldn't imagine how she must be feeling to have him suddenly disappear again. He had promised her he would never leave her alone again, and yet here he was hundreds of miles away from her. However, he had instructed Valentina in case he disappeared, she should at least wait one day before searching for him. He made her promise as he knew she wouldn't be able to stay inside for more than a day without knowing his whereabouts. He would also be the same had he been in her shoes. He already knew she went through a traumatic event because he was not near her. Because of that, she was even more afraid of whether he would leave her alone again. These bastards. He got furious, thinking why these forsaken people had to kidnap him. Even when he didn't get involved with them in the slightest, they still took him for some reason which he did not care about finding out. All he wanted now was to escape from here and quickly reunite with Valentina. Click however, the door suddenly opened, and a young girl dressed in plain clothes bowed just like a maid and said, Master Damien, please forgive our MMHHHH. The girl's eyes widened when Damien suddenly zoomed forward and clutched her neck while clamping down her mouth. Tell me, why did you people bring me here, or I will break your neck, Damien said with a cold stare. The girl started to tear up in terror, and Damien noticed that she even started wetting herself. TSK. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he let go of her and hit her nape as she dropped on the floor unconscious. From her eyes, he could see that she was not an important member of the Forsaken group, nor did she have any knowledge of what he wanted to know. He cautiously looked outside the door and saw a small hall that looked ordinary, just like the room. He only saw a small doorway on the other side and quickly made a dash for it. Bump, but just as he tried to pass through the doorway, he was thrown back as if he hit against something solid and bouncy. A barrier. Damien shouted in his mind as he realized that he was basically imprisoned inside a hall with a single room. Just as he got up, he saw three cloaked figures approaching the doorway. He quickly recognized them as the ones whom he had met in the alley. One of them had an azure mask, while the other two had sky blue masks. Triton spoke in an apologetic tone, Damien Godwin, we apologize for restraining you, but we had to make sure you do not run away. Blake, please remove the barrier so that we can talk to our friend here. Blake seemed as if he was hesitant, but he sighed and removed the barrier seeing that the situation was in control. After all, it wasn't as if Damien could try anything or try to escape before them. Damien scoffed, friend? You kidnapped me in the dead of night, separated me from Valentina, held me here against my will. Is this how you treat your friends? Now, I don't care why you brought me here, but you people should let me go. Triton said in a mild tone, that's why I apologized for our rude treatment, and rest assured, we already left a note with Valentina saying that you would return safely soon. You don't need to think that we meant to harm you because you know things would have been different if that was the case. We wanted to approach you in a different manner, but time is so short that we were left with no other choice and also because we thought it would be harder to convince you. Damien felt a bit relieved that they at least left a note with Valentina, and he also speculated that these people brought him here because they needed something from him. But he wondered what a large and powerful group like the Forsaken needed from a nascent ethereal realm cultivator like him who couldn't make much of a difference right now. He couldn't see how the Forsaken can use him to affect the Zeton Empire. Damien narrowed his gaze, why should I even listen to you people and trust your words? I don't even know you people, and you are all hiding behind masks while you all know me clearly and well. All I know is you people are a bunch of terrorists who seek to destroy the Zeton Empire. Besides, I won't forget how you people almost killed me in that explosion as well. Triton sighed, we can understand why you would find it hard to trust our words, but you are wrong about the fact that we are terrorists. But you are right that we seek to destroy the Zeton Empire. I am sorry, but we didn't expect you to be there in that place at that time. After realizing that you were there, I tried to stop the explosion from happening, but there was some miscommunication, and my people couldn't stop the blast in time. But even if you did not happen to escape in time, Blake was ready to move in and rescue you. To make sure that you can start building some confidence in us, I will start with myself. Triton removed his mask, and an elegant and eminently handsome face came into sight. His brows were slender as the new moon, and his hair was as black as ink. His black eyes were like autumn waters, bearing a charm that was out of this world. In all, he seemed to look around 20 years old, and even his whole demeanor seemed poised and elegant. Damien was astonished by the sight of the handsome dude in front of him, which he was sure could attract both men and girls alike and turn their heads down before his superior charms. Triton also seemed almost as tall as him, but of course, Damien thought he still possessed more manly charms. Master Triton. This is not safe, Blake became anxious seeing that Triton revealed his face to Damien. Triton raised his hand, it's fine. As Damien said, he won't be able to trust us if we also don't trust him. We have to build our trust from somewhere after all. Blake sighed and said, then we will also follow you, Master Triton. He removed his mask, and the other cloaked figure also removed their mask. Blake looked to be in his 40s with a small beard, and the other figure was surprisingly a woman with a gentle look who seemed to be in her late 30s. Damien raised one of his brows, and he could feel that Triton seemed sincere about his words. He was surprised at what made Triton so eager to trust him. But he wondered whether he should get involved with these people in the first place. What if he invites more trouble to himself? But when he thought about how they also have the same goal as him, he decided to at least hear them out. Good. Now tell me why you people brought me here. Triton faintly smiled, sure. Why don't you take a walk with me? Chapter 168. Triton gestured to Blake and the woman to leave him and Damien alone while they talked. The two nodded and left while Damien and Triton came outside the building. Damien never expected that one of the protectors of Triton was a woman with such high cultivation. After all, in this world, men were predominantly stronger than women. Only in rare cases did women hold some power. He was sure that those two were not simple and wondered what Triton's status was in this insurgent group to have two peak-level heaven ethereal realm practitioners guarding him so earnestly. As the two exited the building, Damien saw that many small buildings surrounded him, and the whole area seemed to be located in the outskirts without any nearby town within sight. The buildings were ordinary, and he could see some people walking here and there. In all, it seemed as if this whole place was a tiny town. He saw men and women happily working while kids played around the fields. Did you expect some grand buildings, or does this place look as what you expected? Triton asked as he looked at Damien. Damien said what he had in mind. It seems just like I expected. I have seen many places like this, and after all, why would a rebellion group waste their resources on constructing grand buildings? Triton nodded. That's right. I just never expected you would have seen places like these. Although people know that we are in hiding, some are under the notion that we live lavishly in our hidden space. Damien nodded and asked, well, who are the two people that seem to be your protectors? Triton shook his head. No, they are not simply my protectors. They are my family, and the two are husband and wife. They took care of me since I was a child and played a huge role in making me the kind of person I am today. The man I am sure as you have heard is named Blake, and the woman is named Shania. They looked after me as their own son, and I am indebted to them for taking care of me. Damien realized that Triton seemed to care about his people a lot, unlike many who only cared about building their own strength in this cruel world. He also understood that Triton seemed to have been an orphan. As they walked, many adults and kids' expressions brightened up when they saw Triton. They got up and bowed deeply in respect. Triton gently smiled as he gestured, please, don't get up. I am merely showing our friend around. Just as Triton pointed to Damien as his friend, they all smiled at him and bowed to him as well. Damien felt awkward seeing all of them bow to him and looked at Triton with a perplexed expression. Triton let out a faint sigh as he said, don't think too much about it. They are just trying to express their gratitude as they think that I have done a lot for them. But only I know, I haven't really done much. One of the elderly adults said with a concerned expression, Master Triton, please don't say like that. You are our savior, and we will forever be in your debt for giving us a peaceful life. Had it not been for you, not only my life but even my two daughters would have been. The old man got emotional as he looked at his two daughters beside him. Triton said gently, don't worry, uncle. Remember our saying, we never forsake each other. We will always protect and look after each other. Your daughters are safe now, and I promise to make sure it stays that way. The two young girls who looked 15 looked at Triton timidly with a red hue spread over their cheeks. They both mumbled something to each other and meekly approached Triton. Triton looked at those two girls slowly approaching him and asked in a soft voice, what is it, girls? The girls quietly took out their hands from behind and presented Triton with a simple-looking blue flower. Master Triton, this is our gift to you for saving us. Please accept. Their cheeks completely blushed as they deeply bowed with their heads down. Looking at their innocent gesture, Triton warmly smiled as he took the two flowers from their hands. Thank you, girls. Please rise, and no need to bow before me like this. The two girls slowly raised their heads, and their eyes sparkled with happiness as they looked at Triton. These two poor girls. Damien could see how love-struck those two girls were and felt pity that Triton didn't seem to even notice their feelings. He wondered how many hearts Triton unknowingly stole because of his charm. However, he could see the deep respect and gratitude in the eyes of the people around him when they looked at Triton. This only made him more curious why Triton was held in such high regard despite being so young. But when he suddenly remembered Luna saying that he was at least at the Sky Ethereal Realm, Damien was astounded as the revelation struck him. Someone barely a few years older than him was already at the Sky Ethereal Realm. He wondered if the Forsaken hid Triton as their ace to strike the Zeton Empire later when he matured into a powerhouse. After all, the only other young exceptional genius he knew with such high cultivation was Reva Zeton. Seems like both the Zeton Empire and the Forsaken have their own geniuses. They continued walking, and Damien could also see some youngsters training and sparring while adults guided them. I take it everyone here are Zirians? Damien casually asked as they continued walking. Triton nodded, of course, most of us are Zirians, but there are also a very few Zetonians willing to help us who changed sides out of their own will. But you people didn't seem to hesitate to blow up the city square where many Zetonians and I am sure some Zirians also died, Damien asked as he observed Triton's expression. Triton said with a glazed stare, there is always a cost for freedom. And I experienced that firsthand with my mother as an example. It was not because we wanted to but because we didn't have a choice. I have been in this group from a noticeably young age, and there were many times I had to make hard decisions no matter how painful it was to my heart. Damien, do you really believe the history the Zetonians have been writing in their history books? Damien noticed that pain and regret flashed through Triton's eyes as he said his words. Damien said plainly, I don't really believe anything until I see things with my own eyes. And obviously, an empire would glorify themselves in their history books. Triton said with a calm smile, good. Then let me show you the truth of the benevolent treatment meted out to the Zirians. Triton took Damien to a two-storied grey building as Damien curiously followed him. But just as they entered, Damien wrinkled his nose feeling the stench of blood and death. Most of all, he was surprised by the sight of many men, women, and even children lying on beds suffering in pain with horrendous injuries. Some of them were even unconscious, while some already seemed to have died, and their family members were crying over their cold corpses. There were physicians running around, treating whomever they can despite having their hands full. When he inspected them, he was surprised as he realized that all of them had undergone cruel torture. Most of the women seemed to have been raped, and even some children's body parts seemed to have been maimed. What's this? Damien asked with a focused gaze. Triton was observing Damien's expression and was surprised that Damien didn't seem to be plagued by such a tragic and harrowing sight. He wondered if Damien saw something similar in his life already. Triton sighed and said with faint resentment in his tone, these are the Zirian slaves we rescued too late from the clutches of the Zeton Empire. Do you really believe Zirians are living peacefully in the Zeton Empire? The cursed seal is more like a slave seal as it allows all the higher-up Zeton officials to control them as they want. Of course, the Zeton Emperor holds the supreme control and decides who all can control the Zirians. But why go through all this trouble, and why do the Zetonians still keep Zirians around if they have such hatred against you people? Damien questioned. Triton gave a light scoff as he said, do you know who are truly blessed by the seas and the true natives of this empire? Chapter 169. What do you mean? Damien asked with a confused expression. Triton's eyes crinkled as he said, whatever you learned about the history between Zetonians and Zirians would have been true if you reversed their positions. At least, most of the details are the same. Damien raised one of his brows as he asked, you mean the Zirians originally ruled this land, and the Zetonians were the invaders? Damien wondered where the god residing in the Zeton Empire fit in this whole equation. It was as if the god didn't interfere at all among the fight between these two parties. He had the same question in his mind when he was watching the stage show, and why the Zetonians would even have trouble with the Zirians if they had a god backing them. But the scenario seemed as if the god didn't even exist at all while the mortals fought each other in this land. He wondered if the Zetonians kept the fact that a god was occupying the Zeton Empire a secret for a reason. He speculated that the god probably helped one side subtly or something similar in those lines. Triton clenched his jaw before saying, yes. 10,000 years ago, we were the ones who ruled this land. And it was the Zirian emperor of that time who let the newly arrived Zetonians settle in our empire. At that time, the Zetonians were nothing more than a bunch of tribal people. They neither had proper resources or money. But the Zirian emperor was kind enough to provide them with resources and nurtured them to grow strong enough. At first, the Zetonians seemed very steadfast and loyal to the Zirian empire, but the Zirian emperor realized it too late that it was all just a front to dig their claws deeper into the empire, so that they can strike at the right time and usurp the throne. And the real usurper was Vasco Zeton, who used backhanded schemes to jeopardize the Zirian emperor's trump card and defeat him. They were the ones who got too greedy and weren't satisfied with how our people treated them. He continued in a resentful tone, but even after dethroning the emperor, it didn't end there. Vasco Zeton wanted to take the wife of the Zirian emperor for himself, but she committed suicide to preserve her honor. And her son, who was just a little boy, escaped with the help of many Zirians who sacrificed themselves. Many Zirians were slaughtered, and the remaining ones were enslaved for only one reason. What is it? For our blood. We Zirians are the ones truly blessed by the seas, as we inherently have quite a high affinity to water laws. Of course, not every Zirians has the same affinity, but it was way above ordinary ethereal practitioners. That was why our empire was not only prosperous but immensely powerful during those times. They enslaved us so that they could use our blood essence to make pills and strengthen themselves to increase their affinity towards water laws. Not even children were spared, and even they were used as mere tools of all sorts. And with the cursed seal placed upon us, we were even more helpless to fight back. They already killed every powerful Zirians and made sure the surviving ones didn't get too strong. But not all Zirians had the same affinity. Most only had dormant potential, and they would be dying in vain, as most of the time the Zetonians won't gain anything by making a pill out of their blood essence. Damien knew that blood essence was a vital part of one's cultivation and was almost impossible to restore. If someone's blood essence was taken from them, it was a cruel way of slowly crippling and killing someone. He never expected that the Zirians were the true rulers of the now Zeton Empire. But of course, he didn't fully believe it until he verified it for himself. Damien asked as he raised his brows, then how did you or the Forsaken manage to escape from the cursed seal? That's because the founder of the Forsaken, Victor Ziria, was the son of the Zirian emperor. He was an exceptional genius and became very powerful when he grew up. Before thinking of taking back his rightful throne, he thought to come up with a solution to save his people from the cursed seal. Only Victor Ziria and a handful of his loyal subordinates could escape before getting executed by the Zetonians. Victor Ziria realized that he wouldn't be able to take on the entire Zeton Empire on his own, even with his powerful cultivation, as the Zeton Empire became enormously strong rapidly. Left with no choice, he decided to find a solution that could save his people and their descendants. He thought that, at least that way, hope would never be lost, as his descendants would continue his fight for their freedom. He decided to place his people's interests before his thirst for vengeance, as he knew that even his late parents would have wanted the same thing. But the only solution he could come up with was to destroy one's own cultivation voluntarily. However, suppose one tries to have a child after having their cultivation crippled. In that case, there's very little chance for that child to possess at least some of the talent their parents had. So, he thought of sacrificing himself by using every last drop of his blood essence to concoct pills that could induce affinity to water laws in people. Since he was a genius alchemist, just like his father, he was able to accomplish his task. He had learned his father's teachings from a very young age because of his deep interest in alchemy. But the pills were limited in number, and only some descendants got the chance to take that pill. The descendants were born without the cursed seal, but still there was no guarantee that their talents would be passed on to their children, and there weren't any more pills that were as potent as Victor Ziria's. And the desperate resort our ancestors had to take was follow Victor Ziria's example, by sacrificing their blood essence just before they died, so that they could give their descendants a chance to gain their talent just like. Otherwise the only thing they could hope for was to recruit more Zirians to their side and mate with them, praying for their child to be born with talent. But most of the Zirians were afraid to join us, as they thought their current lives were peaceful enough. However, it was too late when they realized that their peaceful life was only a big lie and that they were bound to be tortured to death. Only a very few had the guts to join us and destroy their own cultivation. It took us countless centuries to grow this strong. In the end, our blood was not only our curse but also our hope. Damien realized that these people only attacked in long intervals to preserve their manpower, while making sure they were able to take back vital resources from the Zeton Empire. I have now heard two versions of the history of this empire. How do I know which one is false and which one is true? Damien asked with narrowed eyes. Triton gestured towards the Zirians lying on the beds, groaning with pain. Is this not proof enough? And if you still need more proof, you can try visiting the homes of the top echelons and see for yourself. I am sure because of your status as an elite disciple, they would at least allow entry to you. After all, you are the only young practitioner with a lightning seed and exceptional talent. Fine. But I don't get what you want from me by telling me all this. And are you not worried that I would go and blurt out these things to the Zetonians? Damien asked straightforwardly. Triton's expression didn't change, and he calmly said, We are not worried, since the things I have shown you are something the Zeton Empire already knows, and it's not like you have a clear idea of our location. And even if they somehow knew how I look, it would change nothing because my identity doesn't exist. And the reason I told you about ourselves is that we want you to join our cause. I knew it. Damien realized that things were as he thought. He shook his head and said, I am sorry. I am the last person you should be asking to join. Damien walked out of the building, leaving behind a stupefied Triton. Triton quickly caught up to Damien as he came out. Damien, wait. Damien sighed and turned around. Look, Triton, maybe you showed me all these things to get some sympathy out of me. Sure, I pity whatever's happening to you people. But you forget one fact. And that is, I am not a Zirian, and this is not my fight. Why would I get myself involved in someone else's fight and get myself in trouble? I already have my own business to take care of, and I sure as hell am not ready to poke my nose into others' business. Now just get me back to the city, and I also promise not to tell anyone whatever happened between us. He continued, besides, I still don't understand why you people are so adamant about pulling me to your side. I am just a nascent ethereal realm practitioner without even the power to be a threat to big shots like your organization or the Zeton Empire. Triton knitted his brows and said, I showed you all these so that you can understand the truth about us and give you a chance to find out the lies. We chose you because you are not a Zetonian, and you have the best potential among the young practitioners. A promising one at that. We saw how you didn't even hesitate to stand up for a Zirian during the assessment and question the system. We desperately need someone like you, and we believe you are our only hope. Although Triton wasn't really depending on Damien's sympathy, he was surprised that Damien seemed unfazed even after the things he had shown him. However, he suddenly remembered some things which he found a bit doubtful. Triton continued as he pursed his lips, besides, I think you did not come to this empire with just the pure intentions of pursuing your studies. Am I right? Chapter 170. Damien squinted his eyes, what do you mean? You were the personal servant of the celestial princess, Lily Rome, and a cripple before, right? Triton asked as he narrowed his gaze. Damien's expression didn't change much except a faint smile emerged as he said, you are right that I was her servant for a while and also that my ethereal core points were miraculously restored by someone who is beyond my reach. Damien already expected people to dig up his background. But he didn't mind as it was not much of an issue for him. He continued, but I don't see how you came to the conclusion that my intentions in coming here are something else. Triton didn't give up and said, do you seriously think that Lily Rome would pick a young boy as her personal servant? Unless something was going on between you two. Perhaps an affair? Maybe you came here to save her from her fate. Damien smiled, but inwardly he was a bit surprised Triton thought that far ahead. He calmly replied, she just took pity on me and did me a favor because I was crippled. I was not fit to work anywhere else in the palace. Besides, I wouldn't even dare to look at her sacred face. She is my benefactor, I wouldn't remotely think of anything like that. And do you really think that even if I wanted to, I could stop her marriage within 2 years? You can't be joking. Damien's expression seemed firm and completely upright that even Triton almost believed that he was telling the truth. Then why doesn't anyone know any family named Godwin? Triton pressed on. Oh, I didn't feel like sticking to my family name as they didn't want me there anyway. I simply came up with a name and decided to use that. Why, can't I create a family name of my own? Damien asked as he shrugged his shoulders. Triton squinted his eyes. Even though it seemed like Damien was telling the truth, in his heart somewhere, he felt that it was all nonsense. But he had nothing to refute and felt tongue-tied. Damien continued, now that I have satisfied your curiosity, just get me back to the city. I have to see Valentina and make sure she is all right. Triton gritted his teeth and said, then will you join us if we give you the resources you need? Be it for your cultivation or anything? Damien inwardly smiled as he was waiting for Triton to offer something like this. He didn't mind if he joined the Forsaken as things might be easier for him. He could also use them to throw down the Zeton Empire and even disrupt other empires. But he didn't want to join them without any benefits and simply act as a volunteer. If he was the younger version of his past life, he would have put in and helped them even without them asking. This time he wanted to consider it only because their goals were the same and because there wasn't much time. There was only so much he could do until he became powerful enough to cause some changes on his own. Damien smiled, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Triton rolled his eyes in exasperation, seeing that Damien was probably waiting for him to offer something like that. Damien continued, but tell me what else I can get from you people other than the things I am already getting from the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. After all, they not only give me lots of spirit stones monthly but even top-notch pills according to my cultivation. Besides, I would be risking my life here by going against the powerful Zeton Empire. Triton sighed and finally said after a moment of hesitation, what if I told you about the most protected secret of the Zeton Empire? Damien asked plainly, what is it? But inwardly, he was intrigued. He was curious what the big secret was about and if it was related to the same thing he was thinking about. Right now, more than resources, he needed information and wanted to learn all the secrets that the Zeton Empire was hiding. He was already rich by having enough spirit stones, high-quality herbs, and the ability to concoct supreme-tier pills on his own. Unless they were high-ranked pills, he didn't expect to get interested in any other resources. Even if they offered cultivation manuals and ethereal arts, he would refuse them obviously. After all, mortal ethereal arts and cultivation manuals couldn't compare to divine ones. Triton said calmly, do you believe in gods, Damien? I knew it. Damien felt like the Forsaken did really know something about the god residing in the Zeton Empire. What if I say yes? Triton raised one of his brows and said, then what if I tell you that this land had been the home of a fallen god for time immemorial? Damien had a baffled expression, what are you talking about? Triton said with a faint smile, I will tell you about those things, but only if you join us. After we make sure that you are sincere in being with us, we will tell you about the Zeton Empire's weaknesses and the secrets they are hiding. There's so much you don't know, Damien. Damien wondered why the god didn't support the natives or on whose side the god truly was. It seemed to him as if the god simply stood still while the Zetonians took over the Zirian Empire. Triton continued seeing that Damien wasn't much convinced, we will also give you one rank 7 pill if you join us. This is the best we can do. So, are you in? Wow, a rank 7 pill. They must be really desperate. Damien was inwardly astonished to see that they were even ready to offer him a rank 7 pill just to pull him to their side. He knew that rank 7 pills required Saint-grade herbs which were extremely rare and expensive. He speculated that either they were extraordinarily rich to buy such pills or had their own alchemist to concoct such pills. But if they had such an alchemist, Damien realized that they at least had someone in their group who was at the profound ethereal realm. Triton knew he had to offer something irresistible to Damien so that he would have a hard time trying to refuse him. Damien sighed with a helpless expression. You really know how to entice someone, Triton. Fine, I will join you. But what do I need to do? And what kind of precautionary measures are you people going to take to make sure I don't babble to the wrong people? Damien speculated that the Forsaken must have some measure to make sure there aren't any traitors amongst them, or even if they had, they must have some measures to make sure they don't leak crucial information. Triton calmly said, nothing much. We only need you to be with us whenever we need you and help our people here for some time after your class ends. I am sure some of the kids here could use your knowledge, and I have to admit that the things they teach at the Zeton Ethereal Foundation are top-notch, and that knowledge is not something people can learn at any other place. So they want to teach the kids and help them whenever they need me. Well, not bad. All right. Fair enough. But you still didn't tell how you're going to make sure I keep my mouth shut. Triton said plainly, it's not much of a hassle. We will use a soul seal on you to make sure that you don't talk about what we do here to anyone who isn't part of the Forsaken on purpose. If you do, then only the memories concerning the Forsaken would be wiped, and we would also know that you betrayed us. Damien narrowed his eyes when he heard about the soul seal. But when he thought that Luna would warn him if anything is fishy, he thought it would be fine. Triton noticed the slight hesitant expression on Damien's face and said, don't worry. The seal would be placed by experts, and we won't do anything deplorable. Okay, I agree. But can we do all the initiation process later? Because I have to get back to the city now. Damien still was thinking about Valentina and hoped that she doesn't do anything reckless on her own. Triton softly smiled, seems like the pink-haired girl is very important to you. I never expected that a girl like her would be so close to you. Damien smiled meaningfully, appearances can be deceptive. You can't judge a book by its cover. Damien's tone became hard as he continued, but next time you knock her out like that, I won't be this polite. Triton sighed, I already apologized for that. I just can't have her go invisible and waste our time. Don't worry. I won't do anything like that again. Come, let's go. I will send you back to the city. Chapter 171. Triton led Damien towards a 5-meter-wide azure ethereal formation and looked at Damien. You don't seem to be surprised, Triton remarked as he saw how Damien didn't show any reaction despite seeing the big spatial ethereal formation in front of them. Why would I? I already guessed that you people used the spatial ethereal formation to sneak inside the city. Otherwise, the guards would have seen you people coming, and the city's defensive ethereal formation should have got activated. Damien said in quiet amazement. He was inwardly astonished that the Forsaken managed to set up an ethereal spatial formation inside the city without letting the Zeton Empire know about it. Triton was amazed that Damien seemed to be more perceptive than he thought. Master Triton, should we really show around a stranger and let him leave without the seal? A dull voice sounded from behind. Damien turned around to see a cloaked figure with a silver mask slowly walking towards them. Triton twisted his neck and said in a dry tone, it's fine. Even if Damien knew about the location of the spatial ethereal formation in the Imperial City, we know it won't be at the same place next time. And what I have told him are things which the Zeton Empire already knows. You don't need to bother too much about this, Drake. I will handle this. Drake then noticed that Triton was about to let Damien use the big spatial ethereal formation and said with dissatisfaction, but Triton gave a subtle glare, and Drake swallowed his words, daring to not talk any longer. Damien felt that Triton's status in the Forsaken might be even more important than he thought. However, he felt that it was quite natural considering how he's even more powerful than Reaver Zeton by a single level. Luna had told him that Triton's cultivation was at the 4th level at the Sky Ethereal Realm, which truly astonished him. He wondered how powerful Triton would be in a few years. But he was more surprised by how collected and calm Triton was despite having such powerful cultivation at such a young age. Damien was sure had it been other entitled youngsters, most of them would have been drunk with arrogance. But Triton didn't show any air of arrogance towards him nor look down upon his inferior cultivation. He felt that Triton must have gone through a lot and must have been honed by hardships to become the person he was now. Drake reluctantly left, and Damien could feel that Drake didn't seem to like his presence. Sorry about that. Some people here are not fond of new faces, but they will get used to you once you officially join us. Triton said mildly. He continued as he gestured, you can enter the formation, and it will transport you to a discreet location in the city. It's almost going to be daybreak now. I guess I can expect you within a few days, right? Damien nodded, yeah. I will come tomorrow or the day after. But how do I get here? Triton took out a white glass stone and gave it to Damien, take this. You can crumble this stone, and someone will pick you up. Of course, you have to do this in a discreet location without anyone having any eyes on you. Only if everything seems to be clear will someone pick you up. Damien nodded and took the glass stone from Triton. Without wasting any more time, he quickly entered the spatial ethereal formation and got transported to the Zeton Imperial City. Just as Damien disappeared, Blake and Shania suddenly appeared beside Triton. Master Triton, did he accept? Shania asked anxiously. Triton nodded, yes, he did. But it was not easy to convince him, and we would also have to give him a rank 7 pill. Blake had a blinking expression, rank 7? Master Triton, you know best how extremely precious those pills are. We can't even find many Saint-grade herbs in this whole continent, and each one of them takes few decades to grow. And you even refuse to use a rank 7 pill for yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Is he truly worth that much, and can we trust him? Triton sighed, according to what I have been told about him, no amount of rank 7 pills can be comparable to Damien. He is our only and final hope. Within 2 years, our fate will be decided. Even I don't know how Damien can change our fate in 2 years. But I have no choice but to believe that he can, no matter how hopeless it seems. Besides, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is fond of dirty schemes. I think that he can be trusted and is not the kind of person who would betray unless we are his enemies. Shania smiled gently. Don't worry, Master Triton. We believe in your decisions, and I am sure things will be as you say. Within just a few moments, a bright azure light flashed in a quiet alley as a boy suddenly appeared. Wow. I really got transported to the city. Valentina. Damien didn't think about anything else and quickly sped towards his villa. A rosy pink-haired girl was walking around anxiously in the huge hall of the villa as she frequently glanced at the door. In her hand was a letter she found when she woke up, which said that Damien would return safely soon. But she had no idea when Damien would return and cried when she realized that Damien was not near her when she woke up. She didn't even know where to look or whom to chase. Her messaging talismans weren't receiving any feedback at all, which only made her feel more distress. She hadn't slept at all and had been walking to and fro in the hall for several hours. The only reason she didn't rush out to search for him was that she remembered his instruction not to do anything reckless for at least a day, in case he disappears. Her eyes were dull as she muttered in worry, Big Brother. Her movements were completely restless, and she felt like she couldn't wait any longer to rush out and search for him. After a few seconds, she finally decided to go search for him subtly by using her invincibility. She also thought of leaving a letter in case Damien managed to reach the villa while she was gone. But just as she was about to leave a letter, her nose twitched as she sensed the familiar smell of his blood. Her luminous eyes lit up as she quickly dashed towards the door with an exhilarating smile. Damien had reached the Ocean Haven villa as fast as possible and dashed in through the door. Before he even thought of spreading his spiritual perception, his eyes relaxed when he saw Valentina jumping towards him for a hug as tears escaped from her eyes. Big Brother Damien. He heartily smiled as he caught her and hugged her tightly just as she did the same. They both remained in a warm embrace for a minute, and Damien kissed her head as he looked at her with a contrite expression. He said in a regretful tone as he wiped her eyes, I am sorry for going away like that again. Were you okay? Valentina nodded as she stuck her head close to his chest. Big Brother doesn't need to apologize. I am so happy you came back. It's all because of those bad masked people. Did they do anything bad to Big Brother? She asked with moist eyes as she tried to hold in her anger. She thought that she would surely make them pay for taking away Damien like that the next time she sees them. Damien caressed her head as he said in a reassuring tone, Don't worry. They are not bad people. They just took me because they needed something from me. Tomorrow, I will show you what I mean. But I guess I can't take you in your human form. Can you change your size in your ethereal beast form? Valentina nodded with pride. Yes, I can. I can make myself as small as how I used to be in my ethereal beast form. Damien cheerfully said, Then, that's great. I will carry you around in your cute ethereal beast form on my shoulders, and they won't suspect a thing either. Valentina smiled as she hung on his neck, basking herself in his warmth and the scent of his blood. She felt her heart relax now that he was back in her arms. For the past few hours, she felt as if she was in a nightmare all alone. She quickly kissed his cheek in happiness and giggled. Damien smiled amusedly and said, Come on. Let's rest for a while before going to class. Chapter 172. The next morning, Damien was in his classroom, waiting for his alchemy class to start. This time no one even looked in his direction or made mocking remarks blatantly for fear of a certain deadly and beautiful girl. Even without considering that girl, they were now thoroughly convinced that Damien's strength was nowhere near his cultivation level. Even the disciple with the strongest cultivation in the class couldn't confidently say he could defeat Damien. But they all felt that Damien was foolish to challenge Roy Clive, despite the cultivation difference in them. They all knew that Damien found it hard enough to fight a level 1 Earth Ethereal Realm cultivator. So, how could he stand a chance against someone who is at the 6th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm? However, some couldn't wait to see what would happen 1 month from now and how Valentina will react after Damien gets beaten up. They were also excited about the match between Valentina and Denisa Rivers. Even though Valentina was 5 levels weaker than Denisa, some were a bit hopeful that Valentina won't badly lose as she was even able to thrash around Luke, who was 3 levels stronger than her. But thinking about the bet the loser of the match has to follow, they wondered if Valentina would really do it and lose face. The same was with the bet between Damien and Roy Clive. They were looking forward to seeing how someone as cocky as Damien would do everything Roy Clive says. Will Roy Clive ask Damien to give his girlfriend to him? This was the question most had in their minds as even fools could see that Roy Clive had his sights on Valentina. And will Valentina agree to it to save her boyfriend? Asterisk ring, asterisk the bell rang, and all the disciples in the class settled down, looking forward to seeing their favorite teacher. A sapphire-haired celestial figure entered gracefully within a few moments, and even the air in the room seemed to change in her presence. Riva was dressed in her usual clothes, and she briefly said as her gaze passed through everyone, Follow me. The boys who had dreamy expressions on their faces were startled when they heard her. Follow her? To where? Most of them were confused about where she wanted them to follow her. But Damien guessed the reason. He got up and walked towards her. Let's go, teacher. Riva didn't say anything. She turned around and walked outside as Damien followed her. Seeing Damien and Riva leave, everyone frantically got up and followed them. After walking for a minute, Riva and her disciples came in front of a door. She pressed her hand against the door as it slid towards the side. Everyone was surprised when they saw a large mezzanine open floor coming into their sights. The borders were surrounded by lush bushes and beautiful flowers, giving off a pleasant and relaxing aura. The view was good as well since it was an open floor, and one could even see the Grand Imperial Palace from a distance. Damien was impressed with the architecture and thought it was a good place to focus and learn when he saw 25 silver cauldrons arranged neatly. He already knew today was going to be a practical session for the disciples to see if they are comfortable using their etheric fire, or ethereal fire. But he never expected that they would conduct the practical sessions in such an open room. No, it couldn't even be said as a room and looked more like a large balcony. However, Damien wondered if he would be able to concoct pills without using his fallen flames. He hoped that his etheric flames would at least be good enough to make him pass. Riva looked at her disciples and said formally, Everyone, take your seats behind each cauldron. Today, as I said in the last class, we are going to try invoking our etheric fire and ethereal flames as well. I will examine each one of you and instruct you which flames you should use for concocting pills. Damien knew that some had decent comprehension in fire laws, and at the same time, their etheric flames weren't bad as well. So, these people would be confused about which flames they should use to concoct pills in the long run and focus on the one best for them. He speculated that Reva not only wanted to see whether everyone in her class can invoke flames, but also to help those confused about which to use. Damien sat in the front row towards the side, and wondered whether Reva wanted them to control their flames inside the cauldron as well for today's class. Damien knew that just because one was not born with a high affinity to fire laws doesn't mean they won't be able to comprehend it in the future. They could slowly develop their fire elemental seed if their comprehension of fire laws is decent. But of course, those who were blessed with a powerful fire elemental seed would have a greater advantage, and they would be able to comprehend fire laws easily. However, to concoct pills, one doesn't need to have high talent in fire laws or an excellent etheric fire unless they want to be a renowned alchemist. Someone with satisfactory talent in either fire laws or etheric flames can easily concoct an upper-tier pill. Damien knew his fire elemental seed was almost non-existent, and nor did he try to comprehend fire laws. After making sure you are all comfortably seated, focus and try to invoke ethereal flames or etheric flames, whichever is more comfortable or easier, Reva said in an instructive tone. Damien looked around to see how the other students were faring, and wondered if he was the only one who was going to perform badly in the practical class. He was reminded of his school days in his previous life when he didn't perform well in some subjects, but felt better when Sophie would also perform the same as him just to keep him company. At that time, he didn't know that Sophie would perform badly on her exams on purpose to keep him company. But now, he wasn't afraid of being the only one who sucked in the class, but was curious how the elite disciples fared in the alchemy department. Damien, why are you looking at others? Focus on yourself and invoke your flames. Reva said with her gaze narrowed. Damien cleared his throat and closed his eyes. He began focusing on his soul plane and isolated all the pseudo-origin laws in his etheric spark. It took him a few minutes to carefully isolate them, and he wasn't surprised to see that his etheric sparks had turned brown in color. Reva observed her disciples and saw that only a very few were concentrating hard to invoke their etheric flames, while the majority quickly manifested flames using their fire seed. She wasn't surprised that Damien was trying to invoke his etheric flames. As she had guessed, someone with such profound knowledge in alchemy, including etheric flames, most probably used etheric flames to concoct pills. She also knew that everyone in this class had at least tried to concoct a pill in their life, as all the children of nobles would have to learn some alchemy as a mandatory subject during their childhood. Some of the geniuses tried to show off their bright flames before Reva by hoping that she would be impressed by it. But their hopes were dashed when all she said was a single word, good, without much change in her expressions. And those who were only able to manifest average flames in Reva's standards only got a slight nod. They thought that their flames were exemplary, but they only realized now that in Reva's books, their flames were just average or good at best. And those who managed to invoke their etheric flames after a few minutes also only got a nod from Reva, though her nod was more approving than the others who manifested average and simple flames. After all, those who managed to manifest their etheric fire showed more potential than one who manifested average flames. Everybody had finished manifesting their flames, and only Damien was left as his eyes were still closed. Most watched in anticipation as they thought that his etheric flames must be extraordinary for him to take so much time, while others were already feeling jealous that Damien was going to impress Reva again with his alchemy prowess. But when Damien finally opened his eyes, everyone had a baffled expression on their faces, and even Reva's eyes creased when she saw the flame in Damien's hand. Chapter 173. Damien could feel all the gazes of his classmates on him and some faint chortles and mocking chuckles. He wasn't surprised as he looked at his insipid etheric flames on his palm, which were dull brown flames. Not only the disciples, but even Reva didn't expect that his etheric flames would be so inadequate and inferior in nature. She wondered if he could even concoct rank 1 pills and why he was knowledgeable in alchemy if he wasn't good at concocting pills. Typically, one wouldn't take up or pursue alchemy if they find out that they don't have the talent to concoct pills. After all, to be successful in alchemy, they must be proficient in concocting pills. Having only good knowledge of alchemy won't make you more successful than one who has the expertise and the talent to concoct pills. Of course, one can also be successful if one could develop groundbreaking medical formulas with their knowledge of alchemy. But even for that, they need to have rich experience in concocting pills. Hee, look at his crappy colored flames. TSK, all that concentration for manifesting such repulsive flames. Silence. Reva heard the faint mocking chuckles from others and glared at them. After hearing her stern shout, no one dared to laugh at Damien again, and they all felt aggrieved that Damien was Reva's pet. They thought that the reason he answered her questions flawlessly was to somehow become a teacher's pet because of his inferior talent in concocting pills. Damien, try focusing once more till I finish examining everyone else's flames. And try using your fire seed to invoke flames. Reva instructed. Damien sighed, and he knew that the result would be the same no matter how hard he concentrated. And besides, his fire seed was barely enough even to create some sparks. He wasn't disappointed that he manifested such shitty flames as he handicapped himself, nor did he care to bother what others thought. In truth, everyone's ethereal core could have dormant ethereal seeds in a dead state, which was of no use at all. Only when one develops an affinity towards a fundamental law, and has high comprehension ability could they awaken their elemental seeds. Only those who have exceptional talent would be born with active elemental seeds, and their comprehension of those elemental seeds would be faster too, and thus their elemental seeds would develop faster compared to others. Damien wasn't born with a high affinity towards fire, and his fire seed was virtually in a dead state. Only his lightning seed was vibrant and active. The only reason he had a dormant fire seed was that it passively formed along with his lightning seed's development. Some laws would be interrelated with each other, and thus, when one comprehends a law, they might passively comprehend a fraction of related laws. Reva went around each disciple and inspected their flames and gave them advice on how to improve their flames. She also solved the confusion of some disciples who had the dilemma of not knowing whether they should use their etheric flames or ethereal flames. After a few minutes, she finally came before Damien and let out a faint sigh, seeing that his etheric flames were as lacking as before. She looked at others and said, everyone else, open your cauldron and try to control your flames inside it. Use the herbs kept beside you and extract its medical essence without burning it completely. I will come and check soon. She took a chair, sat down in front of Damien, and looked at his poker face. With your attitude in class and the way you answered my questions correctly, I thought you must be an alchemy prodigy, and even your etheric flames would be top-notch just like your ethereal talent. Only if you had used half of your arrogance in finding a way to come up with a solution to. Riva sighed as she looked at his dull brown etheric flames. Riva's tone was as steady as the rain, and it didn't feel as if she was piqued at Damien for his attitude in her classes. But Damien could understand that she was questioning his arrogance. Teacher, please don't be angry. If I became best at everything, even the sun and the moon would get outshined by me. Don't you think there should be a balance? As a humble disciple, I should also give my fellow disciples a chance to shine. Damien said in a right-minded tone. The disciples who heard his words felt like crapping their pants hearing his humble comment. Some boys felt that Damien was quite lucky that he received more attention from Riva and even got to see her exquisite face up close. Some wished that they had second-rate talent in concocting pills so that Riva would also guide them closely. But as all of them were elites, they had sufficient knowledge of concocting a pill according to their cultivation. All they needed was some guidance to turn them into exceptional alchemists. Riva's eyes twitched, seeing how barefaced Damien was being. She felt that no matter the situation, Damien would wriggle out of it with his mouth. Riva said in a cool tone, your soul is at the peak nascent soul stage, and had your etheric flames been decent enough, you could have concocted rank 2 pills. And to pass this specialization, you would need to pass the practical exams as well. We evaluate according to the cultivation of the disciple. Considering your soul cultivation stays the same by the end of this year, and you cannot concoct a rank 2 pill by then, you would fail the entire specialization. Even if your theoretical knowledge is impeccable, it wouldn't matter at all if you fail in the practical. But you still have a whole year to prepare yourself, and if you follow my words, I am sure you will pass. Just as our headmaster said, our potential does not depend on our inherent talent only. She is really a sincere teacher. Damien was feeling more and more that Riva was serious about her duty as a teacher. Oh, my ethereal teacher, please guide this lowly disciple, Damien said in a reverent tone as he bowed his head. Riva felt a slight headache each time she was faced with his cheekiness. She wondered how long she would have to put up with him and how he could still be so confident and sassy even when he manifested flames that were inferior to everyone in the class. She expected him to at least have a sour mood for a while, as it was not easy to deal with being the worst performer in the class, when everyone expected so much more from him. Damien raised his head with a faint smile as he looked at her luminous azure eyes. The boys bit their nails off, seeing his behavior with Riva. Even if they wanted to and had 100 times the guts, they could never talk like that or look at her eye to eye. They always felt an inferiority complex when looking at her. Riva felt strange when Damien stared at her eyes, as no man had ever dared to even look into her eyes. The moment they made eye contact with her, they would immediately shift their eyes as if they were afraid of staring at her with their mortal eyes. She saw his charming eyes, which were deep and dark as pools of ink, and somewhere inside her, she felt as if those eyes seemed to strike a chord somewhere in her soul. Wow, I have to admit her eyes have a strange attractive look. Damien thought as he saw her eyes. Teacher, this disciple is waiting for your guidance, Damien said as he maintained his stare. Riva slightly shook her head and wondered why she got distracted just because her disciple looked into her eyes. She cleared her mind using her powerful soul and said with graceful simplicity, first, let's see how good your control is with your etheric flames. Extract the medical essence of the herb kept beside you and try your best. Damien transferred his etheric flames inside the cauldron and put a low-level common-grade herb inside the cauldron. He furrowed his brows as he tried his best to control his flimsy etheric flames and extract as much medical essence he can. After a while, he extinguished his etheric flames and gestured to Riva to take a look. Riva took a look and her brows raised when she saw that even with such poor flames, Damien was able to extract more than 70% of its medical essence even though it was just a low-level common-grade herb. It was proof that his control over his flames was excellent, and he knew how to extract the medical essence carefully. However, this only meant that he could concoct low-grade rank 1 pills at best. But considering his soul cultivation, which was at the peak nascent soul stage, his performance was too substandard. Riva knew that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to pass the final exam and would undoubtedly fail. If that happened, he wouldn't even move on to the second year while the rest of his classmates will. Instead, he would have to sit with his juniors and retake the exam. After thinking for a while, Riva said with a firm expression, from now on, you will stay back after class, and I will teach you how to comprehend fire laws so that you can awaken your fire seed. Chapter 174. Damien was a bit surprised that Riva was serious about making him pass the exam and how determined she was about it. He had no idea if he could even develop a decent fire seed by the end of the current year. Usually one who would even take years to awaken a fire seed, and that is assuming that they have excellent comprehension abilities. And the comprehension talent for each law varies, since if one has excellent comprehension abilities for fire laws doesn't mean they would have no trouble in comprehending water laws. Damien hoped that his comprehension talent for fire laws would at least be half as good as his comprehension talent for lightning laws. The other disciples were brimming inwardly with jealousy, thinking that Damien was receiving special treatment. Some even wished that their flames were trashy just to have extra classes with their favorite teacher. Even those who thought of bunking classes came every day just to catch a glimpse of her visage. In fact, some disciples from other batches and divisions would bunk classes just to watch her teach from afar. There was no student who didn't envy the first-year elite disciples of Division 1. Everyone, especially the Division 2 students, bemoaned why they didn't get placed in Division 1 or have Riva as their alchemy teacher. Instead, most of them got boring and old instructors. There were only around 15 students just before Riva's first class. Still, when news about her traveled around, all 25 Division 1 disciples opted for alchemy just to be in her otherworldly presence. But the others could only watch from afar and dream about her, knowing that she was an unreachable goddess who was destined to not belong to any mortals like them. There were 2 goddesses in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, but both were beyond every man's dream of attaining them. One was the princess of the most powerful empire. The other was a beautiful but deadly demoness who had the hots for someone else. Many arrogant young masters wondered why the statuses of such heavenly beauties had to be so exalted. Otherwise, they were sure they could conquer them by hook or by crook. Now, those young masters who even had eyes on Valentina didn't even dare to look at her. They already saw how many of their friends who tried to woo her ended up in a pitiful state, and also how she didn't even spare the senior disciples like Luke and his friends. Because of that, they even steered clear from Damien's path. Why should they try to bully Damien just to get their balls smashed and lose their manhood forever? Was it worth it? Some even started doing their meditation diligently to distract themselves from thinking about Valentina and focusing on their cultivation. These kinds of people were more prominent in Valentina's division, as the boys would try their best to listen to the teacher's class, and not let their eyes get lured by Valentina's devastating beauty. Most of all, they knew how she even challenged the charming snake, Denisa Rivers of the third-year elite batch, to a duel with the stakes being their reputations itself. Some obsessed young masters were hoping that after Damien gets thrashed by Roy Clive, Valentina would leave him and look in their direction. Damien asked curiously, "Teacher, are you sure I can awaken my fire seed within a year? I haven't heard of anyone who could do it." Riva said with a fixed gaze, "Yes, most if not all would not be able to awaken their dormant fire seed in a year. But given your extraordinary talent, I am sure you can awaken your fire seed if you follow the right way." Damien smiled as he looked at her eyes. This disciple feels honored that teacher has so much confidence in him. This disciple will do his best to follow your words. By now, everyone thought that Damien had thoroughly impressed Riva so much that she was willing to give him close guidance just to make sure he does not fail. Riva nodded and said in a quiet tone, "Until the class ends, you will focus on your ethereal core and try to use your fire seed. No matter how disappointing the results, you should keep trying." The hour passed, and except Damien, everyone was able to manifest flames decent enough to concoct at least upper-tier pills which would give at most 70% potency. One or two disciples were able to manifest decent enough etheric flames to concoct top-tier pills. As all these disciples were coming from elite families, their performance wasn't too bad like Damien's. "We are done for today's class, and from now on, all our classes will be here. For the next class, no need to wait in your classroom as I would be here itself." Riva wrapped up her lecture before reminding Damien that he can't bunk the extra class scheduled with her. Damien sighed as he walked out towards the corridor. He felt that the last time he performed poorly on a subject was when he had just entered school in his previous life. He didn't get the proper schooling due to his situation and had a hard time coming up to speed with other students. The only reason he was able to cope up was with Sophie's help, as she was a bookworm and loved to learn about all kinds of things. She was the one who taught him how fun it is to learn about various things and helped him with his studies. Soon enough, he joined up with Valentina and Yora Haley in a cafe on the same floor. "Damien, are you enjoying your alchemy classes?" Yora Haley asked in a meaningful tone. I can't say for sure as my performance has been the worst in class," Damien said nonchalantly. Valentina asked in a concerned tone, "How is that possible? No one can beat you in alchemy." "Oh, we have an alchemy expert here?" Yora Haley asked as she raised one of her brows. "Well, my theoretical knowledge is excellent, but my etheric fire is too poor to concoct pills." Valentina was inwardly relieved as she understood that Damien didn't perform well on purpose, and he must be doing it for a reason. He continued, "And that's why my teacher has decided to keep extra classes for me to awaken my fire seed. Because if I don't concoct at least a rank 2 pill, I will fail." Valentina asked anxiously, "Doesn't that mean you will have to stay back after class? Can I join your extra class?" Before Damien could say anything, Yora Haley shook her head and said, "Valentina, you forget that an extra class is meant only for the students the instructors pick. No one else can sit in their classes, no matter who. Don't worry, while Damien attends his extra classes, we can chill out, and I can also teach you some stuff." Valentina reluctantly nodded with a sullen expression, but when she thought about the things Yora Haley was going to teach her, she felt that it was not too bad to pass the time while she waited for Damien. Damien squinted his eyes when Yora Haley said she was going to teach Valentina something. "What exactly are you going to teach her?" "I won't allow you to corrupt her." "Wait, did you already teach her something?" He spoke as if he was an elder brother looking out for his little sister. Yora Haley kept up a naive expression as she said, "What do you mean? I have only taught her things a girl needs to know. Isn't that right, Valina?" Damien looked skeptically at Valentina, who avoided his gaze like a nervous kitten, and said with a shaky smile, "That's true, Damien. She is not corrupting me." Damien pursed his lips as he felt that something was going on, seeing Valentina's edgy expressions. Yora Haley quickly decided to change the topic. "Besides, we know you are going to enjoy your extra classes. Won't you?" she said with a smirk. "What do you mean? It's just an extra class, and I don't see how I am going to enjoy it. It just means more work," Damien said with a clear expression. Yora Haley asked in a doubting tone, "Really? You really don't feel lucky to have more sessions with Her Highness Riva Zeton? Men would die to be in your place." Damien harumphed as he already knew where Yora Haley was trying to go with this. "HMPH, a virtuous disciple like me is here to learn. Besides, she is too cold to entertain anything even if I wanted to. Other than teaching, she won't talk nonsense." Valentina was first discontented that Damien was going to spend time alone with the ethereal fairy, who was an extremely beautiful, wealthy, and powerful woman. But when she heard that Riva doesn't do anything else other than teaching, she felt a bit relieved, thinking that Riva won't go after Damien. In her eyes, if she saw a woman behaving familiar with Damien, she would think that they were trying to get close with him and gain his affection. If it not for Yora Haley, things would have become a bit more messier. In fact, without Damien's knowledge, she had already taken down some gutsy women by always keeping a subtle watch on Damien. Most of the other women already learned the lesson of not approaching anything in Valentina's territory. And Valentina's title, the Bloody Fairy, already became a name that struck terror in the hearts of boys and girls alike in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Chapter 175. It was afternoon when Damien entered the alchemy study hall where the practical classes usually take place. To him, it looked more like a courtyard one could relax during their leisure time. But his eyes were pulled in by the sight of the sapphire-haired ethereal beauty sitting on a chair, reading a book with graceful poise. The surroundings appeared to fade away as her beauty stole all the brilliance. Her eyes were completely focused on what she was reading. Damien looked closer and saw that she was reading an old book on etheric flames, and there were other books about elemental seeds on the table. Damien speculated that she must be going through these books again to guide him. You are right on time, Reva said coolly without even taking away her eyes from the book in her hands. Of course, how can this disciple dare to be late for the teacher I admire most? Enough, I didn't ask you to tell me the reason. Come, sit. Reva closed her book as she slightly gestured towards the cauldron in front of her. Damien smiled as he walked towards the silver cauldron and sat behind it. Reva was sitting on the chair just in front of him, and she also had a good view of the cauldron from the top. You are barely able to produce some fire sparks, right? Reva questioned. Damien nodded, yes. My fire seed is practically dead, and there is not much I can do with it now. But you are able to manifest etheric flames no matter how weak they are. Then have you ever thought of reverse comprehending fire laws from your etheric flames? Even though your etheric flames are weak doesn't mean your fire seed will be weak as well once it awakens. Reva said in a factual tone. Wow, I could do that too. Luna, why didn't you tell me that? Damien was impressed that Reva knew such things. He wondered if she came up with this on the spot as he didn't think that she had seen anyone with his situation before. After all, he was restraining his etheric flames on purpose. Luna scoffed, HMPH, seems like she is as clever as she looks. Why would I teach you to develop your fire seed when there was no present need for it? You said you needed to develop your combat prowess quickly for that lily girl. So, I gave you lightning ethereal arts and taught you how to use your anti-god arts. Why waste time trying to awaken your fire seed in between all these? Damien shook his head inwardly and looked at Reva's eyes as he said in an impressed tone, Teacher is not only beautiful but also very intelligent. This disciple should follow your example and surely awaken his fire seed. Reva said in a plain tone, don't get ahead of yourself. Reverse comprehension is not easy, especially when you are trying to comprehend etheric fire laws from your etheric flames. Unless your comprehension ability is excellent, you won't be able to comprehend the fire laws hidden deep within the etheric flames. Since one invokes their etheric flames using their soul energy, the ethereal fire laws are not dominant, and because etheric fire laws are not the same as ethereal fire laws. There might even be a chance that you will burn and injure your soul permanently if you try this method and even possibly die. But if you can reverse comprehend the etheric fire laws and manage to awaken your fire seed, then your fire seed would be more powerful than an ordinary practitioner's fire seed. But of course, whether you can develop your fire seed depends on your inherent affinity towards fire and your comprehension talent. But as I warned you about the danger of this method, I want you to think about it and see whether you are confident of doing it. If not, we can try other methods. Damien was impressed that there was such a way possible to awaken his fire seed. He never thought that he would be able to awaken his fire seed as it was in a dormant state already, nor did he feel like he would ever need to have a fire seed. He wasn't that worried that he would injure himself, as even Luna praised his comprehension talent. Don't worry, Teacher Reva. This disciple's comprehension talent is second to none and will surely surprise you. Damien said in a confident tone as he maintained his gaze with her eyes. Reva couldn't understand where Damien was getting this much confidence from, and wondered if it was because he was confident in his extraordinary talent. However, seeing him still staring at her eyes intently, she felt a bit discomposed and asked plainly, fine. But why do you keep looking at my eyes? What's there to see so much? Damien gave a pure smile as he said earnestly, because your eyes are like the mirrors of my soul. I just always get lost in them. Reva said coldly, enough of your frivolous words. I am your instructor, and you should not talk like that to me. Now, focus on what I told you to do. But inwardly, for a moment, she felt flustered as she heard his devilish words. She had heard many sugary words from various heirs of prominent young families. Still, she never felt affected by their words. And unlike everyone else, Damien's words didn't seem overly exaggerated but heartfelt words. Damien put up an innocent expression and said, but I only answered the question you asked me truthfully. Those weren't frivolous words. I merely said whatever my heart told me to. He sulked as he continued, anyway, before you get angry at me for telling the truth, I will start comprehending the etheric fire laws. Damien didn't say anything more and simply closed his eyes as he started to focus on his soul plane. Reva shook her head in frustration as Damien made her feel as if she were the one in the wrong here to have chided him. She kind of guessed that nothing good would come out of asking him such questions, but at the same time, she couldn't just hold it in any longer. She felt disgruntled, thinking why she was getting affected by her disciple. She also closed her eyes and started to meditate to clear her mind of all irrelevant thoughts. This time when Damien focused, he didn't isolate the pseudo-origin laws in his etheric sparks. An hour passed as he kept concentrating, letting his spiritual senses pick apart his etheric sparks as he tried to comprehend the laws in its crux. His body was already sweating all over as he was extensively concentrating on his soul plane, and even Reva opened her eyes after her meditation. She furrowed her brows as she inspected his condition thoroughly to make sure he was still completely all right. Although she had been meditating, a part of her senses was on him as she didn't want him injuring his soul in the process of trying to comprehend the etheric fire laws in his etheric flames. She decided to watch him for a little more time, and seeing his serious face, she thought that he looked like a different person compared to his usually cocky and playful self. His face was giving off a slightly different charm, and upon closer look, she noticed that he was giving off a mature aura that contrasted with his youthful looks. As Damien was focusing on his soul plane, his soul energy was inadvertently encompassing his body, changing his aura slightly as his soul age was not exactly that of an adolescent. An hour passed, and it was already evening. Reva thought of telling him to stop, but seeing him keenly trying to comprehend etheric fire laws, she thought whether she should tell him to stop or let him continue. All this while, Damien had been trying his best to carefully study his etheric sparks and try to comprehend the profound laws contained inside them. Reva thought that she should tell him to stop as she thought it would at least take him a month to comprehend some of the etheric fire laws, even if he was a genius. But just when her mouth opened slightly to tell him to stop, she shut it close as her eyes slowly widened, seeing Damien's body becoming hot. Chapter 176. Damien frowned as his entire body was becoming red hot, and it seemed as if his clothes were about to catch fire. A few moments ago, Damien managed to comprehend some of the etheric fire laws inside his soul plane. He shifted his senses to his ethereal core and focused on his dormant fire seed. But no matter how much he waited, his fire seed wasn't awakening at all. After a few moments, he decided to use a tiny amount of his etheric flames to kickstart his fire seed. However, to do that, he would have to carefully circulate his fallen flame in his body and make sure that it doesn't hurt his internal organs. It was a very risky idea, and a dangerous one since it would require immense concentration to circulate etheric flames inside one's body, no matter how small, without causing internal injuries. But Damien saw no other option and decided to go for it. At most, he would be bedridden for a while, but if he's lucky, then he would awaken his fire seed. He manifested a very tiny fallen flame in his soul plane and carefully managed to manifest them inside his body. He gritted his teeth as he concentrated his best to make sure he safely transferred his fallen flame to his ethereal core. If he gets one step wrong, he might even accidentally cripple himself. He had no idea why he was trying so hard to awaken his fire seed when he didn't even want to before. But just as Damien was a bit lazy, once he puts his mind to achieve something, he makes sure he won't quit before giving his best to achieve it. This was where his firm determination and perseverance played a part no matter how trivial his objective seemed. And now there was no going back anyway. He only realized more how dangerous it was to do something like this. In fact, even Reva was unsure if her method would work as she knew the fire seed worked on the principles of ethereal fire laws, and not etheric fire laws. She didn't know for sure if his fire seed would awaken even if he completely comprehended the etheric fire laws in his etheric flames. However, with strenuous effort, Damien managed to transport his fallen flame inside his ethereal core safely. He let the tiny speck of fallen flame clash with his dormant fire seed, and instantly bright sparks of fire were birthed. His tiny speck of fallen flame dispersed, and his dormant fire seed showed signs of awakening. Hot fumes escaped from his fire seed as it slowly became brighter with each passing second. Within a few moments, the sparks turned into tiny bright amber flames and took the shape of a small sphere. He was a bit surprised with the color but didn't mind it. I did it! Damien inwardly shouted in joy as he saw that he finally managed to awaken his fire seed. As he had already cut off the connection between his origin seed and his elemental seeds, the flames weren't jet black. However, he could feel that even if he linked his fire seed and origin seed, the flames wouldn't be as powerful as his etheric fallen flames. He speculated that it had something to do with etheric fire laws' compatibility with the fire seed. After all, his comprehension of ethereal fire laws was almost non-existent. Even though these two laws had similarities, their fundamental properties were different, with the etheric fire laws being more profound and stronger. But on the outside, Reva's lips partially opened as her eyebrows raised. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She sensed his fire seed slowing coming to life and was shocked at the speed at which he managed to awaken it. Not even a single day, but merely within hours, he managed to awaken it. Even after taking into account his extraordinary talent, she thought that it would take him a month to comprehend his etheric fire laws. Even with her powerful soul, she took 2 days to comprehend her water laws to a decent level. She wondered how someone like him was able to comprehend way faster than her. After all, she had received the legacy of a god even though it was not complete yet. But how could a youngster with no background and coming from the weakest empire in the continent have such abilities? How could his comprehension talent exceed hers whose soul had mixed with the divine soul essence of a god? But her eyes widened as she noticed his ethereal and soul aura undergoing a qualitative change. Double breakthrough? Reva could feel his ethereal aura becoming denser and thicker, and instantly realized that he was going to break through to the spirit ethereal realm. Even his soul was breaking through to the soul transformation stage. Reva was not the only one who was shocked, even Damien was amazed at the changes happening inside his body. He realized that as he had awakened his fire seed, it forced his ethereal core to advance to a higher level, and because he had comprehended etheric fire laws, his soul also advanced. He shifted his senses towards his soul plane and saw the qualitative change happening there. He noticed his soul plane transforming into a bigger and robust plane which allowed better circulation of his soul energy, and let him process his thoughts faster. He learned that he could even finish off huge books with thousands of pages within minutes as he could process whatever he learns faster, and store them in memory. And other good news was that he still had the soul essence in his soul plane he had stored after killing some in the Dark Sky Guild. He decided to refine those soul essences after he had stored some life essences to break through his ethereal cultivation. And when he spread his spiritual perception, he was surprised that he could cover anything within a 2 kilometers radius. But of course, if he was to spread this spiritual perception at a whole 2 kilometers radius, it would take more of his concentration and was not something he could do with a casual thought. If it was someone else with the same soul cultivation as him, their spiritual perception would be at most 500 meters. Damien also realized the change in his spiritual perception after the breakthrough and felt that the gap between the nascent soul stage and the soul transformation stage was indeed bigger than he thought. His soul by now had officially broken through to the early soul transformation stage. But he pulled back his senses towards his ethereal core when he noticed that his fire seed was behaving unstably. He speculated that it had got to do with how his fire seed was trying to adapt to the etheric fire laws. Unknowingly, his body kept becoming hotter and hotter that he felt as if his whole body was going to be on fire. He saw that his ethereal core had become even denser to the point that it seemed as if it was close to changing into a liquid state. The quantity of his ethereal energy increased even further, more than even all his nascent ethereal realm breakthroughs combined. He felt his body, including his bones and muscles, getting stronger by a small margin. But most of all, he could feel the connection between his ethereal core points and the ethereal energy in the surroundings being strengthened. Asterisk bang asterisk, a popping sound resounded softly in his ethereal core, as it marked his breakthrough to the first level of the spirit ethereal realm. But as he broke through, a tide of his ethereal energy streamed through his entire body carrying along with his fire ethereal energy without him doing anything. On the outside, Reva's eyes squinted when she saw a wave of ethereal energy releasing from his body as amber flames covered his whole body. Damien slowly opened his eyes and was surprised that his whole body was covered in flames as if he was an avatar of the god of fire. He lazily got up as he inspected himself with a smug smile, while thinking how amazing it was that even though the flames roamed all around his body, he wasn't hurt in the least. He was glad he had cut off the connection of his origin seed to his elemental seeds. Otherwise, he would have inadvertently manifested ethereal fallen flames on his body before Reva, which would have been troublesome. Reva slowly got up from her chair with a glazed stare. She couldn't believe the things that had just happened. Not only did he get to awaken his fire seed, but he also managed to achieve a breakthrough in both ethereal and soul cultivation. What a monster! Even Reva felt that there was no other word to describe him and now realized that she had underestimated his talents. Her eyes were glued to the flames on his body as she couldn't understand why his etheric flames were amber in color. Who are you exactly, Damien Godwin? The same question ringed in her mind again as she felt that he seemed more mysterious the more she witnessed these shocking things. Damien's ethereal energy was burning at a rapid rate as the amber flames were continuously burning on his body. He dispersed all the ethereal energy on his body with a single thought, and the flames got extinguished. But when Damien saw Reva's shocked and slightly flushed face, he looked at his body and muttered, "Oops." Chapter 177. Reva was still trying to come to terms with his sudden and fast breakthrough when he suddenly extinguished the flames on his body and became buck naked. Unknowingly, his clothes had already been turned to dust because of his flames. Before he realized it, he was already flashing off his manhood before Reva. Seeing his naked body come into sight, her eyes widened. Her eyes inadvertently moved as if pulled by a magnetic force toward his sleeping dragon, and her cheeks flushed slightly. TCH. She turned away instantly as she closed her eyes. Her brows furrowed as she said in a vexed tone, "Stop simply standing there and dress yourself up." "Oops, sorry, teacher. My flames got out of control." Damien chuckled as he put on a new set of clothes. He had to admit thought it was cute to see a faint reddish hue on her cold face. He never expected that he would awaken his fire seed this soon, nor thought about his clothes catching fire. He was inwardly excited that now he had two active seeds in his ethereal core. A lightning and fire seed. But of course, the power of his fire seed and his comprehension of fire laws couldn't be compared to that of his lightning. For now, he decided to use his fire seed to concoct pills during the alchemy class, as his fire seed was still not powerful enough to be used in a fight. Reva tried her best to scrape out the forbidden image she unconsciously saw. But no matter how much she wanted to forget it, those images kept flashing in her mind like lights. And because of her powerful soul, what she saw was stark clear in her mind even though she didn't glance at his manhood for more than a second. She never thought she would have to see a man's manhood in her life as she preferred solitude. In her eyes, most men were people who only saw women as tools to satisfy their egos. She chastised herself why she had to look down and see such a mentally graving thing. Damien noticed Reva's eyes catching sight of his manhood and grinned inwardly seeing her abashed face. She is still a young maiden after all. Damien thought that no matter how mature Reva was, she was still a 19-year-old in heart and mind. "Teacher Reva, you can look." After making sure he had put on his clothes, she slowly turned towards him and looked at him with a cold glare. She was inwardly angry that her eyes were stained by something so untasteful because of him. But at the same time, she had no good reason to castigate him as it seemed that even he didn't realize his clothes burned away. Thinking about it, she thought that his fire seed must have been unstable, as he said, since it must take some time to adapt to power itself using the etheric fire laws. Damien gave a light bow as he said, "It's all thanks to teacher I was able to awaken my fire seed and break through. Teacher is truly a genius, as the rumors say." Her expression softened a bit, seeing that he didn't try to poke fun at her for looking at his manhood and instead was complimenting her. "It was not only because of me you were able to awaken your fire seed. Your ability to have precise control over your etheric flames and to use your etheric flames to awaken your fire seed was your idea, not mine." Reva was inwardly impressed that no matter how cocky Damien seemed, he would deliver just as he says. This girl is surely unpresuming. Damien felt like the more he spent time with Reva, the more she seemed a bit different than he expected. Even though she was the one who proposed to him the foundational idea to awaken his fire seed, she didn't seem to take credit for it. It was as if she only proposed something ordinary when in fact, no one else in the continent had ever come up with such an idea. "Did teacher also start learning alchemy as a child, and who taught you?" Damien asked curiously. Reva's azure eyes moved. "Yes, but you don't need to know who taught me. Class is finished for today. You can leave," Reva said in a cool tone. She turned towards her table and started scribbling something on a scroll. Upon closer look, Damien noticed that she was trying to write medical formulas for a rank 6 pill. Wow, rank 6 pill. As expected of a prodigy. However, he noticed that she was having some trouble finding a solution to some inconsistencies in the formula. He took a chair from his soul space and sat down near her. Reva frowned and looked at him. "What are you still doing here? I told you the class is over." She was absorbed in writing her medical formulas that she didn't expect Damien to be here still. "Okay, since the class is finished, you are not my teacher anymore for today, right?" "That's right," Reva said with narrowed eyes thinking what he was up to this time. Damien smiled. "Then I am free to stay here as long as I want to, right? Nor can you order me around since you are not my teacher anymore for today. Isn't that so?" Reva gave a glaring look and was about to leave, thinking that she would work on her medical formula somewhere alone and quiet. However, her movements paused as she heard his words when Damien said, "If you use the ash bindweed instead of the shrine berry, your medical formula will add up." She gave a doubting look to him and looked at her scroll. Her expression became pensive as she tried to do some calculations in her mind. After a few moments, she asked with raised eyebrows, "How did you know?" She was surprised that Damien was able to easily solve a problem she was having trouble with for a week. After all, it was not just a rank 1 or rank 2 medical formula she was trying to come up with. But it was the rare rank 6 pill, and to come up with a medical formula for such a powerful pill was no easy task even for renowned alchemists. However, Damien was just a 16-year-old boy who was coming from the Rome Empire. How could he be so knowledgeable in alchemy? At first, she almost ignored his words but thought it wouldn't hurt to see if he was right or wrong. She confirmed at least a few times and found that her medical formula checked out perfectly after following his suggestion. In fact, if one was able to follow the formula thoroughly and had the right talent to concoct pills, there wasn't much of a chance of failure. It was common for alchemists to concoct some failed pills sometimes. There wasn't a 100% chance of success. Even the most expert alchemists can't guarantee 100% success always. But Damien's suggestion lowered the chances of failure, but not entirely as there were other herbs included in the formula. Damien softly chuckled, hearing her question, "Secret. But I can tell you and even help you with other medical formulas if you become my friend." Reva pressed her lips together and said in a restrained tone, "No need. Forget that I asked." She didn't expect him to ask such a thing and felt strange hearing the word friend. Seeing her expression, Damien asked, "You don't have a friend, right? Let me be your first. Friends help each other, and you already accepted my help by using my suggestion. Or just because I am your disciple, will you take credit for what I said? Of course not. You can ask me anything else, but I don't need a friend at all. I can give you a significant percentage of spirit stones from every sale of this pill." Hearing his words, Reva felt that she should give him back something for taking his help. "Nope, no can do. Materialistic things are meaningless to me. Why is it so hard to become my friend? You even took advantage of me and looked at my naked body. You have stolen my honor and dignity. Do you think I can marry now? Sigh, it's truly not fair just because you are a princess," Damien said with a petulant sigh. Reva felt baffled hearing his words. When did she become such a sinner that she took away his honor and dignity? And it was not like she looked at his naked body on purpose. But the way he said it sounded as if his future life was bleak and no woman will marry him. She guessed that Damien was simply messing with her, but she couldn't come up with a retort. She felt so exasperated and thought why she had to be stuck with him just when his clothes got burned away. Damien continued in a sulky tone, "Fine, if you don't want me as your friend, that's fine. But at least, let me see you as my friend. Or is that too much as well after everything that happened? You should take responsibility for your actions, otherwise, if fine. But you can't talk about this to anyone else nor bring this up to me again. Whatever happened today won't be talked about again," Reva warned with a glowering look. She didn't want him to use that as an excuse to mess with her in the future. "Sure, Reva," Damien said with a devilish smile. Chapter 178. Hearing him call her by her first name, she glared at him. Damien quickly interjected her and said, "I see you as my friend now. So, I can call you by your name just as friends are supposed to. Or are you trying to go back on your word, princess?" Small, flushed circles appeared on her cheeks, feeling nettled that she had totally fallen for his tricks. Other than her father and ones she considers close to her, no one else had ever dared to call by her name. But she decided not to let him win that easily and said, "Fine. But now it's your turn to keep up your end of the bargain. You told me you would help me with the rest of the medical formulas." Damien smirked, "Of course. A man like me always keeps his promises. And you may see me as a friend, but don't think I think the same." Reva wanted to make sure that Damien doesn't think otherwise. Damien chuckled, "Princess, you seem like you have been alone for most of your life. Loneliness only breeds darkness in your life. And even if you want to stay in that darkness, don't you think it would be better to walk together with a friend in that darkness than being all alone?" Reva was silent for a moment and answered with narrowed eyes, "What do you know about my life?" She didn't like the fact that his words seemed convincing because they went against her beliefs. "Your eyes seem vibrant, but I can see that they are dull with loneliness. One's eyes can tell many things about themselves, and I don't need to know you for years to know that. You seem like the kind of girl who only focuses on her objectives and would ignore everything else till you achieve them. And it seems to me that in your heart, you are carrying some kind of that's enough," Reva said in a cold tone as she motioned with her hand. She felt as if she was laid bare open in front of him. She wondered how such a young boy's way of talking doesn't seem to match with his age. She felt like she was sitting before a mature man. The more time she spent with him, the more shocking he seemed to her. Damien's eyes flashed as he felt as if he was right on point somewhere. Damien coughed, "Forget it. But I can promise you that in this lifetime, we can only be friends or enemies, he. Damien continued with a narrowed gaze, "Whichever you prefer. Anyways, coming to your medical formula." The two discussed for a while, and Damien occasionally teased her by asking her flippant questions, to which she only gave a cold glare. "Damien, Reva, are you happy about your life?" "Reva." "Damien, Reva, can you really control the seas as the rumors say?" "Reva." "Damien, Reva, why don't you answer my questions? Do you think they are meaningless?" "Reva, yes." "Damien." But as Damien helped her with the medical formulas, she learned that his knowledge and understanding of alchemy was even deeper than her. She thought that there was no need for him to sit in her theory class, and he could even start a tuition class of his own where he could teach others. It would only be a matter of time before he could earn tons of spirit stones from those classes. She also felt surprised at herself that she was spending so much time closely with another boy. However, she didn't feel weird about it, and as time passed, she quite felt it natural and enjoyed learning more about alchemy from him. His way of explaining things and how he sees things from a different perspective was very clear and crisp. She wondered if he asked her whether she was qualified enough to be a teacher because he was confident in his knowledge of alchemy and felt that her teaching wouldn't be of much use to him. It was almost going to be dusk when they finally wrapped up their discussion. "I have to go now," Reva said as she got up and continued in a soft voice, "and thank you for helping me out. You can still ask me for spirit stones once this pill enters the market." Reva felt like she owed Damien too much as he helped a lot to complete her rank 6 pills medical formula. Usually, grand alchemists would charge millions of blue spirit stones just to sell the medical formula of any rank 6 pill. Even some alchemists would pay a huge amount of blue spirit stones to procure other expert alchemists' help to help them write up their medical formula or just to get some pointers or suggestions from them. Even though Damien made a deal with her, in the end, she didn't feel as if she lost anything just because he decided to see her as his friend. Damien shook his head, No. I already asked for your friendship. But even though you don't want me to be your friend, I will consider you as one because of my big heart. In my eyes, no amount of spirit stones can have a bigger value than being your friend," he said artlessly. Reva asked with an unclear expression, "Why do you want to be my friend so badly?" "Because you need one. See you later, Reva." Damien walked away as he waved his hands. Reva stood on the spot for a while, thinking about the things he said and the things that happened today. Between all the nonsense he spoke or asked her, she felt that some of his words stung at her heart, making herself ask questions she previously never even thought of. "A friend?" Reva muttered in a dazed manner as she left the alchemy study hall. Through his messaging talisman, Damien found out that Valentina was sitting in the library with Yora Haley. As he got inside the library and saw the two, Valentina rushed up to him and hugged him. "Damien, why did you take so much time?" Before Damien could answer, Yora Haley scoffed with a smile. Looks like somebody had a good time with his instructor, or should I say, the princess? Foot, girl, you have no idea the amount of training I had to do today. Damien, you have broken through. Valentina said with an elated smile as if she was the one who broke through. Yora Haley got up with a blinking expression. Wow, it seems like whatever training it was, it surely paid off. Good for you. Now you are one step closer to facing off Roy Clive. The two soon bid goodbye to Yora Haley and started walking through the streets. As the two walked, Damien asked, do you want to see something surprising? Valentina nodded eagerly. Damien smiled and flicked his fingers as a small amber fireball manifested in his hands. Valentina's lips opened partially with astonishment as she asked in an excited tone, you awakened your fire seed? Damien said with a satisfied smile, yes. It's all thanks to my teacher, the princess. She taught me a way to awaken my fire seed by comprehending my etheric fire laws. Valentina felt that Reva seemed to be more capable than she thought and wondered if she could also help Damien like her. By the way, how are your alchemy classes going? Damien continued with a question. Valentina said with a face-wide smile, I am doing great. I manifested my etheric flames just like you taught me, and even the teacher said that my etheric flames were the best in the class and was very impressed with it. Damien beamed, of course. I already knew you would be the best in the class. After all, no one can match up to your powerful soul. My Valentina is the best. Valentina rested her head on his arms with a sparkling smile, proud that he was happy with her prowess. Valentina said in a confident tone, I am sure after a month, everyone will know how awesome you are. Right after, you beat down that Roy Clive. Of course. It's just a matter of time. Damien said as his eyes narrowed, thinking about the bet he made with Roy Clive. You still haven't told me why you made such a one-sided bet with that big Dumbo. Luna mentally asked Damien. Chapter 179. Sigh, Luna. You are too impatient. Fine. Do you think that even if Roy Clive is as stupid as he looks, his father, who is one of the supreme generals, would be the same? I purposefully wanted to let them think that I was scared, and, in a panic, to save Valentina, I put out a one-sided bet to shift the blame from her head. If I had offered ridiculous or humiliating conditions, even if Roy would find it funny and stupid, his father would surely be suspicious. Someone who has lived for centuries and knows the things I have done would think that I am up to something. He might even prepare Roy to use some backhanded schemes, which I don't have time to entertain. It's easier to destroy an unsuspecting enemy. Of course, they should pay for tormenting Valentina and me. Luna added, I can't believe you thought that far ahead. Well, in a way, it is right that you should not waste time with these idiots. But I think it's also because your alter identity's influence hasn't been solidified yet. Damien acknowledged, true. I hadn't even made my location public, otherwise, who knows how many people would be waiting before my gates. I think it's time I started concocting pills and also pay a visit to the Clive and Rivers family. They will soon realize what happens if they mess with me. Why attract needless troubles when I can make things end in a way that they won't even realize who or what hit them? Damien thought that he could also build up his wealth passively and spread his influence simultaneously. He had told the Alchemist Society that he would be laying low for a month, but now he decided to cut it short. Luna said in a thrilled tone, I can't wait for it. Even if mortals are insignificant, it is surely entertaining to see these kinds of things. At least, you are not boring this goddess. But first, I have to visit the Forsaken people tomorrow and get myself initiated to be one of them. However, I still don't get why they pick me unless they think I am going to stick with them for dozens of years. And that Triton, whenever I see him, I feel something off about him. I just don't know what exactly though. Damien said in a perplexed tone. Luna said in a vague tone that Triton surely is an interesting guy. I think you two would get along. Damien denied, nah, I don't think so. That dude seems too uptight and serious. I can see it that he is very invested in what he is doing. Damien and Valentina soon enough got inside their villa, and he went to take a bath. He was thinking about the pleasant surprises he had today and the things he should do tomorrow. But as he was bathing in the warm water, he felt two soft hands suddenly embrace him from behind. He was a bit startled but instantly knew whose hands it was. He quickly put on a thin cloth around his waist and turned around. He sighed as he maintained his focus on the face of the naked and bewitching beauty in front of him. Valentina, what are you doing here? Valentina giggled, didn't I tell Big Brother that we should save time by bathing together? And I also want you to teach me some things. Damien asked perplexedly, teach? Wait, how did you even enter inside? Damien looked towards the door and was surprised that it was still locked. But then everything clicked inside his head, and he saw Valentina impishly giggling. You phased through the door? Damien asked as he raised his brows. He couldn't find any other explanation and felt that her ability was kind of a cheat ability. Valentina nodded with a beaming smile, isn't what I did amazing? Damien felt that probably the day when he and Lily were making love, Valentina indeed peeked and saw the things they did. Although he had guessed it before, only now could he truly confirm it as even Luna hinted at it. He didn't know what to feel or do about it. It was as if a child caught their parents having intercourse. He didn't know how to approach or talk about it to Valentina, and she didn't even say anything about it in the first place. He thought whether he should ask her about it now, but decided not to put her in a difficult situation. He believed that it was the best option for now. But most of all, he didn't know to explain what happened between Lily and him. He had no experience teaching or talking about these kinds of stuff to someone like Valentina, who had no knowledge of these things. He also had no idea how Valentina would feel when he talks about the things he and Lily did. He knew he was only delaying the inevitable, but he decided to talk about it later when he is confident. Damien said as he squinted his eyes, yes, it's amazing, but... He flicked her forehead softly as he continued, does that mean you naughty girl can jump on your big brother who is bathing? Valentina pouted as she rubbed her forehead cutely, but I only wanted to help big brother, can't I? She asked with puppy eyes. Damien hesitated, and seeing her puppy eyes, he couldn't find the resolve to refuse her. Damien sighed and sat on the bath stool with his eyes closed, fine. But make it quick. Valentina smiled triumphantly and washed his body with her delicate hands. She crouched down and started licking his back. Feeling the warm and soft sensation on his back, Damien questioned skeptically, Valentina, does washing my body include licking? Valentina replied candidly, I am just trying to wash and make you comfortable with my tongue and lips. After all, Big Brother told me one bathes to invigorate themselves and at the same time relax. Lips? What I meant was, fine. Damien let out a sigh of resignation, and he even questioned himself what he taught her. He already let her lick his body before, so didn't think it would make much of a difference if she did it again. Valentina exultantly smiled as she continued to lick over the middle of his back. As she reached his nape, she kissed on his skin softly in a loving manner and looked at Damien's expression to see if he was going to say anything. Did she just kiss on my skin? Is this why she said she would use her lips? Damien thought of telling her not to use her lips, but then he remembered that he had already allowed her to do it. He felt that whenever Valentina asked him something, it was very hard for him to refuse her. And because of that he wondered if he was spoiling her too much. Valentina felt happy that he didn't stop her. She wrapped her dainty fingers slowly over his shoulder blades as she kissed along his neck and even nibbled lightly over his vein. Oh! Damien unknowingly let out a groan of pleasure as Valentina kissed his neck. And he felt as if he was going to get bitten by a vampire. As she extended her hands over his neck, he felt as if he was a gullible prey caught in the hands of a predator. Even though Valentina did not bite into his skin, she felt so attracted and intoxicated by the scent of his blood that she was tempted to taste a bit of his blood. She could feel his vein pulsating as his blood flowed through it. In her eyes, she could clearly see all the veins and the pathways through which his blood flows. Damien noticed Valentina hovering over his neck for a while as if her lips were reluctant to leave. He sighed and asked softly, Valentina, do you want to taste my blood? He felt that it was a long time since she tasted some blood and might have been feeling hungry for it. He thought that a half-ethereal beast like her wouldn't always do well with human food and felt that he could quench her thirst using his blood. Valentina was surprised to hear his question and felt happy that Damien was concerned about her. But she chewed on her lip and asked timidly, but is Big Brother fine with it? She didn't know if Damien found it uncomfortable, although she wouldn't definitely cause him any pain. Damien smiled and said warmly, of course, otherwise, why would I ask you? As long as you don't knock me out, it's fine. Valentina said assertively, no, even if I drink your blood, it won't hurt at all. I can drink at a pace your heart pumps out blood so that you won't feel anything. I will also make you feel more comfortable. Damien softly chuckled, I know you won't hurt me. But if you can also make me comfortable, then that's only a good thing for me. So, go ahead. Valentina smiled and almost drooled, thinking about drinking his blood. She gently held his chin and tilted his head sideways. Her fangs slowly emerged out as she softly bit into his skin. Other than feeling a pricking sensation for a moment, he didn't feel anything but a comforting warmth spreading from his neck and across his body. It was as if his blood was being refreshed and reinvigorated from inside. He felt as if he could let Valentina suck his blood forever and not ever be bothered by it while basking himself in the comforting sensation. Without further ado, Valentina finally started sucking his blood slowly. Chapter 180. Tasting his electrifying blood on her tongue, she felt muddled. Still, her senses were vigilant enough not to cause the slightest discomfort. MMMH. Valentina let out a low moan as she drank his blood. She could feel her entire body becoming hot as his blood went inside her system. She thought that it had been a long time since she drank his blood and that this time it was way more delightful, and gratifying to the point that she didn't feel like taking away her mouth from his neck. Damien wasn't feeling any different. He felt as if his mind was being melted in pleasure by his own blood. He never thought he would feel this good from Valentina sucking his blood. Not even any drugs could beat the euphoric feeling he was experiencing. He speculated that her ethereal energy contained some sort of intoxicating effect that could work in many ways as she chooses to. She could either numb her enemies and paralyze them or provide a soothing and relaxing effect on one's body just like she was doing to him. He couldn't imagine the terrifying things she could do if she were able to invade someone's body thoroughly with her ethereal energy. Valentina felt happy seeing his satisfied and relaxed expression. She was very happy that he allowed her to drink his blood, and she felt as if she would find every other blood distasteful now that she got a good taste of his blood. As Valentina was drinking his blood at a very slow rate, his heart was able to keep up without any problems, and he didn't feel as if he was getting drained. However, he was starting to feel lightheaded, as if he was flying. He mused if this was how druggies felt when they were high. After a short while, Valentina could feel Damien's weight shifting onto her slowly as he slumped his back. She stopped drinking his blood and wiped off the tiny bloodstains on his neck with her tongue. Even though she wanted to keep drinking his blood, she felt that it was enough and controlled herself to stop before she accidentally drank too much. Valentina came in front of him and asked with a sweet smile, Big Brother, did you enjoy it? Damien was feeling spaced out, and he could only see Valentina's face as a blur. And when he heard her words, he muttered in a tipsy manner, is that you, Talia? His expression became nostalgic as he continued, you are alive. Valentina was bewildered by his words. She couldn't understand what he was talking about and who Talia was. Hearing her call him Big Brother and seeing her blurry face, Damien felt as if he was looking at someone who he dearly cared for in his past life. His thoughts were woozy, but somehow, he remembered Talia calling him Big Brother and the beautiful smile she always had on her face whenever she saw him. Damien slowly leaned forward in a dazed manner as he cupped Valentina's face and stroked her cheeks. He ran his fingers over her lips and even her teeth as he asked in a shaky voice, is it really you? Valentina's face froze, but she felt something strange seeing his expression and the way he grazed his fingers over her face and lips. His expression became maudlin as he suddenly hugged her tightly and kissed all over face vehemently while muttering in a woeful tone, forgive me. Valentina felt overwhelmed by his sudden shower of kisses and didn't know how to react. Big Brother, are you okay? She asked in a worried voice. She wondered if he was behaving like this because she drank too much of his blood. Damien muttered in her ears as he hugged her tightly, I am sorry for letting you die. Not a day has passed where I haven't thought about you and the others. I am sorry I still don't know how to reciprocate your feelings. I have let you and others down. Why did you throw away your life for someone like me? His consciousness trailed off as his head slumped over her shoulders. Although Valentina felt sad that those words and his affectionate kisses weren't meant for her, she was more worried about why he seemed so sad thinking about someone named Talia. She couldn't remember Damien ever mentioning someone like that and wondered who this Talia person was to him. Just as Damien slumped over her shoulders, she caught him and positioned his head over her bosom and whispered in his ears, "Don't be sad, big brother. There is nothing to forgive, and I would gladly throw away my life for you no matter how many times." Although she simply replied to his words, she meant every single word she said. While Damien's consciousness was slowly fading away, he heard her words, and a complicated smile emerged when he felt as if it was Talia whispering to him. Valentina felt as if there was so much she doesn't know about Damien and suddenly felt more curious about his past. She also thought that next time she shouldn't drink his blood too much lest he behaves like this again. Valentina carefully picked him up effortlessly and carried him towards the bed. Looking at his sleeping face, she thought that he still looked dazzling and a different charm to his face. But just as she laid him on the bed, her eyes widened when she saw that the thin cloth he had wrapped around his waist had already fallen off on the way. She gulped as she saw his asleep dragon, and her heart started beating faster when she remembered certain things she was not supposed to see. Her eyes sparkled as she got on the bed and moved her face towards his manhood to get a good look at his assets. Seeing his resting flaccid and soft rod, she curiously poked it a few times and liked how it felt so soft and smooth. She lifted his soft rod with her fingers and tilted her head as she examined it from all sides. She wondered how something so big could also shrink in size. She meekly looked at Damien's face and saw that he was in a very deep sleep. She had never seen him sleep so comfortably before. Seeing his vulnerable state, she was tempted to explore his manhood. She wrapped her hands over his rod gently and started to stroke it up and down slowly. She saw his glands coming into view whenever she moved the foreskin backward and was curious why it looked different than the rest of his rod. She thought that she should ask him this question the next time she wanted him to teach her. Her eyebrows raised as she saw it slowly getting bigger and thicker. She could also feel it becoming warm and wondered why it behaved in such a strange way. And the more she stroked him, the faster her heart thinking that she was doing something to Damien without his knowledge. Her body was also feeling stimulated unknowingly as she felt something twitching in her lower regions. She wondered what Damien would say if he caught her. She brought her nose near his glands and sniffed it. She closed her eyes as she basked in the strong and pleasant smell of his rod. Remembering some things, she was more tempted to put his rod into her mouth but was afraid whether she would wake up Damien. However, using her utmost willpower, she let go of his rod and kissed his waist as she went upwards. She kissed his abs, his chest, and all over his nipples in a loving manner. The more she kissed him, the more her lower regions became hotter. Hum. A low sound escaped from Damien's throat as he jerked his body a bit. Valentina's expression froze as if someone stepped on her tail. She froze her movements and observed his face closely to see whether he was awake. Seeing that it was only a false alarm, she felt relieved and slowly got off his body. She got off the bed and picked up the cloth that had fallen off when she carried his body. She smoothly wrapped it back around his body, making as light movements as possible. Then she laid over him and hugged over his neck with a faint smile, thinking that she was able to get a bit more intimate with him today. Chapter 181. The next morning, Damien stirred awake with a clear set of eyes, feeling refreshed. He felt as if he never felt so energetic right after waking up in a long while. However, feeling 2 hands over his neck and 2 soft melons pressing onto his chest, he looked down. His brows raised, surprised to see Valentina sleeping on his body. She didn't weigh much at all, and he only felt as if a soft cushion was lying over him. Seeing her naked body lying innocently over him, he couldn't stop himself from getting aroused. Especially when her soft jugs were teasing his chest and as he involuntarily felt her satiny back, he was greatly tempted to stroke her skin. In fact, this was not the first time he was having these thoughts. Every single day, whenever she slept close to him without any clothes, he had a hard time suppressing his inner fire. After all, it was not easy for a cultured man like him to have a naked bewitching beauty hug onto him every night, especially when she was someone whom he cared for. He had no idea how long she would want to sleep with him and sighed, thinking that there was no need to think about those things now. He wondered why she was sleeping in this fashion and why he couldn't remember what happened after he took a bath. All he remembered was having a dream about Talia, and surprisingly that dream did not end in a nightmare. It was as if he talked with Talia, and she only spoke comforting words to him. And after that, strangely, he didn't dream anything else. It was like his brain was completely switched off and was in a relaxing state. He wondered whether it was because Valentina drank his blood. But he was sure that he had never had such a good sleep in a long while. Till now, all his dreams of Talia or others didn't end well. And the worst nightmares were when he dreamed about Sophie, which usually made him wake up from his sleep. Thinking about Talia, he was reminded of Valentina as both were very attached to him and would try to be with him the first chance they got. He remembered the first time he met Talia when she was a high school girl, and he saved her and 25 other students from a drowning school bus. He still could vividly recall how Talia accidentally slipped through the window and drowned. Thankfully the bus hadn't completely drowned by the time he got there, or there might have been casualties. He had to first save her and pulled up the school bus with just one hand. Till they resurfaced, he remembered how Talia tightly clutched onto him and looked at him with dreamy eyes. At that time, he was amused by her reaction and how she didn't even let go of him for a while till he promised her that they would meet again. She was studying in an elite school as her parents were very rich and made sure she received the best education and all. That was not the first time Damien saved people. Soon after he got his powers suddenly, he had been putting them to good use for others' welfare and became a hero to the world. He would even visit various parts of the world to save people or even other countries in difficult predicaments. Wherever he went, people would salute him or bow down to him with deep respect. No country dared to make an enemy out of him. But even if some did, he would easily forgive them. But despite how famous or powerful he got and the various influential people he met, he never forgot about Sophie and was always there for her to take care of her. However, along the way, he did make many sworn brothers and sisters, which he found out too late that most of them weren't truly his friends. Talia was one of his close friends who always stuck with him through thick and thin. After the drowning incident, she would visit him from time to time and hang out with him. She would also follow him in his adventures. She would even be extreme to the point that she would hire a jet or helicopter in the middle of a class to visit Damien, who sometimes would be halfway across the world involved in a dangerous operation. She would keep up with the news on her mobile during class and her secret informants to know Damien's each and every single move. She wanted to help Damien in whatever he does and trained hard to be his sidekick. She already helped him by pestering her parents to provide Damien with whatever he needs subtly. But she felt that it was not enough as she wanted to help him personally by being there and spending more time with him. Damien remembered how some people worldwide started developing superpowers, and the numbers only increased as the years passed. Talia was no exception, and she had the power to phase through any material. Damien suddenly felt as if something clicked inside his mind as he remembered yesterday Valentina coming inside the bathroom, by phasing through the door. It can't be a coincidence. Damien looked at her sleeping peacefully on his chest, and asked himself how the two also possessed similar abilities other than their similar nature. He then shook his head inwardly, throwing away all ridiculous speculations. But he thought if he reincarnated then why not? However, the odds and other variables were too improbable for him to know, and he didn't want to get his hopes up nor he wanted to delude himself by looking at Valentina as if he was looking at a different person unless he knew for sure. He thought it wouldn't be fair to Valentina. He knew Talia's ability was one of the key factors in rescuing him from the Supermax facility where he suffered 5 years of torture. Even though her parents died in the Great Calamity because of him, despite how heartbroken she was, she never once blamed him nor believed that he did it on purpose. She knew Damien was not that kind of a person and had absolute trust in him. His gaze became soft as he lovingly stroked Valentina's head. He couldn't understand why he was suddenly feeling complicated thinking about Talia and Valentina. Although he badly wanted to meet Talia and the other girls again, he thought it was best they never met him and suffered again. All he wished was for them to be born again with a peaceful and happy life. He didn't even know how to reciprocate their feelings, and he felt that if he met them again, he might hurt them again. Her body twitched as she opened her eyes, feeling Damien's loving caress on her head. She twisted her neck forward and looked at him with a glowing smile. Big brother, you woke up. Damien smiled as he cleared his thoughts. Yes. But why did you sleep like this? It won't be as comfortable as sleeping on the bed. Valentina shook her head and said in an affectionate tone, nothing can be more comfortable than sleeping on Big Brother's body. Damien chuckled as he shifted her body over to the bed. Is that so? Sadly, it's time to get up. Come on. As the two sat up on the bed, Damien looked into Valentina's ruby red eyes. Seeing him stare at her so intently, Valentina felt happy inwardly and asked him fondly, Big brother, what is it? Damien didn't say anything and pulled her closer for a warm hug. Big brother? Valentina was a bit taken aback by the sudden hug. But then she warmly smiled as she hugged him back in an endearing way. Damien kissed her head and said in a warm tone, nothing. It's just you seem more beautiful today. Valentina giggled, feeling elated after hearing his compliment. Damien got off from the bed. Come on, we have a place to visit. Ah, you can shift into your cute cat form now. As the next 2 days were holidays for him and he had no classes, Damien decided to join the Forsaken today. Valentina nodded confidently, okay. But why can't I come with you in my human form? Damien sighed, it's because the place we are going to is a secret place run by a powerful organization. Not only them, but everyone knows that you are the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael. And if you come with me in your human form, they will think that Alchemist Azrael is also involved with the Forsaken. So, you understand why we can't let people think like that, right? Valentina had a thoughtful expression for a moment and nodded, okay, I will come with you as an ethereal beast. Valentina thought it didn't matter if she had to transform into her ethereal beast form as long as she could accompany him. Chapter 182. Valentina transformed into her small, ethereal beast form, which was barely 20 cm tall. She hopped onto Damien's shoulders, and he felt that he could walk around with her resting on his shoulders. Seeing her cute cat form after a while, he stroked her head and felt that it was really soft and pleasing to stroke. Purr. Valentina let out a gratified whimper as she enjoyed his caress. She turned her head and licked all over his cheeks affectionately. Haha, your tongue almost feels the same just as your human form. Damien chuckled as he patted her. He lifted her in his hands as her limbs rested in the air. Seeing her cute face, he gave her a quick peck on her nose. Mew. Valentina happily swayed her limbs as Damien kissed her. After cuddling with her for a while, the two set out, and Damien chose a quiet and secluded spot as he crushed the stone Triton had given him. Within 5 minutes, Damien felt someone suddenly appearing beside him and touching his shoulder. But he didn't resist, and within a moment, his surroundings changed so fast that he was sure that a heaven ethereal realm practitioner was carrying him somewhere. Before he knew it, he even got inside an ethereal spatial formation. Within a few seconds, he was standing in front of a group of small buildings he had seen before. Wow, this fast. He turned around and saw a sky blue masked figure releasing their hand from his shoulders. The figure removed their mask, and Damien saw that it was Shania, whom he recognized as Triton's protector. She looked at Valentina resting on Damien's shoulders and asked curiously, you brought a cat? Damien smiled, Senior Shania, she is my pet, and the last time I suddenly disappeared, she was quite frightened. So, this time I simply took her with me. Shania nodded in understanding and smiled, I see. Well, follow me. Master Triton is expecting you. Damien followed Shania, and after passing by some buildings, a 2-storied white building came into sight. It relatively looked dignified and well-maintained compared to other buildings. Damien guessed that this building must be some kind of headquarters for the Forsaken. As he walked in, he saw many cloaked figures with different colored masks walking past him. Most seemed to fix their gazes on him, and he could feel them scrutinizing him from top to bottom. But he didn't mind it and felt that they must be pretty skeptical about his arrival, especially the part where he was going to be one of them. Shania led Damien towards the first floor, and she knocked on the biggest door in the corridor. Come in. A calm voice responded. As Damien got inside, he saw Triton discussing something with Blake, and there were silver-masked people lined up on both sides of the room. Triton turned around and said with a faint smile, welcome, Damien. I am glad you are ready to join us. Of course, do you have the rank 7 pill ready? Damien directly asked as if he was asking for something trivial. Triton's eyes twitched while some of the masked men harumphed. Shania had an amused smile on her face while Blake sighed as he shook his head. Triton felt that he should not be surprised that Damien would ask for something like that in a blithe manner. Triton cleared his throat and said, "Of course, we haven't forgotten as we don't gain anything by duping you. Blake, please." Blake opened his hands as a small and elegant jade box appeared on his palm. He walked forward and stood in front of Damien. He offered the jade box to Damien as he said, "Here, kid, this box contains a rank 7 profound healing pill which could heal you within 2 seconds even if you are in a near-death state. Of course, as your cultivation increases, the more time it would take to completely heal your body. But this pill is even effective to heal profound ethereal realm practitioners." Blake continued in a serious tone, "Remember to not use this pill until and unless it's absolutely necessary. You won't even find this in any market, not even the black markets can get their hands on this every year. Only every 10 years or more are they able to get their hands on one of these. So without me telling this much, I know you understand how precious it is, and we expect that you show the same sincerity to us." Damien's eyes sparkled as he accepted the jade box from his hands. He still couldn't believe that the Forsaken had put so much importance on him that they even really gave him a rank 7 pill just to rope him in. Without even opening the jade box, Damien could sense the strong medical aura and verify that it was indeed a genuine rank 7 pill. He knew that it was kept inside a jade box to preserve its medical aura from leaking out and losing its medicinal prowess. But if it was a supreme tier pill, there was no need for any jade box or anything as its medicinal properties wouldn't be lost even if it was exposed. He was sure that there was something they knew about him that made them this determined. But seeing that there was no harm at present, he nodded and said, "Of course. I will keep my words always as long as you people do." Blake nodded with an approving look and walked back towards Triton. Triton spoke, "Now that we have kept the end of our deal, let's start the initiation process by placing the seal on you as we discussed." Damien nodded and said, "Okay, but you also need to place a seal on my cat as well. She's my best companion, and I can't bear to not pour out my inner thoughts to her. So, you understand, right?" Damien didn't want to keep anything related to the Forsaken from Valentina as she would always accompany him. He didn't want to lose any memories related to the Forsaken or let them think that he betrayed them just because he confided in Valentina. Triton arched his brows as he didn't think Damien was so into animals that he would keep a pet and adore them to this extent. After all, Damien didn't strike him as a cat person and wondered if he misjudged him. He looked at Valentina resting on Damien's shoulder with her eyes curiously looking around and studying everyone closely. Triton felt that he had never seen such a strange and cute cat before. She wondered what kind of an ethereal beast she was, especially seeing her 2 tails and ruby red eyes. There was also some kind of mystic aura surrounding her, which made others hesitate to approach or study her closely. Triton felt that anything related to Damien was either shocking or strange. He nodded and said, "Of course, that's of no issue." Triton nodded at Blake and said to Damien, "Come, follow me." Damien was a bit surprised, but when he saw Blake and Triton walking towards a small and inconspicuous brown door on the other end of the room, he thought probably that's the room where he would be getting his seal placed. But when they opened the door, all he saw was Blake activating an azure spatial ethereal formation. "Oh, seems like I have to go to a different place," Damien thought. The three entered the spatial ethereal formation, and within just a moment, they were standing inside a medium-sized courtyard. When his eyes focused, he saw an old and frail woman dressed in simple white robes sitting on a chair with her eyes closed and seemed as if she was in deep meditation. She is not weak as she looks. Her cultivation is at the 6th level of the profound ethereal realm. Luna mentally spoke. "God damn. I seriously can't get used to how people's looks in this world do not match with their power levels. It seems like lately meeting powerhouses has been my job." Damien didn't expect to meet one of the supreme existences in the whole continent so soon, even before he officially joined them. He wondered if she was the leader of the whole Forsaken group. But all Damien could feel was as if she was only just an ordinary grandma one would see relaxing in some public gardens. As the three came closer, the old woman slowly opened her eyes which seemed stark blue in color. Chapter 183. Damien bowed along with Triton and Blake as they stood near the old woman. The old woman smiled as she slowly got up with a walking stick in her hand to support herself. "So you are Damien Godwin?" Damien said in a respectful tone. "Junior Damien Godwin greets Senior." He tilted his head up as he asked indirectly for her name. The old woman softly chuckled as she said, "You can call me Senior Irene. Now rise, son." Damien stood straight and saw the old woman keenly studying him, and when he saw her stark blue eyes, he felt as if her eyes were deep as the boundless oceans. Irene nodded at Damien with an approving look and then looked at Triton with a warm expression. "Triton, my child. It's been a long while since you visited your grandmother. Why don't you come closer so that I can take a good look at you?" Triton showed a cold expression as he stepped back. "I have work to do, grandmother. Some other time. Send Damien back after you have placed the seal on him. I am leaving now." Triton left as soon as he finished saying his words. He walked away without even waiting to listen to what Irene had to say. Blake sighed and looked at Irene with a complicated expression. Irene nodded at him with a woebegone look. Blake gave a deep bow and turned around to follow Triton. Seems like Triton and his grandma aren't on good terms, huh? Damien thought that there were some family issues between Triton and his grandmother. Irene turned to look at Damien and said, "Come, let's take a short walk. If I don't walk around occasionally, my weary old bones might get rusty." Damien nodded and walked beside her as the two walked towards the meadow in front of them. He speculated that Irene was probably at the end of her lifespan to seem feeble and weak. In fact, it could also be the case she was more than 1,000 years old. Only when one tries to live past the age they are supposed to, their bodies slowly break down. For instance, now that Damien's cultivation was at the spirit ethereal realm, he could live comfortably till the age of 140 without any health issues. But after he lives beyond the age of 140, health problems would slowly start occurring in his body. And this was true for everyone, no matter their cultivation level. The two walked silently, and Irene broke the silence by asking, "Are you wondering why we are giving so much importance to you?" Damien said after a brief silence, "Yes. I just can't see how I could even help in important missions. My cultivation isn't even good enough to accompany your people in vital missions. Sure, I can become a powerhouse in the future if I train diligently. Is that why you people recruited me? Irene smiled as she said, that's only one of the reasons, and it's only a matter of time before your name shakes the whole continent. Damien was a bit surprised that Irene seemed so confident that he would become a supreme existence in the future. After all, even if one had superb talent, it isn't guaranteed that they would mature into a powerhouse. So many exceptional geniuses had fallen on their journey of cultivation due to various reasons. Only a very small fraction of them managed to reach the other side. Irene continued, and I have noticed how you are different from the other youngsters of your age. You are proud but not foolishly arrogant. And you are fearless enough to challenge anything that goes against your beliefs. Our society needs someone with a character like yours. Your face seems as if you have weathered through many hardships and is not something I have seen in a 16-year-old boy before. Damien softly chuckled, Senior is truly perceptive. I admit I have had my fair share of hardships, which made me the person I am today. And those hardships included a lot of betrayals, so Senior has to forgive me if I take my own sweet time to trust your people. Irene nodded, that's natural. Betrayals can leave painful scars on our hearts and make us distrustful of everyone else. But among my people, if there's someone you want to trust, then you can trust my grandson. He will never betray you, no matter what. He's not only steadfast in his goals, but also to his people. But I guess I will let you be the judge of that. She continued in a plain tone, and I believe you have a powerful hidden master, right? Damien showed a bit surprised expression as he arched his brows and asked, what makes Senior Irene say that? Because who else can heal a cripple with completely damaged ethereal core points? Not even rank 7 pills can do that. In fact, in my experience, I don't think pills, no matter the rank, can fix someone with destroyed ethereal core points. Well, I haven't come upon any mythical rank 8 pills, so I can't say for sure. But you are from the Ward family, right? Irene asked as she looked fixedly at Damien. Damien wryly smiled, seems like Senior's people took less time than I expected to dig up my background. Irene faintly smiled, of course, each time we recruit someone, we have to make sure we can trust that person. After all, we are treading on very thin ice. We are only as strong as the weakest link in our organization. So, is your master in the profound ethereal realm? Damien thought about Luna and said, my master's true power is beyond measure and boundless as the heavens. But unfortunately, I am on my own now. All my master gave me was some cultivation manuals and ethereal arts and ordered me to fend for my own. I guess this is what they say, tempering oneself by facing hardships all alone. I consider myself very lucky, as if my master hadn't chanced upon me, I would have remained a wastrel forever. HMPH, trying to flatter me won't earn you any points. Luna suddenly made a poke at Damien mentally. Damien inwardly chuckled with amusement hearing her usual snubs. Irene had a thoughtful expression as she heard his words. She asked casually, I suppose you don't know where your master is now? Damien sighed with a wistful expression, unfortunately, no. Otherwise, I would have gladly followed my master in his travels no matter how many hardships I had to face. Irene let out a faint sigh and looked at Valentina resting on Damien's shoulder. I take it that your master must have left you this ethereal best. Damien saw Irene closely studying Valentina, and he said promptly, yes. She has been my companion for a while now and also protects me from harm. Damien knew that Irene would also find Valentina mystifying, as she must have never seen such an ethereal beast in her long life. And it would be strange if he said that he found her in some random forest. Even he would find it strange had he not seen Valentina in the dark forest himself. Irene looked at the earth ethereal realm beast resting so obediently on Damien's shoulders. She couldn't understand how Damien could tame an ethereal beast stronger than him by a whole realm, especially a strange-looking one like Valentina. She then thought that his master must have trained her thoroughly to look after Damien. If someone tried to tame an ethereal beast stronger than them, not even their corpse would be left intact. And even if they were stronger than the ethereal beast, there was a very less chance to tame the beast, and more so if the ethereal beast belonged to a superior bloodline. When Irene glanced at her ruby-red eyes, she could feel an illusory aura surrounding her, and for a moment, her pupils contracted when she felt as if she was being glared at by a terrifying behemoth, which made her feel as minuscule as a speck of dust. She glanced away suddenly and wondered if she was becoming too old to be imagining things. Damien noticed Irene's strange movement and looked at Valentina. However, Valentina playfully rubbed against Damien's cheeks with her face. Damien mentally shrugged and thought that it must have been nothing. But what really happened was that Irene tried to probe Valentina's soul, and what she experienced was a simple rebound, as if she was not worthy of probing Valentina's soul. Even Valentina didn't know the effect she caused on Irene involuntarily. She was only slightly piqued when she sensed Irene trying to probe her subtly and glared at her. Valentina's soul was very sensitive, and this made her senses very sharp to an extreme point. Irene decided to ask something which she was most curious about. Damien, even though you were brought up by the late patriarch of the Ward family, he was not your birth parent, right? Chapter 184. Damien pulled his brows together. Yes, I heard that I was adopted when I was just a baby. And even I don't know who my birth parents are. Irene asked thoughtfully, aren't you curious who your birth parents are? Damien shook his head. I am curious, but not to the point that finding out about them is a top priority mission for me. If I get a chance to find out about them, I will take it. Otherwise, I would let nature follow its course. Irene narrowed her gaze. Seems like you are not too keen on finding your parents, unlike most who would do almost anything to find out who their parents are. Is it because you are angry that they abandoned you? Damien softly chuckled. Senior, do I look like I am angry at them? If they truly wanted to abandon me, why would they entrust me to a trustworthy person like my adopted father? I am sure they must have faced some huge troubles, and having no choice, they had to drop me off at a safe place. Anyways, whatever the reason may be, I neither hate them nor hold any longing towards them. Besides, how can I hate or like someone without even knowing them or seeing them? Irene had an approving look as she nodded. You are indeed different from other youngsters. Had it been any other youngster in your shoes, most would have definitely held some resentment and longing for them. In fact, for some, it would turn out to be an inner devil in their hearts if they never find out who their parents are. But I am sure your parents are extraordinary for them to give birth to an extremely talented son like you. Probably, Damien said with a glazed stare. Irene continued, but shortly after your adoptive father passed away, you went missing from the Ward family along with your adoptive cousin. And you ended up as a slave in the Dark Sky Guild. That's where you met Lily Roan, right? Irene prodded. Wow, they even found that out. Although Damien expected them to find that out in due time, he didn't expect them to learn about it so quickly. After all, no one in the Dark Sky Guild even knew his name, nor did they have any proof that Lily Roan was there. Damien didn't know if there were others in the Roan Empire with the same name as his. But he was sure that the information gatherers in the Forsaken group had already filtered out which family he belonged to by merely checking in which family he was missing. That's how they knew he was from the Ward family. But he couldn't still understand how they knew he was kidnapped and sold into slavery. Damien guessed that the only way they could find out was that they somehow found the bandits who kidnapped him and questioned them. But that seemed so far-fetched as they wouldn't even be able to question Elder Faust since he had killed him. And he thought that the Forsaken must have guessed that Lily Roan was there in the Dark Sky Guild as there was no other way he could have gotten saved. Damien said vaguely, well, if I did? Irene said with a meaningful smile, then the Celestial Princess must be truly a saintess to rescue you from such a horrible place. I had heard she didn't have an easy life inside those palace walls. As you were her personal servant, she must have confided in you, right? Damien wondered why some people in the Forsaken had the notion that something was going on between him and Lily Roan. He asked himself if he was that outstanding for the Celestial Princess to find it impossible not to fall in love with him. Damien calmly said, everyone has their fair share of problems in their life. I was merely her personal servant, nothing more and nothing less. All she tasked me with was to look after her garden. I don't see why she would confide in someone like me. He continued, with all due respect senior, I don't see how this is all important. I thought your people only needed my help and not my background. Irene lightly chuckled, not at all. This old woman was simply curious, that's all. No need to think too much about it. But I know you joined because you have something against the Zeton Empire, so I couldn't help but guess the reason. Damien didn't say anything. He knew that indirectly he had conveyed that he had some kind of hostility against the Zeton Empire by joining them. Otherwise, no sane person, no matter the potential rewards, would go against the strongest empire just to have a good chance at dying. But Damien had no choice as he didn't have time to play hard to get. If he pushed it too far, then it would only be detrimental for him. She stopped walking as she faced Damien and said, now, let me officially initiate you into our organization. You are ready, right? Damien nodded, okay. Irene slowly raised her hand and touched Damien's glabella. Within just a moment, Damien could feel some sort of seal binding around his soul plane, but nothing else happened. He opened his eyes and said, that's it. Irene faintly smiled, of course. Now I officially welcome and thank you for being a part of our cause. Damien slightly bowed, and then he said as he glanced at Valentina, Senior, I also want you to place a seal on her as well. Irene nodded and looked at Valentina. She still didn't forget the bizarre thing that happened when she tried to probe her soul. However, she decided not to mind it and sent a wisp of her soul energy towards Valentina's glabella. She did not try to place a seal on Valentina by touch as she thought Valentina wouldn't like it. After all, ethereal beasts didn't like to be touched by strangers. However, just as Irene's soul energy came near Valentina's forehead, she hissed and glared at Irene. Damien patted her head and said, it's fine. She won't hurt you. Valentina seemed to calm down after being reassured by Damien and closed her eyes. Luna abruptly said in his mind, you don't need to bother with the soul seal. I can easily remove it. Ah, of course. Damien thought how he could forget that Luna could easily remove these seals. He gestured at Irene and said, Senior, I think she will be fine without a seal. It seems like she doesn't like it. Irene nodded as she dispersed her soul energy, then we are done here. Anyway, ethereal beasts don't need that seal. I thought I could put you at ease by placing a seal on her. After a moment, Damien asked as he narrowed his gaze, since I joined. Can I now know about the secrets of the Zeton Empire now? Damien thought that now that he was officially part of their cause, they would be more open to disclose some information. Irene faintly smiled, patience, child. I am sure my grandson, Triton, has told you that we will tell you everything you need to know after you spend some time working for our cause, and seeing how sincere you are about your promise. We showed our sincerity by giving you a rank 7 pill. Now it's time you showed yours. This granny surely knows her business. Damien sighed inwardly. Damien knew that he couldn't push them too much without proving himself. They had already given him a rank 7 pill for free. If anyone else knew about this, they would surely think the Forsaken went mad to gift a spirit ethereal realm youngster with a rank 7 pill. Irene walked past Damien and said, don't think too much about things. Whatever the reason you have joined us, be it for the information or the pill, you will know about things when you need to. I will continue my walk here. You can go back, and the spatial ethereal formation is already active to take you back. Irene slowly walked away, leaving a thoughtful Damien. He clicked his tongue, thinking that he might have come off as too desperate about learning the secrets of the Zeton Empire, but thought that it didn't matter anyway. He already knew that Irene and the others must have caught on to the fact that he probably joined the Forsaken for the information about Zeton Empire's secrets and that his intentions for joining the Zeton Ethereal Foundation may not be purely for studying. He thought that he must have already given away his intentions when Triton suggested providing him with the information about the Zeton Empire's secrets. He remembered that he didn't seem to say that he wasn't interested in learning about the Zeton Empire's secrets. Since why would a regular disciple join the Forsaken just to learn the Zeton Empire's secrets unless they had some other plans? But Damien knew that he had no other choice and might even be wasting away the opportunity if he didn't give them leeway. He wondered the reason they were asking about Lily was whether they thought he joined their cause for her. However, he didn't worry as there was no proof or anything and the idea itself seemed far-fetched. Who would dare to believe that the Celestial Princess fell in love with her own personal servant? They would rather believe she fell in love with an illustrious prince than that. He slowly walked back towards where he came from as he immersed himself in his thoughts. Chapter 185. Damien entered the Azure Spatial Ethereal Formation and found himself teleported inside the room he was in before. He saw Triton and Blake waiting for him, and the silver-masked people were still standing in the room. Triton's eyes flashed as he saw Damien appearing in the room and said in a pleased tone, "Welcome, Damien. You are now one of us. Here's your mask, which you can use whenever you want to protect your identity." Damien accepted the silver mask from Triton's hands, and he wondered if the color of the mask signified their ranks. Triton turned to the silver-masked people assembled in the room and said, "Everyone, you all can remove your masks." They all seemed to show some hesitation, but suddenly one of them removed their mask, and Damien was surprised to see their face. "Yora Haley? What the hell is she doing here?" Damien thought. "Hello, Damien," Yora Haley said with a sassy smile. The others also removed their masks at this point, and Damien saw that some were young men and women while others seemed a bit older. But the only one he recognized was Yora Haley. He slowly walked up to her and asked, "H, how are you here?" Damien couldn't understand how a young mistress of one of the top 5 families was working for the rebellion. Why would someone of such high status work against the Empire? Wouldn't they be destroying themselves? Yora Haley tilted her head, "Why not?" "Well, things are not as simple as they seem." Damien knitted his brows, "Wait a sec. Did you befriend Valentina to keep an eye on me?" Yora Haley gulped when she sensed that Damien's mood was turning sour, and for some reason, she saw the cat on his shoulders glowering at her. Triton stepped in and said to Damien with simple directness, "She was supposed to befriend you and not Valentina. But for some reason, she didn't." Yora Haley said in a low voice while avoiding Damien's gaze, "No, when I saw him, I felt like he would have seen through me if I abruptly tried to strike a conversation with him. And honestly, I genuinely wanted to befriend Valentina when I saw her. I just didn't expect her to already be too close to you. I only learned that afterward." Damien still fixed his gaze on her with a doubting expression, while Yora Haley timidly stole a few glances to see whether he was still looking at her. Damien let out a faint huff and said, "Fine. I believe you. It better be the truth." Damien wasn't surprised that the Forsaken had already sent someone to keep an eye on him, as he speculated that since they were interested in roping him into their organization, they would do their due diligence in various ways. But he would have been pissed if Yora Haley tried to use Valentina to get to him. The last thing he wanted was for someone to cheat Valentina, and he thought that next time he should keep a closer eye on whom Valentina talks to. Yora Haley looked petulantly at Damien. "Hey, I am not that bad to lie even after everything has been revealed. I still see Valina as my friend, and it's not because she is close to you. HMPH. Damien was first a bit pissed off, thinking that Yora Haley befriended Valentina with ulterior motives. But now, he could see that it was probably not the case. And as Triton said, it would have been better for her to hang around Damien if she wanted to keep an eye on him. "Hey, can I play with that cutie sitting on your shoulder?" Yora Haley asked in a beseeching tone as she looked at Valentina with sparkling eyes. "Mer." Valentina squinted her eyes as she stared at Yora Haley. Valentina felt a bit angry, thinking that Yora Haley approached her just to spy on Damien. Even though Yora Haley said otherwise, Valentina was still a bit disgruntled. Valentina had so far enjoyed Yora Haley's company, learned some interesting things from her, and was slowly starting to see her as a friend. But, now, she felt a bit hurt thinking whether Yora Haley had been merely using her to get closer to Damien. "Come on, don't be shy. Mama won't bite." Yora Haley cajoled. "Mama? Girl, you really have a weird way of expressing yourself." Damien said amusedly. "Yora, stop acting like a child. We are not here to play with ethereal beasts. Stop wasting time and go do your work." A young man's stern tone sounded from the side. Damien turned his head and saw that it was a young man in his 20s with an attractive face and striking features. "HMPH, Brother Drake need not worry what I do. You should stop being a snob and mind your business." Yora Haley stuck out her tongue towards Drake and ignored him. "You." Drake was infuriated that his little sister, as usual, wouldn't even show him face. Damien was a bit surprised to know that Yora Haley had another elder brother. And it seemed like Drake was the eldest, considering how he was older than his 2 siblings. Yora Haley continued gesturing at Valentina. "Now come, let this mama hug you." Valentina still had a grumpy expression on her face, and Damien could understand why Valentina was like that. He said to her mentally, "It's okay. You can go if you want. Her intentions towards you weren't false." HM. Yora Haley nodded with a smile as her hand slowly approached Valentina. MRR. Valentina let out a grumpy whimper and closed her eyes, giving the green light to Yora Haley. Yora Haley smiled triumphantly, seeing that Valentina didn't seem to show any reactions. She gently took Valentina by her arms and put Valentina in her arms as she stroked her head. "Wow, she is so soft and cute, hee. Yora Haley was surprised at how velvety Valentina seemed. Damien and Triton moved to a side to discuss other things, and the others had already dispersed while Drake left with a snort. "Jew, my little cutie, why don't you open your eyes and look at your beautiful mama?" Yora Haley was a bit puzzled why Valentina was pretending to sleep even after trying to coax her. Yora Haley moved to a seat and placed Valentina on the small table in front of her. She curiously stroked her 2 tails and said, "You are one strange kitty. I haven't seen any ethereal beast like you. So cute and powerful at the same time. Sigh, Damien is so lucky to have you. If only my mother gave me a pet like you, I would have treated her like a princess." She sighed wistfully. She whispered to Valentina, "Hey, wanna tell me the secret to how Damien tamed you? Or did someone else do it for him? No, I want to know where you are from. Do you have more cute sisters anywhere? Or are you a single one? If you do, I can coddle one and have my own cute ethereal beast pet, hee. Valentina simply yawned lazily, hearing her babble, and reverted to her sleeping pose. "Oh, my little cutie pie, show this mama some love. Don't be so cold. Your ears are really fluffy. Haha, now you look cuter." Yora Haley gently stretched Valentina's ears upwards, making her look a bit comical. PRR. Valentina gave a peaked stare as she opened her eyes. With her soft palm, she lightly slapped Yora Haley's face. Yora Haley's brows raised as she touched her cheek. Even though she didn't feel any pain, her expression became peevish as she said, "You bad kitty. Do you hate mama so much?" Valentina simply turned away her face with a stiff expression hearing her words. However, Yora Haley felt very amused by Valentina's reactions, as she had never seen such a peculiar and seemingly intelligent ethereal beast. It was like Valentina was able to understand everything she was saying. As minutes passed, Yora Haley didn't give up trying to coax Valentina, and the more she interacted with her, the more she wanted Valentina as a pet. But sadly, she knew it could only be a dream and looked at Damien at times with envious eyes. However, Valentina's stone face slowly softened as time passed with Yora Haley's cajoling, and she decided to let Yora Haley off the hook. So, you want me to teach alchemy to the kids here? Damien queried as he talked with Triton. Chapter 186. Triton affirmed, yes. If it's possible for you, it would be best if you could teach the kids here to fight. Even though I haven't experienced it firsthand, I have heard that your swordmastery is peerless. So I take it that you won't have a problem with that. Of course, if your teaching is excellent, we could even let you give pointers to even the black ranks. We already have some instructors, but they are numbered less in comparison to the youngsters we have to train. Damien nodded, well, I guess not. By the way, does the color of these masks show one's ranking here? Triton looked at the silver mask in his hand and said, black masks are amateurs who would be managed by ones with silver masks. And the ones with sky blue masks would lead important missions. Of course, the ones we send for low-risk missions either would disguise in some other way, or they would carry around a grey mask here to show that they are newbies. So I guess I am not a newbie even though I am new to this whole thing? Damien asked. Well, we don't exactly rank according to cultivation or experience. But according to the value they hold in our organization. Some of the black masked people here have higher cultivation than silver masked ones, but they are given jobs they are best at. One's cultivation can't mean everything. Triton remarked. I guess then you must be at the top because of your azure mask, right? Damien asked with raised eyebrows. Triton shook his head, not at all. It's all because of my grandma's position in our society. All of them look up to her as their savior and worship her. Only because of that, they also show equal respect to me. Personally, I have yet to do something that could truly help our people. Damien said with a helpless sigh, dude, you are too hard on yourself. So far, from what I have seen, the sincerity and respect the people here show to you are not half-hearted. They truly believe in you, and I have to admit that in this world, so far, the most impressive youngster I have seen is you. Triton looked at Damien's eyes, and he could see that Damien meant every word he said and felt strange hearing Damien's compliment as he never thought Damien was the type. And the most strange thing was that he felt like he was getting complimented by a mature man and not a 16-year-old boy. The more he interacted with Damien, the more he couldn't see him simply as a 16-year-old boy. He felt that Damien's age doesn't do justice to his way of thinking and knowledge. Damien genuinely admired Triton in a way. Triton had almost all the qualities he wished he had in his previous life at the same age. He thought that if that were true, things would have been way different. Despite his prodigal talent, Triton was modest, but at the same time, he knew how the world works and how to make decisions to protect his people and survive in this cruel world. Triton faintly smiled, I never thought you would give me that much credit. But I appreciate it. Yora Haley suddenly asked from behind, hey Damien, what's this cutie pie's name? Oh, her name is. Damien knew he couldn't say Valentina, so he offhandedly said, Talia. Wait, why did I say that name? Damien felt as if that name inadvertently flashed in his mind when he thought of saying another name for Valentina. Valentina heard that name, and she looked at Damien with a complicated gaze. Talia? Yora Haley smiled with quiet amazement, wow, what a beautiful name. It really suits her so much. Damien, I have to admit that you know how to name someone. She then looked at Valentina and said, hello Talia, seems like your papa has given you a good name. Me. Valentina let out a low-spirited whimper as she dropped her head. Damien sighed, thinking that he should have better control of his emotions and thoughts. But no matter how many years passed, he still could clearly remember the day Talia and the others died. And how they revealed their pent-up feelings just moments before they rushed to their deaths. What are you thinking about? Triton asked with arched brows as he saw Damien suddenly going deep in thought. Ah, it's nothing. I should go and take a look at those kids you want me to teach and train. Damien said as he turned around to walk towards the door. Valentina quickly jumped off the table and hopped onto Damien's shoulder, leaving behind a startled Yora Haley. Hey, Talia, Yora Haley, stay. I have got something to tell you. Triton stopped Yora Haley from chasing Valentina. Valentina closely looked at Damien's face from the side, and she could see that his eyes were glazed as if he was thinking about something or someone. Valentina wrapped her tails around Damien's neck to get his attention and let out a low whimper near his ears. What is it? Damien asked as he pulled back from his thoughts. But all he saw was a pair of ruby red eyes plainly staring at him. He smiled as he patted her head and headed out. Outside the building, Shania was waiting for him and had a pleased smile on her face seeing that Damien had joined their cause. Follow me. I will take you to the kids though not all of them are children. Some are even older than you. She continued as she observed Damien's expression, but it seems like you are not bothered whether you have to teach kids or youngsters. Damien said with a casual smile, well, I am not bragging, but honestly, teaching is a breeze for me as long as the ones I am teaching got some interest in the topic. By the way, Senior Shania, Triton said that you and Blake brought him up, right? Does that mean his birth parents have already passed away? You don't have to tell me if it's too private. Shania had a complicated expression on her face as she said, his parents are long dead, and his mother died for the cause. They weren't too extraordinary like him or anything. Still, by heaven's grace, Triton was blessed with heavenly talent, but at the same time, he was burdened with the mission of our cause. He truly loved his mother and her death, well I can only say this much as it is not my place to say any more. Did you ask me because you thought that his parents must have been extremely powerful? Damien said as he caressed Valentina, yeah. Because in this whole continent, the most powerful young practitioner I met is Triton, who is even a tad stronger than Reva Zeton. He asked Luna parallelly in his mind, Luna, do you know why Triton is so strong? Is his talent really better than Reva's? I mean, Reva must have been nurtured by a god while Triton was brought up within hardships. Obviously, the Zeton Empire has more resources than the Forsaken, so how is this possible? Luna sparingly said, oh, you will understand in due time. Huh? What does she mean? Damien was puzzled by Luna's answer. But he knew that he wouldn't get anything more out of her after hearing her short reply. He then remembered something he had meant to ask her for a long time. Okay, forget that. Tell me one thing. Are you able to read people's minds? Luna lazily said, huh? I could easily if I merged with one of my other shards. But now I can't. He still stressed, then how are you able to know people's intentions or motives? Like when the Forsaken kidnapped me, you told me that they wouldn't kill me. Or the same with Lily, when you hinted many times that she doesn't hold any bad intentions towards me. Luna said nonchalantly, who knows if I can? Probably, I just guessed as it is easy to read mortals. After all, I had created them myself. Mortals are way too predictable and their thoughts too simple. HMPH, if you don't want to answer, you could simply say that. No need to go about it in such a roundabout way. Damien inwardly shook his head, thinking that Luna loved to entertain herself sometimes by keeping him in the dark. Soon enough, Shani led Damien towards an open field. He saw kids and youngsters of various ages talking to each other while some were playing. Come, I will introduce them to their new instructor, Shania said with a smile. Chapter 187. Good morning, children. Everyone, line up. Shania spoke as they entered the field. Damien saw more than 50 kids whose ages ranged from 7 years to youngsters around 17 years. Auntie Shania. Good morning. Some of the kids shouted in excitement while the youngsters bowed deeply with respect. They quickly fell in line as they stood in an ordered fashion before Shania. Damien noticed that despite how powerful Shania was, it seemed as if she interacted with the kids frequently and had a close relationship with them. Usually, powerhouses would be too stuck up and arrogant that they would think it was beneath them even to talk or look at people with inferior cultivations or status. But if one saw the way Shania was interacting with the children, they wouldn't believe that she was a peak-level heaven ethereal realm practitioner. Now he could see from where some of Triton's nature was coming from. Shania smiled with a warm expression and said, Ahaha, you are all quite energetic today. Well, that's good since you all will be having a new teacher to teach you alchemy and weapons training. She pointed towards Damien and continued, though this young man here is only 16 years old, he is very talented and an elite disciple of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation who volunteered to join our cause. Volunteered? More like bribed. Damien wryly chuckled inwardly, but he was grateful that Shania didn't make him look bad. She could have said that the Forsaken took considerable efforts to recruit him or something. But she made it sound as if he was too kind to sit still and watch the injustice going on in the Empire. Everyone let out loud gasps of astonishment, and they knew some of the people in the Forsaken were tied to the Zeton Empire in some way or the other. Otherwise, it would have been too hard for the Forsaken to gain inside information. But they had never seen such a young elite disciple who was going to become their teacher. They all knew how prestigious an elite disciple's status was, and they were more grateful to Damien for sacrificing all that to join their cause. After all, those working or involved with the Zeton Empire in another identity would have to always stay vigilant and risk their lives. If, by some chance, they were exposed, then their life was not the only thing they were going to lose. Even their families won't be left alone, and everyone related to them would be tried and executed. At the same time, had they not been involved with the Forsaken, they could have lived a comfortable and respectful life for the rest of their lives. So the children were informed by their parents or others, the sacrifices the main fighters in the Forsaken make to protect them. Shania went on, but the most amazing thing is that he is a lighting practitioner. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, and their eyes sparkled as they gazed at Damien. Some young girls and boys shouted in excitement, Big brother, sorry, Master Damien, can you show us some lightning? Yes, Master Damien, please see. An 8-year-old girl earnestly asked as she looked up at him. Most of the kids joined in and eagerly asked as they had only heard legends of a lightning practitioner who lived thousands of years ago. They heard stories of how the world would rumble under his might and how his lightning could strike and destroy his enemies as if they were receiving retribution from the heavens. Even the youngsters were looking at Damien with expectant gazes as they were inwardly excited to see the prowess of a practitioner with the mystical lightning seed. Damien smiled in amusement, and seeing these energetic kids reminded him of some events in his previous life where he would visit schools and colleges to have a talk, and they would, in the same way, request him to show his prowess. But those times, he would be standing before tens of thousands of students or maybe even more. Compared to that, he felt that these kids numbering more than 50 were just perfect for him to interact with. He said as he waved his hands, okay, everyone settle down. I will show you. He subtly activated Undying Wrath and raised his palm. If he wanted to display his prowess, he would obviously make sure to put in a decent effort. Asterisk crackle asterisk bright purple lightning streaks danced in his palm and soon spread over his entire body, engulfing him in purple lighting. Whoa! The mouths of the kids went wide in amazement, and even the ones who looked cold and reticent couldn't take their eyes off from the mystical lightning streaks shimmering all over Damien. It's so pretty and beautiful. Some of the girls mumbled in a dazed fashion. In their eyes, Damien looked like a lightning prince who was sent to the mortal plane by the heavens. Even Shania found it intriguing to look at such radiant lightning streaks. Even if she was a powerhouse, just like others, this sight was new to her, and seeing it up close was a new experience for her. She wondered what Damien's true origins were and didn't believe that it was simply by luck he was born with a lightning seed. The others could feel the power seething through those beautiful lightning streaks and knew that they must be deadly enough to scorch the earth. After seeing Damien's lightning up close, every one of them wished they had a lightning seed. They imagined the things they could do if they had one and be as impressive as Damien. He dispersed his lightning as he said, now that you all have seen them, why don't we start the alchemy class? We want to see Mori. Their excited expressions deflated as Damien dispersed his lightning. Alchemy is boring. Some mumbled with dispirited expressions. Boring? Who taught you alchemy before this? Damien asked in simple curiosity. One of the kids spoke up, it was Master Drake. He is too scary, Anne. Scary? Is that how you speak of someone who imparted you with precious knowledge? A disgruntled voice sounded from the side, and Damien saw Drake coming over with an irate expression. The kid who spoke up shrunk backward, and so did most of them when they saw Drake. Seems like someone doesn't know how to teach people but only knows to scare them. Damien could guess how Drake taught students. Drake turned to look at Shania and said in a dissatisfied tone, Auntie Shania, this was supposed to be my class. How is it fair to suddenly hand over the class to a newcomer? Shania sighed and said, Drake, it's not up to me. Master Triton ordered this, and he must have had a good reason. Drake furrowed his brows. Does that mean I am not fit to teach them? I am an already passed out elite graduate of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Master Triton must have been mistaken somehow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have replaced a first-year newbie with me. Before Shania could reply, Damien stepped in as he smirked. Do you think age equals knowledge? Age is not a measure of knowledge or wisdom. If I see a 100-year-old person and have something to teach them, I will teach them. If I meet an 8-year-old boy and he has something to teach me, I will learn. Don't let the age of a person fool you. I am sure, as an elite disciple who graduated from the Zeton Ethereal Foundation should have understood that. Or am I wrong? Shania had an expression of praise as she heard his words. She felt that Triton's decision to make Damien a teacher was not without reason. Drake's lips twitched as he stared menacingly at Damien. Nobody who came from the Rogue Empire wants to teach me. What do you know of alchemy even before you joined the Zeton Ethereal Foundation? I was tutored by the best alchemy experts in the Empire from the age of 7. I bet you couldn't even find one of these experts in the Rogue Empire. No, as far as I have heard, even rank 5 alchemists could only be spotted once in a blue moon. Drake was annoyed that someone junior to him wanted to question his knowledge so brazenly. Damien faintly smiled. You are right. Our Rogue Empire doesn't have many experts in any field, nor did I even have an alchemy teacher to guide me. I got by because of my own hard work and persistence. I had to learn everything by myself and through trial and error. But still, I somehow made it till here. Just because one learns something without having access to resources doesn't mean they can't learn it. The only limitations in learning any field are something you decide. A few meters away, an exceptionally handsome young man was listening to their conversation, especially Damien's words, as he slowly walked towards them. Chapter 188. Drake scoffed, so you are just an illiterate country bum who even got a silver mask just because you threw dust in Master Triton's eyes. Drake. Shania's expression turned firm as she continued, you can't insult your fellow mates no matter which place or family they are coming from. What example are you showing to the kids? Apologize now. Damien raised his hand and said in a low voice, don't worry about it, Senior Shania. He then looked at Drake and said in a sarcastic tone, why don't we let the kids decide whom they want as the teacher? They already tagged your teaching as scary and boring. Now let them see mine, and we will see. Are you up for it, Drake? Drake clenched his fists, but he didn't want to give up that easily and said, why not? I will be the judge of it then. An elegant voice sounded from the side, and Damien saw Triton coming over. Master Triton. Drake gave a slight bow and said with a flattering smile, there is no need for you to waste your time because of me. I will gladly give away my position to Damien. Huh? What's with this dude? Damien couldn't understand the 180-degree change in his attitude. Triton shook his head, of course. I won't be wasting my time as I also want to know if Damien is up to the task. Even if the kids think he is good, it won't matter till I think it's all right. Yep, me too. Yora Haley came rushing in a while, dragging some people along with her. What, why does it look like we are going to have a huge audience? Damien couldn't believe how things ended up like this from something trivial. Let's continue this in the class, Triton said as he walked towards a small building with a well-lit room that looked humble, without any grandiose. There were only wooden benches, and all the children took seats quickly, some of them excited to see how Damien was going to teach. Come, Talia. Let Damien teach while we watch. Yora Haley said as she motioned at Valentina to come to her. Valentina looked at Damien, and he nodded at her. She jumped towards Yora Haley, who took a seat at one of the backbenches along with Triton and Shania. Damien clapped, okay, so tell me what you guys think alchemy is about? One of the girls raised her hand and said in a confident tone, alchemy is the refining of plants, minerals, and other substances into medicinal pills and elixirs. Damien nodded, and another boy raised his hand and said, it is the study of medicinal herbs to make miracle pills which are taken to break through, heal wounds or poisons, and much more. Damien motioned with his hands, okay, what you guys said is correct, but it's something we all can read in the books and learn. However, is that enough to truly understand what alchemy means? Just because we learn bookish knowledge doesn't mean we can understand that knowledge. Maybe some can and some can't. I am sure some of you will find it boring to study the names and properties of medicinal herbs, or even trying to read a medicinal formula of a pill. He continued, but hey, that's not how you should approach alchemy or be it any other field. You learn them by using your own 2 hands. And I am not talking about concocting pills. Before all that, we should learn to recognize herbs just through smell instead of remembering how it looks or based on its properties. There is no need to bore yourself with bookish knowledge when you can make use of just your nose and touch to learn these things. Let me show you an example. Damien flicked his hand, and over 50 different pills floated in the air and gave each of the children one each. Soon after that, some herbs in over 50 small trays appeared, and he also distributed them to each one of them. He instructed, now smell the pill in your hand and guess which herb was used to concoct it. There would be 5 herbs in each of the trays I had given you, and one of them is the right one. I will give you all a single minute. Of course, more than one herb was used to concoct the pill. But out of the 5 herbs I had given you all, one of them was used as an ingredient. Everyone placed the pills near their noses and started sniffing them. Damien saw them all sniffing the pills like puppies and chuckled. He said, okay. Now that you have got a good sense of its smell, try smelling each of the herbs and see which herbs seem similar in smell. I got it. It is this herb. One of the boys raised his hand, holding the herb. Within a few moments, many hands started popping up, and they all each had a herb in their hand as they showed it off to Damien. Damien gave an approving nod as he clapped, well done. You all guessed the correct one. Now that was easy, right? Yes. They all nodded enthusiastically with beaming smiles. Alright, now within 10 minutes, I want you all to pass around those pills in a circular fashion for 52 times. And by the end of those 52 cycles, each one of you should have smelled every single pill I gave you and identified the respective herbs. I have also marked the pills based on the effect they have. For example, pills marked C would mean that they are used for curing ailments or healing injuries, pills marked B would mean breakthrough pills and... Damien explained what each marking meant and continued, if you all complete within 10 minutes and correctly guess the herbs when I ask you, all of you will get a surprise present. And start. I am counting. All the children quickly started sniffing their pills and tried to correctly guess the herbs as fast as they could. Some of the faster ones pestered the ones beside them to quickly pass them as they all wanted to finish guessing 51 herbs before the time ended. Damien knew it would hardly take a few seconds to smell the pill and guess the herb. The only challenge was that they had to smell each pill and guess the right herb properly. But to do that, they would have to imprint the scent of each pill and the herb in their minds. Within a few minutes, they raised their hands as they finished passing around the tray 52 times. Damien smiled, well done, that was a bit faster than I expected. Now, most of you must know the scent of these 52 pills by now. Here's the final challenge then. Damien flicked his hand, and all the pills and herbs on the children's tables floated towards him. They all disappeared into his soul space, and a new set of 52 trays appeared with 52 pills each inside them. At the same time, 52 herbs appeared in the air, and he distributed the herbs and pill trays to each of the children. Now your final challenge is to smell the herb and pick the right pill out of the tray. Triton and the others were surprised why Damien would have so many pills with him, and wondered if his obsession with alchemy had gone beyond their level of understanding. All the children smelled the herb in their hand, and within a few moments, they took a single pill among the 52 pills in the tray. They all held both of their hands in the air as they showed the pill and the herb to Damien. His gaze passed through every single one of them, and they all looked at him anxiously, hoping that they picked the right pill. Damien sighed as he shook his head, well. Most of the kids became tenser, thinking whether they got it wrong as they heard him sigh. You all got the right pill. Not even a single one of you got it wrong. Well done. Damien said with a pleased smile. Yay. Excited shouts filled the whole classroom, and even Triton inadvertently smiled slightly, seeing how excited the kids were. And that is not the best part. The pills I gave you were all rank 3 pills. Even without much fundamental knowledge in alchemy, you all now have enough knowledge to recognize 52 rank 3 pills just by their smell. You don't even have to look at them. And you could also even tell for what purpose each of those 52 herbs is used for, like whether they are used for concocting breakthroughs or healing pills and so on. You may not know the names of the pills or the herbs now. But the next time when you see their names along with the pill and herbs, you wouldn't find it difficult at all to learn them or find it boring either. They would all come automatically to you and even make sense. The kids had shocked expressions on their faces as they learned that they just learned to identify 52 rank 3 pills. Not even rank 1 or rank 2 pills, and they hardly even had any knowledge about rank 1 pills. All they knew was basic knowledge of alchemy. They weren't able to correctly identify all rank 1 herbs. They never expected it to be so easy to identify rank 3 pills, nor did they expect it would be so much fun to learn alchemy through these activities. They all felt proud of themselves, and most even had the notion that they could be geniuses in alchemy as long as they learned under Damien. Shania and Yora Haley had astonished looks as they saw how Damien, within just a couple of minutes, taught everyone to identify 52 types of rank 3 pills. They never thought that one could easily teach these things as Damien did by giving them activities or challenges. But Triton was the most impressed as a faint smile was still present on his face and felt that he had never seen an alchemy teacher as good as Damien. Despite being so young, he was so knowledgeable and knew how to teach, which was not something he had ever seen in another youngster. Even not all experienced teachers would be as good as Damien, he thought. He could only imagine how much interest Damien had in alchemy. Valentina proudly huffed as she gazed at Damien with sparkling eyes. She was so happy that Damien was able to impress everyone and gain their recognition. But in contrast to everyone's expression and mood, one particular man was sitting in the side with a blackened expression. Chapter 189. Triton got up as he said with a faint smile, very good, Damien. That was a fun and interesting class. Even without talking about any theory, you were able to impart essential knowledge to them within just a couple of minutes. Very efficient and precise without boring the children. I am happy with your teaching, and what do all of you think? All those who want Damien as their instructor, raise their hand. Just before anyone raised their hands, Drake quickly looked at some of the kids with a meaningful glare. Seeing his intimidating glare, they gulped as their gaze dropped. Damien noticed Drake trying to spook up the kids and knew what he was trying to do. Some of the kids already had their hands up with excited expressions, not minding Drake's glare. But they were not at all the majority, and the rest wanted to lift their hands, but feeling Drake's glare, their hands shook. Damien looked at everyone and said, everyone, remember that no matter who you vote for, your vote should carry the choices your heart made. If you don't listen to your heart, then you are lying to yourself, giving an opportunity for inner demons to take control of your heart. Don't worry about anything or anyone. As long as I am your teacher, there won't be any troubles. Drake snorted, hearing his words while all the children nodded, and some of them had hesitant expressions pondering on Damien's words. Triton narrowed his eyes as he could guess what was happening here. He saw how badly all of them wanted to raise their hands, but for a certain reason, they hesitated as they bit their lips. Slowly, one by one, the children started raising their hands, and soon enough, the majority of the class had their hands raised. Drake gritted his teeth, and his expression became ugly as he glowered at the kids as if they betrayed him and humiliated him. Damien had a satisfied smile on his face and looked at Drake. Now, are you convinced that being older does not necessarily beget wisdom and knowledge? It's okay to be arrogant about your knowledge, but you need to back it up. Triton nodded approvingly, well said. Indeed, one's age can't dictate how much knowledge and wisdom they possess. He looked at Drake, who had an embittered expression. Drake, your knowledge is not inferior or anything. But for teaching these kids, Damien is just more suitable. I will assign you to a different class, so don't worry too much about it, and also it would be good if you could also learn some good things from Damien. Drake grumpily stood up, no need, Master Triton. I will just handle the weapons training. He slightly bowed and left the room with loud steps. And the others who came to watch also left with astonished expressions and saw Damien in a new light. Yora Haley sighed. Seems like my elder brother still can't handle losses well. However, her expression spirited up as she showed a thumbs up at Damien. Damien, you are quite a cool teacher. I wish my alchemy teacher were like you. The only reason I am getting by is because of Valina. Without her, I would have failed alchemy for sure. Triton, along with Shania and Yora Haley, walked towards the door as he said, Damien, come here. I want to say something. He looked at the children and said, everyone, stay in your seats. Master Damien would be back shortly, okay? Okay. Everyone shouted in excitement as Damien walked towards Triton with a chuckle. Outside the classroom, Triton commended, I admit your teaching is better than any alchemy teacher in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. I heard the Ethereal Fairy is one of the alchemy teachers, or I might say your teacher. But I feel like you may be even better than her. Damien smiled as he shook his head, although I hate to admit it, her teaching is on par with me even though her method of teaching is different. Her teachings are very clear and crisp. However, it is her knowledge that is more profound. I doubt there would be anyone who would find alchemy difficult when they are taught by her. Triton raised one of his brows, seems like you have a very good opinion of her. Damien raised his hands, don't think that I am viewing the Zetonian princess in a favorable light. I just admire her teaching skills and knowledge. She is very sincere in teaching her disciples. Rest I have no idea what kind of a person she is. But she very well might be our enemy. You understand that, right? She holds too many secrets of the Zeton Empire. In fact, even common people know that her status is not simple as that of a princess. Triton said with a serious expression. Yora Haley chimed in, but what if Damien gets seduced by her or he seduces her? He. Triton knitted his brows and said in a chiding tone, Yora, don't joke like that. Oops, sorry. Yora Haley covered her mouth with a sorry expression. However, Shania raised her brows when she observed Triton's expression. Damien winced as he looked at Yora Haley. Yes, you shouldn't smear my reputation. I don't go about seducing maidens even if they are princesses. Yora Haley's face lit up as if she suddenly recollected something. Yes, after all, you have a lover, right? HMPH, but you still stick to Valina every single hour. Triton squinted his eyes at Damien. You have a lover? I thought you were into Valentina. Shania said with an amused smile. Damien, as expected, you seem to be very popular with the girls. I saw Valentina, and I can say that her beauty is as peerless as the ethereal fairy and even extremely talented as her. But to think that you already hooked her in. I wonder who your lover is. Damien raised his hands. Hold on a second. You guys are misunderstanding. Valentina is a very close friend, that's all. Is it wrong to spend time with your close friend? All three of them had an unconvinced expression as they narrowed their gazes at Damien. But Valentina, who was resting on Yora Haley's arms, lowered her head. Phew, what's with these three? Damien felt like he was being cornered. I don't know why you guys are so interested in my love life. You know what, I better get back to class. Come, Talia. Damien quickly scooted off after taking Valentina into his hands. Valentina climbed up towards Damien's shoulders and looked at him closely from the side. Despite how her heart tightens every time Damien says that she is just a close friend, her feelings for him wouldn't waver or falter in the least as she knew without him, there would never have been any color in her life. Damien continued his class, and the children were curious about Valentina as they had never seen a mystical cat like her. They asked some questions about Valentina, like what kind of a species she was or where she was coming from, to which Damien vaguely answered as he himself had no idea. They had noticed her before, but only now they got a good chance to ask questions. After giving them an activity, Damien noticed that some of the kids weren't much spirited like the others and their faces were cold and expressionless. He realized that those kids must have recently undergone tragic events in their life and probably even witnessed some gruesome things. He guessed that they must have been rescued, but their parents or somebody close must have died to save them. He wondered if the Forsaken rescued all the kids here or whether they were born here itself. He speculated that it was probably the mix of both. However, he didn't know whether even the kids who seem happy on the outside are trying their best to hide their painful memories, as that's what he was still doing to date, especially after coming to this world. Seeing some of the cold expressions of some kids, he was reminded of himself in his previous life, when he was just like them right after Sophie died, shutting down all his emotions and locking away his heart, not opening up to anyone. And he stayed that way until one day he came upon a certain girl who slowly loosened those chains around his heart. Despite threatening her in different ways to leave him alone, she never left his side and did everything she could to help him fulfill his vengeance. Unfortunately, by the time he almost opened his heart to her, it was too late, and before he knew it, she was killed in front of him. Only a few months after that did he die and awakened in this world. I wonder where you are, Nathasia. Chapter 190. After the class was over, all the children dispersed, and Blake greeted Damien on his way out. Seems like I was a bit late. I heard that your teaching was marvelous enough not to make alchemy boring for the kids. Blake said in an appreciative tone as his lips arched. Damien noticed that Blake seemed more receptive to him. He said with a slight smile, well, I can teach things I know best. Alchemy just happened to be my cup of tea. By the way, were most of the kids born here? The two started walking as Blake answered, not most. Some of them were born here without experiencing much of the outside world while the rest were kids we rescued from the clutches of the Zetonians. He looked at the kids and continued, among the ones we rescued, not all of them were this happy. They all came here devoid of all hope and carrying only pain and resentment. Only after a few months did Shania and some others manage to give them hope again and make them feel safe. Otherwise, they would have only got worse. And now that you are here as well, I am sure with your teaching, they can at least grow up to be someone they dream of. Damien could understand why most of them would have lost all hopes as they had to cripple their own cultivations to get rid of the seal. He was sure that some wouldn't even feel like living anymore after such a traumatic experience. When Triton first asked him to teach the children, he wondered why even the crippled ones would want to learn. Especially something like alchemy that requires cultivation to concoct pills. But then he thought about himself, how his younger self tried to learn alchemy even with a crippled ethereal core. Damien now understood what Blake meant by giving them hope. By teaching the children and letting them develop aspirations and dreams to achieve. Most of all, they build a strong sense of determination and motivation in them to fight for their freedom and pursue their dreams and wishes. I appreciate Senior Blake's confidence in me, but all this is just like a prison, right? The Zirians who are not strong enough to protect themselves or their children, well, they have always been trapped here, right? Damien asked in a somber tone. Blake sighed. You are right. Till we truly gain back our freedom, we have no choice but to confine ourselves within this place. For thousands of years, we already have been. But we do try to take the kids and the elderly outside once in a while. Most of us are crippled, while only very few of us are capable of fighting for us. That's why we always try to deal a blow to the Zeton Empire every dozen years or so. We simply cannot afford to lose more men, nor can we sit back and let more of our people suffer. Damien asked as his brows pulled together, but aren't you causing terror even to the Zirians with these attacks? How will they join the cause when they feel terrified of you people? Even in the recent attack, didn't some Zirians die as well? Blake said in a complicated tone, actually, we did subtly try to prevent any Zirian from approaching the central square. Don't think that all Zirians are sympathetic to our cause even after knowing what we are really doing. There are some who are steadfast and loyal to the Zetonians, and they would do everything they ask out of their own will. These Zirians would have certain skills or abilities. The Zetonians would rather let these Zirians work for them than dispose of them. And these very Zirians would gladly, out of their own will, do the bidding of the Zetonians to enjoy whatever power and wealth they receive. The Zirians that died in the central square were those kinds of people. We do not consider them as true Zirians, and they are no different than our enemy Zetonians. He went on, as for the other Zirians, we rescue them just before they are taken away to be processed and killed like animals. Only then would they be convinced and believe in us. Otherwise, we would simply be putting each other in danger. But even after all that, we are only able to save a handful of Zirians, which is very low in number compared to the Zirians that die every year. To be honest, it feels like we have been fighting a losing battle. Over the centuries, the number of Zirians has been dwindling. Now, most of our hope rests on Triton and you. Damien said with a thoughtful expression, but how did you people know I would even be willing to join your cause? I mean, even if you plan to offer a rank 7 pill to a random person, they would still think whether it's worth garnering the enmity of the strongest empire of these lands. Blake shook his head, we didn't. It was Triton's call that we should recruit you. He wanted you to join as he must have seen something in you. Damien knew, just like Irene, they were not fools to not know that he has something against the Zeton Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined at all. After all, why invite the wrath of a whole empire when one got nothing to gain? He then thought of someone and asked, then what's the deal with Yora Haley? How can the young mistress of the top 5 families join the Forsaken? What's in it for her? Blake said as he clasped his arms behind his back, because it was one of our ancestors who mixed with the Zetonians and made the Haley family what it is today. What I just told you is a top secret that only the important members of the Haley family know. Damien asked with a puzzled expression, why tell me such a top secret then? I have only recently joined, and I am not even in the sky blue rank. You are right. Not even silver masks are privy to his information. But you are different. You are not just a simple silver rank comrade. You are someone Master Triton chose, and that means a lot to us. We want to try our best to put our faith in you and trust you. I believe we are not wrong in doing that, are we? Blake said as he focused his gaze on Damien. Damien didn't know why these people were so okay with trusting him so easily. He knew these people who shed their blood and fought for their freedom for thousands of years were not naive. He wondered what all things Triton fed them or whether it was because of the soul seal they were this confident. After all, if the soul seal were modified or tampered with in any way, it would immediately activate. But of course, not if one had the help of a powerful goddess to dissolve it easily and make sure the Forsaken doesn't receive any feedback of the seal being broken. Damien softly smiled, of course not. I don't betray those who won't betray me. Good. I actually wanted to tell you one other thing. We are having a small gathering tomorrow evening to cheer up the recently rescued Zirians. Right now, they need something to distract them from all the pain and suffering they had. We also would like it if you were there so that at least most of us would get to at least know your name. Damien for a brief moment and said, why not? It was night when Damien had finished familiarizing himself with the Forsaken and holding alchemy classes for the children. He also told them that tomorrow he would be teaching them basic combat using weapons. Although most of the kids had no cultivation, they were still determined to learn to fight and protect themselves and the ones they love as best as they could. Not only others, but even they knew that without cultivation, everything else was pretty much useless. But they didn't want to spend the rest of their life rotting away somewhere. They felt that they were alive for a reason. Soon enough, Damien and Valentina returned to their villa. But just as Damien slumped on the sofa, Valentina held her breath and asked, Big brother, who is Talia? Chapter 191. Valentina was quite nervous about asking him as she knew that whoever Talia was, that person was very dear to Damien. But she was dying to know what made Damien call her Talia. Not once but twice, Damien accidentally called her Talia. Damien froze when he heard her question. He stared at Valentina and asked in a low voice, you heard me say that name before? Damien realized that the only reason Valentina would ask him was that he probably called out Talia's name during his sleep and not because Valentina was hearing the name Talia for the first time today. Valentina nodded slowly. Damien sighed and said, Valentina, don't misunderstand. The reason I named you Talia today was because, at that moment, I couldn't come up with any other good names for you. That name was the name of an old friend. You don't have to bother with it too much. Damien inwardly felt like a jerk for not telling her the truth, but no matter how much he wanted to, for some reason, when he thought about Talia and Valentina, he felt as if they seemed similar in many ways, especially when he was having more thoughts about Talia recently. He didn't want to make her sad by telling her that sometimes he gets reminded of Talia when he sees her as he thought that Valentina might misunderstand and think that he was seeing some other girl in her. Valentina believed his words, but inwardly she felt as if there was more to it. Especially when she remembered the words he said to her when he was in an intoxicated state. Damien saw her standing in a dazed manner and beckoned at her as he said, Valentina, come here. Valentina walked towards him and sat on his lap, resting in his warm embrace. Damien whispered in her ears, "Do you not like being called that name? I can change it if you want." Even though some of the people in the Forsaken, especially Yora Haley, would find it strange that he changed her name, he felt that it didn't matter as long as Valentina felt comfortable. Valentina slowly shook her head as she hugged his arm. "No, I am fine with it." However, her expression was dim as she said it. He suddenly asked Luna a question that was plaguing him for a while. "Luna, do you know if Valentina's soul is a reincarnated one?" I can see where this is coming from. But what's the point, as every soul must be reincarnated in some way unless they are immortal from their first birth itself. For example, my soul is not a reincarnated one, which means I have never died before. I am not powerful enough now to know Valentina's past destiny lines. If I was at my peak form, it would only take a mere thought to look into her previous life. Are you hoping that she is your long-gone lover from your previous life? Luna asked in a meaningful tone. Damien said in an evasive tone, "Nonsense. Valentina is her own person. I am not trying to confuse her with someone else." Luna scoffed. "HMPH, stop lying to yourself. You may be able to fool Valentina, but you are eons younger to fool me. The day you truly accept your feelings is the day you will know peace. Otherwise, you will just not be suffering yourself but the ones near you as well. I will handle it myself. You don't have to worry too much about it," Damien said in a stiff tone. "HMPH, go knock yourself out. You are a big dumbo," Luna said in a peaked tone before going silent. My head, does she have to shout?" Damien rubbed his head, but Luna's words seemed to drill into his heart. He didn't like how Luna could guess his inner thoughts and tell him what he should do. "Valentina, tomorrow morning, we will pay a visit to the Clive and Rivers family, and I want you to come with me, okay?" Damien thought it was time he officially opened shop, and let the top echelons of the Zeton Empire know that Alchemist Azrael is not someone people could step over. However, he had other plans for the Clive and Rivers family. Valentina's eyes sharpened as she could guess what Damien was probably going to do and nodded with zeal, "Amen." But he knew that as soon as people came to know that he had opened shop, there would be a sudden influx of people rushing to him with spirit stones in their hands. So he thought of buying a nearby villa for business purposes and to receive customers. He didn't want people waiting outside his Ocean Haven villa's gates. He also thought of hiring some maids and servants to look after the second villa he was going to buy. However, he only slept after trying out an experiment with Piggy. The next morning, in the front of the Ocean Haven Hilla, a black-cloaked figure without a mask and a rosy-pink-haired girl was standing before the gates. "Let's first take a quick visit to the Alchemist Society." Within a few minutes, two figures descended from the skies towards the entrance of the Rising Sun Trading Guild. Seeing the Azure token in Damien's hands, no one dared to impede him, and within moments, Damien was on the topmost floor. "Senior Azrael, what brings you here?" Falco said with a flattering smile as he gave a slight bow. Damien said plainly, "I am here to meet your master." Of course. I suppose I could keep Fairy Valentina company while Senior talks with my master," Falco said as he glanced at Valentina with a gentlemanly smile. "Does this idiot not go out?" Damien wondered if Falco was not privy to the news of the happenings inside the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Otherwise, he was sure Falco would think twice before even remotely trying to court Valentina. He thought that since Falco was the personal disciple of Leon Zeton, he might be trying hard not to disappoint his expectations by confining himself inside the building to practice alchemy. Damien said in a stiff tone, "No need. My disciple stays with me." Falco's expression became dispirited as he nodded meekly. He led Damien and Valentina towards Leon Zeton's chambers. As they entered, Damien saw Leon Zeton arranging back some jade scrolls. "Welcome, Alchemist Azrael and Valentina. Please take a seat," Leon Zeton said with an amiable smile as he gestured towards the sofa. Damien and Valentina greeted Leon Zeton and sat down on the sofa. He looked at Falco and said, "Make sure to bring the best morning tea for our guests." Leon Zeton took a seat and asked in a friendly tone, "So, what's the reason for this pleasant and sudden visit?" Damien leaned forward, "Before I move on to the main reason I came here. I want to apply for the rank 5 badge exam. I also decided to start accepting customers, and for that reason, I am looking to buy a good villa near my own." Leon Zeton chuckled, "Ho, seems like you must have made some breakthrough." Good. Sure, we can arrange it. I will instruct Falco to see to it personally. We have some unused villas near that area. I am sure we can arrange for one of them to be your place of business. I am sure everyone would be pleased to know that you are back in business. So, what is the main reason? Damien said in a serious tone, "I know you must have heard what happened between Valentina and Roy Clive's friends. Even Denisa Rivers was also involved in a verbal scuffle. Even though my disciple was trying to protect her friend, I admonished her for going a bit overboard. So, I was thinking whether you could arrange a meeting between me, the Clive, and Rivers family. I want to sort out any misunderstandings that happen between the youngsters before they take things too far. After all, they all are studying in the same place. I don't want to see my disciple getting involved in fights again nor cause trouble to you. I am sure you hold the same opinion." Valentina was inwardly surprised why Damien was saying these things. But her expression didn't change, and she knew Damien must be having some other plans in his mind. Chapter 192. Leon Zeton raised a brow as he didn't quite expect Damien to come forward and propose to hold a truce meeting with 2 of the top 5 families. He also felt it a bit strange that Damien wasn't completely on Valentina's side. He thought Damien cared very much about Valentina, as he even let her decide whether she wanted to join the Zeton Ethereal Foundation or not. He felt quite baffled now, thinking whether he assessed Damien wrongly. But when he mused on Damien's words, he felt that Damien probably wanted Valentina to lead a peaceful life in the Institute without making enemies with 2 of the top 5 families. To be precise, he felt that Damien wanted to build some friendly relations with the top 5 families as it would be beneficial for him to gain more fame, wealth, and other benefits. Leon Zeton nodded, "Why not? It's good if everyone can sort out their misunderstandings. But I wonder what would happen regarding the challenge between Denisa Rivers and your disciple." Leon Zeton wondered if Damien wanted to visit these families, because he wanted to cancel the challenge as the results of the match were quite obvious. He couldn't see how Valentina, despite her brilliant talent, would be able to defeat Denisa Rivers in direct combat. Damien said calmly, a challenge is no big deal. It's better to let them have a friendly spar and exchange pointers. I am sure my disciple can learn something from someone stronger than her in cultivation. And about the bets, we will just see at that time. If Denisa Rivers is a mature lady, I am sure she will know what to do, especially after I sort out the misunderstandings between my disciple and her. And Valentina would follow the same suit as her. Leon Zeton felt that something seemed a bit off, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. Logically, whatever Damien said seemed sound. Then what about Valentina's friend, Damien? He also has an upcoming spar with Roy Clive, and the bets are not in his favor. If Damien loses, it could be very detrimental to him. Since he is Valentina's friend, I am sure you can try to convince Roy Clive to ignore the challenge. With his current cultivation, he wouldn't have any chances of defeating Roy Clive. It would be better for him to wait for at least a year or two to challenge him. At least that way, he has a chance of winning. Leon Zeton said with knitted brows. He then looked at Valentina and said, Valentina, you can advise your friend, right? No need to worry about Luke's family. I will compensate them. I don't want anything happening to the brightest students of our new batch. Valentina said in a confident tone, Senior Leon has nothing to worry about. Damien will win. He never loses. Leon Zeton was a bit taken aback by Valentina's confidence. He couldn't understand how she could be this confident of Damien. Damien sighed, Senior Leon, my disciple, doesn't want me to interfere in her friend's matters since she said that I would be making her friend look bad and hurt his pride. So, I will just leave it to Damien to look after his own matters. I am sure as a promising young man, he knows how to take care of himself. Even if things seem to get out of hand, I will make sure nothing happens to him. Meanwhile, I will just settle things with the Clive and Rivers families. Damien continued, if Senior Leon is too busy, I will approach them myself. But I thought things would be faster if you were to involve yourself as they wouldn't dare to not give you face. Even though people know about me, I haven't made many appearances myself because of how busy I was. It would be good if you could send your personal disciple as a proxy to oversee our meeting. Falco, who was standing in the side, perked his ears as he thought that he could probably help out Valentina whatever the misunderstanding she had with the top families. Leon Zeton looked at Falco and chuckled, well, I think that's a good idea. My silly disciple has been spending too much of his time on alchemy that he barely ever leaves his room. I think it will do good to let him get some fresh air. Falco, I trust you can make sure everything proceeds smoothly, right? Flaco deeply bowed with an exultant smile, of course, master. You can trust me, and I will make sure there are no hiccups. Ah, yes, I forgot to ask. When would you want to meet with them? Leon asked. Damien said straight away, this noon? Leon Zeton raised his brows, today itself? I never thought you wanted to meet them so soon. Well, I will send someone to let them know. I will send Falco to your villa if they are ready to see you. I am sure since it's you, there's little to no chance that they will refuse you. Damien nodded, that's good. Thank you, Senior Leon. Leon Zeton waved his hand, no need for that. I didn't do much. I will now let Falco escort you to the examination hall. Falco came forward and bowed before Damien, Senior Azrael, allow me to escort you. Damien wasn't worried that he would fail the exam. After his recent soul breakthrough to the early soul transformation stage, he was sure that his soul was virtually comparable, at least to the peak soul transformation stage. But most of all, he knew that the prowess of his fallen flames at maximum potential was powerful enough to let him concoct rank 5 pill, though he would be in a very drained state after concocting a single one. Before entering the examination hall, he also told Valentina to take the rank 4 examination. Sure enough, within a few minutes, both of them came out of the examination hall with their backs straight. Damien was now officially a rank 5 alchemist, and Valentina was now a rank 4 alchemist. Although the difference between their ranks was just 1, the difference in reputation and skill was very big since usually only one who is at least at the sky ethereal realm with a soul, cultivation at the sublime soul stage could concoct a rank 5 pill. Damien and Valentina went back to their villa as it was still morning, and they had time till noon for the meeting. Damien was sure that the Clive and the Rivers family wouldn't refuse him. After all, why would they not give face to the only alchemist who could concoct supreme tier pills? Just as they got inside the villa, Damien said in an assuring tone, Valentina, I know you might be surprised by what I said to Leon. We can leave now if you are ready. Damien nodded and summoned Misty, get on. We have enough space for 3. Ah, okay. Falky hurriedly climbed atop Misty and stood behind Damien and Valentina in a restrained manner. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop his eyes from wandering towards Valentina occasionally. He wanted to strike up some conversation with her. Still, for some reason, just from her bearings, he was losing confidence even to utter a single word. He sighed to himself, thinking that he was so lame to not be able to talk to his dream girl. Ever since he saw Valentina, he who before thought alchemy was life suddenly felt that his life seemed bland and colorless. He thought that a girl like Valentina could paint his life in beautiful colors and bring meaning to his life. He couldn't even sometimes properly concentrate on his alchemy studies and even received some reprimands from his master, who never even chided him once before. His master had instructed him to meditate for a longer time and purge his mind of all irrelevant thoughts. But no matter how much he tried, the image of Valentina's intoxicating figure would flash in his mind, sending his mind into disarray. But he thought that a virgin like him wouldn't probably find the confidence to approach someone like Valentina ever in his life. Nor would she take an interest in a loser like him. Valentina was unaware of all the thoughts going on in Falco's mind, not that she would care even if she knew. She already received lots of love tokens and gifts from many illustrious young masters. But she threw them all back on their faces. At first, she tried to refuse them politely since Damien told her not to be hostile without good reason. But when they kept pestering her, she decided to take things into her own hands and beat them all black and blue. Of course, not to the extent she thrashed Luke. Only when it involved Damien would she become bloodthirsty. Falco had told Damien that the meeting place was on the Clive family's property. Damien felt that the relationship between the Clive and the Rivers family seems to be good for now. After all, he had heard it from Denisa Rivers' own mouth. Soon enough, Damien saw a huge and lofty mansion coming into his sight as Misty descended towards the ground. The gates opened as the guards bowed after recognizing Damien. Along with Valentina and Falco, Damien entered the Clive family's property and was greeted by two maids. The two maids bowed with a respectful expression as they said, "Senior Azrael, please follow us. Our masters and mistresses are awaiting your presence." The three followed the maids. They led them towards a huge courtyard surrounded by a lush garden of grass neighboring by uniform hedges, flower bushes, and shrubs. There was even a greenhouse in the garden's back right, housing exotic flowers and butterflies. It seemed like the garden was designed around the greenhouse. Damien raised one of his brows when he spotted low to middle-level sky-grade herbs casually growing amongst other flowers. However, his main focus was on the center of the courtyard, where 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, were seated in a circular fashion. Each of their faces had an aloof and overweening expression, most prominent on the faces of the 2 middle-aged men sitting side by side. Damien recognized 2 youngsters around 20 years of age as Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers. He guessed that the other 2 women were their mothers. And obviously, the 2 middle-aged men were the family heads of the Clive and Rivers family. One of the middle-aged men had a stocky build clad in expensive purple robes, while the other middle-aged man clad in silver robes looked muscled like a gorilla. However, his face was so small compared to his body that Damien felt like letting out a chortle because of how funny he looked. Whereas both the women looked around the mid-30s and were dressed in exquisite and colorful garments, highlighting their curves perfectly. It was as if they were proudly displaying their bountiful assets and the beauty of their faces were top-notch enough to seduce any gullible man. However, their faces had a supercilious expression, and they were looking at each other with a not-so-friendly expression. But the 2 middle-aged men seemed to be quite familiar with each other and didn't seem to be so hostile to each other. As Damien and the others got closer to the courtyard, the 6 slowly got up to exchange greetings. As they all thought Alchemist Azrael was senior to them, and since this was a friendly meeting proposed by Damien, they had to show some respect even if they held hostile feelings. After all, unlike their heirs, they knew how valuable Alchemist Azrael was to the Empire, if not the whole continent. It was not good to make enemies with such a person, especially when one was in the top 1% in terms of status and power. This is why they readily agreed to the meeting. In fact, the heads of both families thought that things couldn't have progressed better. They were at first a bit worried that their heirs managed to make an enemy out of Valentina, who was the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael, and if he would take offense to it. But it seemed as if Alchemist Azrael wanted to sort out things in a friendly manner, which they never expected for a man of such status to do. Even if Alchemist Azrael's presence wasn't well established, they, as the top echelons, knew the influence Alchemist Azrael had. The main proof was how Alchemist Azrael managed to move Leon Zeton to talk with them and arrange a meeting. Even they would think twice before making use of such a connection. Unless they were in a desperate situation, they wouldn't think of meeting such a busy and supreme existence. But when they saw Valentina, even the 2 middle-aged men had awestruck expressions seeing such a bewitching and intoxicating beauty. All 3 women harumphed, seeing the foolish expression on the men as even Roy Clive was no better than his father. All 3 women were extremely jealous when they saw Valentina, and Denisa Rivers had an ugly expression on her face as she remembered how Valentina dared to stand against her. And, of course, she didn't forget how Damien tried to humiliate her by calling her an ugly bitch. She couldn't wait to turn Damien into her boy toy and toy with him before Valentina. Owen Clive and Harvey Rivers were remembering their days of debauchery when they were young masters centuries ago. Even now, they had plenty of mistresses, but they all seemed unsightly when compared with the heavenly beauty in front of them. Owen Clive now understood why Roy was so dead set on obtaining Valentina. Heck, if he had the chance, he would have even fought over his son to obtain Valentina. It was because he was afraid of his wife's father that he had to restrain his debauchery. However, they didn't ignore the presence of Damien and willed their focus to shift towards Damien. Chapter 197. The middle-aged man clad in purple robes gave a dignified smile as he said, "Welcome, Alchemist Azrael. I am Owen Clive, the patriarch of the Clive family, and this is Harvey Rivers, patriarch of the Rivers family. We have been expecting you. Please, have a seat." They also greeted Falco and were slightly surprised that Leon Zeton sent his personal disciple to accompany Damien and Valentina. They thought that probably Leon Zeton was serious about this meeting and felt that they had to be extra careful not to say or do anything that could offend him as Falco would be witnessing everything here. They felt that Leon Zeton must value Damien very much as expected. They all sat down, and the women, as if coming to a consensus, occasionally looked at Valentina with hostile gazes. Valentina didn't get intimidated and glared back at them blatantly, especially at Denisa Rivers. Denisa Rivers wrinkled her nose as she turned her head away with a snort. For some reason, she wasn't able to keep up with Valentina's glare. "Alchemist Azrael, I believe you wanted to meet with us because of some slight quarrel between our children and your disciple, I presume?" Owen Clive formally asked as he sipped his tea in a stately manner. Harvey Rivers looked at Damien with an observant gaze, anticipating his response. The two thought that Damien proposed to meet them because he was afraid to offend them or something similar in those lines. Having such thoughts, they felt even more proud of their status and power and how it even shook the most talented alchemist to approach them first to settle things. Damien sighed and nodded. "I believe there have been some misunderstandings between the youngsters, and it's not good for any one of us to let them continue to study in the same school while maintaining a toxic relationship. Don't you think so?" Hearing Damien's response, Owen and Harvey were now fully confident that they could see where this was going. They couldn't be more pleased inwardly, seeing that they were holding the advantage here. Harvey laughed. "Ha ha, youngsters these days are very hot-blooded. They easily get into quarrels and fights. It's quite natural. I say we don't have to take the upcoming challenge between them too seriously. I am sure my daughter, Denisa, would be pleased to give a few pointers to your talented disciple in a friendly spar. I am sure your strong-willed and gifted disciple would not shy away from these spars considering how she challenged Denisa." Owen chimed in smoothly. "Yes, of course. I have to admit that your disciple's friend is truly talented, and I am sure he can learn something when he spars with my son. Isn't that right, Roy?" Roy Clive said with a veiled smile, "Of course, father. Even though he tried to humiliate me in front of everyone, I, as his senior, already decided to forgive him. And for our upcoming spa, as his dutiful senior brother, I will give him some tips that he will never forget. The father and son exchanged a meaningful glance as they smirked inwardly. Denisa Rivers looked at Valentina with contempt and disdain. She was thinking how she should whip her exquisite face so much that not even Damien would want her as a girlfriend anymore. Damien could see what the patriarchs were trying to do. They very neatly and politely implied that the spas wouldn't be cancelled unless Damien wanted to admit that Valentina was scared and inferior. He knew that these two crafty patriarchs were trying to make themselves clear before Damien proposed to cancel the challenge in fear of Valentina's reputation and safety. They both knew how heavy-handed Denisa could be and had no qualms about the challenge. Recently the popularity of their heirs was being overshadowed by Valentina and Damien's brilliance, and they thought that this challenge was a nice opportunity to show everyone what happens if anyone tries to offend their families. And at the same time, they could let their heirs show off their remarkable prowess. Herwin was already pissed off that a weakling from the Roan Empire dared to humiliate his son. Harvey was feeling no different, seeing how Damien even dared to call his beautiful daughter an ugly bitch. However, they both thought that the upcoming challenges were a godsend, and they felt like thanking Damien for sealing his own fate. Damien inwardly scoffed as he could see what the idiots in front of him were thinking. He already decided to play along and said, of course, I believe the friendly spa would also give my disciple a chance to learn some few things and better herself. And if the spa goes all too well, I would be glad to bestow your heirs with a supreme tier pill that is not even available in the market yet. Consider it a gift to mark our healthy relations. Herwin and Harvey's expressions changed when they heard Damien's words. But inwardly, they laughed, thinking that things were going just as they had expected. The ears of the others perked when they heard Damien's words. They knew how valuable supreme tier pills were in their potency. And when they heard that those pills weren't in the market, they were even more eager to obtain one. Denisa Rivers and Roy Clive, for a moment, forgot about the challenge and started dreaming what amazing pill Damien could possibly offer. They all could see the rank 5 badge on Damien's clock and realized that Damien had only recently upgraded to rank 5. Herwin and Harvey thought that Damien was trying to bribe them so that they would see to that Valentina does not get hurt during the spa. They couldn't be happier and had decided to meet Damien with hopes of Damien offering something like this. At first, they were surprised why someone like Damien with such an exalted status would bow down to them first. But then they thought that Damien probably didn't want to offend their powerful families as he might need their influence in the future. Damien added, oh, also one more thing. I know my disciple has been spending too much time with that wastrel from the Roan Empire. I admit his talent is superb, but what's the use without having a powerful backer? Who knows, he might get assassinated in broad daylight, and no one would even care to ask what or who killed him. Because of how much I care about my disciple's future, I had to admonish her not to spend time with him. Damien let out a disappointed sigh as he took a glance at Valentina. Valentina lowered her head as if she didn't dare to make eye contact with Damien. All 6 of them were surprised by the turn of events. They thought that Damien was here in support of Damien and Valentina. But it seems like, as expected, the master was disappointed in his disciple for having an affair with someone of no status. At first, they thought that Alchemist Azrael, no matter how surprising, supported Valentina and Damien's relationship since they were spending time together all these days. But now, they thought that they misunderstood things and made more sense how Alchemist Azrael disapproved of Valentina's relationship with Damien. Damien went on, but my disciple is too stubborn, and finally we decided to come to an agreement. I told her that she should date the winner of the match between Damien and Roy. Only that way could I be convinced that my disciple gets the best. And for some reason, if she refuses to follow the agreement, I told her that she would be forbidden from having any relations with anyone at all. Even I would prefer that she pursues the ethereal way alone and reach the peak. Love and these feelings are merely a distraction that impedes our own journey in pursuing the ethereal way. Herwin's expression lit up when he heard Damien's words. He even felt jealous of his own son as he knew that his son's victory was in the bag, and even got the opportunity to obtain the most beautiful girl in the continent as well. Valentina bit her lip, hearing Damien's words, and clenched her fists. Roy Clive's mother, Rumi Clive, had a haughty smirk on her face as she looked at Valentina's dejected face. She was already pissed off that Valentina dared to reject her most favorite and genius son. She had never seen Roy Clive ever having a problem getting the girl he wants. This was the first time Roy complained to her that he got humiliated by a girl, no less. She couldn't wait to see her son to conquer the proud and aloof beauty in front of her and vent her jealousy on Valentina. Chapter 198. Falco had a flummoxed look who had been long forgotten by everyone. His respect for Damien lessened as he felt that it was a totally unfair agreement he forced Valentina to agree. How could love be forced upon an individual? And even if one should listen to their master, that did not mean they could dictate their disciples' love life. However, he didn't say anything out loud and kept all his frustrations bottled up no matter how disgruntled he was. However, the one who was most happy was obviously Roy Clive. He felt like kissing Alchemist Azrael's feet for giving him such a wonderful opportunity. Heck, it seemed as if Alchemist Azrael was offering up his own disciple to him on a platter. At first, he was quite frustrated that Valentina spurned him in front of everyone and chose Damien over him. He then thought of crushing Damien and then blackmail Valentina to get what he wanted. But after this pleasant turn of events, he thought that he didn't even have to do it the hard way, and Valentina will soon be his. He started looking at Alchemist Azrael in a new light, and decided to do his best in the spa to impress him even though he felt there was not going to be much of a fight anyway. It would surely be a one-shot victory. The only other person who didn't feel good was Denisa Rivers. She didn't like where this was going. Now she was sure that Roy's father would persuade her father to tell her to let off Valentina without injuring her severely. She grinded her teeth, thinking that she must find some other way to vent her anger on Valentina. Herwin Clive let out a hearty laugh. I can't agree more with you, Alchemist Azrael. A beautiful swan like your disciple doesn't deserve a frog. I can understand why an innocent maiden like her was taken in by his devious words. After all, he must have gotten closer to her just to hug your thighs, ha ha. But a young boy like him surely underestimates seniors like you and us as if we couldn't see through his schemes. Herwin Clive smirked inwardly, thinking that such a heavenly beauty should not belong to his son only. He was now even ready to face his father-in-law's wrath even if his wife knew his intentions. Valentina gave a side glare at Herwin Clive, whose smile stiffened when he felt her glare. She looked away and closed her eyes as if she couldn't stare at such a disgusting person any longer. Harvey Rivers inwardly felt jealous of the Clive family for being able to hog Valentina all to themselves. In case Roy Clive and Valentina became a thing, then not only would they have an extremely beautiful prodigy join their family, but also strengthen their relations with the eminent alchemist Azrael. He felt like he was the only one losing out here. But then he thought about how his daughter was at least going to gain a limited version of a supreme tier pill and took satisfaction at that. At least he was only getting benefits out of this situation. Damien cleared his throat and beckoned Roy and Denisa towards him. Come, Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers, let me bestow you two with a gift. Denisa and Roy looked at each other and stepped forward with excitement sparkling in their eyes. They wondered if Damien was going to give them some breakthrough or healing pill, as those were the ones cultivators mostly needed. They bowed at Damien and said respectfully, Senior Azrael, though we are not worthy to receive your favor, we won't insult your intentions and will gladly accept your gift. HMPH, at least you two know you ain't worthy. Damien inwardly scoffed as he took out two pills. One was light pink and the other was light brown in color. He gave the pink one to Denisa and the brown one to Roy. Denisa and Roy took the pill and curiously looked at it as they had never seen any pill of this color. They wondered if Damien came up with his own pills. Herwin Clive and Harvey Rivers also thought the same thing as they knit their brows while looking at the pills. However, Falco had a bit of an exaggerated reaction as he couldn't even recognize what those pills are for. Even with his extensive knowledge of alchemy and being personally tutored by the most powerful alchemist, Leon Zeton, he still couldn't identify the pills Damien had given to Roy and Denisa. He couldn't even identify by the potent medicinal aura emanating from the pills except that those two were supreme tier rank 4 pills. Then the only other explanation was, they were exclusive pills that were not in the market yet because it was only recently formulated by Damien himself. And this meant that Damien came up with the pills' medical formulas on his own. That too, rank 4 pills. Even creating a medical formula for a rank 1 pill was not a simple task for an expert alchemist. Even he couldn't yet come up with a good enough medical formula for a rank 1 pill. The only one who he knew who could make splendid breakthroughs in medical formulas was his master, Leon Zeton. Other than him, he had never come upon any prodigious alchemist who could come up with stellar medical formulas on their own. Falco could sense that those were not failed products but the best of the best in terms of quality and everything by just inspecting the pill. He wondered if Damien would really outshine Leon Zeton in a couple of dozen years. Leon Zeton already told him that Damien's potential was way higher than his, and it was only a matter of time till he would no longer be the best alchemist in the world. Falco now felt that his master's words seemed to become more and more true after seeing those two pills with his own eyes. Meanwhile, everyone else was puzzled looking at those two pills as they had never heard or come upon such pills all these years. But then they remembered how Damien said that he would be giving pills that weren't even in the market yet. They were astounded just like Falco when they realized that Damien could even formulate his own rank 4 pills. Even though they didn't have a clear idea of how tremendously difficult it was like Falco, they still had the basic knowledge of what medical formulas were. It was something even expert alchemists had difficulty creating new ones on their own. Before they could ask Damien what those pills can do, he said in a proud tone, these two pills are among my finest creations. The pink pill will increase your beauty and charm to the point that even men who hate women wouldn't take their eyes off you. Denisa Rivers' eyes flashed as she heard Damien's astonishing explanation about the pink pill in her hand. She never expected Damien to give her a beauty pill that could augment her beauty to a new level. Even though it was not what she expected, this was a pleasant surprise for her. She couldn't imagine the stupid expressions of men when they see her after taking this pill. She had never come upon such a pill and wondered if the effects would be permanent. Damien saw through her and said, no need to worry if it's temporary. The effects are permanent. He then looked at Roy Clive, the brown pill in your hand can increase your vitality and give you a bit longer lifespan than usual. It also means that your body would be a bit stronger than before and, of course, even your virility. Damien said in a straight tone without caring about the astounded and stupefied expressions on others' faces. Increase beauty, increase lifespan, increase virility. How could such unbelievable pills exist? It seemed even more enticing than those breakthrough and healing pills. Especially, the two women were staring at the pink pill on Denise's hand. Even her own mother was jealous of her daughter for receiving such a gobsmacking pill. Herwin and Harvey's feelings were no different when they fervently stared at the brown pill in Roy's hand. They could only imagine how valuable it was and especially the part where Damien said that even one's virility would be increased. How could they not get enticed by such mind-blowing pills? Damien derisively smiled as he observed their dignified and lofty expressions turning into one of greed and jealousy just like any other common people. Chapter 199. Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers recovered from their amazement, bowed deeply before Damien, and said in a respectful tone, thank you, Senior Azrael. Damien nodded and said in a serious tone, you should take these two pills now before they lose their effect slowly. But remember that you should abstain from any venereal activities during this month once you take these pills. Otherwise, you too might face grave consequences. Of course, I know exceptional and decent youngsters like you two don't indulge in such activities, but I am giving a warning anyway. Roy and Denisa's expression became rigid when they heard that they couldn't indulge, that they would have to control their promiscuity for a whole month. It was as if they were told to hold in their pee for a whole month. They couldn't imagine continuing their daily lives without these activities for a whole month and wondered what it had to do with the pill. Why the long faces? Don't you want the pill? Damien asked in a veiled tone. However, when they thought about the miraculous effects the pills can bring about, they didn't think much and gulped it down before Damien asked them to give it back. Damien mockingly smiled as he saw the two greedily gulp down the pills. What a bunch of idiots. Just as Denisa took her pill, she experienced sudden changes in her skin. Her skin's texture became silky and seemed to have a glowing effect, increasing her charms. Even her hair became even thicker and smoother. Denisa's brows raised, feeling such astonishing changes on her body, and an exuberant smile emerged. Meanwhile, Roy's body was also undergoing some changes. His muscles became even more prominent, and he could even feel his little brother becoming vigorous as if he ate an aphrodisiac. He felt like he couldn't wait to ram his rod inside someone and test how his sex drive improved. But he felt frustrated again, thinking that he has to refrain from any sexual activities for a whole month. His body was feeling more energetic than ever, and it was like he could expend more ethereal energy than usual. The others were also astounded seeing the amazing changes on Roy and Denise's bodies. Now that they witnessed the benefits, they desperately wanted one. But they thought how to request one from Damien when he himself said that these pills were exclusive and a gift meant for Roy and Denise only. Harvey Rivers couldn't hold his desires in any longer and asked Damien in a flattering tone, "Alchemist Azrael, is there by chance more of these pills? I am sure we could compensate you handsomely, or you can quote any price, and we won't hesitate to pay." Everyone's ears perked, especially the two women as they waited in anticipation for Damien's response. Damien sighed and said in a pitiful tone, "Unfortunately, these 2 pills are the only ones I have made so far. It was only recently I even finished formulating its medical formula, and so I didn't have time to concoct more. And the condition of the herbs is so stringent that it's very hard to find those kinds of herbs in the condition I want. I think it will be a while before I could concoct these pills again." All of them got disappointed hearing his reply, and thought that it was to be expected as such miraculous pills couldn't possibly be made in mass. Damien had actually been working on a beauty pill when Valentina hadn't transformed yet. He was hoping to come up with a beauty pill that could remove Valentina's scars. But after she transformed, he never had the need to work on it. This time, he merely modified some parts of his unfinished work and came up with the pink pill, which he gave to Denisa. Valentina was confused by everything that was happening. She was wondering why Damien was helping these two out by giving them such special and amazing pills. But then she remembered how Damien said that he would first let them feel as if everything was going their way and feel on top of the world. Only after that would he make them fall hard. She remembered his exact words, "The higher they fly, the harder they fall." Valentina couldn't wait to see what Damien was going to do. Roy and Denisa once again bowed deeply, this time by putting more heart into it as they felt like they couldn't thank Damien enough for gifting them with these pills, which nobody else even had the chance to get their hands on. They couldn't imagine the amount of spirit stones these pills would sell for despite being a rank 4 pill. Now they realized it was only a matter of time before the name Azrael truly began to cause waves in the whole world. Even the Zeton Emperor might get more interested if he knew the kind of miraculous pills Damien could make. And they couldn't imagine the potential connections Damien would be making as even the supreme existences would try to befriend him as they know with Damien's talent. It would only be a matter of time before he could concoct rank 7 pills. They felt that if they don't make solid ties with Damien now, then it might be too late in the future. Now Harvey Rivers completely decided to make sure that his daughter does not do anything vicious to Valentina. He didn't want to attract Alchemist Azrael's hostility and lose out on all the potential benefits he could get. Building strong ties with Alchemist Azrael seemed more important than his daughter's popularity. Owen Clive's thoughts were no different, and he cleared his throat as he said formally, "I believe we should also present Alchemist Azrael with a gift. Otherwise, it would look like we are too ungrateful not to reciprocate his kind intentions. Don't you think so, Harvey?" Harvey nodded with zeal, "Very true. We heard that your disciple has a special ethereal seed known as the blood seed. Fortunately, when Hawin and I went for a recent tour, we came upon a fearsome man-eating ethereal beast known as the bloodthirsty ape. It is a peak-level sky ethereal realm beast known to not even leave a single drop of blood in their victims after they are done eating them. Of course, we took it down easily and also harvested its ethereal core." Harvey flicked his fingers as a light red ethereal core floated in his palm. He looked at Damien and said with a smile, "Do accept this gift from us. It has a rich blood essence, and I am sure you could make some pills using it, which could be beneficial for your disciple. The bloodthirsty apes are very less in numbers, and it is rumored that not more than 10 exist in the whole empire. We were just lucky to come upon one. So it's only fair that you have to accept this rare gift from us." Valentina's eyes sparkled when she saw the red ethereal core, and she couldn't wait to taste it. Even though she felt that it would nowhere be pleasant as Damien's blood, she was at least satisfied with the fact that she could increase her cultivation. Even without Damien telling her, she could feel it in her blood that her cultivation would increase just enough to pummel Denisa Rivers. Damien inwardly scoffed, and could see how these two are stressing the fact that the ethereal core on Harvey's hand was rare enough to equal the 2 pills he had given away. However, he had to admit that the red-colored ethereal core would surely help him concoct a pill that could advance Valentina's cultivation at least by a few levels. He couldn't thank these 2 clowns in front of him for giving away such a valuable thing for free. He had no way of getting his hands on one anyway, as even with Misty, he doubted if he could defeat a bloodthirsty ape without the risk of losing Misty. Damien nodded and said in a cool tone, "If you both insist, then I shall not shy away." Damien gladly accepted the ethereal core from them, and Hawin and Harvey were pleased to see that Damien accepted it. Now they were sure that they were at least starting to build a friendly relationship with Damien. Damien got up and said, "Now that we have sorted out everything, I will take my leave now." Chapter 200. Everyone got up, and Falco had to admit that Damien was crafty enough to come out of this situation with benefits. He now had friendly relations with 2 of the 5 top families of the Zeton Empire, and he was sure that this marked Damien's advent into the world of supreme existences. Damien left after exchanging farewell pleasantries and was on his way back to his villa along with Valentina. Falco already left on his own and wondered why he was even there for the meeting in the first place. All the limelight was on Damien. Despite being Leon Zeton's personal disciple, everybody forgot about him, which made him feel useless as he didn't even utter a single word. He thought that he should probably spend more time in the outside world rather than staying holed up in his alchemy room. Damien and Valentina soon reached their villa. He started thinking about how he should increase his cultivation within a month. Before, he thought that he could rely on Misty to kill many powerful ethereal beasts and level up way faster. But his hopes were watered down when Luna said that things are not that simple. She said that he needs a cooldown period each time he breakthroughs by absorbing life essences. Otherwise, his foundation would crumble down and might comprise his future cultivation, limiting his potential. The same applied to Valentina as well, and that she needed to solidify her current cultivation before she attempts another breakthrough. Luna suggested that he should hunt some sky ethereal realm beasts and slowly absorb their life essences. But she said that he would only be able to store the life essences of 1 or 2 sky ethereal realm beasts at most, as their life essences were very potent, and Damien's current cultivation is too weak to hold too much of them in his ethereal core. If he absorbs too much of them, then his ethereal core would collapse after trying to eat more than he could chew. The gap between spirit ethereal realm and the sky ethereal realm was too big to be compared with the power gap between nascent ethereal realm and the earth ethereal realm. Before, when Damien was at the nascent ethereal realm, in terms of quantity, he was able to store more of the life essences of ethereal beasts or humans at the earth ethereal realm, because compared to the life essence of a sky ethereal realm being, it was way less potent and concentrated. And also, because of that, he would need more time to absorb the life essences of a sky ethereal realm beast and break through. But he was surprised when Luna told him that he should simply give Valentina the ethereal core of the bloodthirsty ape, instead of using it to concoct a pill. He never expected that Valentina could eat the raw, ethereal core and absorb the blood essence directly. But then he thought that it was not that surprising, as she was a half ethereal beast. Valentina, from today onwards, prepare yourself for a breakthrough. He took out the red ethereal core and gave it to her. Here, keep this with you. And you can just eat it and slowly absorb its blood essence. Don't try to rush it. Your ethereal foundation is way more important than a challenge. Valentina took the red ethereal core from his hand and nodded with a confident smile. Of course, big brother. I will make you proud. Damien warmly smiled as he patted her head. You already do. It was the morning of the next day, and Damien was on his way to the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Yesterday night, he was in the Forsaken, getting himself familiarized with the core members of the group. And before that, during the evening, he taught the children how to handle basic weapons. In the alchemy study hall, Damien was seated before a cauldron along with his classmates. Riva had already given them a task to concoct the simplest pill according to their cultivation. For Damien, he was to concoct a rank 2 pill despite the recent breakthrough he had. Riva wanted to see if he could first concoct an upper tier rank 2 pill with his recently awakened fire seed. Damien arranged his herbs as he prepared himself to start concocting a rank 2 pill. Some of his classmates had expressions of ridicule as they expected him to fail again and embarrass himself before Riva. Everyone, focus on your own concoction. Riva chided some of her disciples when she saw them paying attention to Damien instead of their own concoction. Damien didn't need to concentrate much, and with a thought, bright amber flames manifested in his palm, which even grabbed the attention of those who were keenly concentrating on their concoction. Everyone's jaw slacked when they saw the amber fireball on Damien's palm and wondered what the hell was happening. Only a few days ago, they saw with their own eyes Damien manifesting a very poor version of etheric flames. If he already had an awakened fire seed, why would he not use it on the first day instead of embarrassing himself? But what they were most curious about was the color of his flames. They had never seen amber-colored flames in their life. A fire seed should only normally give birth to either red or orange-colored flames. And the intensity might vary according to how much affinity the practitioner has. But they just couldn't make out the reason behind the amber-colored flames. Damien smirked and activated Undying Wrath. Asterisk swish asterisk suddenly the amber fireball flared up instantaneously like a volcano, and the one sitting beside Damien stumbled backward as they got startled by the sudden increase in the intensity and heat of the flames. Even Riva was surprised by how powerful the flames seemed. She sensed that the profundity of the flames had already crossed the Earth Ethereal Realm, and could even sear the skin of a low-level Earth Ethereal Realm practitioner. And that also meant that his flames were powerful enough to concoct at least low-grade rank 4 pills. Usually, one who is at the Spirit Ethereal Realm can only concoct rank 3 pills at most, even if they are a genius. She wondered how Damien had such a phenomenal talent that could let him transcend a whole realm in pure power. Even she couldn't transcend a whole realm, and it seemed impossible to her. She had to admit that she was truly curious what Damien's real origins were. She didn't believe he was someone who was born in the wrong empire. Damien carried on with his connotation, and within a few minutes, he easily concocted a rank 2 pill and showed it to Riva. How is it, Teacher Riva? Is this to your satisfaction? Damien asked with a confident smile. Riva inspected the pill from a distance and raised her brows when she sensed that it was a top-tier pill with 99% potency, just a percent shorter than supreme-tier pills which only alchemist Azrael could concoct. This is excellent, Riva said calmly, but her words carried her appreciation and that she was impressed with his work. She had never before seen any young alchemist concocting a pill at least above 80% potency no matter how prodigious they were. Even among the expert and scholarly alchemists she knew, only Leon Zeton held a record for being able to concoct pills with a maximum of 95% potency. How could a young boy like Damien possibly already surpass the greatest alchemist in the continent in sheer expertise? The talent was not the only factor that determined the pill's potency. She already knew that Damien's potential was as deep as a bottomless abyss. The more she learns about his talents, the more she was surprised to learn that there's even more to him. She inwardly sighed in amazement, thinking that not only was his ethereal talent monstrous, but even his talent in alchemy was unbelievable. All the other disciples were surprised to hear the word excellent from Riva's mouth. They had never heard her compliment anyone like that, even to the most promising disciples in her class. They felt as if Damien purposefully made a fool out of them by not using his fire seed during the first alchemy class. And now, to create a deep impression on Riva, he used his fire seed. Damien was also pleased with his amber flames as he didn't expect them to be this outstanding. After all, it was not like he had heavenly talent or affinity for fire laws. Riva continued, now, I think you can even concoct rank 4 pills. Go ahead and try to concoct one. Chapter 201. Rank 4 pill? Everyone except Damien was shocked to hear Riva's words. Damien's ethereal cultivation was only at the first level of the spirit ethereal realm, which was only good enough to concoct rank 3 pills at best. In fact, even the ability to concoct rank 3 pills with his cultivation should be astounding, as that's not something an ordinary person can do. How can one skip ranks in alchemy? That was totally absurd and not even ever heard of. They now had no idea if Riva was trying to make things difficult for Damien, or if she wanted to see if he could skip ranks in alchemy just like his combat prowess. Damien's expression didn't change, and he confidently started concocting a rank 4 pill by putting in the required herbs. The others had even stopped their concoction in the middle to see if he could really concoct a rank 4 pill. They didn't dare to believe he could. Still, they could feel the intense power emanating from his amber flames and felt that it was no less powerful than the flames of a low-level Earth Ethereal Realm cultivator. Then they realized that probably Damien could succeed as his fire seed's power must be truly touching the Earth Ethereal Realm. Only then would it make sense that he can fight practitioners a whole realm more powerful than him. Within a few minutes, a pill flew out from the cauldron, and even an amateur in alchemy could feel the rank for medical aura emanating from it. They all inwardly cried why Damien had to be so unbelievably talented and impress their goddess. Riva wasn't surprised to see that he succeeded and thought it was just as she expected. She nodded approvingly and said, "Very good. It seems like you won't be having problems in passing the practicals." Riva was sure that Damien's ability to skip ranks would come off as shocking as his ability to surmount a whole realm with just his combat prowess. But she knew that both were related as Damien is using his fire seed to concoct pills, and it would obviously reflect his extraordinary ethereal talent. Damien put on a confident smile and said, "Didn't I tell teacher that alchemy is like breathing to me?" Riva felt like rolling her eyes, thinking that he must be feeling smugger about himself now that his talent in concocting pills is as marvelous as his ethereal talent, but then she thought about the extra classes and felt that Damien would have no use for them anymore. She didn't want the extra classes to end yet as she wanted to learn from him instead. She knew Damien's alchemy knowledge was probably more profound than hers and liked how he explained things so easily. She didn't even feel worthy enough to be his teacher and wondered why he even joined the alchemy class. She thought that Damien joined because he wanted to work on his practical alchemy skills. And now, he had successfully mastered it as well. Damien observed Riva's expression and guessed what she was thinking as he knew that he didn't need any more extra classes. But of course, he didn't want to cancel them. So he said in a forthright tone, "Teacher Riva, for today's extra class, can you teach me how to understand some of the complicated medical formulas? I am having a hard time with some of them and would need your help. You won't refuse to help your poor disciple, right?" Riva's gaze narrowed and wondered what Damien was playing at, especially why he even wanted extra classes now that he didn't even need one. And she knew the reason he said was complete nonsense, as it was quite the other way around with him helping her out with the complicated medical formulas. But she wondered if he was asking this to help her out as he knew that she needed his help. Damien winked at her, indirectly telling her to just play along with him. Riva sighed and said, "Okay, I will help you out." She thought that at least this way, she would be learning more from Damien, and it didn't matter if she had to spend more time in the afternoon. Damien put on a satisfied smile and could guess the reason why Riva agreed. The others were aggrieved that Damien still gets to spend time alone with the ethereal fairy. Only at times like these, they wished they were not talented at all and had more guts. The class soon ended, and Damien was walking around the corridor when Luna mentally asked him, "Do you still think that Riva is an enemy?" Damien answered after a brief moment of silence, "It seems like she is quite different than what I expected. Despite how reticent she seems, she doesn't seem like a sinistrous person who carries out underhanded schemes. In fact, her personality is quite cute in a way." Damien chuckled to himself as he remembered the face Riva made when he accidentally flashed his naked body before her. Don't tell me you are falling for her. I knew it was only a matter of time." "Ha, falling for someone on the enemy side, your taste is no better," Luna said in a fanciful tone. Damien's tone became serious as he said, "Of course not. I am merely telling what I felt. But that doesn't change the fact that she is the princess of the Zeton Empire and someone favored by the Zeton god. Maybe she is acting, and if she is, then she really deserves an Oscar for being able to fool me." Damien decided to name the god residing in the Zeton Empire as the Zeton god, since he felt that the Zeton god was probably favoring the Zetonians instead of the Zirians. He continued, "I have yet to find out what's the deal between her and the Zeton god. Just like Triton said, she can be my enemy as well. Maybe she is entertaining me because she needs something from me or because she is after something. Otherwise, it would have been a bit harder for me to get her attention." Damien knew he might have had to try harder if that was really the case, as Riva wasn't someone who could be easily moved. But inwardly, he was feeling confused about Riva, and the more time he spent with her, things just didn't seem to be as he expected. Luna questioned, "Then what happens if she is really just an innocent girl who unknowingly is being played like a chess piece? And what if she really falls for you?" After a moment of silence, Damien answered, "Then, at most, she would have a broken heart. But she would get over it soon enough as she anyway likes to be in solitude." Luna asked whimsically, "Ooh? Do you really think so she would get over it? What if you leave a scar on her heart forever after breaking her heart?" Damien said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Why should I care about someone whom I don't have any feelings for?" Luna irritably said, Only if in these things you showed some kindness. A girl like her is a treasure you can't just throw away simply. If she willingly falls into your arms, you should accept her. Let's see how long you can play the straight and loyal man. It would only be a matter of time before you have at least 2 women in your arms. If I am wrong, then this goddess name is not Luna." "Huh? I don't think that sounds like a proper bet. Anyway, let's see who is going to lose." Damien said, but his tone surprisingly didn't sound determined or confident like he usually does. He felt Luna was somehow manipulating him into having a harem with her constant provocations. At times, he wished he could use a silence button in his soul plane to turn off all transmissions. He felt like he was having a headache thinking about these things and shook his head as he walked. It was afternoon when Damien finished all his classes and headed towards the alchemy study hall. He entered the hall and smiled when he saw Riva sitting on a chair and diligently working on her medical formulas as usual. "Hello, Riva. Were you waiting for me?" Chapter 202. Riva slowly turned her head and looked at Damien. "You are the one who requested that extra class, right?" Damien smiled as he walked towards the table, "But you know for whom I requested, right? It's fine if you don't want to admit it." "I don't mind," Damien said with a playful smirk. Riva crinkled her eyes as she knew what he meant and said while glancing away, "I don't understand what you mean. Come, sit. I don't have time to waste." "Sure." Damien whimsically smirked. He continued as he sat down, "You know I once knew a cold girl like you. She was my friend as well, a very close one. Whenever I see you, you strangely remind me of her. She was very focused on what she does and indifferent to others. But I could understand why she was like that. Her father was very cruel on her, and well, rest is history." Riva could feel the nostalgia in Damien's words as if he was reminiscing about someone real and not a made-up person. For some reason, she got intrigued and asked, "Where is she now?" Damien sighed as his eyes became glazed. "She has gone to some other place. I have no idea where she is now. I hope she is happy wherever she is now." Reva observed Damien's eyes and wondered if Damien was talking about a dead person. What happened to her family? How did she escape from her father's clutches? Reva asked as she inadvertently leaned her body forward. Damien raised his brows as he felt that Reva was strangely curious and more talkative. However, he answered, that's simple. I helped her escape. How? Reva asked as her brows pulled together. I killed her father and set her free, Damien replied nonchalantly without blinking as he maintained his gaze with Reva. Reva was perplexed by his uncanny answer as she didn't expect him to say something like that. But she saw how he answered with a straight face, and his eyes seemed as if he was telling the truth. Damien saw Reva's confused expression and asked casually, why do you find it surprising? She was my friend, and isn't it normal to help out your friends when they need you? Even if it were you, I would have done the same thing. Reva was shocked to hear his words and said with knit brows, don't say anything like that to anyone else. What you just said can be considered sedition. How can you be so fearless about such things? I could even put you in trouble for saying something like that about my father. Damien remained unfazed and softly chuckled, but I never said anything about your father. All I meant was that since you are a friend to me, I would do my best to help you in case you had any trouble. And if you really want to seize me for treason, you would have done it already then. So princess, do you want to be free? Reva glanced away and arranged the jade scrolls in front of her as she said coolly, I don't understand what you are talking about. I am already free. Damien stretched his hands, all right, if you say so. But he didn't fail to notice the complicated expression that appeared momentarily on her face. Although Reva was going through the jade scrolls in her hand, she strangely found herself thinking about Damien's words. She wondered if the story Damien told about his friend was true, including the fact that he killed her father. You know, let me have some snacks. It's been a while since I had the time to have evening snacks. I hope you don't mind. We can discuss as I eat. Without waiting for Reva's reply, Damien took out a basket of snacks he made himself. Reva didn't mind it, and when she saw the basket of snacks, she was surprised why it looked strangely different from the snacks she knew. However, as her nose caught a whiff of the snacks placed near her, she was surprised by how savory it seemed. Her eyes were glued to the basket as she curiously looked at two slices of wheat placed together with some vegetable filling in the middle. She wondered what kind of a snack it was. Damien smiled as he saw Reva cutely eyeing his snack basket like a curious rabbit. After coming to this world, he found that the food here was not exactly the same as in his previous life, especially the snacks. So he thought of using his cooking skills to practice and make his own snacks after buying the necessary ingredients. Even Valentina loved his cooking and would gobble them up as if she had been famished for months. He felt that it would take him some time to get used to the food people usually make in this world, even though they were tasty in a different way. Damien pushed the basket towards her and said, you can take one. Reva waved her hand, no, thank you. I don't eat snacks, nor am I hungry. Damien insisted, oh, come on. You won't get fat if you eat this. After all, we all have cultivation. Trust me. If you don't eat this, then you are missing out on one of my heavenly creations. You don't want to regret this later. Heavenly creation? She was not surprised that he was too proud of his own cooking, but the fact that he made these snacks with his own hands. When did men in this world ever even cook a meal, let alone a small snack? If anyone saw a man cooking, they would immediately look down upon him and ridicule him for doing something women are supposed to do. Or they would think that man was a wastrel without having any talent for anything useful, thus having to resort to cooking. Only these two views were mostly present in the people of this world, and Reva was surprised that Damien didn't even feel the least bit embarrassed by bragging about his heavenly creation to her. In fact, it seemed like he was proud of his cooking and couldn't wait to show off. However, unlike most in this world, she didn't look down on the fact that he cooks food. But instead, she was slightly astonished that he had such a side to him. As Damien pushed the basket closer towards her, the delectable smell of the snack wafted through her nose, tempting her to at least try a bite. She had never felt such temptation for food or at least the fascination to try a bite. Asterisk growl tilde asterisk Reva's cheeks flushed as she unwittingly placed her hand on her stomach. She looked sneakily at Damien's face and saw him playfully smiling at her. She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking why her stomach had to let out the sound of hunger pangs before Damien. She never felt so embarrassed before in her life and wondered why her stomach couldn't have chosen a better timing. Reva, I didn't know you were controlling your hunger. TSK, only if you had told me, I could have brought you even more snacks. It seems like you have been focusing too much on your cultivation and alchemy that you must not have eaten for months. Even if you lie, your stomach won't. Damien chuckled with a grin. No, I didn't. Reva said in a low voice with a downturned head. Damien was amused by her reaction, which was a fresh change from her usual aloof expression. Okay, then it seems like your stomach doesn't share the same opinion as you. Still, you should satisfy your poor stomach. Take one and eat, no need to feel shy. If you need a reason to eat, then let me tell you that this burger is beneficial for your cultivation. I have mixed certain herbs as some of the ingredients so that at least we would gain something out of what we eat. Being persuaded by Damien, she felt that it wouldn't hurt to try a single bite and thought that it would be beneficial to her cultivation. She was also surprised that Damien already coined a term for the snack he made. She moved her hand slowly and took a slice. Damien smiled as he saw Reva parting her lovely pink lips to take a small bite from a side of the burger. Chapter 203. He saw her using only one hand to take a bite and stopped her. Wait, that's not how you hold a burger. He took out another burger and held it in both of his hands. This is how you hold a burger. Reva wondered why one would use two hands for just holding a small thing that could fit in one's palm. But then she saw that some of the fillings in between were almost going to slip out because of how she was holding it. She used both her hands and felt that it seemed easier to take a bite from it in an elegant manner. She was self-conscious of eating before Damien but then thought that it was no big deal. She took a small bite from it and closed her eyes as she relished its taste. She opened her eyes, and her brows raised, surprised at how delicious and delightful it seemed. It tasted salty, sour, sweet with a bit of crunch. But these combinations of taste and textures seemed as if it was really a heavenly creation. Feeling that the bite was too small to relish its taste longer, she took another bite without even noticing Damien's amused look. The more she savored the burger's taste, the more she wanted to eat more of it. It was as if the burger was a sort of addictive drug that made one want more of it as they ate more. Within just a minute, she finished the whole burger. Wow, I thought you were a light eater. But now I realize that either you are a hearty eater or you were hungry for too long, Damien chuckled. Reva suddenly realized how ungraceful her actions were, especially when she was sitting before Damien. She felt embarrassed for looking like a glutton and getting teased by Damien. She avoided his gaze and said with a straight face, I ate it fast only because it was a food I had never tasted before. Damien smiled, so you liked it? It was very delicious, right? Come on, you can tell me. Tell me your true feelings. Reva hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, yes, it was. It was what? Damien prodded as he moved his face closer. Reva's lips pressed together, seeing that Damien wanted her to say clearly how good the burger was. She finally said as she looked at him, it was delicious. Damien triumphantly smiled as he said, see, didn't I tell you it is my heavenly creation? Had you refused to eat it, you would have surely regretted it. You can eat one more if you like it so much. Damien pointed to the only remaining burger inside the basket. Reva inadvertently swallowed her saliva when she saw the last piece of burger. In truth, just as Damien said, she was too busy to even have a morsel of food for months, and now she felt ravenous after having a taste of such a delectable snack. However, she controlled her hunger and temptation as she said, it's fine, I am full. You can eat the last one. After all, you brought it to eat for yourself. Damien shook his head, come on. Don't lie, Reva. I know you are not full at all. Look at how your poor stomach is begging you to eat this burger. As you are my friend, I can make a small sacrifice by giving this burger to you. Anyway, I eat a lot, unlike you, so it doesn't matter if I don't eat this burger. Reva let out a pronounced sigh as she reluctantly took the last burger. Even though she badly wanted to eat it, she didn't want to come off as a glutton. But now that she was holding the last burger in her hands, she didn't hesitate any longer and started eating. This time, she made sure that she did not lose herself in its taste and that her actions didn't seem inelegant. Damien rested his chin on his palm as he keenly looked at her eating the burger. Reva felt his intense gaze and felt self-conscious seeing him look at her eat so closely. She stopped eating and asked him in a slightly flustered tone, why are you looking at me like that? Damien answered straightforwardly, I thought how you could look so cute and graceful even while you eat. Cute? Reva was surprised to hear that word as no one had ever called her cute before. She wondered how she even looked cute, especially when eating. However, for some reason, she liked Damien's compliment but didn't show it on her face. She just squinted her eyes at Damien and glanced away to continue eating. But this time, she was more conscious of her actions. Just as she finished her burger, Damien said happily, seems like you really love these burgers. I will bring more of them next time and maybe some other kind of snacks as well, which I am sure you will like. Don't worry, all these snacks are healthy, and there won't be any negative effects on your body but only benefits. Even if your cultivation is powerful, it is good to have some food as it will improve your mood and make you feel good. After all, food is one of life's greatest pleasures. Just because you are a princess and have a lot of responsibilities doesn't mean you don't deserve to enjoy it. Reva wanted to tell him there was no need, but her heart refused to give in, and because of that, she didn't say anything. Hearing Damien's words, it was like she was convinced that she should not refuse him. But she wondered why Damien was so nice to her. Even if he claimed that she was his friend, she hadn't done much for him. She saw how happy he seemed when she said his food was delicious and felt amused to see such a side of him. Her expression now didn't seem as cold as before, and her tone became slightly soft as she said, thank you, for sharing. Damien shook his finger, there's no need to say thanks between friends. Well, even if you don't see me as a friend, I do. So there's no need. I do, Reva said quietly. Damien raised one of his brows and asked, I do what? He wondered what she meant to say. Reva hesitated, and after a few seconds, she said in a low voice with a downward gaze, I do see you as a friend. Damien was surprised at this unforeseen change of events. He didn't expect her to acknowledge him as her friend this soon. He thought he would need some more time to at least melt her heart slightly. But it seemed as if he underestimated himself or overestimated her cold personality. He then realized that probably it was because she was still a young woman after all. He asked in disbelief, wait, do you really mean that? Or just messing with me? Reva slowly turned her gaze towards Damien and saw his doubting look, which seemed as if he found it hard to believe what she just said. She then realized she said something very surprising as she never had a true friend and asked herself why she said it impulsively. She never planned to acknowledge Damien as her friend, but after interacting with him till now and the things that happened, she inadvertently blurted out those words as if it was only right she said them. She didn't want to feel that she owed Damien too much. After a moment's reflection, she said, I meant it. Damien beamed, then if that's true, then you should let me tie this friendship band on your wrist. Damien took out a beautiful silver band with the word, friend, inscribed on it. He had already made one just in case his plans worked. But it seemed like he needed it earlier than he expected. Come on, give me your wrist and let me tie this. This symbolizes our friendship and as a reminder, Damien gestured. I don't think there's a need for a wristband for friends. Reva was slightly surprised, as she had never heard of a friendship band. And when Damien asked for her wrist, she hesitated because she had never let a man even touch a corner of her dress. Others might not do this because, as you know, in this world, the concept of friends is just a weak string that connects people, which could break any time. But for me, it's different. Friends are people I value very much, and I always tie this band around my true friends. It is proof of my trust in them. If you really see me as your friend, you should accept this. Damien said earnestly. Chapter 204. Then, I will tie it myself, Reva said as she gestured to him to give her the band. Damien knew that by using one's ethereal energy, it's simple to tie a band around their wrist themselves. But that's obviously not what he wanted. Damien shook his head as he said in all seriousness, no can do. Things like these we should do using our own hands without making use of our cultivation. Only that way we can show that we both respect our friendship. He continued with a pitiful expression, you won't refuse, right? I was thrilled when you said that you acknowledged me as your friend. But now it seems like you didn't mean it. Damien showed a disappointed expression as he slowly receded his hand, having the band. No. Wait. Reva thought about how Damien was earnestly helping her out in solving medical formulas for her and teaching her simultaneously without asking for anything in return. It seemed more like the teacher-student relationship was reversed during the extra classes. She felt that the least she could do is accept him as a friend, even though she didn't have a good idea of what a friend is supposed to be. However, she was curious to try and see how it feels to have a friend. She found that being around Damien didn't seem unpleasant as she thought. In fact, Damien made her feel as if being alone is not as good as she felt it to be. Reva had a reluctant expression as she hesitated for a few moments. If she refused him, it would mean that her words were insincere when she said that she accepted Damien as a friend. And seeing his disappointed expression, she felt as if she lied to him. After making sure that no one was spying on them, she let out a helpless sigh as she slowly put out her wrist towards Damien. If someone saw her letting a man touch her, it could spark a lot of trouble, especially for Damien. Damien smiled as he slowly moved his hand towards her milky white wrist and gently grasped it, feeling how soft and slender her wrist was. Reva jerked her wrist instinctively as if she wanted to withdraw her arm but managed not to. Her eyelashes fluttered as she felt his warm hand holding her wrist gently. She felt strange seeing her disciple hold her wrist and couldn't even believe it herself that she allowed it. Tie it quickly, Reva said impatiently. Damien chuckled as he started to tie the silver band around her wrist while taking his own sweet time. Since Reva leaned forward to see Damien tying the silver band around her wrist, Damien saw her deep cleavage coming into his sight, though not completely. Whew, those bazookas ain't for show. He felt that Reva's dress was utterly hiding away her bountiful assets and quickly shifted his gaze before Reva caught him red-handed. There, it's done. Also, you don't have to worry even if people see it as they wouldn't even understand what's written on it. Damien stated. Reva examined the beautiful silver band curiously and saw that some strange letters were inscribed on it. She couldn't read it and wondered if Damien simply engraved some random symbols. Damien saw her confused expression and said, "You won't understand what's written because that is not written in the ethereal language. I wrote it in another language that no one else will understand because it is my own language that belongs only to me." Damien had inscribed the word, friend, in Earth language because of which not only Reva but everyone else in this world wouldn't be able to read it. Reva had a doubtful expression as she didn't fully buy that Damien came up with his own language. She looked skeptically at him, to which Damien chuckled as he leaned forward to explain to her what those words meant. "I am not joking. This really is in a different language. The meaning of what I engraved on this is, friend. Damien also spelled out each word and how it sounds when spoken in Earth language. Reva slowly started to believe him, seeing how his explanation seemed sound and clear and not something he made up on the spot. But she couldn't understand how or why he would even create his own language. "So, now, with this band around your wrist, we are officially friends," Damien said in an exuberant tone. Reva brushed the silver band on her wrist with her fingers and wondered where Damien learned to come up with his own language. However, seeing the band on her wrist, she believed that she finally made a friend. But Damien smiled inwardly, thinking that things had been going smoother than he expected. Seeing the whole sight from inside the shard of essence, Luna shook her head with an exasperated sigh, thinking what a waste it was for Damien to not take her for himself. "Okay, let's discuss the medical formulas now," Damien said as he took one of the jade scrolls kept before Reva. Reva nodded as her focus shifted towards the scrolls. They both discussed for more than 2 hours, and Reva keenly listened to every single thing Damien explained. She felt that not even her alchemy teacher was able to explain concepts so simply without making it sound too complex. Soon, Damien left when the skies were starting to become dusky, leaving behind a thoughtful Reva. She kept looking at the silver band on her wrist and mumbled with a wistful smile, "Mother, I have finally made a friend." An hour later, Damien, along with Valentina in her ethereal beast form, was in the Forsaken's territory, which was actually at least 1,000 kilometers away from the Zeton Imperial City, hidden within a barrier. Only those with the soul seal could come and go. Damien could either use the official teleportation formations in the Imperial City and teleport to the closest city to the Forsaken's territory, or he could use the public mount to fly to various cities using spirit stones. The former option would cost him more spirit stones but a faster mode of transportation, while the latter would cost him less spirit stones but slower. Like public vehicles in his previous life, there were shared mounts that were huge birds or even ethereal beasts that walked on the ground. Many people would get on top of these big ethereal beasts and travel to different places. Of course, the ethereal beasts must be tamed well, otherwise, terrible consequences can occur where the ethereal beast would kill all the people on its back. This is why people would only dare to ride on ethereal beasts that were properly tamed by skilled beast tamers. Within an hour, Damien finished teaching his class and simply walked around as he observed what the people were doing. He saw Yora Haley in a big field along with other silver rankers practicing with their weapons. Yora Haley noticed Damien and called out to him with a spirited expression. Damien chuckled as he walked towards her. When Damien came near her, she said excitedly, "Hey, watch my moves and tell me how impressive it is." Damien noticed that most of them, including Yora Haley, were using swords while some had spears, daggers, and other weapons. Seems like swords are popular no matter where you go. Damien observed Yora Haley showing off her moves and felt that her skill was satisfactory. Not bad, Damien said just as Yora Haley finished executing her moves. Yora Haley pouted, "Not bad? That's it? Everyone, including my master, told me that my sword skills are excellent. I heard your sword mastery is quite good as well. If you think my skills are not bad, spar with me, and let's see what a great swordmaster like you can do." Damien chuckled and took out his sword. She added, "Of course, no cultivation allowed." Yora Haley charged towards Damien while shouting, "Come on." However, 10 seconds later. Shit! Yora Haley mumbled in vexation as she found herself lying on the ground with her sword lying a few meters away. For most of the time, Damien casually dodged her attacks and finally relieved her of her sword. Damien put his sword back and chuckled, "Next time, think twice before you challenge me." The others were so surprised that their eyes almost flew out, seeing Damien defeat the unstoppable Yora within just seconds. No matter how many times they replayed the scene in their heads, they couldn't believe someone highly trained like Yora Haley would lose so fast. Even though they didn't use their cultivation, it still meant that Damien's swordplay was leagues ahead. Wait! Yora Haley quickly got up and rushed towards Damien. She stood before him and said, "Teach me some of your skills." "No, wait, teach us." Chapter 205. Huh? Teach all of you? Damien looked around at the other youths gathered. Some were even in their 20s and more senior. But surprisingly, they all looked eager, as if they were supporting Yora Haley and wanted him to teach all of them. Sigh, fine. But only for an hour. Yay. That's more than enough. Damien, however, asked, "Don't you people already have a teacher, though?" Yora Haley harumphed, "Our teacher is no good compared to you. He's boring and so high and mighty. Only sometimes would the Sky Blue rankers would teach us when they get time. But that's so rare. Wow, you do have a lot of complaints about him, haha. Okay, let's make this quick." There were around 30 silver rankers in the field, and Damien started giving them tips on how to handle their weapons better and execute their attacks more efficiently. Within a couple of minutes, they all felt a significant improvement they never expected to have in such a short time. Even after months of practicing didn't make them improve this much. The longer Damien taught them, the more they wanted him as their permanent teacher. He made them feel as if they were just children who had no idea how to use a weapon. Despite being trained by so-called experts, they felt that they truly lacked the fundamentals themselves. Of course, they can make up for this by using ethereal arts along with their weapons. And one with a stronger cultivation and better ethereal arts would win even if their weapon mastery isn't decent enough. But if their weapon mastery was decent enough, then they would be able to bring out the maximum potential of their ethereal arts and get an edge over their enemy in battle. Damien felt that the reason these people stressed less on the foundations of weapon mastery was that they placed huge confidence on their ethereal arts. However, he felt that it was quite natural, as even he would have done the same thing had he been born in this world without any previous knowledge. After all, people generally tend to follow the easiest path, and unless they realize or someone tells them they are following the wrong path, they wouldn't change by themselves. No matter the kind of weapons the silver rankers used, Damien was able to guide them without much issue. Valentina was keenly watching Damien teach them as she sat on his shoulder. Even if she was in her ethereal beast form, she would pay attention to every word Damien says whenever he teaches someone. As she received daily tutoring from him, the more she realized how valuable his knowledge was. She was sure that alchemy wouldn't be a breeze for her if it weren't for Damien teaching her after school. The other people, even the crippled ones, came to watch Damien teaching them as they were first curious how a young boy was teaching these silver-ranked experts. But when they got closer and heard Damien's teaching, even they felt enlightened, as they did train to have basic mastery over a weapon at some point in their life. What's going on here? A disgruntled voice suddenly echoed in the area as everyone saw a handsome man with lofty bearings walking towards where Damien was, teaching the others. Ah, this guy again. What's his problem? Seeing that it was Drake, Damien wondered why some couldn't just mind their own business instead of causing trouble the first chance they get. Yora Haley muttered irately, "Shit. It's my brother. You can go now, Damien. He would be pissed off to see you teaching us." Huh? Why? Damien was puzzled why Drake would be mad at him for teaching others. If it could benefit others, why should Drake have any problem with that? Aren't they all working for the cause? Damien, what the hell are you doing here? This is no place for you to be here unless you want to receive lessons from me. Drake said with a scowl as his nostrils dilated. Damien felt like laughing at his words. He said irreverently, "Take lessons from you? You must be kidding. I was teaching everyone here since they requested it. Apparently, you couldn't seem to teach them what they really needed." Drake's expression became black. "What did you say? Did you just say that you can even teach them how to handle weapons better than me? I have been trained by 5 different experts and was also at the top of my weapons training class during my time at the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, and a brat like you dare to say that I am beneath you?" Damien let out a soft laugh. "Ha, trained by 5 different experts? It seems like each of them got fed up with you and left before they lost their sanity. Even if you got trained by 1,000 experts, it doesn't matter shit if you can't even understand what it means to be one with the weapon. I suppose in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." Yora Haley let out a giggle and covered her mouth, hearing Damien's provocative words, and even others tried their best to stop their lips from curling up. Drake's expression became even darker as his nostrils flared. This was the second time he got humiliated before everyone, including his own subordinates and other people, openly. The first time he was discredited before children, and that itself hurt his ego a lot. He felt like Damien was stealing his disciples and his influence over them. The only reason he was interested in teaching any of them was that he could have a hold over them and make them do his biddings. Being in a superior position grants him the ability to do such things. But now, with Damien meddling in his business, he felt like he was slowly losing his position and felt threatened. How can he sit still seeing a newcomer take away his years of hard work and steal his position? Damien didn't want to bother with Drake and ignored him, thinking that he was just a control freak. For the very same reason, during his first alchemy class, he issued a simple challenge to get rid of Drake. But now, he was getting annoyed by Drake trying to stir up trouble with him constantly. Drake said with a glowering expression, "Damien, don't think that just because the higher-ups are looking at you in a favorable light, you can do whatever the hell you want here. There are rules and systems here. And I am the one assigned to teach these people, not you. You already stole my students for the alchemy class." He continued in a dark tone, "You think you are so good? Then why don't you have a spar with me? Let everyone see who is qualified enough to teach others. I won't even use my cultivation, and we can have a spar involving only our weapons." "Drake, stop it. We are the ones who requested Damien to teach us. It was not that he wanted to. Stop picking a fight with Damien unless you don't want any regrets." Yora Haley said in a piqued tone. "Just shut up, Yora. Did I ask for your opinion? HMPH, I am going to have regrets. It seems like just because I have been laying low, certain people seem to think that I am just a pushover." Drake said as he glared at Damien. "Laying low? My ass." Damien inwardly scoffed. Damien let out a weary sigh. "Dude, your sister was advising you for your own good, and yet you shout at her. If you spar with me, no matter how much of an expert you claim to be, you will only regret it, just as your sister said. I am not bragging, but I am telling you the hard truth. If you want to save the only face you have, just go back to wherever you came from, and I will also leave after I am done here. Damien didn't have the mood to spar with losers, and he noticed that ever since he came into this world, most of the entitled people were too arrogant to the point that they would do anything just to keep others from outshining them, or for having things that they believed were theirs. He wondered why they couldn't even let their skills keep up with their arrogance instead of wasting time in futile challenges. Heh? Are you afraid, brat? It seems like you got nothing other than having a glib tongue. Why? Do you think you can't handle your weapon as well as your tongue? Or did your mother teach you to only run away? Ha 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 ha. Drake laughed derisively as his eyes gleamed. Hiss. Valentina sat upon Damien's shoulder as if she was ready to pounce on Drake. She glared at Drake and had enough of hearing Drake trying to insult Damien. Even though Drake was at the 9th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm, Valentina didn't even have a tinge of hesitation to rush towards Drake and maul him. Her blood-red eyes were already looking at Drake as if he was a dead man. Even if someone insulted her, she wouldn't feel as angry if someone was insulting Damien. Damien patted Valentina. Shush. Don't pay mind to fools. They don't have much control over their tongues. He then looked at Drake as he curled his lips up. Fine. I will spar with you and make you wish that you should have never crossed with me. Chapter 206. Damien took out his sword. Nightfall and the dark silver steel gleamed under the moonlight while making everyone feel a sharp sword aura emanating from it. In Damien's perspective, Drake was just a junior to him who is too full of himself. He didn't want to waste his time by squabbling with someone who isn't even at his level. That is why he didn't even pay Drake much mind when he tried to stir up trouble for his first alchemy class. It's not like Drake was his sworn enemy, so he didn't want to create unnecessary hostility and disrupt his own life. But that doesn't mean he would sit still if someone asks for a beating or tests his patience. Even though Damien didn't have any memory of his mother, he, for some reason, felt irked when Drake ridiculed him. He felt more anger even though the insult was to his mother. At least his mother was the reason he was even born into this world. Damien wouldn't concern himself if some dogs barked at him, but if they barked at the ones he cared about then, he would silence them. And now, one such dog was standing before him while slowly taking out a heavy red axe. Ha ha ha, it seems like you at least possess some guts. But to think that you could say such words so easily, let's see who is going to kiss the ground. Drake sneered as he twirled his axe, trying to show off his moves. Geez, what a stupid kid. Damien taunted him. Come, I don't have time to waste with you. Valentina jumped towards Yora Haley's arms as Damien instructed her to stay with Yora Haley till he is done with Drake. No matter how confident Damien was, he wasn't ready to take any chance or risk to put his loved ones in danger. You. Drake unknowingly even circulated his ethereal energy seeing Damien's contempt for him. But he suppressed and sealed his ethereal energy since he himself called for a spar where no one should use their cultivation. He readied his weapon and rushed at Damien like a mad bull, stomping the ground. However, Damien didn't even move an inch and stared lazily at Drake rushing towards him. Ha! Just as Drake neared him, he swung his axe wildly towards Damien's neck. But just at that moment, the world seemed to stand still for Damien. His eyes were naturally able to follow every single movement of Drake, that in his eyes, Drake seemed as slow as a snail. His body and sword were already projecting his sword will that allowed him to see and sense his surroundings in a clear and sharper way. In his mind, he already calculated at least 1,000 ways he could end this silly spar in a single stroke. His lips curled up as he gripped his sword tighter and saw Drake swinging his axe towards his neck, while saliva escaped from his mouth with his shout. Damien didn't wait to let Drake reach him first. He rushed towards him and ducked while executing a couple of sword strokes in a swift and precise fashion. Damn it! Drake missed, and it was too late to change his footwork when he saw Damien easily dodging his axe and going under him. Asterisk thud asterisk, he stumbled on his feet and fell with his nose planted on the ground. The dust lifted off the ground just as his body fell. His axe also slipped out of his hand and was lying 2 meters away from him. Damien skidded a few meters on his feet as he straightened his body after ducking right under Drake's arm. Damien had a veiled grin as he slowly turned back. Everyone was surprised at the speed at which Damien moved without even using his cultivation. Damien was even standing still till Drake got near to him, yet he was able to react so quickly and avoid his deadly axe. But most of all, they couldn't believe that Drake fell even without Damien attacking him. He collapsed because of his own move. The practitioners were able to notice that Damien executed few moves with his sword just before he ducked. They were astonished at the speed at which Damien's hands moved to execute those strokes despite not using his cultivation. However, they were puzzled when they saw that Damien's sword didn't even touch Drake even once. They couldn't understand why he even executed those strokes if he wasn't even planning to attack Drake. Drake banged his fist on the ground, thinking how he lost his balance like an amateur. He felt his pride crushed as he felt a few dozens of gazes of pity and faint ridicule on him. He could even hear the whispers of cripples pitying him. When did he, a prominent genius of one of the top 5 families, ever needed the pity of cripples? He slowly got up and picked his axe up and turned towards Damien with an ugly expression. HMPH, you coward. Do you just know only to run and duck? Fight me like a man. However, Drake was perplexed when he saw Damien smiling sardonically with him while others suddenly gasped while looking at him. He couldn't understand what was going on with everyone and why most of the girls seemed to glance away as if they saw something horrendous. Damien snickered. Fight you like a man? Why don't you look down and ask yourself whether you are man enough to fight me? Drake felt a bad feeling and his eyes bulged as he looked down. Buck naked. His clothes magically disappeared and his body was on complete display along with his 1-inch lizard. Fuck. Drake dropped his axe as he quickly covered his pitiful manhood. He was inflamed with anger, shame, and mortified to know that everyone now knows about his weakness, which he had taken great measure to hide. He felt graveled, not knowing how he even got naked in the first place. With a deadly glare of hatred and rage, he looked at Damien, knowing that Damien used some dirty trick to humiliate and make him lose all face. He quickly took out some clothes from his spatial ring and dressed himself up before everyone. He didn't even have the face to look at the expressions of others or their reactions. His eyes were completely fixated on Damien as rage pumped in his heart. His darkly expression looked as if Damien massacred his whole family. Yora Haley let out a sigh of pity as she caught sight of that pitiful thing between his legs. She never knew that her snobbish and arrogant brother had such an imperfection amongst all his other perfect qualities. Damien snickered, say, do you still want to continue? Now everyone here knows that you can't even land a single blow on me. Hell, I was able to even cut your clothes over 5 times and avoid your attack without you even noticing it. He continued as he narrowed his gaze, doesn't this mean that you already lost over 5 times? I could have easily put you down any second. But no, you did that yourself for me. Damien turned away while shaking his head in pity. He walked away without paying any mind to Drake as he knew that next time Drake would think twice before challenging him. Drake didn't say anything but clenched his fist so tight that blood dripped from his palms. Everyone started to slowly disperse as the show was over, and Yora Haley walked towards Damien. But Valentina suddenly became alert as she noticed Drake picking his axe up and about to do something suspicious. Damien! Die! Drake howled like a wild dog as he circulated his ethereal energy to the maximum and threw a blazing axe towards Damien. Yora Haley was startled as she felt Valentina suddenly jumping off from her arms and towards Drake in a frenzied manner. Hiss, growl. Yora Haley, including everyone else's eyes, became wide-eyed as they saw Valentina transforming into a 10-meter-tall terrifying tigress in midair, while releasing a menacing aura from her body that seemed to make everyone stand rooted to the ground. However, Valentina got worried when she realized that she was a bit late as Drake had already released the blazing axe from his hand, which shot towards Damien. But she relaxed, seeing a certain person rushing towards Damien. Damien turned around and was about to execute Mirage of Myriad Phantasms, but stopped when he saw something spectacular appearing before him. Chapter 207. A huge wall of water came in between Damien and the blazing axe. *CHISSS*, the axe got doused and broke into pieces instantly just as it impacted against the wall of water. The wall of water then twisted into a spiral shape and shredded the axe completely before disappearing into thin air. Damn. Damien was astonished seeing how that simple wall of water completely destroyed an earth ethereal grade weapon till there was not even a speck of it left. Are you okay? Hearing the elegant voice, Damien turned around to see Triton appearing before him as he inspected Damien to make sure nothing happened. Yeah, thanks. But I doubt whether he would be okay. Damien said in a stupefied manner as he stared at Drake helplessly lying under Valentina's huge paws. Grrrr. Valentina growled with killing intent as she started to crush Drake's ribs. Holy fuck. Damien was surprised at the unbelievable scene in front of him. There was an absolute difference of 9 levels between Valentina and Drake. But in front of his eyes, he clearly saw Valentina suppress Drake as if he was just a twig. He could even hear bone-cracking sounds from Drake's body. He knew the only reason Drake wasn't dead yet was because Valentina wanted him to suffer in pain for a longer time. Roar. Valentina let out a spine-chilling roar that echoed across the whole area, sending a chill through everyone's blood. Even the ground near Valentina cracked up just from her powerful roar, and Damien saw Drake's ears bleeding. Some even fell unconscious, but Damien and Triton quickly protected the crippled ones by spreading an ethereal barrier. Their souls shook in terror as they heard her blood-curdling roar. Fortunately, Valentina was directing the roar towards Drake. Otherwise, Damien had no idea if he can survive her powerful roar without internal injuries. Drake already started coughing up blood as he felt as if a boulder weighing thousands of tons were pressing onto his chest. His entire body got paralyzed just from hearing the roar and made him feel like his heart was going to burst any moment. Seeing her blood-red eyes as he laid under her paw, he felt as if she could kill him just with her eyes. His blood seemed to flow in reverse, and he felt his veins shattering, making him bleed from his nose and lips. Red veins popped up in his eyes, and his face was starting to become a bloody mess. Valentina raised her huge paw and clawed at Drake's face, slowly marking a long, huge bloodied mark from his forehead till his jaw. Since she was so big, only just a single claw was enough to scar Drake's whole face. Everyone's heart shook and trembled as they witnessed the spine-chilling scene happening in front of them. Those who were very far away hurriedly went inside their homes just as they heard the mind-numbing roar. Quickly, stop her. If he dies, there can be big trouble. Triton urged as he himself prepared to rush forward if Damien didn't stop Valentina. Talia, stop. That's enough. Don't kill him. Damien knew that Triton told him to stop Valentina, as he didn't want to hurt Valentina in the process of trying not to let Drake die. But Valentina didn't seem to even hear his words as her bloody aura only continued to increase with each moment. She raised her enormous paw to land the killing blow after being satisfied that she crushed most of his bones. Triton didn't wait any longer and waved his hands to conjure up a huge torrent of water which swiftly headed towards Valentina. Don't worry. I won't hurt her. Triton called out to Damien just before he could react. Growl, Valentina sensed the torrent of water heading towards her and quickly dodged towards the side despite how huge her body was. She let out a low snarl as she locked her eyes on Triton for interrupting her kill. She slowly scratched the ground beneath her as she prepared to charge towards Triton in rage. Oh no. Damien knew Valentina was now angry at Triton for stopping her from killing Drake. He didn't want Triton to even harm a single hair on Valentina just because Triton wanted to forcibly calm Valentina down. Besides, he knew it would only have the opposite effect. Triton knew he might be attracting Valentina's aggression towards him but was confident enough to stop her. Damien quickly rushed forward and came in between Valentina and Triton. He slowly approached Valentina as he said in a gentle voice, Talia, don't. He was only trying to stop you. Calm down and come back to me. You have done what you needed to do. I am perfectly fine. Valentina's body froze just as she saw Damien coming into her sights. Her bloody aura faltered as her eyes focused, regaining back some of her clarity. Damien walked towards her while slowly raising his hand towards her. Valentina's raging blood seemed to cool down slowly as Damien's figure filled her eyes. Damien, careful. Triton mentally transmitted to Damien as he didn't know if Valentina had really calmed down. Otherwise, Damien might get pounced upon if Valentina was still in a frenzied state. Triton knew how extremely hard it was to calm ethereal beasts even if they were tamed. Some people ran away the first chance they got as they didn't want to risk their lives by lingering around Valentina any longer. In contrast, the others were still terror-stricken and were shocked to see that Damien was brave enough to approach the huge, towering, and powerful ethereal beast. Most of them clenched their fists close to their hearts hoping that Valentina does not crush Damien. Just one of her paws was large and powerful enough to crush Damien to death. They gulped as sweat trickled down their foreheads as if they were in place of Damien. However, miles away, an elderly woman was watching everything clearly through her senses, making her brows rise in shock. Just like anybody else, she was at a loss for words when Irene saw Valentina transforming into a massive dreadful ethereal beast that could make one's blood go cold. Even after living for over 1,000 years and having a tempered heart, she was shocked not only because an ethereal beast was able to transform but also because of how she easily overpowered Drake, who was 9 levels stronger than her. No matter how many times she checked, she was sure Valentina was only at the first level of the Earth ethereal realm. The only one she knew who had the ability to transcend a whole realm in combat was Damien. But now, even his ethereal beast seemed to show similar traits. The more she thought about them, the more she felt that these two weren't ordinary. It was not impossible to surmount levels to defeat someone else. But still, there was a limit to how many levels one can cross. And this difference becomes even lesser as one's cultivation realm increases. Even being able to defeat someone a level higher than him is seen as something only geniuses can do. Crossing 2 levels was something only ones with stellar talent and comprehension could achieve. Anything beyond 2 levels was simply seen as impossible. This is why rumors of Damien's combat prowess made people dismiss them as baseless rumors due to how incredulous it seemed. Damien finally reached near Valentina and gently caressed her forelimb as he whispered, "It's fine, I am unharmed. He is not even worth killing, and why should we face more trouble because of him?" Valentina's bloody aura completely subsided as Damien continued to caress her gently. As she felt his loving stroke, her enormous body slowly reduced in size as her features became cuter. When she reached about Damien's height, she licked his face affectionately, and Damien chuckled as he patted her head and fluffy ears. He wound his arms around her neck and kissed her face with shimmering blue stripes. He was so glad that he has someone like Valentina who cared for him so much and felt lucky to have her. He had no problem no matter how vicious and cruel Valentina was to his enemies. He wouldn't have minded letting Drake die if there was no consequence. But because Drake was not a nobody and belonged to one of the top 5 families, he didn't want more problems on his plate for the time being, and it seemed like the Forsaken also considered him as a valuable asset. However, he was sure Drake would never ever dare to cause any troubles with him again with how things ended up. Chapter 208. Everyone was stupefied seeing the affectionate scene happening between an ethereal beast and a human. They had never witnessed such a scene before in their lives. Even if it were a tamed ethereal beast, no one would be gutsy enough to risk their lives by trying to hug a bloodthirsty ethereal beast and even kiss it. What they were seeing was something so unimaginable and incredible. But what shocked everyone the most was Valentina's frightening transformation. How could an ethereal beast change its form or even increase its size to a terrifying size? No one knew any ethereal beast that could transform and change its size. They thought Valentina was only just a cute cat with some strength that could probably make quick attacks and move fast with her small body. But what they saw was something they never even could imagine in their dreams. And the second most shocking thing was her fearsome and horrific strength, having the ability to overpower someone who was 9 levels stronger than her easily. Even Damien gulped, thinking that he never stood a chance against her, and she went too easy on him and pretended to give him a fighting chance. Now that he thought about it, he knew she could have one-shot him anytime and how much terribly he underestimated her. The only thing he could have probably done was run so fast, not allowing her to touch him. But it was not like he could keep running forever. He didn't realize her prowess improved by so much after her transformation, and it seemed more like she evolved. Now he understood why Luna said he had absolutely no chance if he fought against her ethereal beast form. He was now completely convinced that Valentina has extraordinary origins even if he didn't consider Luna's words of her, probably being a divine ethereal beast. When he stroked her limbs before, he could feel the immense power packed inside the muscles of her forelimbs. He was sure she could be the absolute ruler of ethereal beasts, the queen among them. Triton sighed and ordered some people to carry away the half-dead Drake and give some healing pill to him. Yora Haley's heart couldn't slow down, thinking that she was playing and cuddling with such a fearsome ethereal beast all along. She even tried to pull its ears and cheeks and the various nicknames she called it. Sweat trickled down her temples as she thought what would have happened if Valentina got ticked off by her annoying blabber. She wasn't worried about her brother as they were never really close, and Drake was only her half-brother. Other than picking fights with her, Drake was practically a stranger to her. But not only her, everyone felt envious of Damien for having such a powerful and protective ethereal beast who would do anything to protect its master. But they had no idea that the relationship between Damien and Valentina was even more deep-rooted than they imagined. Triton felt a headache thinking about the whole thing. He knew Drake was in the wrong for being a sore loser and trying to backstab Damien. But he didn't know how to explain this to Drake's family. Yora Haley saw Triton's stressed expression and walked towards him. "Master Triton, you don't need to worry about this. I will talk to my family and tell them what really happened." Triton felt a bit more relieved hearing Yora Haley's assurance and said with a soft smile, "Thank you, Yora. I should have stopped them before things became this worse." Yora Haley shook her head. "It's not Master Triton's fault. HMPH, it's all cause my stupid brother doesn't know to eat a loss. Phew, but I never imagined Talia to be so powerful. Master Triton, what do you think about her? Have you ever heard of such a powerful and mystic ethereal beast? Every time I see her beautiful red eyes, I can feel that she is very special and very intelligent as well. I am sure not even the most powerful ethereal beasts in this world can compare to her intelligence." Triton nodded. "I know, but no matter how much we want to, we can only know whatever Damien tells us. He said his master gave him Talia, but we don't even know who or where his master is. We also don't know if he is telling the truth. Anyway, those things don't matter as long as he helps us." Triton's eyes flashed as he saw the loyal and faithful ethereal beast and its master having a warm moment. Valentina transformed back to her small cat form and climbed atop Damien's shoulders, closing her eyes for a rest to cool down her mind. She was still feeling angry for not being able to finish off Drake. She would not absolutely forgive anyone who tried to harm Damien, and this was the second time she had to let go of her prey. However, Damien told her that she need not worry about killing them, as those who are supposed to die will die soon enough. Valentina understood that she couldn't go around killing whomever she wants to without thinking about the consequences. But she inadvertently lets her emotions and feelings always get the better of her. Damien told her that if one can't kill their enemies in public, then they should do it in the shadows to not attract attention to themselves. Or one can wait till they are strong enough to kill their enemies without worrying about any consequence. Damien assured Valentina that such a time would come for them where they don't have to walk as if they are treading on thin glass. He understood that Valentina found it very hard to control her emotions, especially her anger, and told her that he would always be there to make sure she doesn't do anything she might regret. Damien walked towards Triton, who had his brows furrowed, deep in thought. Damien knew Triton must be thinking about how to solve this whole mess. Triton saw Damien walking towards him, and he saw Valentina staring at him menacingly as if she was still pissed off that he tried to stop her. Is things going to be all right? I did my best to ignore Drake, but you know he is just a nail that will keep digging deeper if we don't take it out. Damien wondered if the Haley family would be onto him for almost killing their genius. He already had the Clive and Rivers family to take care of, and one more would just be a headache to him. Yora Haley said as she patted her chest, no need to worry, Damien. I will talk to my mother and let her handle this. I'm sure she can convince my father. But TSK, Drake's not going to be happy, especially with his scarred face. I wonder how many healing pills it would take for a complete recovery. Damien was relieved that at least Yora Haley was on his side instead of being angry with him or Valentina for almost killing her brother. He had already guessed that they were not close, but only now he realized that most of the siblings in this world didn't have strong bonds. As most powerful families had lots of children, they saw their siblings as enemies vying for the inheritance. They wouldn't even hesitate to get rid of or kill each other just to become the patriarch of the family. Sigh, such a ruthless world. Damien inwardly sighed, thinking that at least the sibling relationships in his previous life were stronger than the fragile ones in this world. Well, I will then head home. It's been a long day. Damien said with a weary sigh. Wait. Triton called out and continued, Damien, can you continue to teach the silver rankers? Anyway, their teacher is indisposed, and we don't have anyone else good as you among the silver rankers. Please come on, Damien. At least for me, your friend. Since Valentina is my friend, I am yours as well. You know one should not shy away from helping out their friends. Damien chuckled, okay, fine. I will teach you all. The other silver rankers' eyes sparkled hearing Damien's words as inwardly they were hoping that Damien would be assigned as their teacher. Anyway, Drake was out of commission, and they doubted if he would have the guts to re-challenge Damien. Chapter 209. As Damien and Valentina were sleeping on the bed in their villa, Damien asked Riley, Valentina, it seems like you were hiding your true power from your big brother, eh? Valentina waved her hands and said in a confused tone, of course not. I had no idea if I could even defeat that big baddie. All I wanted was to kill him for trying to hurt you. I did not think whether I could overpower him or not. Valentina's words were innocent and open, and Damien sighed, thinking whether it was a good thing for her to jump into things without giving a thought. But he understood that she did it in a spur of the moment to prevent Drake's axe from reaching him. He was satisfied that she was more powerful and special than he thought. And was glad and happy that she tried to save him, but he was worried about what would have happened had Drake or anyone else been more powerful than her. He hugged her closer towards him and kissed her forehead, Valentina, I won't tell you that what you did today was wrong. But I want you to give importance to your own life as well. If something happened to you, then I can never forgive myself. I can't even bear you getting hurt by someone else, Damien said in an emotional tone. He continued, I have lost enough people in my life that I cannot bear to lose someone else. Do you understand? To me, the most important thing is that you should be healthy and alive. Nothing else matters. Valentina's heart stirred, feeling the concern and worry in his words. Her lips arched into a sweet smile, feeling touched by his affection for her. Amen, don't worry, big brother. Nothing will happen to me, nor will I ever leave your side. You also have to promise me the same. Damien warmly smiled, I know. I promise. The next early morning, Damien and Valentina were in the Fallfell Woods, which was a forest region located in the outskirts of the Imperial City. It was said that this region was mainly dominated by the Earth Ethereal Realm beasts, and only by a rare chance would one spot a Sky Ethereal Realm beast. Luna said that he could either kill a Sky Ethereal Realm beast and slowly absorb its essence, or he can kill a couple of Earth Ethereal Realm beasts and slowly absorb and assimilate their life essences. And to increase his soul cultivation, Damien thought of using the soul essences he had collected earlier. He found a safe region and instructed Valentina to start absorbing the blood essence from the ethereal core of the bloodthirsty ape. He said to her to take it slow, unlike before. Damien felt that he almost committed a blunder by making her break through consecutively in a short span of time, which could have made her foundation unstable. Although he could have guided her to make her foundation stable again, it would take more time and effort. But he felt that at that time, because of how Valentina almost got sold as a slave, he was determined to make her powerful and didn't want her to be helpless ever again. And now, knowing her true combat prowess, he was even more relieved. Damien left Piggy near Valentina just in case he wanted to know if Valentina was in trouble or not. He then took off with Misty towards the north. He planned to train his ethereal arts by battling with low-level Earth Ethereal Realm beasts. After that, he planned to hunt some peak-level Earth Ethereal Realm beasts with Misty's help and absorb their life essence. 2 weeks passed, and Damien had been multitasking all these days by training strenuously in the early morning, and even spar with Valentina inside the villa. He was able to more accurately gauge his limits with and without making use of his origin seed. After his early morning training, he would attend his alchemy classes with Reva while occasionally bunking the other classes. When he had Luna, why learn the ethereal way from mortals? And during the afternoon, he would have extra classes with Reva while making her open up slowly. Even though it was a bit tough, he was making progress and became more confident in making her open her heart. During the evening, he would spend time with the Forsaken people by teaching and training them. Fortunately, from Yora Haley, he heard that her family understands that it was Drake's fault, and he was making a steady recovery as well. She said that her family places the cause of the Forsaken as the priority before anything else. They didn't want to cause any infighting and weaken the Forsaken. And just before he slept, he would focus on assimilating the stored life essences along with Valentina. Just as before, he thought of breaking through in a single stroke after assimilating the best he could without damaging his foundation. Valentina also decided to follow Damien's suit and didn't break through even though she had absorbed enough to break through by a single level. She also stabilized her foundation, which was a bit unstable before due to the successive breakthroughs. It was afternoon when Damien was in the middle of a discussion with Riva while going through her medical formulas. He realized that she was a quick learner, and it won't be long before she reaches his level. She was a fast learner who picked up concepts easily, no matter how complex or tough they were. All she needed was more clear guidance to put her on the path to becoming a great alchemist. And that exactly was what Damien was giving her. Because of some other teacher who wanted to conduct extra classes for a batch of students, Riva shifted towards her residence within the Zeton Ethereal Foundation itself, which Damien had come across her residence on the first day he joined. Damien felt that it was good that she shifted the location of their afternoon sessions to her quarters. Even though he knew that no one would spy on them in the alchemy study hall, he felt that now it was safer in her quarters to try his tricks. So now that we are done with today's discussion, how about I teach you cooking as planned? Damien asked expectantly. Cooking? But, hey, you promised me, remember? I remember you asking me how I made my snacks since you liked them so much. Riva thought back to a few days ago when she asked him if he knew how to cook seared quail slices perfectly. When Damien prodded her why she asked it, Riva remained mum. But when Damien insisted, she told him that her long-dead mother used to cook it for her when she was just a small child. Although those memories were from when she was just a child, Riva clearly remembered them. From all these days of interacting with Riva, Damien found out that her soft spot was her mother, who had already passed away when she was very young. He could understand why she asked him and knew that she was hoping to remember the same taste of her mother's dish. Damien took that chance and told her that he would teach her how to cook it and give him a few days to prepare himself. Riva hesitated at his suggestion, but Damien told her that the best way to remember her mother was to do something her mother loved to do. And the happy memories she spent with her mother would play out on their own in her mind. Riva nodded at that time, and Damien did his best during the past few days to assess what kind of food Riva liked, and her taste so that he would know how to cook her mother's dish in the way she wanted. The reason he wanted to teach her how to cook was not only because he wanted to get closer to her, but also to make sure the dish came out as she wanted. If she was the one cooking, he could make her taste it in between and adjust the spices accordingly just as she wanted. And at the same time, she would also get some satisfaction from cooking her mother's dish, and that subconsciously will make her feel that it tastes just like her mother's dish. Otherwise, Damien had no way of replicating the exact way her mother cooked it. After a brief moment of silence, Riva nodded, okay, let's start. Chapter 210. Damien set up a cooking griddle, and since they were sitting on the balcony, it was a perfect place to cook. He put up a table near the griddle to place all the ingredients on it and make it easier for Riva to cook. He doubted if Riva knew much about cooking since girls like her would be devoting most of their time to cultivation and other studies. Now, listen to each of my steps carefully. Damien guided her as she started to cook as per Damien's instructions. Damien realized that she had absolutely no knowledge of cooking, but was not surprised as there was no need for her to learn them when she got her own cooks to cook food for her. He had to show her the simplest of steps, and when it came to slicing the meat, she applied too much strength and almost broke the table. Damien chuckled, seeing her clumsy actions, and was a fresh change from how she usually does things perfectly. That's not how you cut them. Why don't you let me guide you? Damien asked as he offered to take her hand and guide her. Riva saw that Damien was offering to take her hand to teach her how to cut the meat. She had ambivalent feelings about it, but realized that she wouldn't get anywhere with the cooking if he doesn't teach her. She slowly nodded, thinking that there was no other choice, and considered it as a friend trying to help her out. Damien inwardly triumphantly smiled as he moved behind her back to hold both her wrists. Riva's brows raised, and quickly turned around before his body pressed against hers. What are you doing? She doubtfully asked as she made him move away from her. Damien showed an innocent expression. What's wrong? I was trying to guide your hands. How else can I do it? Riva knit her brows and realized that there was no other way for him to guide her. But she knew that it would mean Damien would be pressing against her body and was reluctant about letting him do that. She already let him touch her wrist, so she thought it didn't matter if he only used her wrist to guide her. But what she didn't expect was that she would have to be in his embrace literally so that he can guide her hands. Thinking about such thoughts evoked some unfamiliar emotions in her heart. She couldn't imagine a man almost hugging her even though it was not really one but to teach her. She even felt uncomfortable thinking about a man hugging her, but when she pictured Damien hugging her from behind, she strangely didn't feel uneasy. There was something about him that made her feel at ease and a sense of trust towards him despite not knowing much about him. This was the first time she felt these kinds of things towards someone, no matter how illogical it seemed nor why she was even feeling them. Only recently that, whenever she looks at his eyes, she feels as if it was not just weeks ago she met him. She wanted to know why she was feeling like that and was very curious about it. Riva sighed and said, okay, but don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I will, relax, Riva. Damien waved his hands as he interrupted her, I am your friend. Why would I try any tricks? All I want is to teach you how to cook your favorite dish your mother used to make for you. Don't you believe me? He asked with an earnest expression. Riva squinted her eyes and said as she turned around, okay. I believe you. But no need to press your body too much against me. Damien smiled as he moved closer and slowly pressed his body lightly against her back as he held both her wrists. Damien, you are too close. Riva felt her heart beating faster just as Damien pressed his body against hers. She felt fidgety, and her body tensed up, feeling his touch, making her body stiff. She didn't know why she was feeling this edgy and felt that such reactions were foreign to her. Her mind and heart were not one that easily got disrupted. Still, now with just Damien pressing against her body, even her calm and cool heart got easily unsettled. Damien softly chuckled and whispered in her ears, relax, Riva. Don't be nervous. You can trust me and follow my lead. Just focus on what's in front of you and clear your mind. I will make sure you can feel the taste of your mother's food again. Hearing his reassuring words, Riva focused, and her heart slowly became as tranquil as water while shifting her focus towards the meat in front of her. But still feeling Damien's warm breath and his face almost touching hers, her body didn't completely loosen up. Unknowingly, her hands were a bit jittery, but Damien gently pressed on her hands to make her feel at ease. He slowly moved her hands towards the meat as he showed her how to cut them into neat and perfect slices. However, Damien got a bit distracted smelling the beautiful fragrance from her body as if he was smelling the sea breeze. It was like his mind and body were getting freshened up just by her fragrance. But strangely, that fragrance caused some evocative emotions in him, which befuddled him not knowing why. He could also see her exquisite skin up close, which was so white and smooth, devoid of any follicle that not even a simple imperfection was present on it. He was sure that no man could ever resist her, especially after how good she smells when standing close to her. He was thankful that he had a strong will. Otherwise, he was sure he would have fallen for her deeply like a love-struck fool. Damien guided her, and Riva's hands were a bit clumsy as she unconsciously tensed up her body a lot of times but slowly got used to it, and calmed down her body completely. If anybody saw the two cooking like a couple, then not only the people in the Zeton Empire but the whole continent would have their eyeballs popped out seeing such an unbelievable scene. A powerful, mysterious, respected, and sacred daughter of the Zeton Empire was allowing her disciple to have close body contact with her. Even after ignoring the status difference between them, what would the Zeton Emperor think if he heard his daughter was letting a man, that too her disciple, touch her? No matter how much of a genius Damien was, he would be lucky not to have his head cut off. And if the Emperor let him off, he would still attract the anger and jealousy of other princes and young masters who literally worshipped Riva. How could they sit still after knowing Damien was taking liberties with Riva? Being guided by Damien, Riva felt that she was getting the feel of it, cutting the meat carefully without cutting at awkward angles, or putting in too much strength. Damien slowly leaned his head forward and gently rested his chin on her shoulder, which startled Riva. She could even feel his body pressing against her back, which made her feel his warmth spreading across her body. Don't lose focus, or you might cut it the wrong way, Damien instructed just as Riva twisted her head, feeling his chin on her shoulder. When Damien rested his chin on her shoulder, her heart suddenly sprinted as she could feel a part of his face touching hers. Riva wanted to tell him to take his chin away from her shoulder. But seeing his serious expression and how he was earnestly trying to teach her, she thought that he must be doing it out of necessity and not because he was trying to take advantage of her. She had seen the foolish expressions of men when they had lecherous thoughts in their mind upon seeing her. No matter how much they tried to hide them, she could notice them. But on Damien's face, there was no such expression and was as clear as his eyes. Now when seen from the back, it almost seemed like Damien was intimately hugging Riva. Wow, you are cutting them beautifully, very good. Damien complimented her as he guided her, making her distract her from her thoughts. But unknowingly, Riva's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she desperately tried to control her confused heart silently. Damien smirked inwardly, seeing that things were going as planned. Chapter 2:11. Riva wasn't used to such close contact and tried to make sense of the inexplicable emotions brewing in her heart. Soon, Damien released her hands and taught her how to set the fire's heat and cook the meat slices while adding an adequate amount of ingredients. Since there were many slices to cook, Damien planned to do a trial and error by making her taste each cooked piece and see whether she would be satisfied with it. Damien took a small knife for slicing meat, made Riva grill the slice, and put the necessary spices. When she finished grilling a slice, Damien took it out using his knife, cooled it down a bit by blowing over it, and gestured to Riva to take a bite. Go on, give it a taste and see if it's less or spicier or saltier than you expected. Riva saw Damien holding the meat slice near her mouth with a knife. She could see that the smell was good enough to make one's mouth water. She took a small bite as she moved her mouth towards the slice. As she ate it, she felt that it was tasty enough to make one gobble the whole slice in a single go. And surprisingly, its taste was close to the one her mother used to make. She remembered her mother's beautiful smile, who would happily cook for her and pamper her despite the struggles and pain she was undergoing. Her mother never once showed any sad expressions before her but always had a happy smile which was as beautiful as the bright moon. Only after her death, she learned that her mother was not at all happy as she seemed but was feigning it for her sake. And that she died trying to protect her from any misfortune that may befall her and make sure she lives a long and happy life. Her mother used to tell her that no matter what happens, she should never be by herself and have someone to confide in, a friend. Her mother had told her that she wouldn't be happy to see her be all alone by herself. Riva didn't understand at that time why her mother said all those things to her. But after her mother died, she learned some disheartening truths. And because of that, she focused on making things right and kept all her true emotions sealed. The only reason she even reached this far was that she always thought about her mother in her heart, the sacrifices she made, which only motivated her further. Her eyes became soft and wet as she remembered some evocative memories while eating a dish her mother used to cook for her. But she quickly controlled her disorderly emotions as she didn't want to lose control over her emotions before Damien. However, Damien didn't fail to observe them and asked gently, "Hey, were you thinking about your mother?" Riva quickly turned away her head and focused on grilling the next meat slice as she said in a restrained tone, "No. It doesn't concern you." But Damien knitted his brows and said fervently, "Of course it does. You are my friend. Whatever it is you are carrying on your shoulders, you don't have to carry them alone. I will always be there for you whether you need me or not." However, Riva shook her head with a doubtful expression, "But why are you going so far for me? You don't even know me much, and nor do you owe anything to me. How can I take your word for it? Even now, I still do not understand why you wanted to be my friend." Riva, look at me." Damien interrupted in a stern tone. Riva slowly moved her beautiful azure eyes towards Damien and saw his serious expression as he looked into her eyes. Damien said in a solemn tone, "The reason I wanted to get close to you is that, just as I said before, you remind me of someone I was very close with. I wished I had helped her out earlier, and maybe she would have smiled happily a lot earlier. Your face tells me that you do not have an easy life, despite being the most powerful princess of all empires. It's not as if everything we do in our life needs a reason. Sometimes we do things just because our heart tells us to, and it is beyond any reason or logic. So, if you are asking me for a logical or sound reason, then to tell you the truth, I don't have any to give you. I just feel that I might regret it if I simply ignore you. If we hadn't crossed paths, this wouldn't have happened. But ever since I saw you, I just couldn't get you out of my heart. Damien came closer towards Reva with his face only a few inches away from hers. Reva didn't even notice him coming closer as her mind was pondering on Damien's words. Damien didn't answer her question the way she wanted, but his words sounded convincing and that he was telling the truth. Reva suddenly noticed Damien getting closer and almost stumbled backward. However, Damien caught her arm and said sincerely, Reva, I am not asking you to trust me nor tell me anything for now. But don't forget that I am always here for you whenever needed. You are not alone. Reva slowly looked up at Damien and saw him staring intently at her eyes. She felt as if he meant those words and was coming from his heart. Damien slowly extended his hand over her face to wipe away the leftover tears near her eyes. Reva moved her face away as she saw his hand approaching her face. But Damien said, it's fine. Those tears do not suit your lovely face. Let me wipe it for you. Reva pressed her lips together as she slowly moved her gaze back towards Damien. Seeing the concern in his eyes, she slightly nodded. Damien smiled as he touched her captivating face and wiped her eyes softly. No one would ever have known or understand how someone as powerful as you with wealth and status might be carrying burdens in their heart. We all have our fair share of pain and burden, so it's okay to let out those feelings once in a while if we don't want to let those feelings weigh down our hearts. Crying is not a sign of weakness but a sign that we have been strong for too long. And not even I am an exception. Reva parted her lips and thought that what he said must have been true as his background seems as if he had suffered a lot of hardships. Her heart felt lighter hearing his words, and a sense of trust towards him took root in her heart. Now that I see your eyes close, I don't think even the most beautiful oceans could compare to them. It's as if I can clearly see the reflection of my soul in your eyes. And that makes me wonder if you are really a fairy goddess. Damien said intensely. Reva's gaze shied away from his eyes as she murmured, you are exaggerating. But her lips softly arched into a small smile. Damien lifted her chin, really? What I said was an understatement because there are no words that can describe your beauty perfectly. Oh, please. If she falls for those words, then I will name you Harem Lord. Luna mentally scoffed, seeing Damien's attempts in making Reva fall for him. Damien's eyes twitched slightly, hearing Luna's words, but he ignored her and focused on the beauty before him. Wow, you can smile, can't you? Show me more of that beautiful smile. A faint red hue spread over her cheeks as Reva's lips quivered into a smile, hearing his tease. The more he teased her, the more her lips smiled on their own. Well, let's forget about all the sad things and focus on our cooking for now, Damien said as he slowly extended his arm over her shoulder, pulling her closer towards his side. Damien continued to guide her as Reva keenly learned to cook while feeling that her heart seemed a lot lighter than before. She felt that it had been a long time since she ever smiled heartily, and with a sideways gaze, she looked at Damien as he kept on guiding her. She wondered if she would have ever smiled like that had she never met him. But she thought that it didn't matter as now she truly believed that she finally had a true friend who was ready to hold her hand when needed. Chapter 2:12. On his way back to the villa along with Valentina, Luna asked mentally, are you sure everything you say or do with Reva is purely business? Luna's tone sounded skeptical, as if she was quite confident about what she was asking. What do you mean? Damien asked as if he had no idea what Luna was pointing at. Oh, come on. No need to play the innocent act with me. You know what I am talking about. Luna said in a fanciful tone. Damien gritted his teeth and said, of course, it's business. Like the words you said to her? You meant what you said, right? Not because you merely wanted to fool her. Damien said defensively, of course, I didn't mean it. Why would I? I just had to act as I meant it so that she would be convinced. Luna scoffed, sure, you can act. But no matter how much you act, I can sense how much of an act it is. Ignoring the fact that your eyes seemed like they were telling the truth, your soul energy barely fluctuated when you said those words to her. It was like you really believed or meant what you said. It makes me wonder if you are the one falling for her, he. Damien irately said, of course not. You are just assuming things as you want them to be. Who knows, I can even control the fluctuations of my soul energy as you know how much good I am at controlling my emotions. Lune said in a churlish tone, really? You talk as if you are a thousands of years old monster who tempered their mind and will to the extent that they could control even the fluctuations of their soul energy. You are barely even above 50 years old, putting both your lifetimes together. I admit that your will and control over your thoughts are extraordinary for a mortal, but even the fact that you are having nightmares means that you still haven't tempered your mind completely. I guess the cold girl you were talking about to Reva was someone who loved you, right? And just like you said to her, you are seeing that same person in her. No. You know nothing, Damien muttered as his voice faltered. Why do you deny your true feelings? It seems like it's not merely because you want to stay true to Lily. There is something else that's plaguing you from the inside. Isn't it? Because I know you are no saint. Stop it, Luna. Don't get into my head, Damien's tone turned stern. However, Luna didn't falter, no use in trying to make me shut up. Even now, you are still holding on to Valentina as if you don't want her to leave you. Why did you never suggest to her that she can court others? If you don't see her as a woman you love, why didn't you tell her that she will meet some other man as her soul mate when she asked about love? You are very possessive about her, but just never had to show it since she is always staying with you anyway and only has eyes for you. You know it, and even the blind dog in the streets knows how much Valentina loves you. Yet you hurt her feelings every time she comes onto you. That's enough, Luna. Everything I do is for her good. You know nothing. Damien said as he tightened his hands unconsciously. HMPH, no need to act all angry. Obviously, truth bites. I am going to sleep, and I won't talk to you till tomorrow, HMPH. You are just a big dum-dum. Luna went silent after her rumphing in pique. Damien, what is it? Valentina asked as she got startled when Damien unknowingly tightened his grip around her arms. Damien realized that in the middle of his talk with Luna, he unknowingly gripped Valentina tighter. Ah, it's nothing, Damien said with a smile, but his smile faded just as Luna's previous words buzzed in his mind. He felt that it was very hard or even impossible to escape from Luna's vigilant senses. It was as if she knew everything. He now truly felt that gods are in a different league than he ever expected and wondered if all gods were unbelievably perceptive like Luna. He hoped that was not the case, as Luna was the strongest and oldest of them all. He believed that if there was someone in this world whom he cannot fool or trick, it would be Luna. She would call him out on any shady things he does or tells, and it would annoy him to the point that he could only grit his teeth in frustration. However, no matter how much exasperated he felt at times, he had gotten used to her staying in his mind that he would feel empty whenever she goes silent for too long. She had helped him a lot despite how much vexing she can be. In his heart, he had a lot of gratitude towards Luna than he shows no matter how many biting truths she pointed out. And for some reason, despite only having spent more than 2 months with Luna, he felt as if those months were like years. It felt more like she had become a part of him which he cannot separate from. He wondered what would happen once Luna recovers and forms her own corporeal body. She wouldn't need him anymore, and nor would she be staying in his soul plane. He wondered if Luna might cause the universe to change once she recovers back her powers and memories. But the thing he was most worried about was if Luna would change once she assumes her true form and regains all her memories. Would her impish behavior disappear? Would she even talk with a mortal like him or deign to look at him? Without him knowing, Damien was getting attached to Luna. When he thought about Luna's conditions, he remembered how he had to become the top existence in this continent within 2 years or at least change Lily's fate. Ever since he left the Rome Empire, there was not a day he didn't think about Lily. He always wondered how she was doing and whether she is happy or facing any troubles from her stepmother. But thinking that her ancestor would be there to help her out in case of emergencies, he was relieved. With the recent events that happened, he suddenly remembered something oddly familiar about the girls in this world who left a mark in his heart. After spending more time with Valentina, he realized she seemed to resemble Talia and Reva seemed to resemble a girl with who he was very close in his past. He told Reva the story about the girl in his previous life because he genuinely felt like telling it. And now, the more he thought about it, he realized that Lily also resembled one of the girls in his previous life. He, at first, didn't bother to think too much about it because he felt it was just a coincidence, as there could be many girls who had similar traits, and probably one of the reasons why he became close with Lily so fast. However, after everything that happened till now, he felt that something was off with the whole thing, and the only person he could seek answers from was Luna. But she was not in a state to give him the answers he needed. A certain realization already dawned in his mind, but he could not dare to believe it or want to delude himself. He didn't want to hope for something that had impossible odds of happening and later find out it was just false hope. After all, he had no idea how reincarnation worked. It was too illogical and implausible for it to become a coincidence, that the girls in this world who affected his heart resembled the ones in his previous life. He shook his head, thinking that there was no use pondering too much about it for now since there was no way for him to confirm anything. But his heart was already praying for that hope to be true despite what his mind felt about it. Damien and Valentina soon reached their villa, and he went to take a hot and refreshing bath. However, as expected, Valentina easily sneaked in buck naked, of course. But this time, instead of immediately jumping onto Damien to wash him, she had a timorous expression as she walked in with her hands behind her back as if she was hiding something. Every time she walked in naked to wash him, he would have a hard time trying not to wake up his little brother. Damien squinted his eyes, thinking she was up to something, and asked, maintaining his gaze over her face, "What are you hiding, Valentina?" Chapter 213. Valentina fidgeted her body as she said in a low voice, "Big brother, I have been training hard these days, and my body feels a little sore. So I thought you could help me." Sore? With her healing abilities? What is she up to this time? Damien knew Valentina was training very hard every day along with him. But he didn't easily believe that she had muscle soreness. Even if she had, he was sure that she would recover from it fast enough because of her powerful healing abilities. However, Damien decided to play along and asked, "And how do you want to help me?" Valentina timidly brought her hands forward, and Damien didn't know if he should feel surprised when he saw a bottle of oil in her hands. No way she is thinking about that. Valentina raised her hand as she showed the oil bottle to Damien. This is a product known as bottled heaven, because of how refreshing and rejuvenated one would feel as if they were in heaven when they massage their body using this oil. And it said that this oil is produced from the seeds of a sweet dewberry. Damien chuckled. "Valentina, are you trying to sell me that product?" He could see where she was going by avidly explaining about the bottle of oil in her hands. Valentina pouted, "No. I want Big Brother to massage me with his. I can't reach certain areas of my body on my own, and nor would I be able to massage my body properly on my own. So." Valentina put on an eager expression as she extended the bottle of oil in her hands towards Damien. "No, Valentina. I am sure you can do it yourself. You can't trick me like that. Besides, where did you even learn about this product?" Damien squinted his eyes as he continued, "Wait, was it Yora that taught you about this stuff?" Valentina hurriedly waved her hands. "No, I was curious whether there is anything in the market that could help me relax and energize my body. And Yora just helped me pick one." Valentina remembered how Yora Haley said that if she wanted to arouse Damien's animal instincts, then she should ask him to massage her legs for her. But Yora had no idea that Valentina took it to another level by asking Damien to massage her whole body. Obviously, Yora didn't know that Damien and Valentina were closer than she imagined or the fact that they both stayed in the same villa. Valentina pleaded in a pitiful tone, "Please, Big Brother, you have to help me. My muscles are aching in certain places, and even with my healing abilities, my body still feels tired. I am sure after having my body massaged with this oil, my training efficiency would increase a lot." Damien shook his head. "HMPH, I know what you are up to, Valentina. You are a big lady, and you can apply it yourself." Damien remained firm as he proceeded to take a bath. But Valentina didn't give up and mumbled in a sulky tone, "Then if Big Brother won't help me, I might as well go to a massage salon." "What?" Damien's ears jerked when he heard her mumble. "No. You won't go to no such place. Who knows the kind of perverts that work there?" Damien thought of spas where the men massaged women, and he thought of that when Valentina mentioned a massage salon. However, Valentina was inwardly confused as she was thinking about a women's only massage salon, and wondered if the women in there were perverts as well. But she didn't ask or clarify what he meant as she felt hopeful seeing his panicky expression. She pursed her lips and said, but Big Brother is refusing to help me. Who else can I ask? I will just go with Yora to the massage salon. No, wait. Damien got a bit edgy as he held Valentina's hands. He felt that Valentina was probably just trying to mess with him, but he also felt that she might really go to one. Although he knew about women's-only salons, at this time, all he thought of was the mixed ones. And even if he thought of it, he still wouldn't allow it as he won't be able to keep an eye on Valentina inside a woman's-only salon or what all things they do inside. He squinched his face and finally sighed, okay, fine. I will do it for you. But remember, that means you should never go to these kinds of places alone. Not without me. I don't trust these places where you have to get naked. Valentina jubilantly smiled, seeing that things were going smoother than she expected, and felt happier feeling his possessiveness. However, the massage salon she mentioned was not exactly the same as Damien was thinking about, as Valentina only planned to massage her legs for relaxing even if she went there with Yora. Damien hoped that his sleeping dragon doesn't wake up from its slumber while he massages her, even though he knew that he was hoping for something impossible. However, the thing he was most worried about is if he would get blue-balled. Since the bathroom was quite big, Damien was able to put up a spa bed as he had all kinds of beds stored in his soul space. He then looked at Valentina's long and exotic rosa-pink hair flowing down her back till her buttocks. You didn't even tie your hair after planning all this, HM? Damien asked with his hands on his hips. Valentina giggled as she clumsily tried to tie up her hair. She never tied up her hair or tried out any other hairstyles other than combing it simply. No need. I will do it for you. Valentina let go of her hair as Damien started to style her hair into a bun. Your hair is really nice and very soft. Damien remarked how good her luscious hair felt as he tied up her hair into a round ball on top of her head, giving her a different kind of cuteness and charm. Her lips arched into a charming smile hearing his words, and she loved how the feeling of Damien playing with her hair. She also observed him to learn how to tie her hair into a bun the next time on her own. After tying her hair, he pointed towards the bed and said, now go and lie on your chest. But I want Big Brother to massage my whole body. She said with pursed lips. Damien sighed, yes, of course. But I will massage your back first, okay? Valentina beamed with a nod, MN. She scuttled towards the bed in a lively manner and laid over it with her face facing the bed, and her arched back was completely laid bare before Damien. I am ready, Big Brother. Valentina said in a spirited tone as she closed her eyes, anticipating Damien's hands massaging her body. Damien gulped, seeing such a bewitching naked beauty lying vulnerably on the bed. Oh, Valentina, do you really have to torture me like this? Damien wryly sighed as he moved closer. From a certain angle, he could even see her pure pink honeypot without a single hair, which looked extremely tantalizing to him. He could feel his dragon fevering up with just a glance at her honeypot and wondered if this was what Valentina wanted him to feel. He took the oil bottle Valentina placed on a shelf and bitterly chuckled as he looked at its name, Bottled Heaven. Heaven indeed. He also noticed that the ingredients were extremely top-notch herbs meant to truly treat sore and even damaged muscles, while rejuvenating and energizing the body at the same time. Whoever made this surely made by thinking about women. Damien scoffed as he noticed a certain ingredient that could act as an arousing agent to make the women feel more heat. Of course, the ingredient was only used in a minute amount that it wouldn't act as an aphrodisiac but merely to act as a catalyst for sex, and wouldn't make one go crazy with lust. He had no idea if Valentina knew about this or not since he doubted whether she could recognize that specific ingredient. He shook his head as he opened the bottle and was amazed at how good the scent of the oil was. He felt that one would even feel like having a taste of it. He poured some on his hand and rubbed his hands together as he spread the oil between his hands, preparing to massage Valentina's back. Chapter 2:14. Valentina was lying down with her face facing the bed, and there was an excited smile on her, waiting for Damien to massage her. Damien decided to massage her upper body first. He saw her delicate nape and applied oil over it while giving her a good massage. Valentina's lips arched even more, feeling his warm hands and the soothing sensation of the oil as it spread over her neck. His hands worked like magic, and she was starting to feel rejuvenated and relaxed. Damien was actually good at massages as he had to learn to look after Sophie by massaging her legs since she couldn't walk. After all, he had learned that massages help improve the health, especially of a paralyzed person. Sophie liked his massages very much even though she couldn't feel it much. All she felt was that her mood would improve, and her body would feel better after his massages. She would frequently ask for massages from Damien whenever he was free. And of course, after getting together with him, she would shyly ask for a full-course massage like the one Damien was giving Valentina now. Certain bathroom scenes flashed in Damien's mind as he remembered what happened between him and Sophie during the spa treatment he used to give her. His rod was getting hotter as those scenes inadvertently flashed in his mind coupled with massaging the intoxicating naked beauty before him. After being done with massaging her nape, he moved on to her shoulder blades and velvety back. Her skin felt as soft as butter, and Damien felt that his hands were melting into her skin. Valentina let out a low moan of pleasure as she felt really good as Damien massaged her back. She never thought Damien's massage would feel so good, more than she expected. His hands stroked over her neck and pressed them gently while rubbing and twisting her muscles. He traced and massaged over her spine after massaging her exquisite shoulders. With the right amount of strength, he pressed over her muscles, relaxing and increasing the blood flow. After massaging her middle back, he moved down to her lower back, and he could see her alluring buttocks laying bare just below his hands. He massaged her hips and along the sides of her ribs while feeling how smooth and curvy her hips were. He was sure that she would be the most beautiful and bewitching model in his previous life. There would be no end to the number of companies and brands that would want her to model for their ads, especially when she was naturally so beautiful without any makeup or anything artificial. He decided to massage her legs first before moving on to her butt. Valentina felt Damien moving over to her legs and asked, "Big brother, you did not massage my buttocks." Damien softly chuckled, "I know. Let me do your legs first. Don't worry. I won't leave out any areas." Damien massaged under her feet, and Valentina squirmed her body slightly, feeling ticklish under her feet. He moved upwards to her calves and pressed on her muscles with moderate pressure. It feels good. Valentina muttered, feeling gratified from his massage. He moved onto the back of her soft thighs, and as he massaged them, he could clearly see a part of her enticing pink honeypot and let out a helpless sigh. Finally, after done massaging her legs, his hand slowly crawled towards her silky buttocks and pressed them as her buttocks filled his palms. He felt as if he was massaging a soft pillow and didn't feel like taking off his hands at all. Valentina felt more excited when Damien started to massage her buttocks. Damien's hands didn't seem shy as he didn't want to give a half-hearted massage. He needed her butt cheeks, and as she did, he could see her cute butt hole coming into view. He knew the trigger points and the areas where one could feel soreness and massaged those areas on her butt. He pushed against her tense muscles, helping them release and relax. He placed his hands at the top of her buttocks and fanned them up and out, following the natural roundness. MNNNN. He continued the outward rub around to the sides and back up around, in a circular motion. He pulled up on the sides and kneaded the fleshy areas on the top, making Valentina let out a low moan. He moved his fingers into her butt's inner cheeks, and suddenly Valentina felt her body becoming warm for no reason. Damien's fingers almost slipped into her honeypot, but he somehow managed not to. She felt it so pleasuring that she wished Damien's hands never stopped moving in those areas. Since he saw Valentina enjoying her butt massage, Damien massaged her butt longer than he planned to. But he couldn't help his dragon from waking up, and he could see a slight bulge on the towel he had tied across his waist. He never thought it would be torturous and controlled the urge to eat her up on the spot. Okay, Valentina. You can now turn around, Damien said as he finished massaging her buttocks. But Valentina pursed her lips and said in a complaining tone, Big brother, you only massaged my butt for a few minutes. I want more. Damien chuckled and lightly smacked her butt, don't act so spoiled. I already indulged your butt long enough more than I planned to. Valentina touched her butt cutely, ow, Big brother is so mean. However, she found that she liked the feeling when Damien lightly smacked her butt. She asked in a pleading tone, can you slap my butt again? It felt really good, please spank me again. Damien sighed, thinking why some girls like to have their butt smacked. He knew that some women felt it pleasurable to have their buttocks smacked while some didn't. And it seemed like Valentina belonged to the former category. But he had an ironical smile on his face as he knew that he liked the feeling of smacking her butt. He looked at her tender and juicy buttocks glistening with the oil he had applied. It looked as glossy as the finest silk. Her entire back now looked glassy as a well-polished marble. He raised his hand and lightly spanked her butt, making her butt cheeks ripple slightly. Oh, harder. Valentina mewled out. Damien had an amused smile, and this time he gave a little more force as he spanked her butt, letting out a wet sound of her butt being spanked. Little harder. Damien raised one of his brows and thought that she needed his spanks to be more forceful because of her tough body. Damien raised his hand and, this time, put more force to it than ever before just as he slapped her butt. *PH**MHNNNN. That was great. Valentina whimpered in satisfaction, feeling a pleasurable feeling as Damien smacked her butt. She was already starting to feel feverish as her body was becoming hotter. Damien felt like he should not be surprised and saw that her butt cheeks were slightly reddened. However, he thought that with her tough body, she could take it and was not uncomfortable for her since he could see the foolish smile on her face. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** him, and Damien finally said, "Okay, enough of enjoying your butt spanks. Now turn around." With a cute peevish expression, Valentina twisted her body around and was now lying on her back. However, she was satisfied with Damien massaging her back and spanking her but, realizing that it was way better than she expected. She could feel her back muscles completely relaxed and fresh as if she was resting for days. Damien helplessly shook his head, seeing her petulant expression. However, now that she was lying on her back, he could see her naked upper body completely, including her pure honeypot. It looked so beautiful and cute at the same time that he was tempted to stroke it at least once. And the other alluring sight that caught his eyes was her succulent boobs, which looked extremely seductive, especially with the protruding rose-pink cherries on top of it. In contrast to her skin, her nipples seemed to have a pale reddish and pinkish hue and seemed more erect than normal nipples. He walked over to near her head and lowered his head. "No need to pretend to be so grumpy. I know you enjoyed my back massage very much." Valentina meekly glanced away with an impish giggle. "Yes, it was very good. I want the same feeling or even better this time." Damien chuckled and pulled her cheeks affectionately. He gave her a kiss on her forehead and decided to massage her arms first. Chapter 215. AUN, NSFW scenes, but advised to not skip the whole chap. He took one of her slender arms and started spreading oil over it. From her hands, he went upwards to her upper arm and then her underarm, which made Valentina let out a small giggle, feeling ticklish. Damien did the same with her other arm and decided to finally move on to her upper body, which he thought was going to test his limits. He massaged her shoulder and her delicate collarbones, and when his hand reached her upper boobs, he hesitated a bit. But when Valentina opened her eyes and looked at him with squinted eyes, he sighed and cupped her white round boobs and felt as if he was squeezing soft ripe peaches. It feels so strangely good." Valentina let out a seductive moan and felt that Damien's skillful hands were making her blood hot. Damien felt and saw Valentina's rosy pink buds becoming erect, and they looked so perky that he inadvertently gulped while trying to control his restless dragon. Her boobs now looked shiny and even more enticing that Damien found it hard to move his hands away from her boobs. "My nipples feel funny. Can you do something about it?" Valentina asked innocently. Damien knew what the funny feeling was, and he grasped her rosy pink buds between his fingers and pinched them. Yes, more." Valentina mewled in a needy way. Damien wondered if Valentina was hornier than he expected. He felt that he was getting affected by her horniness. He pinched and twisted her nipples around while massaging them with his fingers. Valentina could feel the blood rushing towards her breasts, especially her nipples, and felt even more gratified. Damien soon moved towards her belly before he got aroused too much and massaged her stomach, including her midriff, in a circular fashion. Valentina pressed her lips together, thinking that her breasts needed more attention but decided to let Damien do his thing. She was already feeling a bit dazed with all the spa treatment she was getting, as Damien seemed to know how to massage even the most sensitive spots on her body. She also felt the oil was doing its job as it's supposed to on her skin and decided to buy more of these bottled heaven oils. She felt that her lower regions were getting warmer and a tingling feeling, especially when Damien's hands massaged her erogenous zones. Just as he finished massaging her pretty and slim waist, he decided to massage her feet first before entering the uncharted zone. He massaged her slender legs and knees in a circular fashion before moving on to her lower thighs. He pressed and squeezed her juicy thighs, feeling how satisfying it was to massage them. Finally, as his fingers slithered towards her pelvis, he could see her pink folds twitching just as his fingers passed through its sides. Valentina jerked her body slightly when Damien's hands passed through the sides of her honeypot without touching it. Damien massaged the area above her vagina and slid his fingers over her inner thigh near her honeypot. Despite Damien not touching her honeypot, Valentina was feeling stimulated all over by his touches that she felt as if something was building up in her lower regions. "I am feeling itchy down there, do something." "Oh my." Damien knew what that itchy feeling was. He decided to play it safe and massage the area just outside her pussy. His fingers traced along the skin near her pink folds and pressed them gently as his fingers moved in an up and down motion. More. Valentina felt that Damien massaging near her pussy was the best pleasuring feeling she had ever felt. It was like each time his fingers passed just outside her pink folds, she felt an electric jolt from her vagina passing through her body. Her face was already starting to get flushed, and her eyes were becoming hazy while her fingers grabbed the bedsheet. But Damien was having a hard time stopping his dragon from getting any bigger. The more he stroked over her soft skin near her pink folds, the more he got tempted. As he stroked, he could see her pink folds spreading, folding in and out, and a clear view of her vulva. He also noticed that she was getting wet already, and there were signs that she was going to orgasm soon. Within just a few moments of Damien stroking near her pussy, Valentina felt trails of fire from her vagina overwhelming her body, making her body jerk. "I feel like peeing." "Arnon." Valentina let out a loud moan just as Damien saw her love juices spurting out and wetting the bed, including his hands. He got even more turned on seeing her orgasm before him and the pleasant smell of her juice on his hand. Valentina's breath began to rasp, and she felt a little dizzy after orgasming for the first time. She didn't understand completely what just happened but loved the sensation and pleasure she felt before the release. Damien chuckled and said, "That was not pee. It is something you release when you feel pleasure and feel very comfortable." Valentina's eyes flashed, and she said in a spirited tone, "I want to feel that again. Make me pee again." Damien didn't know what to feel. He felt that if he stroked her pussy any longer, he might lose control. He shook his head firmly. "That's enough for today. Now only your face is left," Damien said as he moved towards her head. "No." Valentina peevishly grumbled as she felt that her body wasn't satisfied yet. She wanted more of that feeling and truly felt that she was in heaven for a moment. But sadly, it seemed that Damien decided not to indulge her anymore. However, she was still satisfied and pleased with his massage, and thinking about it, her sulky expression dissolved. He took some oil in his hand and started to spread it across her face. Valentina closed her eyes with a smile of satisfaction as Damien gently stroked her forehead, under her eyes, her nose, and cheeks. He also traced his fingers over her finely curved scarlet lips and softly stroked over them. Her lips seemed even more alluring and glossy as he coated them with the oil on his fingers. He had to admit he had already thought of kissing those lips umpteen times. But even if his heart wanted to, something in his mind was stopping him. Valentina opened her eyes as Damien traced over her lips. He saw her beautiful ruby red eyes staring at him with an infatuated expression with flushed cheeks. "Big brother, I love you," Valentina said softly with an infatuated expression as her cheeks flushed. Damien froze his movements as he saw her beautiful ruby red eyes staring at him with a besotted expression. However, when she said those words, he noticed that her eyes seemed a bit sad, as if she was afraid that he wouldn't say those words back. He remembered Luna's words telling him that he was hurting Valentina each time he denied her feelings, and despite how he truly felt about Valentina. Feeling the sadness in her eyes, his heart clenched when he unknowingly thought of certain past memories related to Talia especially. His eyes inadvertently moved towards her succulent lips as his head lowered down. He moved his finger away and cupped her cheek as his lips intertwined with hers. MHNNN. Valentina's brows raised when Damien suddenly started kissing her when she didn't even expect it. However, her brows relaxed, and instead, her expression became radiant, feeling over the moon for finally getting the only wish she always wanted, for him to accept her as his woman and not as just a sister. She put her hands around his neck and pulled him in even closer to taste him more and feel more of his scent. She never felt happier in her life and wished that this moment could continue forever. Damien's eyes were closed as he passionately kissed her while not minding her clumsy attempts at trying to kiss him back. He sucked on her juicy lips as if he still didn't taste enough of her lips. He could feel Valentina's nails raking through his hair while she could feel her heart racing as if there's no tomorrow. After kissing her fervently for at least a minute, his lips separated from hers, and he looked at her endearingly. He said with a loving smile, "I love you too, Valentina." Chapter 2:16. Damien didn't even expect he would kiss her. But his heart pushed him forward while his mind suddenly got shut down. He not only knew about Valentina's feelings for him, but he also knew in his heart that he loved her way more than he thought. But he had been suppressing them and keeping them bottled up because he made himself think that Valentina was too young mentally to understand love. And also, because she was a half-ethereal beast, he didn't know if she could love a human like him as her mate. However, the true reason was that he was afraid if he was worthy enough to love and protect her. After losing all his loved ones in his previous life, he thought the more people he had close to him, the more chances he might lose them. He was afraid, not knowing whether he could keep them all safe or let them down. Even after kissing her and deciding to confess his feelings to Valentina, he was still afraid. But now that he kissed Valentina, he thought he should accept his heart's feelings instead of shunning them. He already could feel that Valentina's love for him was unconditional and already started to understand what relationships meant. He thought about Lily and wondered how he should explain all this to her. He was afraid whether Lily's heart would be broken. But he was determined to convince Lily as much as he can and not let her go because he loved her dearly and she was his woman. He didn't know whether he was wrong to love more than one woman, but he knew that his heart wouldn't rest till he accepted his feelings. Big brother. Valentina mumbled in a giddy tone as if she couldn't believe this was happening. Tears began to stream down from her eyes which made Damien surprised. Why are you crying? Damien asked with knit brows as he wiped her tears. Because I am so happy that Big Brother loves me as a life partner. Valentina said in a tender tone. Damien realized that just like Luna said, he had been hurting her heart more than he thought. This was also one of the reasons he decided to accept her suddenly. He couldn't bear to see her sad anymore and act like a jerk to her. If he loved her and she loved him, then there was not much to think about, he thought. Damien smiled affectionately, yes. Remember that you are now my life partner, and for the rest of your life and forever, you would only be mine. You understand, right? Valentina nodded with an exultant smile, yes. Even though Damien always saw her as a human, he couldn't believe a half-ethereal beast like her also loves him. Would anyone believe the love between a human and an ethereal beast? He had no idea but wondered if the ethereal beasts who could take human forms would also crossbreed. However, before he could think further, Valentina pulled his head closer and started kissing him fervently while hugging his neck firmly, as if she didn't want him to go anywhere. She was not satisfied with just one kiss and wanted more. Her first kiss already made her feel on top of the world. So how could she not want more? Damien inwardly smiled and reciprocated her kiss with the same fervor. He pushed his tongue inside her mouth, and Valentina separated her teeth to let Damien do whatever he wanted. He swirled his tongue around hers as Valentina tried to imitate his motions. His mouth was sucking on her rosy lips as he played with her tongue. Valentina's heart was prancing about with too much passion and excitement. She was squirming her legs as she could feel her lower regions becoming wet again. She was getting obsessed with the taste of his mouth and tongue, and the scent of his blood seemed more intense. She felt like her senses were being attacked by pleasure from all sides. After kissing her sensually for a while, Damien pulled out her tongue with his mouth and sucked on it. Valentina loved the feeling of Damien sucking on her tongue and decided to do the same by sucking on his tongue. After tiring their mouth by sucking each other's tongues, Damien separated his lips and said in a raunchy tone, "Now let me taste your exquisite body." He got on the bed with his knees placed on either side of Valentina's stomach. It seemed like he was sitting on top of Valentina but didn't sit on her stomach. Instead, he rested his body on his knees and moved his body forward. Valentina grinned with excitement, anticipating to feel how Damien was going to love her body. Damien raised her arms and placed them above her, and seeing her glistening body, his mouth literally watered. He wondered whether Valentina thoroughly seduced him already and wryly smiled inwardly. He gave her a peck on her lips and sucked on the skin of her neck while kissing it. It seemed so gratifying to taste her skin that he didn't know if it was because of the oil. However, he felt that even without the oil, he would be feeling the same. Valentina closed her eyes as she indulged in Damien pleasuring her. He licked and kissed all over her neck before moving down. He dipped his tongue into her exquisite collarbones and bit on it. Valentina let out a faint giggle, feeling a little ticklish from Damien's tongue. He then decided to move over to her arm and licked her underarm before sucking on her skin. He sucked her underarm passionately before licking all over her arm. "Tehihi, you are tickling me." He kissed along her arm as he moved over to her beautiful breasts. Seeing those delicate and artful rosy pink buds, he released her hands and cupped both of her velvety breasts. He kneaded her boobs for a while before moving his mouth towards one of her nipples. Since her nipples were longer than usual, he found it very satisfying to suck on it and stretched it upwards with his mouth. MNNMMM. Suck my other nipple. Valentina couldn't get enough of Damien sucking on her nipples. Damien started sucking her other nipple as well and bit on it lightly. Onan. Valentina mewed in pleasure as Damien bit her nipples. Damien saw how shiny her boobs looked and took one of them into his mouth as he sucked on it. He felt that her breasts almost perfectly into his mouth and how juicy they seemed as he kept on sucking them. Valentina played with Damien's hair as he kept on sucking her boobs. Suck them harder. Valentina pleaded heatedly. Damien wasn't surprised hearing her request and thought that she liked him to be rough. He squeezed her slippery and wet boobs harder and sucked on them vehemently. He then pressed her boobs together and tried to suck on both her nipples at the same time. Valentina moaned sensually, getting a kick out of Damien intensely playing with her breasts, and at the same time, she orgasmed. She felt fuzzy after her second orgasm, and since she knew it wasn't pee, she didn't mind having orgasms and instead loved how it feels right before an orgasm. After playing with her boobs for a while, he was surprised that Valentina didn't even seem to mind how reddened her boobs were. He wondered if it was because her body was highly resilient and strong. He kissed and licked along her cleavage while twisting her nipples with his fingers. His mouth trailed downwards and clasped her slender hips as he kissed all over her midriff and stomach. He also dipped his tongue into her belly button and twirled his tongue over it. "Oh!" Valentina whimpered as she raised her upper body up and pressed Damien's head to make him play with her belly button more. Damien couldn't get enough of her exquisite skin and kneaded her boobs as he kissed along her ribs. He then moved his body backward towards her legs just as his eyes could have a clear view of her pure honeypot. He saw that she had already orgasmed at least twice and wet the sheets. "It seems like you are enjoying this too much, Valentina," Damien said with a devilish grin. Valentina looked at Damien with a tipsy expression and said, "You are too awesome, hee." "Well, let me make you really feel heaven. I might as well use this bottled heaven to bathe your holy shrine," Damien said with a charming grin as he took the oil bottle in his hands while eyeing her pink pussy. Chapter 217. But he decided to make it easier for him and took out her legs from under him and spread them over his sides with his body in the middle. Her legs were now spread apart wide, and with his face in the middle, he was able to get a clear view of her ravishing pussy. Valentina waited in anticipation as she could guess what Damien was about to do. She was looking forward to how it would feel to have him play with her honeypot. Damien gently stroked over her pussy's outer lips and positioned the oil bottle over it. The amber-colored liquid slowly poured out from the bottle as it dripped over her honeypot. He kept on stroking her outer lips as the oil spread over her pussy. Some of them even escaped into the inner lips of her pussy. Damien could sense the sweet scent of the oil, and seeing her pussy smeared with it, her honeypot looked even more delectable. His gaze flared with flames of passion as he brought forward his mouth towards her dripping honeypot. MHHMM. He let out a low groan as he sucked on her pink fold sensually as if he was drinking nectar from it. He clasped his hands around her thighs and continued to devour her honeypot with ardor. Arning, your mouth is so good. Valentina let out a sensual moan as she felt her body shiver after having her pussy being assaulted by Damien's mouth. Damien savored her clitoris as he slowly inserted a finger into her narrow cave. He was tasting her honeypot as if he was tasting the most appetizing dish ever. Her pussy's taste felt so heavenly that Damien felt that his tongue was melting in its taste. Asterisk slick, 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 asterisk wet sounds sounded out from her honeypot as Damien vigorously continued to finger her while sucking her clit into his mouth, at the same time. Anig, MNHHHH. I feel so dizzy and hot. Valentina seductively breathed as she felt as if a fire was pooling in her abdomen, ready to burst out. Damien felt her narrow cave clenching tightly over his finger and knew that she was about to orgasm. Fresh liquid spurted out from her honeypot right onto Damien's mouth, and he drank it completely as if he couldn't waste a single drop of her delicious honey. Thanks for the tasty drink, Valentina, Damien said in a racy tone as he gave a loving peck on her pussy. Valentina was feeling lightheaded after orgasming, and her face was completely flushed in red. But a satisfied smile hung on her lips as she wrapped her legs around Damien, indirectly asking him to continue. Damien had no qualms and licked all the leftover wet juices dripping from her honeypot. Asterisk slurp, asterisk he thoroughly licked and cleaned her pussy while satiating his thirst with her love juices. He then, using both of his hands, pinched her pink folds together like a sandwich and gobbled on them like a hungry wolf. Ooh hen. Valentina moaned sensually, feeling a scorching heat on her pussy as her pink folds were completely engulfed by Damien's hot mouth. After gobbling and nibbling on her pink folds, he gave a long lick over her vulva before giving a loving kiss on her slightly reddened slit. He kissed her inner thighs before kissing the skin above her vulva. His mouth wandered upwards as he kissed her hips, her stomach, her midriff, and sucked one of her boobs into his mouth while pinching the nipple of her other breast with his finger. Valentina carded through his hair with her hand as he passionately sucked her breasts. The bathroom was now filled with steam as Damien had forgotten to turn off the hot water, and coupled with the steamy action going on between them, it completely matched with the foggy bathroom. Valentina's body glimmered with her sweat and the oil on her body, giving off a very alluring charm. Damien twirled his lips around her aerially and bit on her perky nipples before kissing her cleavage. He moved his mouth upwards slowly while kissing over her skin, and when he finally reached her exotic lips, Valentina quickly stole his lips for a loving kiss before he could. While kissing her, one of his hands sneaked towards her honeypot and started fingering her pussy. MHMMM. They both kept on fervidly kissing as Damien continued to finger her. They massaged each other's tongues before Damien let go of her lips and looked at her glimmering ruby red eyes. You are so beautiful, Valentina, more than I could ever imagine. Damien ardently said as he caressed her cheeks. Valentina gave a pure smile as she cupped his face. Big brother is the most beautiful person in the world to me. Damien chuckled and said, come here you. Ah. Valentina was startled when he suddenly lifted her from the bed with her legs still wrapped around his waist. Valentina wrapped her hands around his neck and looked down towards his face as he carried her in his arms. She moved her head forward and kissed him intensely while letting out low moans of pleasure. She clasped his neck as she intensified her kiss as if she wanted to taste more of his lips and tongue. Damien took her near to the bathing enclosure and gently let go of her legs while planting her back against the wall. Valentina separated her kiss just as her feet touched the floor. She then grinned as she looked towards the huge bulge on Damien's towel he had tied across his waist. His hard-on was clearly visible, and for a long while, his dragon was trying to display its glorious body. But because of the towel, it was suppressed and felt even more frustrated, unable to show its ferocity. Seeing Valentina's virginal pussy, he felt even more aroused and was having the urge to take her chastity. HMPH, not even a few days passed after making a bet with me, and here you are doing lewd acts with an innocent girl. Luna made a sudden jibe mentally. Luna sounded as if she was 100% sure this was going to happen, but Damien, for some reason, didn't feel surprised. His mouth twitched, but before he could say anything, Luna continued, don't mate with her now. Do it later after I give you a dual cultivation ethereal art. At least, between doing these lewd acts, you will get more powerful no matter how minute the effects are. Damien knit his brows and asked, but dual cultivation arts are taboo and destroy the other person's cultivation, right? Luna said proudly, HMPH, what do you take me for? This goddess can create miraculous ethereal arts that not even other gods can compare with. The dual cultivation arts I am going to give you will benefit both you and her. I will talk later since I might go blind if I see any more of these primitive acts. Damien inwardly smiled amusedly, and despite having a sneaky little goddess spying on him, he didn't feel much about it. However, he broke off from his thoughts when he saw Valentina crouching down and stroking his cock in an up and down fashion after removing his towel. He could see Valentina eyeing his cock like a delicious lollipop and a drool escaping from her mouth. Seeing how she was stroking, he thought that he had nothing to teach as she must have learned how to do a blowjob by watching Lily doing it for him. Valentina rubbed his cock with a fascinated expression while feeling how hot it was, and the bulging nerves as if it was angry for being caged all this time. Then a sudden idea struck her, and she made the bottled heaven float towards her. Damien amusedly watched as he saw Valentina taking a spoonful of oil and spreading it all over his cock. She's a fast learner for sure. Damien inwardly sighed in quiet amazement. NGH. Feeling her soft hand spreading the oil over his cock, he felt a pleasant and cool soothing sensation and let out a low satisfied groan. Since Damien did not keep any pubic hair, Valentina could clearly see his ball sack, and thinking that they looked very cute, she applied some oil on it as well. His family jewels felt so soft and squishy to touch that she kept on fondling and playing with them in pure curiosity. After massaging his cock, she licked her lips, preparing herself to take in his sweet and hot meat. Chapter 218. She first licked his glands, and with one fell swoop, she suddenly took his whole cock into her mouth, which surprised Damien as he didn't expect her to take in his whole cock like a meat stick. Her mouth almost took in 3/4 of his cock, and he wondered if her mouth was really that big. A couple of centimeters more, and she would have deep-throated his cock. Valentina bobbed her head in and out as she took her own sweet time sucking his hot cock while stroking it with her hands. She sucked while tying his cock and stared into his eyes with a loving expression. Seeing her seductive face and feeling his cock being sucked in her hot and wet mouth, he got even more turned on and clutched her head. Damien didn't know whether he should be surprised or not as Valentina quickly managed not to let her teeth scrape his cock. She didn't even take much time to get used to sucking his cock. Valentina could taste some slimy and warm liquid in her mouth, which she already swallowed like nectar because of how pleasant and delightful its taste seemed to her. She couldn't believe that she missed such a tasty thing for all this while. But she was glad that from now on, at least she would be able to taste his heavenly cock as much she wants. Valentina moved her mouth back and swirled her tongue around his glands and tightened her lips at times. Her mouth moved a bit forward and gave a gentle tiny bite just behind his glands before sucking his glands. All this happened with so much gentleness that Damien almost wasn't able to bear it. He wondered how Valentina was becoming an expert in this so fast. And the longer Valentina played with his cock, the more he felt like he was being melted in a paradise of warmth, wetness, and softness. Damien played with her hair which had already come loose, and complimented her, "You are doing very well, Valentina. So good, NGHHH." Valentina felt gleeful and more excited seeing his intoxicated expression, knowing that she was pleasuring him well. Her pussy was already dripping again and became even hotter the more she sucked his hot rod. She made a suctioning motion and felt his cock suddenly becoming slightly bigger and throbbing. "I'm going to come, Damien groaned out as he clutched her head tighter and shot his load inside her mouth. Valentina prepared herself swiftly and took in his warm milk and gulped it all down without hesitation. A wet strand of saliva stuck to her mouth from his glands as she took her mouth out to swallow. She stroked her lips with her fingers, collecting all the milk outside her lips and swallowing them. She didn't want to let his precious milk go to waste and felt that his drink's taste was as delightful just as his blood. Though it was not exactly the same feeling, it was a different kind of sensation and pleasure she got from swallowing his cum, seeing some of his cum, and her saliva still dripping from his glands. She lovingly held his cock and licked it clean. She ran her tongue up and down his cock till the end of his shaft and lifted his cock up to lick under it from top to bottom. "Ooh, very nice." Damien let out a gratified groan while moving his head up just as she sucked at the base of his cock. Valentina saw his glistening balls and fondled them before starting to suck on them. It was as if she was sucking his balls into her mouth and bit them gently as she kept on stroking his hot cock. She pulled his balls upwards slightly with her mouth as she gobbled and nibbled on them like a hungry rabbit. Damien's heart was soaring in ecstasy and love as Valentina kept on servicing his balls. She also lifted his balls and licked underneath them before suctioning them into her mouth. All this simulation was making Damien dizzy, and his cock was only getting more vibrant. After licking and playing with his balls for a few minutes, she decided to take in his cock completely, this time with full determination. With reddened lips, Damien saw her mouth enveloping his cock again, and his brows raised when she grabbed his hips and pulled him in, making his cock go deep in her throat. Quack! Valentina made gagging sounds, but she didn't stop, and Damien didn't also stop her, seeing that she was trying to get used to it. It was as if gagging didn't bother her at all. He instead pulled her head in as his cock almost went down her throat. Within a couple of seconds, Valentina got used to his cock deep in her throat and sucked it really hard, making Damien close his eyes, indulging himself in the amazing pleasure. So fucking amazing. Damien inwardly howled as he felt the wet and slippery sensation in her mouth. Even though she was gagging, she didn't stop, and Damien kept thrusting his cock inside her mouth as if he was really banging her mouth. He was almost having the same pleasure as if he was really banging a pussy and felt that he would be coming any minute. Asterisk slick, slick, slick. Wet sounds from her mouth sounded out as Valentina passionately kept on sucking his hot cock like a delicious sweetmeat. Damien was banging her mouth fairly deep, and when he felt he was about to come, he pulled her head closer and shot his load right inside her throat. Valentina already swallowed most of his milk just as he cummed, and there wasn't any need for her to swallow them herself. Damien slowly took his cock out and felt that there was still some cum about to come out. So he stroked his cock in a fast manner, and Valentina saw more of his cum spurting out towards her face. Damien cummed all over her face, and Valentina kept her mouth open as if she wanted to drink the rain of warm milk showering on her. He tapped his cock all over her face as his cum spurted out. Valentina took all the cum on her face and licked it all up before licking his hot cock clean as well. Valentina then held his cock and said in a low voice as she looked at him, "I want this inside me." Seeing her puppy eyes, Damien sighed as he thought about Luna's words. He held her arm and made her stand up just as he said, "Valentina, we can do that later, okay? Tomorrow we have a lot of important things to do, and I need some time to plan things. Besides, I also have to teach you about a lot of things. How about we do it right after our match with those idiots?" Valentina felt disappointed that she would have to wait for at least more than a week to feel Damien inside her body. She had been looking forward to it ever since she saw Damien pummeling Lily. She was jealous that Lily got to enjoy Damien being inside her. But hearing Damien's words, she thought she shouldn't hinder his plans for tomorrow since he was also doing it all for her as well. Valentina reluctantly nodded and said with a soft smile, "Okay, I can wait." Damien felt bad and caressed her cheek as he said with a warm smile, "Don't worry. I promise to give you so much love that you won't regret waiting." Valentina beamed as she prayed to let time pass fast and also crushed Anissa and get it all over with. "Well, let me wash your body now," Damien said as he started cleaning her body with the hot water he had prepared. But as he bathed her, despite what he said, he couldn't resist himself from kissing and licking all over her body, and she was just the same as well. They both kissed each other passionately many times while bathing, and Damien was feeling more tempted to put his cock inside her. However, he didn't lie about the fact that he needed to plan for tomorrow and knew that he already spent so much time in the bathroom, as he didn't expect things to take such a surprising turn. Ever since coming here, Valentina was constantly trying to seduce him in many ways, unknowingly or knowingly, and Damien felt that he really got seduced by a young girl. He had to admit that Valentina thoroughly conquered his heart and body. Chapter 219. After somehow finishing their long and sensual bath, Damien picked her up on his shoulders and walked towards the bed. He got on the bed just as he made her fall on the bed along with him. Just as she got on the bed, her hand was already stroking his erect cock, which had a hard time falling asleep. However, Damien wondered how much stamina she had since he lost count of the number of the times she made him come during bathing, and the number of times he made her orgasm as well. But she was still vigorous and spirited as ever without much exhaustion. He wondered if it was because her body was inherently very strong. After savoring his lips for a while, she intensely kissed and licked his neck while massaging his hot rod. She kissed his chiseled chest and bit his nipple in between her teeth, making him let out a low groan. She tasted his hard abs, and when she was about to quickly move her mouth towards his cock, Damien suddenly caught her arm and pulled her towards him. That's enough for today. You already tasted my cock at least 10 times. We don't want to mess ourselves up right after taking a bath, do we? Damien said with a soft smile. Valentina pouted as she felt that her hunger for his hot milk wasn't satisfied yet. She already swallowed his cum many times as if she hadn't touched a drink for months. And the more she tasted it, the more she got addicted to it. She now realized that other than his blood, the next delicious thing was his hot cock. But thinking that she will get a chance later, she decided to sleep for now. Damien pulled her up over his chest as her face came in contact with his. He cupped her cheeks and gave her a loving kiss as Valentina closed her eyes to enjoy savoring his lips. His hands inadvertently moved down towards her butt and squeezed them as he kept kissing her. Her butt was so soft and juicy that he felt it very satisfying to squeeze her buttocks than a squeeze ball. His cock was already rubbing against her wet pussy, but he managed not to let it invade her narrow cave. Valentina was feeling turned on with the kiss coupled with his hot cock caressing her pussy. But no matter how intense the itch she was feeling in her pussy, she knew she had to wait before she could let his dragon devour her maidenly pussy. His fingers sneaked towards her butthole and slowly inserted his forefinger inside. Valentina bit her lip seductively as she looked at him with a smile. However, after playing with her butthole for a while, he removed his finger and separated his lips from her as he said, "Let's go to sleep now. We played for too long." Valentina pressed her lips together and gave him a wet kiss before resting her head on his chest. Her hands were around his neck while Damien hugged her with one hand while his other hand rested on her silky butt. She twisted her head and looked at him with an inflamed expression. "I love you so much, big brother," she said in a lovesick tone and gave a loving peck on his chest. Damien caressed her hair and gave a warm kiss on her head as he said, "I know. My love for you is no less and would always be as bright as the sun, Valentina." Valentina had a happy smile on her face hearing his affectionate words and felt that today was the happiest and best day in her life so far. She felt that her only lifelong wish was satisfied today, and there was nothing more she wanted in her life. Now her heart felt at ease, thinking that she had finally become completely close with him and left an everlasting imprint on his heart. Damien was feeling happy that he finally accepted Valentina as his woman instead of turning a blind eye to her feelings and his own. He already felt that Lily wouldn't leave him or anything because he had another woman, since she already told him that only his love mattered to her. But his mind had been plagued by other fears and insecurities, which made him hold back his feelings. And the reason he suddenly decided to accept Valentina was that he didn't want to have any tormenting regrets with Valentina, just like he had with Talia and the other girls. He closed his eyes and started to meditate on his soul plane, trying to practice spreading his spiritual perception at its maximum. Since he had stationed Piggy outside the villa, he tried to use his shackles of death to guide its movements, and made it do some actions to see if he could control his undead slaves with perfect mastery and no hiccups. He found out that it took some time to spread his spiritual perception to cover 2 kilometers as it needed some time to spread over. It was not as if he could instantaneously cover everything in a 2 kilometers range within a moment. Just as his spiritual perception spread the maximum it can, Damien could sense the nearby roads and some markets that were still open even after the closing time. He also could sense some amateur practitioners spreading their spiritual perception around for fun, and trying to peek on women trying to bathe only to get a beating from the men in their homes. Of course, because of how people could use spiritual perception, everyone had countermeasures in their homes to stop people from using it to spy on them, and only newbies would dare to anyway. The day soon passed, and it was morning when Damien stirred awake with Valentina still lying over his body. He grinned as he quickly turned over his body along with her and positioned her right under him. "Ah, big brother. No fair, you startled me," Valentina said with a sexy pout as she saw his devilish grin. She wrapped her hands around his neck and gave him an erotic kiss. Damien went along with her kiss and squeezed her boobs as he kissed her. After a minute of intense kissing, he broke off the kiss and moved his head downwards while kissing her body. He kissed her chest, especially a quick sucking movement on one of her boobs, and continued downwards, giving a sensual kiss on her flat stomach. Seeing her pink and fresh pussy, he gave a wet and intense smooch over it, which made Valentina put her finger in her mouth in ecstasy. However, he stopped kissing and suddenly got off the bed as he said, "Okay, that's enough kissing for now. Get up, Valentina. We have so many things to do today." Damien knew if he kissed her any longer, both of them wouldn't be getting out of the bed anytime soon. No matter how much they kissed each other, they both didn't get tired of it and only wanted more. Damien walked outside the room with a chuckle as Valentina got up with pursed lips. She stroked her pussy and tried to remember his wet and warm kiss over it. But she let out a peevish sigh and got off the bed to get ready. She had no idea what Damien was planning but was looking forward to it as she knew it had got to do something with Luke. Soon they both left and headed towards the most luxurious pub within a 2 kilometers range of where Luke was. He had picked a pub which was in the vicinity of Clive's family mansion. As they walked, Valentina lovingly clung to his arms, with a more confident expression on her face this time. Now that she had finally become his, she proudly walked with him as if flaunting Damien to everyone to let everyone know how amazing her man was. He paid for a VIP room where no one would disturb him or peek at him. The VIP room had a large table in the middle, and Damien ordered some appetizing dishes for Valentina. As the dishes came and the waiter left, Damien instructed, "Valentina, just watch over me. I might be unconscious for a while, but no need to panic. I will be back soon, okay?" Valentina tilted her head, not understanding why he would have to go unconscious, but decided to ask him later and nodded with a smile, "Amen. I will protect you, big brother." Damien gave her a quick peck on her lips and rested his head on the table as his lips curved into a shifty grin. "Luke, my boy, it's your time to shine." Chapter 220. Damien's spiritual perception began to spread. He could already faintly feel Luke's location since a part of his soul essence was inside Luke. He sensed Luke looking through some items in a market stall. Damien instantly sent his consciousness towards Luke, and his body went limp. Valentina was eating the grilled meat kept in front of her. Seeing him lie motionlessly didn't worry her much, as she thought he must be in deep meditation. Instead, she was lovingly staring at him, thinking about the things that happened yesterday. She felt her body flaming up as those images flashed in her mind. She felt as if she could still feel his touch on her breasts and honeypot, as if he permanently left a mark on them using his hand and mouth. She thought that she should thank Yora for giving her the idea of making Damien massage her. Otherwise, she knew things wouldn't have taken such a sudden turn, and she would have been sister zone for who knows how long. She licked the meat sauce in her fingers as she thought about his hot milk she swallowed a lot yesterday. No matter how delicious the grilled meat seemed, it didn't taste much good to her compared to his blood and hot milk. She also remembered Damien's instructions to keep ordering food at certain intervals since he told her that they would be here for some time. Damien knew Valentina's huge appetite and was sure that she could still go on even if he ordered 50 dishes. Meanwhile, Damien's consciousness had already taken over Luke's body, and when he opened his eyes, as expected, he found himself in front of a market stall. He had already ordered Luke before to come and stand within a 2 kilometers range of the Clive family mansion. Phew, this still feels surreal. Damien still didn't completely get used to being in someone else's body, but he did practice during the past few weeks. However, Damien was able to access all the memories of Luke's and wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to pretend to be him, even to Luke's family members. Damien could easily imitate Luke's mannerisms. Actions, and not a single soul would suspect him. He had already set up some plan and had ordered Luke to get friendly with any one of Denisa River's lackeys. Damien decided to meet up with the lackey Luke had befriended and set his plans in motion. He used one of Luke's messaging talismans and sent a message to Neo to meet him. Neo was none other than the most favorite boy toy of Denisa Rivers. Soon enough, Damien saw a scrawny boy with innocent and cute looks coming over. He waved his hands towards Neo and saw Neo walking towards him at a hurried pace. Neo recognized Luke, and as he stood before him, he asked in a low voice, which was how his voice always sounded, "Senior brother Luke, anything happened? Do you know why your mistress is not having sex these days?" Damien asked with a narrowed gaze. Neo got startled hearing his question and said in a low voice, "How does senior brother Luke know?" Neo was surprised that Denisa hadn't been toying with him for the past few weeks, and wondered if she was even the same person who always used to tie and whip him while riding on him. After experiencing her treatment, he was nothing more than a trained dog who would do anything for her. And now, strangely, he had gotten addicted to her ways that he was feeling a bit frustrated why she wasn't calling on him. He also noticed that she was looking even more charming than ever and wanted to lick her feet again. He also knew that he was her favorite boy toy, and felt proud about that fact since those who were afraid of Denisa wouldn't dare to cross him as well, since everyone knew that Denisa didn't like anyone laying a hand on her toys except her. She was highly possessive of her possessions. Damien smiled smugly. "How can you not expect this senior brother to know? As you know, I am Brother Roy's most trusted aide. I obviously got the true reason for her abstinence from him. It seems that she is sick, and Roy told me to mix this pill in her drink to cure her." Damien took out a grey-colored pill and handed it to Neo. Damien continued in a serious tone, "But we can't let her know about this pill since one of its side effects include light rashes on her skin, which would anyway disappear within the same day itself even if it occurred by some rare chance. Denisa is afraid that she would suffer from it for days, and that's the reason she is not taking any medicinal pills. So all you could do as her dutiful servant is to make sure she recovers before her health worsens along with her beauty." Neo's expression became grave as he never expected that his mistress was suffering for the past few weeks. He felt like shit for not being able to realize it, and his eyes flashed as he looked at the pill. Although he learned about the possible side effects, he was more concerned about the health of his mistress. He knew Denisa prized her beauty the most, and she wouldn't even like a single blotch on her skin. But he felt that as her loyal servant, he should make sure she becomes healthy again and continue her usual activities with him. Neo's eyes became focused, and he said in a determined tone, "Senior brother Luke, you can leave this to me. I will make sure to put this pill inside one of her usual drinks without her knowledge." His tone became appreciative as he continued by bowing his head, "And thank you for giving me this pill. I am glad that senior brother Luke is so concerned about the health of my mistress and for trusting me with this task." Damien chuckled as he patted Neo's shoulders. "Haha, don't worry about it. After all, Denisa's family and my brother Roy's family are really close. So it's only natural I at least do something about this." Damien lowered his eyebrows as if he suddenly remembered about something and continued, "Yes, there is also one more thing I was planning to tell you. After you made sure she had taken the pill, tell her to come to room number 5 of the Elite Flower Inn. Tell her that a 4th-year elite senior wants to meet her for something related to the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. That senior told me there is a way to increase her ranking and is only willing to tell her in private. Make sure that you bring your mistress there exactly after half an hour." Neo's eyes spirited up. "Really? Then that's great. My mistress would be pleased to know that there is a way to increase her ranking and earn more fame and status." She had been thinking of different ways to increase her ranking faster, but because of that Valentina, she had been preoccupied with destroying her in the upcoming challenge. And now, for some reason, she seems more frustrated whenever she hears someone mentioning Valentina's name. Neo continued in an assuring tone, "Anyway, I will make sure my mistress reaches there after half an hour sharp. She wouldn't miss out on this, I am sure of it." "Haha, of course, you will," Damien said with a shrouded smile and left towards Roy's mansion. Since Luke occasionally visited Roy's mansion, he freely entered the Clive family's mansion. Damien went inside the mansion and ordered a servant to bring him 2 delicious drinks. When the servant came back with the drinks, Damien happily took them both into his hands while putting something in one of the drinks swiftly. He straight away went to the backyard of the mansion, where he saw Roy training. "Brother Roy!" Damien called out with a flattering smile. Roy turned around and saw Luke coming over with 2 glasses filled with his favorite drink. Seeing them, he felt his taste buds being stimulated as he had been training for quite a while without break. Roy gave a lofty smile as he said, "What brings you here, Luke? Have you found any women of my liking?" "Yes, of course," Damien grinned as he walked towards Roy. Chapter 221. Roy had a sly grin on his face. Really? But as I told you, I only wanted you to keep a lookout for innocent maidens since I am completely focusing on my training this month. After 2 weeks or so, I would be able to vent my frustrations on those gullible girls completely. It's been a while since I have tasted some virgin pussy. I am tired of fucking those mature women. Damien said earnestly, but brother Roy, I have found a top-notch girl with bountiful assets. It seems like she is new to town and someone from a commoner's background. Her beauty is 1 in 1,000, and it's not every day we come across such beauty without any influential background. By her looks, I am sure she doesn't even have a boyfriend and is surely a virgin. Roy's eyes narrowed with a lecherous grin. If even you put it like that, then she must be really a bortalicious virgin. Damn, only if I weren't so focused on my training, I would have taken her right now. For now, don't lose sight of her and get rid of any men who try to approach her. She is mine for now. HMPH, even the most beautiful girl is about to land on my hands. I think some goddess must love my manliness and bless me with such luck. Manliness, my ass, Damien scorned inwardly. He didn't even feel like listening to his vain words. Damien said in a serious tone, but brother Roy, I already approached that girl to lure her in and make sure to keep her within my sights for you since I saw some young masters taking an interest in her. I drove them off and gained her trust so that things could be easier for you. I told her that it was you who sent me, and right now, she is very adamant that she wants to see you. And by some lucky coincidence, she also said that she knows Valentina and came here in search of her. He continued with a devious grin, maybe she knows something about Valentina, and brother Roy can make her tell you that information easily now that she thinks you are her savior. You can probably use it against Valentina just in case. After all, we can never be too careful. Roy nodded with half-lidded eyes as he felt that Luke had a point. His lips curled up as he thought that things were looking very good for him. He looked at Luke and said with a satiric smile, Hey, Luke, you are doing a fine job. Even before, you were not this good. I guess after getting destroyed by a woman, your brain must have got knocked back to its place, ha ha ha. Damien sheepishly smiled as he scratched his head. However, inwardly he couldn't stop laughing, thinking how the fool before him was following along his plan like a pig. He felt that it was effortless to manipulate a sex fiend. He was sure that if a woman with beauty and brains wanted to swindle a man like Roy, they could easily do it without even letting him lay a single finger on her. That was how one could take advantage of lascivious young masters like Roy. Unfortunately, most women would cower or give in because of his powerful background and wouldn't dare to try any tricks with him. And by the way, what do you plan to do to that wastrel from the Rome Empire, Damien? Damien asked in a dark tone. Roy laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha, is that even a question, Luke? Do you think I will make a fool out of myself like you? I heard that brat broke through into the spirit ethereal realm just a few weeks ago, and how many more levels do you think he could possibly break through within a month? Even if the heavens blessed him, he would at most break through by a single level. And even considering that he could fight someone a whole realm above him, I am still stronger by a significant degree. He continued with the corners of his mouth downturned, you just watch me end the whole match with just a single move. That idiot must be deeply regretting the fact that he tried to act like a man before Valentina and challenged me on the spot. Only now, he must have realized that he was handing her over to me so easily, ha ha ha. Even Alchemist's rail is on my side, so what could possibly go wrong, he he. And finally, his disciple will see that a pitiful and weak loser like Damien isn't for her. Damien said in a fawning tone, brother Roy is right. That fool Damien merely tried to buy time desperately, but all he did was bring upon more misery onto his head. I am sure your match wouldn't even take a minute to finish. His speed can only help so much, and nor can he run outside the arena, he he. Damien then offered one of the drinks in his hand to Luke and said, here, brother Roy. I thought of bringing your favorite drink, seeing that you were training so hard. Roy took the glass from Luke's hand and snickered, ha, look at you being so dutiful and thoughtful. I bet if you were a girl, you would have been my favorite mistress, ha ha ha. Damien felt creeped out and wondered if Roy was really straight. Roy chugged down the drink as if he was tasting such a tasty drink for the first time. Ha, that was such a refreshing drink. No wonder it is my favorite. Now, where is this girl that you wanted me to meet? Damien replied, I will take brother Roy to her within an hour or so. So, I will return within an hour and take you. Roy nodded, then you can leave. I will just keep training till then. If one heard Roy, they would think that he was a very diligent and hardworking genius. But only Damien knew the reason for his vigorous training. He knew that because Roy ingested the pill he had given him, it did seem to increase his body strength and virility slightly. But his sex drive also increased by a lot and made him quite restless, as Damien could notice how his eyes seemed a bit red as if he was suppressing his urges for the past few weeks. A sex maniac like him would feel extremely frustrated, especially with the pill's side effects and increased libido. He had been trying to divert his mind and get rid of the sexual tension by indulging himself in arduous training. But still, it didn't seem to help much, and he kept on continuing his training like a maniac in hopes of suppressing his sexual urges. Thankfully for him, the urges were not unbearable, and he took relief in the fact that he only had to suffer for 2 more weeks at most. He thought it was a fair price to pay for the miraculous pill he received as a gift from Alchemist's Rail. After all, it was the first of its kind that could even increase one's lifespan by a very small amount. Damien left while grinning to himself. He inwardly scoffed, soon, you will wish your dick goodbye forever, heh? Damien headed towards the Elite Flower Inn and entered room number 5 since he had already booked the room long before. He sat down on a soft comfortably as he waited patiently for a certain someone. After a few minutes, knock, a knock sounded, and Damien opened the door to see Denisa and Neo behind her. He smiled as he gestured towards the room, please, come in. Denisa wrinkled her nose, seeing that it was Luke when she expected someone else, it's you? Where is this senior you talked about? Damien maintained a servile smile as he said, the 4th-year senior would be joining us soon. You can wait inside till he comes. Denisa harumphed and haughtily entered the room while pushing away Luke. Neo followed behind her timidly and greeted Luke as he entered inside. He also gave a thumbs up, indicating that he had given her the pill already, to which Damien gave a praising smile. Damien's lips curled up as he closed the door behind him and muttered, now things are going to be fun. Chapter 222. Damien sat down on a sofa and kept looking at Denisa with an amused smile. What are you smiling at, dickhead? Denisa asked with an irate expression. These days she hasn't been feeling good at all other than the fact that her beauty increased. She was so sexually frustrated that he was somehow holding on just like Roy. But she still vented some of her frustrations by whipping and toying with her boy toys in other ways. She was taking relief in the fact that only a maximum of 2 weeks was left till she could unleash her pent-up sexual urges. However, whenever she thought of toying with Damien and imagining the horrified look on Valentina's face, she would start feeling wet. She was thinking of telling Roy not to kill Damien during the match nor wreck his body too much. She knew Roy wouldn't listen unless she gave him something valuable, which she had already prepared by finding some pretty innocent maidens for his taking. Damien smiled, hearing her question, and said politely, "It's because Miss Denisa seems more beautiful than before. I was only admiring your beauty." Denisa wrinkled her nose and scoffed, but inwardly she felt her ego being fanned. She thought that even losers like Luke are complimenting her and could guess how everyone else would feel. She never felt so proud of her own beauty and believed that Alchemist's rail was a true gem. However, within a few minutes, she started feeling sleepy and started yawning. She couldn't understand why she was suddenly feeling sleepy and felt her eyelids drooping on their own. Neo noticed her yawning and asked her timidly, "Mistress, are you all right?" Denisa simply waved her hand in a vexing manner which made Neo gulp and said with a deep bow, "Sorry, please forgive this slave for asking something unnecessary." But within a few seconds, Denisa's head suddenly drooped as if she got knocked out, making Neo panic. "Mistress! Mistress! What happened?" He looked at Luke, who was sitting calmly, and pleaded, "Senior brother Luke, please help her. She seems unconscious." Damien raised one of his brows. "Oh, seems like something is wrong. Let me check her." Damien walked towards Denisa, swiftly got behind Neo, and suddenly twisted his neck from behind before Neo could even realize what was going on. Asterisk crack asterisk, you shouldn't have come with her. Without a change in his expression, Damien dropped Neo's dead body on a sofa. He turned Neo into an undead momentarily by extending his soul energy, and made Neo take out a messaging talisman that could reach the Rivers family mansion in case of an emergency. He knew Neo would have one as Denisa must have given it to him in case he wanted to contact her if he wasn't able to reach her through her personal talisman. However, just as Neo took out the talisman, Damien's soul energy connection got cut off on its own as he couldn't control undead as proficiently as he could from his original body. There was only a pitiful amount of his soul essence in Luke's body, and that was hardly enough to control even someone relatively weak as Neo for a few seconds. His eyes then laid upon Denisa, who was lying defenseless on the sofa. His lips curled up as he picked her up and threw her on the bed. He already made sure she was perfectly knocked out and would be for at least half an hour more. He grabbed her robes and tore them open from the middle, revealing her naked body completely. One would think that he was going to rape her, but no, Damien wouldn't stoop that low in consideration for his lovers. He already had other plans, but looking at the breast pads that came out, his lips curled up into a ridiculing smile. "Seems like you don't seem to love your flat-chested boobs." Damien snickered as he saw how desperately Denisa was trying to make her bosom look bigger. "But don't worry, that would be the least of your worries when all this is over." Damien muttered with a mocking smile. He proceeded to remove the rest of her robes till she was finally completely naked with her hairy honeypot in full display. He took some chains out and tied her hands to the strong bedpost, and was sure she wouldn't be able to break it off as her cultivation would remain sealed for at least 2 more hours. He took a small sheet and put it over her face, covering her head completely. "Now time to pick someone up." Damien patted his hands together and left the room before locking it from outside. Within a few minutes, he reached the Clive family mansion and saw Roy still training like a madman. He smiled, thinking to himself that the effects must have slowly started to take place. "Brother Roy, let's go. She is ready, and I have also prepared a surprise for you," Damien said with a broad smile. Roy's eyes were a bit red, and he looked at Luke while his body seemed fatigued. "Sure, let's go. I could use a break now." Roy quickly cleaned himself up using a water shower installed on the training ground itself. He looked refreshed after cleaning himself up, but one could notice that he seemed a bit jittery, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Damien smiled and led Roy towards the Elite Flower Inn. As they walked, Damien noticed that Roy began to sweat already and his hands were becoming more restless, and a small bulge was present on his pants. "No need to try too hard, Roy. I will give you a good opportunity soon enough to vent out your animalistic urges." Damien inwardly snickered as he hurried up his pace. Soon enough, they reached the Elite Flower Inn, and Damien slowly led Roy towards room number 5. Roy was starting to feel fuzzy and hot all over his body, especially his dick, which seemed to become more erect on its own as time passed. He had no idea what was going on with his body, and wondered if the side effects of the pill he had taken from Alchemist's rail were going out of control. He shook his head vigorously while squinting his eyes close and open, trying to calm his body down. But within a few seconds, all his thoughts dulled out, and all he felt was a desperate need to ravage someone with his out-of-control dick. Damien smiled, seeing that the aphrodisiac pill he had mixed in Roy's drink was already making him feel muddled. They had already reached room number 5, and Damien opened the door while stepping aside to give Roy a good look at who's lying on the bed. Roy's eyes flared up like flames of lust started to burn fervidly inside his body, especially his dick, upon seeing the charming naked body lying vulnerably on the bed. His eyes were completely glued to the naked figure on the bed, such that not even the surroundings of the room seemed to enter his eyes. He hurriedly walked in as saliva drawled from his mouth as if he was gazing upon the most appetizing dish he had ever seen in his life. He couldn't see her face since it was covered, but his eyes were already glued onto her pussy as if that's all he could see. He swallowed his saliva as he removed his pants in a wild manner, with only thoughts of sex rooted in his mind. There were absolutely no other thoughts or any rational thoughts. Instead, his primal instincts were controlling his mind and body completely. He didn't think why Luke brought him to a naked beauty lying on the bed, nor why she was even chained to the bed while being unconscious. He didn't even care to remove the cloth from her face, as all he wanted now was to ravage and fuck her pussy till the blazing fires of lust inside him died down. He was already breathing like a wild boar in heat and got on the bed with his dick out. He grabbed Denisa's legs and, without any hesitation, rammed his dick inside her pussy like a beast and started to pummel her. Phew, the aphrodisiac surely seems to work better than I expected. Damien chuckled, seeing Roy ravaging Denisa in a wild manner. Roy seemed to have forgotten why he even came here, and even Luke, who was standing at the door. All he wanted now was to release all his pent-up libido. Enjoy your last sex while it lasts, Roy, Damien snickered as he took a seat in one of the sofas opposite where Neo's dead body was resting. Fierce and barbaric grunts were resounding out from the room, to which women and men passing by felt their faces going red, hearing such ferocious grunts and groans. They wondered which animal-like person was so much in heat and pitied the woman who was on the receiving end of his wild assault. Chapter 223. Damien saw that Roy was wholly engrossed in fucking Denisa, that even if he badmouthed Roy, he wouldn't pay any mind to him. Damien casually took out 2 messaging talismans. One belonged to the Rivers family, and the other belonged to the Clive family. He activated both of them and sent a message that he was sure would spook both the patriarchs. The messages, he said, would only be transmitted to their head manservant, but Damien was sure that they would definitely relay this message to the patriarchs of both families. He then rested back his head and saw some changes appearing on their bodies slowly. His lips curled up into an evil grin, and he felt that it was a pity that he wouldn't be able to see their reactions when they find out what happened to their bodies, or the fact that they were fucking each other so wildly. Go easy on her, boy. You don't want to kill her, Damien chuckled in amusement. A match made in heaven. Damien chuckled as he let his consciousness travel back to this own body. His work was done and there was no need to be there anymore. He also dispersed his soul essence in Luke's body as he didn't need him any longer. He believed that the dead bodies of Luke and Neo would only make this better. Valentina was licking her fingers smeared with meat sauce and was still wondering when Damien would wake up. Although she was sure nothing bad would happen to Damien, she still was a bit worried seeing him lying unconscious for so long. Ha! Suddenly Damien raised his head with his eyes wide open and looked around to see that he was already back in his own body. Big brother. Valentina smiled jubilantly, seeing him wake up, and gave him a tender hug. Ha ha ha, I guess I was away for too long, eh? Damien chuckled as he patted her head. Not really, just an hour or more. But what did you do? She asked as she cocked her head. Damien smirked as he lightly tugged her cheeks. You will soon know, and you will be happy to see what happens. And all you have to do is follow my lead and not show any weakness before anyone, which I know you surely won't. Valentina had a quizzical expression but was looking forward to what pleasant surprise Damien had in store for her. As she was thinking, Damien stroked her lips as he said with an amused smile, look at you. All the meat sauce spread over your lips. Your stomach is bigger than you are. Tee-hee-hee. Valentina impishly giggled as she opened her mouth and sucked on his finger while staring into his eyes intensely. Feeling turned on by her actions, he said in a sensual tone, let me clean up that sauce near your lips. He took his finger out and grabbed her nape as he pulled her in for a deep and passionate kiss. He licked his tongue all over her lips as he cleared up all the sauce smeared around her lips while feeling the taste of the meat sauce. He pinched her nipples from over her clothes and pushed her down towards the cushiony couch as they both continued to kiss each other intensely. Meanwhile, 2 elderly-looking men dressed in neat and elegant manservant clothes meant only for the maidservants with the highest position were, looking stunned just outside room number 5 as if they were seeing the world end before them. One of them was the Clive family's head manservant, and the other was from the Rivers family. They had rushed to the elite flower inn after receiving disturbing news of Roy raping Denisa. Since they received it from Luke, they couldn't just simply dismiss the news as nonsense. Before them, they were seeing Roy ravaging Denisa ferociously, who had woken up by now and was struggling to get free with a horrified and shocked expression. When Roy started to fuck her, Denisa still didn't feel it since she was completely unconscious. However, soon enough, she felt as if her whole body was burning from inside, and opened her eyes only to feel intense shock and terror of seeing Roy ramming her like a wild bull in heat. Roy had already removed the cloth from her face while he was ravaging her since he wanted to take advantage of her lips while pounding her. Despite seeing her face, his movements didn't falter as his mind was completely thrown into disorder and was turned into nothing more than a sex machine. One of the main reasons for Denisa's dramatic reactions was because she couldn't comprehend what was going on and why Roy was pounding her without her knowledge. She began to panic when she realized that her hands were chained to the bedpost and her cultivation was sealed. She couldn't even shake off Roy, who was hurting her body as well because of how tightly he was gripping her body and the speed at which he was pummeling her pussy. She literally felt like a wild bull was fucking her. No matter how much she shouted and cried, Roy's expressions didn't seem to change in the slightest, and he still had a crazy and frenzied look on his face which scared her. The one other reason was that she remembered that she wasn't supposed to have sexual activities for at least 2 more weeks. Otherwise, she might suffer from unforeseen consequences, which she had no idea what those were, not that she wanted to find out. But soon, her worst fears started to come true as she noticed weird and ugly mutations occurring on both her and Roy's bodies. It looked like a black and greasy spots that slowly seemed to spread through their skin and to almost their whole body. She howled and screamed in horror, seeing those spots, and shook her body vigorously to make Roy stop. But all her efforts were futile, especially when she couldn't even use her cultivation. Her beauty was one of the most important things she took pride in, and now it seemed as if it was being taken away from her in a cruel and harrowing manner. She even started crying for her father as he was the one who fulfills all her wishes and gives her everything she wants. But no matter how much she cried or tried to call for help, her body was becoming uglier by the minute, and even some pus was coming from her skin pores. Without even touching her face, she was sure her face was also being disfigured as each second passed. She even started looking at Roy with killing intent and deep-seated hatred, which she had never before shown to anyone else to such an extreme degree. It was as if Roy had literally taken away her only honor, dignity, and all her assets that she deemed precious. Her body no longer had the charm or shine it previously had, especially after taking Damien's pill. Not even a pig would deign to look at her body, and even she knew that she now had become the ugliest woman in the world. She prayed desperately that let all this be just a horrible nightmare and not reality. But as time passed, she had to accept that this was the reality. However, seeing the same deformations on Roy's body, she at least took delight in the fact that he was suffering from the same horrifying curse. She had already lost all energy after all the screaming and crying, especially when Roy was so intensely stimulating her body. She couldn't understand why Roy would go to such an extent just to rape her, especially when he wasn't fond of her after having an affair before. She had fucked Roy before, and he didn't come to her again, saying that she was a nightmare. Because of her current predicament, she couldn't even think much or wonder if Luke lured her here because of Roy's orders. Or whether he was doing this to get some sort of revenge. Soon enough, she heard the doors opening, and it was like she finally saw hope in between all the despair. Seeing her family's head manservant, she tried to shout, but her mouth was too tired, and she could see both manservants looking at her and Roy as if they saw something unimaginable. Help me! Denisa somehow keened out, making the manservants come out of their daze from seeing such an ugly scene where they could barely recognize their young master and mistress. Both of them hurriedly rushed inside the room, preparing to defuse this unsightly situation. Chapter 224. Since they were head manservants, their cultivations were at the sky ethereal realm. After all, they were working for 2 of the top 5 families. How could they be weak like some ordinary servant from relatively less powerful families? They were able to remove Roy away from the bed easily, and had to knock him out as he was moving around his limbs and howling in a frenzied manner. Denisa had fainted with relief and exhaustion and the fact that she couldn't bear to look at her own body anymore. Even the manservants wrinkled their noses upon seeing the ugly deformations on Roy and Denisa's body. They also saw Luke and Neo's bodies lying on the sofa, and by just simply inspecting them, they were shocked to find out that they both were dead. They couldn't understand what happened here or what was going on. This was the most shocking thing they had ever seen happen in their long years of serving the families. They didn't know how they should explain this whole incident to their masters. But they knew they had no choice but to tell the truth if they didn't want their heads to roll. But first, they tried to give healing pills to Denisa and Roy to get rid of those strange marks on their body, which almost covered every part of their body. Only some areas remained normal. However, when they gave them top-notch healing pills, their expressions became aghast when they saw that instead of removing those deformations, it increased even more. Now, their bodies were completely covered in ugly black marks from which yellow pus was coming out, making even the manservants look away in disgust. They clutched their heads in horror, thinking that they worsened the situation, and even after being this old, they couldn't help but panic. They quickly took out their messaging talismans and conveyed the truth so that by the time they return, their masters would at least be prepared to handle this whole thing and not take out their wrath on them. And without further ado, they picked up Roy and Denisa and hastened towards their respective family mansions. Meanwhile, Damien and Valentina had a nice meal and came out of the pub with a smile. If one saw the calm smile on Damien's face, they wouldn't think that he just wrecked the prodigal heirs of 2 of the top 5 families. Even laying a hand on them will automatically mean a death warrant or a cruel death in the worst case. Even if the patriarchs of the Clive and Rivers family launch an investigation, the last person people will suspect was Damien, as many had already spotted him and saw him enjoying his meal with Valentina in a pub. Damien switched to his alchemist Azrael disguise, and along with Valentina, they headed towards the Spring River Villa. Damien had bought, or to be precise, he was gifted with the Spring River Villa to conduct his business, and the villa was not that far from his Ocean Haven Villa. He had already hired servants and maids to look after the Spring River Villa as he wanted help in managing his customers, and not only to look after the villa. For the past few weeks, he had already opened shop and accepted customers for buying his pills and patients for receiving his treatment. As soon as he had opened shop, people started to flood in like a swarm, and there seemed to be no end to them despite the fees Damien was charging them. In such a wealthy empire, there were, of course, many wealthy people who were ready to pay exorbitant prices just to get their hands on a supreme tier pill, which wasn't even available in the markets now as it had already gone out of stock for a long time. As Damien had stopped concocting pills for a while, the supreme tier pills he had given to the Alchemist Society to sell in the market already got sold like hotcakes till there were no more available. And as a result, demand for supreme tier pills increased even further, and people who luckily already got their hands on one of them resold them for a price way higher than the original price they bought it at, thus making a huge profit. Even the relatively poor families who held on to at least one of the supreme tier pills were now at least 10 times richer than before, after reselling the supreme tier pill they had. That was the extreme extent to which these supreme tier pills' prices skyrocketed that even Damien was flabbergasted to see them rise in price within just a month. He felt that if he kept concocting supreme tier pills for just a few months, he could make enough wealth to rival large-sized families. Wealth was the least of his concerns now, especially when he could concoct rank 5 pills now. Previously, with just rank for supreme tier pills, he made a substantial amount of wealth within just days. So one could only imagine how much wealth he made by concocting rank 5 pills during the past few weeks. He also gave some of his pills to the Alchemist Society to keep them satisfied so that he could procure their services smoothly whenever he needed them and maintain a healthy relationship with Leon Zeton. The only supreme existence Damien was most familiar with in the Zeton Empire was Leon Zeton. He had tried to build a rapport with him by visiting the Alchemist Society occasionally to exchange ideas, and also at the same time whether he could learn something from him as Leon Zeton was an expert who lived for centuries. So far, Damien felt that Leon Zeton was someone with a profound understanding of various things, and he himself was enlightened about some things while talking to him. Leon Zeton was also one of the Zetonians who gave him a good feeling so far, and his gut was telling him there was something more to Leon Zeton than what he was showing. However, Damien didn't overestimate himself to think that he could probe a supreme existence and played it safe. Leon Zeton had heard about how things went down with the Clive and Rivers family patriarchs, and asked Alchemist Azrael whether he was against Valentina and Damien's relationship. However, Damien said that he only wanted the best for Valentina, and the worthy one would anyway win in the end. Leon Zeton was feeling more confused about Alchemist Azrael as he couldn't understand his thinking process. But he was shocked when Falco told him about the special pills Alchemist Azrael had given to the heirs of the Clive and the Rivers family. He never expected that Alchemist Azrael could concoct such pills, and he was so curious and interested in it that he was dying to ask Alchemist Azrael about those pills. But he didn't want to come off as too desperate and decided to invite him for talks once in a while and exchange some ideas. He didn't know whether he should be surprised, or not when he learned that Alchemist Azrael could even discuss and work with rank 7 medical formulas. Now he felt that it was no surprise Alchemist Azrael was able to come up with such marvelous medical formulas, and use them to concoct pills to give them away as gifts to Roy and Denisa. He could only wonder what Alchemist Azrael's true origins were as it seemed impossible for him that a weakened empire like the Rome Empire could give birth to such a prodigy. Unless Alchemist Azrael had a hidden expert from some other empire as his master, he couldn't see any other way how he reached such heights. But the thing that befuddled him the most was Alchemist Azrael's etheric flames, as he knew that was the main reason he was able to concoct supreme tier pills. But it was not like he could find out more about it if Alchemist Azrael were unwilling to share any information. However, he decided to maintain a good relationship with Alchemist Azrael, and was also impressed by how talented Valentina was in alchemy as well, but wasn't surprised, of course. Damien and Valentina soon entered the Spring River Villa. They were greeted by the maids and servants as they respectfully bowed while lining up in an orderly fashion. Chapter 225. All the servants and maids hired by Damien felt extremely lucky to work for the most talented alchemist in the world. They considered it an honor, and each of them also had the skills to make sure that they were worthy of working for him. So far, they were extremely happy with their job as they were handsomely getting paid, and all Alchemist Azrael asked from them is to do a good job in looking after the villa. They were happy and proud to brag to their family and friends that they were working for Alchemist Azrael, and even if they were just servants, people looked at them in a different light. They knew that the people who managed to get hired by Alchemist Azrael would surely lead a comfortable life, and their future looked bright as long as they could impress him with their work. Valentina had asked Damien before why they were heading towards the Spring River Villa. But Damien responded with a smile that something fun was going to happen as certain people would be coming over soon, and that she needed to be present as well before they arrived. He said that it was time she showed them who's the boss. Damien and Valentina went into the main bedroom, and he set up an ethereal barrier as soon as he entered. He expected that the Clive and Rivers patriarchs would first panic seeing the condition of their precious heirs. And there might also be some squabble between them since apparently, it seemed as if Roy raped Denisa. Damien was sure that the patriarch of the Rivers family would stomp towards the Clive family, asking for an explanation, especially when he sees how ugly his daughter had become. In fact, if it were not for his soul cultivation being at a decent level, Damien was sure Harvey Rivers would have fainted seeing her condition. However, considering the long friendly relationship the Clive and Rivers families were having, they wouldn't fight to their death even after such an incident. Even if they were complete strangers to each other, they wouldn't resort to using fists till they got to the bottom of it. Obviously, they would first think why Roy even did this, as it did not seem as if he had some hatred against Denisa. And even if he did, he wouldn't be doing something so outrageous and open, which was sure to reach their ears. Anything he wanted to do, he would have discreetly done considering he had the guts. Denisa was not any girl coming from an ordinary background, but from a family with equal standing to the Clive family. They knew unless Roy was a complete idiot, he wouldn't even dare to touch her without preparing himself to face the consequences. However, considering the state in which their head manservant found him, they could conclude that he was drugged, just like how Denisa was drugged as well. Damien was sure that with the help of their family doctors, they would inspect Roy and Denisa's body, and surely they would find that they were indeed drugged. But Damien wasn't worried even if they found out that Roy and Denisa had been drugged. After all, even if they found out that Luke and Neo drugged them, he wouldn't even be in the picture remotely. All the blame would fall on Luke and Neo, who were already long dead, and even if Neo was alive, it would still be a dead end. They wouldn't even know why Luke and Neo drugged Roy and Denisa. It would forever be an unsolvable mystery for them. Damien removed his hood just as Valentina jumped onto him. He laughed as he slumped back on a sofa with her. Valentina was sitting on Damien's lap with her hands wrapped around his neck. Damien fondled her boobs as he asked, "Valentina, what do you know about sex?" Valentina was a bit surprised hearing his sudden question and put up a pondering expression as if she was thinking of an answer. Damien pinched her nipples over her dress as he asked with a grin, "You are so naughty, and you don't know." MNNN. Big brother, isn't it something a man and woman do to make babies? Valentina asked as she bit her lip, feeling aroused as Damien pinched her nipples. Damien was surprised she knew about these things. He squinted his eyes as he asked, "Who told you that, or where did you learn it from?" Valentina glanced away meekly as if she was hesitant to answer his question. Damien devilishly smiled as he twisted her nipples. You are hiding something from me?" Valentina cocked her head backward, feeling her blood rush towards her nipples and her body becoming warm slowly. She said in a low voice, "Why, Yora taught me." Damien wasn't surprised to hear that it was Yora who taught her, as he already guessed it. After all, the only company Valentina had in school was Yora. Anything else? Did she teach you how it is done specifically? Damien prodded. Valentina breathed out, as she said that a man's seacock goes inside a woman's flower pot, and then they dance till they make a baby. Flower pot? Dance? What the hell? Damien had his jaw slacked hearing such funny things from Valentina. Is it wrong? Valentina asked as she tilted her head. Damien amusedly chuckled as he said, "No, she is right about the part about how babies are made. But Valentina, you must understand we can't have a child now." "Do you know why?" Valentina's expression became slightly dejected as she asked, "Why can't I have Big Brother's child? We would have a baby of our own, and it would also grow up. It will be very fun." Her expression became excited as she thought about how it would be if she had his child. Damien sighed as he said, "Sure, children are fun, but it also comes with a lot of responsibility for which we both are too young and weak to handle those responsibilities. A couple will only decide to have children when they settle down in some place without any potential dangers that could be a threat to them. And you know that we won't be settling anywhere for a long while. And unless we become strong enough, we won't be able to protect our children. Do you understand what I am trying to say here?" Valentina's lips pressed together as she never thought about such things. She never expected that one should consider so many things and conditions before having a child. And the dream of having a baby seemed so far away and complicated that she felt downcast. She slowly nodded with a sullen face as she knew that his words made sense, and she also didn't want to have a baby without being confident that she could protect it. However, she wondered how strong she or Damien should be before they have one. And how many years would it take to become strong enough to be not afraid of any dangers? All these questions made her feel as if the dream of having a baby seemed very far away. Ever since she learned from Yora about sex and how babies were made because of that process, she was very excited to know how a baby between her and Damien would turn out to be. Damien sighed as he saw her sulky expression and caressed her cheeks with a smile. "Don't worry. I promise one day we will have a baby for sure. Before we know it, many years would pass. And the less we worry about it, the faster time would seem to pass. Okay?" Damien remembered about the child he almost had with Sophie, and not a day went by where he dreamed how his life would have been had it survived. During those days, he was so impatient to see his child born and would dream how his child would grow up and whether it would be a boy or a girl. But after losing Sophie and his child, he understood the hard way that having a child without having enough power to protect it can turn out to be a nightmare. Valentina's lips slowly arched into a cheery smile, hearing his promise, as she knew that Damien never breaks his promise. Her promise made her hopes bright again, but then she suddenly thought about something. But big brother, does this mean we can't have sex before? Damien interrupted her with a chuckle. Don't worry. We can have sex while making sure we don't have a baby. Either you can take something known as birth control pills or use your own ethereal energy to make sure it doesn't happen. I will later teach you how to use your ethereal energy for that in detail. Chapter 226. Damien didn't know about using one's ethereal energy to prevent pregnancy. But Luna suggested it to him and also told him how it could be done. Valentina felt relieved that she could be one with Damien without worrying about having a baby accidentally. Although she badly wanted to have one, after hearing Damien's words, she understood that she did not have much idea about looking after a child, nor did she expect it to be so complicated and difficult. She decided to educate herself about more of these things through books and with the help of Yora in the coming days. Damien slyly pulled one of her sleeves down as her velvety right boob popped out, and the rosa pink bud on top of it lured Damien's eyes. Valentina smiled, seeing Damien eyeing her boobs with such interest, and before she could pull him towards her, Damien had already plunged his mouth over her right boob and started to ravage it, while squeezing her other boob by slipping his hand through her dress. Onum. Valentina arched her neck back in pleasure as she played with his hair. However, one of her hands quietly slipped down and pressed over his pants, under which his dragon was slumbering. She tried rubbing it from outside while using her other hand to suck one of Damien's fingers. Ring, however, before things could get heated up any further, both of them heard the bell ring, which meant that they had guests. Damien mumbled, seems like they are here earlier than expected. He put back up Valentina's sleeves and lifted her. Let's go, Valentina. We have some respected guests to receive, Damien said with a grin. Valentina saw his grin and knew that whatever was going to happen next would be fun. Although she didn't feel good about being interrupted, she took satisfaction in the fact that she could continue it any time later. Damien put his hood back on, and along with Valentina, he headed towards the guest room. He also gave some instructions to Valentina, which puzzled her a bit. However, she still decided to see for herself what was going to happen. The maids went forward to tell him about the arrival of some guests, but Damien waved his hands, telling them that there was no need as he knew who all his guests exactly were. He also could notice that his maids' and servants' expressions seemed slightly nervous as if they welcomed some prominent figures. Just as he entered the guest room and closed the door behind him, he saw the patriarchs, Owen Clive and Harvey Rivers, looking towards his direction in a very anxious manner. They immediately got up, but Damien's eyes then got sight of two revolting figures on the side wearing cloaks, standing with their backs drooped and heads down as if they didn't have enough guts to face the world. Their face was completely covered with blackish yellow lumps and patches that even he didn't feel like taking another look at them. He felt that not even people suffering from severe ulcers and necrosis would look so unsightly. He applauded himself that his pill exceeded his expectations. Valentina was surprised to see those two stomach-churning figures. But upon closer look, she noticed that they were Denisa and Roy without any of their lofty bearings present nor any arrogant looks on their downturned faces. They seemed so meek and shaken that someone would mistake their bearings to be that of the lowliest servant instead of prodigal heirs of big-shot families. Damien inwardly smirked as he could notice how Owen and Harvey were trying to hide their uneasiness by trying to put up a front. Both the patriarchs slowly walked forward with uneasiness written all over their faces, thinking about their heir's plight. A huge fight almost broke down between them just as Harvey learned that Roy raped his daughter, especially after hearing her daughter's retelling of the events which she told while crying her eyes out. He had never seen his strong-hearted daughter being so broken and felt rage fuming in his nerves. And even with the ugly patches on her skin, he could make out how roughly Roy assaulted her while fucking her. Even if he was friendly with Owen Clive for all these years, it doesn't mean that he would sit still after Roy raped his daughter. He could even see his servants trying to hide their disgust as they accidentally glanced at Denisa. No matter how much they felt like puking, the servants didn't dare to show it on their faces but failed miserably. Harvey felt as if not only his daughter but he had also lost all face. He swiftly executed all those servants who looked at his daughter with disgust when all these years the manservants would especially try to hide their drool upon seeing her. He had stormed towards the Clive family mansion with many of his men to get an explanation from Owen himself. However, Owen was in no better state than him, and he didn't even know upon whom he should extract his wrath as he knew his son would never do something so stupid. After having a very heated argument with Owen, Harvey cooled down a bit and realized that what happened might not be necessarily Roy's fault. After all, Roy also had taken the pill from Alchemist Azrael, and he was also warned not to have any sexual activities for a whole month. So, why would he rape Denisa unless he didn't care about bearing the consequences of what comes after, which was definitely not the case here. After Roy woke up, they learned from him that he didn't even remember what happened for the past few hours and fainted again upon seeing the plight of his own condition. But what worried and caused turmoil in Herwin's heart more than the ugly patches on Roy's skin was the condition of Roy's manhood. It was completely crippled. His most prodigal son had his manhood crippled, and this fact made him feel like his whole world was coming to an end. If he were an ordinary mortal, he would have already died of a heart attack upon learning this fact. Owen and Harvey quickly came to a consensus that someone had plotted this for sure, especially when they learned from their family doctor that both Roy and Denisa were drugged. But the only suspects were Luke and Neo, and both of them were dead as well, which puzzled them, wondering who killed them in the first place as they knew that Denisa and Roy didn't even know about their deaths till they told them. Their instincts nurtured after living for centuries were telling them that someone else was behind this whole thing as it didn't make sense for Luke and Neo to commit suicide just because they were afraid of the consequences. If they were fearful of it, they wouldn't have done anything in the first place. Besides, they received the news from Luke himself, which only puzzled them more. If he really was the culprit, why would he warn them and bring upon more suspicion to himself? However, the patriarchs weren't in the mental state to think too much about it now as they didn't even know if the condition of their heirs would remain like that forever for the rest of their lives. Their doctors were helpless as they found out that Denisa and Roy's conditions only worsened when they tried to heal them. So, the only genius doctor they could think of was Alchemist Azrael, and their only hope since he was also the one who concocted those special pills in the first place. They thought maybe he had a way to deal with the backlash of the pills he concocted himself. And so they hurried towards the Spring River Villa, along with their crestfallen heirs who didn't even have the slightest air of arrogance around them anymore. Denisa still held deep-seated hatred towards Roy even if she knew Roy might not have done it on purpose. In the end, he did the deed, and she couldn't forgive him, and her anger and hatred only increased each time she looked at her own beautiful turned ugly skin. In fact, both Roy and Denisa didn't even feel like leaving their rooms or let anyone see them as if they were extremely ashamed and disgusted with their own appearances. Roy also felt his world crumbling down when he learned that the only thing he took most pride in was crippled completely. And now, here they were in the villa of Alchemist Azrael, hoping that he would be able to fix their nightmares. Little did they know that this nightmare would follow them throughout their lives. Chapter 227. The patriarchs somehow subtly brought Denisa and Roy to the Spring River Villa without anyone's notice as they didn't want any rumors spreading. The last thing they wanted was their reputations to be smeared. They made Roy and Denisa put cloaks over them to hide their hideous figures, and as they saw Alchemist Azrael entering and closing the door behind, they made Roy and Denisa pull down their hoods. Before they could say anything, Damien snorted as he glared at Denisa and Roy. HMPH, it seems like your children exactly did what I told them not to do, especially after I warned them. How disappointing. Damien let out a sigh of disappointment, and this made the patriarchs grit their teeth as they themselves were disappointed and angry with how things ended up. Valentina's eyes flashed as she inwardly smiled, seeing the plight of Denisa and Roy. They were dressed in some gloomy cloaks as if they were sinners, and their faces looked extremely revolting that she didn't even feel like taking another glance. She couldn't understand how Damien did all this when he was with her the whole time. The more she was exposed to such mystifying things Damien could do, the more she was amazed and proud of him. It only made her realize again her soulmate was the brightest star among all others. Most of all, she felt very happy knowing that he was doing all this for her. She could feel his love through his actions themselves without even having him express it in words. However, Hywin Clive said with a firm expression while trying to hold in his anger, but Alchemist Azrael, our children, are not to blame. Some despicable person planned all this as we found that our children were drugged and made to do acts against their own will. Thinking about the person who plotted this, they felt like ripping them to pieces till they are satisfied. They couldn't even guess which person would dare to touch or harm their heirs. And if some supreme existences had some enmity with them, they would be the first to know, and even if they didn't know, they knew such exalted existences wouldn't resort to such underhanded ways as such ways were beneath them. Damien's tone didn't change as he said, then it was their fault indeed for trusting their servants. I am sure someone close to them must have drugged them. No, it isn't our servants. After all, they all are Zyrians, and the cursed seal on them allows us absolute control over them. They wouldn't be able to betray us even if they wanted to. Harvey Rivers said confidently. Damien now remembered why Triton said to him that he could see for himself the plight of Zyrians in the mansions of these big-shot families. Damien could imagine the kind of ordeals the Zyrians would be undergoing in their houses. Harvey continued, so the only suspects we could think of were Luke and Neo as they were present in the same room when this happened. But the strange thing is that they both were already dead, which makes us think that someone else is behind all this. Harvey let out a frustrated sigh as he couldn't remember the last time anyone tried to harm him or his family and succeeded at it. He and Hywin obviously had many enemies, but they would all inevitably die before they could even come miles within them. It wasn't anything new to them. But this was the first time someone succeeded in dealing a huge blow to them. Hywin couldn't keep up his bearings anymore and said in a helpless tone, Alchemist Azrael, we came to you in hopes that you could somehow treat them. We had heard how much of an extremely talented physician you are, and people even sing praises of your medical prowess. Surely, there must be a way for you to treat the backlash of your own pills. Hywin nervously looked at Alchemist Azrael as he anticipated his response. Since he couldn't even see his face, he had no idea what he was thinking. All he could see was an ominous mist that seemed to shroud him in eternal darkness. Damien sighed and said, unless you have a way to reverse time, there is no way to help them since the backlash is too severe to treat with my current alchemy prowess. I at least would need to concoct a rank 6 supreme tier pill to heal them. And as you all know, rank 5 is the best I can do for now. I am sure I would be able to concoct rank 6 pills one day, but who knows how long it could take. If I face any difficulties in my soul cultivation, it could as well as take a couple of dozen years. Hywin and Harvey's expressions fell as they realized that their only hope was snuffed out as well. They felt their heads spinning, thinking how many years they would have to keep their heirs hidden from the outside world so that no one would know about the abominations they had turned into. Even a stray dog would feel pity seeing what they had turned into. Roy and Denisa, who were keenly listening to Alchemist Azrael's words, felt their heart shattering the more they heard him. They felt that the only hope they were desperately holding on to turned out to be a great disappointment. Hywin's fist trembled as he felt a heavyweight bearing upon his heart, thinking that the future of his family was in great danger. Even Harvey felt the same as they both knew that Roy or Denisa wouldn't even have the heart to continue their cultivation anymore, and an inner demon might as well take root in their hearts, impeding their cultivation, making them unfit to pursue the ethereal way anymore. Their other children were all good for nothing without 1/5 of the talent of Roy or Denisa. To whom would they entrust their centuries-long of precious heritage and die in peace? They were sure their power would slowly crumble down as centuries pass, and their enemies would also gain more guts and try to attack their weaknesses. With a bitter expression, Harvey again asked Alchemist Azrael in desperation, Senior Azrael, please, surely you are the most talented alchemist in the world, is there any way, no matter how small the chance is, to help our children? You were able to even heal Luke, who was half dead already. Damien chuckled inwardly, seeing that the grand and lofty patriarchs of 2 of the top 5 families were nothing more than desperate grandpas begging before him. Without even raising a finger against them directly, Damien reduced such powerful existences to a miserable state. Damien rubbed his forehead as if he was trying to think of something to help them. He let out a weary sigh as he said, there is actually one way, and it has a 50% chance of saving them, but even if they are saved, there's no telling if the symptoms won't rebound or even make it worse later. The patriarchs and Roy and Denisa's eyes lit up as if they got a final chance to hold onto a life-saving rope. So what if it was just a 50% of chance that their heirs would get saved? They already were crestfallen, thinking that their future seemed bleak and their prodigal heirs might even commit suicide because of inner demons. Besides, they were too old to hold on for a few more centuries and strengthen their family's heritage. Even if they tried to have more kids, what's the guarantee they would turn out to be prodigies like Roy or Denisa? And having too many kids could only give way to more infighting and power struggles that could weaken their family further. Herwin's features slightly relaxed as if he was able to breathe more comfortably now. He said in an eager tone, "We are willing to take that chance. It's absolutely better than nothing. If we do nothing, our children are doomed anyway. At least, this way, we would have some hope. Please do tell us, Senior Azrael. What is the way?" Damien said in a solemn tone, "This solution depends solely on a certain person, and she is the only one who could help." The eyes of both the patriarchs intensified as one of them asked eagerly, "Who is that person?" Damien sighed as he turned his head to look at Valentina. The patriarchs followed his gaze and saw Alchemist Azrael looking at Valentina, who had quite a surprised expression as if she couldn't believe how all this finally connected to her. "Your disciple?" They asked with baffled expressions as they never thought that Valentina was the only person in the world who could help them. Chapter 228. However, Valentina's expression became cold, as if the surprised gazes from the patriarchs meant nothing to her. She even paid no mind to Roy and Denise's bitter gazes as if they were just stray dogs who stare at passers-by. "Senior Azrael, what do you mean? How can she help our children?" Herwin Clive asked with an expression of disbelief. Damien said directly, "Using her blood because of her blood seed. It has certain properties that could possibly alleviate the backlash of the pills Roy and Denisa had taken. Of course, simply her blood is not enough as it would instead worsen their conditions otherwise. I need to concoct a new pill with her blood mixed into it." The patriarchs looked at Valentina as if she was their sole hope. However, Valentina's expressions didn't change as she turned a blind eye to their pleading gazes. Damien said in a firm voice, "Patriarchs, don't worry. I will concoct 2 pills using her blood," and Valentina vehemently shook her head as she interrupted him, "Sorry, Master. I cannot help those who tried to hurt Damien. I already agreed to your agreement, so you cannot force me to do this as well. You already promised me that you wouldn't force me to do anything else. I am prepared to accept any punishment from you." Herwin and Harvey's expressions fell for the second time as they felt as if fate was playing with their hearts, by giving and taking hope from them in succession. "You insolent child. How dare you refuse your master's orders?" Damien raised his hand as if he was going to slap Valentina. Valentina shrunk her head back as she shut her eyes close as if preparing to get slapped. However, her voice didn't falter as she said with her eyes still closed, "Master can punish me as much as you want, but I won't agree to this. You." Damien's tone became incensed, and his hand froze in midair as if he didn't know what to do with her. Sigh. Damien let out a frustrated sigh as if he was having a hard time not knowing how to deal with this. Herwin and Harvey were shocked and angry that Valentina was being so unreasonable and even refusing to listen to her own master. They had never seen such an arrogant disciple who disrespected her master by refusing to listen to their orders. Masters were like gods to their disciples. Their every order was like a heavenly decree they should listen to unless they don't want to succeed in the ethereal way. And Alchemist Azrael was no ordinary master nor a pushover. He was the world's most talented alchemist and a peak-level heaven ethereal realm practitioner, just a half step away from breaking through the legendary profound ethereal realm practitioner. Valentina should feel as if the gods took pity on her and blessed her for being the personal disciple of such a master like Alchemist Azrael. But instead, here she was outright refusing to follow her master's wishes. Damien said to the patriarchs in a weary tone, "It's my fault. Because I wanted her to break up with Damien, I forced her to follow my agreement, but at the same time, I also promised that I wouldn't force her to do anything else since I thought her love life would be the only obstacle. I never thought that such a situation would arise." He continued, "Even though she is an unruly disciple, she is the only one I got and looked after as my own daughter. So I made that promise as compensation for her agreeing to follow the agreement. I am truly sorry about this, patriarchs. I am quite helpless here. Unless she is willing to help us, we could only wait and hope for the best." The patriarchs didn't know what to think. Alchemist Azrael's words sounded convincing that they understood that Valentina was not simply his personal disciple, but something more as well. They could see that it was hard for him to do something extreme to Valentina and force her to obey him. After all, it seemed like they shared a father-daughter relationship, and if a father truly loved her daughter, would he be able to take extreme actions on her? They already understood that Alchemist Azrael had to be forceful to make an agreement with Valentina, that she would break up with Damien if Roy wins the challenge against Damien. And that seemed to be a huge sacrifice from Valentina's side, as they could see how infatuated she was with Damien. But how was that all going to help them? They never felt so helpless ever before in their lives. Anything they wanted they could easily get by snapping their fingers, nor did anyone dare to refuse them. But here, a young girl was refusing illustrious figures like them, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't force Valentina as she was not a nobody but the personal disciple of the Alchemist Azrael. They already understood that Damien cared very much about Valentina, so if they behaved or tried to be rude with her, Alchemist Azrael might become hostile with them and thus, lose all hopes of saving their children. Their power, status, and influence apparently meant nothing to her seeing her stone-cold face, and compared to Alchemist Azrael, they knew in their hearts who had a higher status. And apparently, they thought that Valentina was so arrogant because of her master's status. Denise's fist shook as she tried her best not to direct her hatred at Valentina nor see the contempt and disdain in her eyes. She was reduced to a state where her fate rested in the hands of her enemy, and it was completely unacceptable to her. Roy was not much different, and his face trembled seeing how strong Valentina's feelings were for Damien that she didn't even hesitate to refuse to help them. At this time, he bitterly wished Damien to drop dead and directed all his anger at him for even existing in the first place. However, both Roy and Denisa didn't even move a muscle as they were too ashamed of their own appearances to look at Valentina, and feel humiliated by her gaze, especially Roy, who didn't feel like a man anymore after having his manhood crippled. Herwin and Harvey didn't know how to convince Valentina to help their children. They were only used to using force and coercion to make people listen to them, but this was a situation where they couldn't use their usual tactics. The only option left was to beg. But how could powerful existences like them beg before a young girl, centuries younger than them? How humiliating and loss of face would that be for them even if no strangers were present in the room? How could they lower their heads to a youngster when they have never done such a thing before? But at the same time, the future of their families was resting on Valentina's hands, and she could either crush it with her hand or help them. They were no fools, and understood how much Valentina hated both Roy and Denisa to the roots since they tried to torment Damien while Roy was trying very hard to make Valentina his woman. With such hostility towards them, how could they convince her to help them? But seeing her indifferent face, they knew the only chance they could save their children was by throwing away their arrogance, pride, and dignity to beseech Valentina to put aside her hostile feelings and help them. So far in their lives, the people they had to plead, or bootlick, were all supreme existences that one could count with one's hand. But now, they were forced to contemplate whether they should beg a young girl. With a sigh of helplessness, Harvey asked Valentina in a very polite tone, "Fairy Valentina, can you reconsider your decision? After all, they are your senior brother and sister studying in the same school. It isn't good to always maintain a bad relationship towards them, don't you think so?" However, Valentina didn't even glance at Harvey, making his face go red in shame and anger. This is the first time he talked to a youngster this polite that even he felt strange talking like this. He felt like choking Valentina on the spot and forcing her to help Denisa, but could only helplessly clutch his fists. Herwin saw how Harvey just lost face and wondered if he should face such humiliation as well, only to get ignored by her. But thinking about Roy and the future of his family, he didn't want all that he had built over the centuries to go to waste. Even he had lost count of how much blood and corpses he had to step on to gain all that power. How can he let go of all that for his pride and ego? He tightened his fists and pleaded in a bitter tone, "Fairy Valentina, please help them. They are our future, and I am sure you also don't want the sin of destroying the future of our families on your head." Chapter 229. Sin? Why do you make it sound as if I am the reason they ended up like that? It is my wish whether I should help a dog or not, Valentina said coldly. Herwin and Harvey's eyes bulged as veins pulsed in their eyes. Valentina literally called Roy and Denisa as dogs, and this way beyond any humiliation they could bear. Even Roy and Denisa tilted their heads to look at Valentina with infuriated gazes. They had been holding in their fury only because they didn't want to destroy their only hope with their own hands. They had already suffered enough and didn't want to make it worse. But what Valentina said made them unable to not look at her with anger and hate. They already felt ashamed to hear their fathers pleading a youngster to save them. They felt like stabbing themselves for making their proud and lofty fathers beg for them. Valentina, where are your manners? Is this how you talk to your seniors? Damien bellowed as he released his soul aura, making the atmosphere of the room turn ominous. Although the soul cultivation of the patriarchs was higher than Damien's, they could feel the ominous aura filling the room even though they didn't feel any pressure. It was as if the ominous aura was giving them the chills. Valentina cowered as she frantically bowed and said in an apologetic tone, "Forgive me, master. This disciple overstepped her boundaries. I won't repeat it." Damien waved his sleeves in a vexed manner. "HMPH, you think a simple apology would suffice for your crude tongue? I won't force you to help them, but if you truly see me as your master, you will agree to help them. And that's final. You have 5 seconds to decide." Valentina cocked her head and looked at Damien with an aggrieved expression. "Master, that is not fair." 3 seconds. Damien said in a hard tone, remaining unfazed. Herwin and Harvey decided to hold in their anger just as they saw Alchemist Azrael being angry and stern at Valentina, and putting her in a spot to make a decision. If Valentina truly respects her master, they were sure that she would agree to help them. And they knew that if she refuses, then Alchemist Azrael's opinion of her would take a downturn, and she wouldn't get preferential treatment from him anymore. They thought that Valentina obviously should know about this fact. They also liked how Alchemist Azrael was taking his anger out on her for them, and seeing her cower satisfied them even though she was cowering before her master. Valentina bit her lip and finally said, "Okay. I will help, but only with certain conditions." Everyone's eyes lit up hearing her even though she mentioned she would help only under some conditions. At least, things were looking way better now. Herwin and Harvey were inwardly satisfied, seeing that she did care about her master's face and wanted to send a thumbs up to Alchemist Azrael for pressurizing her. Damien asked in a stiff tone, "Fine. What are those conditions?" Everyone's ears perked up, wondering what kind of conditions she was going to propose, and felt that she was shameless to extort benefits from them. Valentina's expression became clear as she said firmly, "1. I want to annul the agreement I had with my master. No matter who wins for the competition between Damien and Roy, I will still follow my wishes and decide whom to date." Damien clenched his fists and raised his finger as if he was about to say something but then sighed as he receded his hand. "Fine. Compared to the future of these kids, such an agreement doesn't have any value. I hereby free you from that agreement." Damien then looked at the patriarchs and asked them, "I hope this is fine. I am sure you two also feel the same as I do." Herwin had a discontent expression, while Harvey's expressions didn't change as he couldn't care less about some stupid agreement that didn't even concern him or his daughter. Herwin had been daydreaming for the past few weeks, thinking how his status and wealth would rise even further by joining Roy and Valentina in an official marriage. He could create a strong bond with Alchemist Azrael and further his influence till his family's power overshadows the rest of the 4 families. However, now he felt as if all his dreams were shattered and couldn't feel more frustrated about it. But weighing his options, obviously, his family's future outweighed the need of desiring to have more power with the help of Alchemist Azrael. If Roy isn't saved now, he was sure that his family would be ruled by retards or inept people like Cedric Clive, who would only bring down his family even more, and Roy would end up rotting in a bed somewhere in a corner of his mansion. With a sigh of resignation, he said, "Yes, it is fine with me." Damien inwardly chuckled, seeing his expression, and turned to Valentina, "Okay, what is your next condition? Don't put up too many conditions because my patience is running thin." Valentina faintly smiled. "My second and final condition is that Roy and Denisa should apologize to me by kowtowing before me for being a nuisance to me and Damien." Herwin and Harvey's expression inflamed as they gritted their teeth. Even the crestfallen figures in the side, Denisa and Roy wondered if they heard it right. Kowtow before a junior? How dare she? Denisa and Roy inwardly screamed in a fury. Kowtowing was equivalent to showing obsequious deference to someone, and it was a gesture reserved only for one's masters or parents. But here, a young girl was asking them, her seniors, to kowtow and apologize to her. It was no different than tearing up their only leftover reputations and that of their families. Even if they got cured of this strange disease on their bodies, would they be able to walk with their heads high whenever they see Valentina? Or what if she decides to be shameless and spread the news of them kowtowing before her? They couldn't imagine the humiliation they would have to bear and the looks on the faces of their fathers. They couldn't see which was better, kowtowing before her and having a chance to get cured of the ugly disease on their bodies or cripple their future. It seemed like the former seemed better, but at the same time, they felt as if it was no different than the latter in a way. In their whole lives, other than their masters or parents, they never had to kowtow to anyone, not even the imperial family. But Valentina was just their junior without having a very exalted status. At least, her status was still below the main members of the imperial family, who were the only ones they considered superior to them. If they were asked to kowtow before the ethereal fairy, Roy would gladly do it while Denisa would do it while bearing some indignation in her heart, but nothing more as they knew their places. Valentina, don't push this too far. A simple apology would have still been acceptable, but how could you ask them to kowtow? Don't you realize who you are talking to? Damien said in a severe tone. The patriarchs felt as if Alchemist Azrael took the words right out of their mouths and subtly glared at Valentina, while still trying to restrain their raging emotions. Valentina's expression didn't falter as she said confidently, Master, I am actually being generous. I first thought of asking them to kowtow before Damien as well since they tried to bully him. But I decided to be more forgiving and decided not to ask them to do that as well. If I wasn't there, they might have left him in a half-dead state. The patriarchs and their heirs clenched their teeth as they felt mad enough to chew nails, hearing that she was actually generous, with her conditions. They never thought that Valentina could be so audacious and outrageous with her conditions. Roy and Denisa couldn't even in their dreams imagine kowtowing to Damien. They would rather kowtow to a pig than see the mocking smile on his face as they kowtow to him. Valentina's intoxicating face now seemed like a demon's face to them, wishing that they don't want to deal with such a person ever again. Damien sighed as he looked at the expressions of bitterness and indignation on the faces of the patriarchs and said in a helpless tone, My disciple is too out of line. But I can only do so much, and I can't break my promise and force her to do things. I will now leave the final decision to you two. Chapter 230. Hearing that Alchemist Azrael was helpless to do any more about this matter, Hywin and Harvey felt their heads spinning. They wanted to shout at Valentina and scare her out of her wits, but were forced to hold it in unless they wanted to push away the only chance available to save their heirs. Nor did they want to antagonize Alchemist Azrael, who seemed to be the only one on their side so far. And they would surely need him to make a rank 6 healing pill in the future to cure their children of their ugly diseases forever. They let out a helpless sigh as they turned around to look at Roy and Denisa, still standing with their heads lowered while clutching their fists tightly. Harvey spoke in a caustic tone, Why are you two still standing there? Go and apologize and get this all over with. You two have not only disgraced yourselves, but our families as well. Denisa, I thought you were a very smart girl, but how could you fall for such a despicable plot? Haven't we taught you as a child never to trust anyone? Now, go and get it done. Seeing them still standing like statues, Hywin roared, Why are you two fools still standing there? Did some dog bite your legs? You two have already done enough to drag our names through the mud. Doing this wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. We have already lost all face because of you two. Both the patriarchs finally lost it and directed all their anger at their heirs for forcing them into such a situation. Even if they knew it wasn't their children's fault, they blamed their stupidity for falling into such a situation. They already knew that someone close to them had drugged them, but they were angry that their heirs blindly trusted them and ate anything they offered. However, what they didn't know was that Damien's pill couldn't be noticed with just a simple spiritual perception. Roy and Denisa's legs trembled as this was the first time their fathers were shouting at them. All they could remember was how gentle and soft their fathers spoke to them usually. But now, they were getting admonished before others. They never felt more aggrieved in their lives as they believed that they were the victims here. If anything, they needed consoling instead of getting shouted at. Their legs trembled as their bodies unconsciously moved forward, hearing the lambasting of their fathers. Valentina inwardly coldly smiled, seeing the two ugly figures approaching her with heavy steps. Roy and Denisa were taking each step as if a ton of iron weight were attached to their legs. Their eyes were shaking as they prepared themselves to face the utmost humiliation they had never before faced in their lives. They wanted to cure themselves of this abominable disease more than anything, and if kowtowing before Valentina was the only way, then they felt it would be at least better than living their majority of lives in some dark corner of their homes just like some beasts. No matter how much they wanted to not apologize to Valentina, they saw no advantage in holding on to what little pride and ego they have left. It was not as if their dignity and ego would cure them. Denisa tried her best to hide her face the more she walked closer to Valentina. She didn't even dare to see how Valentina was looking at her as she could guess it. She had already felt ashamed of her beauty the first time she felt overshadowed by Valentina's beauty. But now, she felt like killing herself as even she felt that she looked no better than a piece of shit compared to Valentina's heavenly beauty. Never before had she felt so crushed, and there wasn't even a tinge of air of haughtiness around her anymore. Roy, meanwhile, felt glad that Valentina didn't call Damien to witness this humiliating scene. Otherwise, even if he won the challenge against him, he would never be able to rest unless he tortures Damien to death himself. But having to kowtow before a woman made him feel his only leftover ego and dignity shattering. He already experienced a heavy blow to his pride as a man when he found that his manhood was completely crippled. And now he felt so crestfallen he wondered if he could even look at Valentina with a straight face after this. What felt the worst to these two was that even after facing such humiliation and being forced to disgrace themselves by Valentina, they couldn't retaliate, nor were they allowed to. Usually, they would immediately get rid of anyone who tried to even annoy them in the slightest, but now they could only tie their hands and shut their mouth. Even if they got cured by Valentina, they knew it was only temporary until Alchemist Azrael was able to concoct a rank 6 healing pill for them. But they were too afraid to think that Valentina's blood would fail to cure them as they would have kowtowed before her for nothing. Although there was only a 50% chance, it was still a big red flag for them. And thinking about the cancellation of the bet, Roy already had all his dreams shattered of obtaining the most beautiful girl in the world. He even thought that he wouldn't feel attracted to other women once he conquers Valentina, but now not even the ugliest bitch would turn to look at him, nor could he function on bed with a woman. Valentina was standing with her back straight like a queen as she saw those pitiful figures tottering towards her. They both looked as if they bathed in a swamp filled with poo and excreta of a pig. Even a devil would feel pitiful looking at their sorry figures and wonder what sin they did to suffer such a curse. What seemed like an eternity to them, within a few seconds, they reached before Valentina with their backs bent. They could feel the scornful gaze of Valentina and gritted their teeth, feeling extreme mortification in their bones. They were already feeling as if they lost all face and pride and couldn't imagine how they would feel after kowtowing to her. Herwin shouted, seeing them fumbling about, "Stop wasting time and get it over with." The patriarchs didn't even feel like watching their heirs kowtowing to a young girl as it felt like they were the ones kowtowing. That's why they would get extremely pissed off if anyone slighted their heirs, as a slap to their face was like someone slapping them. For instance, if someone insulted Roy, then it meant he had no respect for not only Roy but even his family. That's why no matter how angry or indignated one feels towards someone, they would think twice about which family they belong to before doing anything. Hearing Herwin shout, the legs of Roy and Denisa wobbled as they bent their knees with bitter expressions, and finally hit the ground with a dull sound as their eyes met with Valentina's feet. Damien grinned inwardly, seeing the two haughtiest and arrogant heirs of prominent families kneeling before Valentina like dutiful grandchildren. Roy and Denisa's faces shook as they slowly laid out their arms near Valentina's feet and hunched their backs as if a cube of iron weight were pressing down their backs. They spread their trembling palms on the ground and slowly lowered their head till they touched the floor, making them look extremely subservient. Valentina said in a cold tone, "Good. Now apologize for being a nuisance to me and Damien by including his name as well." Denisa's eyes looked hysterical while Roy's eyes were bloodshot, feeling extreme shame, and their faces looked as if they were forced to eat feces. I apologize for bothering you and Damien," Denisa said in a low voice that barely sounded like a whisper. Valentina said sternly, "Louder. I can't hear you, and it better be a proper apology." They both ground their teeth so much that they almost broke their own teeth. In a loud enough voice, Roy finally said, "I apologize for being a nuisance to Fairy Valentina and Damien. I promise I won't repeat this again." Denisa also followed Roy and said the same thing, and after letting it out, they finally felt as if a huge weight was taken off their shoulders. "You two better keep those promises," Valentina said as she inwardly smiled in amusement, seeing the two kowtowing before her. Chapter 231. Roy and Denisa's features contorted into an ugly expression hearing Valentina's warning. They quickly got up, no longer able to stay in that humiliating position any longer. However, they didn't raise their heads and quietly turned around to walk and stand in a corner. The patriarchs felt a massive headache as they sighed, thinking that the worst was over. Damien couldn't stop himself from grinning too much as he saw these fools playing around in his palm. The patriarchs blamed their heirs for being stupid, but even they had no idea that they themselves were being played by the same person. He cleared his throat and said in a flat tone, "Now that my disciple is feeling satisfied, I will try to concoct a pill as quickly as possible and send it by tomorrow. I will try to increase the chance of success as well so that we can hope for the best." He turned to Valentina and said, "Valentina, go back home and prepare yourself to help me. I will be coming there soon." Valentina nodded and gave a respectful bow before leaving. Herwin and Harvey prayed that the loss of face they and their heirs suffered would be worth it. They did not dare to imagine that Alchemist Azrael's pill would fail. They were pinning their hopes on that 50% chance, and hearing that Alchemist Azrael would try to increase that chance, they felt more relieved as they were sure that someone of his talent would be able to achieve that. They already had contacts with other expert doctors. Still, they were afraid that those doctors would make it worse as only Alchemist Azrael had the whole idea of the backlash their heirs were suffering from, since he was the one who concocted the pill in the first place. They were now regretting that they let their heirs take such experimental pills just because of greed. They understood that such pills would always come with a price, and things wouldn't be that convenient. But they couldn't think of the culprit behind all this. The only ones who knew about the backlash were themselves, and not even their servants were privy to it. Even though they thought of Luke and Neo as suspects, they couldn't see how Luke or Neo got that information as they weren't present during the meeting, nor did Roy and Denisa say anything about it to them. They weren't stupid to go and spread rumors of being in possession of such marvelous pills. However, the patriarchs thought of investigating this after getting back home. For now, they wanted to leave as fast as possible and forget about what happened here. Harvey and Herwin already came to an understanding that they should work together and flush out the culprit from his hiding place, and think of the most brutal punishment and torture they could inflict on him. If that culprit had any family, they would make sure to torture each and every member in that family till they feel satisfied, and even massacre every generation and direct branch families. That was how much rage they were holding in. In their long lives, they never had to face such a blow to their pride and dignity while having their reputations tarnished. They even had no idea if their heirs would be able to continue their cultivation as before, considering their mental state even if they got cured. Youngsters like them would find it very hard to deal with inner demons, and even if they managed to get rid of them, it could very well take up a lot of years and stunt their potential. They also hadn't suffered any hardships in their lives till now. Their lives were spent in complete luxury without facing any problems or failing to get anything they wanted. Everything they wanted was provided to them. What happened to them now was the one and only true setback they ever faced in their lives. And it would be up to the tenacity of their wills and minds if they are able to overcome this after getting cured. Herwin said in a spiritless tone, "Senior Azrael, we will take our leave now and wait for your pill. You have our thanks for helping our heirs even though this wasn't your fault." Damien waved his hands, "Of course not. I was the one who concocted the pill and gave it to them. I couldn't help but blame myself for their current situation. Only if my disciple was, sigh. I had pampered her too much, and this is the result. I hope you won't take it to heart, right?" The patriarch still couldn't forget how disrespectful Valentina was to them, especially their precious heirs. However, they felt that Alchemist Azrael was the only one sincerely trying to help them out and didn't want things to turn sour between themselves. Harvey tried to put up a formal smile, "Of course not. Senior Azrael has been very kind and helpful to us. We can understand how youngsters can be hot-blooded. They are just children, and we are too old to pay any mind to their tantrums." Harvey let out a dry chuckle as he gripped his fist together. Damien inwardly smiled, seeing the patriarchs trying hard not to show any hard feelings. He knew that the reason they were so pissed off was exactly because of how young Valentina was. Getting talked to like that by a youngster was not something illustrious, and senior figures like Harvey and her wing could digest. They couldn't even say anything back to her and never felt so frustrated before in their lives. Herwin asked politely, Senior Azrael, can you make sure that your servants won't spread any news about what happened here? Damien nodded as he said casually, I will issue a strict warning to all of them and make sure they shut their mouths. But as you two can understand, I can't guarantee they won't open their mouths to someone else. I will try my best to scare them by telling them that those who spread any rumors would have to face dire consequences and severe punishment. The patriarchs nodded with a spiritless expression as they could see that Alchemist Azrael had only hired normal servants, and obviously, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that they wouldn't open their mouths. However, since Denisa and Roy were dressed in cloaks that completely covered their bodies, they at least took relief in the fact that the servants do not know about their identity. Damien led them out and saw them swiftly flying off in their mounts with two cloaked figures. They didn't want to stay any longer and sparked the curiosity of others to know what was going on and who those two cloaked figures were. Damien smirked, seeing their sorry figures disappear away. He returned to his Ocean Haven villa and saw Valentina waiting with a jubilant smile. He removed his hood and smiled as Valentina rushed towards him for a hug. Damien chuckled happily, haha, you did great. Was it satisfying seeing their sullen faces, especially Denise's and Roy's? Valentina beamed, yes, they totally got fooled. I am sure they wouldn't dare to bother us anymore. Damien said with a thoughtful expression while hugging her, true, they wouldn't try anything meanwhile. But be careful of Denisa. She is like a poisonous and crazy snake that would do stupid things when cornered. Valentina said with a confident smile, Big Brother Damien need not worry. Next time she tries anything, I will crush her completely and make sure she doesn't bother us forever. Of course, no one will find out about it as well. Valentina by now understood whenever she wanted to get rid of some powerful person, she would have to either do it silently or destroy them indirectly like how Damien did just now. However, she asked, but how did you do all this? We were together the whole time, and somehow Roy and Denisa got inflicted with such a disease. Was it because of the pills you had given them during the meeting? Damien nodded with a smile, yes, but not really. Half of the reason for such deformations appearing on their skin was because of the pills I had given them before, but to trigger the backlash, they needed to indulge in sexual activities. So I merely created a situation where they had sex with each other. Valentina had a pondering expression and asked, and Big Brother was able to do that by using some mysterious ability that you had told before it wasn't safe for me to know. Yes. The fewer people knew about what I can do, the safer you will be and less prepared they would be to face me, Damien said directly. Just like how he told Lily, he had told Valentina before that he can't reveal some of his abilities so that he could protect her better. He didn't like keeping secrets from his loved ones but knew it was for the better. He wondered how long it would take before he could truly be open with his lovers. Chapter 232. She then asked another question that had been in the back of her mind for a while, and what's the advantage in dealing with our enemies in such a roundabout manner? Is it only because we aren't strong enough? Damien nodded slowly, well, that's the gist of it. But if we take Roy or Denisa down directly, then their fathers would come for us, and let's assume we take them down as well, then their ancestors might come, who knows? It will all just become a never-ending cycle at that point and a headache for us. This is more fun to see them run around like fools not knowing who or what hit them. Damien said with a shifty smile. Valentina felt that his words made sense as she was used to only dealing with things with only her fist. She thought that his ways were indeed more fun than simply beating down someone directly. She understood that in this world, if one hurts someone openly, then they should be prepared to face retaliation from the family of the person they hurt. And depending upon how powerful that family is, it can turn out to be quite a headache. Unless one was too powerful to the point that they need not worry about any consequences, it was okay to finish one's enemies in the open even if they got an influential backing. She was also curious what method Damien exactly used to do all this while sitting in the pub with her. However, she didn't ask again since she knew he would have told her if it was safe for her to know. Now, let's go train. We only got 2 weeks left for our fights, and they will at least be in a state to fight us and would be very pissed off at us. Go and practice in the training arena. I will be in the meditation room. Damien instructed as he remembered that Luna had something to teach him. Amen. Valentina nodded and suddenly pulled Damien towards her by his cloak for a quick kiss. Damien was a bit surprised as he lowered down and reciprocated her short, loving kiss. After ending the kiss, she scurried off in a jovial manner while Damien shook his head with a smile. He proceeded towards the meditation room, which was actually located underground, and there was a huge stone in the middle on which Damien jumped and sat atop it in a cross-legged position. Even though he had promised to give the healing pills to the patriarchs by tomorrow, he didn't need to concoct them now as he had already concocted them. However, only he knew what those pills would really do and whether it would really cure them or drop them even deeper into hell. Some might think he was going overboard, but only he knew what would have happened had he forgiven them. Had he decided to let them off, they wouldn't stop till they get what they want and would use any underhanded means to get it. But no matter how confident Damien was, he didn't want to take risks whenever he could, especially when it involved his loved ones like Valentina. The last thing he wanted was something bad happening to Valentina. He had gone through enough experiences to learn that people like Roy or Denisa should be nipped in the bud, and not let them become a thorn in his life. In his previous life, before Sophie's death, he had spared some people and granted them mercy just because he thought he was going overboard and being heartless. But later, they were some of the people who were involved in the death of Sophie and his unborn child. After that, he spared none and hunted them all down as if they were sewer rats. He gave them the cruelest and slow death possible that they wouldn't wish to have a new life in fear of him coming for them again. There wasn't a single person who didn't tremble and piss themselves whenever they heard his name, and no matter how many armored squads and superhuman units they sent after him, they all returned dead with not even complete corpses. In Damien's perspective, giving second chances to someone was overrated and a sure-shot way to sign one's own doom. Only when Nathasia came into his life did his raging heart cool down a bit. He first came upon her being a prisoner in some facility, and helped him kill the guards in the facility who were trying to attack him from behind. That was why he didn't kill her on the spot. He was on a killing spree, blinded with rage and hatred, and killed anyone coming into his path. Even if they sent youngsters barely aging 15 to stop him, he would mow them down with his sword without any hesitation as his moral compass had already gone haywire. Nathasia would follow him anywhere he goes and even helped him with even the most basic of chores, because of which he found it hard to get rid of her. He at first decided to let her follow him just because he found it convenient in a way but didn't trust her at all, and always kept a watchful eye on her. The last thing he wanted was another betrayal, and not a single move of hers went unnoticed by him. She knew that he was spying on her all the time without even giving her much privacy, but she didn't mind it even when he said that she could leave if she doesn't want to be monitored. She seemed to understand why he was like that and even told him it was okay to spy on her even when she was bathing as a sign of trust. Over time, he did slowly get used to her, and at one point, he would feel some emptiness if he didn't see her for a while, who always used to wait for him till he returns from any errands he had to run. Before slowly trusting her, he would always make her come with him for missions and see for himself if she would betray him or not, and make her do the most dangerous jobs on her own, telling her that she should be useful if she wants to stick with him. However, she didn't complain and did everything skillfully and instead offered that she could do more if he doesn't mind. It was as if she badly wanted to help him, as it seemed as if she had some vendetta against some of the ruling authorities. Damien later found out that her parents were killed just because they didn't reveal the whereabouts of Damien. Apparently, even Damien didn't know that at one point, Nathasia's family was indebted to him as they were one of the families he had saved in the past. And then he remembered that he had indeed seen Nathasia before when he used to live alone with Sophie. He remembered a girl who would meekly peek at him from afar in the forests while he was cutting wood. He also remembered befriending her family and saving them from some local goons who wanted to extort them. His memories became fuzzy after losing Sophie and indulging himself in killings. He wondered if he let Nathasia tag along with him just because he found her familiar. But later, somehow, the authorities tracked him down, and he had to watch her die with a smile right before him. He regretted not spending more time with her and for treating her harshly at first. But it was too late for all that, and he wondered if there would be a time he won't lose the ones he cares about anymore. And now that he got a second chance at life, he was absolutely determined to make sure that nothing happens to Lily or Valentina, no matter what all methods he had to use to protect them. Even if he had to become the enemy of the whole world to protect them, he would do it. And power was just a tool for him to fulfill his wishes. The main reason he pursued more power was not for himself but to safeguard his lovers. He knew he wouldn't be truly relieved till he reaches the peak, no matter how far away or infinite that seems. Chapter 233. After sitting atop the marble-like stone made out of blue spirit stones, Damien called out, "Luna, time to learn some dual cultivation." A silhouette flashed out from Damien's body, and a young and mesmerizing girl floated in the air dressed in exquisite white clothes. A whimsical smirk hung on her lips as she looked at Damien, who had a surprised look on his face as he said, "You finally recovered." Luna waved her hand, not fully but just enough to manifest my spirit body without any problems. "But forget about that, and what happened to your bet regarding not having a harem?" she asked with a taunting smile. Damien's expression became exasperated as he said, "Geez, you still going on about that? How many times I have told you that it was not as if I planned it. At that moment, I just decided to do what I felt." Luna scoffed, "HMBH, I knew you wouldn't last long with such a beauty like her throwing herself on you every day. A woman's beauty and brains are very dangerous weapons and are not something that can be underestimated. Without having any power of their own, they could bring down powerful men and make them do their bidding. Of course, exceptions are there, but in your case, you totally underestimated Valentina. She may act like an innocent girl, but she is way more intelligent than you think. I wonder what I should ask since I won the bet." Luna pinched her chin with a thoughtful expression as if she was thinking hard. Damien raised his brows. "Hey, there is nothing to ask. We had a simple bet without any conditions. You should just be satisfied that you won and that satisfaction is your reward. Don't you like to get one over me?" Luna pinched her lips. "HMPH, what a miser. How could you not give an ethereal goddess like myself an offering? If I feel good about your offering, I will bless you, and who knows, you might gain something from my blessings." Damien smirked. "Heh, I am doing pretty fine even without your blessings. And getting blessed by a powerless goddess wouldn't make much of a difference, ha ha." Luna pursed her lips. "You dare mock this goddess? HMPH, once I get back my true power, I will show you how just a simple snap from my fingers can make the whole universe tremble. At that time, you will grovel at my feet, hee, she giggled impishly. "Yeah, right." Damien shook his head with an amused smile, hearing her smug words. However, he didn't know whether to doubt the fact that she could affect the whole universe with just a snap of her fingers. That would be too ridiculous, Damien thought as he imagined Luna having such power. Even though it sounded like a far-fetched bluff of a child, in Luna's case, he knew she doesn't brag without reason. It was as if every word she said carried complete confidence that stemmed from her own bones. Damien realized how laughable the conflicts and strength of mortals seemed to gods. From the perspective of gods, a bloody and dreadful war between mortals might seem like ants squabbling with each other. A question suddenly popped in his mind as he asked, "Luna, do gods fight? And if they do, what happens?" Luna tilted her head. "Huh? Fight? I haven't fought anyone worthy enough for me to remember. I think that's why I was very bored and created planets and mortals. I just wanted to pass some time instead of meditating and resonating with the laws that hold together the universe. I even planned to create demigods and other gods less powerful than me. And maybe I did create them, but I must have lost those memories." Damien had an incredulous expression. "You can even create other gods? What the hell, is she truly an omnipotent being?" Damien was astonished to know that she could basically create anything since, so far, he even had a hard time realizing that she was the creator of life and humans just because she was bored. Luna shrugged her shoulders and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? It's not like I can create a being as powerful as me. As long as they are weaker than me, it's possible using my true powers." She continued with a puffed-up smile, "Are you now thinking of fawning over this goddess?" Before Damien could retort, she went on as she waved her hands with a petulant expression, "It's too late now, HMPH. You should have given me an offering for losing the bet." Damien let out a mirthful chuckle seeing a goddess like her behaving like a little girl. He let out a helpless sigh as he said, "Fine. I will give you a handmade souvenir, though I don't know if a goddess like you would be interested in such mundane things." Luna squinted her eyes. Well, it's not as if you can give me things that are beneficial for me even if you wanted. So, as a big-hearted goddess, I can forgive you no matter how mundane your offering is. It was true that there was nothing Damien could possibly offer that Luna could make use of, but she was slightly interested in hearing that it was a handmade one. She had seen Damien tinkering around and making some accessories before and wondered which one he was going to offer her. Damien knew that she didn't really want any offering from him but just wanted to have the satisfaction of winning the bet. Damien had a hobby of crafting jewelry as he used to make handmade ones for Sophie to make her happy in his previous life. And in this life as well he started to make some to give it to Lily and Valentina. However, he was a perfectionist and would keep trying different designs till he felt that it would suit his lovers. He had already crafted some ladies' accessories during his free time and thought that one of them would surely suit Luna. He took out a pendant necklace that featured an exquisite pear-shaped diamond attached to a smaller round diamond, while the chain of the pendant seemed to be made out of white gold. Luna's eyes sparkled, seeing how beautiful and exquisite the silvery diamond pendant looked. As she had never worn any jewelry in her life, seeing the beautiful necklace in Damien's hand, she was quite fascinated to try wearing it. She always used to wonder why mortal women were so crazy about wearing such things. But seeing Damien offer her such a beautiful pendant that seemed to suit her, she suddenly felt a feeling to put it around her neck. Her hands already moved inadvertently towards the pendant with her eyes glued to it. She never thought that she would find jewelry of her liking, but surprisingly there was one before her. She wondered if Damien made this necklace when she was sleeping. Otherwise, she surely would have taken an interest in it before. But suddenly, the pendant disappeared from Damien's hand, making Luna look at Damien with a puzzled face. Damien smiled as he said, on second thought, I will offer you that necklace after you grow up, well, physically. It will suit you more at that time as that necklace is for a young lady and not for a little girl, hee. Luna puffed up her cheeks as she pressed her fists against her waists. You tricked me. Not fair. I want it now. HMPH, age for this goddess is just a number and means nothing, for my life has no beginning or end. Damien softly laughed. I know, but what to do? You don't look like a young lady, no matter how old you really are. And as the crafter of the pendant, I can decide when to give it to you. Also, if you steal it from my soul space, then it won't count as an offering. Trust me. Even you will think it would suit you better after you gain some height. Damien, for some reason, wanted to see her wear the necklace later in her older form. Luna pursed her lips and turned away her head with a harumph. However, she also thought it would be better to try it later. Well, I almost forgot why I even came here, dual cultivation, Damien said with a grin. Chapter 234. Sigh, you perverted boy. Fine, close your eyes and meditate. I will send you the dual cultivation art, Luna instructed. Damien closed his eyes and started to focus on his soul plane. And soon enough, he felt an influx of information flowing to his soul plane and immediately started to comprehend it. Eternal bond of sacred hearts? Quite a dignified name for a dual cultivation art. Damien began to comprehend dual cultivation art, and soon his mind became completely focused on it. When he opened his eyes, he saw Luna come out of her shard of essence. You have been comprehending it for a few hours. And it seems like you have partially comprehended it. By 2 weeks, you would have comprehended more, and each time you circulate that art within your body, the faster and more comprehension you will get. You mean I will comprehend faster if I dual cultivate as well? Damien asked, not feeling surprised since it was a dual cultivation art after all. Luna nodded and said with a mischievous grin, HMPH, I think you will use this as an excuse to play more with your lovers. Damien defensively said, hey, I am not that type. I give equal importance to business and pleasure. He continued with a thoughtful expression, but this art definitely seems good. Based on what you said, the dual cultivation arts in this world would only benefit the user, while the art you gave me would benefit both the man and woman by exchanging their ethereal essence and absorbing their partner's ethereal essence, and thus increase their cultivation. Luna nodded and stated, yes, that's the basic gist of it. But the art I gave you is very profound, and soon you will understand what I meant. It truly is an art that goes beyond just joining bodies and gaining strength. Damien slowly nodded his head as he mused on her words. He felt that what Luna said was indeed true as he felt something very profound hidden as he comprehended the art. The only way he could find out was by dual cultivating. I will meditate for a while more to absorb the life essences in my ethereal core. Damien decided to absorb some of the life essences of ethereal beasts he had killed to make sure he can break through a few levels by the end of 2 weeks. It was midnight when Damien finally opened his eyes again. Because of his spirit ethereal realm cultivation, Damien didn't need that much sleep as an average human, nor did he need to have 3 meals a day to not stay hungry. Damien speculated that once one reaches the prime ethereal realm, then they could go without food and sleep for years and not feel any sorts of tiredness or weakness. He wondered if those were some of the signs that a practitioner was slowly losing their mortality. He also thought if he could achieve false divinity, the fabled realm above the mortal realm when one would shed their mortality bit by bit and tread the path to achieve divinity. He then decided to ask Luna something outrageous. Luna, is it possible for a very powerful and genius mortal to cultivate thousands or as many years as he needs to reach your level? Luna's eyelids drooped halfway, and she looked at Damien as if he was spouting nonsense. Are you trying to look down on this goddess? No mortal can ever touch the realm of gods. Their innate potential, talent, and soul are not worthy enough. And HMPH, not even ordinary gods can even reach my level then. How do you suppose a mortal can? No matter how many puny gods I have to face, I could easily crush them all with just a swing of my hand. I am the sole ruler of this universe and always will be. Damien chuckled, and I guess you are still ruling the universe by staying inside a mortal's body. You. Luna raised her fist as if she was about to give a punch to Damien and receded her fist with a huff. He then asked, then, based on my progress so far, do you think I can cultivate to become a god? With my origin seed, isn't it possible? Damien thought that in the slight chance, no matter how impossible and far away it seemed, if he became a god, he could easily search for Sophie if he still could not find her. Luna amusedly chuckled, your progress so far is not enough to let me predict whether you can even reach the peak of false divinity. So far, you have only comprehended easy stuff, and there are so many profound things you have yet to comprehend, and who knows how many years it will take for you to comprehend them completely, even with your comprehension speed. You have a good chance of achieving false divinity, but even with your origin seed, no need to think about it now and have any false hopes. Well, even in the off chance you somehow became a god, you would still be a lowly god I can twirl around my little finger, hee. You cheeky imp. Heh, one day, I will become as powerful as you, and then we will see who will twirl around whom, Damien said with a grin, though he didn't have any confidence in what he said. He only said it to counter her haughtiness. Pfft. Luna chortled and laughed as she held her hand on her stomach. She then looked at Damien as if she was looking at a fool. Even if you cultivate for an eternity, you will never reach my level, for my true power is boundless without any ceiling to how powerful I can become. My power grows as much as I want it to be, and no god in this universe will ever be a match for me, and surely not a mortal like you. Damien didn't back down and said with a smirk, but I am sure Antigod would have kicked your butt if he had been alive. Or is he a puny god as well? Luna's eyes twitched as she remembered the ridiculous and heaven-defying skills she saw in Damien's anti-god arts, which were sealed. She did feel that, in a way, no ordinary gods could even come close to the anti-god if he felt like it and decimate them to nothingness without even lifting a finger, but she wondered how such a powerful entity died and who defeated him even though he was so powerful. If there really was another god powerful enough to defeat him, then she believed that there should at least be a third god at least as powerful as her. However, she found it all extremely improbable, thinking why she didn't come upon any of them unless she did but forgot along with her memories. She could understand why she didn't come upon Antigod before since he was in a different dimension. However, since his origin seed was in the ether dimension, especially in a mortal's body, she speculated that he should have died in the ether dimension itself. And if he did really fight someone to the death, then she would be the first person to know as she truly was the sole ruler of the ether dimension. And surely she would interfere if an outsider tried to create chaos in her turf, no matter how powerful he is. She was extremely confident in her abilities that even after guessing how powerful Antigod was, she was sure she wouldn't be defeated that easily, nor could she tell if she could defeat him as well. Luna squinted as she said, HMPH, I admit he was not a puny god based on how profound his origin seed and nether arts are. But that does not mean he could stomp me over as well. I am sure if he were intelligent enough, he wouldn't want to fight me as well. Damien smiled whimsically. Oh, so you don't want to fight him as well? He could see that Luna really had to face Antigod. She would think twice before battling him. He already knew Antigod was powerful, but only now he realized that he might as well have been as powerful as Luna, at least seeing how she didn't ridicule him as a lowly god. Chapter 235. Luna pressed her lips together. HMPH, what do you take a fight between gods for? It can cause mass destruction, and why would I want to cause collateral damage to my own dimension by fighting him? Even if I defeat him, the damage caused might not be worth it, and it would be a lot of work for me. Damien realized that Luna did indeed have a point, and if that was the case, then gods would be trying not to cause fights with other gods as things could end up getting disastrous, but of course, whether they decide to fight another god would depend on other factors. Damien imagined planets shattering with each exchange of blows between gods and wondered if he was underestimating the level of destruction, especially when gods on the level of Luna fought each other. Damien chuckled. Okay, fine. You will always be the most powerful goddess in my eyes. Luna beamed. Now that's the right way of thinking. Damien shook his head with a smile as he came down from the stone slab and decided to have a good shut-eye and continue training tomorrow. However, before heading towards his room where Valentina might be, he decided to sneak up on her. With a sly grin, he concealed his ethereal aura, using his ethereal arts to a level which Valentina wouldn't be able to notice with her current cultivation. He tiptoed very carefully through the villa as if he was some thief. It was already past midnight, and other than the sounds of some insects outside, there was absolute silence throughout the villa. Fortunately, the door was open, and as expected, Valentina was not sleeping. She would always only sleep with him around. He saw her keenly reading some book on the sofa with her back facing him. There was no light, and she was reading only under the moonlight. Upon closer look, Damien raised one of his brows when he saw that it was a book on sex education. She surely likes to learn stuff. Damien sighed in amusement inwardly. He thought she would be training till he comes back. But only now he saw that she wanted to train herself in other things. He wondered if she was that confident in winning against Denisa, especially when she might be in a frenzied state due to the recent developments. But again, he knew Valentina's strength, just like his, cannot be taken at face value just based on cultivation level. He slowly crept towards her with a devilish grin as he moved his hands towards her to give her a surprise. But suddenly, he got a bit startled when Valentina swiftly grasped his wrist as she twisted her head around. Big brother, your training is done. She asked with a beautiful smile. Damien dryly chuckled, seeing that Valentina didn't even seem to think that he was trying to surprise her. You sense me coming? Damien knew Valentina's senses were very sharp. Still, he concealed his ethereal aura this time and was sure even Sky Ethereal Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to spot him. Valentina tilted her head and said, of course. Big brother's blood is too strong for me to not notice even if you aren't bleeding. Damien realized that Valentina's senses were on another level, and if he wanted to evade her senses, then he would have to reach a higher level of comprehension of his ethereal arts to suppress the aura of his body completely. He speculated that it must also be because she had tasted his blood and was able to sense his blood from a pretty far distance. He then, with a wry chuckle, asked, so even if I used my maximum speed to confuse you during spars, you would know my precise location because of my blood scent? Of course, Valentina beamed and jumped over the sofa as she stood before him and continued, that's why I always win when sparring with you except for spars involving weapons only and no cultivation. Damien pulled her cheeks and said lightheartedly, you cheeky girl, I will become stronger fast enough and then catch up to you. Valentina shook her head and looked at his eyes with an enamored gaze. Big brother is already very strong and amazing. I am sure you will stand atop everyone in this world one day, and they will respect and fear you. I want to see them all bowing to your superiority. Damien once again realized how much Valentina idolized him to the point she wanted him to be stronger than everyone else. He felt happy and lovingly caressed her cheeks as he moved his lips towards hers. Valentina closed her eyes as she smiled and accepted his lips, trying to join with hers. MHMMM. She slowly stood on her toes as she wrapped her hands around him and continued to kiss him ardently. Damien's hands fell over from her cheeks towards her breasts and fondled them as he continued to taste her lips passionately. Her cheeks were beginning to flush as her heart raced the more she kissed him and feeling his hands on her bosom. Since yesterday, she felt so happy that she would occasionally pinch herself to see whether this was all just a happy dream. She felt exactly the same happiness one would feel after getting everything they wished in their life. She couldn't ask for more and only wanted to be with him forever. As they separated their kiss, Valentina pulled up Damien's shirt, and Damien raised his arms as she removed it. As she saw his hot upper body with his chiseled pecs and abs coming into sight, her blood started to heat up. She instantly wrapped her hands around his body and started to kiss and lick his chest all over. Her nails lightly stroked his back as she tasted his nipples. Damien let out low groans as he kept his hands busy by stroking her hair in one hand and kneading her boobs with the other hand. She swiftly moved her mouth downwards as she lovingly kissed his midriff and all over his abs, while lovingly gazing at him with her ruby red eyes. And as her mouth reached near his pants, with a dazed smile, she slowly pulled down his pants, and a vigorous and hot rod popped out. She grasped it and licked around the tip a few times, and Damien saw his hot rod suddenly disappearing inside her mouth completely. He clutched her head as she continued to bob her head up and down while fondling his balls. The two continued their steamy action the whole night and hardly slept as hours passed. It was already morning with the sun shining brightly in the sky when in the Zeton Imperial Palace, a man who looked in his 30s was standing before a huge waterfall which seemed to be located right behind the Imperial Palace, bordering the oceans. If one who traveled around the whole continent saw this place, they would, without doubt, say that this place was the most beautiful and scenic sight across the entire world. The man was alone and seemed to be admiring the huge waterfalls as they fell into the boundless ocean. He was dressed in majestic azure robes embroidered with a five-clawed dragon, and his aura seemed like a bottomless sea as if it was too vast for an expert to gauge. His features were sharp and regally handsome enough to make the hearts of women tremble. He was over 900 years old, but his entire person was unnecessarily white, with not the slightest of wrinkles. He had sword-like eyebrows and stark blue eyes and hair that seemed to exude a majestic heroic air. And this man was none other than the legendary figure, Ruthven Zeton, the Emperor of the Zeton Empire. This was a name known to everyone that thoroughly resounded through the rising sun continent with prestige above the world. After all, he possessed unrivaled strength with the shocking label of being the most powerful practitioner, and the utmost supreme existence in the present world, which no one would dare to challenge. There were fundamentally no guards anywhere near him because for such an unapproachable existence, who was qualified enough to protect him? He was like a god in everyone's hearts, and just hearing his name would cause one to feel deep oppression in their hearts. It took a long while for a change to appear in Ruthven Zeton's eyes as a sapphire-haired heavenly beauty suddenly emerged from the oceans, and her clothes didn't seem to be wet in the slightest. Riva, it's been a while, Ruthven said in a regal tone. Chapter 236. Riva didn't seem surprised and gave a light bow as she said in a restrained tone, Royal Father, is there any reason for this sudden visit? With his hands behind his back, Ruthven said, Sudden? I barely even see you around the palace, and it's been like that for all these years despite you staying within the palace. Most of the time, you would either say you are cultivating or having an audience with the Venerable One. Why does it seem like you are avoiding me or the others in this palace? Riva narrowed her gaze and said calmly, I am sorry if that's how it seems like, Royal Father. I merely don't even notice the days passing, and as you know, I am very keen on receiving guidance from the Venerable One that I don't get much time to do anything else. Ruthven raised one of his brows, is that so? Then why do you stay back in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation these days? I heard you are personally giving some extra classes to a boy named Damien, one of the very few practitioners in history to have a lightning seed. I wonder what the extra classes are for when many speak of him as a shocking genius. Ruthven's tone had no undulations and seemed extremely calm. However, Riva could feel his sharp gaze on her as if it was probing her mind. Her heart didn't ripple as she answered in a composed tone, it's because he lacks in some other areas and requested me to help him. As his teacher, I couldn't ignore him. Ruthven's eyes narrowed as he nodded, fair enough. But there is no need to rush yourself, trying to cultivate to higher realms. You are already the strongest of your generation, and no one can ever surpass you. Riva shook her head as she said, no, there's one another person at least as strong with me without much difference in our ages. Ruthven let out a scoff, you are talking about Triton from that failure of a rebel organization? He is just someone they desperately nurtured to act as a rival to you. But he is not blessed by a god, and even if his cultivation is higher than you by a few levels, you could easily crush him in a fight. But unfortunately, you don't seem very interested in battles, nor have I ever seen you even having a combat with someone. I guess that's why I can only rely on your elder brother for the tournament. First brother is still under closed doors cultivation, right? Riva asked as her eyes frowned slightly. Yes, he is. Since he is even older than you, at least he should catch up to you, or I would be very disappointed. After all, he would be participating in the tournament for me because of the age limit, Ruthven said with a placid smile. Riva tried not to show any needless expressions on her face and said, but Royal Father, why are you trying to make the Celestial Princess as your queen consort? Isn't she too young to be one? With a veiled smile, Ruthven looked at Riva and said, you have no idea what she is. And I believe if people truly understood her potential, then the other empires might even go to war just to obtain her. Of course, even if a war broke out, I wouldn't worry too much. Riva was inwardly surprised to know that Ruthven wasn't eyeing Lily for any simple reasons. She wondered what it could be. Ruthven continued as his gaze turned nostalgic, besides, her beauty doesn't even lose out to yours. You know how I haven't felt any love towards my current consorts like how I loved your mother and, he turned his gaze over to the ocean, even to this day, my heart feels empty for not having her by my side. Riva moved her hands behind as she clenched them tightly, hearing his words, and tried her best not to look at him. Ruthven went on, I feel like the Celestial Princess would be able to fill the void in my heart. And you would also gain a new younger mother. I hope our family can become complete soon enough. After a brief moment of silence, Riva said in an impassive tone, Royal Father, it's time for me to go. My class would be starting soon. Without turning his head, Ruthven gestured with his hand, you can go. However, as soon as she left, he mumbled with an indifferent smile, what a pity, Riva. Later in the Imperial Treasury Room, Ruth Wren was walking among the vast riches and precious resources laying about when a man in his 30s with a handsome face, a mustache, and sky-blue hair, dressed in an artful golden robe entered the treasury. Without turning back, Ruth Wren said, "Zemir, do you bring any news for me?" Zemir gave a deep, respectful bow and felt very nervous inwardly as this was the first time Ruth Wren ordered him to visit him in the treasury. The Imperial Treasury was only allowed to a select few, those of whom were mainly people belonging to the Imperial family or Grand Elders. He wondered why an elder like him was called here within the treasury itself, and his eyes still couldn't recover from the shock after seeing such wealth and riches surrounding him. Although he knew how wealthy his empire was, he had never seen how much it had amassed over its long history. He could see that the treasury extended for at least tens of kilometers and many chambers within it, which probably held even more riches and treasures. With just the wealth around him, Zemir could guess that one could even live for tens of thousands of years without any income. He tried his best not to show any nervousness, but being personally called by the emperor was not something that happened every day, especially in such a place. He replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I bring no news as things have been looking good so far." "Really?" Ruth Wren asked in a terse tone as he turned around to look at Zemir. Zemir gulped as he said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Zemir, do you know why I trust you so much despite being only an elder yourself?" Ruth Wren asked meaningfully. Zemir was surprised hearing his words as he couldn't believe what Ruth Wren just said. Ruth Wren continued without letting Zemir reply, "It's because you know how to do a job efficiently and because of your steadfast loyalty that has never failed me in all your years of serving me. I have seen you climb the ranks pretty quickly on your own with the ability to gather information very well, and that's why you caught my eye. I couldn't think of a better person to task with guarding my daughter. So, how's my daughter these days? How is she doing in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation?" Zemir replied with raised brows, "Her Highness has been doing very well. I heard her disciples are very fond of her teaching, and they were able to understand all concepts very easily. What do you think about that boy named Damien?" Ruth Wren asked as he interrupted Zemir. Zemir had a confused expression as he pulled his brows together, wondering why Ruth Wren suddenly asked about Damien. However, he replied directly, "Well, his talent is surely out of the world, especially with how he has the lightning seed as well. And based on his behavior in school, he seems arrogant but crafty and fearless. It also seems like something is going on between him and Valentina, the super genius and personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael. Even though I found it a bit surprising, I guess in the long run, they surely match each other well." Ruth Wren questioned, "And do you think a person like him needs extra classes? I heard he is quite a genius in alchemy as well and can produce amber-colored flames. Everything is strange about him, and his background might as well be a cover. Someone from the Rome Empire can't be this powerful, or we would have known it before. Keep a watch on him, especially my daughter's interactions with him. I know you won't be able to know what's going on during the extra classes, but just observe her daily activities and routines. Let me know if you notice something different than usual. You may leave now." "Yes, Your Majesty," Zemir nodded as he gave a deep bow. He turned around and left with furrowed brows. After Zemir left, Ruth Wren walked forward and entered a chamber as he passed through an ethereal lock. There he saw a mirror made of moving water, and as he looked at it, he mumbled with a sigh, "Reva, why do you have to make things hard for yourself?" Chapter 237. Damien had already sent 2 healing pills, one each to the Clive and Rivers family. And the patriarchs didn't know whether to be surprised or not as they found that the ugly scars did slowly disappear. They were thrilled when they saw that Denisa and Roy completely recovered, and there wasn't even an ugly patch left on their bodies, and Roy's manhood seemed to slowly recover as well, although it didn't seem like he would be able to use it anytime soon. However, this was more than enough for them who felt crestfallen, thinking that they were doomed to look like horrendous beasts for the rest of their lives. The patriarchs felt like kissing Alchemist Azrael's feet for achieving a miracle yet again. They felt that they were right to put their hopes in him, and the humiliation was worth it. However, they remembered Alchemist Azrael's warning that even if Roy and Denisa got cured, it was not necessarily permanent as the disease might rebound, and until he became a rank 6 alchemist, they wouldn't truly be cured. They consulted their family doctors, and indeed it did seem like the pills Alchemist Azrael gave were suppressing and holding the diseases at bay like a dam holding back a vast stream. If any unknown variable affected them, the disease would come back again with greater vigor. Now the patriarchs felt even tenser as they felt like their heirs were walking around with a time bomb attached to their bodies. They were extremely tempted to sacrifice one of their precious resources like a rank 7 healing pill to see if it could heal their heirs. But again, they didn't dare to since this disease was extremely strange, and their family doctors advised not to use any healing pills without Alchemist Azrael's advice as it could only worsen the condition. Denisa and Roy felt it the worst as they always have to be scared, thinking when the ugly disease might hit them back. They felt like a knife was constantly pressed against their neck, not knowing when it would slice their necks. However, they felt that this was better than not healing at all as they could at least now go outside without shutting themselves inside their mansions. But they still felt the shame, indignation, and anger for what they had to do to get these healing pills. They couldn't forget how mortifying it was to kowtow to Valentina, and they decided to vent all their anger and hatred for the upcoming match against Valentina and Damien. It was afternoon when Damien and Reva were having their usual discussions. Damien noticed that Reva's eyes looked as if she was distracted thinking about something else. "Did something happen today?" Damien asked with a narrowed gaze. Reva's eyes suddenly shifted towards him as she shook her head. "No, nothing happened." "Why did you ask?" "Your mind seemed elsewhere, especially when we were discussing the medical formulas. Are you facing any troubles?" Damien prodded. Reva shook her head with a calm smile. "Nothing of those sorts. It's just thinking about the recent attack on our city by the Forsaken. I wonder what their next moves are." "Damien, what do you think about the Forsaken?" Damien was a bit taken aback by her sudden question, but he answered calmly, "I don't know much about them other than the fact that they are not happy about who is ruling this empire. Is their enmity really that strong against this empire?" Seeing his oblivious expression, a certain emotion flashed past Reva's eyes as she said, "Yes, it is, and we are trying our best to stop their terrorism. We need peace in this empire, and these constant attacks and fights are a menace to the people. I hope to resolve all this without destroying this land or any wars that might cause millions of innocents to die." She continued as she looked at his eyes, "I believe that in the future, you will rise up to become a prominent figure. A marvelous talent like you would easily cross the present limits of this realm as if it was nothing. You are the first in the history of our world to have so much talent that even I can't imagine how powerful you would become in the future. But I hope as a friend, I can count on you when the time comes and when this land needs you. Seeing her serious expression and hearing her words, Damien was surprised and wondered why she was talking about these things to him as if she was sure war was going to happen in the future. However, he put up a gentle smile as he said, "Of course, what are friends for?" Reva leaned her head forward as she asked in a soft voice, "Do you really mean that? Can you promise me?" Promise? Damien wondered why she was becoming so serious, and when she asked him to promise her, he felt some strings in his heart being pulled. He had no problem in lying to his enemies or giving false promises to them, but even though he was telling himself that Reva was just his target to gather information about the Zeton god, he was strangely finding it hard to make an empty promise to her, especially while looking at her eyes. Despite how used to he was at lying to his enemies' faces, oddly, he was finding it hard to make himself do that to Reva, especially when it seemed like she was genuinely asking him. He also wondered if something recently happened to ask this or whether she was trying to place some trust and faith in him. He, however, said in a sincere tone as he grasped her wrist, having the friendship bracelet, "Reva, don't worry, as long as we are friends, I will always be there for you no matter which situation. That's the least I should do as a friend." Reva looked at his hands, holding her wrist gently, and then looked at his clear eyes without a single ripple as he said his words, showing how sincere he was about his words. Her gaze flickered as she heard him mention the condition about their friendship, but inwardly, she felt satisfied. She smiled faintly, "I knew I could rely on you since I have no one else to ask." "Thank you, Damien." Damien waved his hand, "No need for thanks or anything. As friends, it's only a given we should be there for each other." It was already night when Damien was sitting in the meditation room of his villa. Luna came out of her shard of essence and asked, "What was that all about during your extra class with Reva? Why did you hesitate?" She asked with squinted eyes. Damien glanced away as he said, "It's nothing. I was just surprised that she asked me to promise her out of nowhere. I wonder if it's because she has started to accept me as a friend. Or maybe she's testing whether she could trust you. Anyway, whatever might be the case, why did you hesitate even though you only want to use her for information?" Luna asked with a fanciful smile. Damien was at a loss for words hearing her question as even he wondered why he felt bad when he thought about making a false promise to Reva. If it were his enemies, he wouldn't even blink while making such promises, and surely Reva wasn't his hated enemy or anything. Still, she also wasn't someone he had feelings for, or so he thought. He still didn't know if he could truly trust Reva even though so far she didn't seem like someone who could be his enemy. He was afraid to trust her without knowing for sure and sometimes wished that he could get the information he wanted and end all this farce immediately. The longer he spent time with Reva, the more hesitant he was becoming. And seeing that her life was not as he imagined but seemed to have gone through difficult times especially after the death of her mother, he felt a tug in his heart. It seems the longer you live in this world, the more bad you are becoming, TSK. Finally, your harem senses are kicking in, Luna chuckled with her arms crossed. Damien rolled his eyes, "Oh please. I just feel strange whenever I see her, but I can't explain it. Unless she's some sort of psychic who can play tricks on someone's mind, I can't explain why I am feeling this." "In other words, you got the hots for her," Luna abruptly remarked. "No, come on. Why do you think that I am after every girl I try to get close to?" Damien asked with an exasperated sigh. "Because you really seem to get into character whenever you are near her," Luna whimsically said. Damien waved his hand and said, "Anyway, forget about it. About my anti-god arts, I had something to ask you which could help me for my upcoming match." Chapter 238. After using his anti-god arts all along for the past few months, Damien already learned that its first skill, Undying Wrath, involved destruction and chaos laws. As for his second skill, Shackles of Death, it mainly made use of death laws, and so he wondered which of these three laws his third skill, Shadow of Time, might use. But he knew he need not think about his third skill now, thinking that his third skill requires his cultivation to be even higher. Each time he broke through, he would keenly observe his soul plane to see if the seal of his third skill would come off, but to his disappointment, it seemed that his cultivation was not enough. He decided to focus on his current skills, and Luna also told him something that he could make use of right after he breakthroughs before his match with Roy. Although she said it would be a bit risky, Damien didn't mind it and was confident that it would be worth it. He decided to take a short break from going to the Forsaken and already informed them of it, and they understood as everyone knew a heated battle was upcoming between Damien and Roy. Damien wanted to spend that time as well absorbing the life essences he had stored in his ethereal core, and also to make sure that his foundation doesn't become unstable after his consecutive breakthroughs. He knew if he sped it up, then his ethereal foundation wouldn't be firm as steel. But this made him wonder how long it would take for him to cultivate to higher realms as he knew the higher his cultivation becomes, the more time he would take to break through to higher levels. He realized that it was one of the main drawbacks of his anti-god arts. It was not noticeable when breaking through lower cultivation realms. But he noticed that he would even take more time than Valentina to break through unless he absorbed the life essences at the highest quality possible. The lower the quality of the life essence he has, then the slower his breakthroughs would be. Fortunately, this time he was able to absorb Sky Ethereal Realm Beast's life essences, although not much in quantity. He knew as his cultivation increases, the less he would be able to depend on Misty. For instance, once his cultivation reaches Misty's level, he would need to find a new ethereal beast even more powerful than Misty so that he could use it to kill more ethereal beasts, and absorb their life essences. His ethereal core was too small and weak to hold anymore. Still, he was satisfied with what he already had and diligently cultivated and trained as 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The day before the match, during the evening after he finished his discussion with Reva, she asked, "Tomorrow, you have your challenge with Roy, right?" Damien nodded, "Yes. It's time I got it over with." Reva's brows pulled together, "But are you sure you would be able to defeat him? He is someone who is listed in the Eternal Hall of Fame, rank 35th. I know you are very strong compared to someone of the same cultivation as yours. With your current cultivation and your monstrous talent, your combat prowess would at best be at the low levels of the Earth Ethereal Realm, right?" Damien softly smiled, seeing the slight worry in her eyes. "It's nothing to be worried about. Yes, with my current cultivation at the first level of the spirit ethereal realm, I can face someone at the first level of the earth ethereal realm without getting defeated. But tomorrow, I will be fine. You can come and watch if you want. Reva's expression became hesitant as she still didn't feel convinced and wondered why he was not at all worried about tomorrow's match. She finally sighed as she said, okay, I will believe you. Just don't get hurt tomorrow. Roy Clive is not someone who will show any mercy to his opponents no matter who they are. He won't even hesitate to deal a death blow, especially if someone didn't have any backing. So I hope you have thought this through well and know what you are doing. Damien chuckled as he said, of course. I might be arrogant but not stupid. He walked closer to her, which made her move her feet back slightly. His lips arched into a charming smile as he said, say if I win tomorrow's match. Would I get any gift from you? Reva narrowed her eyes, wondering what he was up to this time, and why would you need any gift from me? Damien shrugged his shoulders as he said, you know, maybe it could motivate me even further to win. Reva's eyes shifted towards the side momentarily as she thought about it and said with a soft smile, okay. I will give you a gift, but only if you win. Otherwise, you can forget about it. Damien smiled, that's a promise. The next morning, Damien finally woke up feeling his cock being enveloped in some wet, soft, and warm feeling. He opened his eyes and didn't feel surprised to see Valentina greedily sucking on his hot rod as if she was famished for days. She slowly looked over to him and took out his cock from his mouth as she smiled cutely, big brother, did I wake you? Damien softly laughed and said, you sure know creative ways to wake me up. Anyway, we usually wake up at this time. Enough tasting my cock. We have people to beat up today. Valentina smiled as she felt her hands tingling with excitement, looking forward to her match with Denisa. She couldn't wait to show her who the boss was. She got off the bed buck naked and licked her hands as if she finished having a delicious meal while walking to the bathroom. He felt a little blue-balled, having his cock sucked by a beauty and stopping halfway, but he knew now was not the time to relax in his villa as some exciting things were going to happen today. Despite having a big match today, Damien's face didn't contain the slightest of nervousness or worry as if he was highly confident of the outcome today. He got off the bed and joined Valentina for a quick bath as usual, where they messed with each other for a short while before getting out. Just as he reached the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, Damien made his way towards the arena grounds, where spars were usually held with a number of seats surrounding the arena as many would like to come and watch some interesting spars. Even some friendly challenges would be held, and no death matches were allowed, no matter how much enmity one had with another. As the huge arena with an area of over 250,000 square meter came within his sight, and the most amazing thing was there were more than one arenas with the same area within the whole compound. Damien knew that this was where all the sparring competitions were held between young practitioners, and obviously, more than one match may take place at a time, and the people can even watch them all at the same time as well. But seeing the arena being surrounded by the bustling crowd and hearing their excited talks, he felt that today the arena was very livelier than usual. Numerous crowds of people were densely packed with the arenas at their center. He was sure that at least 80% of the students were here as the whole area was wrapped by people so tight it was impenetrable. After all, today was the date of two exciting battles, involving two genius heirs from two of the top families of the Zeton Empire versus the new emerging super geniuses. However, in the hearts of most people, the main characters today were Roy, Denisa, and Valentina, as some wanted to catch a glimpse of the elegant prowess of two of their senior elite disciples ranked in the Eternal Hall of Fame list, while others wanted to witness the intoxicating and deadly beauty of Valentina at least from afar, as they didn't want to get close to her and have their balls smashed into a pulp. As for Damien, a minority were interested in seeing whether the rumors of his talent being ridiculous and shocking were true or not, and to witness the prowess of his lightning seed as they had never seen one before in their lives. However, none of them even had a thought that Damien had a chance of winning against Roy, and instead, they were thinking about how Roy was going to exact his payback on Damien for insulting him. Chapter 239. In reality, a new disciple overestimating himself to challenge a senior elite disciple wouldn't instigate this much attention as everyone knew who would win without even witnessing the challenge. It would be pretty boring for them if the match ended within seconds without seeing some adrenaline-pumping moments. However, this time they wanted to see what happens after the challenge was over and if Roy would pummel Damien half-dead, especially when they all knew Valentina was the girlfriend of Damien. They wanted to know how she was going to handle things after somehow surviving Denisa's vicious attacks. They wondered if Denisa would let off Valentina without much injury, considering that Valentina was the personal disciple of alchemist Azrael. The promised time for the challenges drew nearer and nearer by the second, less than 15 minutes remained. However, only Damien had arrived while the other Roy, Denisa, and Valentina hadn't arrived yet. They thought that Damien arrived early because of being too nervous to wait for the last minute. However, seeing his calm and collected demeanor, they didn't feel like it. It seemed as if Damien came here for a stroll. However, right at that moment, a disturbance suddenly appeared from the south side of the plaza where the arena was, and waves of exclamations resounded. Oh my god! Headmaster Leon has arrived. But why? Is this match really that hyped that even he came? Seriously, I can feel some shit going down today. I know, right. If the headmaster is here, surely he must feel that the matches are going to be interesting. But I wonder if he is here because the participants are Roy and Denisa. How can lowly disciples like us guess Headmaster Leon's intentions? But hey, what if in the off chance Damien and Valentina win? You kidding me? I would rather believe the ethereal beasts can speak. But just to humor you, if they really won, then they would be the youngest juniors in the history of the Zeton Ethereal Foundation to have their names ranked in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. Leon Zeton, along with some other teachers, took some seats pre-allotted for them in the uppermost area as the seats were arranged in a tiered manner with enough leg space to even walk through easily. No one sat in the same row as Leon Zeton in respect of his status. However, there was one empty seat beside Leon Zeton, and they wondered for whom it was. Only a few minutes were left before the arranged time for the battles began. Then, at this moment, a large burst of shouting came from the north side of the plaza. Roy Clive and Denisa Rivers are here. Under the gazes of countless disciples brimmed with excitement, they both had finally appeared. However, suddenly the gasps of excitement, and their fervent gazes shifted towards the east side of the plaza as a bewitching beauty clad in a blood-red exotic dress walking, proudly towards the arena. Fairy Valentina has arrived. Ah, my heart feels satisfied after getting a glimpse of her goddess-like beauty. I think I can now finally die in peace. Dude, count me in as well. I don't think I can ever marry any other girl because my heart has already been committed to that goddess. You idiots, shut the fuck up. Do you want your balls smashed? Don't talk too loud lest she hears. HMPH, you're just jealous that you can't obtain her just like us. Fairy Valentina is a goddess with a kind personality. Sore losers like you might have made up those rumors of her smashing men's balls just to discourage us. You. HMPH, don't come crying to me once your eggs are scrambled. These simps. Damien inwardly chuckled in amusement. Valentina smiled as she walked towards Damien and stood near him in an intimate manner, much to other men's jealousy and envy. They couldn't understand how Damien managed to strike such a lottery and if his pretty looks seduced Valentina, or the fact that he had a lightning seed since that could be considered quite a rare talent. However, they had to grudgingly admit inwardly that Valentina and Damien did match well as a couple, seeing them stand together. But Roy and Denise's eyes crinkled when they saw Damien and Valentina as if they found something shocking. The fifth level of the spirit ethereal realm? What the fuck? Roy muttered in disbelief. Denise also mumbled, her eyes wide open as she looked at Valentina, third level of the earth ethereal realm. This can't be true. This is impossible. Were they hiding their cultivations before? Otherwise, how did they both break through more than one level so fast? Roy muttered to Denise. After they got healed temporarily after eating Alchemist Azrael's pills, Denise's hatred towards Roy vanished as she realized that she was targeting her anger and hate at the wrong person since Roy was a victim as well. Instead, they both were now even closer, promising themselves to find the culprit who dared to toy with them and tarnish their reputations. Denise's expression returned to normal as she scoffed while gazing at Valentina with resentment. HMPH, a bug that is slightly fatter is still a bug. We can still crush them like bugs with just our fingers. But of course, we should toy with them to our heart's content before crushing them. Let us humiliate them before everyone and make them pay for what they did, especially her. Roy also nodded as a vicious glint flashed past his eyes. A new roar of excitement suddenly came as everyone noticed an otherworldly beauty with sapphire hair and azure eyes walking in. Her presence itself seemed to bring about a change in the whole atmosphere among the audience. The ethereal fairy. Everyone couldn't understand why there were so many unexpected and grand people coming to spectate the matches. Princess Reva? Wait, even she is here to watch this match. What the hell is going on? Why are all the big shots showing up today? Isn't this match supposed to end in like a minute at most? Man, you still think about the match when two goddesses have already graced our eyes with their presences? I don't think I can pay attention to the match with these two goddesses stealing my eyes. Who cares why they are here? You just have to shut up and enjoy their presence. Maybe she is here because I heard Damien is her favorite student. Like she may be concerned whether Roy would accidentally kill Damien. Nah, he might be a brilliant disciple but still not worthy enough to have her attention. I think just like our headmaster Leon, she is here for certain other reasons. Damien saw Reva and saw her stealing a glance at him momentarily, to which he smiled. He could see from her eyes that she seemed concerned and a bit of worry about his match. Reva walked towards Leon Zeton and exchanged greetings as she sat down on the only seat next to him. Damien, who are you smiling at? Valentina curiously asked as she tried to follow his gaze. Damien swiftly turned away Valentina's head as he chuckled, nothing, I just heard some funny things. Damien inwardly sighed in relief as he didn't want Valentina to misunderstand. However, the men thought Damien was having a lovey-dovey moment seeing him touch her face, and seeing the two, they gritted their teeth, feeling jealousy squirming through their skins. Leon Zeton asked Reva with a smile, I never expected you to come here. In fact, I was surprised when you suddenly told me you wanted to see the match. Reva calmly replied, he is not only my disciple but also the only genius with such monstrous talent I have ever come upon. Even now, I was astonished to see that his cultivation had risen by 4 levels within a month after his previous breakthrough. I can't even understand his shocking talent, and it would be bad if something untoward happened to him during this match. Leon Zeton nodded as he looked at Damien and Valentina. That's true, and the same goes for her as well, I guess. Breaking through 2 levels in quick succession in the earth ethereal realm within a month is something I have never heard of in all my years of following the ethereal way. These two sure aren't simple. Now that all concerned parties had arrived, Roy and Damien walked towards arena number 1 while Denise and Valentina walked towards arena number 2. Everyone could clearly see both the arenas, and there were ethereal barriers between the arenas so that the battle in one of the arenas wouldn't affect the other. The buzz and excitement increased even further as they saw the challengers entering the arena. At the same time, more and more people came to join in for the excitement. Chapter 240. In the uppermost audience seat, Leon Zeton had a smiling face as if he was really looking forward to the upcoming matches. He cast a side glance at Reva beside him and asked, in just a month, it's indeed astonishing that he broke through by 4 levels. Furthermore, seeing how confident his face looks, it seems as if he isn't worried at all that Roy Clive is more than a whole realm stronger than him. Your Highness, who do you think is going to win? Looking in the direction of Damien, Reva said, considering he was able to hold out against Valentina, I think he would somehow be able to manage. But something tells me that he is going to win. And he has this mystical aura around him that gives me a feeling that I cannot fathom, and that feeling is making me feel that he will win. Leon Zeton raised one of his brows as he said with a hint of surprise in his voice, I have never heard your Highness speaking about someone else like this. It seems like he did have an impression on you. Reva faintly smiled, he did even though I am not completely sure about certain things. I guess I have time to find out. Leon Zeton squinted his eyes and nodded. After a brief moment of silence, he said as he looked at the arena, however, even if Damien was able to fight Valentina on equal terms before, it was when their cultivations were lower. But the gap only increases as one's cultivation levels go higher. Can anyone say for sure his combat prowess would always allow him to defeat someone a whole realm higher than him, no matter which cultivation realm? That seems highly impossible considering that the gap between each level in the earth ethereal realm is incomparable to those of the spirit ethereal realm. Reva's expression became pensive as she heard Leon Zeton's words since she understood that what Leon said was indeed right. She realized that Damien's combat prowess couldn't be consistent as his cultivation increases. If that was the case, then if Damien's cultivation was at the first level of the Sky Ethereal Realm, then it would mean he could even take on someone at the first level of the Heaven Ethereal Realm. That seemed absolutely ridiculous, since the gap was so immensely huge that just a hand swing from a Heaven Ethereal Realm practitioner could easily destroy a low-level Sky Ethereal Realm practitioner. If Damien really was able to maintain that consistency, then it would mean that with his current cultivation, he could even destroy low-level Sky Ethereal Realm cultivators, which was apparently not true. That was how ridiculous and illogical it seemed, and why Leon Zeton said it was impossible for Damien to maintain that consistency. She now started feeling a little worry, thinking whether Damien would really be alright. However, hearing his assurance yesterday and seeing how unperturbed he was, she decided not to overthink and wait and see how he was going to handle Roy. But this same fact already crossed through Damien's mind as he noticed that his combat prowess wasn't consistent as his enemy's cultivation realm increased, especially when using his Undying Wrath skill. He noticed while sparring with Valentina that his combat prowess didn't exactly increase by a whole realm when he fought her even after his breakthrough. Valentina was able to gauge his strength even without having to exert much of her strength. Even after giving out his best attack, she told him that after his breakthrough, his ethereal strength at most reached the third level of the Earth Ethereal Realm. Of course, he didn't use his sword or his ethereal arts but simply raw physical attacks. He wanted to know how much his combat prowess was with using only his body. Valentina didn't think she should be concerned about the match between Damien and Roy, as she could see that Damien still had some aces up his sleeve and knew that his combat prowess would increase when he uses his sword, along with his ethereal arts. But whether he could defeat Roy or not was another matter altogether. However, she didn't worry about it as she was confident that Damien could win, seeing how he didn't seem to be concerned about his match. If Damien didn't show any signs of worry, then she wouldn't be worried at all. If he were completely confident in what he was doing, then she would be as well. Damien knew that the consistency problem he had was non-existent in Valentina, as she was altogether wholly a different case. Each time she breakthroughs, her whole body, including her ethereal strength, undergoes improvements that would be way more drastic than normal practitioners. As for him, his gains are just as normal as everybody else's. So, Damien felt that, at least for now, her combat prowess would be consistent with the increase in her cultivation. He couldn't believe how a slender and slim-looking beauty like her had so much strength in her dainty body. Her strength was no different than that of a tyrannical beast that could send shivers through one's spine with just her glare. The last thing people were going to believe was that she was a half-ethereal beast. Valentina and Denisa stared down at each other just as they entered their arena, while Damien had a calm smile on his face as he looked at Roy in their arena. Leon Zeton looked over to his side and saw Zamir sitting just behind him. He knew that Zamir was one of Reva's protectors who would keep a protective eye over her while she was in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation. Zamir, it's time. I want you to preside over these two matches. But no matter, under the eyes of many, I hope you would be absolutely fair. Any other matters can be determined at a later time. Leon Zeton said with hidden profoundness. Zamir nodded as he got up and flew over to the stage built for the judges only. However, this time he was the only judge presiding over both the matches. His appearance caused the entire plaza to quiet down as they knew both the matches were going to begin soon. The time is nigh. You four can begin now, Zamir flatly said with dignity. He continued as his tone became firm, but bear in mind that this is nothing more than a spar and not a fight to the death. You are not allowed to kill your opponent. Otherwise, you will be punished severely, no matter who. All right, you all can begin now. As Zamir's voice faded, Roy's expression still remained indifferent, as he was already pissed off that he had to fight someone weaker than him coupled with the recent harrowing experiences he had to undergo. Are you smiling thinking how meaningless your death is going to be? That is something I ought to ask you, but the difference is that you won't be smiling. Damien responded with the same disdainful sneer in turn. He continued in a cool tone, take out your weapon and come at me. I haven't got all day. Roy laughed loudly. Weapon? Against a weakling like you? Just one of my hands is enough to bash your brains in. The corner of Damien's mouth raised. Is that so? Then let me see if you can even touch the corner of my clothes with just your hands. As Damien and Roy were exchanging taunts, the same was going on in arena number 2, where Denisa was menacingly glaring at Valentina as she said, You witch, are you not going to take out your weapon? Or are you planning to go invisible and backstab me like a coward? Valentina looked at her with contempt in her eyes and said, If you are so scared, then you should surrender already. Or did kowtowing before me make you even more scared of me? Denisa's eyes twitched as she heard some muffled gasps among the crowd after they heard Valentina's words. Hey, was what Fairy Valentina said true? It can't be. Why would the charming snake, Denisa, ever bow down to a junior, let alone kowtow? But Fairy Valentina wouldn't shout out lies so blatantly. Maybe we are missing some facts here. Stop spouting lies, witch. I, as your senior, will put you back in your place, Denisa howled as she took out her whip, thinking that despite Valentina being weaker than her, she can't afford to underestimate her. Chapter 241. Denisa was most concerned about Valentina's invisibility as she was not sure how to deal with it. In fact, she had to consult her father, and he only told her a single solution was possible, but it would be up to her whether she could take down Valentina or not. She, however, was inwardly feeling tensed when she remembered how Valentina blocked her hand when she tried to touch Damien. She had to exert most of her strength to wring her hand free from Valentina's iron grip despite her being 5 levels stronger than her. But now, Valentina was 2 levels stronger than before, and she didn't want to believe that Valentina was as abnormal as her guts were telling her. Deciding not to give her the chance to go invisible, Denisa swiftly swirled her whip as numerous wind blades manifested in the air and surrounded Valentina from all sides. This was the solution her father told her as he said that even if Valentina went invisible, she was bound to at least defend herself against one of the wind blades, and Denisa would know Valentina's position as well. Denisa wanted to surround Valentina in a river of wind blades before giving her a chance to attack back. However, Valentina's expression remained stone cold, and she didn't even take out her weapon, making Denisa's expression twist in anger, thinking that Valentina was looking down on her. But she smirked as she thought that Valentina was standing still because she doesn't know how to counter her attack. However, her eyes widened when she saw Valentina rushing towards her while her body seemed to be glitching. and those wind blades seemed to go right through her body as if it was just an illusory body. But no matter how much she spread her senses, she sensed that it was indeed Valentina's real body that was rushing towards her. Denisa decided not to worry about it and madly lashed her whip towards Valentina when she saw her getting close to her fast. But Valentina glitched through her whip as it passed straight through her body, making Denisa's mouth go wide and her eyes as round as a pufferfish. Valentina gave a cold smile as she smashed in Denisa's left side of her face with just her iron-like fist. Denisa's skin rippled like water as some spittle inadvertently spit out from her mouth, making her face twist into an ugly expression. Even a shockwave was sent out from Valentina's punch as it even lifted off the dust from the ground, and Denisa's cheek sunk in as if Valentina was punching clay. At that moment, everyone was shocked to see what just happened as some even stood on their feet with an expression of disbelief. In fact, Roy and Damien had their eyes glued towards arena number 2, seeing Valentina passing nonchalantly through all those numerous wind blades as if they were nothing. But Damien knew that Valentina's body seemed to be glitching because she was phasing through all those wind blades, and he knew that a lot of her soul energy would be burned up each time she makes her body itself illusory to phase herself through anything. Still, he never saw her do that in a spa, because she never had to, and all Valentina told him was that she required a lot of energy to phase through things. Damien guessed that she could phase through things for a maximum of a few seconds with her current cultivation till she ran out of soul energy, and that was how extremely energy-consuming it was. But not only Damien but even Leon Zeton and Riva were also astonished to see how overpowered Valentina was. Not only she had the ability to go invisible, but she could even phase through ethereal attacks, and that was something that could even tip a battle in her favor even if she was facing a stronger opponent. Denisa was the most shocked when she saw Valentina rush right towards her as if those wind blades were not even a threat to Valentina in the slightest, and when she got punched, she felt like her brain was rattled within her skull and her cheekbone fracturing, as if she got hit by a speeding iron rod right on her face. Valentina didn't even feel like using her weapon because she thought it would be an overkill, and decided to finish Denisa in just one punch. Asterisk bang, asterisk Denisa flew back like a kite and hit heavily against the ethereal barrier surrounding the arena. Because of how strong the barrier was, she felt like her spine was hammered against a steel wall. Just as she crashed against the barrier, she coughed out blood with an aghast expression, and her whip had already left her hand. With her face facing the ground, she crashed on the ground, and her body only slightly twitched for a while before becoming motionless completely. A complete knockout. With just a single punch. Everyone screamed inwardly, witnessing the unbelievable scene that just happened. Roy had a baffled expression on his face, and he even forgot about Damien momentarily seeing Denisa getting knocked out with just a punch, despite the fact that she was just as strong as him. Doesn't this mean that Valentina could knock him out with just a single punch as well? He gulped, thinking how Valentina was able to cross 3 levels to defeat someone with just a single move. Even a sweat formed on his forehead, thinking how humiliating it would have been if he had to fight against Valentina, and she defeated him just like she defeated Denisa. However, Damien wasn't surprised that Valentina was that strong since he knew that she would at least be half as strong as her ethereal beast form in her human form. And he already witnessed before how terrifyingly strong she was in her ethereal beast form. He could still clearly remember how earth-shaking her roar was, as if one soul would be shaken from just her roar. Heh, now you know how powerful my girlfriend is. Damien smirked at Roy with a proud smile. Roy still had his jaw slacked as he slowly turned his head over to Damien with an unnerved expression. Roy again turned his head towards arena number 2 and saw Valentina walking over to Denisa, and flipping her body around using her ethereal energy. And then, with a devilish grin, using her ethereal energy, she marked something on Denisa's forehead, who was still knocked out with her eyes rolled back. Now you don't need to trouble yourself with fulfilling the bet we had, Valentina mumbled in a derisive tone. Zamir was astonished as he didn't expect the match between Denisa and Valentina to end this fast. However, seeing Valentina marking something on Denisa's forehead, he decided to end the match before Valentina did something severe to Denisa. In a loud voice, he announced, in arena number 2, Valentina emerges as the winner against Denisa. Congratulations to the winner. The winner can leave the arena now. The audience, who was in a shocked state, had their senses jolted by Zamir's announcement, and they were even more shocked to see the word, bitch, marked in blood on Denisa's forehead and saw Valentina walking away in a calm and cool manner as if she just dealt with some rabid dog. They couldn't understand how Valentina had the guts to do something like that to the prodigal heir of one of the Empire's top 5 families. They wondered if it was because she was the personal disciple of Alchemist Azrael and was confident about her master's influence and power. Those who didn't believe the rumors about the bloody Fairly now gulped, thinking that they should have believed what their friends told them. However, they all felt disheartened, thinking why such a goddess-level beauty like her had to be such a demoness. But most wondered how Denisa was going to react once she woke up, and some even felt pity for Denisa seeing her like that despite knowing her true nature, while some rejoiced inwardly. Zamir furrowed his brow seeing the bloody word on Denisa's forehead. He couldn't imagine what Harvey Rivers was going to feel about it. In the future, I think you will finally have a worthy rival, Leon Zeton muttered to Riva in an expectant tone. Riva's eyes flashed as she looked at Valentina from afar, and for a moment, she suddenly thought about the relationship between Valentina and Damien. Chapter 242. Damn. What did I just see? That was so short and brutal. Can we even call this a fight? How is this possible? Fairy Valentina is 3 levels weaker than the charming snake, but this seemed so ridiculously one-sided. How did she not get hurt by those wind blades? I think it had got to do something with how bizarre her body appeared to be when she rushed towards Denisa. It was like she was becoming invisible one moment and then visible the next. Is this even possible? Then does this mean that Fairy Valentina is now ranked 36th in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings? I think the seniors are now not going to be happy seeing a newcomer threatening their ranks. This is the first time a first-year disciple made their way into the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. I have no doubt now that before she graduates, she may very well end up in the top 3 ranks at least. The crowd was bustling with many excited banters going on while some of the instructors frowned, and swiftly ordered some people to bring Denisa to the medical ward. Some of the faculty who were subtly working for the Rivers family felt sweat streaming down their back, thinking how they should give an explanation for what happened. Even if it wasn't any of their faults, they knew they would have to endure Harvey Rivers' wrath. Valentina walked over to a stand nearby, where Yora was standing with a jubilant expression. Yora excitedly shook her hand as she shouted, "Congratulations, my youngest and strongest genius. Now you are officially the strongest among us and even most of the third years. You surely taught her a nice lesson. Now no one will dare to mess with you, he. Valentina smiled, hearing her words, and then looked over to Damien and saw him looking at her with a proud gaze. She smiled radiantly, seeing how proud he was of her, and gave him a thumbs up, cheering him on. Yora suddenly remembered something Damien said to Roy before and asked Valentina in a curious tone, "Valentina, what did Damien earlier mean by calling you his girlfriend? Did he mean it like a girl who is a friend or the one as in, his lover?" Valentina's expression became dreamy as her eyelashes fluttered, thinking about the things that happened recently with Damien. Yora's mouth became a big O as she cupped her mouth while mumbling in an excited tone, "No way." She gripped Valentina's arm as she continued with her mouth still open, "Did he really accept your love?" A beatific smile hung on Valentina's lips as she nodded. Yora had a shocked expression, as she wondered why Damien would suddenly accept Valentina as his woman when all this while he adamantly refused to have another woman. Does this mean he finally is on the path to harem? Yora cried out. Harem? Valentina asked as she squinted her eyes. Yora nodded, yes. Or did you forget about this other mysterious lover? Did he tell you who she is? Valentina's eyes became a bit down as she shook her head, no. I don't know who she is. However, she firmly pressed her lips together and said in a determined tone, but it doesn't matter because I will make sure he loves the best, and no one is going to take him away from me. Yora felt a slight chill seeing Valentina's glazed blood-red eyes, and wondered if she should pity Damien's other lover for what was about to happen if they had a face-off. She felt glad that Damien wasn't her type and didn't try to flirt with him. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what Valentina would do. She was more into cute and innocent boys who looked as if they needed a lot of caring and protection. However, she still found it hard to believe that Damien, who till recently sister zoned Valentina, suddenly accepted her. She wondered if he was hiding his feelings but then couldn't understand why. If it was because he was afraid of his lover being angry, then she should at least be near him to keep a check on him. But it seemed as if his lover was far away. Otherwise, she was sure Valentina would have met her. Meanwhile, Roy gritted his teeth as he turned his neck back towards Damien. He took out his weapon, which was a dual-wielded sharp blue steel saber, and slowly the metal became red hot as he heated it with his ethereal energy. Roy decided not to underestimate Damien too much just because of his ego and let himself end up like Denisa. The last thing he wanted was to be humiliated before everyone, and the shame he endured recently was more than enough to mortify him for his entire lifetime. Although Roy didn't feel the need to be 100% serious against Damien, he didn't want to leave anything to chance. He remembered how Damien toyed with Luke just with his speed. Damien smiled, seeing that Roy was too shaken up by Denise's defeat that he started to become cautious. Take out your weapon, Damien. Or are you having cold feet, feeling that you don't have any hopes of winning? Damon gave a lopsided grin as he said, "It seems like you are the one having cold feet. Just before, you told me you didn't need any weapon to defeat me, but now it seems like you are afraid." Roy's eyes twitched hearing his snide. "I will make you shut your mouth forever." He gripped his saber tight, and with a loud roar, he struck the ground with it. Damien saw intense flames bursting out from Roy's saber and spreading out in the shape of a ring swiftly. Within just moments, the ring of fire surrounded Damien and Roy, and it seemed like Damien didn't even have enough space to run around as the ring of fire was too close to him. "Ha, now let's see you try to run, Damien." "Of course, you can try if you don't mind getting burned, ha. Roy looked at Damien as if he was a trapped chicken waiting to be slaughtered down. Roy first wondered if Damien would try to move out of the ring of fire before it could form a complete circle. But he felt Damien was stupid to still stay in the same spot and try to get out before the ring of fire surrounded him. Even if Damien had tried to leave, he would have pre-attacked the only path Damien could take to escape from the ring of fire. He knew the concept of throwing the stone ahead of a running dog to hit it. But apparently, he didn't even have to go to that extent of the trouble. But seeing that cold smile still on Damien's face, he felt irritated, thinking that he was still looking down on him, a proud elite disciple and ranked in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings as well. At least he isn't a complete idiot, Damien inwardly muttered as he finally took out his sword, Nightfall. He had no plans of ending his match with Roy fast since he wanted to know how much he could hold on with his anti-god arts while fighting seriously. While sparring with Valentina, no matter how much he wanted, subconsciously, he would never be able to truly go all out, just like how it would be for her. He knew that after his recent breakthrough, he should be able to maintain the first phase of Undying Wrath without much burden for a while before he starts feeling exhausted. Seeing the top-notch sword made out of dark silver steel in Damien's hands, he wondered if Valentina bought it for him. HMPH, you sure know how to choose your woman. I wonder what all things you made her buy for you, Roy said with a mocking smile. Stop wagging your tongue and come at me, you cripple. Damien shouted with a sneer. Roy's expression became ugly when he heard Damien call him a cripple. He gripped his sabers tighter, thinking whether Valentina blurted out what all happened to Damien. No, he thought it was natural that Valentina would reveal everything to Damien and felt humiliated, thinking that his most hated enemy knows about his weakness. Even now, his manhood was technically crippled and only showed some signs of being slowly healed but had no idea when it would be completely healed. He knew how tough it was to heal his crippled manhood and was satisfied that it seemed to heal at least no matter how slow it was. Meanwhile, the crowd had flummoxed expressions on their face wondering why Damien called Roy a cripple. Roy couldn't bear it any longer and decided to end Damien as fast as possible instead of trying to toy with him. He didn't want to give Damien the chance to blurt out more of his humiliating moments. Ha! With a wild roar, he charged towards Damien as both of his sabers blazed intensely. Chapter 243. Damien had already activated the first phase of his Undying Wrath, and he didn't experience much burden as before and instead felt the burden was lighter this time on his body. Instead of waiting for Roy to get up to him, Damien decided to reach him first. Lightning streaks covered his eyes and danced across his whole body as his feet pushed against the ground. Mirage of myriad phantasms. He pushed his body to the maximum as he utilized his best speed. Like a lightning streak, he flashed forward and swung his sword heavily to meet Roy's dual sabers. His sword will began to exude from his sword and seemed to engulf himself, which made him seem like he was the sword itself. Roy felt as if a huge and sharp sword was storming towards him, and barely could he even discern Damien's movements. How foolish. Roy let out a cold scoff seeing that Damien didn't use his speed to evade him but dared to clash with him head-on. In his eyes, it was nothing more than Damien actively trying to seek death. Asterisk clang. Asterisk shockwaves spread in the air, and surprisingly they were in a stalemate. Roy didn't get pushed back, but neither could he push back Damien. He clenched his teeth in frustration and raised his sabers again to strike at him. Die for me. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk Damien remained unfazed as he calmly countered Roy's attacks, and torrents of ethereal energy exploded as the sounds of metal clashing with each other resounded 3 times continuously. Roy's ethereal energy covering his sword seemed to be scattering away like a punctured balloon each time he clashed against Damien's sword. But Damien's counters remained as strong as ever, nor did his legs falter. He was still standing tall with his sword pointed towards Roy. Roy couldn't believe what was happening even though he didn't use his full strength. He didn't think he would have to exert more of his energy to defeat someone whose cultivation was weaker than his. Even if he assumed that Damien's combat prowess would allow him to cross one whole realm, what just happened should be impossible, he thought. After all, Roy's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Earth Ethereal Realm, and this was unacceptable for him. At this moment, the entire crowd was silent as they were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. No one expected such a result from seeing Damien and Roy clash head-on. In a clash with such great disparity in their cultivations, they initially thought Damien would terribly lose out in that clash and even suffer severe injuries. But it seemed as if they were evenly matched. How was this possible? Even in Valentina's match, they found it shocking that she beat Denisa as if she was nothing, but still, Valentina's cultivation was 3 levels weaker than Denisa's while Damien's cultivation was weaker than a whole realm. In the uppermost area of the audience, Reva's lips slowly drew into a soft smile while also feeling a bit surprised that Damien was able to hold his own against Roy. Leon Zeton nodded as he said with raised brows, how astonishing. Even his sword mastery seems very profound to the level that I have never seen, even among the sword experts from the Lancaster Empire. Who is the master of this boy? Whoever his master is, I am sure they are an existence we probably cannot comprehend. Even his alchemy skills seem more promising than mine, and I never thought I would lose out to a junior, ho-ho. Hearing his light-hearted chuckle, Reva knew that Leon was not the kind of man who would feel bad just because a junior surpassed him in a certain area, but instead would feel glad that someone would achieve new heights he never could. He encouraged talents to surpass him and reach new heights instead of limiting their vision. After all, he was the kind of person who cared about how much far someone can pursue the ethereal way, and he wanted to see the maximum one could reach even if the path was virtually endless. This can't be for real, right? I mean, with such a difference in cultivation, if I were in Damien's shoes, even if I had 10 times the strength, I would get crushed like a bug. HMPH, I am sure senior brother Roy is only trying to gauge Damien's strength. He must have not even used 1/10 of his true strength. Yeah, senior brother Roy must be trying to inflate Damien's confidence and then crush him in a single blow. Let's all cheer for senior brother Roy. Hey, you. Why are you not cheering for Roy? Oh okay, senior brother. All hail the power of senior brother Roy. Damien asked with a sarcastic smile as he looked at Roy's expression twisted in aggravation, why are you not smiling anymore? Roy straightened out his arms and forced a peal of laughter with a sullen face, just because you were able to hold against some of my attacks, did you consider yourself stronger than me? Ha, what a joke. I barely even used 50% of my total strength before. In my eyes, you are already a dead rat. Now die. Roy was completely in a frenzied state, realizing that he had lost face by not being able to take down Damien easily unless he used his full strength. However, he inwardly felt a bad premonition seeing the confident smile on Damien's face, despite him saying that he did not even use his full strength before. With the clashes he exchanged before with Damien, he noticed that Damien was completely in a relaxed state without even a hint of pressure on his face. He could also see the stupefied faces of the audience, seeing that despite the difference of 11 levels in total, he couldn't even suppress Damien even after using half of his strength. He circulated all his ethereal energy towards his sabers as flames intensely blazed on them. His muscles completely flexed, and veins could be seen popping up on his arms. He wildly swung at the air while pouring out every last fraction of his ethereal energy towards his sabers. He finally decided to use his full strength and end this match before Damien could come up with any tricks. Die. Fire serpent burns the seas. Roy's face revealed pure savageness, and his explosive roar reverberated through the audience. Oh my. This is Roy's most powerful finishing move. I heard he made his way into the Eternal Hall of Fame list by using this move. Damien is now toast. Leon Zeton furrowed his brows as he said in a concerned tone, this is bad. Roy Clive's finishing move carries his complete strength. I don't think Damien, with his current prowess, would be able to handle it. I already sensed that Damien used almost 100% of his ethereal strength to block Roy Clive's attacks before. Reva frowned as she gripped her armrest firmly. She almost stood up to stop the fight before it was too late. Even though she was not supposed to interfere in a fight, it didn't matter at all to her if she could make sure nothing happened to Damien. However, Leon Zeton stopped her, don't worry. I am here. I can save Damien before anything can happen to him. Why don't you take a look at his face? Even though he knows Roy is about to execute his most powerful move, he doesn't seem to be perturbed for some reason. Let's see what's going to happen. Reva relaxed her body slightly as she rested her body back against the seat. She also wondered why Damien was so calm after observing him. She then decided to wait and see, just as Leon said. The air rippled as a huge blazing snake manifested from Roy's sabers that seemed to even scorch the earth without even touching the ground. Damien could feel the intense heat emanating from it, and was sure that he would get burned to cinders if that 5-meter-tall fiery snake attacked him. He couldn't even use his speed to get out as the ring of fire surrounded him, and even seemed to merge with the huge snake as its tail became even longer and larger. The flaring snake seemed to be alive as it seemed to hiss at Damien with flames spurting out of its mouth. Burn to death. Roy wildly roared as he sent the blazing snake towards Damien. Damien's brows furrowed, feeling the air around him getting hotter and hotter as the fiery snake was storming towards him. Everyone's mouth slacked, seeing that Damien was going to be swallowed by the huge blazing snake. However, the corner of Damien's lips drew into a composed smile as the fiery snake got closer. Chapter 244. Within that split second, a shout echoed in his mind. Undying Wrath, second phase. Inside the depths of Damien's ethereal core, his jet black origin seed was already rapidly spinning, but this time the thick jet black band of anti-energy wrapped around his origin seed became even thicker and wider, resulting in an increase of the destructive and oppressive energy in his body. His ethereal energy, which now contained 40% of anti-energy, instantly spread throughout his body while bringing upon an overwhelming burden on his bones, muscles, and every single part of his body. He felt as if hellish punishment was being exacted out on him from within his body. He could feel immense pressure on his bones and felt as if they would crack under this hellish pressure any time. However, feeling the tremendous and unfathomable power coursing through his veins, he felt like he could even crush mountains with his bare hands and decimate huge buildings with just a swing of his hand. On the outside, Damien's pupils became completely jet black, giving one the feeling of staring into a bottomless abyss. His aura exploded to a higher degree, and even the air around him became chaotic such that one could notice the ripples in the air just because of his aura affecting the air around him. From the audience's perspective, they could see the huge snake covering the figure of Damien as if it was going to swallow him whole and let out sighs of pity and ridicule. For overestimating himself, Damien raised his sword upwards with both hands and shouted in his mind, searing strike rendering worlds. A bright and huge purple thunderbolt manifested around his sword, which was over 2 meters long and even seemed to heat his sword. HAA. With a loud roar, he slashed his nightfall towards the blazing snake with all his might, and the lightning bolt left his sword in the shape of his sword. The purple lightning bolt, shaped like a sword, sliced right through the blazing snake before it could even reach near Damien. All this merely happened within seconds, and Roy was surprised to see his finishing move being dispersed so easily. But what made his eyes widen in shock was that a 2-meter-long lightning sword was heading towards him at a terrifying speed, that even seemed to create a windstorm as it ripped through the air. Before he could even raise his hands to protect himself, or even circulate his remaining ethereal energy to act as a defensive cover for his body, the purple lightning sword struck his chest heavily, which sent him flying to the other end of the arena as lightning streaks passed through his body. Everyone was extremely shocked, and some even clenched their armrests with a stunned expression, not believing what they just saw. Bang, Roy flew for more than 400 meters and crashed violently against the ethereal barrier, and collapsed on the ground with his body completely singed. He now looked like a blackened piece of meat that got roasted for too long. And when seen closely, one could see that Roy's body was charred with severe burns and his blood vessels seemed to have burst already. He was bleeding from several places while his muscles seemed to twitch on their own. His clothes were completely destroyed, and he was lying stark naked. One would think he was dead already if they hadn't sensed that his ethereal aura was still present but very weak. They could see that he was thoroughly unconscious and even seemed to be in a half-dead state. Damien immediately deactivated his Undying Wrath as he kneeled on the ground on one of his knees while holding onto his sword as a support. Even though he barely activated the second phase of his Undying Wrath skill for more than a second, he felt as if his bones were about to get crushed by the destructive energy inside him. He even sensed that some of his internal organs suffered some light injuries while his body felt completely drained. Most of his ethereal energy was burned up instantly as if it was devoured by his Undying Wrath skill. He barely had 5% of his ethereal energy left, but seeing what happened to Roy, he smiled smugly. Damien, in fact, had to exert more concentration and focus on holding back, otherwise, his lightning bolt would have pierced right through Roy's chest. He himself was shocked at how much ethereal strength he gained just by using the second phase of his Undying Wrath skill. He knew things would turn very bad if he killed Roy, and right now, he was in no position to deal with the consequences. He knew when to kill and when not to. Reva's gaze shook when she saw Damien cutting through the huge blazing snake like it was nothing, and the purple lightning sword striking Roy to a half-dead state. She, however, felt relieved, thinking that her worst fears did not come true, and Damien did somehow keep his promise. Leon Zeton mumbled with an astounded expression, "He is the chosen one, I knew, he couldn't be wrong." Before he released his lightning sword, his ethereal strength touched the sky ethereal realm even though his ethereal aura was still at the 3rd level of the spirit ethereal realm. Even though Reva felt that Damien was going to win, she still couldn't comprehend how Damien managed to win. She also sensed how his aura spiked to a terrifyingly high degree for a second just before he sent an attack towards Roy. She wondered how Damien was able to do such astonishing and unbelievable things. Everything she learned and knew about the ethereal way seemed useless when she tried to understand Damien's combat prowess. Zemir, no matter how much thunderstruck he was, recovered his senses and quickly ordered some men to take Roy away to the medical ward quickly before blood loss and internal injuries could kill him. Zemir cleared his throat and announced, "This match has been clearly won by Damien Godwin with an overwhelming victory." Zemir clearly saw that if Damien hadn't shown mercy in his final attack, Roy would have a huge hole in his chest and die a horrible death. Damien slowly stood up and stored away his nightfall and stood on the spot with a smile, as he saw Valentina looking at him with a captivated expression. She rushed towards him with an exhilarated smile like a girl seeing her lover returning from war. Damien walked towards her while trying to recover his body from the heavy exhaustion that seemed to settle down in his body. He quickly popped in a healing pill and felt his body being refreshed and his internal injuries being healed. Luna had warned him he would be taking quite a risk by trying to activate the second phase of his Undying Wrath with his current cultivation, and told him that even if he does, he should not use it for more than a second. A few weeks ago, Damien already realized that his combat prowess wouldn't be consistent as his cultivation increases. So, he thought of using the second phase of his Undying Wrath to compensate for the decrease in his combat prowess. But much to his astonishment, he found that the second phase of the Undying Wrath was way more powerful than he expected, especially when he used his sword while coupled with his ethereal arts. Valentina hugged him intimately with a happy smile. She made sure he was okay because she saw him kneeling with a tired expression. However, she sensed that only his ethereal energy reserve seemed to run low while everything else seemed fine. She was the only one who was not surprised that Damien defeated Roy as she already knew Damien was special, and was not someone who could be judged by what one could perceive. The crowd were very lively as they commented on Damien's prowess. "Man, we totally look down on this guy. It seems like we are really blind. This guy has to be the best genius ever in the history of our world. Don't you think?" I know, right? Did you see how cool his ethereal lightning sword was? It was so big and thick with purple lightning as if that sword came right from the heavens. Defeating a level 6 Earth Ethereal Realm with a cultivation of level 5 Spirit Ethereal Realm is a feat I or anyone else for that matter would ever be able to achieve in our lives. Junior brother Damien is too frightening. Ah, I wish I had a lightning seed like brother Damien. Look at all those girls swooning for him, especially Fairy Valentina. Sigh, some are just blessed by the heavens. But I can't imagine how senior brother Roy is going to handle the loss of face after waking up, especially when he finds out that he became knocked out without any clothes like a burned chicken. How embarrassing and pitiful. Sure. Don't talk too loud unless you want his men to cut your throat. However, suddenly an angry roar resounded across the whole area. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 245. Everyone was startled to hear the sudden angry roar, and turned their heads to see a man and woman in their 40s with a dark expression descending towards the arena. Everyone's eyes became round seeing the man as they whispered, "Hey, isn't that Patriarch Wilson and Matriarch Calissa of the Dawson and Alston family? Yeah, they are among the top 5 families. And also, they are actually branch families of the Imperial family. I wonder why they are here in a pissed-off mood. Did Damien offend them somehow? If he did, then it's even worse than offending the other 3 families." Leon Zeton pulled his brows together as he got up from his seat. "Patriarch Wilson and Matriarch Calissa, this is not a place to shout. Please mind your bearings and tell me the reason for your sudden arrival." Upon seeing Leon Zeton getting up, the 2 heads quickly softened their expressions as they got down to the ground and bowed before Leon. They couldn't believe that Leon Zeton was here already, as they didn't think that for a challenge between a junior and a senior, even the headmaster would be spectating it personally. They also wouldn't dare not to give him face no matter whatever grievances they had. Even if they were the heads of 2 of the top 5 families, Leon Zeton was a supreme existence on a different level and standing. It was not only because of his cultivation, but also because of Leon Zeton's influence in the Empire due to the various businesses he controls and manages, especially the biggest one, Rising Sun Trading Guild. Leon descended towards Wilson and Calissa and asked in a formal tone which nobody else could hear, "What is with the sudden outburst?" Wilson and Calissa bowed again, and as they raised their heads, Wilson said in an aggrieved tone, "Senior Leon, you might know that our children were promised to be wed with Denisa and Roy. The patriarchs of the Clive and Rivers family may not be privy to this because this is something the Supreme Emperor himself announced to us just a few days ago, and Harvey and Hawin failed to show up for that meeting. We had actually planned to meet with those 2 patriarchs after the match today. But now, our children's fiancés have been injured so viciously, how could we turn away our heads?" Calissa chimed in, "Yes, my daughter has been dreaming of marrying Roy since her childhood. She is such a beautiful pearl, so Senior Leon can imagine the heartbreak she might be suffering after hearing that Roy ended up in a half-dead state. We also only wanted the best for her, and Roy is a very promising young man, and there is no other man worthy of her." Leon felt a headache, but in fact, even he didn't know that the Emperor promised the children of Wilson and Calissa to Roy and Denisa. If that was really the case, then it could become a huge problem. If the Emperor got angry, he could at most advise him but wouldn't be able to stop him if he decides to take drastic actions. And observing the expressions of Wilson and Calissa, he knew that even if he sent these 2 back by saying not to create any troubles, they would immediately request an audience with the Emperor himself and cry out their grievances to him. Since they were actually distant relatives of the Emperor in a way, they had more freedom to approach the Emperor regarding these matters. Damien and Valentina frowned, seeing that some influential people had come to create trouble for them. He already expected someone to stir up some trouble because of beating up Roy, but he never expected that he would see the family heads of 2 of the top 5 families. And for some reason, it seems like they were very concerned about what happened to Roy and Denisa. Leon Zeton sighed and asked, "This challenge was conducted before everyone else. Damien and Valentina won without using any underhanded means, clean and straight. And I am sure that Damien did hold back. Otherwise, Roy would have died. In fact, it seemed that Damien had a hard time holding back because such was the difference in the ethereal strength between Roy and Damien. You have to understand that this challenge was something Roy and Denisa accepted of their own will and participated. So it's a given that they will also have to be prepared to lose or win." However, Wilson said in a discontented tone, "But Senior Leon, is this the way one should defeat their opponent in a simple spar? How can they, as the disciples of this prestigious school, be so heavy-handed? If they are already this vicious at such a young age, we can't imagine what kind of people they will grow up to be. I am sure as their headmaster, Senior Leon would also feel that they should understand the consequences for being so callous." Leon narrowed his gaze, and he could see where this was going. He asked in a flat tone, "What do you 2 want now?" Calissa said in an exhortatory tone, "We want Damien to be punished so that he would learn to not repeat the same mistake twice. And as for Valentina, since she didn't put Denisa in a severely injured state but instead humiliated her in public, we would be fine with talking it out with her master, Alchemist Azrael, about her behavior." Wilson added, "We are actually being generous since they are just youngsters, but also precisely because of that we want them to learn these lessons if they don't want to face setbacks in life. I am sure the Emperor wouldn't like to be bothered about such mundane things, and if we exact out justice here itself, everything would be all right." "What justice?" A frigid voice suddenly sounded from the front. Wilson and Calissa were surprised to see Reva walking towards them with a cold expression which they already found normal. But what surprised them was her tone in which she talked to them and the fact that she even approached them first. Usually, whenever they visited the Imperial Palace, they rarely got to see her, and even if they did, she wouldn't pay any mind to them other than a simple greeting. They also didn't try to be too casual with her since, despite being her seniors, they felt some inferiority deep in the bones just from her aura, especially when looking into her eyes. They bowed in respect, bending their backs even more than how they did to Leon Zeton, "Your Highness." They didn't even dare to look at her eyes and felt a headache, thinking that dealing with Reva would be even harder than Leon since she was a part of the main Imperial family, and someone with one of the highest status, way above them. "What problem do you have with my disciple?" Reva asked flatly without shifting her gaze from them. Calissa tried to force a polite smile as he said, "Your Highness, we don't mean any harm to your disciple. But as you already saw, my daughter's fiancé ended up in a very pitiful state and in a humiliating way at that. I am sure since he is your disciple, you would want him to be disciplined instead of letting him go and continue such behavior in the future as well." Riva crinkled her eyes and knew that these two wouldn't easily leave without creating some problems for Damien. As for Valentina, they would at most try to get some benefits from Alchemist Azrael but wouldn't go too far to offend him as well. Since Damien was a nobody, they thought they could easily do whatever they wanted with him but not anything too severe since he was a 1 in a million prodigy. It was not that easy to get rid of a genius like him even though he didn't have any backing, and since his girlfriend was Valentina as well, they had to account for the fact that Valentina might ask the help of her master to defend Damien. And they thought that Riva was concerned about Damien because he was her most promising disciple, and it would be bad for her if something happened to him. Instructors would always have that one genius disciple they wanted to nurture and see them grow up into a powerhouse, and later turn them into one of their confidants. Since Damien was so extraordinary, they realized Riva naturally would be concerned, especially considering her status. Even they couldn't imagine the heights Damien could reach and felt threatened by it. So, they at least wanted to teach him a lesson and make him understand who the real masters are. Riva, however, asked them in an icy tone, "Is that so? If the roles were reversed and Damien asked for justice, would you have given it to him? Don't give me frivolous answers." Chapter 246. Hearing her authoritative voice, Wilson and Calissa cowered. This was the power of the voice of the second most important figure in the Empire. Despite being a princess and a woman, they knew for some mysterious reason, her skills, status, and power were way off the charts compared to a normal princess. They also knew how much importance the Emperor gave her, and even the Grand Elders would give as much respect and importance to her just as they would to the Emperor. When Riva was born, they decided to subtly ask the Emperor to let one of their children wed Riva so as to form a stronger bond between them. But before they could even ask, the Emperor already announced that Riva was a child blessed by the heavens, and that no one in the Rising Sun continent was worthy of having her hand. That announcement made all the top families that wanted to propose an alliance shrink their heads and go back disappointed. They wondered if the Emperor was planning for Riva to live her life as a spinster forever. It was the first time ever they were hearing such a thing and was not something that ever happened in the long history of the Rising Sun continent. They wondered what was so special about Riva other than being the Emperor's daughter. They wondered if the Emperor as a father felt that no men deserved her or for some other reason. However, only when they met her after she grew up did they feel an otherworldly aura from her and felt that she indeed was special, especially when they witnessed her cultivation rising fast enough to make their eyes pop out. And seeing how the others in the palace respected her to the point of reverence, they knew she was not just a figurehead but the most powerful princess in the Rising Sun continent. Even the Crown Prince got overshadowed by her mysteriousness and power. They wondered if the Emperor was planning to make her the Empress in the future, but then if that was the case, she would be titled as the Crown Princess. But still, that didn't mean the Crown Prince was a nobody but the most eligible bachelor in the whole continent. If it weren't for Riva, he would have been the most powerful youngster on the entire continent. After all, despite being 21 years old, his cultivation was at the first level of the Sky Ethereal Realm. He was also a final-year elite disciple in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation and the most well-known genius prince, among the other royals of other empires as well. And this was exactly why Riva and Leon were astonished by Damien's combat prowess, because just before the moment he sent that lightning sword towards Roy, his ethereal strength did surpass that of the Crown Prince. Wilson and Calissa felt tongue-tied hearing Riva's strident question, and all their loftiness and anger they carried on their faces deflated like a punctured balloon. Obviously, had it been Damien in Roy's shoes and Damien asked for justice, they wouldn't even bat an eye at him and tell him that he brought it upon himself to accept the friendly spar, and it was natural that one can suffer such injuries in a spar or that Damien was too weak to endure a normal blow from Roy. However, after a brief moment of silence, Wilson replied in a respectful tone, "But your highness, one should show a certain degree of respect based on one's status. We are coming from the same ancestry, and showing such disrespect by humiliating that person and dealing him a violent and severe blow is not right. This was meant to be a friendly spar, so shouldn't Damien show some restraint?" Wilson and Calissa were in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation to have an audience with Leon Zeton, to discuss certain things when they heard that he would only return later. They also decided to visit the arena to see their future in-laws' performance, and whether the newly arrived super geniuses were indeed as powerful as the rumors were. But when they reached, they were surprised to see a charred body being taken away and upon closer look noticed that it was Roy Clive. They also heard that Denisa ended up in a sorry state but not as bad as Roy other than having the word bitch marked on her forehead with her own blood. Even though Roy and Denisa weren't their children or anything, they were still the fiancés of their children, and if such humiliating things happened to them, then it was a loss of face for them as well. They immediately rushed towards the arena, and seeing Damien and Valentina hugging happily like lovers, they clenched their fists in anger and roared at them. They were shocked to see that Roy and Denisa lost to juniors who were weaker than them and so pitifully at that, especially after sensing Damien and Valentina's cultivation levels. Damien's cultivation was so drastically lower than Roy's that they wondered if he used some underhanded means to defeat Roy. Otherwise, they couldn't in the slightest imagine how Damien managed to defeat Roy. In Valentina's case, even if it was shocking as well, they found it more believable compared to Damien's. After all, they heard Valentina could go invisible and use very powerful attacks, which itself might have allowed her to cross 2 or 3 levels or get the drop on Denisa by surprising her. However, they only thought that because they hadn't personally seen Valentina knocking out Denisa with a single punch. Still, they were pissed off about it and decided to talk it out with her master to get some benefits. But they didn't expect Leon Zeton and Riva to be here and stop them from castigating Damien. The audience was passing around heated whispers as they felt that something big might be going down and Damien was going to be in trouble. They were getting excited seeing the drama happening and even tried to call some of their friends who were too lazy to watch the match. HMPH, I knew there would be consequences for beating such important geniuses like this, especially frying senior brother Roy's clothes. But it seems like the headmaster might defend Damien, and look, even Her Highness has joined in, probably to defend her disciple. Ah, I would gladly die just to see a goddess defend for me. Damn it, if I had been in her class, I am sure I would be her favorite student instead of Damien. He just got lucky. Yeah, you wish. Junior brother Damien is 1,000 times better than you. Oh, look at how handsome and charming he is. If he even winked at this senior sister, I would gladly fall at his feet. He is my Lightning Prince. The Lightning Prince? Good name for my dream man. But he will forever be unobtainable because of that pink-haired goddess hugging him. Sigh, just my luck. I wish I were as beautiful as her. Meanwhile, hearing Wilson's reply, Reva said in a cool voice, then do you mean that just because Roy's status is higher than Damien, he is allowed to do anything? We have rules in place here, and those rules are impartial to all, no matter who. If we give way to people with status, then won't these rules become a joke? Damien has broken no rules, and instead, as Headmaster Leon said, he showed mercy by holding back most of his power. Otherwise, Roy would have ended up in a far worse situation you can't even imagine. We witnessed with our own eyes itself, and so are you questioning our authority? Wilson and Calissa's expressions became ugly upon hearing Reva's stern words, and they wondered if she was really this scary always. They didn't know what to do and felt even more hesitant to retort Reva. They wondered if they should gather the patriarchs of the Clive and Rivers family as well and raise this topic before the Emperor together. They also didn't feel good about approaching the Emperor for such mundane things as they knew the Emperor rarely cared about these things, and most of the time, he was busy with some other matters. With a sideways gaze, they looked at Damien and Valentina, looking at them with squinted eyes. They felt that if they went back without even getting the chance to chastise Damien, they would lose face. Is there any problem here? Suddenly a young man's gentle voice sounded out from behind them. Chapter 247. Everyone turned around to see who was bold enough to chime into the conversation of such higher-ups. They saw a handsome man with charming features looking about 21 years of age. His demeanor seemed extremely noble and dignified. And his face had a kind and genuine smile, without any tinges of loftiness or arrogance contrary to what most would expect if they were seeing him for the first time. His entire body overflowed with a subtle charm that would make one want to be subdued by just his smile. His hair and eyes were an elegant color of stark blue which only seemed to add to his charms. His robes were not too lofty nor too simple but perfectly simple and dignified. Their eyes went round as they mumbled in an excited tone, "Oh my! That is the Crown Prince, Arthur Zeton. The Morning Prince? He finally came out of his closed-door cultivation? Ah, it's been a while since I missed senior brother Arthur. Of course. He is already ranked number 1 in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings, and he still cultivates diligently. Are so powerful, handsome, and kind at the same time. Would there be even another powerful prince like him in this world? I heard he treats everyone equally no matter their status and is very kind to everyone. No wonder he is the most eligible bachelor in the world. I wonder which lucky girl or princess is going to marry him. Obviously, the reason he is still single is that he still hasn't found one worthy of him, or maybe he is waiting to propose to someone he already loves. No, I hope my Prince Charming doesn't have any lovers. Otherwise, I might take my own life before him. PFFFT. What a drama girl. Damien wondered if they titled him as the Morning Prince, just because he was a person to be seen first when one wakes up to have a happy day. At least, based on the rumors he had heard about the Crown Prince, he could only guess. Wilson and Calissa were surprised to see the Crown Prince walking towards them, while Reva and Zeton wondered why the Crown Prince decided to interfere. The two family heads and Leon bowed as Arthur Zeton walked towards them. Please rise. No need of such formalities here. Arthur said in a formal tone. He then looked at Reva and said, Reva, it's been a while. I hope things have been good without me. Reva said without any change in her expression, of course, it has been, first brother. Hearing her reply, a faint emotion flashed through his eyes which Damien noticed even though he was standing at a distance. Because of cultivation, one could see anything at a faraway distance closely. He at first wondered who this handsome and seemingly kind-looking guy was and didn't expect that he would be the Crown Prince, as he had quite a different image in his mind, especially someone who was the future heir to the Zeton Empire's throne. Arthur greeted everyone and asked, if I am not wrong, is this issue regarding what happened to Roy and Denisa? I already heard people talking about the matches even before I came here. Wilson said in a polite tone, yes, it is, Your Highness. And we are not here to create any trouble on purpose, but to seek justice for the severe and vicious way in which Damien attacked Roy, even though it was supposed to be a friendly spar. As for Denisa's case, we could just seek out Alchemist Azrael and talk things out. Arthur furrowed his brows as his expression became thoughtful. He then said with a smile, from what I have heard, it seems like Damien was about to lose because of Roy's finishing move. But somehow, Damien was able to launch a counterattack to protect himself. And the case happened to be that Damien's counterattack was too powerful contrary to everyone's expectations, maybe his own. So, maybe he didn't know how powerful his own attack was, and it would be too late to stop it anyway. Arthur continued, if he really had that much strength from the beginning, why didn't he use it? I think Damien might have just used his last resort skill that came with a heavy price to launch that counterattack. And it didn't seem like he broke any rules either. During a spar, unforeseen things could happen, and some things couldn't even be in the control of the participants. I say we forgot about this match and let the ones who lost take this loss as a motivation to do better next time. Okay? Wilson knit his brows as Calissa said with an aggrieved expression, but Your Highness. With a breezy smile, Arthur raised his palm in an assuring way and said, don't worry. Let me talk with Royal Father and see how he feels about the whole situation so that I could save you the trouble. If he thinks that nothing is there to be done, then we can only leave at that. I mean, since this match was conducted before our people, we shouldn't let people lose faith in our rules and think that anyone could bend them. Otherwise, in the future, no one would even spar with people with a higher status than them. It pretty much destroys the purpose of it, doesn't it? I am sure Royal Father would feel the same as well. So, how about we take our leaves for now? Arthur's tone was gentle and dignified from the start till the end that Wilson and Calissa only felt like they were being talked to as if they were good friends and not an authoritative figure. Feeling convinced by Arthur's words, they nodded, thinking that it probably would be a bad idea to pursue this any further by talking to the Emperor and instead let Arthur handle it. They gave a deep bow as they said, thank you, Your Highness. We shall take our leave now. They also bowed towards Reva and Leon and gave a quick glare at Damien before leaving. Phew, they finally left, even though Damien wasn't able to hear their conversations because of the spiritual barrier they used. He could see that somehow things ended up in his favor seeing that they didn't even talk to him or give him any warning. Senior Leon and Reva, please go ahead. I will come after having a short talk with our new super genius, Damien, Arthur said with a pleasant smile. They both nodded, and Reva gave a quick glance at Damien before leaving with Leon. Seeing that Arthur talked in Damien's favor, Reva wondered why. She already knew Arthur was kind and polite to everyone, but still, she didn't know whether she should be surprised or not that Arthur took Damien's side. As they walked, Leon asked Reva, "Your Highness, why did you seem to be a bit worked up when you talked with those family heads? It isn't like you. Usually, you would have handled them just like how Arthur did, but this time, you seemed a bit too overbearing." Reva sighed, "You are right, Senior Leon. I am just fed up with their farce." Leon, however, squinted his eyes, thinking whether there was more to how things seemed to be. Damien and Valentina saw Arthur walking toward them with a warm smile that would make one feel a sense of friendliness towards the man without even knowing him. As Arthur came closer, Damien was about to bow, but Arthur stopped him, "No need for such formalities. In this institute, I am not a prince, but your senior brother. So feel free to address me as Senior Brother Arthur, since I am a disciple just like you. I don't want my status to make people not treat me as their fellow disciple." He continued as he greeted Valentina, but momentarily his eyes stalled on her beauty and quickly tried to move his gaze away, but his eyes seemed stubborn. "Sigh, I guess no one is immune to Valentina's charms, especially the first time they see her," Damien wryly chuckled, thinking that Valentina's beauty was indeed deadly. Valentina, however, crinkled her eyes, making Arthur look away with a dry chuckle before politely saying, "Sorry. Forgive my rude behavior." Damien was surprised that a prince like him even apologized just for staring at a lady. He wondered if Arthur was truly that kind. So far, in his experience, the number of truly kind people he had met could be counted with both his hands. Arthur thought his sister, Reva, was the most beautiful woman in the world and was shocked to see that there existed someone who could rival Reva's beauty in this world. His expression, however, became relaxed again as he looked at Damien and said with a smile, "So, you are the new prodigy that seemed to have shaken this whole school. As for the two people that came before, you don't have to worry about them." Chapter 248. Damien narrowed his gaze and asked, "May I know what Senior Brother saw in me to help me out?" Arthur softly chuckled as he patted Damien's shoulders. "Is it that surprising to help someone in trouble, especially when they didn't break any rules? As a fourth-year senior disciple, I must make sure my juniors don't suffer any ill treatment no matter from who." Damien, however, felt it odd that in such a world, especially a prince like him could be so kind. With so much power, wealth, status, and being the future heir to the most powerful empire in the continent, it was easy to get drunk with their status. However, the person before him seemed like a charming gentleman whose smile made people feel at ease, just like how one feels when they behold the serene sea in the mornings. But Damien had a certain feeling about Arthur which he decided to think about later and said with a smile, "It seems like Senior Brother is even more kind than the rumors say. I feel lucky to have such a helpful senior brother as my senior. After all, not all seniors are receptive towards me." Arthur gave an airy smile as he said, "That's because of your brilliance. Some wouldn't take it well to see their juniors surpassing them. Even I am astonished to know that a person of your caliber truly exists. After all, defeating someone like Roy with your cultivation is something we have not even heard or seen in history books. A prodigy like you is the first we have ever witnessed and probably would never witness again. You are like a God-sent talent, even more talented than me." Damien gave a restrained smile. "Senior Brother praises me too much. We will only know for sure later." Arthur shook his head with a smile. "That's not true. I can already see that you will surpass me soon, even before your cultivation reaches the sky ethereal realm. And I have to admit I am really jealous of your talent. It really makes me think that Junior Brother's background is really not simple. Is this guy for real?" Damien was surprised that Arthur was very direct with him, even to the extent of admitting his own jealousy, which was not something someone of his status would usually admit themselves. Instead, they wouldn't reveal their jealousy even remotely and still act lofty and proud before the person they are feeling jealous of. Seeing such a youngster, he wouldn't be surprised if he met one in his previous world. But in this world, he never met a person like him with a similar status anyway. Damien let out a soft laugh as he said, "My background is not special or anything. I am just coming from a small-sized family in a small city. I am lucky to have been gifted with some talent." Arthur nodded. "Good, good." He then glanced at Valentina and continued, "And now that you have a very beautiful and talented fairy as your girlfriend, I am sure your journey ahead would be very smooth. Maybe even the famous alchemist Azrael might take a liking to you, and it's a good thing to be in his good books. Even I can't fathom the heights he would reach in alchemy." Arthur's eyes had a look of awe as he talked about alchemist Azrael, revealing his admiration and respect for such a talented figure which only made Damien chuckle inwardly. He then continued with a broad smile, "I hope I can count on someone like you when I take up the reins of this empire. Surely, a talented man like you can't be found anywhere else. But of course, I won't stop you if you want to stay in the Rome Empire and work for the Empress." Damien said with a straight gaze, "I actually don't know what the future holds for me or what choices I am going to make. But at that time, I can promise you that I will make the best decision, and surely I won't forget what the Zeton Empire has done for me." Arthur nodded with a gaze of approval and patted his shoulders. "All right, then. I won't take up any more of your time. I guess we will meet some other time again." Arthur walked away, and only Damien and Valentina were left in the arena since Samir had already instructed everyone to leave the arena and return to their classes. Phew, today was really an eventful day, Damien sighed with a glazed expression. Valentina held his hand and said, "It seems like some of them took our side and drove away those two who came to cause trouble for us." Valentina could see that Leon and Reva held certain importance towards Damien, and felt happy that such powerful and famous figures were ready to defend Damien. However, she didn't know Arthur and didn't know whether she should see him as a friend or an enemy. After all, she already learned that nobody does anything without reason, especially based on what she had experienced so far. Damien nodded, yes. But still, things can't be that easy as they seem. Anyways, let's leave. We deserve a good rest and treat, especially you. I didn't think you would be using your phasing ability today. You could have even beat her without it as well. Valentina giggled and said in a sharp tone, "I want to let her know how weak and powerless she is compared to me. Then she will understand how useless she is." Oh. Damien felt that Valentina was indeed picking up some of his behavior, or probably this was how she truly was. But he didn't mind it and felt that it was good that she knew how to pay back someone, especially people like Denisa, by shattering their ego and pride. But Damien knew that the patriarch and matriarch of the Dawson and Alston family wouldn't stir up any problems for him openly. And since it seemed like Leon and Reva were supporting him, he doubted whether they would have enough guts to try something despicable against him, especially when Valentina was always sticking with him. After all, they wouldn't dare to offend Alchemist Azrael as well. It seemed as if Valentina was technically his bodyguard who drove away anyone who dared to try anything against him, nor did he walk in areas where assassins might find it easy to target him. Even if they did, the Azure token that Valentina has could easily call the most powerful guards if she just sends a single transmission with her thought. It also releases an ethereal barrier that could hold up against the attack of a single Heaven Ethereal Realm cultivator for 5 seconds, just enough for the guards to instantly reach her location and protect her. The Azure token was given to Alchemist Azrael by the Zeton Empire, because they didn't want anything to happen to the world's most valuable alchemist. This was why the Azure token was given to people in very high positions, as they might be prone to assassination attempts, and only a very few even had them. But even with all these preparations, there had never been an assassination attempt in the Imperial City. That was how strict the safety measures were, except they weren't that effective against the Forsaken's attacks. Anyone else who caused any troubles in the Imperial City would be instantly arrested by the guards patrolling the streets, and there were at least a few guards in every street and more of them in popular spots. It was evening when Damien took along Valentina for a stroll in the most popular street, especially one with big and expensive fashion shops where the wealthy can get clothes of the finest quality and various varieties. This street was called the Arthur Street, named after the current emperor of the Zeton Empire, and was located right in the center of the Imperial City. This street held great importance to people since they all revered the Zeton Emperor, and walked on this street as if they were walking on sacred land. There were many elegant and grand buildings, some of which were hotels, cafes, weapons shops, fashion shops, and more. The surroundings gave off a pleasant and relaxing atmosphere, just enough to let people stroll with peace of mind. The main attraction was the fountain, which was built 500 years ago, and despite being just a decoration, no one dared to disrespect it by sitting or throwing any waste near it. Today, Damien told Valentina that they had to celebrate the night, and he wanted to buy her some dress even though she could make one of her own. He felt that it was satisfying to buy a dress of his choosing for her and see how it looks on an exotic beauty like her. Damien and Valentina came upon a huge and premium-looking fashion shop that was at least 3 stories tall, and took up a good portion of the street area. "Let's go in," Damien said with a smile. Chapter 249. Valentina's eyes sparkled as they got in, seeing the various types of dress and other fashion accessories. Lately, after going through various fashion shops with Damien, unsurprisingly, she had taken a liking to explore such shops and especially studying them closely so she could make one of her own if she wanted to. The building was well lit and had a luxury look, providing a good ambience for the ones coming to shop. And as expected, most of the customers were women with few men accompanying some of them, most of them either as their boyfriends or husbands. When Valentina and Damien came, some people looked towards the door, hearing the arrival of the newcomers. Every single man who caught sight of Valentina stood rooted to the spot with their eyes riveted by Valentina's intoxicating beauty, and their souls completely spellbound by her exotic and exquisite face. The women who were accompanying these men kicked or poked the men's waist with their elbows, jolting them out of their daze and made them wipe off the stupid expressions on their faces. The women grumbled, saying why they are acting as if they had never seen a woman before. Obviously, the men accompanying the women here doted on them, and so the women had the freedom to reprimand them for looking at another girl, especially in their presence. However, inwardly they were extremely jealous, while some envied seeing Valentina's extremely stunning beauty. Her rosy-pink hair and ruby-red eyes themselves made her look as if she was not from the mortal world itself, but a fallen goddess. A young female staff member came forward to welcome them, and her eyes lit up seeing the disciple of Alchemist Azrael and her boyfriend, who had just recently become quite famous and titled as the Lightning Prince. She heard the rumors of the spa that took place between Damien and Roy just a few hours before. The news spread like wildfire of how Damien thrashed Roy to a pitiful state and how the heads of the Dawson and Alston family caused some drama. She was surprised that such a young boy wasn't fearless to beat up a prominent heir of a family, and was inwardly impressed seeing his demeanor, which was no less than a valiant prince. The female attendant politely smiled as she said, "Welcome, sir and madam, to our humble shop. We have 3 stories dedicated to women mostly, but we also have men's clothes available. May I know which types of clothes you are looking for?" The attendant was delighted to see that there were 2 potential affluent buyers and famous ones at that too. She was a newly joined staff and was eager to make a good impression on her customers and her superiors as well. She was sure that she would get a bonus if she were able to satisfy Valentina and Damien with her service. Damien smiled and said, "It's for her. I am looking for something one would usually wear for luxury parties or something." The attendant smiled and slightly bowed as she said, "Sure, we have lots of varieties of clothes available for those occasions. Please follow me." Damien and Valentina followed the attendant through the stairs while Valentina scanned everything around her while passing through. How could she miss out on some of the beautiful and exotic dresses displayed there? As they reached the 3rd floor, Damien saw many luxurious and premium dresses which seemed beautiful, while some were elegant as well. Surprisingly, these dresses weren't traditional looking, and he could even see lingerie like bras and panties arranged in a different section. There were, of course, traditional clothes and undergarments available as well. Still, it seemed as if the new fashionable clothes attracted more attraction and seemed to be priced higher as well. Were these clothes launched recently? Damien asked as he pointed towards the exotic clothes that didn't look traditional at all. The attendant gave an earnest smile and said, "Yes, these are our newly released line of products which seem to gain a huge amount of attraction among the women, especially the undergarments. And even some of the Imperial family members shop from here. From start to finish, these were made from high-quality, expensive, often unusual fabric and sewn with extreme attention to detail and finished by the most experienced and capable sewers, often using time-consuming, hand-executed techniques. However, since these clothes reveal more skin, only ones with very high status usually buy these as they wouldn't get into any trouble for it while normal women might face some issues, or attract trouble by wearing these kinds of revealing clothes." Damien understood what the attendant meant. He knew that if a commoner girl wore these kinds of clothes, then it would only be a matter of time before a lascivious young master preys on them. That was how skewed the power balance was. Of course, the girl could report any crimes, but either no action wouldn't be taken, or the girl would be too afraid of the young master's blackmails. Wearing such clothes would only invite more trouble for them, but at the same time, they were sacrificing their happiness and satisfaction by not wearing the clothes they like. The attendant continued seeing Damien's thoughtful expression, thinking that he was having second thoughts. But your girlfriend need not worry about this since no one would dare to cause trouble for her. Oops, sorry. The attendant realized that she giggled like a fool before her customer and apologized as she covered her mouth meekly. Damien let out an amused chuckle and said, all right, thanks for showing us around. We will call you right after we pick some clothes. By the way, where is the trial room? The attendant keenly pointed out towards a corner and said, we actually have a trial room for couples so that they could check out how a dress fits their partner. Fortunately enough, we have many trial rooms, so not all are occupied. Damien nodded and thanked the attendant as he and Valentina started looking around. He then came upon some designer clothes that he thought would look extremely ravishing and exotic on Valentina. Actually, he knew that no matter which dresses, every outfit would love to embrace her body, as she would make it look more beautiful. He looked through them, trying to find the one that best suited Valentina's features. Valentina eagerly watched Damien searching through the luxurious dresses and loved seeing him trying to pick a dress for her. She already liked and wanted to try out some, but decided to try the one Damien picks for her. Damien's gaze fixed as he picked a smooth scarlet-colored one-piece dress, or one could say that it was a knit mini dress with a scoop neckline that would beautifully reveal a woman's cleavage. The dress had no shoulder straps but only off-shoulder sleeves and an open back design as well, and Damien could already imagine how beautiful Valentina's back would look when she wears this dress. Since the skirt part of the dress was a ribbed mini, it would display a woman's legs and even half of her thighs, just enough to make their boyfriends or husbands swoon or even develop a leg fetish. Since Valentina was tall enough for her age, he knew her legs would look even more artful in this dress. Damien, is that the dress you want me to wear? Valentina asked as she got captivated by how sexy the dress looked. She wasn't surprised that Damien picked one that best suited her and was excited to try it out and show it to him. Damien, however, saw the lingerie section and a thought flashed in his mind. He replied to Valentina, you can try out this dress tonight as we would be having a special dinner in your villa. Damien decided that he no longer needed to change into his Alchemist Azrael identity just to enter his own villa. He could enter along with Valentina as people would think that Alchemist Azrael had finally accepted Damien as Valentina's fiancé. Although usually, a man would live together with a woman after they marry, no one would say or do anything if Alchemist Azrael didn't mind Damien and Valentina staying together in such a huge villa. They might even think that Alchemist Azrael wanted to keep an eye on him and get to know Damien better, and see if he was really suitable for Valentina. Valentina's eyes spirited up as she smiled, a special dinner? Okay. I will wear this tonight. Damien chuckled and said as he brought along Valentina towards the lingerie section and said, but now I want you to try some of these bras and panties which you could then wear at home as well. Looking at some of the sexy and erotic lingerie, Damien's eyes flashed as he imagined Valentina wearing them and how hot and erotic she would look in them. Valentina's eyes also got glued to the undergarments arranged before her, and thinking about displaying her body to Damien in only these undergarments made her nerves tingle with excitement. Chapter 250. Damien saw many sexy red stockings and body stockings that would surely look hot on Valentina. Other than those, there were even see-through lingeries, including crotchless lingeries. He took a crotchless, rose-colored body stocking that seemed transparent, and with a devilish smile, he handed it over to Valentina as he said, why don't you try this now? Valentina looked at the erotic lingerie in his hand and nodded with a bewitching smile. Damien knew how sexy these garments were, but he still kept a straight face even if nearby people saw him as a licentious person. After all, is it a crime to see one's girlfriend in sexy garments? But of course, he was not the only one buying these things, and he also spotted some men meekly suggesting their women to buy some of these sexy lingeries, but sadly for some, all they got in return was an abashed rebuke from their women. It seemed like most were very conservative about such kinds of garments, and even if someone buys, they would naturally only wear it before their men only, inside their homes. Damien casually followed Valentina as she headed towards the trial room, and there were several compartments where one could enter and change their clothes. The men who spotted Damien and Valentina cried inwardly in jealousy, seeing how Valentina didn't even mind whatever Damien told her to wear. They looked at their girlfriends with pitiful faces and pleaded to them, saying that even the famous and scary Bloody Fairy listens to her boyfriend. Now, those who know about Valentina and Damien already knew that she was not at all like a demoness before Damien only, and wondered what Damien did to tame her. Many actually were desperate to know his secret and how Damien isn't even scared at all for having a powerful girlfriend that doesn't blink before crushing one's balls. Some thought Valentina acted innocent and cute only before Damien, while her scary side was for those who tried to annoy her. Damien saw that each compartment was huge enough to let more than 7 people comfortably change their clothes. There was a door for each trial room and a standing area for their partners to wait outside the door. There was also a curtain beside the standing area, which one could draw out for privacy. Just as he entered one of the compartments, he drew out the curtain and said to Valentina, go inside and change and then show me. Valentina tilted her head, why not come inside with me? I can change before you. Damien smiled, because it's more satisfying to see you wear it alone and then surprise me. Valentina nodded with an excited smile and went inside before closing the door. Damien waited with anticipation in the standing area just before the door with the curtain surrounding him. There were other compartments behind the curtain near him and probably couples who were trying out their clothes. Within just a minute, the door slowly opened, and Damien's eyes stuck to Valentina's figure like glue. His mouth partially opened with a dazed expression seeing the rosy body stocking on her. He slowly entered the trial room as closed the door behind him. Valentina had an alluring smile seeing how hypnotized Damien seemed and felt gleeful inwardly. She stumbled back as Damien entered the large trial room, which had many mirrors and certain lighting that highlighted the best of Valentina's features and figure. Valentina's body stocking only covered her body sparingly. It was a plunge necklace body stocking that seemed extremely sexy and attractive on her. Only her boobs were covered with semi-transparent lace supported by a thin strap on her shoulders. And, not only her cleavage, but there was not even a single piece of fabric covering the middle part of her body, right from her neck till her waist. And her legs and thighs were in full display, with only her hip and the pelvic area being covered with semi-transparent lace and a crotchless design, which seemed to flaunt her exquisite pink pussy. Valentina's boobs were a perfect C-cup, and the lace exquisitely tightened over her boobs, making her nipples pop out. You like this? Valentina asked with a seductive smile. Damien swiftly wrapped his arms around her velvety waist and pulled her closer to him, her boobs pressing onto his body. You look like a ravishing demoness that I want to gobble up, Damien whispered sensually in her ears. Valentina smiled radiantly, feeling happy to hear his erotic words. She felt his hand squeezing one of her boobs and kneading it. Just as Valentina separated her lips to let out a low moan, Damien sealed his lips with hers as he pressed her against one of the mirrors. He muffled her moans with his mouth and rubbed his knee against her open pussy, feeling her soft pussy pressing onto his knee. Valentina had already wrapped her hands around his neck, enjoying the passionate kiss while tasting his lips and warm tongue. He then separated his lips from hers and looked at her face that seemed extremely seductive, especially with the reddish hue painted over her cheeks. He kneaded her half-bare boobs with both his hands and saw her expression becoming erotic as she bit her lips in pleasure. He pinched her erect nipples as he rubbed her boobs, making her let out low moans. Sure, you have to hold in your moans. Since this is a public place, we don't want to let others know what we are doing here, Damien said in a teasing tone. Valentina's eyelashes fluttered as she cutely cupped her mouth with her hands to muffle her moans, as she remembered this was a public place which she momentarily forgot. However, Damien already knew that each compartment had a sound barrier because of various ethereal formations set up. So, even if Valentina moaned loudly, no one else was going to hear her. But Damien wanted to tease her and see her cute attempts to stifle her moans. He looked at her tantalizing pussy, which wasn't covered at all by her stocking. He inserted one of his fingers inside her pussy slowly and pushed it even further as he saw Valentina's body arching upwards, trying to control her moans as well as the scorching feeling spreading in her lower regions. You are already becoming wet. Damien commented with a grin. After pushing his finger deep into her narrow cave, he took it out and saw his forefinger glistened with her love juice. Valentina slightly opened her misty eyes and saw Damien looking at his finger wet with her juices. Damien gave a charming smile as he sensually took his forefinger into his mouth and sucked off her juice while gazing at her ruby red eyes. Valentina felt her blood becoming even hotter seeing him sensually sucking his finger, which he had taken out after playing with her pussy. She looked towards his crotch and slowly lowered her hand towards it. But Damien caught her arm, later. Now let's get back to the villa before these people throw us out for taking up so much time. Damien chuckled as he knew that he might lose control if he gets into the mood, especially with her. Valentina pouted her lips and nodded, thinking that tonight probably was going to be a night where her dreams come true. After giving her a light smooch, Damien got out and told Valentina that he would be right outside after she gets dressed. He again went over to the lingerie section and took some lingeries that caught his eye, a lot of them. In fact, he thought he could make Lily and Valentina put on some of these garments. He smiled to himself, imagining Lily's reaction when asked to wear such indecent garments, especially a dignified princess like her. At least her reaction would be vastly different from Valentina's, who was only happy to try out these before him. Some of the men's eyes widened when they saw Damien picking up many lingeries as if they were cheap cabbages, and dropping them into his shopping basket. After all, even if they were just undergarments, each of those lingeries was extremely expensive and cost at least thousands of yellow spirit stones, especially when some of them were limited editions. They wondered if he was buying all those for Valentina only or if he had a harem to manage. Of course, what shocked them most was that Valentina was willing to pay for all these as they thought that even if Damien was an elite disciple, he was nowhere rich enough to buy all these undergarments. Some had to even cash out their only savings to satisfy their girlfriends, especially the picky ones. They could only bitterly cry thinking about their situation and comparing themselves with Damien's. They sighed in self-pity, thinking why their girlfriends were not generous and loving like Valentina was to Damien. Chapter 251. Damien knew Valentina's beauty was deadly enough to stun men, especially the young ones, and probably having her put on a veil over her face might reduce men's exaggerated reactions. However, Damien felt that even if Valentina had a veil over her face, it would only make her beauty look more mystical. Besides, he didn't want to hide her face, at least in this continent. He knew how she was looked down upon as disgusting and ugly by some of the people of this continent. Now he wanted to let them all know who the real ugly and disgusting ones are. At least, now wherever she went, she always walked proudly with her head held high like a queen. No one would even dare to slight her even remotely and instead showed respect and admiration in their eyes to the point that some even revered her as they had never come upon such a powerful girl with the beauty of a goddess. Damien paid for the clothes and the stuff he wanted and, along with Valentina, left the building, leaving behind a stunned staff member who couldn't believe the amount of spirit stones Damien had spent. As he walked towards his villa, Damien asked Luna mentally, Luna, even after being here for more than a month, why does it seem like the Zeton god isn't interested in me at all? I mean, by now, at least he should have wanted to meet me, right? Luna let out a weary sigh and said, you can't comprehend how a god thinks. That god might have their own reasons, but what I am sure is that the Zeton god would surely be interested in you because no matter how weak or strong he is, detecting the presence of an origin seed, especially when I spread your origin seed's aura, would be easy to detect. Damien asked in a thoughtful tone, well, are you still not able to detect where this Zeton god is residing? Luna replied, I can't, especially if the Zeton god's aura is too weak and I am weak as well inside this shard of essence, unable to spread my spiritual perception properly. She continued as her tone became playful, anyways, it seems like you are doing a lot of preparations for your first time tonight. As expected of a player like you. Damien said in a straightforward tone, of course, I want to make it memorable for Valentina. Luna let out an impish giggle, hoo, I wonder whether the you from 3 weeks ago would believe the words you just said. I still remember saying that you were a one-woman man and something similar to those lines anyway. I knew it wouldn't take much for you to fall into the harem path. Damien dryly chuckled, you don't have to rub it in. I just decided to ignore what my mind says and not to repeat past mistakes and leave behind regrets in my heart. After a brief moment of silence, he continued, Luna, you may be right. About what? I don't know if I could continue to fool Reva. It just doesn't feel right with my heart. I badly want to know about the Zeton god from her, but if one day I had to break her heart and she was someone truly innocent, then I don't think I would be able to ignore it. She seems like a nice girl who had to weather unfortunate experiences. At least, that's what my gut is telling me. If she really were an enemy, I wouldn't have any qualms in doing what I am doing, but I can't know for sure, Damien said in a solemn tone. Damien's cautious nature sometimes even made him question himself in situations like these. Unless he had absolute confidence, he would always be cautious about his choices unless he had to take a risk. He continued, I guess I will just continue what I am doing because I feel like I want to get closer to her. This feeling I only felt with Lily and Valentina. I want to know if this feeling means something. Damien wanted to see if the feelings in his heart would be right for the third time as well. Luna said in a fanciful tone, I knew you would fall for her and add her to the harem as well. Some things are just preordained, like falling in love, and it's not something you can fight against but just accept it as if it's your fate. But what are you going to do to get the information you need? Damien said in a contemplative tone, the Forsaken people had promised to tell me once they think that I am reliable or they feel enough trust to put their faith in me. And if Reva does reveal it on her own, I will just tell her the truth about why I approached her. Even if she gets angry or sad, I can take it, and also at the same time, I would also know if my instincts were right about her. Seems like you got it all figured out, Luna said in a casual tone. Damien said dryly, nah. Things might not always go as planned. Soon enough, it was night when Damien and Valentina reached their villa, and he said, Valentina, put on the dress I had bought for you and come upstairs, to the balcony. You can also try on some makeup stuff I had taught you and take your own time before coming there. In fact, come only after half an hour. Valentina nodded with a smile and gave a peck on his cheek before running off to her room excitedly, looking forward to the special dinner Damien was preparing for her. Damien's lips arched into a soft smile, thinking about the preparations he was about to make. After half an hour, in the huge open balcony, Damien was arranging cutleries on a small table just enough for 2 people to dine, which was covered with a white cloth and a candlestick sitting upon it. It was no different than a candlelight dinner Damien had prepared. There were string lights and paper lanterns from the trees and plants Damien had set up around the garden. A warm glow permeated the whole balcony, giving it a pleasant look. There were beautiful flowers on the table, which looked classic enough with petals scattered around. The meal he had prepared seemed light and fresh enough to echo the garden's natural allure. Of course, Damien didn't forget to buy the finest wine and place it on the table as well. Now, if one gazed at the balcony, which had a scenic view of the outside with the mesmerizing waterfall glimmering under the moonlight, they would certainly feel that this place really had a certain exotic romantic vibe, perfect enough for a couple to have dinner. And memorable enough for them to remember it for their entire lifetime. Just as Damien was making sure everything looked perfect, his lips arched into a smile as he heard the soft steps of a certain someone behind him. He turned around and his mouth partially opened as he was entranced by the ravishing and breathtaking beauty before him. Her slender waist, whistling down from her bust, as smoothly as the water from a waterfall, the bends of her hips, so tantalizing that one would feel as if it has been carved out by the creator who sculpted out of care. The bends of her hips and the fullness of her perfectly sized bosom, reminiscent of the idea of perfection. As she was cutely adjusting her hair, with those long slender arms, her cleavage and bare shoulders naked for him to view, her scarlet dress which emphasized her curves so holistically, that the curves of her body became prominent by the scarlet color which complemented the lucid milk-based color of her skin. The glistening skin and the color of milk, almost that of snow, infused with a hint of blush, strikingly balancing the redness of her dress, was enough to give heartaches to even mortals and immortals, let alone Damien's, as it surely made his heart skip a few beats. There was barely any makeup except a cherry-colored lipstick which only made her velvety lips seem even more alluring. In all, coupled with her radiant ruby red eyes and neatly styled exquisite rosy pink hair, her beauty seemed illusory and otherworldly to the point that he wondered if he was dreaming. Valentina gave a resplendent smile as she saw how Damien even stopped his breath, bewitched by her beauty. She also saw how beautiful the balcony now seemed, especially after Damien arranging and preparing things. Big brother, how do I look? She asked expectantly, making Damien come out of his reverie. He walked closer towards her, looked into her hypnotizing eyes, and said in a captivating tone as he caressed her cheeks, as beautiful as a dream. Chapter 252. Since Valentina was always casual with her dress and appearance, Damien now felt that her beauty was even more spellbinding when she cared about her appearance. He was sure that if he walked outside now with her arms tucked in his, it would surely carry away the breath of both men and women of any age. She gave off the feeling that no men were worthy enough to lay eyes upon her. But he knew that no matter who or what she was, whether he was worthy or not, he would never let go of her. Valentina felt over the moon hearing his loving and sweet compliment. Her eyebrows, which seemed as if they were brushed on a canvas, raised as her eyes smiled in happiness. She hugged him intimately and felt how warm his chest was. A strange feeling of absolute safety and warmth always filled her body whenever she was in his embrace. The first time she felt this was when she asked to let him sleep with her for the first time, and since then, strangely, she couldn't sleep without him. Her attachment towards him developed at an abnormal speed, and it increased even more, especially after seeing him coming back and saving her from getting sold off. No matter how short or long the time she spent with him, she felt as if she had been with him for years, and a strange void in her heart would always be filled whenever he was near her. She wouldn't feel complete without him, and his existence gave meaning to her life. Damien kissed her forehead and smiled as he pointed towards one of the chairs put out near the table he had prepared. Now, let's take a seat and have dinner. I have something special to give you. Otherwise, this dinner wouldn't be special, he. Valentina's eyes sparkled, hearing that Damien wanted to give her a gift. She happily nodded and quickly took a seat and looked at Damien in anticipation of what he was going to give her. She turned her head when the delectable aroma of the food Damien prepared wafted through her nose. After smelling it, she recognized that it was small pieces of grilled and skewered wolf meat that looked extremely appealing in her eyes, especially with the marinara and roasted red pepper sauce spread over it lightly. She was greatly impressed with how warm and beautiful the garden looked now with all the string lights and candles, highlighting the beautiful flowers and plants even more. Damien sat opposite her and asked with a charming smile, "It seems like you love what I have done with the place." Valentina gave a bright smile as she said, "Yes. It looks so beautiful, especially with the surrounding view. I feel very fresh and happy sitting here and having dinner like this. This is way better than going to those luxurious restaurants. I never thought Big Brother Damien would decide to have dinner here." Damien chuckled, "Well, I guess nothing could beat the feeling we get by dining in our home. Let's start." The two happily ate their food while lovingly gazing at each other's eyes, while at times they would look at the scenic view outside and enjoy it. However, Valentina couldn't stop wondering what Damien was going to give her, especially her first gift from him. Damien finished his meal, and after drinking some wine, he asked her, Valentina, how long do you think we will live? Valentina was surprised why Damien was asking such a question but answered straightforwardly, doesn't it depend on our cultivation? Damien nodded, yes, but don't you think one day we will become old and die? Valentina's expression suddenly became pensive as she never thought about such things since. In her perspective, she and Damien had so much time before themselves that such a thought didn't matter to her in the present. She thought about her life with Damien and said while chewing on her lip, but I don't want both of us to grow old and die. I want to stay and love you forever. Otherwise, Damien chuckled and held her hand gently as he said in a warm tone, you don't have to worry about getting old nor me. Love does not depend on the lifespan of a person but the feeling we share, which will remain even after we grow old and die. Our souls would be bound together eternally, do you believe it? Valentina's expression relaxed as she heard his words and nodded, Amen. I believe it. Does that mean even after we die, we will meet and love again? Damien nodded slowly with a soft smile, yes. True love is everlasting and unbreakable. We might have problems, but still, our love would stay strong, and even if we face problems between us, we mend and fix it. Damien stood up as he gestured towards Valentina to take his hand. Valentina slowly got up and placed her hand onto his palm while maintaining her gaze with his eyes. Damien pulled her towards the balustrade while facing towards the full moon, hanging up in the skies right above the waterfall. As he gazed at the beautiful view in front of him, he asked Valentina, you remember asking me about love, right? You now know how to love someone, but still, there is more to it that you don't know yet. Love is not just about living together, but a promise we fulfill for the rest of our lives, even after our deaths. He looked at her eyes, and I want us to make this promise by marrying each other. An exquisite ring with two pear-shaped diamonds placed on either side of a brilliant cushion-cut ruby floated from above, and hovered before Valentina's eyes against the backdrop of the full moon. Seeing the artful and glimmering ring which gave off a subtle red spark, her eyes got transfixed on it. Her lips partially opened with a dazed expression and held the hovering ring in between her fingers. She slowly turned her gaze over to Damien with an overwhelmed expression and mumbled as her eyes became moist with happiness, Big brother wants to marry me? Damien shook his head slowly, which made Valentina's eyes lose their glow, but his next words spirited up her eyes again, not big brother, but Damien. You are already my woman, and you have every right to call me by my name just like you do in public. I, Damien Godwin, asked Valentina if she would be willing to marry me, Damien asked with a dazzling smile. Valentina's lips arched into a beatific smile, her eyes turned misty as she nodded fervidly, yes. She didn't mind calling Damien big brother, but she did feel that calling him Damien made her feel closer to him as his woman. She didn't want to remain as his sister in name any longer but instead become his wife. However, she didn't expect that Damien would suddenly propose to her out of nowhere and saw marriage as a distant thing that one would only do before having a child. She then thought that she thought too much about it, and a couple can also be married without having a child as well. As Damien said, marriage was a promise for staying together forever. But she didn't understand what the ring was for and wondered if it had anything to do with marriage. Still, she was feeling so euphoric that her heart couldn't stop itself from fluttering non-stop. Damien saw her keenly looking at the ring and chuckled as he took it from her fingers. Others in this world might not follow this tradition, but I want to put this ring on your finger so that it symbolizes the eternity and dedication to being lifetime partners. Damien took her dainty and tender white left hand onto his palm and inserted the ring onto her ring finger, which perfectly fit her finger. He continued, and with this, we already promise to love, to protect and cherish each other even if only the embers of our soul are left. Feeling the cold and elegant ring decorated proudly around her finger, Valentina felt a sense of bliss she never felt before, and understanding the meaning of having this ring, she already decided to hold on to it and protect it as if it was her life. For now, you will be my fiancé because we can only officially marry after what we came here for, Damien said softly. Valentina's expression, however, didn't change as this was more than enough for her. So, she simply nodded with a smile while appreciating the ring on her finger. This is a handmade ring which I made myself for you. Do you like it? He asked with a dashing smile. Valentina's gaze moved over to his starry black eyes and nodded with a besotted expression, I love it. She cupped his face while intensely gazing into his eyes, and I love you, Damien. Chapter 253. I love you too, Valentina, Damien ardently said as he cupped her face and slowly moved towards her lips for a kiss. MMMH. A soft moan escaped from their mouths as the two lovingly kissed each other's lips, trying to feel the warmth and love by dancing with their lips. Their lips met each other in a gentle and soft caress, tasting the sweetness of their kiss. Damien could taste the cherry lipstick on her lips, and it only made him feel like devouring her lips even more. After exchanging a loving kiss for a few minutes, Damien broke the kiss and swiftly lifted her into his arms. Valentina put around her arms around Damien's neck and looked at him with an infatuated gaze as he walked away from the balcony. Her heart was beating faster by each second in anticipation, thinking that today, finally, she would be his completely. Like a newly wedded couple, Damien carried her over in arms like a bride and headed towards his room. Valentina's smile reached her eyes as she lovingly gazed at his magnetic starry eyes while her heart only seemed to race even more. Just as he reached his room, he put her down and pressed her against the wall while looking at her with a heated gaze. He traced his finger from her forehead to her nose, her lips, bare shoulders, upper boobs, and halted over her cleavage, which was clearly visible because of her dress's scoop neckline. He then grabbed one of her boobs as he plunged his lips on hers for a steamy kiss. As he squeezed her boob, he could feel that she indeed had no bra, which only made it feel better to rub her boob. As he tasted her cherry-flavored lips, he was getting intoxicated by its taste and her fragrance. They could feel the hunger for love increase in their heart as moments passed. Their bodies were pressed tightly against each other, not wanting to stop the sweet embrace of their lips. Her arms were entwined around his neck, never wanting to let go and show how much she longed for and loved him. She tasted fervidly with her tongue as it traced across the bottom of Damien's lips. Damien felt the caress of her lips very soft and swallowed her lips, making the kiss even more intense. Valentina let out a low moan along with Damien while her warm breath traveled to his face. After softly breaking off the kiss, Damien kissed her shoulder and ran his lips on her skin towards her ear before nuzzling on her neck, making Valentina squirm, her neck feeling ticklish. He pulled back her head by her hair as her delicate neck stretched out before him. He licked her neck from the hollow of her throat towards her chin and sucked on her skin as if he was a vampire devouring his unsuspecting prey. Valentina felt her blood getting hotter, feeling his warm tongue painting over her throat, and played with his hair as he feasted on her skin. He nibbled on her collarbones and licked across it before moving his mouth downwards. Damien then sensually kissed above her breasts before pulling down her dress and undressing her completely. As her naked body came into light completely, Valentina could feel Damien caressing her body from top to down with his eyes, as if he was admiring a beautiful piece of art. She had no undergarments on her body, and her exquisite honeypot and rosa pink buds were on full display for Damien's eyes. His gaze burned as his eyes seemed to devour the bewitching beauty in front of him. As charming as a vampiress indeed. Damien chuckled to himself. He was sure that no men and women would be immune to her charms if she wanted to. He picked her up by her slender legs and gently tossed her on the bed. Ah! Valentina giggled in excitement as she saw Damien undressing himself, and finally, he was completely naked with his majestic dragon out. She gulped, seeing his hot rod with veins popping out as if it couldn't wait to take her innocence, making her pussy tingle in excitement and anticipation. She still could feel the delicious taste of his milk in her mouth and already felt her mouth watering just by thinking about it. You foxy girl, time to eat your body. Damien devilishly smiled like a big bad wolf as he got on the bed. Valentina bit her finger as she sensually looked at him, daring him to devour her body. Damien moved his body forward as his head came right above hers. He placed his hands on hers and stretched her arms upwards as he moved his head down and greedily gobbled on her lips. He inserted his tongue, and Valentina right away twisted her tongue around his hot tongue, tasting it as the scent of his blood muddled her senses. MMHHH. Sounds of lips smacking each other sounded out as they sensually kissed each other, exploring the depths of each other's mouths with their tongues. Feeling her soft tongue playing around his tongue, he began to take her tongue into his mouth in a suckling manner. He pulled her lips with his mouth after playing with her tongue and seeing her vulnerable arms pinned over her head, he decided to conquer the next part of her body. He savored her underarms and licked across her arms while gently biting onto her skin. He noticed Valentina jerking her body whenever he licked her underarm and said, "It seems like your underarm is really a sensitive spot, eh?" Valentina tittered and said, "Your mouth always feels ticklish in certain areas." "Is that so?" Damien grinned as he raised one of his brows and again licked her underarm, which made Valentina's arms twitch as if feeling jolts of electricity passing through her arms. He gripped her arms and sucked her underarm skin onto his mouth before giving a farewell kiss on it and moving on. He left love bites on her skin as he moved down, and when his lips reached her breasts, he let go of her arms and cupped both of her boobs while twisting them in various shapes. "Arnem. So soft and perfect." Damien mumbled in awe as he kneaded her boobs, making Valentina chew her lips in ecstasy. He took her left boob almost completely into his mouth and let out a low groan as he feasted on it like a hungry wolf. He could feel her perky nipple becoming erect in his mouth and played with it using his tongue while his other hand was squeezing her right boob, as his fingers dipped into her soft boob. Clicking noises sounded out as Damien imitated the action of suckling on her boob as if he was a baby trying to drink milk, which only titillated Valentina, making her cheeks flush in red completely. A smacking sound sounded out as Damien took out his mouth from her left boob and moved on to the right. Valentina raked her shaped nails through his lush black hair as she pressed his head against her boobs, indirectly telling him to suck even harder. Damien already got the message and pressed his mouth against her boob even harder and twisted the nipple of her other boob with his fingers, making her arch her body in pleasure. After tasting enough of her right boob, he sucked on her nipple only and bit it with his teeth, making Valentina let out whimpers of rapture. Arnem. Valentina's body jerked as she orgasmed from Damien stimulating her boobs. Her boobs were now painted in a reddish hue which contrasted with the rest of her skin except her flushed face. Damien noticed her orgasm and smiled as his mouth granted mercy to her nipples. He then licked along her cleavage up and down a few times while giving sensual kisses in between. As his head went up, he took a detour and licked her underarm and found it satisfying to lick it, making her let out a giggle again. He caressed her ribs as he decided to steal another kiss from her lips and swallowed her velvety lips into his mouth before savoring her tongue. Valentina cupped his face and she could already feel his hard cock pressing over her honeypot, making it let out even more of her nectar. Damien broke the kiss, held her body by her hips and kissed her midriff as he went down and dipped his tongue in her belly button. He pulled her body up as he pressed his face onto her stomach, enjoying her soft body and her warmth. After kissing around her soft and flat stomach, he moved down and saw her tantalizing pussy dripping with her love juices. Damien grinned and said as he caressed over her pussy, "It seems like you have been preparing a nectar for me. As expected from my future wife." Valentina raised her head slightly and gave a sexy smile as she said in a coy tone, "Drink my nectar, Damien." Chapter 254. Valentina loved Damien using his mouth to service her honeypot, and the intense pleasure she would feel every time he performed cunnilingus was heavenly. Damien smiled as he licked her inner thighs and kissed her luscious thighs. His lips slowly strolled towards her pink honeypot and lovingly kissed over the outer folds of her pussy. Feeling the scent of her aromatic honeypot, Damien's cock became even more erect, and finally, his hot tongue decided to devour her pussy. He licked her pussy in a long vertical manner while taking the inner folds of her pussy into his mouth. They felt so soft and wet, making Damien feel as if he couldn't stop nibbling on them. He tasted her pussy with his tongue in a circular manner, and Valentina was totally absorbed in the pleasure as she buried his head more deeply into her pussy, wanting him to taste even more of her. Armum. Valentina was letting out low moans, feeling his hot tongue invading her pussy and feeling her inner folds being played with by his mouth. Damien then stretched her outer folds as his tongue delved into her pussy, seeking to explore her narrow cave. Valentina felt a scorching sensation in her honeypot as his tongue forced its way inside her narrow cave. Damien could feel her pussy tightening as he increased the vigor of his tongue while flicking it inside her pussy. His mouth was covering almost her entire pussy, and he sucked on her clit after taking his tongue out. Valentina felt her pussy blazing when Damien sucked on one of her most erogenous spots, and felt ripples of pleasure spreading in her lower abdomen, She orgasmed for the second time while squirting right into Damien's mouth, which he drank happily. Feeling the taste of her sweet nectar, Damien got even more aroused as he licked away at her leftover nectar smeared all over her pussy. He inserted 2 of his fingers inside her pussy and fingered her vehemently. Asterisk squelch, 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 asterisk wet sounds resounded from her pussy, which was like beautiful music to Damien's ears. Ah, ah. Valentina let out sensual moans in succession as she arched her lower body in euphoria. The leftover nectar in her pussy spilled out in small amounts while Damien continued to finger her passionately. Valentina felt her entire body shivering as her entire body and mind was enveloped in pure bliss. Soon enough, another loud sensual moan resounded in the room as she squirted all over Damien's face. Valentina's breath became raspy, and as she looked down, she saw Damien licking her nectar smeared all over his face in a smouldering way which only turned her on even more. Damien then felt that his hard cock was already restless enough to become one with her that he couldn't wait anymore. Besides, he could see that she was completely ready to take him in without much pain. He straightened his body as his hot rod came within Valentina's view. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as her bosom heaved in and out, trying to prepare her body to take him in. She gave an inviting smile at him and nodded as if telling him that she was ready. She could feel her pussy trembling in anticipation and finally become one with her true love. All this time, she dreamed and longed for feeling him inside her, and finally, today, it was going to be a dream come true for her. You might feel mild pain for just a moment or so, but it would soon go away. Tell me when you feel comfortable to let me move inside you, okay? MN, Valentina nodded in a lively manner, feeling aroused completely. Damien's eyes burned with passion as he stroked his hot member against her pussy, smearing his cock with her nectar. Finally, he pushed the tip of his cock into her narrow cave and smoothly moved his dick inside her till he could feel a thin membrane blocking his way. Valentina only slightly crinkled her eyes and didn't feel much uncomfortableness surprisingly and nodded at Damien that he could proceed. Damien held her thighs and moved his hips forward and felt his cock piercing through the barrier, taking her innocence. Arning, Tilda, Valentina clutched the bed sheet not because she felt it painful but the pleasure of feeling the presence of his hot rod inside her body. As expected, Damien saw that she barely felt any pain because of the foreplay, which made it way easier for her to take him in. He could see some blood dripping outwards from her pussy, sticking to his cock and dripping onto the bedsheet. But his brows raised when he felt a sudden burst of her vital ethereal essence passing through his body, making his ethereal cultivation increase by 2 levels. Not only that, even his soul cultivation seemed to have broken through to the middle soul transformation stage. And the breakthrough was so smooth and fast that he didn't feel as if his foundation would become unstable because of the sudden breakthrough. His ethereal cultivation was now at the 7th level of the spirit ethereal realm, and as his ethereal core finally calmed down after the breakthrough, he wondered if he should be surprised that he got such a boost from taking Valentina's virginity. Valentina felt the change in Damien's body and smiled in pure happiness, thinking that he was able to benefit from becoming one with her. She thought that this was a sign of the starting of a memorable relationship as his woman. Because of the breakthrough, Damien felt his entire body becoming refreshed, and his hot rod became even more vigorous, pushing against the walls of Valentina's narrow cave. Valentina pushed her hips downwards, indirectly telling him that he can move. Since Valentina didn't seem to show any signs of uncomfortableness nor say that she was not feeling good, he decided to move his cock slowly. He also knew that, unlike ordinary humans, cultivators wouldn't feel much pain, and even if they did, they could easily suppress it. Damien. Valentina breathed out, feeling her body drowning in pleasure that she never felt before. Her virgin pussy walls were finally explored by Damien's blazing cock, and her pussy walls couldn't help but clench on his cock with excitement. She could feel his long and thick warm rod invading deep into her cave while sending trails of fire across her lower abdomen. She felt her blood buzzing in her ears as her expression became intoxicated. Damien increased his pace seeing that she was fully comfortable now and her pussy had adjusted to his hot rod. He leaned his body forward as he pushed his hard cock even further into her cave. So tight. Damien felt her tight pussy enveloping his hot rod completely and felt her vaginal walls clenching his cock as if massaging it. He felt pure bliss as he raised his hips in and out, pummeling her pussy while slowly increasing his pace. Damien. Valentina erotically mewled as Damien kept ramming her pussy with his long hard cock. Her seductive moans inflamed the fire of passion inside him and made him lift her legs and pummel her even harder. Valentina continued to let out ceaseless moans like a succubus. She even instinctively supported Damien's thrusts by lifting her hips accordingly. Valentina's face had already turned scarlet as her amorous expression made Damien increase the force of his thrust, stimulating all the erogenous spots inside her narrow cave. Hearing her moaning and seeing her boobs bouncing like anything, Damien didn't reduce his speed at all, making Valentina feel as if her body was floating away in pleasure. Damien felt Valentina's vaginal walls convulsing and her body wriggling just as he saw her orgasm. However, he wasn't at his limit yet, and his cock was still hard enough to continue to ravage her while Valentina's eyes became hazy, overwhelmed by the trails of pleasure traveling throughout her body from her lower abdomen. Although she seemed lightheaded and her body was fumbly moving with Damien's thrusts, she didn't seem to be really tired but only extremely stimulated. Even after orgasming many times, it seemed like she was still going strong and was able to take Damien's thrusts well enough for her to move her hips along with his rhythm. Damien felt like his limit was approaching, and Valentina could feel his hot cock throbbing and enlarging inside her, making her clench her pussy in excitement. Damien let out a loud grunt as he poured in his hot milk inside her pussy while his hot rod jerked inside her. Valentina arched her neck back in intense ecstasy as she felt her vaginal walls being painted by his warm milk, letting out an erotic moan. Damien took his cock out and saw how his semen dripped outside her, mixing with some of the blood from before. Valentina's hand instantly shot towards her nether region to block Damien's ethereal essence from falling out since Damien had already taught her dual cultivation. Chapter 255. However, before Damien was about to do anything else, he suddenly felt some change in his soul and felt a scorching sensation in his head. And to his surprise, it also seemed like Valentina was feeling something as well. Damien, my soul is feeling strange. Valentina mumbled as she tried to figure out what's going on. Their eyes went round when they saw a faint scarlet thread forming between their foreheads as if it was connecting them. It seemed like the scarlet thread originated from Valentina's forehead and towards Damien's. Luna, what's going on? Damien mentally asked in puzzlement. She's forming an imprint on you. An imprint that binds her soul to yours, more like truly pledging herself to you since you copulated with her, and also her first and last imprint in her life, the most powerful and profound imprint possible by an ethereal beast. Now her love, loyalty, and trust would be absolute, that she wouldn't waver no matter what. This imprint formed not only because you mated with her, but because the mentioned qualities, and her feelings for you already went past the limit required for it. And because of this, whenever you two cultivate, you two would be benefiting each other. If she breakthroughs, then your cultivation will also benefit a little, but for that, you should be near her when she breakthroughs. Damien was amazed by this imprint that he didn't know what to think. The scarlet thread dispersed before flowing towards Damien's forehead and disappeared inside, leaving behind a small scarlet-colored mark in the shape of a rhombus right in the middle of his forehead just above his brows. It made Damien look more dazzling as it only made his devilish charms increase. He suddenly felt a wave of foreign emotions in his soul plane, which were not specific, but he could feel intense love and happiness. He then realized that those emotions were Valentina's and looked at her smiling beatifically at him. Damien, can you feel it? She asked as she could also feel emotions that weren't hers in her soul. Still, she understood that those emotions could belong to none other than Damien. Considering what just happened and seeing the scarlet mark on his forehead, she could feel a closer connection to him as if she finally became a part of his soul. She could feel his passionate love inside her, which only made her feel even more elated. And now that her soul was bound to his, she couldn't be happier, as she knew this meant that her soul would always be a part of his forever. She already understood that she formed a sort of imprint on him, feeling the soul connection. Yes, I can. It seems like our souls are bonded now, Damien said with a captivating smile. He was also happy that he could feel the soul and feelings of his woman. What could one feel happier about than feeling the soul of their loved one? They both felt as if there were no barriers between them and were able to convey their love for each other without any words or actions. Just by gazing at each other's eyes, they were able to feel the deep and intense love they had for each other. Valentina smiled as she got up with her knees on the bed. She caressed the mark on his forehead lovingly as she said in a euphoric tone, I never felt so good before. This is great, I can feel you inside me. Can you feel me as well? Damien nodded with a smile, seeing her alluring face, which still had a crimson hue spread over. As if they were in sync, they both moved their faces closer at the same time for a loving kiss while wrapping their arms around each other. Damien tasted her juicy lips while caressing the inside of her mouth with his tongue. Valentina reciprocated his movements, and she was very satisfied with her first time that she never expected that so many pleasantly surprising things would happen today. After kissing for a few minutes passionately, a string of love stuck between their lips as their faces separated. Both looked at each other with a heated gaze and lust brewing in their blood. He sucked one of Valentina's boobs hard before turning her around, with her beautiful back facing towards him. Seeing her fair white skin covered with her long and exquisite rosa pink hair reaching to her juicy buttocks, Damien felt his cock getting harder again. He parted her hair towards one side and onto the front, revealing her shapely back completely. He held her head and tilted it over to one side as he nuzzled her neck, tasting her tender skin while massaging one of her boobs. His mouth went up as it reached her ears and nibbled on her earlobes, making Valentina let out a giggle. After licking and playing with her ear, he kissed her nape and bent his body as he kissed along her back. He gave a long lick over the middle of her back and kissed all over her skin before making her body bend forwards. He made her stand on all fours with her but facing towards him and gripped her hips to push up her but more towards him. He could clearly see both her cute holes now, while her pussy was still dripping wet, which only made his cock pulsate in excitement. He fingered her pussy as if checking whether she was ready for round 2 or not. But of course, as Damien took out his hand, he could see his fingers smeared with her love juices, all ready to take in his hard cock. He made Valentina's upper body slant downwards, with only her but reaching out to him in an inviting position. He stretched her butt cheeks and placed his cock inside her pussy, and just as his tip got inside her, he thrust his hips wildly, piercing through her pussy in one sudden stroke. Ah! A loud moan escaped from Valentina's mouth as she jerked her body, feeling the sudden thrust of his hot rod that reached deep inside her womb in one full stroke. Damien didn't stop with that thrust and raised his hips again to thrust his penis fiercely and began to pound her, while shaking her whole body along with him. Valentina's body danced along with his hips as erotic moans resounded in the room. He leaned over her, making his cock pierce even deeper into her narrow cave while reaching out both of his hands towards her boobs. The sounds of Damien's body hitting against her butt cheeks were like music to his ears. Seeing her butt cheeks rippling, he got even more aroused and slapped her butt cheeks. Valentina felt extreme pleasure from his wild thrusts coupled with his slap on her butt. Damien continued his slaps, feeling her soft but bounce with each of his strikes. The crescendo of her moans reached the peak, and before she could orgasm from the intense stimulation on her pussy and butt, she felt his hot rod twitch inside her before hot globs of his milk painted her insides. As she orgasmed, he absorbed her ethereal essence through the pores of his cock and circulated his eternal bond of sacred heart's art. Valentina also did the same and did not let any of his ethereal essences go to waste, because of which when he took his cock out, only a little of his milk was dripping out. Her butt cheeks were completely flushed in red color, which contrasted with her pale white skin. Her body slumped a bit after her orgasm, but Damien still didn't have enough of her and pulled back her arms, making her body arch towards with her bosoms pushed out. He thrust his hard cock inside her pussy again, making her arch her neck backward in ecstasy, feeling his cock drill right through her narrow cave, reaching the depths of her womb. With each of his impassioned thrusts, she felt like her soul was floating away towards the heavens. Damien continued to ram his rock-hard cock that was itching to explode his ethereal essence into her pussy. Her boobs jounced wildly while her expression became downright erotic with her eyes completely hazy. She felt like her mind and body were completely dissolving in pressure, and soon enough, she felt flames pooling in her lower abdomen. Damien noticed that she was about to orgasm and timed himself to orgasm along with her. Just as Valentina's body trembled and squirted out her love juices, Damien grunted, completely feeling her vaginal walls squeezing on his hot rod as his warm milk shot out, coloring the walls of her narrow cave with his ethereal essence. He released Valentina's arms as she slumped on the bed, feeling dizzy with pleasure but not completely tired yet. Chapter 256. The two spent a few seconds absorbing each other's ethereal essences, and Damien turned her around with his cock still inside her. He pulled her up and made her sit on his lap and hugged her closely while she also did the same while looking into his eyes with an enamored expression. Damien could feel her hot breath and see how flushed her face was. Her expression still seemed delirious after the recent orgasms, and he kissed her mouth, which was partially open. MHNNN. Valentina felt feverish as she let out a muffled melodious moan just as Damien lifted Valentina's hips and made her pussy fall right over his hard cock. Feeling the sudden stimulation, Valentina clenched his cock tightly, making Damien's mouth agape in ecstasy. She understood what to do, and without Damien telling her, she started to move her hips up and down over him while holding onto his shoulders. They still continued to play with their mouths, dancing with their tongues, when finally, Damien broke away the kiss and nuzzled on her neck while still ramming her hard. Damien cupped her breasts and seemed to appreciate the beauty and size of her boobs as he kneaded them into various shapes while pinching her perky nipples. With Damien stimulating her breasts and pussy simultaneously, Valentina let out ceaseless moans, which only fanned the flames of lust in Damien. He nuzzled on her cleavage while licking her skin before taking in one of her boobs into his mouth. Valentina couldn't help but feel as if time was slowing down, making her feel that she was drowning in a river of pleasure from within. She kept bouncing on his hard cock without slowing down her pace while he was passionately assaulting her boobs. His thighs slapped her soft butt cheeks, letting the room echo with erotic sounds of flesh hitting each other. Damien had Valentina fixed onto his cock, and feeling his cock being enveloped in such a pleasurable sensation with each of his thrusts, he couldn't help but let out low groans of bliss from time to time. He kept pounding her as if there was no tomorrow and made Valentina's expression melt even more in lust. She mewled, whimpered, and breathed out his name, feeling her head muddled with the shockwaves of pleasure from her pussy subduing all her senses. Her tight pussy was too much stimulation for his cock that the vigor of his hot cock didn't lessen one bit. Instead, it got even more bigger and his movements became even more intense. His rock-hard cock was continuously piercing the depths of her womb as she danced on top of his hot cock. His face moved up and down along with her, as his mouth was still sucking onto one of her soft boobs. He just couldn't get enough taste of her sweet boobs and tasted her rosy-pink bud from within his mouth as well, sometimes biting onto it as well. Valentina's expression and body movements were so tantalizing that Damien took her boob out of his mouth with a plop, and appreciated the entrancing beauty riding on his hard cock passionately for a moment. He licked her collarbones and all over her breasts, tasting her sweet skin. Feeling that he was nearing his limit, he rammed his cock inside her even faster and harder, as if trying to let his cock pierce through the heavens, making Valentina let out even more, louder moans in response with each of his thrusts. Valentina felt as if his cock would really pierce through her womb, and that immense stimulation made her movements and expression completely tipsy. The crescendo of their moans reached the peak, and before Valentina could orgasm, she could feel Damien's hot rod throbbing inside her before hot spurts of his milk flooded her narrow cave. The next moment, Damien felt her body squirm and tremble just as she orgasmed right over his cock. She rested her body on his as they absorbed each other's ethereal essences, circulating the eternal bond of sacred hearts and dual cultivating using it. Valentina smiled with an expression of fervent love. She kissed on his lips for a while before taking out his cock from her pussy and moving her body backward while stroking his cock. Damien saw that she wanted to taste his hot cock, which again was becoming erect with her gently stroking it. His cock, which had remnants of Valentina's ethereal essence, let out a soft wet sound as she continued to stroke it with love. She could feel it getting bigger and hotter as the veins on his cock throbbed against her palm. Her heated gaze fixed onto his cock as if she couldn't take her eyes off it. She placed her hands on his thighs, and with one swell swoop, she swallowed his entire hot cock. Damien's head arched backward as he felt pure pleasure feeling his cock being enveloped by the walls of her wet and hot mouth. She reached the end of his hot shaft and made gagging sounds, but didn't let go. Damien could feel his sensitive tip hitting her throat and making his cock stroke against the insides of her mouth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Valentina was bobbing her head up and down as she began to suck his hard cock in an earnest manner. Her pace became faster, and Damien felt as if she was trying to squeeze out his essence in an impatient manner. It was more like she was famished enough not to wait long enough for him to reach his limit. She made a sucking motion on his cock, which made Damien clench his teeth in ecstasy and felt like his mind was shooting through heaven. Reaching his limit, Damien pressed Valentina's head as he jerked his hips, letting his warm milk burst into her mouth. Valentina already braced herself to take in his load and directly swallowed his hot milk into her throat. She slowly took his cock out of her mouth and licked the sides of her mouth, cleaning up his milk that was smeared around her mouth. She then looked at his cock that glistened with her saliva and some remnants of his cum. She grasped his hot rod and held it up as she licked it all over in a loving manner as if worshipping it. She licked under his thick shaft all the way till her tongue reached his soft balls. She took his ball sack into her mouth, and with a plop sound, she let go of it. She repeated the same motion a few times, enjoying the squishy and soft feeling of his ball sack in her mouth. She let out a low moan as she fondled his ball sack inside her mouth while pulling it outward slightly. Oh! Damien let out a low groan, feeling one of his sensitive areas being serviced so lovingly. He then stood up and placed his cock in between her breasts and guided her hands to give him a boob job. Valentina understood what he wanted her to do, followed his movements, and then started doing it independently by massaging his cock in between her soft breasts. She pressed together with her breasts as she moved her upper body up and down, stroking his cock in the process. She could see his foreskin moving up and down along with her motions and some precum forming on his tip. She bent her head to lick the precum on his tip without stopping her movements. Damien closed his eyes, enjoying the pleasure of her succulent boobs stroking his hot cock. Valentina never thought she could pleasure his cock using her boobs and felt that this method was indeed enjoyable for her as well. Some cum dripped on Valentina's boobs as Damien almost reached his limit. NGHH. Damien grunted as he took out his cock from in between her boobs and let his warm milk explode all over her face and body. Valentina closed her eyes as she opened her mouth with her tongue out in a thirsty manner, trying not to waste a drop as his hot milk showered over her. Damien let out a low sigh of pleasure after ejaculating his cum all over her. He looked at Valentina, who had her mouth open and her palm near her face, showing to him the cum spread all over her. While locking her gaze with his, she swallowed his seeds completely while licking away the rest of his cum from her body and face into her mouth. She gave a loving smooch over his cock and felt her pussy itching again for more. With puppy eyes, she tugged at his cock to put it inside her. Damien amusedly chuckled as he said, "Let's continue while taking a bath, you horny girl." Valentina giggled as Damien suddenly put his arm around her waist and lifted her, carrying her towards the bathroom. Soon enough, along with the sound of the water running, many sensual moans and loud grunts echoed in the bathroom. Chapter 257. After a refreshing bath, two naked people came out with their hearts still racing and flushed faces. Damien was carrying Valentina in his arms and threw her on the bed in a playful manner, and got on the bed along with her. His face seemed a bit tired as he lost count of the number of times Valentina sucked him off and made him come. He also made her orgasm pretty few times, but her endurance didn't even seem to have a limit. If he allowed it, she would have kept going non-stop like a machine that doesn't get tired. He wondered how he was going to keep up with her with his human endurance. Since Valentina was partly an ethereal beast, a very special one at that, her body was extremely powerful and had high stamina, obviously, way more than Damien, even if he had the same cultivation level as hers. In fact, no human of her cultivation level could compare to her. He also knew that among humans of his same cultivation, his stamina wasn't bad at all. However, because Valentina imprinted on him, he could feel as if she was inside him and vaguely knew what she was feeling. Right now, he could only feel intense happiness from her. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they both had already bonded with their bodies and soul. Feeling her intense love, he felt some of the wounds on his heart healing and simply hugged her, trying to convey how much he loved her as well. Valentina happily laid quietly in his embrace, holding her arms out wide as if she was hugging her only world. She could feel Damien's soul as if she was there physically and his emotions vaguely just like him. Now she surely felt as if she had already spent countless years with Damien and not just mere months. Now, her heart and soul felt fulfilled getting what she wanted the most in her whole life. Now she only hoped that it stays that way and never change. As they were lying down, Valentina was tempted to stroke his cock but held back because she knew he was feeling tired but didn't say anything for her sake. She learned through Damien that showing consideration for one's lover was part of loving them and making sacrifices. Valentina suddenly asked Damien, which was in the back of her mind for a while, "Damien, I want to try something." Damien tilted his head, "What is it?" "Let me see," Valentina said as she closed her eyes, trying to concentrate on something. Damien had a puzzled look, wondering what she was trying to do. However, his eyes widened when Valentina's figure suddenly flashed into a tiny speck of light and entered his forehead. What the hell? Damien frantically sat on his bed as he touched the empty bed beside him, where Valentina disappeared right before his eyes. But suddenly, he felt something in his soul plane and touched his forehead, especially the scarlet mark on his forehead. He didn't panic because of the familiar feeling in his soul plane and closed his eyes to inspect his soul. He was astonished to see that Valentina was in his soul space. She was floating around in a foggy area since that's how his soul space looked like. It seemed more like she was floating in the clouds and everything looked bright but at the same time obscure, making the whole space look even more mysterious. Valentina seemed to be flying around as if she could freely move however she wanted, even if she didn't have the ability to fly, and kept shouting his name, trying to ask if he could see her. "Valentina?" Damien mentally asked, and his voice resounded in his soul space which made Valentina smile jubilantly. "Damien, what is this place? Is this really your soul?" she asked with sparkling eyes. The fact that she could get inside his head didn't seem much of a shock to her. Instead, she seemed happy about the fact that she could get inside his head. Valentina only felt the feeling that she could sneak into Damien's soul, and it did really work. She guessed that it might have something to do with her imprint on Damien. She could instinctively feel within her body that she could interact with Damien's soul directly. Damien mumbled inside his soul space with quiet amazement, "Yes, it is." Damien also guessed the same thing and asked Luna, who obviously wasn't residing in his soul space but her shard of essence, "Luna, you can see her, right? Is this because she imprinted on me?" Even though Luna was connected to Damien's soul plane, she was staying in a different place and not his soul space. After all, she never leaves her shard of essence except when coming out. So, whatever Damien asked Luna, Valentina wouldn't be able to hear him. "Yes. As I guessed, she can stay in your soul space even though your soul space won't let living things in. Her imprint on you just made her an exception." "Good, at least this way, she would always be with you," Luna remarked without a hint of surprise in her tone. After all, Luna did suspect that Valentina could probably enter Damien's soul space. Damien was amazed to hear that he could always have Valentina inside his soul space, nor would there be any need to separate from her even if a situation called for it. Since Piggy and Misty were stationed outside the villa, Valentina didn't see them inside his soul space, but she could see many other things such as tons of green, yellow, and blue spirit stones, top-notch pills, jewelry, clothes, various kinds of accessories and so on. It was as if his soul space was a treasury with treasures strewn about in such a large space that it almost seemed practically empty, despite having so many things. Since it wasn't really Damien's soul space but Luna's, in Damien and Valentina's perspective, her soul space would seem infinite, like a whole world in itself. This was why Damien was never really worried about running out of storage space, because even half of Luna's soul space seemed to have infinite space even though her soul was in a weakened state. He could only imagine that her soul space would be really infinite in her peak form. Damien saw Valentina playing around by herself, flying through his vast soul space while giggling in amazement. Since Valentina has never flown before, she was finding it enjoyable to move her body as she wished inside his soul space. In fact, Damien also wanted to visit his own soul space other than only being able to inspect it. He thought it would be nice to float in such a vast space that was not connected to reality. Whenever he wanted to escape from real life, he felt that it would have been nice if he was able to meditate inside his soul space. Valentina was curiously looking through the things Damien stored in his soul space, especially some beautiful and exquisite clothes, jewelry, and wondered whether he bought so many of them for her. She then looked at her own ruby ring, which Damien made for her with his own hands, and felt that it was the most beautiful among all the other rings she saw in here. In her eyes, the ring he gave her would always be the most beautiful and precious to her. So, she didn't feel like putting another one. But she wondered how Damien was able to store such things in his soul and why she couldn't do the same. She also knew that no one else with Damien's cultivation would also be able to store things like this. She guessed that it must have something to do with the mysterious things he could do, and wondered if there were still some other astonishing things she wasn't aware of yet. After playing around in his soul space for a while, Valentina came out with a beaming smile. Just as she came out, she appeared right before Damien, on the bed. Damien, it was so amazing. I felt like I was able to really fly. It was as if your soul has a world of its own filled with treasures, Valentina said as her eyes twinkled with pure amazement. Damien chuckled as he pulled her into an embrace and laid down on the bed. Well, now that world or my soul space won't be desolate anymore with you inside. Ah, soul space, I wonder when I will have one of my own, Valentina mumbled, thinking about having such a convenient thing, but most of all, she was excited that she could go inside Damien's soul and be with him anytime she wanted. Damien caressed her beautiful bare back as he said, you will have a soul space for sure once your cultivation reaches a certain height. Chapter 258. The next morning, it was complete chaos happening in the mansions of the Clive and Rivers family. Hawin. Do something about our son. How did the cursed disease come back all of a sudden? Let's go to Alchemister's rail right now. A woman cried out as she looked at her son lying on the bed in a pitiful condition, with his body completely covered in black scales with yellowish pus. Even she had a hard time looking at him despite being his mother. What's more, his family jewels were completely crippled as well, again. Hawin Clive's expression seemed emotionless, but inwardly his blood was boiling thinking about whom he should exact his wrath upon. This was the first time he felt so helpless not knowing who his enemy was. So far, even if he had small conflicts with the other top 5 families, he didn't feel any sort of a disadvantage at the same level like this. At most, he knew who they were and how to deal with them based on the situation. But now he was totally on the blind. His family physician told him that the dormant disease woke up due to the injuries Roy sustained in his battle. It didn't wake up right after the battle, but only when Hawin took Roy back to his mansion and some hours passed. He saw the disease slowly surfacing on Roy's body like a curse and almost cried out in shock. He was already shaken seeing the state Roy ended up in after Damien thrashed him like a pig. He was feeling an extreme loss of face and couldn't even hold his head up high as he picked up Roy and flew back to his mansion. His killing intent almost escaped, and if he had seen Damien at that time, he might have done something for sure. But of course, with so many people around, he would think twice before doing such reckless things. He was frustrated that no matter how much he wanted to kill Damien, he couldn't and was completely hand-tied, especially now. Since Damien was always sticking around Valentina, it was not like he could send someone to attack him right before Valentina. He knew Valentina would obviously protect Damien, and with the token she carries around, even the strongest assassins wouldn't be able to do shit till the guards arrive. And if anything happened to Valentina and Alchemister's Rail somehow found out, then he would have to kiss goodbye his status, wealth, and whatnot. It was nothing more than a stupid idea to destroy everything he had now. He knew the Emperor wouldn't turn a blind eye to whatever Alchemister's Rail might ask for. And if he points him out as the culprit, then he would be finished. There was no way he was going to commit any such blunder. But suddenly, seeing Roy catch the cursed disease again and in an even more vigorous manner, his heart almost flew out. He had already suffered enough shocks for the past few days where his family's future was literally in the line. And now again, he already realized that Alchemister's Rail was the only one who could cure Roy. But unfortunately, it won't happen till Alchemister's Rail becomes a rank 6 alchemist at least, and even he could see that it would take at least a couple of years, maybe dozens depending on how smooth Alchemister's Rail's soul cultivation would be. So, the last thing he should do was to offend him indirectly, especially after learning that he allowed Damien to stay inside his mansion. Hawin had no doubt that Alchemister's Rail must be getting friendly with Damien right now. After all, hearing about his shocking battle prowess must be enough to win him over 1,000,000 times. Even Hawin almost had his eyes popped out hearing the news that his son got thrashed with just a single attack from Damien, someone who was more than a whole realm weaker than Roy. But still, he had already learned about Damien's unbelievable prowess of defeating people stronger than him by a whole realm. And now, since Damien's name even entered the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings, he had no doubt that Damien's future was set, and with that, Alchemister's Rail would only be pleased to welcome Damien as his son-in-law since he considers Valentina as his daughter. But most of all, the hate and anger he had against Damien was nothing thinking about the true culprit behind all this. The reason Roy even got this disease in the first place. The one who drugged him with sinister motives. No matter how much he let his people investigate, they could only helplessly bow their heads before him, telling that other than Luke or Neo being the culprits, it was practically impossible for anyone else. Just to be sure, he also asked them to check the whereabouts of Damien on that day, and that was a dead end as well since his investigators said that Damien was dining with Valentina at a popular restaurant that day, so he even remotely had nothing to do with it. Although he felt that Damien couldn't do a damn thing to Roy or Denisa, he had to reconsider after seeing his son in a half-dead state. He just didn't want to leave, not any possibilities just because they seemed implausible. And as expected, he got a sound transmission from Harvey himself, saying in a dull tone that his daughter has caught the harrowing disease again. They plan to have a meeting later and think about the various solutions possible to cure their heirs. Of course, Alchemister's Rail was the only name that ringed in their minds. But they didn't want to take risks by having Alchemister's Rail concoct them a pill for a temporary cure with potential horrifying side effects like the disease coming back even stronger if triggered. They felt that even if their heirs took another pill with the temporary cure, and the disease was once again triggered, then they might even possibly die, which was worse than their current situation. Even their family physician told him that if the vigor of the relapsed disease was a tad stronger, then their cultivations would be completely crippled. So that was one risk they were not willing to take since if one loses their cultivation, then it was even worse than dying. But another troubling thing was that the matriarch of the Alston family, Calissa, sent him a message saying that she would be coming soon for a meeting regarding the marriage alliance between her daughter and his son, Roy. It was as if the gods thought that the troubles he had were not enough, so they bestowed him with another one. He felt a severe headache weighing him down and asked the heavens why all these unfortunate things were happening to him all at once. He couldn't understand why Kalissa suddenly brought up the marriage proposal, but when she said that she even discussed this with the Emperor, he literally felt helpless. If this had happened in a situation where Roy was healthy, he would happily wed him off, as even he had plans of proposing an alliance with the Alston family, but just held back to see if there would be any other potential opportunities before Roy graduates. But now, how can he even dare to make Roy appear before Kalissa, especially when she visits him? He could take the risk of offending Kalissa by rejecting the proposal or even postponing it, if Kalissa doesn't mind her daughter marrying at an older age, though it seemed less likely. Still, how long can he hide Roy's condition from everyone else, especially the patriarchs of the other top 5 families? He knew once the truth was out, then everybody's faces would change, and even the respect they had for his family would plummet. And soon enough, in the future, they would even doubt whether the Clive family deserves to stand amongst them at the top. He didn't even dare to imagine what his family's future would be like after his time, and what would happen to the heritage he had nurtured himself after it was passed down to him by his ancestors. How could he let his family lose its footing and power like this? He wanted to stop Kalissa from visiting his mansion, but at the same time, he didn't know what he should tell to make her not come. She would easily discern any stupid excuses, and she would get offended thinking that he was looking down upon her daughter. But only Hywin knew that the moment Kalissa learned about Roy's condition, especially the fact that he was crippled down there, she would instantly throw back all thoughts of an alliance and wouldn't even spare him a glance. But for now, he could only clench his fists as he looked at his main wife lamenting over her unconscious son, whom she usually bragged to everyone proudly. Chapter 259. In the Zeton Imperial Palace's majestic throne hall, humble braziers encompassing each of the 10 alabaster columns lit up the entire hall and bathed it in an orange glow. The illustrations of a kingdom in the sky on the layered ceiling dance in the flickering light, while stone effigies and memorials looked down upon the slate floor of this magnificent hall. A cobalt rug split the entire room in half and was matched by the thinner ones on either side of the hall, while matching banners with emblazoned margins decorated the walls. Between each banner hung a lantern. Almost all of them have been lit and in turn illuminated the artistic depictions of legendary figures below them. Narrow windows were hidden by curtains colored the same cobalt as the banners. The curtains were adorned with gilded linings and decorated tips. A striking throne of dragonstone sat in front of a giant painting of the previous ruler and was adjoined by 2 large, but far less ornate seats for the Royal Highness's family members. The throne was covered in intricate illustrations, and fixed on each of the front legs was a crystal crown. The thin pillows were dark cobalt, and these too have been adorned with golden borders. Those expecting an audience with their Royal Highness can do so on the countless long and rather bulky marble benches, all of which were diagonally facing the throne. Those of higher standing can instead take seats in the gorgeous balconies facing the throne. And standing before such a grand throne was the Emperor of the Zeton Empire, Ruthven Zeton. He was walking to and fro, with his expression seeming as if he was in deep thought while at the same time expecting someone's arrival. Soon enough, a gentle voice filled with respect travelled to Ruthven's ears. "Royal father, you asked for me?" Ruthven slowly moved his eyes towards the large door and saw Arthur Zeton coming in with a smile and respectfully bowing before him. Ruthven crinkled his eyes as he scrutinized him from top to bottom. Arthur still didn't lift his head and maintained a calm expression. Still, inwardly he was trembling, feeling his father's gaze penetrate right through his bones. HMPH, still at the first level of the sky ethereal realm? What have you been up to during your long closed doors cultivation? Wasting your time by worrying about your useless mother who is just a step away from death's door? Ruthven questioned as his gaze tightened. Arthur's heart quivered from hearing his father's biting tone and didn't even feel as if he had enough strength to lift his head. His heart tightened, especially when Ruthven mentioned his mother. However, he still replied in a tone as calm as possible with his head still down. "Forgive me, royal father, come here, you useless thing. Why are you hiding your face like a coward?" Ruthven roared, seeing Arthur still standing still with his head down. The way he talked to Arthur was quite a contrast to how he usually talked with Reva, which was no less than that of a loving father. The throne hall literally seemed to shake along with his roar and jolted Arthur's body, sending a shiver down his spine. The calm expression Arthur had before was already twisted into one of fear and apprehension. How could he keep up his calm expression in front of such a supreme existence that looked down upon every living being in the continent? He listlessly lifted his head and walked towards Ruthven, each of his steps as feeble as a child's, making one wonder if this was how the strongest prince in the continent was. Just as Arthur got near to Ruthven and stood before him, he saw Ruthven slowly walking towards him, each of his steps majestically echoing in the hall, but for Arthur, each of those steps seemed to be stepping on his heart. His face was straight, but his eyes, even if he wanted to, were unable to meet Ruthven's cold gaze. All he could look at was Ruthven's feet while unable to calm his body down as tension racked his nerves. Ruthven said in a cold tone as he glared at Arthur's face, "Do you think just because you are my son and happen to be the strongest prince in the continent, your life is set? How foolish. Even some nobody from a backward empire is stronger than you despite having weaker cultivation than you. Do you now understand how useless you are now?" Arthur moved his gaze down in humiliation and knew that Ruthven was talking about none other than Damien. He, however, replied respectfully, "Royal father, I am trying my best, but there can always be gifted geniuses that are fated to surpass the world itself like my sister. How can I hope to keep up?" Asterisk slap, asterisk asterisk thud, asterisk a cold slap resounded in the hall, followed by the sound of flesh hitting the hard floor. Ah! Arthur was suddenly slapped to the floor, making him groan in pain. Blood trickled down his lips while the right side of his cheek was completely red and swollen, distorting his handsome features. His body was uncontrollably shaking as he tried to lift his body up. Taking a slap, no matter how weakened from the strongest entity in the continent, was not something a normal man can survive. Arthur could even feel that some of his bones seemed to be fractured, making it even harder for him even to move his mouth to talk. "How disgraceful," Arthur coldly uttered as he looked down at Arthur lying at his feet. "You cannot hope to keep up. Is that how my son, the crown prince of the strongest empire in this continent, should talk? Even a wild dog has a stronger spine than you. Reva is 2 years younger than you and has half the same blood as yours. But look at how different you are from her. Her cultivation is now touching the 5th level of the sky ethereal realm, while you couldn't even move your cultivation base forward by an inch after all these months of training." His eyes showed no pity or guilt at all seeing Arthur lying down on the cold ground and continued as he lifted Arthur up by his robes. If you cannot hope to keep up, then should I make Damien the next emperor of this empire I inherited from my ancestors and protected using my own blood, and sweat just because he was gifted? You can't even match up to your own sister, then how do you expect to match up to some outsider with such a weak spine? Feeling wronged, Arthur even started to tear up from all the pain and sadness as he mumbled, my sister is a goddess not meant to be compared with someone like me. I am only happy to have her surpass me. Arthur's tone contained a tinge of admiration despite being under the angry gaze of his father. But his response only made Ruthven curl his lips as he said, how convenient. A perfect excuse so that you can laze around as the crown prince enjoying the luxury and resources you are getting because of being my son. It seems like you lack the right motivation. Then let me give you one. Arthur's face turned ashen as his features trembled in the apprehension of what Ruthven was about to say. With a cold smile, Ruthven said, if you do not break through to the next level within a week, I will cut off your mother's support, and ultimately you would be the one that leads her to death. If you want to save your mother, you know what to do. Arthur finally turned his gaze towards Ruthven in shock and indignation, but before he could say anything, Ruthven threw him towards the other end of the hall as if he was casually throwing a ball. Arthur's eyes widened when he found himself shooting towards the hall's sturdy walls and braced himself for the impact. Asterisk bang, asterisk Arthur crashed onto the wall and collapsed on the floor, and there was not even a scratch on the hardened walls, but Arthur felt as if his spine was hammered. Now get out of my sight and don't show me your face till you fulfill the task I gave you. Go through the side door. I don't want you ruining the days of others with your pathetic face, Ruthven said in a cutting tone as he lifted Arthur off the ground using his ethereal aura and flung him towards a side exit. Arthur felt like a knife was hanging just above his heart, and with slippery steps, he made his way out of the hall quietly, his face completely ashen though he kind of expected such a thing would have happened whenever he met his father. As Arthur exited the hall, Ruthven looked towards the door Arthur had left and mumbled with a sigh, how disappointing. Chapter 260. A few minutes after Arthur left, Reva entered the throne hall through the main door. Ruthven, who was expecting her presence, softened his expression a bit as he saw her. Reva, my child, take a seat. I have some things to talk to you about. Ruthven gestured towards one of the seats as he sat down on the throne. His demeanor was still that of an emperor, but the way he was talking to Reva totally contrasted with how he spoke to Arthur. Reva nodded as she gracefully took a seat on one of the marble benches. Even though she didn't sit on the seat meant for imperial family members, Ruthven didn't mind as he asked in a warm tone befitting that of a loving father, Reva, you know how much I care about you, right? Reva's azure eyes slowly narrowed as she nodded, yes, royal father. I know. Do you have anything you want to tell me about? Ruthven asked as his gaze focused on her. Despite feeling the soft yet heavy gaze of her father, her expression remained the same as she shook her head, no. Everything is fine. However, Reva inwardly wondered why her father was asking these things as she knew he wouldn't ask anything without reason. Okay, let it be. I summoned you here to tell you that the annual Rising Sun meet is going to take place soon, and I want you to be present this time since almost everyone is going to be there, including your future stepmother, Ruthven casually said as if he was stating something set in stone. He added, there is still enough time before the meet, but I wanted to let you know just in case you are planning to cultivate during that time. Reva understood why Ruthven asked her to come with him this time. She speculated that Ruthven wanted her to meet Lily and get familiar with her so that she would get used to her in the future as well. An imperceptible cold glint flashed through her eyes before turning her gaze towards Ruthven, yes, royal father. I will keep that in mind. He then asked straightforwardly, and what do you think about Damien? Reva's heart suddenly felt heavy, but she managed not to get discomposed and said in a restrained tone, he is an extremely talented disciple. Reva was worried if she did something out of the norm for Ruthven to ask about Damien suddenly. I see. I suppose holding extra classes for him means that he is still not as brilliant as you in alchemy, Ruthven said casually as if it was a given that Reva was extremely brilliant in alchemy. Reva shook her head, he is a genius in alchemy, but still, as his teacher, I also got to learn a different side of alchemy from him. I don't consider myself as the #1 expert in alchemy, but someone who doesn't mind learning new things even from her students. Her tone was neither too humble nor too proud, but someone who was open-minded enough to learn from others no matter her status and knowledge. Ruthven narrowed his gaze as he rested his face on his hand, so it seems like he is brilliant enough to be a teacher as well. In your opinion, do you really think he is really that great as the people say? Some even say he is the incarnation of the lightning deity. I can't believe how the people can make someone a legend just by exaggerating his achievements, Ruthven said with a satirical smile. Ruthven's tone seemed as if he wasn't that impressed with Damien despite his marvelous performance, and how the people even began to praise him highly. But is it really exaggerated? I have never seen anyone fight practitioners more than a whole realm stronger than them. Reva was a bit surprised at herself, thinking why she defended Damien so readily. It was as if the subtle ridicule she noticed in Ruthven's tone when talking about Damien stung her heart. Oh. Ruthven raised one of his brows as he continued, it seems like you are fond of him. I guess it's true what they say about instructors always having a favorite disciple. I didn't think you would get into teaching so much or that someone would be worthy enough to catch your eye. Ruthven's expression didn't change at all and his tone was still light as before, but one could notice that his gaze was becoming sharper as he spoke. Reva realized that she almost made a blunder and said in a calm tone, it's not that he is my favorite disciple or anything. It's because, as his teacher, I am proud of his achievements and abilities. Since he is my disciple, not only can I point out his shortcomings but also give him due credit when he deserves it. And this is applicable to all my disciples. It's just that the rest of my disciples lack a certain driving force that is present in Damien. Reva's words sounded as if they were coming from a dedicated and sincere teacher who was partial to all her disciples. In fact, Reva was truly partial to her disciples, and just as she said, she indeed points out the mistakes of all her disciples, including Damien, and praises them according to their abilities. It was just that Damien took enough liberties to get close with her, which was not something other disciples would dare to do. Ruthven leaned back and nodded as he lifted his gaze, you are right. Among the youngsters here, Damien is indeed an extremely rare genius. But do you think he is really from the Rome Empire? Before she could answer, he turned his gaze back towards Reva and asked her in a serious tone, you already know that a world exists outside this continent. But what do you really know about it or even the people there? With a blank look, Reva asked, what do you mean? She knew that Ruthven obviously knew the fact that a world existed beyond the barriers of the continent. But what she didn't understand was why Ruthven was talking in a way as if he really knew about what kind of world beyond the barrier was like. Other than knowing that the outside world potentially has stronger practitioners, she really didn't know much. With a deep sigh, Ruthven said, your vision is too narrow, Reva. The outside world is nothing as you think. And you also know that we are incomparable to the practitioners out there. And this Damien, there is a very low chance that he is an outsider, but even if he is, let me tell you that his cultivation would be just a joke in the outside world. And that's why I want you to be ready to face the outside world in your lifetime. I don't want you to be unprepared. Reva felt that something was off and wondered why Ruthven seemed to know more than she does. And why he was talking in such a way that he seemed sure she would visit the outside world one day. Ruthven continued with a disappointed expression, our ancestors knew what I already know now. But still, they were too lazy to do anything about it and just enjoyed their lives as rulers of this empire. After all, who wouldn't be satisfied to lead a comfortable life, ruling above everyone? That's why I am ashamed of them because they weren't worthy of being called emperors. They never cared about the future, and their thinking was too small without much ambition. He looked at Reva, and with a pensive expression, he added, I don't want you to turn out like them. Remember that whatever I do, is for your own good. Every decision I make and action I do is because I consider your future as well as this empire. You understand, right? Reva's mind was racing, searching for answers to why Ruthven was suddenly telling her all this. However, having no other choice, she nodded and was also surprised that Ruthven didn't hesitate to mock his ancestors since everyone, including the imperial family, revered them. This was the first time she heard her father talk about his ancestors in this way, and if anyone else said the same things, they would be lucky if they were granted a quick death. But who was going to question Ruthven anyway? More than that, Reva inwardly became pensive as she mused on Ruthven's words and his motive for saying these things to her. Ruthven then cleared his voice and said, you may go now. Just keep in mind the things I said and do accordingly. Reva slowly got up, bowed slightly before walking away. But as she walked towards the door, she had a glazed expression on her face, thinking whether she should be worried or not. However, she decided to ask someone who might know these things for sure. Chapter 261. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the imperial palace, in the crown prince's room, was a large bed in the middle. The room was spacious enough with a modest touch of grandeur, not too extravagant nor too plain. On the only bed in the room, a woman who looked in her late 60s was lying on the bed with a pale complexion. Her body seemed frail, and her expression was sickly, making one think that she had been bedridden for quite a while. Her eyes were closed while her facial features were a bit contorted, as if she was experiencing some pain within her body. She seemed as if she couldn't sleep in peace no matter how much she wanted to. Asterisk click asterisk hearing the sound of the doors opening, her lips quivered as it arched into a smile and faintly asked, son, are you back? Arthur's lips curved into a warm smile, yes, mother. However, despite sounding happy, his eyes lost shine whenever he saw his mother lying on the bed, unable even to walk around. He walked towards the bed and sat down beside Maria Zeton, his mother, who was the first wife of Ruthven Zeton and originally the empress consort of Ruthven before Reva's mother came into the picture. Maria extended her hand towards Arthur feeling his presence near her, and softly asked as she opened her eyes slightly, how did the meeting with your father go? Is he doing well, and did he praise you for comprehending the fifth stage of your ethereal art? Arthur was sitting with the left side of his face facing her since he didn't want her to notice that his face's right side seemed a bit swollen. Even though he took a rank 5 healing pill, it wouldn't heal entirely so soon. Maria had poor eyesight due to her illness, and the best she had was a blurry sight. But still, Arthur didn't want to take any risks and make his mother feel down because of what happened. And that's why when he heard her question, his heart tightened as he would have to lie to her again not to make her worry. Yes, mother. Father is doing well, and he praised me for doing a good job during my closed-doors cultivation. But mother need not have to ask about him every time. How could a powerful man like him experience any fatigue? Arthur's lips were firmly pressed as he finished his words. He was inwardly angry that his mother cared so much about his father, but what she got in return was being treated like an abandoned old woman. No matter how much indignation he felt, he was able to endure all his father's harsh criticisms and beatings only because he prioritized the safety and well-being of his mother in his mind. He knew that if he somehow offended his father might do something cruel as cutting off all support for his mother, just the same as the threat he got from him earlier today. He also didn't want to tell his mother the truth, because he didn't want to hurt her by saying that his father didn't love or care about her at all, which was quite the opposite of how much she cared about him. The last thing he wanted was her illness to worsen from heartbreak or something similar. She was already very sick inwardly for a long time and was barely holding on. No amount of healing pills worked on her despite the resources and wealth the imperial family possessed. But all the expenses were borne by Arthur himself, and he knew that his father literally did nothing to try and help his mother. Otherwise, he was sure that his mother's health would have improved at least. In fact, Arthur was even angrier at his father that his mother ended up like this for his father himself. He knew that his father wanted her to break through as well and maintain a high cultivation to be worthy enough to be his wife. Despite the dangers, Maria wanted to make Ruthven happy and decided to forcibly break through using breakthrough pills, even though her cultivation base was already weak after breaking through unnaturally many times. Maria also didn't want Ruthven to be disappointed with her son as well because of her incompetence. So she thought she would have to increase her cultivation to prove her worthfulness. But because of her flimsy cultivation base, the breakthrough pill completely caused havoc in her ethereal core, and as a result, she basically lost her original cultivation and was now no different than a cripple. But simply being a cripple wouldn't make one end up bedridden like this. But the potent essence of the breakthrough pill caused a backlash in her body and ethereal core. Now, Maria's ethereal core was in a vulnerable state that it could implode any time due to any slightest disturbance. It was like she had a time bomb in her chest which could go off any minute and destroy her heart. There was almost no ethereal energy in her body, and because of that deficiency, her damaged ethereal core began to suck all the proteins, minerals, and more from her body at a slow pace, thereby deteriorating her health slowly. In fact, her real age was not even 40, and even then, her looks should have looked like she was in her 20s with her original cultivation. Her youthful beauty had already faded and long gone by her current looks, and now it seemed as if she was centuries old. Maria warmly smiled as she caressed Arthur's cheek. Even strong men can sometimes have their own problems to deal with, which we might not understand unless we are in their shoes. Arthur finally couldn't hold it in seeing how dutiful, loving, and trusting Maria seemed towards Ruthven and asked, "But mother, aren't you displeased that he hasn't even visited you once?" Maria continued to caress him as she said in the same warm tone, "Not at all. If he really wanted to abandon me, he wouldn't have still kept an old-looking and useless woman like me here. It's because he cares about you, and that's more than enough for me. I couldn't be prouder of my son who even reached the sky ethereal realm at the age of 21. Arthur bit his lips as his gaze lowered, feeling even more ashamed of himself that his mother might suffer because of his ineptitude of not being able to meet his father's standards. He knew that Ruthven doesn't make empty promises, and his mother might even end up worse if his cultivation doesn't break through within a week. And here, his mother was innocently lying on the bed without knowing anything about the way he was treated by his father, and how he even ready to abandon his mother completely. He couldn't imagine the devastation she would feel if she learned about the truth. He even shifted his mother to his room and looked after her needs day and night because he didn't trust the usual maids and servants in this palace, afraid that they might do something to kill her off silently on his father's orders. The only one he could trust was his young personal maid he knew since his childhood. She was in his company long enough for him to get a good grasp of her character and also to earn his trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate without much worry even though he had placed other safety measures near Maria. Feeling an air of sadness around Arthur, Maria got worried and said, "Arthur, if you ever feel that you have been trying too hard and feeling tired with everything, you have the right to take a step back and relax. You have even looked after me all these years when you could have spent all those time looking after your own needs at such a young age." Arthur's heart wobbled as the first half of her sentence struck right at his innermost thoughts. "You are my son, and not a moment passed where I haven't felt how lucky I am to have the gods bless me to be your mother. In this world, I have already seen how people like me get abandoned even by their own families. But you still held on to me all these years, and that's more than enough for me. Maybe it's time you let go of this useless old woman and move on." "I never!" Arthur shouted out in a fervid manner, and his brows knit together as his eyes became moist. "You are not a useless person, not to me. You are my mother, and I always need you with me no matter how long. Just promise me that you will never give up if you really love me. I have never seen you as a burden and never will. I promise to find a solution and heal you somehow. As long as there's breath in you, there's still hope." Chapter 262. Maria's chin trembled as tears poured out of her eyes, feeling guilty that she was pulling down her son but happy at the same time that she had such a loving son. Despite the power and status he held, he never turned his back on her but instead, as a dutiful son, took care of her all these years. She knew the kind of world she was living in, and someone like Arthur was very rare that she doubted if all the other princes were as kind and loving as him. "Mother, you are crying again. I told you not to think about any sad things. Everything is going to be all right, and at that time, you will even revert back to your original appearance," Arthur said with a small smile as he wiped her tears off while Maria sniffled. Maria weakly smiled as she said in a feeble voice, "Fine, I won't cry. But promise me that you won't try too hard looking after me at the cost of your own happiness and well-being. If I see you enduring more than what you could bear, I wouldn't be able to sit still and keep watching." She continued, "I also know that as a crown prince, you are facing pressure from people for not being as strong as your sister, Reva. But you already are strong enough, and there is no need for you to listen to people and try to keep up with their expectations. She's a good girl, and you even told me that she tried to help me in some ways. You both are good children blessed by the gods, but in different ways, so don't bother about those things." Maria's hand was caressing Arthur's hand, giving him comfort and strength at the same time. Arthur gave a small smile as he said, "I know, mother. Don't worry, I am happy." His tone indeed sounded happy, but a gleam of pain contained deep within his eyes, which he hid by glancing away. Maria slightly nodded, "Good. You don't have to bother with me always. Your maid, Lena, is already taking good care of me. She looks after me like her own mother, and I couldn't ask for more. Such a cute and lovely girl she is. So, you can focus on your things and relax a bit. You have been running around too much." Arthur nodded as he pressed his lips together. After talking with his mother for a while, he came out of his room, preparing to go into a long period of closed-doors cultivation. "Your Highness." An excited sound of a young girl sounded out in his private corridor. Arthur turned around to see a young girl dressed in maid clothes around 18 years old with modest beauty, an innocent smile hurriedly walking towards him. For a maid, her beauty was surely top-notch, along with her silky black hair beautifully tied into a ponytail. There was also this aura of innocence and gentleness around her that seemed to bring about a smile in any person upon seeing her. Arthur gave a brightened smile as he saw her coming and asked, "Lena, how are things going? Is everything well?" Every time he saw his trusted maid's innocent smile, he couldn't help but feel his mood lifting up. Lena nodded in a cheerful manner as she bowed respectfully, "Thank you for asking, Your Highness. I couldn't be happier. Her Highness Maria has been doing well under my care, and all she talks about is you." Arthur smiled softly, thinking that it was expected, and said, "Do continue to take good care of her, Lena. I would again be cultivating for a week, and so do make sure that my mother is comfortable and happy during that time. I will reward you handsomely later for your work." Lena waved her hands in a refusing manner and bowed again as she said, "It is my duty to look after Your Highness' needs." She raised her head and looked at his beautiful blue eyes shyly, "And Your Highness can ask me anything at all, and I will gladly serve you without expecting anything in return. So other than the wages I get for my job, there is no need for any extra rewards, Your Highness. You have already treated me very kindly despite myself being a cursed one." Arthur softly chuckled, "It doesn't matter whether you are a cursed one or a princess. Everyone is human and deserves to be treated equally based on their qualities. And you have already been more helpful than a normal maid by even keeping my mother company at all times, even though it exactly isn't your duty. I heard you both even exchange stories and laughter. So, to me, it is I who should express my gratitude even if you are my maid," Arthur said in a sincere tone, feeling that he was lucky to have such a maid. Lena's pupils dilated seeing his beautiful eyes, feeling her belly flutter hearing his warm words. But at the same time, she was disappointed that Arthur didn't seem to catch on to her subtle cues. She, however, only showed a beatific smile as she shyly nodded before Arthur walked away. As Arthur walked through the main corridor, he saw two youngsters aged around 17 walking towards him from the opposite direction. Like other imperial family members, they had sky blue hair and eyes and were dressed in grand robes befitting a prince. And indeed, they were princes, to be more precise, Arthur's younger half-brothers, Dion Zeton and Adre Zeton. They were walking together while chatting in a spirited fashion as if they were close buddies. But when they saw Arthur walking towards them, their laughter and smile stiffened and was instead replaced by a respectful expression. Arthur crinkled his eyes upon seeing them and walked right towards them. You two, where were you both yesterday night? Arthur questioned, his tone sounding stern contrary to his usual tone. They both gulped meekly and said, First brother, we were just wandering the city in disguise yesterday night. Please forgive us for not being back home on time. Their tone didn't even sound convincing, and it was more than enough for Arthur to know that they were lying blatantly. Arthur's expression became even more severe as he said, Wandering? Do you both take me for a fool? I already got a complaint that you two sexually assaulted an innocent woman who was related to a friend of mine. Dion and Adre frantically waved their hands as beads of sweat rolled down their back. Dion said in a low voice, That person must have lied to you, first brother. We would never do such acts, especially considering our status. Adre also nodded in a flustered manner, supporting Dion's statement. However, Arthur's expression didn't relax at all, and he gripped both their shoulders as he said in a controlled tone, Enough with the lies. This is my final warning. Next time I catch you assaulting or taking advantage of any innocent or less powerful people using your status, I will make sure you two pay for it. You two should be lucky that you were at least born as a prince with all the resources and wealth. But taking advantage of the luck bestowed upon you is something the lowest of scum would do. Dion and Adre bitterly nodded without saying anything back. As soon as Arthur released his hands from their shoulders, they quickly scurried off, not wanting to linger around Arthur any longer. Finally, seeing that Arthur left their sight, Dion grumbled, Fucking pretentious noseparker. He thinks he is above us all when he might be doing the same thing as well, fooling everyone with his smile. Damn it. How did we get caught, and who dared to sell us out? Adre's expression became dark as he said, Must be someone related to that chick we banged yesterday. But how could we have known that she knew someone who was close to the crown prince? It's just so absurd. But it's better to curb our nightly adventures for a while till we find out the culprit is. Dion had a hesitant expression thinking about how he was going to vent his sexual pangs, but nodded approvingly. Despite being a prince themselves, they didn't dare to irk Arthur further. Arthur was walking towards his personal cultivation room and was not at all privy to the small discussion that happened between his half-brothers. Sometimes when he thought about his younger half-brothers, both of whom Ruthven didn't even bother with, he wondered if he would have had an easier life by having average talent so that Ruthven wouldn't bother him. However, his thoughts came to a halt when he saw a sapphire-haired girl with beauty no less than that of a goddess walking past his eyes gracefully as if she was walking on clouds. Riva? Arthur called out, making the awe-inspiring beauty halt her steps, turn around and look at him with her serene and cold azure eyes. Chapter 263. Not minding her usual cold expression, he smiled as he walked closer and said, I know you are quite busy, but can I ask you a favor? Standing before her, even though he was the crown prince, he just didn't feel like one at all before her regal gaze, but just an ordinary mortal. Even if she was his sister for all these years, he always felt a huge chasm between her and him. He couldn't help but feel inferior even without considering her cultivation level. He could feel it in his heart that she and he were from two different worlds. In fact, he would at times even wonder whether she was really an immortal who fell from the heavens to have such beauty and power that did not seem to belong to the mundane world. But still, that couldn't stop him from developing certain feelings that he felt never should have borne in his heart. Riva maintained her same expression as she asked in a voice as unmoving as a still pond, What is it? Arthur tried to meet her gaze to answer but couldn't because of various reasons and said, I would be again cultivating non-stop for a week. So, I wanted to ask if you could just keep an eye on my mother? I'm not asking you to always keep an eye on her by hindering your activities. But whenever you are walking through here or whenever you are free. Still hearing no answer from her, he continued, You are someone I can trust, so I just couldn't bring myself to ask anyone else. Riva slightly pulled her brows together as she said, In this world, the only person you can trust is yourself, especially when it comes to matters involving your mother herself. Arthur lowered his head while nodding slightly, showing that he admitted she was right. Despite being older than her, he felt that she was the elder one and he was the younger one. She, however, let out a low sigh as she said, Okay. I will keep an eye on her whenever I am nearby. But do take other measures if you are that worried for your mother's safety. If someone asked Riva which member in her family was relatively the most good-natured one amongst the others, she would say it was Arthur. But she wasn't sure if he was simply putting up a mask or if that was his real nature. However, so far, she never noticed him carrying out any illicit activities but instead kept true to his name and title. Nor did she see him going out of the palace much because of the time he spent in taking care of his mother or cultivating. Riva at least knew that Arthur dearly loved his mother, otherwise judging by the average young master out there, if they had the same status, they would gladly throw away any burden on their shoulders and cultivate for more power. In this world, the term family usually meant an asset a budding cultivator could use as a backing to propel himself up in the cultivation journey. As soon as this said family outgrows its usefulness, they would merely abandon it and pursue other methods. Despite knowing that she shouldn't, she felt some sympathy for him thinking about his mother and agreed to his request after a few moments of hesitation. Still, she suddenly remembered Damien thinking how she tried to give him the cold shoulder, but miserably failed to even when she suspected Damien of having ulterior motives in approaching her. No matter how much she thought about it later, she couldn't understand why she would let her guard down so easily in his presence as if it was quite natural even though her mind was cautioning her against Damien's motives. For some reason, she felt like she wanted to learn more about him instead of keeping him away from her. She, in fact, already planned to dig more information about him by keeping an eye on him, but never expected that she would get so close to him to the point of being friends. It just seemed absurd sometimes, and she wondered if she subconsciously let him get closer to her for the need of learning more about him or because she genuinely wanted to it. Arthur's expression lit up hearing that Riva agreed to his request even though she said that only when she was free. But that was more than enough for Arthur, as he knew how much power and status Reva held in this palace, and if anything out of the norm was happening, she would at least notice it. Before he could thank her, Reva left without further notice, and seeing her graceful silhouette disappearing slowly, he couldn't help but feel mesmerized each time he saw her. But at the same time, he hated himself for harboring such forbidden thoughts, especially when Reva was the only one out of his family who helped him with things related to his mother. He couldn't help but think lowly of himself and inwardly mock at his reputation among the people. He knew how beautiful Reva was, and even when he met Valentina, he only stared at her for a few seconds unconsciously, but only out of admiration for her beauty. Other than that, he felt nothing else nor harbored any other thoughts. But whenever he saw Reva, he didn't foster any lustful thoughts, but instead a deep and intense feeling to just be close to her. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't hold any lewd thoughts towards her, and felt as if that would be no less than profaning a goddess. Still, he never dared to let these feelings out or show them on his face, especially whenever he talked to Reva. Nor did he act in any way that would make himself seem suspicious. He knew that he was probably not the only one who had such feelings towards Reva, but just one among many other men out there, maybe even from his own family itself, especially his other half-brothers. But unlike what most men felt, he didn't have any thoughts of possessing or conquering, but merely just being near her and seeing her within his sight always was enough. He just decided to bury these unwanted feelings deep inside his heart, since the last thing he wanted was for Reva to look down upon him as a lowlife. For some reason, he felt that Reva always maintained some distance from everyone else, be it him or anyone, but he had no idea why. He wanted to know why and get closer to her to learn more about her. But he never was able to muster the courage to do that. Just a straight gaze from azure eyes was enough to deflate all his courage, especially when he himself was feeling guilty in his heart. He decided to focus on whatever's happening with his life right now. Right now, he had his mother to worry about, and thinking about the possible fate that awaited her within a week if he failed, he couldn't help but shudder at that thought. "Your Highness, what a surprise," an old man's friendly voice carried forward towards Arthur's ears, making him turn around at hearing the familiar voice. "Uncle Sven, I never thought you would be coming here," Arthur asked with slight surprise, seeing an old man who, despite his age, had boulder-like shoulders with piercing features and an imposing aura around him, making one no doubt that he was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Zeton family just below the Emperor in cultivation. Despite just numbering 3, these supreme elders were basically the Zeton Empire's pillars and one of the major deterrents to the other empires. Not even the emperors from the other empires would dare to mess with the 3 supreme elders of the Zeton Empire without reason. They would be treated like kings wherever they go and would receive respect and praise just below the Emperor and the ethereal fairy. Sven chuckled. "I actually wanted to talk something with you after you came out of your closed-doors cultivation. But yesterday, I was so busy that I couldn't find the time, so I decided to seek you out today. Can we talk somewhere else? Talking in the middle of the hall might cause some inconvenience to others and ourselves." Sven was twisting his beard, especially when he stressed on the part ourselves, making Arthur think what secret Sven wanted to talk to him about that others shouldn't hear. However, Arthur nodded and followed Sven as he led him towards the outside of the Imperial Palace. Sven placed his hand on Arthur, and suddenly Arthur felt the surroundings around him disappearing and flashing towards another view. He was surprised to see that Sven took him to another spot, slightly away from the Imperial Place but a mountainous region with nobody in sight. He wondered what Sven wanted to talk to him about by bringing him here. Sven asked as he narrowed his gaze, "Nephew, don't you think things are looking bad for you now?" Chapter 264. Arthur saw his uncle looking at him with a sudden somber expression and smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Sven, I don't understand what you are talking about." Sven let out a solemn sigh. "Harai tilde my nephew, why do you think you can hide such things from your own uncle?" Arthur wondered why his uncle was suddenly taking an interest in him when before, he would usually only have casual talks with him. This was the first time he saw him being so concerned about him, and so he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Sven walked towards Arthur and patted his shoulders as he said, "I know how the relationship between you and your father is. Even though I personally haven't seen anything, I can easily discern it from your and his face. How can I not when I had known you both even before you two were born?" Sven gave a clenched half-smile of pity as he continued, "Despite being an exemplary crown prince, you are subject to such injustice from your own father. How can I, as your uncle, keep watching from the sidelines? All this time, I thought that maybe after you reach the sky ethereal realm at such a young age, he would go easy on you. But this..." Arthur's eyes darted around as he said in a low voice, "Uncle, careful. If my father hears this, we might be in danger." Arthur was, in fact, boiling down his caution, as even the dumbest person in the Empire knew better than to speak of the Zeton Emperor in a disrespectful way, since it would be seen no less than treason. If somebody were caught or reported to be talking about Ruthven in such a way, they would be instantly punished with death no matter who. Even if it were highly influential people who got caught, they would still be severely punished, and such events had already been recorded in the annals of the Zeton Empire. This was the reason Arthur never expressed his dissatisfaction, indignation, and anger towards Ruthven or talked about it to others. Whatever grievances he had, he bottled it all up inside him. Despite being the crown prince, he felt that Ruthven didn't seem to hold much importance towards him compared to Reva. So, the last thing he wanted was anything to happen to his mother because of him. He had been swallowing all the insults, criticisms, and beatings he got from his father with a smile on his face. But at the same time, he never felt so much despair and helplessness that he sometimes wondered if it was his bad luck to be born as the crown prince of this empire or, to be more precise, as the son of Ruthven. He never failed in his duties as the crown prince and always tried to keep up with his father's expectations. In this continent, he was the youngest person to touch the sky ethereal realm at a young age other than Reva. Still, among men, he would be the first youngster. He thought his father would be happy when he achieved such a feat even though he knew he fell short of Reva. But that was something understandable to him as she was always extraordinary from a very young age. But harsh reality struck him again, and his father only seemed to put up more ridiculous expectations, making him wonder if his father was trying to deliberately put him down. He didn't understand why his father seemed so concerned about increasing his cultivation at a fast pace. He wondered if it was because Ruthven wanted him to keep up with Reva or if it was because he was the crown prince, and as the future emperor, Ruthven didn't want him to be a weakling. However, Arthur knew it couldn't be that since he would be at least as powerful as Ruthven after centuries based on his talent and potential. After all, he reached his current realm of cultivation not only because of resources but also because of his own blood and sweat as well. So, the main assumption he could make was his father was trying to torture him by making him follow his outrageous demands. Sven scoffed, "Father? You still consider him as one after the way he treated you and your mother, who is my own little sister. And you don't have to be scared of him here. This is a place where his senses won't reach, and even if it did, I would be the first person to know. It's not like he would tire himself out by keeping a watch on others on his own." Arthur blankly nodded as he felt that Sven wouldn't say such things without taking some safety measures himself. Besides, Sven was also one of the supreme existences with profound ethereal realm cultivation. However, he was shocked at the tone in which Sven talked about Ruthven. All this while, he had never seen Sven even slightly talk of Ruthven in a disrespectful way. But now, it seemed as if Sven hated Ruthven right down to his bones, especially for his sake as well. On second thought, he realized that maybe it was not that shocking considering his mother was Sven's little sister as well. Still, he never thought Sven would be this concerned about his mother, and wondered whether he had been suppressing his concern for the sake of not slipping up before the Emperor. Arthur's features finally relaxed as his expression became woeful, thinking about his mother. "Uncle Sven, is there any way to help out my mother? I don't know if I can really break through to the next level within a week, even though I have been trying to for the past few months. And even if I did, he would just demand me to do something else by blackmailing me. Can you persuade him somehow?" Sven's expression wrinkled up as he said, "Persuade? Arthur, are you deluding yourself, or do you still not understand what kind of a person your father is? Your mother is my precious little sister, although centuries younger, she is still someone I took care of since her childhood, no less than as my own daughter. Do you think I never tried to help your mother out all these years? Every time I mention her name to your father, all I see is disdain and contempt in his eyes. He already sees her as a dead person, so what did you expect?" Arthur's head lowered as his eyes shook, feeling that his feelings were true all this time. Despite how Ruthven treated him, he still held on to a sliver of hope that maybe his father still cared about his mother, and was urging him to cultivate faster to take on his reins. But now, all those hopes were dashed by hearing Sven's words that he felt even more despair, making his posture slack. Sven's tone became grave as he continued, "That's not all. I even doubt if Ruthven even plans to make you the emperor in the future. He might have bestowed you with the title of Crown Prince, but that is something he can change on a whim. Who is going to say otherwise? He can cook up any reason to take away your title." Arthur's eyes went wide with his whites showing, "That's impossible. He can't possibly lie about that. Other than me, who else can be the Crown Prince?" Arthur wasn't actually keen on becoming the emperor and enjoying the power and riches. But for the sake of his mother, he knew becoming the emperor was a sure-shot way of employing all resources and power in his hand to cure her somehow. He already tried asking Leon Zeton whether Alchemist Azrael would be able to help him out. But Leon stated that Alchemist Azrael's current prowess in alchemy was not enough to cure his mother. And not even he knew how many years it would take for Alchemist Azrael to increase his soul cultivation. So, the only other way Arthur saw was to become the emperor quickly, and hopefully use some secretive precious resources Ruthven might have stashed to save his mother. Sven let out a sigh of pity as he shook his head and answered, "Who other than your goddess-like sister? Riva?" Arthur muttered in a perplexed tone and continued in a confused tone, "But that doesn't make sense. My father already stated that she would be nothing more than a princess and wouldn't even be wed away to anyone. Even though I found it surprising, it still made some sense considering how no one is worthy of her. Otherwise, my father would have made her the crown princess, not me." Sven let out a satirical chuckle as he said, "Crown princess? What if he made you the crown prince because he wanted to divert the attention of his enemies towards you so that no one would target Riva, whom he would be secretly preparing to let her rule this empire in the future?" Read author's note please. Chapter 265. Arthur's expression became wry as he mumbled, "No. That can't be possible. Sure, Riva is way more talented than me, but she still doesn't even seem to behave as if she will be the empress in the future. And I don't believe she is the cunning type." Arthur then let out a sigh of helplessness as he continued, "Even if that's true, I don't mind if she becomes the empress. At least that way, she would be a way better ruler than my father. Riva might appear distant, but she is kind as well. I am sure she would treat our people well, including my mother." Arthur thought back to how Riva agreed to his request of looking after his mother whenever possible, which he never expected her to accept. Over the years, as Riva and he grew older, the less she interacted with anyone else other than answering anything people asked her. Even he didn't get to talk much with her, but only kept seeing her from afar like a mortal gazing upon the goddess. However, he remembered how cheerful she was before her mother died and also used to play games with him. At that time, she was as adorable and cute as a fairy. And, now, she had matured into a cold ethereal fairy, possessing a beauty that could make one's soul flutter and power that could make seas dance to her tune. Arthur guessed that the reason Riva became reticent was probably due to her mother's death, especially if she was unable to move on. In fact, he could imagine himself in her shoes, thinking how he would feel if he suddenly lost his mother, and couldn't help but feel his heart becoming heavy thinking about anything bad happening to his mother. So, he didn't mind even if Riva talked to him as if he was a stranger. But at the same time, he felt ashamed that he couldn't make himself ask her if she's facing any problems or how he can help her. He felt like she had this cold and intangible barrier around her that kept people away, a barrier no one could pass through unless she deemed that person was worthy. So far, he had yet to know if she even had anyone of her age to talk to. Sven raised one of his brows. "Oh, how should someone who is going to become the ruler of this empire behave? What do you actually know about Riva? Nobody knows much about her, probably not even her own father." He then continued in a low voice, "Besides, I know you are seeking the forbidden fruit, making you blind to whatever she does and says." Arthur frowned. "I don't understand what you are saying." Sven sighed. "Arthur, how can you hide such things from your own uncle? I practically raised you when you were just a kid. I know the way you look at Riva each time you see her. Your expression might not change, but your eyes always get dazed before her presence as if your soul is somewhere else. Sure, she is an otherworldly beauty that could stun any man. But you had seen her umpteen times, and still, your eyes appear as if you are yearning for her. That's not all. Your gaze towards her becomes tender and soft, as if you are already seeing her as your lover. And that is one of the signs of being lovesick. I have lived for all these years by passing your age as well, so how could I not know? Seeing the shaken-up expression of Arthur, Sven inwardly smiled and continued with an understanding tone. Since you are inherently an innocent and kind-hearted prince, you don't have much experience with these things considering you never even went out with a woman before. Arthur pulled back his thoughts and said in a defensive tone while clutching his fists, Uncle is misunderstanding. Riva is my sister. How could I even look at her like that? Even if you saw me looking at her like that, it was because I considered her as my sister and also because of my admiration for her. After all, what I feel for her is just the love of a sibling and nothing more. Arthur felt as if his heart just dropped hearing Sven's words that made his buried feelings surface again from the depths of his heart. The more Sven prodded his thoughts, the more he realized that his words were true, making him feel like stabbing himself for having such feelings. He had always denied those feelings and thought that they would disappear on their own once he ignores them. But each time he saw Riva, those feelings would just burst out of his heart, threatening to destroy his inner peace. Despite how confident and calm Arthur's words seemed, Sven could notice the ripple in his eyes, making him scoff inwardly. Sven said in a comforting tone as he held Arthur's shoulders, Arthur, you don't have to feel bad about having such feelings towards Riva. You do know that our imperial family mostly only married from within the family to preserve the bloodline. Even your mother is blood related to your father. The only exception was Riva's mother. But I guess considering her beauty which only lost to her own daughter, how could your father hold himself back? Sven wasn't saying empty words as he still remembered the day he saw Riva's mother and he himself was tempted to make her his woman. The only reason he didn't approach her was only because of Ruth Wren. He thought he had already experienced the best women out there, but Riva's mother turned that thought upside down even though she wasn't as beautiful as Riva. Even though Riva was the more beautiful one, he for some reason couldn't dare to look at her azure eyes as if he's afraid she would be able to peer into his soul and bring out all his inner thoughts. Sometimes he felt ashamed at himself that a powerhouse like him would easily get intimidated by a young girl. Arthur wasn't surprised as he knew about this fact, but such incestual marriages were not common when compared with other ordinary families. He also knew that Riva's mother was basically an outsider that Ruth Wren chanced upon. It was rumored that the strongest emperor who was indifferent to blood, battles, and women couldn't help but fall for Riva's mother. Arthur also knew that his mother was the empress consort, but when Riva's mother came into picture, Ruth Wren didn't even hesitate to remove Maria from her position and give the title of empress consort to Riva's mother. Still, Arthur didn't have any hard feelings towards Riva because of that since it wasn't her fault. But that was the time when he felt indignation towards his father for treating his mother like carpet, stepping on her, and throwing her away after he was done with her. At that time, he also felt angry towards Riva's mother for barging into his family, thinking that she seduced his father to make her the empress consort. This was also why his mother, Maria, took the suicidal risk of increasing her cultivation using pills because Ruth Wren told her that she had to prove herself if she wanted to continue to keep her status. And that was how she ended up with her present condition. Still, Arthur's opinion of Riva's mother changed when she even apologized to him and treated him like her own son. However, when Riva was still a young child, Arthur was surprised when he heard that Riva's mother suddenly died due to some inexplicable reason. He wondered how such a kind, healthy and gentle woman died just like that, especially when her husband was the strongest person in the continent. Reeling back his thoughts to Sven's words, Arthur indeed knew that incestual marriages were a thing and that probably his father even planned to make him wed to one of his cousins. There was no way his father would make him wed Riva since he himself announced that no one in the Rising Sun continent was worthy of becoming her husband. Just like others, he was shocked as well but at the same time felt that it made sense considering how even he felt inferior before her. Sven continued, of course, such marriages are not common among commoners since they think that some complications can arise from incestual marriages. But unlike them, because of our cultivation, such issues would never surface up. Otherwise, our ancestors would have warned us about such things. Arthur, however, shook his head and decided to come clean. You are right, uncle. Maybe I harbor some unwanted feelings towards Riva, but those are heavily one-sided, and I am completely sure that Riva doesn't feel the same at all. So, I would rather ignore these inappropriate thoughts instead of making things worse. He continued thinking back to what Sven said before, and no, these feelings don't make me blind. I have seen her grow up and know her nature. So, I don't think she is a calculative and cunning woman like you said. Chapter 266. Sven let out a scoff, HMPH, it's all just a front to fool kind-hearted people like you. And when everyone lowers their guard around her, she and her father will strike. You do know that his favorite woman was Riva's mother and his treatment towards Riva is proof of that. Why do you think the only person she talks to most is her own father and ignores you and everyone else? Your father also secretly discusses things with her, and God knows if they are planning your downfall. Maybe the task your father gave you is just a step to bring you down. Arthur had a disconcerted expression feeling some of Sven's words convincing as he had always thought about those things. He couldn't find words to answer Sven's questions. If he was the crown prince, why was he treated like trash by his own father, especially when his cultivation was nothing to laugh at? Among all the men, he should be the youngest one to reach the sky ethereal realm before anyone else, and such achievement should have garnered enough respect and praise from at least his own father. He didn't care much about the praises and respect the people gave him. Of course, he appreciated them, but all he yearned for was his father's recognition, especially after working so hard without taking any shortcuts. But all he saw was his father giving away all that respect and recognition to his own sister, Riva, whom he could not even feel jealous of for certain reasons. Of course, he thought she deserved it, especially considering her extraordinary talent and high cultivation at such a young age. He knew he could only dream about reaching her heights, and she would surely leave behind a huge gap between him and her within just a few years, so much that he wouldn't even feel like dreaming of closing that gap. So, even if he wanted to, he couldn't feel jealous of her. He also, at times, wondered if Riva's talent was poor, would his father still treat her well out of consideration for the love his father had for Riva's mother? But the last thing he thought was that Ruth Wren would make Riva the heir to the throne while abandoning him. He also found it hard to think Riva would act against him even if she became the empress. Only when Sven talked about such stuff for the first time did he even think of such things. Before that, such thoughts didn't even strike him in the slightest. He always saw Riva as a pure and sacred person, unblemished by the mortal world's corruption. It wouldn't even be wrong to say that he revered and respected her at some point. Although he didn't want to believe Sven's words were true, he felt Sven was trying to look out for him, probably not wanting him to end up abandoned just like his mother. He also saw that Sven was indeed aggrieved about his mother's situation just like him, especially since his mother was Sven's little sister. At least, that proved that Sven's words were not empty words or unfounded. Sven saw the unnerved expression of Arthur and said as his eyes gleamed, if you still feel that Riva won't act against you, think why would she even keep you around after she becomes the Empress? You were titled as the Crown Prince, so even if your father doesn't get rid of you, she will because they don't want people asking why you didn't get the throne. You know how siblings even get rid of each other just to become the heir. But I would never do that even if Riva became the Empress, Arthur said in a tone of certainty. Sven nodded, I know you are not such a person, but can we tell the same for everyone else for sure? Unless we are able to read their minds, we can never be sure of that. They might even mistake your kind nature as just a mask to hide your schemes to backstab them. So the last thing they would do is keep you around. I know you feel aggrieved at the fact that despite being so talented, you are not getting the respect and appreciation you deserve from your own father. But when he has a daughter like Riva who outshines you, why would he even spare a glance at you? Why would he care whether all the other youngsters are less talented like you? Sven suddenly thought of someone and continued as he slowly walked around Arthur, you forgot about that kid from the Roman Empire, Damien. Since you were in closed-doors cultivation, you obviously didn't learn what happened. I heard that Damien spends quite a lot of time with Riva to the point that people say Riva even favors him in public, especially when she defended him against the two patriarchs' claims to punish him. Have you ever heard of Riva publicly defending a man like that? Especially someone who never bothered to interact with anybody else. Sven's tone was fierce as if he was feeling aggrieved for Arthur. There was also disdain in his voice when he mentioned the Roman Empire. Arthur's features tightened, and a bitter glint flashed past his eyes for a moment. But he calmed down his boiling heart and was surprised at himself for having such heated feelings. Observing Arthur's expression, Sven inwardly grinned as he went on. Do you know that Riva spends her entire afternoons, and sometimes even the evenings with Damien in her residence built in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation? Of course, they spend time together in the name of extra classes, but can we know for sure that's what's happening? When had she ever let a man enter her personal residence, no matter even if it's in the school? Well, I guess we can't blame her for not having feelings towards someone so exceptionally talented and charming like Damien. Despite his low cultivation, he was able to even defeat Roy and the only one after thousands of years to possess a lightning seed. Sometimes we forget that Riva is just a 19-year-old girl and she can have feelings of love towards someone as well, especially with someone she spends a lot of time with. Arthur shook his head in a listless manner, no. That's impossible. She is just his teacher trying to teach him. Riva doesn't seem to be the type just to have feelings like that. Not so fast, at least. And Damien already has Valentina as his lover. The last one Riva would have feelings towards someone would be him. A proud and powerful princess like her wouldn't lower herself to share a man. The more Arthur said his words, the more he seemed confident at his own deductions and even berated himself inwardly for thinking that Riva would really fall for Damien. Sven saw that Arthur seemed pretty confident of Riva not falling for Damien and decided to take a different angle, maybe. But what if your father saw Damien as a good candidate to become Riva's husband? Yes, Damien is not from our empire, but his talent itself speaks a lot. Can your father resist the temptation of not roping in such a talented person? He would gladly sacrifice his daughter if he can make sure that his empire would become more powerful and prosperous in the future. And so far, other than Damien, do you think any other men are worthy of even coming close to Riva in terms of talent? Hearing Sven's words, Arthur's expression became grave again. He didn't think that his father might take in Damien as his son-in-law and grant him a powerful status in the future as well. Even if Ruthven once said that no one in the Rising Sun continent was worthy of Riva, he didn't know about Damien yet. So it was possible that Ruthven can have a change of mind after learning about Damien. Sven continued, and so, the empire would finally fall in an outsider's hands, and your precious sister would be stolen away by someone else. No matter which possibility we think about, it all ends badly for you. And even if this all didn't happen and Riva becomes the Empress, can you guarantee that she will save your mother? Do you want to take that chance rather than securing her safety now itself? By now, Sven was talking as if Arthur would never become the Crown Prince, and even Arthur felt convinced of it thinking about the way his father treated him. He now truly felt that his title was nothing more than a joke but just a target for others so that no one will target Riva. Sven let out a sigh and said as he slowly walked away from Arthur, if you ever feel like taking back your rightful place, you know where to look. Soon you will see that what I said today was not without reason. As Sven walked away, Arthur had a helpless expression on his face, not knowing what to do. He didn't want to think that what Sven said would come to be true. But after all the reasons Sven put out, he couldn't help but think that Sven's words were justified. He shook his head, thinking that he would think about all these things after a week and focus on the present for now. For now, he decided to go to his cultivation chamber in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation reserved for the Imperial family, thinking that he had a person to meet. Chapter 267. Meanwhile, in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation, Damien was sitting in his ethereal cultivation class with a bored expression, oblivious to the fact that his name was pulled into discussions between supreme existences in the palace. If he knew he was already that popular, he would foolishly grin to himself, especially hearing that Riva was having secret rendezvous with him. Still, he was receiving some subtle stares and looks from his classmates not filled with disdain but with respect and envy. Damien had become quite a star in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation after his stunning performance in his spar with Roy, and especially since his name was now listed in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings. They knew that they couldn't underestimate him based on his low cultivation level and that he was just as strong as their seniors. No matter how impossible or ridiculous it seemed, they had no choice but to swallow that fact and accept reality. He was now nicknamed the Lightning Prince, and there was no limit to the number of girls that fangirled over him. When he entered the school today, much to the envy of other boys, he even got many proposals from girls, to which he politely turned down with a smile, saying that Valentina might be around watching them. The gutsy girls all ran away upon remembering that the Bloody Fairy might be around watching her boyfriend. Valentina was already famous throughout the school, but after her fight with Denisa, her fame and reputation increased even further, especially since her name was also in the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings, so it would be hard for one to miss out on her name. Now Damien and Valentina were the talks of the town that many disciples even started to look up to them with reverence and respect, and as personal goals to at least achieve 1/10 of the height they had achieved. The teacher in Damien's class was an elderly man looking around 60 years old, but Damien knew better than that since one's looks can't be used to judge their age. After all, the teacher before him might as well as be centuries old. He was looking at the board with his chin resting on his palm. But his mind was elsewhere. Only 3 months had passed since he awakened in this world, but he felt like a few years had already passed. And now he already had 2 women as his lovers, a fact he wouldn't be able to believe in his previous life. The concept of harem never even crossed his mind in his past life, which was one reason he found it a bit hard to come to terms with it. He was already missing Lily since the day he left the Rome Empire and wondered if there was a chance to meet her earlier safely. There was not a day that passed where he didn't think about her angelic face and the moments he shared with her. He also had to think of a way to introduce Valentina as his woman to Lily and wondered if she would be upset. However, he thought that Lily probably wouldn't since she even accepted him when she already knew about Sophie. But still, he felt a little bad that Lily had to put up with him having more than one lover. He knew the reason Lily accepted him even after knowing everything was because she truly loved him. If someone knew that Damien had got to his current cultivation level within 3 months, they would even wonder whether he was a human or an old monster in disguise who decided to cultivate from scratch for fun. Of course, Damien's mental age when he awakened in this world was in late 20s, but technically, combining the experiences of Damien Ward, his mental age might as well be more than his original. Even Luna previously nodded in satisfaction, seeing the speed at which he was improving. Of course, she knew that he was speeding up his cultivation because of the time constraints to save Lily from her fate. That was why Luna sometimes reminded Damien not to break through too fast and solidify his cultivation base before breaking through the next. Since before, Damien was in the lower realms of ethereal cultivation, it was okay for him, even if he rushed through. But as he breakthroughs into the higher cultivation realms, there would be more risks and dangers if he doesn't maintain a good cultivation foundation. He might even end up like Maria if he doesn't pay attention to his foundation, and she wasn't the only one. In order to develop his medical knowledge in the cultivation world, Damien had already gone around researching the common health problems practitioners faced in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation's library. He was surprised that most of the dreadful health problems arise from silly mistakes when cultivating or the smallest of errors during cultivation, or because the practitioners willingly took foolish risks to increase their cultivation rapidly, mostly using breakthrough pills. Breakthrough pills were, in fact, made to let practitioners facing a bottleneck to the next realm after trying their best to break through. It was never meant as a shortcut to easily break through without cultivating to the peak of their realm on their own. Only when one reaches the peak of a certain cultivation realm would it be safe to use the breakthrough pill, though the pill need not always work depending on the talent, potential, and understanding of laws of that person. Even Damien's supreme tier breakthrough pills won't really guarantee 100% success. Of course, his pill would have 100% effectiveness, but the breakthrough part would also depend on the one taking the pill. For instance, if someone at the peak of nascent ethereal realm having a damaged ethereal core takes Damien's breakthrough pill, he would fail to break through for sure since Damien's pill can't make up for the deficiencies in that person's body. At first, people misunderstood Alchemist Azrael's breakthrough pills. However, later they understood that the pills still depended on them for the breakthrough as well. However, they weren't disappointed since the success rate was drastically high compared to the already existing top-notch breakthrough pills. They knew that things couldn't be so convenient such as a pill that could guarantee 100% success of breakthrough. The class soon ended, and Damien went into one of the cultivation rooms allotted for elite disciples to cultivate and solidify his recent breakthrough, after dual cultivating with Valentina. He had also told Valentina to do the same after her classes since she would have at least got some slight increase in her cultivation base, after all the intense dual cultivation they had yesterday night. There were around 50 cultivation rooms allotted for elite disciples, and they could access it on a first-come, first-served basis while others had to wait if all the rooms were occupied. Since senior disciples mostly spent their time cultivating here, some of the rooms were always occupied, but they had to pay more spirit stones if they wanted to use the room beyond the allotted time limit, which would be pretty expensive. So, most of them never really stayed in their rooms longer than their allotted time limit. As soon as Damien entered the cultivation hall, he came upon a vast hall with 50 rooms spread out in a linear fashion. He also saw few elite disciples waiting, some of them seniors, while others were in the same year as him. It was said that these cultivation rooms helped one cultivate faster in peace and also practice their ethereal arts, without worrying about the damage or destruction they might cause. Damien saw that there was a queue of disciples waiting for a free room. However, as soon as the disciples standing in the queue saw Damien, they had fawning smiles on their faces as they gestured to Damien that he could stand ahead of them in the queue. Damien inwardly chuckled, seeing that these disciples wanted to curry favor with him now that he was a big shot considering that his future was guaranteed to be highly successful along with obtaining the favor of Alchemist Azrael because of Valentina being his girlfriend. They couldn't imagine what kind of a powerhouse Damien would be and the influential position he might hold in the Empire in the future. So, just to be safer, they decided to get in his good graces now itself. Damien didn't mind as he was not the type to refuse favors when strangers offered him things for free. With a smile, he gladly stepped ahead of the queue. Hey, the Morning Prince is here. Damien turned around as he heard the excited whispers of the disciples behind him. He saw Arthur coming into the cultivation hall with a gentle smile while nodding at the disciples greeting him. Arthur then saw Damien standing in the queue, and his eyes lit up, seeing that he found the person he was looking for. Chapter 268. Arthur had a slight smile on his face as he walked towards Damien. Everyone else in the queue hurriedly gave way to him while greeting him. The girls couldn't stop fantasizing about him from the sidelines but didn't dare to talk to him and waste his time. They knew that if the Crown Prince was here, it meant he was here to cultivate in peace in his designated cultivation chamber. Damien wondered why Arthur wanted to talk to him, seeing him coming towards him. He already had a lot of guesses in his mind and wondered which one was the right one. However, Damien greeted Arthur when he stopped beside him. Senior brother Arthur was looking for me? Arthur gave a breezy smile as he said, yes. I actually wanted to request something from you, if that's okay for you. Damien raised one of his brows. Oh, what could someone as exalted as you possibly request from me? He said with a light chuckle. Arthur smiled and said, nothing much. Actually, I wanted to use your connection to Alchemist Azrael and ask him whether he could treat someone related to me. I was planning to visit him anyway and explain things in detail after a week, but I hoped you could drop in a word about my matter so that he would know in advance. Arthur had already tried talking to Leon Zeton about Alchemist Azrael. But he still wanted to give it a try on his own and see if Alchemist Azrael and suggest other ways to cure his mother. Since he was going to cultivate, he also wanted to make sure Alchemist Azrael would save some consultation time for him. Oh, I see. Damien was a bit surprised that someone close to Arthur needed medical attention. He could notice the worry in his eyes and felt that someone close to him must be sick. Damien nodded with a smile. Sure, I will tell Senior Azrael. You can rest easy. Arthur's lips arched into a relieved smile. Thank you, Junior Brother Damien. It means a lot. Seeing the two conversing in a friendly manner, the others in the hall envied Damien for getting into the good grace of the Crown Prince so fast. Arthur was someone one can hardly see in the Zeton Ethereal Foundation since he was quite busy most of the time. So, even if they wanted to, they weren't able to strike up conversations with him and become friends in name, at least. Since they knew how kind and friendly Arthur was, they didn't feel much intimidated by his status, thinking that he was a down-to-earth guy. I heard you are quite good at alchemy as well. How are your alchemy classes going on? Is my sister teaching well? Arthur asked casually after talking about some everyday things. Damien replied straight away, Teacher Reaver is quite an excellent teacher, and I guess everyone, including my classmates, shares the same opinion. Alchemy doesn't seem boring when she explains it to us. I wonder who taught her alchemy for her to become such an expert at such young age. Arthur softly chuckled, yes, she is quite a genius in more than one area just like you. And it makes me wonder if Reaver is keeping these extra classes for you as punishment, ha. After all, extra classes are the last thing one has to endure for an alchemy genius like you. A subtle, contemplative light flashed in Damien's black eyes as he said, ha, not really. The last student she ought to punish would be me, just joking. But I would say that these extra classes are for my benefit since I want to go even deeper than the syllabus that's taught here. I also want to become a young expert in alchemy like her. So, who could be a better teacher than her? Arthur nodded with an approving look, no wonder, you really are on another level. Reaver must be feeling glad to have a student like you. I didn't know she was into teaching as this year is the first time she even started taking classes. In fact, no one would think that someone as young as her could be a teacher. But hearing how good she is from you makes me feel proud that she proved herself to everyone else. Anyways, I won't keep you from cultivating any longer as I also have to go and cultivate. See you around later, Junior Brother Damien, or do you mind if I call you just Damien? You can address me by just my name as well. If anybody else heard how Arthur was allowing someone to address him by his name, they would wonder if they heard things right since the Imperial family would never allow someone of lower status to address them by their name only, of course, and unless they knew each other for many years and if they were conversing in private. But Damien barely knew Arthur, and here he was telling him that he can address him casually like equals. Even if Damien was the best of the best or even if he was way more powerful than Arthur, he would never have the right to address Imperial family members casually unless they allowed it. This was why Reaver was at first piqued when Damien addressed her casually, but of course, she didn't pursue it because she knew she fell into his trap unknowingly, and Damien knew she wouldn't go back on her words. Damien was also surprised seeing the Crown Prince being so friendly. After everything he had experienced, meeting someone down to earth was like fresh air to him. He even lost count of the number of arrogant young masters he had met after waking up in this world. And the typical pattern he always noticed was that the more powerful their family was, the more arrogant these young masters were. The others were not able to hear the conversation between Arthur and Damien, so they had no idea about all this. Otherwise, Damien would be the envy of the school for even receiving the favor of the Crown Prince. And that means, in the future, since Arthur was meant to be the Emperor, Damien's life would surely be a breeze and the immense benefits he would receive by being in good graces with Arthur. Everyone already knew Damien had Reaver's favor, which was quite evident from how she defended Damien when the patriarch and matriarch of the Dawson and Alston family came to cause trouble, so, befriending the Crown Prince as well was like overkill in their perspective. And now that Damien has even entered the Eternal Hall of Fame rankings, there was no doubt that in the future, his name would resound throughout the continent and be marked in the history of the Zeton Empire. Damien nodded with a smile, sure, Arthur, he didn't feel much about addressing Arthur casually, and in fact, he didn't mind getting close with Arthur since he wanted to know more about the Crown Prince of the Zeton Empire, and find out if he was an obstacle in his path. If he weren't, then Damien would leave Arthur to his own devices, but if he were, then things would be a different matter altogether. So far, on the outward, he had a good impression of him, but he, of course, wouldn't believe anything at face value and decided to dig more, especially by helping out Arthur with his request. Arthur was inwardly surprised that Damien didn't hesitate or reject him modestly out of respect for his status. It was like Damien wasn't really seeing him as the Crown Prince but a fellow disciple. However, Arthur wasn't bothered by it but instead felt that Damien was quite an interesting guy who seemed quite different from the rest. After taking his leave, he wondered why he even asked Damien about Reaver and criticized himself for being so narrow-minded. From Damien's words, all he understood was that Damien was a diligent student trying to learn more about alchemy from Reaver, which was a far contrast to what Sven implied. But for a moment, when he thought about Reaver really falling in love with Damien, he felt as if his heart was being pulled down and controlled his emotions before his thoughts were led astray. Finally, after seeing that a cultivation room got free, Damien was still deep in thought as he walked towards the room. Even though Arthur only asked him about general stuff, he felt that Arthur was trying to discern something from his answer. But thinking about it, he just couldn't put his finger on it, especially when he didn't know Arthur much. After cultivating for a few hours and letting his ethereal core adjust to his new cultivation level, Damien came out when it was almost evening. He smiled, thinking that it was time to have his extra class with Reaver, and was looking forward to it, especially when he had something to anticipate for. Chapter 269. You are late today, a cold and airy voice sounded near Damien's ears just as he entered the alchemy study hall. He felt as if the voice of the sapphire-haired beauty before him was seeping into his very soul itself. No matter how many times he heard her voice or saw her dignified beauty, she still appeared as refreshing as the seas. Damien lightly laughed as he took a seat near Reaver and looked at her flawlessly beautiful face. It seems like you were eagerly waiting for me. Reva, who had her eyes glued on the medical formulas before her, just gave a cute and light scoff to which Damien could only smile more in amusement. Occasionally seeing her act like this, he could see that her real persona would surface and that she was just a young girl who yearned for normal things, and not some grand princess who stood above all. And of course, before he got close to her, she never even remotely did such actions and instead always had an icy expression as usual. He also learned that she was quite a bookworm, making him remember certain memories. Damien softly chuckled and said in a convincing tone, "Don't be so cold. I was actually a bit late because your brother, or I might say, the Crown Prince wanted to talk to me." Reva's azure eyes moved as she finally looked at Damien and asked, "Why? What did he talk to you about?" Damien casually said,